Early morning in a peaceful suburban city, birds are chirping and calling out to each other. In a supermarket nearby, a large hand picks up a bag of snacks. Suddenly, a news update broadcasts over the PA system. It's difficult for citizens to see the sky clearly due to recent severe dust storms. A young man in a hoodie tries to grab a bag of chips from the shelf, but it accidentally tears. What's that smell? It's punctured. A little girl watching this scene asks suspiciously, "Hey, you're a shoplifter, right? You're sneaking snacks, aren't you?" "Those are my favorite, too." Helplessly, he bows his head to pick up the crumbs and explains, "No, that's not it." The announcer's voice continues steadily, "The weather is unsuitable for going outside." Suddenly, an urgent voice breaks in. "Emergency news! A sudden earthquake has occurred in the vicinity. Because the scale is still small, there are few casualties. However, according to relevant authorities..." The earthquake grows stronger, and suddenly the floor shows signs of slight shaking. There is an announcement that solutions must be developed soon. As the words end, the ground begins to shake violently. Everyone turns their eyes toward the window. Two employees exclaim, "Hey, what is that?" The radio continues. And because of that, the government has proposed these solutions. Outside the store, the street scene is chaotic. Something massive has just emerged from the ground, causing people nearby to scream in panic, "Look, what are those things?" A force so great it destroys everything around it. Dirt and rocks fly everywhere. Debris hits the store, shattering the glass. The scene turns tragic, filled only with the sounds of destruction and screaming. "Ah!" The little girl from before is so terrified she bursts into tears, sobbing. Suddenly, someone rushes over to her. The survivors begin helping each other. "Is everyone okay? I've called an ambulance. It'll be here soon." "Yes." The young man from earlier pulls the girl into his arms to protect her, asking kindly and anxiously, "Hey kid, are you okay?" The girl clings to him and replies, "Yes." With teary eyes, she asks softly, "Mr. Thief, what is that?" The earthquake has stopped, but it left behind significant disasters. Almost everything is in ruins and people are injured. Following the girl's gaze, everyone looks in astonishment at a majestic tower standing before them. In the United Kingdom, under the dark of night, a massive, majestic tower silently appears. In the center of a Japanese city, a tall tower also suddenly rises. A bizarre, giant tower has appeared in the center of a city in every nation across the world, and people call it the Nightmare Tower. A strange system appears alongside it. "Congratulations! You have been chosen to become a tower crawler to save the world. Will you accept the summons?" A tower crawler? Without hesitation, that person chooses to accept. Instantly, the system panel lights up, leaving the young man standing before it wide-mouthed in surprise. Moments later, he is transported to a Roman arena setting where 3 other summoned people are already waiting. All who accepted the summons are teleported to the battlefield. They receive the system's blessing to communicate. Everything is like a game world where humans can possess items and skills. However, they will soon realize this is no game. The tower's impact will soon hit the world. Players inside the tower scream, "It looks just like outside the tower, right?" Meanwhile, at a certain location outside the tower, workers below are studying its structure. Suddenly, they spot something high up. "What is that?" A blurry figure appears. It looks like a middle-aged woman, but her entire body is black. She has a tail and long white hair. The workers exclaim, "What? That's not human, right? Hey, this is dangerous. Someone call 119 or the police." The mysterious shadow reveals sharp claws and spreads wings behind her that look like a dragon's. Her mouth slowly opens, looking hideous with long, large teeth. Unexpectedly, the female monster lets out an ear-piercing scream. A horde of bizarre monsters flies out from behind her. A horrific disaster. Hundreds of monsters pour out from the tower to invade Earth. The tower's impact, a massive tragedy, as demonic forces begin to pour out from the tower and land on Earth. Earth's tower. Everywhere, announcements start informing people about the monster invasion. By now, the city is no different from a ruined battlefield. Citizens are fleeing from strange creatures that destroy everything they see and kill anyone they encounter. The military must use armed equipment like tanks and cannons to respond. The angry monsters roar, jumping on and smashing the tanks one by one. Because of the monsters pouring out from the tower, 1/3 of the world's population has been destroyed. Those inside the tower have no choice but to witness it happening before their eyes. The strange system appears again. You have been chosen to become a tower crawler to save the world. Will you accept the summons? Those inside ask in fear and wonder, a tower crawler to save the world? All players are of one mind. Everyone, let's climb the tower together. We can definitely save the world. Let's go. We've come this far, let's try. If we can clear the tower, I'm sure this nightmare will end. Those with special powers and qualities are humanity's last hope. The tower crawlers begin their raid on the tower to prevent the extinction of humanity on the battlefield. A suicide squad is fighting monsters. Honestly, everyone stands looking at a large boulder in front of them. After examining it for a while, someone speaks up. It seems we can't go any further. They discuss among themselves, how do we handle this? Should we just blow it up? Violence isn't always the answer. After their discussion, they take action. One person swings a spiked mace hard against the rock. While breaking the rock, a team member exclaims, "Captain, look at this." He points to an object emitting a blue light next to the boulder. The glowing blue stone looks like a diamond lying on the ground. They are curious about it. What's this? Is this stone glowing? An image of the stone appears with a description. Its name is the regression stone. The user has the ability to return to the past at the time they were summoned. The user's memories remain intact up to the present moment. It can be used by breaking it. Everyone scrambles to ask thousands of questions. What? We can return to the past? There's an item this overpowered? Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice rings out. Everyone, I will... He pauses for a moment. It turns out this man is Hwang-in Chan, the captain of the tower climbers. Holding the stone in his hand, he continues, I'll tell everyone its effects after I use it. With a cracking sound, Hwang-in Chan crushes the stone in his hand. A flash of light emits from the regression stone. The blinding light forces everyone to shield their eyes. A moment later, everyone looks up in surprise at the spot where the light originated. One person looks at the star-like light before them and asks in shock, Did he really just disappear? The next person immediately asks, But can the captain come back here? Surely he'll return even if he went to the past, right? Like, would Captain America... Suddenly, a man wearing glasses with dark circles under his eyes steps up from behind. The two young men speak up. Everything is probably clearer than we think. This man is Sakamoto, a former science professor. He tilts his head. Staring somberly at the space in front of him, he continues, Hwang-in Chan has definitely returned to this world's past. However, because a part of the timeline has branched off, he probably won't be able to meet us again. Sakamoto explains everything using famous scientific theories like the multiverse and parallel universes. Our current situation is a point where the timeline of the universe has branched. That means the moment Hwang-in Chan returned to the past, he turned into a variant of Hwang-in Chan completely different from the Hwang-in Chan in our world. The other three are shocked and mutter, Oh, really? Sakamoto continues, I know you boys don't understand what I just said. Regardless, one thing is certain. Hwang-in Chan has returned to the past. But Hwang-in Chan returning to the past doesn't mean anything will change in this world. Sakamoto looks at the system panel and continues, From what I know, the items in this tower never lie. Regression stone. The user has the ability to return to the past at the time they were summoned. The user's memories remain intact up to the present moment. Can be used by breaking it. Can be used by breaking it. Holding a stone in his hand, he turns to the other three. This stone will take us all back to the world of a different branched timeline. Of course, this is just a theory. We also can't rule out the possibility that everyone using this stone will meet in the same branched timeline. Looking at the stone in his hand, he cherishes it and continues, The items in this tower, after all, are far beyond human comprehension. At that moment, the sky turns blood red. Lightning echoes everywhere, and black clouds stack up in layers. The clouds look truly eerie. The second cataclysm has occurred in the world outside the tower. Boom! The sound of a monster's massive footsteps appears outside the tower. Bloodthirsty creatures that are not human are all salivating before that tall tower. Before all of humanity on Earth is wiped out, the high-rise tower is attacked by thousands of monsters. The scene is full of death and horror. The tower climbers are forced to make a choice. Will they use the regression stone and return to the past, or accept staying inside the tower and dying? Thousands of powerful monsters destroy and attack humans. Tragic screams and cries ring out. KuBI, a monster with thousands of tentacles, is tightly coiling around and attacking the poor humans. It doesn't hesitate to eat those people alive. One person screams in agony, "Ah, help! Cough!" The lucky survivors all look at the regression stone before them. It's over. We have no hope left. Damn it! Why did things turn out like this? Yeah, we're at our wits' end with our lives, too. A red-haired youth looks helplessly at the weapons scattered before him. The fighters are all too desperate about the current situation. They helplessly say their final words and leave. "I'm sorry, but there's no hope left." Gradually, they all turn into streaks of light and disappear. The scene left behind is only the red-haired youth who refuses to leave. He kneels on the floor. The multi-tentacled monster rushes toward him with greed. Before the creature gets close, a figure suddenly appears from the shadows. This person quickly grabs two sharp swords from the floor. Alone. That person rapidly swings thousands of sword strikes all over the creature's body. A figure in a white cloak jumps down from the defeated monster. He gently offers a kind smile, different from his combat expression earlier. "Are you okay?" The red-haired youth stammers in reply, "Yes." He turns his head back. A response rings out. The survivors gather into a team. A person in a dark brown cloak approaches him. "Did those bastards all run away?" The next words from the man in front make the red-haired youth burst into tears. "Thank you for holding on until the very last minute. They are our hope, those who were not tempted by the regression stone." One of them speaks up. "Let's go." Humanity's final suicide squad, a powerful army, marches forward. At this moment, only the heavy, labored breathing of the remaining warriors on the bloody battlefield can be heard. Bodies lie everywhere. They didn't even have time to close their eyes. Broken weapons are scattered. Pant, pant, pant. The breathing of a guy who luckily survived, but is quite heavily injured. He lies flat amidst the rubble and debris. He begins to doubt everything. Where exactly did it go wrong? On the other side, the battle continues. Another person falls. "Ah!" A young man in a cloak holding two swords is flying toward the giant blind monster over here. "Hey, you monster!" He runs while shouting loudly, "Wait there, Riwan! Don't worry!" Finishing his words, he leaps high, aiming accurately at its head. He shifts the direction of his swords, resolutely striking down, exclaiming, "Just!" Another young man quickly moves forward to provide support. "Die!" Just as he finishes speaking, the monster's helmet falls off. The two of them successfully slice the monster into pieces, its blood splattering everywhere. The battle is over. Are there any casualties? The brown-haired youth who just destroyed the monster smiles and says, "Luckily, there are no serious injuries. A little rest and everyone will be fine." At this rate, reaching the final floor might actually be possible, right? Hearing this, other members treating the survivors turn around happily and wave at the two of them. The two quickly respond, but the black-haired youth, whose name is Jae-hwan, remains a bit cold. He notices a katana left on the ground. The system displays the information. Dragon Slayer Blade. It carries the power of the sun and the moon. A sword forged by the Master Makop on the 85th floor over 1,000 days to slay a dragon. Jae-hwan picks up the sword with great interest, thinking, a stronger weapon has appeared, just as Jung-hwan said. We might actually reach the final floor. Looking along the polished blade, he affirms his determination. I thought everything was going in my favor. After all, those beautiful scenes were just memories before the fierce battle began. Back to reality, Jae-hwan is severely injured. Currently, on the 98th floor, Purgatory 7, a skeletal monster with a massive mouthful of lava rushes toward him. It powerfully creates tremors that shatter the surrounding ground. Jae-hwan painfully supports himself, his heavy panting echoing across the battlefield. Pant, pant, pant. The sword is soaked in blood. Broken weapons melted by the lava spewed by the monster lie scattered on the ground. Why? His teammates are lying everywhere. Suddenly, Jae-hwan senses something striking toward him. It is the monster's massive hand, which cruelly knocks him away. Poor Jae-hwan is slammed hard against a wall, painfully coughing up blood. Jae-hwan's vision gradually begins to fade. In his hazy consciousness, he thinks, it's all meaningless. Everything that we faced together. Could all of that? He recalls the bitter memories. And yet now he can only stay still and wait for death at the hands of that hideous monster. To die like a dog like this, Jae-hwan laments. His eyes are filled with despair as he watches the monster spewing lava at him. Suddenly seeing something, he shouts loudly, "Young-hwan!" He arrives from behind, wielding dual blades. Young-hwan spins with agile movements, decisively slashing the lava monster, making it cry out in pain. Scream! Following that, hundreds of slashes tear through the lava monster's body, causing lava to flow out everywhere. Young-hwan shouts loudly while fighting, "Jae-hwan, hang in there!" Jung-hwan spins around and kicks the monster's back hard. He quickly leaps away to a distance. Then he continues to rush forward. Young-hwan shouts, "I can't kill this bastard alone!" Suddenly, the monster's eyes turn cruel, glowing with a blood-red light. Slash! A large flash of light pierces through Jung-hwan. Jae-hwan immediately falls into a stunned silence. A tragedy has occurred. Young-hwan's arm is stained with blood. His body has been impaled by the monster's fierce horn. Jae-hwan shouts in panic, calling his name, "Jung-hwan!" The monster turns away like a madman and rushes in another direction. The monster bellows, its gaze incredibly sharp and cold. It rams its horn, with Young-hwan's body still on it, deep into the wall, crushing him completely. On the other side, Jae-hwan can only watch helplessly as his close comrade is killed. He grits his teeth in rage until they bleed. Jae-hwan can only watch helplessly. His steps are shaky as he stands up. Jae-hwan picks up the katana from the ground and rushes fiercely toward the monster. His eyes suddenly glow with a pale gray light. From the katana in Jae-hwan's hand, a long beam of light connects directly to a horn on the monster's back. Jae-hwan is astonished. That light, it's it! Suddenly, a pool of lava drops from above, causing the ground to shatter. With a determined gaze, he uses all his strength to run like the wind. The lava monster immediately detects his movement, but before it can act, Jae-hwan launches forward like a missile, moving so fast that only the downward strike of his blade is visible. The actions of the person behind it are unseen. Flesh from the monster flies everywhere. The monster is sliced into multiple pieces, lying mangled on the ground. Lava flows out from its body across the area. Its mouth remains wide open as if unwilling to accept defeat. The terrifying roar of the beast is gone, replaced only by Jae-hwan's dry coughing. He uses his sword to support his broken body. "Let's go, Young-hwan." Young-hwan has a massive wound in his chest and several broken bones. After the monster of this floor is defeated, the door to the next floor of the tower opens for them. Young-hwan still sits silently on the ground without saying a word. In pain, he tightly clutches a stone in his hand. Jae-hwan seems to understand. His eyes filled with dread, he calls his friend's name, Young-hwan. In his final moments, Young-hwan forces a smile and replies, "Sorry, Jae-hwan." He helplessly recalls memories from before with Young-hwan, because the smile never left his lips, even in this cruel and miserable tower. Because of that, for the tower crawler specifically, his nickname was the Clown Knight. For the first time, that Clown Knight had lost his smile. Jae-hwan turns away emotionlessly and leaves. "Let's go. Just disappear before I change my mind." He leaves decisively, leaving Jung-hwan slumped there. He offers a faint smile as he watches him walk away. That bastard Jae-hwan, he realized it, didn't he? Suddenly, a dark hand holds out a blood-stained stone. "I guess it's because this stone looks too ugly." Jung-hwan drags his heavy body up each step, every footprint leaving a trail of blood. While dragging his severely injured body, he thinks to himself, "Jae-hwan, you are much stronger than I thought. Because of you, I believed." Jung-hwan sits by a window frame clutching his wound. He continues to think that it's possible to reach the top of the tower. Still smiling, he looks out at the bleak landscape and mutters to himself, "If it's you, I'm glad you're in this world." Jung-hwan pauses for a moment, then slowly lifts his feet one by one. A second later, he leaves only a name, Jae-hwan, before falling freely from the tower. Now only a pool of red blood and scattering leaves remain on the window frame. Back to Jae-hwan. He stands before an iron door, placing both hands on it. Involuntarily, a leaf flutters and touches his hand, and memories come flooding back. He instinctively says, "Let's go, move forward." The gate slowly begins to open. Suddenly, it flings wide, and a blinding light appears as thousands of snowflakes fly into his eyes. Jae-hwan looks at the scene before him, slightly stunned. He says, "Is this place a snowfield?" Moving to the next floor, it's a frozen wasteland covered in wind and snow. On the mountains, sharp shards of ice protrude. Jae-hwan is chilled to the bone, his breathing heavy and rapid. Just as the scenery suggests, this floor is ruled by a monster with ice powers. It opens its mouth wide, gathering an ice orb, and creates sharp ice pillars rising from the ground. It attacks Jae-hwan, but he quickly leaps to dodge it. Jae-hwan struggles, backing up a few steps and crying out. A blue monster with sharp spikes all over its body and a terrifying face lunges at him. "You little brat, have you still not given up? The situation is not good at all." Jae-hwan's hand is showing signs of freezing, but he doesn't falter and replies, "No way, how about you? You must be getting tired of playing with me by now." Immediately, the enraged monster creates a massive snow explosion. The scene shifts to beneath a thick layer of ice, where only the sound of steady breathing remains. Jae-hwan sits beneath a large block of ice, biting down on a piece of cloth so the pain from his hand won't make him cry out. Above, the monster is still hunting for him. It roars from outside. "Are you playing that useless game of hide-and-seek again?" Below, Jae-hwan breaks into a cold sweat. He reflects that 15 years have passed since he reached the 99th floor. Though he faced countless obstacles on the 98th floor, the danger level of the 99th is unlike any floor below. He thinks this while pouring medicine onto his frost-bitten hand. As the liquid hits, a stinging pain surges and he can't help but groan. Floor 99, boss. Frost Dragon Velchesis. The dragon's breath originated from a forgotten land. Even with the highest frost resistance, it is difficult to withstand. Jae-hwan looks at the sword that has been by his side for so long. If not for the equipment left behind by previous travelers, I would have died a long time ago. The dragon shaker I obtained on the 85th floor, and the frost demon spear that Young-hwan gave me. And also, his gaze darkens slightly. Fire King's bracelet. He reflexively touches it. In his heart, he calls out a name. "Han Seo-yoon, I'm sorry. Han Seo-yoon, I'm sorry." The silhouette of a girl appears, sitting down beside him. She is still as radiant and beautiful as ever, always smiling as she watches over Jae-hwan's journey. He tightens his grip on the bracelet and says to himself, "If only I could have been stronger." Scenes from old battlefields flood into Jae-hwan's mind. Suddenly, a voice wakes him up. "Hey, Jae-hwan!" He sets down the untouched cup of tea and answers in confusion. "What is it?" The other person continues to sharpen a sword while speaking. "Are you thinking about that trial again?" "Of course." Jae-hwan takes a sip of hot tea and replies, "I have a feeling that this time I'll definitely be able to do it." The person talking to him is Jae, a blacksmith from Adipost. He turns around and says, "Is that so? That's great to hear. After Anthonianos, the floor 50 boss, was defeated, we reclaimed the village of Adipost. Even though travelers die or are seriously injured every day, people never give up hope. Monks constantly form emergency rescue units to quickly provide first aid to soldiers who are no longer able to fight. And the blacksmiths in the workshops are still diligently crafting new equipment for the tower climbers, those who are willing to sacrifice themselves to fight for the sake of humanity." Holding his cup of hot tea, he says, "Jay, it seems you are now the last blacksmith of Adipost." He continues to work it on the iron and replies, "No need to remind me of that. You are also my only customer. More importantly, supplies aren't appearing much in the lower floors lately. I don't have much ore left. Just a few months ago, there were still some minerals." Jae-hwan raises his teacup and thinks, "Just as I predicted, because nearly no humans are left alive in the tower anymore. I don't even know what year it is. There have been more than 10 tower earthquakes since the beginning, and at some point, humans were no longer summoned to the ground floor to climb the tower." Jae-hwan mutters absent-mindedly, "I guess all of humanity in this world has been wiped out, hasn't it?" Jae falls silent at his murmur. He let out a low hum and said, "Has anything been bothering you lately while climbing up and down the tower? Even though the tower remains the same, nothing changes." Jae-hwan looks at him and thinks, "Now that I think about it, at the place where the regression stone was found, A tower hidden within a tower, a horror hidden within a horror. There were some scribbled marks there. They could be someone's handwriting, but even so, I don't understand the meaning. A tower hidden within a tower, a horror hidden within a horror. He holds his head and replies, nothing special. Jay sees that he looks tired and says, 2 days ago, Helene disappeared. Jae-hwan's eyes widen as if remembering something. A human does not age while inside the tower. If someone suddenly disappears from the tower, there can only be one of 2 reasons. Either they return to the past, or they jumped off the tower. Helene from the infirmary and Jay from the workshop. Both were among the few rare tower support personnel left. Beads of sweat form on his forehead. Jae-hwan watches the glowing red iron being forged in front of him. He then speaks up, Jay, please teach me the skill of blacksmithing. The hammer in Jay's hand suddenly stops. He remains motionless for a few seconds at the request. Jae-hwan observes him and smiles slightly. Returning to the present, the Frost Dragon asks, Human, have you played enough hide-and-seek? The Frost Dragon looks at the small human before it and continues, No human has ever survived alone up to the 99th floor since this tower was formed. I admit you are a very impressive human. He smiles slightly and thinks to himself, I can't believe the last one to acknowledge me as a monster, not a human. His gaze suddenly turns somber as he speaks. I'll probably feel quite lonely after killing you. After all, you're the one who acknowledged me. The Frost Dragon is bewildered by his arrogant words and replies, I'm sorry, but that cannot happen, human. Jae-hwan swings his sharp sword and lets out a shout. He quickly steps forward and asks, How would you know? Ánh mắt cậu âm trầm nhìn nó nói tiếp. Thậm chí bộ giáp mà ngươi vẫn luôn tự hào giờ cũng bắt đầu nứt gãy rồi đấy. Băng Long tức giận trốn trừng mắt mở miệng nói, tên sức xước này không đủ nữa khi Jae-hwan lao vào. Nó liền há miệng to ra vững một đòn tấn công vào cậu. Tại một vùng đất lạnh giá và đầy gai. Tuyết nhọn bỗng trên trời từ đâu xuất hiện một thứ gì đó đang rơi xuống với một tốc độ nhanh đáng kinh ngạc bỗng trên trời. Từ đâu xuất hiện một thứ gì đó đang rơi xuống. Bùng một tiếng vi ca đập mạnh vang lên tuyết bay mịt trời. Trên một tảng băng đầy gai nhọn, lại xuất hiện từng giọt máu đỏ thẫm đang thi nhau rơi xuống nền đất tuyết lạnh giá, nhuộm đỏ cả một vùng. Jae-hwan đang mắc kẹt ở trên một bức tường băng đầy gai góc rộ vi a, đập mạnh máu chảy ra không ngừng. Băng Long nhìn thấy bộ dạng thảm hại của cậu ấy, nó bèn lên tiếng nói, ngươi đã chiến đấu. Cho đến phút cuối cùng, dù cho ngươi có cố gắng đến đâu thì dù cho ngươi có cố gắng đến đâu, định mệnh mà ngươi phải đối mặt vẫn quá nghiệt ngã. Từ trong tảng băng có vô số cánh tay trội ra thì định mệnh mà ngươi phải đối mặt vẫn quá nghiệt ngã. Chúng vuốt ve lấy cơ thể cậu ấy mà không ngừng thì thào gọi tên Hoan Dê hoan hỉ, ứng dê hoan chúng, vuốt ve lấy cơ thể cậu ấy mà không ngừng thì thào gọi tên Jae-hwan. Bỗng dưng tảng băng ấy lại xuất hiện thêm 3 khuôn mặt người với ánh mắt trắng dã vô hồn băng. Long lại bội thêm một câu và vô nghĩa. Bỗng một tiếng hay vang lên làm thu hút sự chú ý của nó. Khi nó nhìn xuống thì thấy Jae-hwan nhìn nó bằng nửa con mắt cậu ấy, thở một hơi lạnh, giọng điệu âm trầm nói hơi nhiều rồi đó. Cậu ấy cảm thanh kiếm đang nhúm máu mà phá hủy các người băng ra thành hàng ngàn mảnh. Jae-hwan nghiến răng, nghiến lợi, ánh mắt kiên định mà chia mũi kiếm, lao về phía băng Long. Nó thấy cậu ấy kiên quyết như thế liền hào hứng nói, nghe ta nói xong đã có động lực rồi đấy. Ta khuyên ngươi hãy từ bỏ đi cái kỹ năng quanh của ngươi. Không thể động vào ta đâu. Cậu ấy dường như bỏ ngoài. Tại những lời vừa nói của nó mà kiên định hài. Tay nắm chặt thanh kiếm hướng thẳng về phía trước. Jae-hwan thầm nghĩ về quá khứ. Mình bắt đầu chinh phục hầm ngục chậm hơn vô số người khác. Bởi vì lẽ đó mình thiếu rất nhiều thứ, gọi là kỹ năng ẩn hay trục nghiệp ẩn. Nên mình đã từ bỏ hết thảy các kỹ năng khác mà chỉ tập trung vào một kỹ năng duy nhất, nỗ lực. Mình đã rất nỗ lực và nỗ lực không ngừng. Mình đã giết hơn 50 quái chỉ bằng kỹ năng nỗ lực của mình. Hồi ức quá khứ, sau khi Jae-hwan hạ một con quái vật to xấu xí, các đồng đội chứng kiến đã rất bất ngờ. Họ nhìn cậu ấy bằng một con mắt khác, mà thắc mắc tự hồi đó là nỗ lực. Kiếp trước hẳn là ống hay gì vậy trời. Cậu ấy phủi vai rồi đi, mà thầm nghĩ đồng đội của mình. Cho rằng kỹ năng của mình cũng chỉ đến thế. Nhưng theo thời gian, nỗ lực đã dần dần thay đổi. Hồi ức quá khứ cậu ấy dùng một chiều đã làm thủng một lỗ to trên con quái vật nhanh hơn, mạnh hơn và chính xác hơn. Và thế là nỗ lực đã vượt qua ngưỡng chuyển động thông thường, công kích dần dần sánh ngang với các kỹ năng ẩn. Nhưng bởi vì nó chả phải là kỹ năng nên mình chưa bao giờ phải mất sức vì hao tổn tinh lực. Quay lại hiện thực, Jae-hwan về mặt sắc khí cậu ấy nghiến răng, dùng hết sức đâm kiếm. Cậu ấy thầm nghĩ, nhưng mà dù có thể thì cũng có đôi chút khó khăn. Hàng ngàn nhát kiếm đang đâm về phía băng Long. Jae-hwan ngạc nhiên, thầm nghĩ sau ngàn hàng đòn tấn công mà trị sức có chút Sau ngăn hàng đòn tấn công, mà trị sức có chút ư. Băng Long há to miệng, ra ngụ khí chuẩn bị xuất chiêu. Dê Hoan bị hơi thở của nó thổi vào mắt mà nghiến răng cầm chặt thanh kiếm, thầm nghĩ chết tiệt, giờ né thì đã quá muộn rồi. Đột nhiên ánh mắt cậu ấy bị thu hút bởi một điểm sáng trắng trên người Băng Long. Cậu ấy thầm tự hỏi, ánh sáng đó giống hệt như ánh sáng mình từng thấy. Quay về hồi ức quá khứ, tại một ngọn núi đang chảy ra rung nhằm, bỗng xuất hiện một luồng ánh sáng bao quanh nó. Dê Hoan thầm nghĩ ở tầng 98. Dê Hoan dùng hai bàn tay đang rỉ máu mà nắm chặt thanh kiếm trong tay. Đột nhiên xuất hiện luồng ánh sáng vàng, ánh mắt cậu ấy chặng rã mà hét to một tiếng, rồi cầm kiếm lao nhanh về phía phát ra ánh sáng thu hút trên người Băng Long. Rồi cầm kiếm lao nhanh về phía phát ra ánh sáng thu hút trên người Băng Long. Xẹt một kiếm với luồng ánh sáng vàng đã đánh trúng vào điểm yếu của Băng Long. Chân Dê Hoan xoát dài trên nền tuyết trắng, gương mặt đầy máu tươi cùng với ánh mắt sắc lạnh đầy sát khí đang nhìn nó. Băng Long tức giận mà thổi thóp nói, ngươi dám? Cậu ấy cười khẩy nhìn nó nói, như đó mà nhằm nhò gì, lẽ ra ta phải đấm vỡ alo của ngươi luôn. Băng Long nghe những lời nói đầy ngựa đòn của cậu ấy mà từ từ rạng rộng đôi cánh sau lưng ra. Nó nói, mới được có một chiêu mà gáy to quá đầy. Băng Long nghe những lời nói đầy ngựa đòn của cậu ấy mà từ từ rạng rộng đôi cánh sau lưng ra. Lần này ta sẽ tiến ngươi đi luôn. Nói xong nó liền dạng cánh bay lên, cao từ trong miệng nó chuẩn bị phun ra một đòn tấn công vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Nó phun ra một luồng sáng xanh với sức công phá lớn. Đòn đầy phá hủy toàn bộ băng trong phạm vi gần anh. Trong khi đó, anh hết sức để né những đợt tấn công mạnh mẽ. Anh vừa thoát khỏi một tia xanh xòe đen trong gang tặc, vừa chửi thế mẹ kiếp, lại tấn công giữa không trung nữa à. Anh nghiến răng, chết tiệt, cứ cái đà này mình không có cơ hội lật kèo được. Đột nhiên sông băng dậy sóng, con rồng băng hiện lên, thấy cái lưỡi kinh dị của nó đáng thương thật đấy. Nhân loại phải chăng? Con rồng băng hiện lên, thấy cái lưỡi kinh dị của nó. Có thêm 10 tên như ngươi thì may ra có thể đánh bại được ta. Đẩy máu bắt đầu chảy, anh dần dần mất sức cẩm miệng. Con rồng tiếp tục làm về nhân từ giả tạo. Nếu cuộc chinh phục của ngươi không bị giật mũi bởi quỷ mông thạch, định mệnh của ngươi đã hoàn toàn khác rồi, đáng tiếc thật. Đầu người quỷ mông thạch anh yếu ớt ngang lên ngươi. Đang nói cái gì vậy? Móng vuốt con rồng đã bỏ về phía anh. Nó bổ nhào cán xé điên cuồng. May mắn anh kịp dựng cánh bay thoát khỏi nó trước khi bị tấn công. Băng Long mở to mắt giận dữ vì vứt mắt con mồi. Cánh cửa khổng lồ hô ra tí ánh sáng. Ngay sau khi vào, anh lập tức đóng cửa thật chặt. Anh thở hồng hộc trong khi băng hiển thị lượng máu chạm đáy suýt chút nữa thì chỉ cần móng vuốt của hắn chạm vào mình thôi là mình tiêu đổi rồi. Anh nhớ lại lời của Băng Long lúc nãy, nếu cuộc chinh phục của ngươi không bị giật mũi bởi quỷ mông thạch. Mồ hôi và máu hòa lẫn trên gương mặt anh. Ánh mắt anh bắt đầu lờ đờ. Quỷ mông thạch hồ 5 năm sau, băng tuyết giã dày hơn. Ánh mắt anh bắt đầu lờ đờ. Quỷ mông thạch hồ có bóng của cái gì đó bị cắt đứt, thì ra là nửa hàm dưới của Băng Long bị che ra, văng mạnh vào tảng băng. Thông báo liên tục hiện ra. Thông báo mới: bạn đã đạt được cơn ác mộng kinh hoàng của tầng thu 99. Cấp độ mới của người dùng đã đạt tới mức cao nhất. Sức bền của người dùng đã đạt tới mức cao nhất. Khả năng võ thuật của người dùng đã đạt tới mức cao nhất. Độ khéo léo của người dùng đã đạt tới mức cao nhất. Một có tiếng thở dài khi phải xóa thông báo hại. Dê Hoan ngồi lên đỉnh con Băng Long vừa bị tiêu diệt. Có nhiều thông báo thật đấy. Nó chính là cái con đã đuổi cậu bắt mạng lúc trước. Sau bao năm rèn luyện, cuối cùng anh đã đạt được mục tiêu. Anh liếc nó, này, ngươi quỷ mộng thạch là thứ gì? Móng vuốt của nó rỉ máu, ngươi đã tự biệt đáp án cho câu hỏi đó rồi. Nó dần dần gục xuống, ngươi sẽ được giải đáp mọi thứ. Giọng nó yếu dần trên tầng cao A, cùng sau đó nó biến thành một cây gươm màu đen bóng loáng. Theo thông tin thì nó là Băng Long gươm. Thanh gươm gắn liền với hơi thở lạnh lẽo của Băng Long Venchi Search, lưới gươm sẽ cho biết khi nào chủ nhân của nó sẵn sàng chiến đấu. Anh cầm lên xem xét và đánh giá vật phẩm thu được. Thanh gươm, sao trông cũng chẳng giống thanh gươm chút nào. Không phải là dao găm mà. Thu được thanh gươm, sao trông cũng chẳng giống thanh gươm chút nào. Anh trừng mắt như nhìn thấy gì đó. Mặt đất cho vừa nãy xuất hiện thanh gươm đang sôi bột màu xanh đen lên. Sau cùng xuất hiện một khoảng không miễn cưỡng như lời ra vào thế giới nào đó. Anh đừng ngẫm là cánh cửa sao. Anh đừng ngẫm là cánh cửa sao. Bên cửa xuất hiện con số 100 báo hiện cho level tiếp. Theo anh, đối mặt cuối cùng cũng tới lúc chính là tận cuối cùng. Ánh mắt anh sáng người, tràn đầy tự tin đi thôi. Anh không nể hạ bước qua nó. Sau khi anh vào, con số trên cánh cửa dẫn biến mất. Thay vào đó là một dòng chữ tàng điều khiển. Thay vào đó là một dòng chữ tàng điều khiển. Cậu ấy dường như thấy một nơi kỳ bí. Trong mắt Dê Hoan ánh lên những tia sáng. Liền bất giác tự hỏi nơi này là... Đằng sau cánh cổng đó là một nơi xuất hiện nhiều màn hình nhỏ, hiển thị lên từng khung ảnh khác nhau. Dê Hoan nhìn lên những khung hình ấy mà thắc mắc tự hỏi, đây là tòa tháp hiện tại này hay sao? Cậu ấy nhìn lên màn hình mà bất giác gọi tên khu triệu hồi Atopus. Bỗng từ đâu một giọng nói bí ẩn vang lên. Ôi trời, cậu đã đến rồi ư? Ta cứ tưởng cậu sẽ trở về làng trước chứ. Lúc này Dê Hoan có chút phòng bị mà thủ thế định rút kiếm. Người bí ẩn thấy cậu ấy phòng bị như vậy liền lên tiếng nói, không cần phải căng thẳng, ta quên thông báo cho cậu một tin quan trọng. Xin hãy đợi trong giây lát thoải mái đi. dù trong vẻ ngoài khá tốt, nhưng là vì đồ cổ nên hơi khó sử dụng. Lúc này một bảng hệ thống xuất hiện trước mặt Jae-hwan, bên trong có khi: xin chúc mừng bạn là người đầu tiên vượt qua vòng hướng dẫn của trò chơi thế giới 294 thành tựu của bạn đã được lưu lại trong hồ sơ Akashic. Chỉ có những người đứng đầu đại địa mới có quyền xem hồ sơ thành tựu của bạn đã được lưu lại trong hồ sơ Akashic. Cậu ấy nhìn bằng hệ thống liền thắc mắc mà thốt lên: cái gì cơ, hướng dẫn ư? Rồi cậu ấy nhớ lại những gì mình đã trải qua để đến được đây, nhưng chỉ là hướng dẫn. Đột nhiên có tiếng bước chân đang tiến gần về phía cậu ấy, vừa bước đến gần giọng nói ấy liền lên tiếng: con người kia cậu sốc lắm. Sao, hy vọng cậu sẽ không bị sốc lâu lắm, nếu không thì... Đột nhiên từ đâu lại xuất hiện những cơn sóng ồ ạt đánh tới tập từ phía sau lưng cậu ấy. Người bí ẩn lại nói tiếp: cậu sẽ bị cảm xúc của chính mình nhấn chìm. Đầy gương mặt người bí ẩn xuất hiện với cái đầu là một con sư tử và một đôi mắt vàng lấp lánh phủ lên người một màu đen huyền bí. Hắn ta lại nói tiếp, mặc dù nói ra hơi muộn nhưng đứng bay vọng quá, so với sức của một con người cậu đã làm rất tốt rồi. Kết thúc bi kịch mà hít, ta cũng rất kha khá nước mắt khi xem cảnh này nữa đó. Nói xong màn hình hệ thống xuất hiện cảnh một đơ đời cũ đang thổi thóp nói những lời cuối cùng: Jae-hwan, xin cậu đẩy tôi, xin lỗi Jae-hwan. Đột nhiên cảnh tượng trước mắt làm hắn khá ngạc nhiên. Cậu ấy vậy mà lại chống được cơn sóng từ phía sau lưng, gương mặt lạnh lùng nhìn hắn. Hắn ta trông cầm cười nói: trả hồi phục nhanh hơn ta tưởng đây. Jae-hwan lạnh lùng hỏi: tên khốn kiếp ngươi là AI? Hắn ta nghe thấy thế liền bày ra bộ dáng vui vẻ mà nằm hai tay vào nhau vội nói: chết mài nói mà quên giới. Thiệu mật tai gặp được cậu ta vui quá. Không ngờ cậu có thể leo lên được tới tầng 100 việc chưa một. Ai có thể làm được? Hắn liền cười giỏi: Thiệu ta là ác quỷ bị trend, là chủ nhân của tòa tháp ác mộng mà cậu vua chinh phục. Hắn liền cười giỏi: Thiệu ta là ác quỷ bị trend. Jae-hwan hơi cúi đầu đề phòng hỏi: ngươi nói tất cả những thứ kia chỉ là hướng dẫn vai, trò chơi bây giờ mới thực sự bắt đầu? Bị trend liền cười nói: nắm bắt nhanh đầy. Trước tiên ta có thứ này muốn cho cậu xem. Rồi hắn liền búng tay, một cái hệ thống hiển thị ra một màn hình đang chiếu hình ảnh mọi người đang hướng mặt lên không trung. Mọi người ở đấy đang bàn tán xôn xao, đang chiếu hình ảnh mọi người đang hướng mắt lên không trung. Mọi người ở đấy đang bàn tán xôn xao. Chuyện gì xảy ra thế? Cánh cửa này là gì, có mở ra được không? Chúng tôi quyết định Seo-yun sẽ tham gia vào tổ đội lần này rồi. Bijen liền cảm thán thật. Bijen liền cảm thán: mới mẹ làm. Sao lần đầu ta thấy cảnh tượng này? Màn hình hiển thị lúc này hai người đồng đội cứ đang hỏi cậu ấy: cậu tham gia cùng nhé. Ba vẫn tốt hơn hai mà đúng không? Thật mới mẻ làm. Sao lần đầu ta thấy cảnh tượng này? Cảnh tượng lại chuyển đến lúc cậu ấy giỏi: Thiều, xin chào, tôi là Jae-hwan, tôi đến từ Seoul, Hàn Quốc. Vũ khí chính của tôi là kiếm hắn. Ta thấy những người đã từng xuất hiện lại bởi thêm một câu: những gương mặt đã sắp chìm vào dị vãng. Khung hình lại tiếp tục phát lúc cậu ấy đang chiến đấu kịch liệt. Bi Trần thấy khung hình đó liền nói: đúng rồi, nó sắp ra rồi. Bỗng trong khung hình có người gọi tên cậu ấy nói: Jae-hwa nè. Hắn lại nói tiếp: các cậu không biết rồi đây sẽ có chuyện gì đâu. Khung hình hiển thị khuôn mặt của một đơ đội cụ, cô ấy máu dính đầy mặt, tay cầm thanh kiếm đang giơ cao mà quay đầu sang cười nói: đừng có nhìn nhau nữa, lộ mà chiến đấu đi. Bị chen lại nói một câu chuyện đầm nước mắt, khung cảnh lại hiện đến một tầng thử thách nào đó. Lúc này vị đồng đội nữ kia đang nằm thoi thóp ở dưới nền đất. Jae-hoa nâng đầu cô lên mà buồn bã nói: sao Yun mở mắt ra đi, làm ơn đi. Hắn ta xem đến đây liền nói một tương lai vô vọng: xem tới đây ta đã khóc đó. Khung ảnh xuất hiện hình ảnh đồng đội. Nam kia thoi thóp nhưng vẫn gượng cười nói: xin lỗi dì Hoàn. BABZ nhìn cậu ấy đang trầm mặt liền hỏi: thế nào, cậu đã nhớ lại hết chưa? Những buồn vui, giận dữ và thống hận những ngày ấy, ngươi có những cảm xúc vô dụng đó khi đối diện với quá khứ cũng không phải là điều khó hiểu. Ta sẽ bắn cho ngươi một cơ hội mới. Ánh mắt cậu dần trở nên nguy hiểm mà nhìn hắn ta lại lên tiếng nói tiếp: ngươi có thể bắt đầu trò chơi này lại từ đầu. Ha, thế này không phải là quá lời cho ngươi rồi sao? Bị Trent tiền đến quấn quanh bên người cậu. Hắn đưa khuôn mặt đặt lên vai cậu, ánh mắt liếc nhìn, nói: mấy chuyện làm lại cuộc đời này chỉ có trong tiểu thuyết ở thế giới của ngươi thôi. Một tên nhân loại có thể bắt đầu tất cả lại từ đầu mà vẫn giữ được ký ức hiện tại. Bia Jae-hwan trộn mắt kinh ngạc, thầm nghĩ: mấy chuyện làm lại cuộc đời này, đây vẫn chưa phải kết thúc. Sao không phải là mình sẽ được giải cứu được thế giới sau khi leo lên đỉnh tháp sao? Đột nhiên bằng hệ thống hiển ra: xin chúc mừng bạn đã được chọn là người leo tháp để giải cứu thế giới. Bạn có chấp nhận lời triệu hồi không? Bằng hệ thống đưa ra hai lựa chọn: một là đồng ý, hai là từ chối để giải cứu thế giới. Bạn có chấp nhận lời triệu hồi không? Cậu nhìn lên khuôn mặt đang biến dạng của B-Trend như nhận ra điều gì đó mà thầm nghĩ mình đã bị lừa ngay từ đầu. Không có cách nào giúp chúng ta ngăn chặn được các trận pháp địa chấn tháp ca, và cách duy nhất mà ta có thể làm chính là tiếp tục chinh phục tòa tháp. Sự cứu rỗi nhân thế chỉ là hy vọng hão huyền mà thôi. Tê Hoan đột nhiên lên tiếng nói, nhưng ta chắc ngươi biết rõ điều này. Ánh mắt cậu kiên định nhìn hắn ta nói, ta không quay trở lại quá khứ đâu. Bị Trent lay tay che miệng hắn khức lên một tiếng, sau đó lại cười nhắm nhở kẻ kẻ. Giây sau không kiểm soát được bản thân hắn ta cười lớn. Ca ha ha ha, ngươi vẫn còn nói về quá khứ nữa à? Nhìn ánh mắt kiên định của cậu, Bị Trent liền lên tiếng nói tiếp. Vậy thì để ta giúp ngươi hiểu rõ mọi thứ. Không có vật phẩm nào trong tòa tháp hay cả ở vùng đất tuyệt hảo có thể giúp ngươi quay trở về quá khứ. Cả về cơ bản là không tồn tại thủ vật phẩm bá đạo tới mức có thể đưa ngươi về lại quá khứ được cả. Hoàn cầu mày trợn mắt nói, ý ngươi là sao? Chắc chắn là có vật phẩm hồi quy thạch ở trong tháp. Bỗng cầu trộn trừng mắt thẳm nhỏ về lời của băng long. Nếu cuộc chinh phục của ngươi không bị giật mũi bởi quỷ mông thạch thì định mệnh của ngươi đã hoàn toàn khác rồi. Đáng tiếc thật bị. Chen thấy cậu ngơ ngác như vậy. Bị Chen thấy cậu ngơ ngác như vậy, hắn giơ hai tay ra cười nói, để ta giúp ngươi sáng tỏ nhé đấy. Không phải là hồi quy thạch mà đó là quỷ mông thạch. Quỷ mông thạch không đưa người dùng trở về quá khứ mà bọn họ sẽ bị rơi vào vòng lặp trong những giấc mơ do quỷ mông tạo nên. Hắn ta cầm viên quỷ mông thạch màu tím trên tay nói tiếp, ta vẫn không thể tưởng tượng được. Cho tới khi các ngươi leo lên đến tầng 77 rằng trong cuộc leo tháp đó có những người bị ám ảnh với việc quay trở lại quá khứ. Hắn lại nhìn về phía cậu đang trầm mặt nói tiếp, chỉ có nhân loại các ngươi mới bị ám ảnh như vậy thôi. Dê Hoan vẫn cúi đầu cầu bình thản đáp chắc thế đây. Nghe được những lời như thế, Bị Trent liền trống hông dơ tay ra, xuất hiện một bảng hệ thống nói, nhưng mà ngươi vẫn ngấu lắm ngon vậy, giờ chúng ta bắt đầu cuộc chơi thật sự thôi, chứ nhi không phải quay về quá khứ đâu. Ngon vậy, giờ chúng ta bắt đầu cuộc chơi thật sự thôi, chứ nhi không phải quay về quá khứ đâu. Bằng hệ thống xuất hiện trước mắt cậu, hoàn thành hướng dẫn. Chúc mừng bạn đã hoàn thành quá trình hướng dẫn. Bạn có sẵn sàng tiếp tục và tham gia vào trò chơi thật sự không? Bằng hệ thống xuất hiện hai sự lựa chọn, một bên is, một bên no. Hắn ta cho cậu đọc, xong rồi nói tiếp, chỉ là bắt đầu chơi lại trò chơi từ đầu thôi. Ta tin là ngươi sẽ đưa ra một lựa chọn sáng suốt. Dê Hoan không chút do dự mà ấn vào nút nổ. Dưới sự ngỡ ngàng ngơ ngác của Bertrand, cậu ấy liền lên tiếng nói, nhờ ơn ngươi. Cuối cùng ta cũng hiểu tòa tháp là thế nào. Rồi bỗng một bảng hệ thống khác lại xuất hiện sau lưng hắn ta. Trên bảng hệ thống xuất hiện dòng chữ thông tin vật phẩm biệt danh tòa tháp KNH. Chế độ hướng dẫn giải thích cũng được biết tới cái tên thành trì nuối tiếc sản phẩm thứ hai của người sáng tạo. Ra ác mộng kinh hoàng, quy mong mô la vật phẩm sẽ dẫn những người đồng ý triệu hồi tối tòa tháp vào những giấc mộng giả mạo của quỷ mông thông tin vật phẩm. Biệt danh tòa tháp KNH. His eyes were ice cold. I have entered the nightmare dream where the tower was created. He looked up, confused by those words. I have entered the nightmare dream where the tower was created. And if that's the case, his feet touched the surface of the water. Standing on the surface of the sea, he declared, I will hunt you down. He firmly asserted this and moved toward the next door. Jae Hwan, his body battered, stood on the shimmering golden water. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, facing the demon in a combat stance, and said, I will hunt you. With a determined gaze, Jae Hwan drew his sword and continued, moving toward the next floor. Bichan clutched his head and let out a helpless breath. You say, the next floor? There is no such place. This is the final floor of this tower. Jae Hwan looked at him in disbelief. I don't believe your words anymore. Bichan was suddenly attacked and couldn't react in time. Ah, is it because the completion rewards were too few? He laughed and continued. So you plan to follow your vague memories just for the rewards? The demon's head fell at his feet. The wound on Bichan's neck began to converge. Black smoke gathered to slowly restore him. A voice emerged. He raised his hand and the black smoke grew denser. Fine, what item do you want? A hidden item or a hidden skill? I'll give you anything you want. You deserve it, Jae Hwan. He pointed his sword tip at him. I don't need those things. Bichan's face distorted, his mouth full of terrifying sharp fangs as his recovery neared completion. He raised his hand, his tone seductive. Don't you want to return to your previous world? You must have been wary. You must have been wary because you realized the Nightmare Tower is just a dream. But there is no such thing as the tower's shock. The Nightmare Tower, he snapped his fingers, causing the surrounding space to transform into a scene of Jae Hwan's real world. Not understanding, he asked, What? What do you mean? Unfamiliar images appeared around him. People were laughing and talking. "Hey, you're late." Sorry, the traffic was terrible." Jae-hwan was like an invisible man in that world. He heard people passing through him as they chatted. "Did you buy the movie tickets yet?" "Oh, I forgot. Seriously, I'll go buy them now, so hurry up." He was stunned by everything happening before his eyes. What is going on? Suddenly, the environment changed into a shifting place, causing him to close his eyes tightly and steady himself. Confused, he saw himself on a bus. Bichan's joyful laughter rang out. "It seems you've finally understood your situation," Bichan's joyful laughter echoed. Vivid images appeared. An elderly woman commuting to work, a mother holding her child, innocently exploring. The demon's voice lingered. "To think that no one died. Quite a surprise, isn't it?" He sat next to an office worker looking at a phone, stroking his chin as he curiously assessed the situation. "This guy is looking at something very strange." Outwardly, he said, "Your family and your friends. For special ones like you, this must be wonderful news." He stroked his chin, curiously assessing the situation. As if remembering something, he snapped his fingers. "I almost forgot to show you the most important thing. What about the patients? They still haven't regained consciousness." Jae-hwan stood opposite many hospital beds filled with people lying motionless, connected to IV drips to maintain their lives. He walked closer and saw himself lying on a bed with eyes closed. "That's me. Look at you, not a single scratch. Must be surprising, right?" The image gradually faded. Decades have passed here, but in your world it's only been 1 month. Bichan floated in mid-air with his arms crossed. "Furthermore, you will never defeat me. Compared to you who struggled just to finish the tutorial, there is a massive gap between humans and dragons." As if to show a comparison, one side featured Bichan's blade, the other Jae-hwan's. He spoke up, sounding relieved. "That's a relief. If you're a dragon." Jae-hwan's aura shifted. He raised his head high and held his sword proudly. "I've hunted one before." Bichan looked at him sharply. "How insolent." Jae-hwan's eyes flashed. He unleashed his move, swinging his sword forward. The sound of a door opening. Jae-hwan, wounded all over, struggled as he gripped the door with one hand and held glass bottles containing something with the other. He braced himself as he entered. "Jae, I'm back." In the dark room filled with cobwebs, light only shone from a crack in the door, illuminating one area. He called out again. "Jae?" The sound of a hammer striking metal rang out. Jae-hwan, covered in sweat, raised his hammer and struck down. Recalling his one-sided battle with Bichan, it had been 72 days now, including today. "Every day I challenge him without rest. No matter how I attack, it doesn't leave a mark. But I don't die either. I don't know why, but he has no intention of killing me." He reached up to wipe the sweat from his cheek. "That's why, no matter how many days or years it takes..." Bichan bit his nails. "Seriously." He sat on a sofa. Reviewing images of Jae-hwan, he assessed, "I have to suppress my emotions. That guy is a product I intend to sell, a very special product." The sound of his hard nails grating against his fangs. He sat anxiously next to a bucket of popcorn, deep in thought. As a nurturer, this is the first time I've seen something like this. A ruler nurtures and trains a product through 2 stages of refinement so that the product can safely adapt to the great land. The players are seeds in the palms of the rulers. Cultivation. Step 1 is like choosing good seeds in farming. It's the process of finding good products through the tutorial game for the selected products. After that, they are properly nurtured through the main game. The players begin to grow stronger like sprouts starting to flourish. Cultivation. Step 2 is the process of planting the selected seeds by providing water and fertilizer. Bichan narrowed his eyes slightly. But a product like him dares to refuse the next step. Should I just kill him now? But a product like him dares to refuse. If a player dies, their soul in the old world returns and continues as before. If he dies inside the tower, it seems his soul won't disappear. He rested his face in both hands, thinking deeply. But what if his soul is damaged due to the gap between me and him? Bichan. Thinking of the deadly glares from the harvesters makes me shudder. The harvesters won't let this slide. His hands are sweaty with anxiety as he taps his fingers on the armrest. To sell him, I must find a way to nurture him without causing injury. I'm almost a high-ranking demon now, not to mention the debt I owe to the tower. The image of Jae-hwan's steady back standing in the snow appears. He is an extremely special high-end product. Even the gods who never deal with demons have contacted me. Suddenly, a dark, shifting puddle appears. Bichan grits his teeth in anger, using a shield to block Jae-hwan's attack as a sword thrusts forward. Damn it, what do you want? You must have a reason for doing this. But facing the blade, he asks, "Aren't you tired?" His face shows annoyance as he grumbles while blocking a continuous storm of attacks. If you start the main game as they say in your world, it'll be a win-win for both sides. So why won't you agree? He snaps his fingers and sighs. Next, he turns serious as a streak of light flies up. It is a massive wall in front of him, towering high. Golden eyes flash behind him, causing him to be startled. Jae-hwan quickly grips his sword. He spins around to attack. A loud sound erupts as the ground shatters. His neck is gripped tightly. His head bleeds and a mouthful of blood spills from his mouth. He is stunned to see an angry Bichan clutching his throat, screaming, "Answer me, what do you want? I told you I'd give you hidden skills and items, so why are you still playing this useless game?" Jae-hwan stubbornly says, "I will kill you, and go to the next floor." Hearing this, he is so furious he wants to explode and strangle him, but he can't, so he yells, "Again? What do I have to do to get you to play the main game?" He thinks to himself, "I've got him. Just endure until he loses his patience." It's worth it. He blurts out, "I want to ask one thing." Bichan clasps his hands and rests his face on them, his deep gaze saying, "Jae-hwan, don't be surprised. Actually, your universe is made of more than one dimension." He responds indifferently, "I know. That's basic knowledge." His eyes widen in disbelief. "Really? Are you a science major?" He explains, "Parallel universe theory, multiverse theory, those exist on Earth too." Bichan conjures an image of an island floating in infinite space, connecting energy sources to surrounding planets to illustrate. Let me explain more clearly. This universe is formed by a main space called the Great Land, and countless fields radiate from it like tree branches. An image of Earth appears, surrounded and connected by hazy light streams. Earth is a tiny planet in one of the spaces scattered beside countless fields. We call Earth World 294. He watches the hazy images intently while listening to the explanation. And in this nightmare tower, walkers receive skills and items, as well as stat boosts, to adapt to the Great Land's system. In Bichan's hand is an image of a planet being invaded by the tower's roots. You've received the chance to go to a new world. A dark shadow rises from his head, thousands of eyes from different monsters connecting to his smug face. He toys with the invaded planet. It looks truly eerie. And demons like me serve as supporters for those games. Jae-hwan clenches his fist and asks, "Why? Why do you do things like this?" His sharp fangs lift. "I don't think that's what you really want to know." Suddenly, he snaps his fingers. A gloomy space appears, surrounded by a bright red sky. There is a skyscraper-tall tower surrounded by ruined houses and debris. He casually puts a hand in his pocket and continues explaining, "In the countless fields out there, why the Nightmare Tower appeared in your world. That's what you really want to know, right?" But before his increasingly sharp gaze, the words continue. "Why you? Why does humanity have such a fate?" Bichan laughs arrogantly, looking down from above. "Was it just a coincidence that your world was chosen?" He looks at a tattered teddy bear lying in a corner at his feet. It has the words, "Happy Birthday" on it. He interrupts him. "Wait," he asks seriously, "what I'm asking is why you operate something like the Nightmare Tower." He hears this and is taken by surprise, unconsciously twitching his mouth. He continues, "What reward do you get for doing this?" Bichan scratches his head in confusion, looking at the sky to explain, "Oh, it's just a type of volunteer activity. He sweats and forces a smile to justify himself, but his shoulder begins to show signs of vanishing. I can tell by your eyes you don't believe me, but we demons love volunteering. He watches him as he speaks, his shoulder fading. There's even a demon on another planet who likes to care for walkers who gave up. It's called Paradise, where humans, monsters, and demons live in peace. Those vanishing sparks begin to gather, forming words. The king has sent you a message. Nurture the product. Then a message appears above Bichan's head. The king has sent you a message. Nurture the product for harvest. Do not kill him. Your debt cannot be delayed further. He seems not to notice, still explaining with a distorted face. Now do you believe me? Jae-hwan looks intently and thinks, what nonsense. The system panel displays. User, Jae-hwan, level 100, max. Title, Old Nightmare of the 99th Floor. Job, Swordsman. Special ability, Old Battle Spirit. Status, Strength 100, max. Agility 100, max. Stamina 100, max. Willpower 100, max. Magic 100, max. In a frozen mountain area covered in ice, Jae-hwan, dressed in black, chooses a coat and sits in a corner, setting his sword aside to view his status panel. He drinks a red fluid and sits with his eyes closed, reflecting. I have no more skills left to level up. Recalling the fight with Bichan, he held his sword and used all his strength to slice his head in half. But I still couldn't defeat him. Jae-hwan lies back on the pure white snow. Above his head is the long trail of blood he left while walking here. Jae-hwan looked up at the sky and thought, will humanity really be wiped out? He flicked his teeth. Perhaps the system of this world. Suddenly, Jae-hwan's body felt an intense sensation. He sat up abruptly and placed his hand on his chest in confusion. Huh? I'm certain that right now this feeling is very strange. Jae-hwan's eyes widened in shock. The frozen mountains before him shimmered with golden light, slowly dispersing into brilliant golden specks. Is it a hallucination? Jae-hwan reached out to touch those glowing specks. He clenched his hand, making them dissolve into tiny dust particles that scattered and then gathered into another cluster. More and more of them flew up. These were very small molecular particles that formed the shape of a sugar cube, and each time they changed, they formed a different shape. These molecular particles were the core of this world. In his eyes, everything was the light of those glittering golden grains. Instinctively, he understood what they were, regardless of their form. A line of text appeared. The king will nurture and accept to provide for you. Jae-hwan narrowed his eyes and looked at Bichan. So volunteer work, huh? What do you mean by king? Is he a king? The demon put his hands on his hips and said, Oh, so you're finally interested, are you? Images of giant monsters appeared, each unique yet identical in their hideousness and glowing eyes. They toyed with humans in their palms, different players being erased. Among them was a knight holding a double-edged axe, clad in iron armor and a traditional red cloak. But standing in the monster's palm, he looked completely non-threatening. The kings are the audience of the Great Land. Usually those who complete this game will go to the Great Land and receive power support from the kings. Jae-hwan questioned, Power support? Bichan bared his sharp teeth and replied, Exactly. Depending on which king you choose, your future will change. He suddenly leaned in close, draped an arm over him, and held up a piece of paper while wearing a gold crown. Smugly, he raised an eyebrow and said, If you do as I say, I, Bichan, will swear by my honor and use all my power to help Jae-hwan serve under a great king. His long black fingernails poked at Jae-hwan's face. Of course, this only takes effect if you agree to participate in the main game until the end. Jae-hwan looked at the demon, who was now wearing glasses and a suit, hands clasped over a red folder with a deceitful face, and judged him. You talk exactly like an insurance salesman. He replied, What, me? Not a chance. The words began to dissolve. I understand. I'll do as you say, Jae-hwan declared powerfully. Exactly 10 days from now, I will leave this place. 9 days later, Jae-hwan was training frantically. He used his sword to slash training dummies, which fell scattered across the ground. Bichan sat leaning back on his familiar sofa. Watching what Jae-hwan was doing, he laughed. Damn it, he does that same thing all day long. That attention-seeking bastard. He grimaced, interlacing his fingers under his chin. Sweating and deep in thought, he said, Fine. I just need to be a little more patient because we're almost finished. I bought this piece of trash tower because I was scammed by those bastards. Bichan, boiling with rage, gritted his teeth and grimaced, punching the armrest repeatedly to vent. That's right. It's all because of those damn scammers. An ugly monster wearing a red cloak and 2 golden bells around his neck stood at a stall. He placed an ancient Western-style tower on a red cushion, vigorously hawking it. This high-end tower is a real bargain. Rumor has it that it was built by a great master. It's an early ancient tower of unguessable age. Bichan collapsed. But I don't think I'm just a product anymore. The image of the demon in a pink apron happily using the tower as if baking a cake. I'll just kick everyone out if you can't leave. Please give me back the reject button. If it were a 3rd-generation tower, it would have a function to forcibly terminate the tutorial without harming the rewards. But I can't end the game without a reward agreement because of this dilapidated 1st-generation tower. Bichan was horrified, his eyes wide open. Bitterly, he used both hands to pull down his lower eyelids with an expression of disbelief and screamed, No, I don't want it! I'll fight you! Jae-hwan seriously clicked reject. Bichan slumped like a corpse on the sofa, crying without tears. So what can I do now? Being poor is such a crime. But since it still works okay, I just keep using it forever. Bichan let out a sigh of relief. But this will end tomorrow. System windows continuously popped up with great tips must read before the main game starts. 4. What is the phantom tree? After you pass through the roots of the phantom tree. Structure of the phantom tree. Items from the phantom tree. Summary of the Great Land. Increasing the adaptation rate to become an adapter. Attractive places to visit even if you might die. 1. 2. Areas of the Great Land. Who are the kings of the Great Land? 100. 1. Reasons to go to the Great Land. New notification. The game administrator is attempting to end the tutorial. You will return to World 294 and can participate in the main game without any memories. Do you accept the administrator's offer? Yes/no. New notification. Bichan made a welcoming gesture with a deceitful face and said, Have you memorized all the documents I gave you? Jae-hwan looked at the system panel and answered, Yes, thank you. The demon urged him to make a choice. All right, then click yes. All right, then click yes. Bichan acted touched, raising a hand to his face to wipe a dry eye. I've waited for this day for so long. It's so moving that I can finally start. Before he could finish his sentence, Bichan took a blow to the face. His feet didn't budge. He stood as firm as ever. He said, Jae-hwan, well, what are you doing now? The blade pierced through his body as if it were nothing. Jae-hwan used his other hand to grip the hilt. You should know just by looking. With a determined expression, he held his sword before his chest. Then he attacked the demon again without any hesitation. From now on, I will hunt you. Those light particles suddenly flared up around Jae-hwan. After I started seeing those light particles, my stabbing motions became unstable, and every time I stabbed, I felt a strangely discordant sensation. Bichan transformed his arm to become giant, appearing in front of Jae-hwan. He grabbed him. It was as if some sensation inside me had been awakened. In the pitch-black night where nothing could be seen, it was as if some sensation inside me had been awakened. Another brilliant point of light appeared. Jae-hwan knocked Bichan back before he could be seized. He was stunned. Is this the feeling of being alive? Magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Giant tentacles erupted rapidly from the ground in front of the demon. The ground cracked and dust flew everywhere. Plant growth. Floor 91, black iron wood. Bichan's arm began to recover. This is the first time I've met someone like you. It would have been better for both of us if you had just listened obediently. He showed a look of interest and said, Don't you think so? Giant tentacles tightly coiled around Jae-hwan, making him unable to move. What do you plan to do? Bichan looked at his nearly recovered body and answered nonchalantly, In the end, if you don't get my consent, you won't be able to finish this game. In the end, if you don't get my consent, you won't be able to finish this game. He smirked, looking at his hand which was almost fully recovered. That's right. To be honest, I gave up on getting your consent a long time ago. This time, I'm going to ask you one thing. Jae-hwan was momentarily stunned when he heard him ask, Why did you think this tutorial would continue forever? This nightmare tower is programmed to automatically end the game 100 days after the tower is conquered. Jae-hwan looked on in disbelief. Bichan turned his back to Jae-hwan and continued. So Jae-hwan, all you need to do is stand still there and wait quietly to join the main game. Jae-hwan moved his hand and gripped his sword tightly. The demon Bichan. In the Great Land, you're called the Master of Manipulation, right? Bichan's eyes widened in shock. Jae-hwan continued to speak while bound in midair. You've lived for 784 years and traveled through a total of 128 worlds. You've always continued your disgusting nurturing with the races of those worlds. Bichan looked up at him and asked, How did you? Jae-hwan interrupted him. You want to hand me over to a harvester called the Dark King, don't you? The golden light particles gradually gathered. Faint, distorted text appeared. Bichan, bewildered, questioned, Who are you? You're asking who I am? Finally, the golden words clearly revealed the content. Dark King, the first nurturing session will end if you allow the nurturing to continue until the very end. Jae-hwan looked down with contempt. I am the product you've been nurturing for decades, but I don't think I'm just a product anymore. His entire body emitted a blinding light. A massive power erupted, causing everything around to collapse. From the thick cloud of dust, 2 slashes in the shape of a cross flew out. Jae-hwan rushed forward like a lightning bolt, sword in hand. He slashed at Bichan, who looked on in panic. Bichan counterattacked with 3 cutting blades. Bichan counterattacked with 3 cutting blades, resisting the incoming sword path. Bichan clutched his wounded forearm, his fingers digging into the wound, in disbelief that he was slashed deeply enough to reveal blue flesh inside. No way! How can this be? In disbelief that he was slashed deeply enough to reveal blue flesh inside, he was both shocked and terrified, as if discovering something. Could it be? Jae-hwan held another sword different in shape from the previous one. Around him were tentacles slashed into pieces, scattered all over the ground. Super adaptation. Around him were tentacles slashed into pieces, scattered all over the ground. Jae-hwan's eyes were sharp and cold. Around him were flows of golden light formed from sand particles. He recalled the images of himself he had discovered earlier after first setting foot on the 100th floor. I doubted once more whether this tower was also part of the nightmare. Jae-hwan was stunned by the different images before him of the times he had struggled. And once again, perhaps this guy can't kill me. While he lay on the snow, he thought, and I doubted even more. Can humans have no value other than these stats? The essence of this world will shatter. While he was tightly bound by tentacles, it was whispering in his ear. Golden lines of text appeared. Sent to the Dark Monarch. The first sowing phase will soon end if you leave the sowing to me until the end. Jae-hwan attacked with his sword. And after countless doubts, I have nothing left to doubt. The shocking sword thrust was almost a vortex of interlocking cuts. I have mastered the sword thrust technique. Bichan struggled to use rocks to block the spiraling sword path. Sweat poured from him continuously. Bichan opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and shouted, Link! A system line appeared, temporarily pushing synchronization limits. Bichan transformed into a larger, more ferocious form. He lunged with long, sharp claws. I won't go easy on you anymore, so give up! Jae-hwan gritted his teeth and used his sword to block, but a cut grazed his face, spraying blood. Reaching the second level of adaptation when you've only just finished the tutorial game. You have extraordinary talent, but you're still just a mortal. Claws cut into flesh, red blood splattered. Bichan attacked frantically. Jae-hwan was covered in blood from his wounds. You can't defeat me, Bichan. Is this how it all ends? Jae-hwan's hand was soaked in his own bright red blood as he touched the hilt, then gripped it tightly. The long list of stats increased to a terrifying height. Bichan stomped his foot to gain momentum for a leap. He lunged in a relentless attack. Jae-hwan fought back with all his might, while his stats soared dizzyingly. 9.99, 9.99, 9.999. The two clashed fiercely. Bichan growled, "At all costs, you must participate in the main game." 9.99, 9.99, 9.999. The two clashed fiercely. Doing this to me will only lead to defeat. 100.00, 100.00, 100.000. A spark appeared in Jae-hwan's eyes. Both of his hands held two different swords. He backed away to avoid the attack. An old image flashed. A faint white streak of light wound like silk around a blood-stained stone pillar. Those lights appeared from a gas monster back then. Thus, Jae-hwan rushed forward to attack with that new sword. He is fast as lightning, catching Bichan by surprise. What? He seems to be forced into a weak position, gritting his teeth in confusion. Oh, this isn't anything like adaptation. How can this be? The sword strike carrying golden lightning brushes past Bichan's head. His face freezes in disbelief. The golden connection line is severed. Bichan panics. The power source is cut off. Jae-hwan's sword strikes land all over Bichan's body. He points the tip of his sword down. I'll only say this once. An awakening? Jae-hwan's face and arms are covered in blood and torn flesh, looking terrifying. Humans are not a species that you can just buy and sell. Don't go reducing humans to damn numbers to be measured and calculated, because we are not products for you to label and price. Bichan returns to his small original form, lying on the ground. Jae-hwan presses his sword tip against his head. From now on, I refuse to follow the script you have arranged. He looks up. I will shatter this place and move on to the next floor. Above, like transparent glass being shattered by him. Little Bichan lies on the ground watching him. I will climb to a higher floor, and just like that, I will see the end. One side of Jae-hwan's face has a massive cut, bleeding incessantly, but he seems to feel no pain. The sky above has a large hole, with fragments falling from the damned world they created. Jae-hwan's system status panel is full of mysterious, indefinable question marks. The crack expands further. Bichan lies there, head bowed to the ground, begging, "No, please! Please stop!" Above that crack is a hollow void. There is no such thing as a next floor. Jae-hwan stands still in a sword-pointing stance and retorts, "No next floor?" Bichan is stunned. I wasn't being unreasonably stubborn by staying here. Floor 78. Jae-hwan discovered some strange characters on the wall. At floor 66, he found a large stone pillar full of those characters, scribbled carvings left behind. Throughout the process of climbing the tower, floor 47 appeared on a cliffside. So in the end, the Nightmare Tower is nothing more than an imitation of the original Nightmare Tower located on the Tree of Imagery. What makes me feel like an artist experiencing suffering? Jae-hwan reaches out to touch it. At the top of the Tree of Imagery. These engravings were scribbled by Mulak, the one who created the Nightmare Tower. The lines on the system panel. Name, Nightmare Tower. Tutorial game. Description, also known as the Citadel of Regret. The second work of the dark architect, Mulak. Jae-hwan raises that sharp sword. Do you know how to make this place the root of the Tree of Imagery? If there are roots, there should be a trunk too. Bichan asks as if he doesn't understand. What are you planning to do? Jae-hwan looks upward. If I destroy the ceiling of this floor, Jae-hwan activates his power. He thrusts his sword straight up at the ceiling. Bichan screams in terror, "Ah, no, my tower!" Rocks fall continuously in a massive heap. System calculating tutorial game ending process. Calculating. An unforeseen error has occurred during calculation. Calculation failed. Searching for remaining travelers inside the Nightmare Tower. Searching. No travelers are currently in the Nightmare Tower. Completion failed. The tutorial game system has completely ended. A lush, primeval forest appears. Jae-hwan reaches up to wipe the sweat streaming down his face. He discovers a trail of footprints left along the path. Finally found it. The sound of a giant creature's footsteps. It looks like a wolf with sharp teeth, and on its head is a long, sharp, crescent-shaped horn. Its saliva drips onto the ground. Jae-hwan rests his sword on his shoulder, standing there as they surround him. One gains momentum and lunges, baring its fangs to attack. As soon as it lunges, Jae-hwan uses a sword strike to slash its stomach. Slash! He turns his face to look at the side of the monster. The monster falls to the ground with a thud. Falling to the ground with a thud, it lies there baring its fangs, eyes wide, still alive. It seems the slash wasn't strong enough to finish this one off. Jae-hwan grips his sword tightly. Strong. Here, slash! Another attack slices the monster apart. Light specks appear from the monster's horn. Jae-hwan pulls out its horn. Before the monster corpses, Jae-hwan collects some of their horns and carries them on his back. He senses movement. Monsters that look like some kind of insect with human shapes. They have 2 long antennae on their heads and wear white cloth garments. They scream, "You mortal, how dare you!" One opens its mouth full of sharp fangs and points at Jae-hwan. 5 horns! Jae-hwan's eyes light up. I can't even understand what they're saying. Despite having the analysis and appraisal skills, Jae-hwan points to the pile of horns on his back. Horns, do they want these? Fine, let's make a deal. I'll give you these, and you tell me where this is. Before he finishes his sentence, one of them lifts its leg. He lunges and attacks with his hand, leaving a long slash. Jae-hwan leans back to dodge. Looking at this, he leans further to avoid the bearded insect. If you do that again, I will kill you. Jae-hwan scoffs and blocks the attack with his sword. Die! After killing all those monsters, their blue and green flesh and parts are scattered across the ground. Jae-hwan sits down to examine them. He pins his sword near the neck of a barely breathing survivor and asks, "Hey, answer me. Where are we? How could a mortal—" Jae-hwan grabs the 2 antennae on its head and pulls. The creature cries out in pain with tears in its eyes. Jae-hwan continues to ask, "Speak a language I can understand." The creature glares. "Human, I will definitely kill you." Then he bites his tongue and blood spurts out. Jae-hwan holds the 2 severed antennae in surprise. This bastard bit his own tongue. I thought they were weak, but their willpower is stronger than I imagined. He looks at the 2 antennae in his hand. Jae-hwan mounds some dirt and sticks the 2 antennae into it like a strange, absurd grave. Jae-hwan searches the monster's corpses. I couldn't get any information at all. Are there any useful items? Suddenly, information pops up. Small spatial bag. Uses multi-dimensional space to store a large number of tools. Provides 2 cubic meters of storage. Jae-hwan picks up a cloth bag. Seems like an item that works as an inventory. This is great since I can't use the interface system after leaving the Nightmare Tower. Thinking about not being able to use the appraisal function, Jae-hwan irritably thinks of a certain island with green mountains and beautiful scenery. Even though I thought I'd be able to use the interface system of an alternate world variant, like the all-powerful land. That damn scammer lion! A pile of spirit stones of various shapes and colors is scattered at his feet. Luckily, I can use analysis/appraisal to look up information on the tools. Spirit Enhancement Stone. Capable of forcibly increasing a certain amount of mental energy for an adapter. Jae-hwan picks up a small white spirit stone the size of a fingertip. Despite different colors, they all have this kind of stone. Are they gemstone crafters? Jae-hwan puts the items into the bag. Whatever the case, these things are valuable. He rubs his neck, looking at the pile of items. There are too many to carry them all. Do I have to throw some away? Suddenly, the hilt of the sword at his side vibrates. Jae-hwan picks it up to check. The hilt is vibrating violently. Suddenly, to his amazement, the sword opens its mouth toward the pile of items. The clouds in the sky drift past for a while. Jae-hwan rests his chin in his hand, thinking, is this stuff any good? Jae-hwan glances over the items. Necklaces, metal fragments all over the ground, until he sees a scroll. Nothing usable here. Is this a map? Opening the map. Great Tree of Nightmare, Chaos. Various locations and city icons are scattered. In the middle is the image of a tree. Each place has notes in strange characters. Chaos. Jae-hwan grips the map tightly. This is a location not included in the information that damn demon gave me. A place with a lush, massive, and primeval forest. Wolf-like monsters appear. The sound of footsteps. A group of people is running in a hurry. Leading them is a girl dressed in all black, wearing a tight, short skirt and high-heeled boots. Her prominent red hair flows freely, and she has an arrogant face. She smirks and glances behind her. Suddenly, a throwing knife flies out and hits someone. The red-haired girl panics, acting as if it were unintentional. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I meant to throw it in another direction. My fault." A man with red dreadlocks and dark skin looks grim, forcing a smile. He grips the knife and pulls it out. "It's fine," the rugged man says through gritted teeth. He is so angry the veins on his face bulge. "Since you're pretty, I'll overlook it this once. How bad is her knife throwing that she hit my knee, damn it?" "Oh dear, I'm sorry." "What are you apologizing for now, damn it?" Everyone is startled by a strong tremor. "Wait, over there!" A creature with two horns appears. "A two-horned monster! She's messed with a two-horned monster!" The red-haired girl is being chased by a gray, wolf-like monster with two long white horns. She shows no fear as she runs away. People scream, "Don't run toward us!" Looking down from above, one person being chased by a monster runs toward four others. "Damn it, everyone group up!" Jae-hwan stands on the cliff looking down. The woman seems to be the strongest among them. Are they at odds with each other? Though they'll die if this keeps up. He looks suspicious. How could they have passed the Nightmare Tower with their skill levels? The rugged man immediately activates a skill. Red flames appear from his hands, surrounding his weapon. "Teko Kaji, Breath of the Demon King, I'll lend a hand too." Suddenly, the man with dreadlocks takes a blow to the face while off guard. The girl, with one hand on her hip and the other holding a short knife, laughs it off. "I'm sorry." The rugged man is angry enough to swear. She raises a hand to her face, mockingly stroking her chin. "You're so rude. I was just trying to help you." The monster opens its mouth to attack, coming very close to the rugged man. "You're a huge help!" The others shout. "Hey, watch your front!" In an instant, Jae-hwan disappears from the cliffside. He unleashes a move on the monster's head, forcing its toothy mouth shut so it bites itself, blood splattering everywhere. Slash! The monster's blood spurts all over the rugged man's face, leaving him in shock. In the swirling dust, there is the silhouette of a man. Jae-hwan holds his sword. The sword is lifted. He appears holding a strange, massive sword standing on top of the monster's corpse. He looked down and heard them ask, "Who are you?" The group walked through the forest. "But is it really okay? Can our party take the carcass of the two-horned monster? You know it's a two-horned beast." The red-haired girl bit her nail in thought. Yeah. Oh, by the way, are those horns important?" "Of course. A two-horned monster requires at least 10 people to take down." Jae-hwan thought to himself that the monster he killed with a strong slash had 5 horns, so he figured more horns meant more power. The red-haired girl bit her nail anxiously and came to a halt. "Hey, you! Who are you?" Jae-hwan tilted his head and looked at her without answering. The girl continued to question him. "There isn't an adapter in Chaos strong enough to kill a two-horned monster with a single simple attack. Where on earth did you come from?" Jae-hwan turned his head back. He whispered, "Chaos." He stepped closer, looked her straight in the eye, and asked, "What is chaos?" The girl's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Sunlight filtered through the primeval forest as a voice echoed. "Hey, you said your name is Jae-hwan, right?" The rugged, dark-skinned man asked while walking. "And you're just a passerby?" Jae-hwan answered briefly, "Yeah." The man looked at him in surprise. "And you can't speak the language of this place?" Jae-hwan answered coldly, "No." The man with dreadlocks looked extremely suspicious. "That is very strange." "Language barriers are actually very rare in this place. Are you really okay with that? Can our party take the two-horned monster's carcass?" "Yeah." The girl looked thoughtfully at Jae-hwan walking ahead. Suspicion filled her mind. "The guy says he's just a passerby. She recalled the image of Jae-hwan killing the two-horned monster like that, without even using a skill. Information appeared. You have failed to use the skill. The girl repeatedly tried to activate her skill, causing the notification to ping constantly. Purple energy surrounded her hands. Even my thorough investigation skill isn't working. Her skill energy enveloped Jae-hwan. Information appeared, unable to investigate. Even though his willpower seemed to be at the level of a non-adapter. What kind of monster is he? She stepped closer to Jae-hwan and said, I have a question for you. She looked at him and continued. The number of adapters in Chaos who can kill a two-horned monster with one hit can be counted on one hand. Tell me, who are you? Where are you from? Jae-hwan glanced back and said, Chaos, what is chaos? The girl bristled with anger. Are you kidding me? Jae-hwan replied calmly, No. Then why are you asking that? She rubbed her chin and asked condescendingly, Is it because you don't understand what I'm saying? Is asking about your identity too difficult for you to grasp? Jae-hwan said, I understand what you mean. Who am I? He thought back to his childhood and high school. University was just where I belonged. All the relationships I had on Earth became meaningless the moment I stepped into the tower. Images of old teammates and friends. In exchange, I gained new comrades and memories. The face of a beautiful girl flashed for a second. But when the tutorial ended, they all vanished as if they were an illusion. Fragments of his memories overlapped between reality and the tower. Though his comrades who fought beside him were surely somewhere on Earth, the reward was that only he kept the memories. While he started over, they would not remember him or what they experienced in the tower. Jae-hwan said, I don't remember anything. The red-haired girl acted as if she had a realization. Oh, I see. Amnesia! Then she snapped and yelled at him. Did you think I'd say that like an idiot? It's useless even if you say you have amnesia in that serious tone. Jae-hwan countered, I never said I had amnesia. Is there a difference? Are you some high being from purgatory or something? Jae-hwan felt helpless. What the hell? I've caught you, so stop whining. Suddenly, the sword hilt at Jae-hwan's side reacted again. He drew it. The sword opened its sharp mouth. With his other hand, he reached into the spatial bag to grab something. The girl was shocked. A spirit weapon! Jae-hwan took out some weapon remnants and metal scraps to feed the sword. Right, it's not that he's strong, it's because he has a powerful weapon. More importantly, a spirit weapon was right before her eyes. The others stared at the sword. Is that a spirit weapon? That guy is using his swords as food. How clumsy. The hungry eyes aimed at the sword were obvious. Jae-hwan calmly fed the sword. If you're satisfied, get back inside. The girl recalled the monster killing from before. She thought a man like him might ruin her mission. I could have finished this mission easily. Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. She put her hand to her chin and closed her eyes as if giving up. Fine. I won't ask who you are anymore. In exchange, I want to make you a proposal. She looked at him provocatively. Do you want to hear it? A black monster with sharp teeth appeared. A fierce-looking red-colored fox, and people with aggressive, ill-intentioned, and greedy faces. This woman, who calls herself Mino, gave a simple explanation of chaos. We moved on to talking about the party. They were a group of ruthless thugs belonging to a guild called the Red-Colored Fox. Jae-hwan glanced at the group chatting over there. So she's asking me to kill them? Seeing him glancing, she said, Yeah, you'll understand soon enough. They'll definitely shadow you. Don't stare at them too much. Night fell. The rugged man said, It's getting darker, so it's best we sleep here. Traveling in the dark is dangerous because we might provoke the horned monsters. One man sat in a tree on night watch. The rest sat around the campfire. Jae-hwan lay at the base of a tree. According to the map, the village is nearby. Still, he raised his hand to touch the golden specks of light. He crushed them into dust. Several Stage 2 adapters huddled together, whispering among themselves. Hey, Captain, that guy's spirit power is only at the level of a non-adapter. His spirit power is even lower than mine. You saw it too, right? I knew it, thinking back to when he killed that two-horned monster. He could only kill it because of his spirit weapon. That must be it. A giant tree that gathers spirit energy in every cell. Yeah, from what I know, a spirit weapon is an artifact that can only be obtained in purgatory. Are you talking about the branch of the great tree of imagery? That purgatory? Jae-hwan gripped his sword hilt, alert. It seems they really intend to do something evil. They'd be shocked if they knew I got this from the roots of the great tree of imagery. Based on what that damn demon said, the tower's equipment isn't that impressive considering who's behind it. Jae-hwan was deep in thought, but the surroundings remained peaceful. I don't think this place is the all-powerful land. The sound of rapid footsteps in the night. The leaves swirled as the air vibrated with suppressed sound. They had begun to move. Mino poked her head out from the bushes and found Jae-hwan lying leisurely. "What are you doing? They're coming for you." She grabbed his clothes and pulled him up, saying urgently, "You have that sword that eats weapons, right? Use it to get rid of them." Jae-hwan turned and countered, "I don't have it. I lent it to someone else. He wanted to look it over during his watch." Mino used all her strength to pull him up. "You lent your spirit weapon for such a stupid reason? No matter how unaware of danger you are, there has to be a limit." The group appeared, surrounding Mino and Jae-hwan. The captain laughed mockingly. "You stupid brat, I'll make good use of your weapon. Whatever weapon you use, it'll be useless while we, the red-colored fox, are here. Did you call us here just for these two? I want to eliminate them quickly so we can head back sooner." Mino gritted her teeth. "You bastards, you want to see blood, huh?" She activated a skill. Jae-hwan watched with interest. Finally, her real ability. The captain shouted, "Kill them both!" The subordinates lunged to attack. Mino threw a volley of daggers, striking two of them directly in the head. She used a kick to send the axe-wielding man flying. Mino drew a knife and threw it straight ahead. The dagger pierced the man's forehead. His eyes rolled back as he fell dead. Mino landed lightly beside Jae-hwan and smiled. "Sorry, I was a bit too rough." Multiple flying knives controlled by her floated around her body, waiting to strike. "From this moment on, all of you will taste hell!" All the knives followed Mino's command and flew straight at the opponents. Everything happened in an instant. The small knives flew like rain and took down the dreadlocked brute's minions. They collapsed like felled banana trees and logged out immediately. The survivors gnashed their teeth in anger, but they seemed to hesitate. Mino faced the brute. After dodging an attack, he glared at her. "I had a feeling when you brought us here," he said to Mino. "But you really are a cruel witch." But she didn't seem to listen, using her hands to control the small daggers. She smiled provocatively, her bright red hair floating in the air like flickering flames. The brute's eyes rolled with rage, his gaze so fierce it seemed he could fire lasers. He ground his teeth, his fury apparent in every word. "Who asked for the help of the black base?" Mino flashed a bright smile, raising her arm as magical lights surrounded it. She gave a provocative laugh. "Does that really matter?" But almost immediately, she waved her hand to control a second wave of daggers. Each blade flew toward the brute like an arrow. Mino looked focused and intent. "You've killed so many non-adapters who knew nothing. I'm sure many in Chaos want you dead." But the dark-skinned brute didn't seem threatened. Instead, he bared his teeth in a savage grin. With a single swing of his hand, armed with claws as sharp as a wolf's, he shattered Mino's daggers. He laughed, "Ha ha ha ha! There's no way the black base would act just for those losers." With another quick, powerful strike, Mino's remaining small blades immediately broke into pieces. With the wild eyes of a beast, the brute bared his teeth, firmly gripping a sword. To him, the spirit weapon in his hand was the source of his power. He spoke, "So you must have taken a personal request. In that case, you'll die here, cruel witch." Mino remained unusually calm, her eyes never leaving him. She watched him intently as if observing prey. Mino looked at him and said, "You want to face me with just one spirit weapon?" The red-haired brute seemed overly confident, maintaining his savage gaze and grin. "Heh heh heh, I've already prepared countermeasures." Mino didn't lose sight of her target. Her gaze remained fixed on the group. She thought to herself, They've reached at least the first stage of the adapter realm. The minions in the red-haired brutes group gathered around where Mino stood, looking at her with eerie smiles. Looking at the crowd surrounding her, Mino estimated there were 30 or 40 of them. The red-haired man's subordinates surrounded her, posturing to intimidate her. Around them were hundreds of glowing, multicolored eyes. It wasn't just the ones in plain sight. Some of the brute's men were hiding in the shadows, waiting to pounce on those who opposed them. But this didn't escape Mino's notice. She scanned the area and soon realized, I thought I sensed the presence of many others. The ones in the open stood around their leader with sinister smirks and wicked laughs. One said while laughing, Did you think I'd start a battle without this much manpower? Another added, To face a witch of the Black Base and a man who killed a two-horned monster in one hit? A sudden voice caught Jae-hwan's attention. From the start, he hadn't intended to get involved in this fight, staying on the sidelines. But no matter how indifferent he was, he couldn't help but notice the voice. He raised an eyebrow to see who was speaking. The voice said, If I'd known getting a spirit weapon would be this easy, then I wouldn't have gone as far as calling the guildmaster. Immediately following those words, a mutant appeared. He was as large as a mountain with a bizarre face and a long tongue flickering like a snake's. His hands were like gauntlets with terrifying claws, a true challenge for fighters like Mino or Jae-hwan. Then, as quickly as he appeared, the mutant landed safely with a single swing. After the initial shock, Mino regained her composure. She spoke, Black Fox, so you're here too? You must be quite free lately. With teeth as sharp as a wild beast's and a long tongue constantly flicking in his mouth, the mutant looked like a half-evolved monster. Suddenly he spoke. Consider this an honor, cruel witch. Indeed, it was him, the Black Fox, Kalin, the guild master of the red-colored fox, who had reached the third stage of adaptation. The Black Fox's eyes shone like headlights. His fur was as prickly as a porcupine's, but his tail was like a fox's. He looked incredibly deformed, as if pieced together from various parts. He continued to flick his tongue and said, More than half of the guild's manpower has gathered to hunt you down. The other mutants stared at Mino. Backed by their boss, they were all ready to charge at his signal. But that didn't seem to make Mino flinch. With eyes sharp as knives and a calm, inscrutable expression, she slowly spoke. It's quite an honor. Her tone remained full of provocation. Since you have plenty of free time anyway, wait for me a moment. But internally, she couldn't help but think, I'm not sure I can beat him one-on-one since he's an adapter who has reached the third stage. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Hey, Amnesia! I mean, powerhouse of the purgatory realm! The words seemed to snap Jae-hwan awake as he surveyed his surroundings. The voice continued, I'm sorry. As red-haired Mino spoke up, I wish I didn't have to say this. Today, the sky was clear, and light beams descended from above, fluttering like tiny snowflakes. She continued, But I won't be able to protect you. Then she suddenly threw a small object at him and said, So take this and run. By reflex, he caught the object neatly in his palm. As soon as he held what Mino had thrown, he felt it was quite familiar. He thought to himself, A nightmare stone? But when he opened his palm to see what Mino had thrown him, he felt a bit puzzled. He asked, What is this? Mino answered him, It's a regression stone. When you use it, you can escape to the nearest castle. Mino turned her back to him, ready to face those in front of her, but she didn't forget to say, Since it's the only one I have, you should use it. Jae-hwan just stared at the stone intently without saying another word. The stone was reflecting the sunlight from above his head. Jae-hwan thought it wasn't the kind of stone that returns one to the past, but he still gripped it respectfully in his hand. He thought further, it's something that can save someone in the present if the past of Jae. The stone was reflecting the sunlight. Hwan, like a slow-motion film, replayed in his mind. He remembered that time. Instead of it being a useless stone, he gripped the stone tightly in his hand. He couldn't help but think of his friend. He thought to himself, what would happen if I could have given this stone to Young Hwan? He spoke as if the words weren't his own, because his mind was still somewhere in the past. He whispered, if there were a way to go back to the past, would you go back? But Mino perhaps didn't understand Jae-hwan's mood. She glanced at him and said in a harsh tone, do you really have to ask a question like that at a time like this? Of course I wouldn't do that. Those words seemed to touch Jae-hwan's soul, causing him to wake up and no longer let sad memories affect him. Mino kept her eyes on Jae-hwan and said, I try my best in life. Her voice was full of passion when she spoke about life. Then she stood tall, looking directly at her opponents with arrogance, saying, if I have to die, I'll die today. I'm never going back to the past. Mino's face was full of confidence. The short daggers around her danced as if they had souls. But then, suddenly, a familiar hand was placed on her shoulder as if wanting to share the burden. Jae-hwan also looked forward, his hand on her shoulder as if both comforting her and providing motivation and extra strength. He said coldly, you won't die today. She seemed surprised by his appearance. She glanced at him with a look of astonishment and suddenly said, what? However, before she could finish her sentence, there was a sudden loud explosion behind her. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Under that unexpected explosive force, Mino was also blasted into the air and pushed far away. Immediately, Jae-hwan lunged into the middle of the mob that was about to attack Mino. It wasn't clear what move he used. Only a flash of light was seen passing by very quickly. One guy in the group had to say goodbye to his arm. The Black Fox, Kalen, screamed frantically, Fire King's formation number 14! His eyes seemed to emit two blazing flames. At the same time, he bared his sharp teeth and long tongue as if wanting to sweep away everything around him. Hearing the Black Fox's command, the other minions seemed to gain more momentum. They simultaneously lunged toward Jae-hwan with their arms and weapons blazing. But Jae-hwan didn't seem to care. His gaze was still as sharp as a razor. He glanced toward them with pupils shining like lasers. And just like that, Jae-hwan's pupils glowed brightly, slowly emitting the lost charm. He flew into the crowd in a zigzag pattern, carrying the lightning-like power of the sword in his hand and the lost charm. Wherever he flew, Kalen's minions were blasted back, falling like felled banana trees. Defeating them was settled. In just a blink of an eye, perhaps. Kalan hadn't realized what had happened when immediately a brilliant and sharp sword was plunged deep into his chest by Jae-hwan's own hand. The Black Fox probably began to feel Jae-hwan's power as the sword stabbed deeper into his chest, destroying his body. And like a lightning bolt piercing through his body, the Black Fox's blood splattered everywhere. He bared his teeth one last time, but it probably only added to his pathetic state rather than intimidating his opponent. Kalen's blood splattered on the face of the dreadlocked brute. Witnessing everything, the brute's eyes widened as if he were frozen, his mouth hung open in a mix of surprise and horror. The fall of the Black Fox, Kalen, was a sign that everything had ended. Jae-hwan glanced at the remaining guys who were frozen in place. Indeed, even those who acted tough like that brute could only tremble and kneel down, offering the sword back to Jae-hwan with both hands and stammering, "Hey, here you go!" when they saw Jae-hwan had regained his sword. The remaining minions were terrified and scrambled to find an escape, but Jae-hwan was in no hurry. He gently and slowly lifted his sword. Suddenly, he stabbed the sword down. A normal stab, but the power was terrifying. A blue light emitted from the sword's tip, drilling straight through the ground. It blew away everything in its path. Rocks, branches, and even the corpses of those trying to escape were tossed into the air. Mino witnessed Jae-hwan's terrifying power and couldn't help but be amazed. Her mouth hung open, eyes wide, and her mind wondered, what the hell? How can one stab do that? She couldn't believe her eyes. Then she recalled what happened earlier and thought to herself, I thought he was an idiot. That silly conversation replayed in her mind. At that time, a voice asked, "Can our party take the carcass of the two-horned monster?" And Jae-hwan said, "Yeah," in an oblivious way. At that time, she thought, he's just letting them take the carcass? Is he stupid or something? The minions had glanced at the sword he was holding and whispered to each other, "That looks like a good weapon." Another added, "It's a spirit weapon." And so he easily let those brutes hold the sword. At that time, Mino had angrily stopped him, even though he explained, "I lent it to them. They said they wanted to see the sword." She thought back, "I assumed he was a fool with no guard up at all. But that's not the issue. This guy." She looked at his back and told herself, "He is simply too strong." In front of him now was a completely scorched forest. "Hey!" Jae-hwan glanced back to where the call had just come from. She looked at him with complete seriousness. Mino's gaze went straight to him as she asked, "Who is your true identity?" His mouth twitched slightly. It seemed he gave a light smile as he said, "You're asking for my identity?" He looked at her with his usual cold gaze, sharp eyes hidden under the messy hair hanging over his forehead. He said, "Forgotten already?" He continued, "You already knew my identity." But Mino frowned and said, "What?" Perhaps this answer didn't satisfy her. He repeated, "You already knew my identity." Jae-hwan wiped his sword while speaking to her in a teasing tone. "Oh dear, do you have amnesia? I thought I was the only one." Mino angrily replied, "Wow, that's just terrible. You're really not letting my previous words go, are you?" But perhaps seeing that she no longer needed to worry about Jae-hwan, Mino immediately asked for her item back. She said, "Give back the regression stone I gave you." But Jae-hwan's face was indifferent. He said, "I don't have it. I lost it." Hearing his nonchalant voice made Mino furious. She screamed, "You lost such an expensive item?" Her feeling right now was like a volcano about to erupt, while he was as indifferent as a still lake. He replied, "If you want it, try looking around." Night fell. The bonfire piled with wood was crackling. The light of the fire illuminated a corner of the forest. Sitting by the fire, Jae-hwan silently looked up at the sky and thought. The air was somewhat peaceful. Perhaps this peace was an extremely rare thing for him. But the peace he spoke of probably didn't include Mino, who was currently rummaging through her bag, throwing things everywhere to find the stone. She kept shouting, "It's not here! Seriously, why do I have to go through this for a stranger? My regression stone!" While he quietly tidied the things she had just tossed. He said, "See, you already knew." Mino looked up irritably and asked, "What do you mean by saying I knew?" He stated his identity, then lowered his head in reflection. "I am a human." Jae-hwan's way of talking left Mino both confused and annoyed. Maintaining her scowling, irritable expression, she glared at him and said, "Are you messing with me?" He repeated the question, "Are you a human?" Mino replied with a grimace, "Of course, I'm almost human." Jae-hwan clenched his fist as if wanting to explain something, but then restrained himself. He simply murmured, "Then that's good enough." Mino looked at him with a puzzled face. She thought to herself, "What's with that expression?" Then she turned back toward the fire, her mind still filled with confusion. Is that really all? She wondered to herself, is it really enough that we are humans? But keeping those thoughts inside, neither of them said another word. The space was silent, save for the crackling of the fire. This morning, Jae-hwan and Mino were walking through the forest. The sunlight shone brilliantly through the canopy. It seemed last night's battle had left no trace on the ground. The two of them walked along, talking. Mino asked, "Do you really not remember anything about your journey in the all-powerful land when you came to Chaos?" Jae-hwan replied, "Yeah, something like that." Mino suddenly fell into deep thought. She said quietly, "I'm really jealous of you. You don't have a single memory." Her eyes were full of private thoughts. They continued through the forest. Today was indeed a beautiful day. The blue sky, white clouds, and the green of the trees created a peaceful picture. Jae-hwan and Mino kept talking. He asked, "What's so good about amnesia?" She replied, "Most people here would definitely be jealous of you. That's obviously the reason people come to Chaos." He looked at Mino in confusion because he clearly couldn't understand what she was saying. He asked, "Obviously. Then why did you come here?" Mino suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, unable to take another step. Her voice suddenly dropped deeper. "You." But that pensive mood quickly turned into resentment mixed with anger. Mino looked askance at Jae-hwan with a furious gaze. She suddenly growled, "If you knew the answer to what you're asking, you would be very sorry." Soon, both reached Gorgon Fortress. It was a massive, ancient-looking fortress, built with architecture reminiscent of Europe. In the distance at the city gate, 2 sentries were performing their duty. Mino and Jae-hwan quickly approached the gate. Like many other ancient European fortresses, the entrance was led by a bridge over a deep moat, a common European defensive design. She pointed out the entrance to Jae-hwan. We finally reached a village, but he wasn't paying attention to the gate. Instead, he suddenly turned his eyes to the left with full curiosity. Before him was a vast circular courtyard supported by a series of round pillars. He thought to himself, "It looks like the rank 1 summoning circle from the tutorial game." But as he passed that courtyard, Jae-hwan suddenly heard noise, and then the sound of crying. This startled him, and he turned to look. He was suddenly panicked, his eyes reflecting shock and horror. Perhaps the thought echoing in his head was, "What the hell is this?" He thought, "Am I?" Before his eyes, tragic images appeared. Were these images flooding back from the past, sent from a parallel world? Or did they only appear in his mind? He didn't know. He couldn't answer that. He only knew that hundreds of people, young, old, men, women, were appearing before him, all screaming in despair. In Jae-hwan's head, a thought rang out. "I know when humans make that expression." Beside him, Mino didn't seem surprised to catch his expression. Perhaps she also saw what he saw. It wasn't an illusion. It was the past. That's why she spoke up. "Seems like another bunch of damn people were summoned here again." Jae-hwan hesitated. "This place can't be." But Mino's sorrowful gaze as she watched those phantoms made him understand what she had been through. She said, "Now you understand, don't you? Do you know the answer to what you just asked me? How I came to chaos." Her gaze shifted again to resentment and anger. That tragic scene turned her mood into a wave of fury. She growled each word. "Don't ask that question to anyone in this place, got it?" The phantoms ahead continued to replay the final moments of a human's life. The most gruesome images. The most horrific deaths. Agonizing screams rang out as humans stood on the brink of life and death. Her voice still echoed in his ears. "Welcome." Mino bowed her head, speaking each word with a face full of gloom and suffering. "To the world of death. To chaos." Perhaps she had witnessed these images 100 times. He walked past the circular courtyard. The sky was still clear and blue. Nothing seemed to affect the scenery outside that courtyard, not even the phantoms that had just appeared. He asked Mino, "If we die in the all-powerful land, are we then moved to chaos?" She answered Jae-hwan, "Yeah, if you die here, then it's truly the end. If you die, you become nutrients for the great tree of nightmare." Then both fell silent. Those images weren't illusions, they were real. In this land, they had to die, dying over and over hundreds of times. But in his head, he also understood that people didn't bleed anymore because they had already died once. The sound of a group of people walking across the wooden bridge echoed. Someone's voice called out, "All right, everyone, to work!" It was a squad of soldiers on the move. The white uniforms they wore gave them an unusually majestic appearance. In their hands, they held large rolls of cloth and gray-brown boots. The captain with a beard was urging them on. "Form a line, and we will take you to the speech hall." At the same time, Mino and Jae-hwan were also present there. The bearded man was handing out large burlap cloths to the people at the altar courtyard. He shouted, "Put these on and go over there to line up." The captain draped a burlap cloth over a small, frail man. He did this so skillfully it was as if facing death was a simple and familiar task. Even while draping the cloth on the poor man, he grumbled, "Here, you died because you were too weak. Stand up straight. Were you some internet novelist before this?" The poor, small man could only stand there and take it. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. "James!" The bearded captain, James, replied, "Hmm?" and looked up toward the voice. When he realized the caller was Mino, James put his hands on his hips. "Why did you suddenly come to the North Checkpoint?" The familiarity was clear in the way they responded. Mino also put her hands on her hips and replied, "Circumstances brought me here. It's not like you don't know me, so I'd be grateful if you let me through quickly to get this over with." Captain James immediately showed an attitude that relationships and money couldn't bypass the rules. He puffed out his chest and said, "Mino, I'm sorry, but the situation is a bit different now. Not long ago, we were instructed that anyone entering the fortress must have identification." Mino's mood dropped visibly. With a face half annoyed and half weary, she said, "That outdated ID that the big brother categorized?" Jae-hwan muttered, "It's always been like this." James repeated, "Mino, I'm sorry, but the situation is a bit different now." Catching his words, Mino glared at him and whispered, "Don't tell me you don't have an ID either." But Jae-hwan's face indicated she was right. Like a chameleon, she changed her attitude extremely quickly. Adapt to the times. She humphed, her eyes full of craftiness. She thought, "I see." Then Mino turned to the bearded captain with the face of an innocent lamb. She said, "James," then whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring my ID." Then she looked straight at Captain James, slipped a bribe into his hand, and said, "Can't you just take this and let me go?" In James's hand was a polished black horn. He thought in surprise, "This is the horn of a two-horned beast." But then, as quick as a machine, James tucked the prize into his coat and said loudly, "Ahem! I've checked your ID. It's not like we're strangers or anything." Mino looked very triumphant. Both ignored the speechless attitude of the surrounding soldiers. Next, James turned to Jae-hwan. "Oh, you need to give me your ID for inspection." But Jae-hwan replied, "I don't have such a thing. What happens if I don't?" Mino, with a crafty and triumphant face, watched this scene. She whispered, "Oh dear, seems like you're having a hard time, huh?" She continued, "If you say, 'Miss Mino, please help me,' then I might specially help you this time." Meanwhile, James was acting as the diligent officer. He told Jae-hwan, "If you don't have identification, you won't be able to enter the fortress." Jae-hwan coldly said, "I see." But seeing his expression, Mino suddenly felt panicked. She stammered, "Wait a minute, what are you planning to do?" She looked terrified because she understood his personality too well. She thought, "Don't tell me this guy is planning to kill the guards." She reassured herself, "No, he might be crazy, but I don't believe he'd think of that." But that was only what she thought, because by then, Jae-hwan had swung his sword and stabbed straight toward the guards. Next was a loud explosion. When Mino regained her senses, the bodies of several guards were on the ground, and Jae-hwan was walking straight toward the castle gate. Suddenly he turned back and looked at her, his face still stained with the guards' blood. He said, "Aren't you coming in?" She was still stunned. He really could do that. But then Mino truly panicked. She rushed forward to block Jae-hwan and shouted, "James, wait! This person is actually—" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "What's going on here?" James was currently so angry his eyes were bulging, but he was also drawn by the voice. Gritting his teeth, he turned around. Mino's eyes shifted from fear to despair. She thought to herself, "Oh, crap." Her attitude showed that everything was truly ruined now. Mino continued to think, "He's here." Meanwhile, the guard unit immediately lined up in perfect formation, shouting, "Salute!" to welcome the stranger who had just appeared. He is a famous figure at Gorgon Fortress. His powerful and majestic footsteps seemed to speak to the importance of this newcomer. Appearing before Mino's group was a man with a cold boy aesthetic. Long golden hair as beautiful as sunlight, and cold blue eyes that seemed to peer into one's soul. He is the captain of the cleanest checkpoint in chaos, the stubborn Captain Canton of the North checkpoint. Walking toward the bearded man, Canton asked coldly, "James, explain what is going on here." James shifted from anger to fear, saluting ceremoniously and stammering, not knowing where to start the story. Behind James stood the two culprits, Jae-hwan and Mino. After a long while of updating the information, Canton bowed his head, stroking his chin. "So he wants to enter the fortress, but doesn't have any identification?" Then he looked up directly at Jae-hwan and said, "Of course he cannot enter." Jae-hwan looked straight back at the blonde captain and asked, "Why is that?" Canton glared at him. "You're asking why?" Then he immediately displayed the authority of the crown, fixing his glowing blue eyes on Jae-hwan and saying, "In cases where a person cannot verify their identity, the captain of the North checkpoint may deny entry at his discretion. According to the Gorgon Fortress Entry Code, Section 27, Paragraph 4, this is clearly regulated." Canton recited it like a machine. As soon as he finished, the guards knelt on one knee as blue light circles appeared on their necks and wrists, a stance ready to apprehend any rioter intending to break the law. Mino thought, "I didn't expect him to use the penal code skill. This is getting more headache-inducing." But no sooner had she thought that than the light circles from the guards clamped onto her neck and wrists. She cried out helplessly. Other thoughts flashed through Mino's mind regarding the laws meant to prevent such precedents. However, she didn't have to worry for long. Jae-hwan immediately drew his sword and swung. A clashing sound rang out, and the light circles binding Mino shattered instantly. "Stop!" a voice shouted. The blonde captain was startled by the shout, perhaps not understanding what was happening. Jae-hwan then explained what was happening by saying, "I have no interest in those laws you're talking about," as he sheathed his sword. Still with that cold attitude, he asked the blonde official, "What items are written on those identification papers?" Meanwhile, Canton was lost in thought about the situation, wondering, what is this? How could he break the penal code? Nevertheless, he answered thoroughly, "An identity verification document requires the name of the organization the person joined, as well as other things like profession, primary skill information, status effects, criminal record, soul corruption rate, and—" Before he could finish, Jae-hwan cut him off. "If that's the case, then I don't need that ID." He looked straight at Canton with a cold face and continued, "I will not verify myself." Canton's mind was still spinning with the thought of why the penal code had no effect on him, but he remained stubborn and decided to try once more. He shouted, "Fine! According to Gorgon Arrest Law, Section 2, Paragraph 6, I am placing you under arrest." With that, Captain Canton waved his hand. "Silverlight Prison!" A glowing iron chain erupted from his hand, moving forward like a large serpent under his control. The chains of light formed circles and tightly bound Jae-hwan. Strangely, he showed no concern and sat still, allowing himself to be tied up. Truly, a talented person has their own way of doing things. He let the light chains envelop him, but then a loud shattering sound was heard. Those chains suddenly crumbled into pieces, while Jae-hwan's expression didn't change at all, as if it were a matter of course. The guards behind him stared in shock. To be precise, the scrawny guys' mouths hung open in terror, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They stammered, He broke Captain Canton's chains?" Canton's face was equally shocked, shifting from coldness to pure amazement. He said, How did he do that?" But Jae-hwan immediately shifted the topic. He pointed at Mino and said, "Can't I do what that woman just did?" Mino's face was full of worry and panic. She thought, what did I just do? But then her mind clicked. The image of the bribe, the horn fragment of the two-horned monster, and the scene of Captain James, quick as a flash, stashing that horn fragment inside his coat. The bribe-taker and his two accomplices stood frozen and awkward at Jae-hwan's innocent words. Mino panicked. "Wait!" But it was too late. Jae-hwan had already swung his arm and thrown something forward. This time, Mino had truly been sold out by her teammate. Just as Jae-hwan threw it, Canton reached out and caught the object with equal speed. Jae-hwan said, "Take it and let me in." Meanwhile, Canton opened his hand to see what he had just caught. At the moment the blonde captain looked at his palm, James felt as though he had stepped into a furnace. As if to save his own life, James puffed out his cheeks and screamed loudly to drown out the fact that he had just taken a bribe. He yelled, "How dare you bribe the captain? You're a freak!" Then he immediately said to Canton, "Captain, an idiot like this needs to be executed on the spot." Talk about a guilty dog barking the loudest. But Canton likely didn't care about what James said. The captain raised his hand to stop him and asked, "You said your name is Jae-hwan?" He answered coldly, "Yeah." As soon as he spoke, Canton looked at him with a meaningful gaze and said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time, messenger of the whisperer of Nai." Before Mino could pull any of her usual tricks, the bearded James shoved a device in her face. She clearly knew what it was, as her expression turned sour. After the machine scanned her face with blue light, it announced, "Warning, mental corruption has exceeded 15%. You should seek treatment as soon as possible." As if to confirm the machine's announcement, James spoke with the tone of a government official. "Your spirit is already corrupted. I don't need to explain what you need to do, right?" Mino replied irritably, I know. So is this the legendary soul healing? How do they heal it? Do they need to listen to a healing podcast?" But like someone who had just dropped from the sky, Jae-hwan stammered, "Mental corruption?" Seeing his naive face regarding the matter, Mino, while chewing her food, said, "You don't know a damn thing, do you?" Then, seemingly bored with her traveling companion, she muttered, "I don't know why I'm traveling with you." In fact, mental corruption is a chronic disease suffered by those living in chaos. Just by continuing to live here, one's spirit gradually corrupts. It's like sand in an hourglass, slowly trickling down, and those living inside the hourglass can do nothing but endure it. Once the destruction reaches its maximum, they will be completely submerged, unable to breathe. Captain James continued to show the prestige of the crown, saluting majestically as he spoke. He said solemnly, "That is why the horns of horned monsters are very valuable. All the summoned people have been safely transported to the village." Suddenly a stranger spoke up. "You saw him getting enchanted by it earlier, right?" Everyone recalled the image of the horn, small enough to fit in a palm but possessing great power. Horns are the only medicine that can treat mental corruption while living in chaos. It's an essential item for those living here. Turns out it's not a podcast that heals the spirit. Mino continued to speak indifferently while eating. "Though thanks to that guy, I got some for free." Meanwhile, Jae-hwan glanced at the newcomer, a man with beautiful blue eyes, blonde hair, and a pale face that gave him a cold yet attractive beauty. The stranger held up the corruption meter near Jae-hwan's face and said, "But now, let me test you." The scanner part of the machine opened like an eye, and from that pupil, scanning rays were emitted. They made a whirring sound, followed by bright light rings that scanned Jae-hwan's face. He frowned and looked straight at the machine, his gaze full of integrity and resolve. However, after scanning for a while, the machine emitted strange beeps, and an undiscoverable symbol appeared. Both men in front of Jae-hwan stared in surprise. The bearded man stammered, "Captain, this is—" But the result before them was a flat 0, an unbelievable number. Perhaps only a newborn baby could have such a number. The blonde captain suddenly seemed to realize something. He smiled mysteriously and said, "I see." With that, he reached out and took Jae-hwan's hand, as if preparing to place something in his palm. Indeed, he held Jae-hwan's hand and dropped several stones into it. He said, "Since the verification is complete, I'll return these demon crystals to you." Jae-hwan looked at him with a searching gaze and said, "So, you don't need them?" Then the captain told Jae-hwan directly, Demon crystals are not something you can easily hand over to others, messenger of the blue butterfly. Jae-hwan kept the stones in his palm, but immediately retorted, I am not a blue butterfly or whatever you are calling me. The blonde captain looked at him with a mysterious, inscrutable gaze. His blue eyes seemed to scan all of Jae-hwan's expressions, but then he didn't argue or explain. He only gave a slight smile and said, I know. And so Jae-hwan and Mino walked proudly through the city gate. From afar, one could see Mino grumbling at Jae-hwan, but he didn't seem to care. The bearded James asked quietly, Captain, is it really okay to let them go like that? The blonde captain said coldly, James, do you know the purpose of the demon crystal? James replied slowly, Isn't it a valuable item that can amplify a loader's spiritual power? The captain calmly lowered his face, removing his gloves as he replied, That's right, but that's not all it possesses. But after the captain took off his gloves, James's eyes immediately filled with horror. He stared in absolute shock as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. James was horrified and speechless. Before him now was a hand infected with poison, mottled with black and white patches. The hand both reeked of toxicity and emitted signals of a dim purple light. Truly, it was a terrifying sight. After a long moment, James finally found his voice. Captain, your hand. Is it because of that demon crystal? As it continued to emit a faint light. The blonde captain remained silent, but his silence seemed to be a silent agreement. Then he spoke up. If you aren't a member of the Blue Butterfly, you cannot hold that demon crystal. Only those belonging to the Blue Butterfly can possess them and avoid the corruption. The original masters of the demon crystals are those blue-skinned demons with antennae like ants. The blonde captain continued in a calm tone. Though he doesn't look like a member of the Blue Butterfly to me, I witnessed him holding that crystal. Yes, the blonde captain had seen Jae-hwan holding the crystal with his bare hand. His eyes flashed with both admiration and envy. James followed up with another question in this interview of 10,000 questions. But how can you trust him? The captain replied, I don't trust him, but I trust his spirit. What? James was surprised again. He's the youngest sibling? The captain answered as James continued. It seems knowledge is inversely proportional to the speed of beard growth. James clearly had a thick beard, but the understanding of a caveman. He shouted that he didn't understand. The captain continued to educate him. Do you guys not realize what situation you're in? Do you remember when we underestimated his mental corruption level and the result was an error? The captain recalled the memory of when they first scanned Jae-hwan's face, and the machine immediately gave an undiscoverable signal. Seeing James start to follow the story, the captain added, From what I know, the assessment equipment never makes an error. James turned his face away with a look of total confusion. Then what is it? He continued to ask. However, the blue-eyed blonde captain didn't lose his patience. He continued to explain diligently. There is only one case where the equipment cannot evaluate the mental corruption level. Indeed, he had been very surprised at that moment when the meter showed 0%, but perhaps he understood now. The captain continued to speak to James, but mostly to himself. His spirit is purer than anyone else's in this chaotic world. Jae-hwan's spirit was shining brightly in the dark space, while James was still stammering, How is that possible? Then both moved toward the fortress walls, preparing to head inside. As they walked, the captain said, Whether he is in the Blue Butterfly or not doesn't matter. We simply need someone who can use the demon crystal. Those inside the castle will now pass judgment on him. Then, as if remembering something, James turned to his captain and asked, Does this involve the conditions of the Overlord? The captain replied indifferently, I don't know the exact details either. But then he suddenly stood still and made a request. So now, James. It seemed like an extremely serious request. The captain said with a hint of hidden anger, From what I've heard, someone let others through the gate after taking a bribe, is that right? I believe that person's name was also James. James jumped in fright. Having just entered the area, Jae-hwan cursed. What kind of path is this? It's complicated as hell. He glanced at Mino, who was about to faint. And now I have to carry a wanderer with me, who is supposed to be the guide here anyway. Previously, Mino had almost been left outside due to a series of regulations. The gate captain had said, Miss Mino, please ensure you bring your ID next time. According to the Gorgon Fortress Entry Code, Article 7, Section 34, anyone who fails to provide ID, forges documents, or uses someone else's card may be denied entry or even heavily fined. However, since Mr. Jae-hwan pleaded to overlook your case, you are forgiven. Also, you must not engage in bribery in any form. According to Code Article 11, Section 6, anyone who bribes or takes bribes. This made Mino pull her hair in frustration. The two left with Mino looking soulless. Please stop, she muttered. The captain didn't forget to wish her a recovery. I hope she returns to normal soon. Enjoy your time at Gorgon Castle. He inwardly evaluated the gate captain. Considering the effect of the decree lasts this long, though it's more like grumbling than a decree, he seems like a rather troublesome person. Leading the dazed Mino, he asked a passerby, Hello, I'm looking for a blacksmith who specializes in swords. As he spoke, he showed the sword. Is there a blacksmith who can handle a sword like this? The person replied, I'm not sure. The conversation caught the attention of a hooded youth standing at the foot of the bridge. He was calculating something. Oh ho! The candlelight flickered in the window. A voice called out, Yeah! Mino finally began to regain consciousness. Huh? She narrowed her eyes. Since when did we enter the village? Jae-hwan teased her. Are you finally awake? He started walking toward the bridge. Well, now we can go our separate ways. Mino was surprised. What? She rushed to catch up. Wait, isn't that a bit heartless? Brushing me aside like this? Or are you still mad that I tried to leave you alone at the castle entrance? I was just joking. I'm sorry. He kept his back turned so she couldn't see his expression. You've guided me to the castle, that's enough. From here on, you'll only be in my way. His gaze drew a clear line between them. The light seemed to reveal her past self as a skeleton that had rotted long ago. You and I are different. He turned away decisively to leave. So now we should go our separate ways. She fell silent, biting her lip hard. A gust of wind blew, nearly extinguishing the two candles. Suddenly she ran up and shouted, Wait! Wait! You barely even know where to go! Where do you think you're going to stumble into trouble alone? The two voices echoed. Jae-hwan was speechless. I can just ask people around for directions. Mino hurried to say, Then ask me. I know this place like the back of my hand. He sighed. He told Mino his goal. I'm going to find a nightmare. She happily proposed, I know a place that might have one. Do you want me to show you? Walking ahead, he nodded. Fine. He touched his travel bag, staying alert. But before that, they were surrounded. He prepared for battle. Looks like a few guys have some business to settle with me. They were surrounded. He prepared for battle. A group of thugs glared at them. The first one with dark circles around his eyes spoke first. Heh. Found him. A man with a sparse beard and a devious smile stood with crossed arms. These are the ones with the good sword? You said it was a flaming sword, right? The one with dark circles denied it. I don't remember saying that. Mino threatened the crowd. Who are you? Get lost if you don't want to get hurt. The others mocked her. The red-haired lady has quite a sharp tongue, doesn't she? You should be careful not to swear. A man resembling the bull demon king with a nose ring was huffing. The leader warned as the one with the nose ring drew closer. Because our youngest brother gets excited whenever he hears swearing. He's only 12 and swearing isn't good for a child's development. The sparse-bearded man showed his hand. Now, if you don't want to be trampled to death by our youngest, hand over that blue sword. The black-bearded man added, Hey, you know, this road has a toll. His face remained unchanged. No. Mino's mouth hung open. He's the youngest sibling? The sparse-bearded man, seeing the two were unfazed, flew into a rage. What? Do you not realize what situation you're in? The youngest of the group was trembling with anger. The crowd continued to demand the sword. Hand it over if you don't want to get hurt. Mino still wouldn't let it go. How the hell is he the youngest? Stop talking nonsense. The youngest's foot stomped hard on the ground. He swung his axe up. I will punish those who use foul language. A blue light flashed past her face, simultaneously severing the arms of the monster. That last strike was excessive, destroying the wall behind the three men and leaving them stunned. Jae-hwan stood before the defeated youngest brother. You guys are being too noisy. Sword in hand, he pointed the glowing blue tip toward the group of extortionists. He spoke coldly. If you want to fight, come at me. The man with the sparse beard screamed upon seeing his brother like that. How dare you! With a runny nose, he wailed, You cut off our youngest brother's two precious arms! The bandits wailed, We will never forgive you. Never! You'll pay for killing our beloved little brother. One of them reminded him, Boss, he's not dead yet. The other two watched, questioning their reality. Beloved? The bandits wailed. The whole group charged. We'll show you the bond between us, brothers. He raised his sword with a sharp gaze. Right now, Jae-hwan held his familiar sword. Perhaps the sword had just been used, as a faint liquid still clung to the blade. Indeed, Jae-hwan and Mino stood in a room littered with corpses. This was clearly the work of his sword. Mino, beside him, asked about his sword skills. That was amazing! How can you finish everything with just one stab? Are your other skills just as strong? He replied indifferently, I only know how to stab. Mino put her hands on her hips and began her usual nagging. Are you kidding me? Light stab, medium stab, heavy stab? Are you serious? But seemingly unsatisfied with Jae-hwan's explanation, Mino immediately spoke as if to get him to reveal a secret technique. Ah, I just remembered someone who also only used one technique like you, but they used a slash, not a stab. Jae-hwan looked skeptical. They only used a slash? Just one technique? That's strange. Seeing this, Mino asked, But why did your first attack miss? Jae-hwan suddenly realized something. He gave a small hum and glanced at Mino, but Mino continued to ask enthusiastically, Why did you hit the roof? Did your hand slip while you were adjusting your strength? It seemed Mino's questions pulled him back to the past. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the ceiling. Wood fragments, debris, and bricks fell everywhere, while the people below were too panicked to even comprehend what was happening. Jae-hwan seemed to enter a slow-motion mode. He reflected deeply, remembering it was because, Jae-hwan recounted, when we faced those thugs, someone was using a stealth skill over there. Jae-hwan looked at his sword and remembered. The memory returned. On the roof, for just a split second, Jae-hwan couldn't see clearly who it was. Everything happened very fast, and only a trail of purple light remained. He recounted, I found it bothersome, so I decided to scare them a bit. The memory returned. On the roof, for just a split second, Jae-hwan stood with his back to Mino, so he didn't see her current expression, one of both worry and disbelief. She said, Who the hell scares someone by blowing away the entire roof? Jae-hwan replied, No one does that? He told himself, Young-hwan would have done the same. A series of random conversations followed. Mino excitedly asked, Hey, should I give your technique a cool name? He asked indifferently, What cool name? She answered enthusiastically, like Dark Drill of Destruction or Evil God Combo. He continued to reply indifferently, I don't like names that are too flashy. But Mino wouldn't give up. Then how about Heavenly Poison Strike or Comet Strike? But Jae-hwan didn't answer and pulled Mino along. Let's go, keep moving. Then both stopped at a roadside stall. Many people were gathered around the stall, and the stout female owner was warmly welcoming customers. In fact, their target wasn't the woman's stall, but the shop next to it, a blacksmith shop. Mino shouted happily, Ah, found it! This is the place, Twilight Forge. Then she turned to Jae-hwan to show off her knowledge. This is a forge built by a dream demon, and it's also the largest forge in Gorgon. But before they could enter, a greeting caught their attention. Are you customers here to place an order? Before them was a young man with messy blonde hair and ragged clothes covered in coal dust. A strong young man with large, firm biceps. He wore large goggles and thick gloves. He had the perfect appearance of a blacksmith. The young man spoke, "I'm sorry, but if you're placing an order today, it will take some time." That young man was the craftsman of Twilight Forge, Niven. Mino looked disappointed and said, "Why, is everything pre-ordered?" Niven looked behind him and replied, "The workshop manager is currently away. Only the assistant manager is here, but he's busy today too. He said he's testing the craftsman, I think." Niven then advised, "If you're looking for something, it's better to buy ready-made items than to order." Indeed, it was a timely business model. Inside, young apprentices were oohing and aahing as they admired a pre-made sword. They gossiped, "This is a sword made from a four-horned monster." Another chimed in, "Wow, it's really sharp." On the table sat a short sword. Just by looking at the blade, anyone could tell it was made from a monster's horn. Still, someone who was too impressed spoke up to promote it. "This is a sword made from the horn of a four-horned monster. It will be finished once a hole is drilled to set a gem into the four horns. It will be finished once a hole is drilled to set a gem into." The master was extremely interested. Those young men were competing to speak. "Master, I want to do it. I want to as well. I want to try refining the horn of a four-horned monster too." The allure of the short sword was truly great. But the master and assistant manager of Twilight Forge, Ganat, certainly wouldn't let things be easy for the young apprentices. The man with the thick beard was laughing and warning the apprentices, "This is a horn taken from a four-horned monster. You want to drill a hole in something that hard?" But the master and assistant manager of Twilight Forge, Ganat, certainly wouldn't let things be easy for the young apprentices. Then he picked up the sword and handed it to the newbies. As he did, he said, "But I like your energy. If anyone can drill a hole in this sword, whoever it is, I'll let them take over the position of assistant manager of Twilight Forge for the day." This was indeed an attractive offer. But calling those young men newbies wasn't wrong. Those inexperienced youths immediately gritted their teeth and worked hard, hammering and chiseling. While swinging his hammer, one shouted, "Why is this damn thing so hard?" That's how it is. No feast is served easily. Heavy hammer blows and sharp chisels competed to strike the short sword, creating small sparks that flew everywhere. The young man still shouted, "Move! Now I'm really trying!" But a moment later, at that same spot, the young man's helpless cry rang out. "Ah, my hammer! How could master refine this thing?" But a moment later, at that same spot, the young man's helpless cry rang out. Like a master craftsman, assistant manager Ganat looked at them with a stern gaze, his voice booming. "You kids' hands are as soft as noodles. If you keep stabbing like that, you won't even make a scratch. I even gave you the chance to use this great forge all day, and yet you can't even do this? Tisk, tisk." With that, Ganat immediately turned to leave. Niven immediately spoke up. "I wonder when I'll ever get a chance to touch the horn of a four-horned monster." Suddenly, he let out a surprised, "Huh?" Then, fearing the assistant manager would leave, Niven hurriedly called after him, Sir?" But it seemed only the voice of another could make the assistant manager stop. That person said, "Wait, you can't go in there right now." The assistant manager gave a huff and glared at where the voice came from. That's right. Those were Jae-hwan's words. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Let me try," before the surprised eyes of the young apprentices. Seeing a stranger like Jae-hwan, the master craftsman thought, is he a wandering craftsman? He probably saw this is a four-horned monster's horn and wanted to try. "Let me try," before. Thinking so, Ganat felt a bit smug. He crossed his arms and laughed in response. "I don't know which workshop you're from, but go ahead and try. Don't think it's easy, since these apprentices couldn't do it." The bearded master craftsman kept talking. It's not that my disciples are poor, but that I am too good. The horn of a four-horned monster is an extremely difficult material to handle. But Jae-hwan didn't bother to argue with Ganat to waste time. He pointed at the short sword. Is it here? Then he raised a finger, intending to pierce that short sword with his bare hand. The bearded master craftsman kept talking. The horn of a four-horned monster is an extremely difficult material to handle. But Jae-hwan didn't bother to argue with Ganat to waste time. While the master craftsman and assistant manager continued to ramble in his ear, so them failing is only natural. The assistant manager continued to ramble in his ear, but then, seeing the act of piercing the sword with a bare hand, the master craftsman felt as if he'd been struck by lightning on a clear day. He screamed as if his throat were being cut, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The master craftsman felt as if he'd been struck by lightning on a clear day. He screamed as if his throat were being cut. The noise continued and dragged on. Those watching opened their eyes wide in astonishment and panic. The common thread among them was that they seemingly wanted to gouge out their own eyes because they couldn't believe what they were looking at. Jae-hwan said calmly, "Since I've done it." With that, he slid his finger through the hole he had just made in the blade and spun the short sword as if it were a common toy. Continuing to spin the sword, he looked at the crowd, specifically at Ganat, and said, "So today I'm the assistant manager, right?" His gaze toward him was full of provocation, continuing to spin the sword. But then everyone let out a loud gasp. It turned out that while spinning the sword, he had apparently used too much force. Several cracks appeared around that circular hole. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, the cracks gradually lengthened until the sword shattered into pieces. Everyone looking at the sword stared in disbelief, questioning their reality. Whispers arose. "No way it broke. What the hell is happening? How did the hardest material become like this? Is it a fake? Or was it just a baseless rumor?" But then, as the fragments began to fall to the floor, the master craftsman screamed, "Ah! It's broken!" Everyone looking at the sword stared in disbelief, questioning their reality. Whispers arose. "No way, it broke!" Immediately he flew into a rage and shouted, "You crazy bastard!" He was like a tiger ready to pounce on Jae-hwan and chew his head off. Fortunately for him, no, fortunately for the master, a disciple risked himself to hold him back. So now, all Jae-hwan received were the old man's curses. He screamed, "What? A flick? I'll flick your head so you know how expensive that horn was!" Fortunately for him, no, fortunately for the master, so now all Jae-hwan received were the old man's curses. Jae-hwan seemed a bit slow to react. He was still wondering, but I found it quite easy. In the distance, Niven stood blank-faced. The young man didn't know whether to admire Jae-hwan's strength or mourn for that short sword. Meanwhile, Mino was still trying to endure Jae-hwan's sudden cluelessness. She said with a grimace, "You think that was easy?" He bowed his head, sighed, and said, "Destroying it completely is easy, but just making a slight crack is very hard." Then he lowered his head to apologize. "Anyway, I'm very sorry." But for the blacksmith, it seemed an apology was not enough. He ground his teeth in fury and shouted, "You think an apology is enough?" But for the blacksmith, it seemed an apology was not. Fury mixed with regret for the lost item created an explosion of emotion in the blacksmith Kan. He grabbed Jae-hwan's collar and shouted, "That was a four-horned monster's horn. It's worth a fortune. How are we supposed to explain this to the great universe society that ordered it from us?" Jae-hwan calmly retorted, "I'll pay you back with a better horn." But those words seemed to trigger the blacksmith's madness. Veins popped on his forehead in anger. He glared at him, grinding his teeth as if he were about to bite Jae-hwan's head off. He roared in a frenzy, "Pay me back? How could a beggar like you pay back anything better than a four-horned monster's horn?" Jae-hwan remained silent and reached into his bag to search for something. Life is truly ironic. The blacksmith clearly hadn't seen the tropes where a CEO is underestimated only to reveal his true power. Next, Jae-hwan pulled out another horn, larger, thicker, and glossier than the one he had just broken. He held the horn out to Maekon and said, "With this." At that moment, Maekon looked at the horn with a start. "I told you, CEO Jae-hwan might look as ragged as a beggar, but he has every treasure imaginable. This horn is just a small item compared to the pile of spirit stones in his coat. That's why you should never judge a book by its cover." Jae-hwan said, "It's from a 5-horned monster. This is better, right?" The question was more of an assertion. Obviously, this horn was superior. What Jae-hwan held in his hand was a true rarity, so the apprentice blacksmith's jaws dropped in surprise. One of them stammered, "That is," and then they all seemed to shout in unison, "A 5-horned monster's horn!" Another, not wanting to be outdone, yelled, "A Ganak's horn!" Realizing the other party acknowledged the value of his horn, Jae-hwan said softly, "That's a relief. Then I can use this forge for a bit, right?" Truly the style of a CEO, though our CEO Jae-hwan innocently thought to himself, "So I've become a customer again." Despite still being resentful over the destroyed horn, material wealth determines consciousness. The blacksmith Maekon glared at his disciples and reminded them, "Close the doors." The apprentices were extremely diligent. They all answered loudly and immediately carried out the request. Then Maekon turned and walked toward a secret passage. He spoke politely to Jae-hwan, "Please come this way," as if gesturing for him to follow. Back to Jae-hwan. After following the blacksmith for a long time, they stopped at a closed room with a closed sign hanging outside. Like a tour guide showing a guest around, Meekin pointed toward the tightly shut room and said, "This place is Twilight Forge, the largest forge in Gorgon." He continued, "Since you are the assistant manager for today, you can freely use all the equipment and the staff here." Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone was here. Unlike other forges where the furnaces are always red hot, this place was completely cold. Seemingly unwilling to waste time, Jae-hwan tossed the horn to Maekon to hold. He whispered, "Thanks," and quickly took off his outer coat, getting ready for work. Curiosity led the blacksmith to keep asking about the horn. He wondered, "But how did you get a Ganak's horn?" Contrary to his expectations, Jae-hwan spoke softly while removing his coat. "I took it myself." He said it as if the horn were a fruit on a branch, easily plucked just by reaching out. And of course, because he spoke of it so simply and lightly, the blacksmith found it unbelievable. He asked again, "You mean you hunted a 5-horned monster all by yourself?" He continued to answer nonchalantly, "Yeah, I fought a 5-horned one." The more he answered, the more unbelievable his words became. He spoke of fighting a 5-horned beast as casually as if he were talking about a little rabbit. Both were now wearing leather blacksmith aprons, but Maekon didn't care about what was happening. He was stuck on the thought, a man who can hunt a 5-horned monster alone? Jae-hwan didn't want to continue the subject. He said to him, "I need your assistance for a bit." Jae-hwan didn't want to mention it, but that didn't stop Maekon's internal thoughts. He kept thinking, being able to do that is rare in Gorgon. No, in the entire chaos. Meanwhile, Jae-hwan spoke of his purpose. "I need a scabbard, but I've never made one before. I've only ever repaired them." His request snapped the blacksmith back to reality. He repeated the words, "A scabbard? Wait, a scabbard?" He was looking at the rare, glossy black material glowing on the table. This was clearly a precious and rare item. Yet the way Jae-hwan intended to use it stunned him. Truly, the wealthy have their own way of doing things. Using this material just for an ordinary scabbard? How can you waste resources like that? Not believing his ears, he asked again with a look of total shock, You're saying you intend to use a Ganok's horn to make a scabbard? Upon receiving Jae-hwan's confirmation, he shouted in frustration, "Then how good must the sword be?" He spoke with a grimace, clearly upset that the horn was being used so wastefully. But before he could say another word, Jae-hwan immediately held up his sword and thrust it toward the blacksmith's face. Before he could grumble further, the blacksmith saw the sword and immediately changed his tune. His eyes sparkled and his face filled with awe. He said, "Oh, this is a replica of the Ice Dragon sword." His expression changed with dizzying speed. As he stroked and admired it, he spoke. "It's very rare because it was made by a dream demon, and it looks beautiful too." But after holding the sword for a moment, Mekan began to feel its weight. Just holding it was a struggle. Then the blacksmith said, "It's very rare and it looks beautiful, but I think you'd be better off making a new sword." But as soon as he finished speaking, the sword vibrated noticeably. This took the blacksmith by complete surprise. He let out a loud, "Huh?" Still in shock, he continued to stammer, "This is—" The sword then began to shift its shape as if it were a conscious creature. The sword was moving and enveloping the monster horn within itself. Then, as if resentful, the sword spat out several small stones straight at Mekan's face, because he had dared to suggest its master should replace it. He could only take it and say, "I didn't expect this to be a spirit weapon." With his long years of experience, he identified the sword's origin. He thought to himself, "From the spiritual power I can feel, it seems this sword contains the soul of an elite race. How is that possible?" The blacksmith broke into a cold sweat at the thought. He likely thought of Jae-hwan as a blind cat catching a fried fish. How did all these good things end up in Jae-hwan's hands? And Mekan continued to move from one surprise to another. Now the sword was glowing brilliantly and transforming continuously. The blacksmith said, "Jae-hwan, your sword is evolving." Then he continued to explain, "Judging by the outward changes, this is a major evolution. When it's finished, you'll have to give it a new name." Jae-hwan asked in surprise, "A new name?" Mekan confirmed, "That's right. When a spirit sword undergoes a major evolution, it loses its original name." But right now, the blacksmith was looking at the pile of horn fragments on the table, scattered like breadcrumbs, the work left behind by the spirit sword after devouring most of the horn. Mekan crossed his arms, looked at the crumbs, and said, "But the problem is, now you've lost your material." Jae-hwan was holding the sword and reminding it, "If you keep eating without permission, I'll call you the glutton sword." Then he told the blacksmith, "It's fine. I have another one." Mekan's emotions were completely jumbled now. He only let out a "huh?" without even showing extreme surprise anymore. But holding the new horn in his hand, he couldn't help but be stunned. Is this what they call the beggar's secret wealth? A horn worth a fortune was eaten by the sword as easily as a pet eating a sausage, and then he just pulls out another one. Values were truly turned upside down. But then he suddenly thought, wait, it's a 5-horned monster, so it must have 5 horns. But then, realizing his thoughts were getting weird, he told himself, why am I even worrying about these things? Then, as if returning to his main purpose, Jae-hwan said to the man, "So, how can I assist the temporary assistant manager? First, show me how you refine items." He saw Jae-hwan was ready and said softly, "All right." He added, "Do you have a preferred shape?" For the first time in a long while, he flashed a pleasant smile and said, "It's up to you, since you're the professional." Filled with confidence and excitement, Mekan laughed heartily and said, "In that case, I'll show you the skills of Mekan, the blacksmith of Twilight Forge." A peaceful morning at Gorgon Castle. The majesty and splendor of the castle remained as usual. A man looked at a teacup filled with honey-colored liquid. Sunlight brightened the room, but it could not dispel the silence reigning there. The man lifted the teacup and took a sip. Echoing in his ears was the voice of his subordinate. "Sir, your subordinate apologizes." The man continued to enjoy his tea calmly, while the subordinate remained prostrated on the floor, explaining, Though we knew he was the one who killed the thugs, we have lost his trail. The man gave a hum, but his face remained expressionless. Perhaps still immersed in the feeling of enjoying a good cup of tea, this man was the commander of Gorgon Castle. Light from the door behind Shiver poured into the room, illuminating a corner. Slowly putting the cup down on the table, Johann Shiver asked his subordinate, "How were they defeated?" The subordinate bowed even lower and stammered, "The thing is, your subordinate isn't quite sure." Du-hung Shiver stomped his foot, thud, clearly furious, especially with the subordinate's answer. Knowing his master was angry, the subordinate was terrified. He recounted the scene in detail. When Jae-hwan discovered the invisible person on the roof and how he miraculously survived, lying dazed on the roof. Before he knew it, the subordinate was unconscious. The subordinate honestly recounted the memory of his near-death experience, lying unconscious with foam at his mouth on the roof, an experience he never wanted to repeat. The commander, Du-heng Chiver, spoke up. "So you were discovered?" He stroked his chin and thought, he could detect the stealth skill of a third-stage adapter? Then he continued, "In that case, he must at least be at the level of a fifth-stage adapter." After that, he ordered his subordinate to send more men to find him, even if they had to turn every corner of the castle upside down. The subordinate bowed in obedience. "Yes, sir." Immediately after, the subordinate left, leaving the castle commander alone in the empty room with many conflicting thoughts in his head. Suddenly, a sharp headache hit him, making him clutch his head and wince in discomfort. Then almost instantly, he opened his eyes wide without saying a word. An impressive pair of green eyes that struck others as mysterious and unpredictable. The teacup remained on the table. There was no wind or anything touching it, yet the tea inside began to surge up to the rim. He leaned back in his chair, but his legs wouldn't stop trembling. He tried to restrain the tremors spreading throughout his body. His voice growled out each word, cut by his breathing. He whispered, "Please, hold on a little longer." With that, he ground his teeth and stared wide-eyed, bracing himself to endure the headache that had just struck. At a tavern, the TV blares with the familiar voice of a female announcer. "All right, now then." Mino sits perched on a tall bar stool. The owner is likely her friend, as he speaks to her without reservation. "Why are you wasting your time with him when you could have any guy you want?" Mino hums in response. "Well, it's just that when I observe that guy..." But before she can finish, the TV continues with the familiar voice of the season announcer. "Events at season are in this week's top 10. Following that is an image of her swaying on the screen. The voice continues to drone on, even though everyone is only interested in the beer in their hands and their own stories. No one pays attention to it. "I'm sorry, but it's time to say goodbye." Today's final video is something everyone is familiar with. She continues her exaggerated movements to grab the audience's attention. Suddenly, the screen displays scenes of combat and confrontation where the main character closely resembles Jae-hwan. The commentary for the clip echoes, "The most fascinating video of the young disciple. The most talked about video is the completion of the 99th floor alone." Indeed, everything is described in detail, accompanied by specific images of the slaughter clearly projected on the screen. The customers huddle in the tavern, looking up at the screen to comment. One man says, "I wonder what happened to that bastard." Another replies, "Yeah, I bet he's coveted by all the monarchs." Suddenly, someone else interrupts. "What are you two talking about? Haven't you heard?" Another man slams his beer glass onto the table, making the plate of appetizers next to it shake. He says knowingly, "That tower has been banned." There's a flurry of whispers asking, "Huh? Why?" when someone else speaks up. "I don't know either. Probably some devil cheated and got caught." Wine in, truth out. Those with a bit of alcohol in them become even more heated in their gossip. There are rumors that he fled and abandoned his duty of cultivation. I bet that video is fake, too. Someone else adds, "I heard he ran away after blowing up his tower." But the chatter continues incessantly. Exactly. I mean, How the hell can someone clear a first-generation tower alone? Most demons can only buy a tower through a loan. To break something like that, he must have hit the jackpot or something. The whispers and rumors drag on endlessly as more beers are brought out. One person still says, "Yeah, if it were me, I would have put it on eBay or something." Calls for beer mix with the chatter. "Ma'am, one more glass." The owner nods warmly. "Coming right up." Suddenly, the tavern door bursts open. Bright sunlight pours into the bar, as if chasing away the gloom of the place. Mino appears and walks proudly forward, her hair flowing like brilliant red sparks burning under the sun. She walks confidently toward the back of the tavern. The admiring gazes of the men there are glued to her body. A few others gape at her appearance, as if the place hadn't seen a beautiful girl in a long time. The men who were just debating heatedly suddenly go blank-faced, immediately forgetting what they were saying. A few can only utter a wow as she passes by. She reaches the bar at the far end of the room. Mino leisurely sits on a familiar tall stool and orders a drink. The man right next to Mino also seems surprised by her appearance. He stares at her without looking away. Suddenly, a drunkard at a table behind Mino speaks up. "Hey there, beautiful. Excuse me if I'm bothering you." But the man's drunken face and slurred speech make Mino's expression change. She glares at the man as if warning him, "If you want to live, don't mess with me." Short and concise, she says, "Get lost." The fat man sitting next to her feels uneasy and immediately says, "You're right. I shouldn't do something I'll have to apologize for." The two men quietly slip away, leaving Mino sitting alone at the bar in a foul mood. She thinks to herself, "Damn it, why do I feel so frustrated like this?" Then she places a coin on the table and says, "I want to drink something." She continues, "Something strong enough to make me drop dead." It's a high level of frustration. On the counter, glasses of liquor and mugs of beer are placed haphazardly, along with cherries lying next to a drained bottle. The pungent liquid drips its last drops onto the table. A slurred voice can be heard. "So what I'm trying to say is..." Suddenly, the beauty's voice rings out again, many times louder. "I just can't believe that bastard. He really gives me a headache. Who does he think he is?" Mino grabs her glass of golden beer and slams it hard on the table. Her face is contorted with rage as she screams fiercely, "And do you know what he said after that?" The tavern owner sighs, looking at her sternly. "I've heard enough of your whining, so straighten up." The owner crosses her arms and continues with firm advice. "You can't even get drunk, so stop playing the drunkard." Still with that firm attitude, the owner advises her, "Why do you keep wasting your time with him when you could have any guy you want?" Mino calms down and replies, "Well, it's just that when I observe that guy..." Then, as if confirming her feelings, Mino slams the beer mug on the table again and shouts, "He makes me uncomfortable!" Seeing Mino's grumpy, irritable face, the owner, Clyde, knows not what else to say. Still seemingly unable to release all her emotions, Mino continues her story. "He destroys everything." Mino recounts the scene of an entire dense forest destroyed and burning under Jae-hwan's hand. Mino continues to complain. "Whether I like it or not, he just swings his sword like he doesn't care about the rules here." She speaks while remembering Jae-hwan's reckless use of his sword, regardless of who it might affect. "He always looks at me with that gaze, half indifferent and half concerned, and says, 'That's enough.'" She recalls those words with a confused heart. She whispers, "And he keeps saying strange things." She also remembers the horrific tragedies with corpses littered at her feet while he indifferently turned his back and walked away, ignoring her angry screams. He doesn't hesitate to use his power, even when he doesn't know what kind of place this chaos is. Most people hesitate when they are told it's all over. He only glanced at her with his inherent coldness and said, "Anyway, they aren't human." That gaze was like a cold spotlight shining directly at her, saying, "You and I are different." That gaze felt like it was stripping away her facade, revealing that beneath her beautiful exterior, she was actually just a dry husk. Mino stares at the half-finished beer mug, her eyes looking as if she wants to cry, but she's trying to hold back. Or perhaps she wants to sob loudly but is no longer capable of crying. She grips the beer mug tightly, her fingernails pressing hard against the glass, leaving scratches. She continues to sob. "He makes me feel like I'm nothing." She still speaks loudly as if venting to the owner to release the frustrations in her heart. "I and everyone else here, we all work so hard, but he just comes out of nowhere and..." It's still the old memories of them walking on the road. She curiously turned to ask him, "Why are you looking for a nightmare? Is it for revenge?" He only gave her a halfway look and said indifferently, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." With the same high volume as if she wanted the whole world to hear, Mino tells Clyde, "He looks down on me with a face that says you and I are different. Every time I see that face, I really feel..." Mino feels as if she's about to explode with emotion. A dry hand pats her head. The owner, Clyde, says gently, "You really are like a child. Don't get involved in things like that anymore. Don't even go near him." The owner's voice is gentle, like a mother advising her daughter. Mino is calmer now. She looks up and says, "But Clyde, But before she can finish, the owner interrupts her. "If you stick with that guy..." The owner's gaze is both sad and fearful. She continues, "You could really die." Mino is extremely surprised to see Clyde with such an expression. She stammers, "What? Why is your expression so scary? How could I die?" Suddenly, the door bursts open, and a golden light spreads throughout the space. The golden light flutters in the air once before landing next to Mino. That brilliant golden light is a bird resembling a phoenix. It drops a scroll into Mino's hand, looking like a letter. Not yet understanding what's happening, Mino reaches out to catch it instinctively. She holds the letter up to see a shiny emblem showing the sender. A letter from Canton Xavier, captain of the North Checkpoint, sent to Mino of the Black Soldier Society. She stares at the letter, her heart silently repeating the name Canton. While opening the letter, Mino thinks of the image of the blonde captain with his arrogant style. She thinks to herself, "Why would that stubborn guy send me this? I have a bad feeling about this." But before she can open it to read, a voice speaks up from behind her. "You're the atrocious witch, right?" Mino flinches, her heart skipping a beat. She quickly drew a short sword from her coat and prepared to attack, raising her blade while saying, "Well, some people do call me that." But before she could strike, a large hand as hard as cold steel gripped her arm tightly and squeezed. She winced in pain and dropped the short sword. Unable to resist, she could only let out a low growl. A face like a god of death with a gaze sharp as a knife stared at her. The stranger growled, "It's not that I dislike getting physical, but I'm busy, so I'll leave that for another time." He emphasized his purpose. "I have something I need you to do for me." In another space, a strike was delivered, shattering the earth and rocks around it. Next, a massive, muscular man collapsed with a thud like a falling mountain. The man groaned in pain. Next, a massive, muscular man collapsed with a thud like a falling mountain. A voice rang out in the space. "Don't come over here." It was unclear where the voice originated, and perhaps no one cared, for below was a 5-horned beast bearing sharp fangs and a long tongue, growling at the prey before it. The man seemed tiny standing before the beast. That man was the old blacksmith. Right now he was staring with trembling eyes at the beast, thinking, "How on earth can I forge a sword like this?" He still couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes rolled back as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. He kept thinking, how can a sword turn into something like this? But he still couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes rolled back as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. But then a hand jerked him back and someone shouted, "Hey, snap out of it!" Jae Hwan said irritably to the blacksmith. "Did you forget we're in the middle of the smelting process?" The blacksmith looked confused and stammered, "No, it's just..." But before he could finish, Jae Hwan shouted, "You said you'd help!" Before he could finish, the five-horned beast attacked them. Its hands, hard as steel, slammed into the ground. The situation was extremely dangerous, but Jae-hwan continued, "Then help properly." In another development, "Then help properly." Loud explosions suddenly echoed and debris flew everywhere. The sky turned a deep purple. The object that was shattering seemed to be struggling to keep from exploding. Loud explosions suddenly echoed and debris flew everywhere. It seemed to be struggling to keep from exploding. Now, a massive beast's horn lay before Master Mekanganat, but the pang-pang sounds of hammering made him realize he truly couldn't craft this horn into a weapon. He wiped his face and exhaled heavily in helplessness. "I can't do it anymore. My tools can't even touch it. This thing is at a level far too high for my refining skills." But suddenly a voice, now a massive horn, pang, hammering. "It's not a matter of level." Hearing this, Mekanganat covered his eyes and shouted, "What?" Sweat rolled down his face. It was unclear if it was from fatigue or panic. In truth, he had entered the first stage of awakening, doubting power, shattering the true nature by doubting the world. The blacksmith removed his hand from his face. Power, shattering the true nature by doubting. His eyes had completely changed. They were soulless golden pupils, as if he had entered a completely different world. A voice rang out. "But a matter of perception." The blacksmith continued into the second stage of awakening. Understanding power, to see the corrupted world. With those soulless golden eyes, he looked down at where the beast's horn was placed. He was shocked to the point of panic. The horn, which was supposed to be incredibly hard and solid, was bubbling and gradually liquefying right in his hands, a phenomenon he had never encountered in all his years as a blacksmith. And it was certainly bubbling and gradually liquefying right in his hands. Then, reaching a certain point, the liquid from the horn suddenly boiled and splashed into the air. He leaned back to avoid the explosion, but immediately after he looked up in terror. The liquid splashed up and fell back down. This time he couldn't dodge. He had to cover his face as the liquid splashed onto him. Grimacing as he shielded himself, he shouted, "Whoa, what is this?" But as soon as he wiped his face, his eyes widened again in horror. Right before him now was a ferocious and dangerous five-horned beast that he had never seen before. The beast was baring its fangs as if it wanted to devour anyone in its path. A giant beast with a tongue that seemed infinitely long. He trembled witnessing this. Beside this massive but weak-souled man stood Jae-hwan, who remained calm while looking at the beast. Mekanganat shouted, "Damn it!" as it looked ready to devour anyone in its path. Immediately after, the five-horned beast attacked. It raised its front leg and slammed it down where Jae-hwan and the blacksmith had just been standing. The beast's power was immense. The two had no choice but to leap backward to dodge the attack. Jae-hwan supported the blacksmith and shouted, "Wake up!" Jae-hwan seemed annoyed. He turned to the old blacksmith and shouted, "You said you'd help me, so do it properly!" But it seemed not a single word of his reached the blacksmith's ears, as he was now trembling violently like a useless mass of flesh. His eyes were wide and his teeth chattered. He thought, "What is that? Is that the true form of the five-horned beast? Did I use my amateur skills on such a monstrosity?" His teeth chattered as he thought, "Did I use my amateur skills on such a monstrosity?" Then his cowardly nature took over. He glanced behind him and saw a door. The only thing he could think of now was escaping. Cowardly thoughts flooded his mind. "No way. I must be dreaming. I need to wake up." Thinking it, he did it. He bolted toward the door behind him. Jae-hwan was startled by the action and yelled, "Hey!" But nothing could stop him. The coward screamed, "Damn it, this must be a dream!" Jae-hwan could only sigh and glance toward the old blacksmith, for he knew his fate. Even if he stepped through that door, he wouldn't be able to escape this place. Sure enough, after stepping through the door, the large but uselessly trembling blacksmith screamed with a face full of terror, "Help! Help me!" But the next second he froze, unable to speak, while in his heart he was screaming. He began to fluctuate. "What is happening?" On the other side of the door were deformed zombies walking around. Their appearance was so disgusting and horrific it could make even the strongest person faint. Indeed, seeing this sight, the blacksmith was speechless. Before him were deformed zombies walking around. A zombie approached the blacksmith and asked, "Oh, have you finished refining it?" But it seemed the blacksmith couldn't utter a word. He was too busy trembling at the sight before him. But it seemed the blacksmith couldn't utter a word. A horrific zombie with maggots crawling out of its eye sockets approached the blacksmith and called out, "Assistant manager!" But it seemed the workshop's assistant manager's soul had left his body. He stared blankly at the light behind the zombie. The rays of light seemed to hypnotize him. Meanwhile, the mobile zombie seemed to notice something strange. Suddenly, in McConn's ear, there was a moan. "Oh, foolish one, you do not yet have the right to see this place." Meanwhile, the mobile zombie seemed to notice something strange. The assistant blacksmith's eyes looked like they were about to burst. His entire face trembled violently. He didn't want to believe what was happening. He hurriedly ran from where he stood, his mind screaming, "How can a world like this exist? How can a world like this exist?" Meanwhile, Jae-hwan knew he couldn't rely on or ask for help from the large man with him. He nimbly leaped up. In a flash, he was no longer on the ground. That high jump gave him the momentum to leap level with the beast's face. Without a weapon, he had to temporarily take the hammer and sharp nail the cowardly assistant manager had left behind. Before him, the beast with scaly skin and sharp fangs waited to devour anyone nearby. As he attacked, he thought, "Why would I lose my life in this world?" That high jump gave him the momentum to leap level with the beast's face, without a weapon. But he didn't allow himself to think for too long. He immediately drove the spike into the top of the dragon's head. With his other hand, he swung the hammer, driving the spike in hard. Even the thick, scaly skin couldn't withstand that attack. The beast bled in streams. Remaining thoughts flashed through his head. Why me? Why he and the assistant manager fell into this world no longer mattered. Now the wounded beast let out a thunderous roar. Its massive body shook and moved violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Its massive body shook and moved violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Rocks and debris fell heavily toward Jae-hwan, but he didn't panic or show fear. On the contrary, he was extremely calm, using all his ability to stand firm so as not to be buried by the falling debris. His hand still tightly gripped the remaining crude weapon. His eyes were sharp and determined, the eyes of a true warrior. Before him, the ugly beast continued to roar and scream in pain. Its sharp teeth, like countless blades, were ready to pierce anyone who dared come close. The blacksmith still clutched his head in panic. It seemed what he was witnessing was driving him mad. He could do nothing but cry out, "Ah, ah," in hopelessness. Jae-hwan had thought that some actions in this world were futile, no matter how many times they were performed. He told himself it was like a mortal trying to catch up to the skill of a nightmare, or surpassing the limits of nature. Before him was the mess from refining the horn. Tools and fragments lay scattered on the table. Now the blacksmith Mikon collapsed into a chair. He said, "It seems I'm too old to handle a Ganok's horn. You should have come to find me sooner." Jae-hwan looked at him with a confused gaze. He said, "It seems I'm too old to handle a Ganok's horn." He lit a cigar to calm himself. His face looked gaunt and weathered, as if he had just endured 100 years of horror. He spoke slowly to him. "Actually, you didn't come here to find me, but to find the workshop manager. A nightmare." He stared at the floor to steady himself and continued, "The last time the manager stepped outside was a long time ago. I'm sorry that the only person who could help you is a pathetic man like me." Then the blacksmith reflected, "How could someone who has never even created a tower be a novice? One's race doesn't matter." Jae-hwan still looked at Mikon with his inherent coldness, yet his words carried some encouragement. "As long as you can make a scabbard, it's fine, so keep going." But the blacksmith immediately replied, "No, I've tried enough. Jae-hwan continued with a stubbornly humorous tone. You can do it if you try 100 million times. Immediately, the blacksmith laughed. Ha ha! 100 million times? Ha ha ha! You really are young. But then the blacksmith seemed to fall into contemplation. He said in a low voice, I'm sure in your eyes I don't look like I'm trying, but I've truly done my best. Looking at the blacksmith, Jae-hwan saw him as if he had become a different person. He was reminded of a blacksmith he knew well. Maekon continued, I did my best while watching you, Jae-hwan. Meekin continued to stare into space. Though I'm not sure if you believe me or not. He recalled the joyful image of his old blacksmith friend who once confidently said, I have mastered all skills related to smithing. Now I can say with full certainty that I can repair any weapon in Nightmare with a 99% success rate. But then it was the same man, yet with a different thought. He said, but after achieving that success, I had a different realization. He had told Jae-hwan, perhaps I wasn't aiming for that 99% success rate, his voice echoing steadily, but rather doing my absolute best to escape the 1% failure. Jae-hwan's gaze suddenly changed. It seemed he had made his own calculations. The system announced, player has reached the maximum level. Now, back to reality, Jae-hwan stood before the scattered tools. He said, yeah, you are more hard-working and diligent than anyone. But do you know the principle of work that requires processing skills? The blacksmith asked in surprise, the principle of skills? Nightmare's processing skill is one of the original skills. At the mention of this, the image of the beast resurfaced in his mind. Maekon continued, it's something that has existed from the beginning, like fire and water. How can a human explain the origin of the world? And even if they could, what would be the point of explaining such things? Then it was Jae-hwan's turn to fall into contemplation. He said, so you're saying you use a skill without clearly understanding what you're doing? Maekon fell silent, his deep blue eyes filled with worry. He stubbed out his cigar against the side of the chair and continued, according to what you're saying, the principle. Well, I guess it's strengthening the hammer and chisel with spirit power and refining that strength to suppress the horn. Jae-hwan continued to argue, pointing at the apprentices. If it's such a simple principle, then why can't other blacksmiths use processing? The blacksmith still defended his stance. Well, it's because they haven't successfully comprehended that skill yet. But then Maekon felt his words were like a broken record. He suddenly had an epiphany. Wait. If the principle behind this skill is that simple, then even if they haven't learned it yet, at the very least, they should be able to do something similar. But Jae-hwan voiced exactly what Maekon was thinking. People don't know what that skill is, yet they are still using it. The apprentices cried out in shock. One of them said loudly, you're speaking as if someone uses a skill through understanding its principle. He remained in his seat, but the blacksmith lunged forward to ask, Jae-hwan, do you know the principle behind processing? He pointed at the monster's horn and said, I don't know, but I recently discovered it. The monster's horn shimmered with a faint, mystical purple light, like hovering phosphorus. The crowd stared at the horn and shouted, what? With just one touch, the horn that was as hard as diamond suddenly turned into a liquid state like lava. The crowd asked in amazement, how are you using processing? Unable to contain their curiosity, the apprentices and Maekon rushed toward the horn. Jae-hwan pointed at the horn, which was gradually turning a golden hue, and said, look closer and tell me what you see. Everyone looked closely at the changing texture of the horn. One person spoke up, these are particles separating. Indeed, the horn now looked like flowing golden lava. Maekon, still disbelieving, said, it won't be easy. But Jae-hwan calmly explained, because your extraordinary effort has condensed the wall of the world as much as you can see it. This time he couldn't believe his ears and stammered, because of my effort? Jae-hwan affirmed, there's nothing wrong with your hard work, but shouldn't you have realized it by now? He continued, if you still can't do it after all that effort, then the one who is wrong isn't you, but this world. Mikan's face was full of joyful surprise. He was stunned by what he had just heard and the truth he had just realized. He stammered, repeating his words like a machine. The world is wrong? Words he had heard long ago suddenly echoed in his ears, returning from his memory. Don't you know why you always ruin everything? But the voice continued. This is also good for you. This has always been the method of nightmares, not humans. A hideous hand with eyes on the finger joints pointed at the center of a sword. The sword slowly melted to reveal a hole in the middle. He asked, Then what is the human method? The voice replied nonchalantly, How should I know? And why would I? I am a nightmare. Or more accurately, Mikan's nightmare spoke while manipulating the liquid created from the sword. If you want to blame someone, blame the race you were born into, humans. You can never move past the level of a novice. The young Mikan had worked like a madman while thinking, human limits? No. If I put in the effort, I'm sure I can be like a nightmare. But now he had realized a new truth. Mikan clutched his head, confused by this contradiction. He said, Then what should I do? He suddenly shouted, Are you telling me to go against the world? He continued to yell in opposition to Jae-hwan's thought. This is a realistic world where you get results corresponding to the effort you put in. What's wrong with getting used to this place? Jae-hwan stared at this blacksmith with a piercing gaze. He said, Is it true? A world that deceives you, making you unable to do the work you are capable of? He coldly continued, You might be old, but you can still fight. He again pulled Mikan closer to the horn and said, Try looking closer. The horn, with its black outer shell and purple core, looked as if it were about to glow, a shape that would attract any blacksmith. Jae-hwan continued, Don't rely on the system. Instead, look with your own eyes. Listening to Jae-hwan's words, the image of the horn appeared in the blacksmith's pupils. He looked at it with his own eyes, and now he saw through its essence, through every structural layer of the horn. There was a light, like an aura being illuminated in his mind. Recalling how Jae-hwan dealt with the monsters, Mikan couldn't help but think, does he always live while witnessing this world? A world without skills or interfaces, a transparent world with no exceptions. At this thought, he grabbed the chisel and held it firmly in his hand. Perhaps he decided to try one more time. The thought surfaced in his mind. How can someone live that way unless they are crazy? Then he continued, hammer in one hand and chisel in the other, refining the horn. He cried out, How? Or are they really actually crazy? And following that, he struck the chisel with a hammer, ready to pour all his life force into refining the horn once more. At this time, at the entrance of Twilight Forge, a voice spoke up. Are you really planning to leave like this? Then Jae-hwan stepped out of the forge. As he walked, he said, I have to go because the product is finished. Then he changed his tone, joking about his sword. This one seems to like it. It would definitely have eaten the scabbard if it didn't like it. The way Jae-hwan spoke about his sword was humorous. The voice of his companion asked, Have you chosen a name for the sword yet? He was about to say pig, but immediately gave up on that name. He said, No, not yet. The blacksmith, it was him, of course, saw Jae-hwan out. As they stood at the door, he asked, If I may, could I name it? Jae-hwan nodded graciously, despite his usual cold expression. Mikan said excitedly, I've decided to base it on the language of martial arts because it sounds cool. I'll use characters representing the presence of solitude. In his hand was an artistic sword, truly a masterpiece. He carved the name of the sword onto its scabbard. Seeing this, Jae-hwan asked, Maverick? Like General Maverick? The blacksmith flashed a mischievous smile. He replied, Exactly, I don't think there's a better name than that. Then he and the apprentices waved goodbye. He said, Safe travels, while the young blacksmith Niven enthusiastically waved, saying, See you again, sir, while a few others were wiping away tears. Suddenly a voice called out, Wait! Jae-hwan unexpectedly glanced back at where the voice had just come from. It seemed the 1,000 Questions with Me Khan program hadn't ended yet. Seemingly remembering something important, he patted his chest and asked, "In the world that you see, how do I look?" Jae-hwan softly said 2 words, "A human." Those simple, brief words were like a thunderclap in Me Khan's mind. Amidst the chaotic space of both humans and demons, the image of Jae-hwan still stood proud and fearless. He thought, "He doesn't look back," and his thoughts continued, "I don't know if anyone else can understand that solitary world." Back to another world where Jae-hwan and Mino stood before the gates of Gorgon. He quietly asked, "Why are you following me?" The girl in high heels behind him answered with another question. "Why? Do you think I have dark motives?" He turned and glanced at her sideways, his attitude telling her he knew exactly what she was thinking. He continued, "You're plotting something again, right?" Mino moved closer to him and made a very mischievous face. She smiled and said, "How did you know?" Mino said, "I'm planning to kill you." As she said this, Mino's attitude changed immediately. She was like a chameleon, constantly shifting. At this moment, no one could tell if she was joking or serious. Jae-hwan remained as calm as usual. It didn't seem like he thought she was joking, but he didn't appear surprised by those words either. He looked at her and asked, "What do you gain by killing me?" Without needing much thought, Mino replied immediately, "Well, living a luxurious life with the spirit stones you possess, perhaps?" Jae-hwan closed his eyes and chuckled. He seemed to find that thought quite amusing, but Mino likely thought he was mocking her. She asserted loudly, "I'm serious." Jae-hwan, perhaps too lazy to argue, simply said dismissively, "Fine." But his dismissive attitude seemed to dampen Mino's spirit. She spoke in a sulky voice. "Your expression is like that of a soulless person. Never mind. Take this." Saying so, Mino pressed a large, square bundle into Jae-hwan's hands. He looked at the bundle in surprise and asked, "What's this?" Mino frowned, showing her annoyance. She replied, "Your clothes. I don't want to use someone else's things for free. I also want to apologize." But it seemed Jae-hwan was a man who lacked delicacy with women. He only replied blandly, "Is that so?" Mino probably didn't want to ask further, so she changed the subject. She asked, "Since you couldn't meet the nightmares, what do you plan to do now?" Jae-hwan grew thoughtful. "Mekon showed me a way to meet them." Still holding the bundle Mino gave him, he looked into the distance as if forming his plan. "I'll meet them and ask about the Tree of Imagery and find the way to the abyss." Gorgon City was beautiful today, with clear sunlight and a lovely blue sky. But 2 people weren't paying attention to that. They were still bickering. Mino grumbled, "Why are you going to do something like that?" While he answered vaguely, "Do you want to know my purpose?" Mino seemed to be blaming Jae-hwan. She looked straight at him and said, "Even if you get lucky and succeed in reviving the abyss, the ones called the strong ones there, if I return from that place, I won't come back." Mino's attitude seemed very decisive. "No, I will die." Mino's eyes suddenly became fearful and dark when she thought about death. Then she suddenly leaned forward as if preparing to point directly at him. She shouted, "Who do you think you are?" She continued loudly, "Who the hell are you to dare do something so world-shattering?" Her state shifted to anger in an instant as she screamed in his face, "What right do you have?" Her finger pointed at him in anger. Thinking of the bottom of the abyss and the thought that she couldn't return, Mino's emotions completely exploded. She shouted, "Who are you to just do as you please without caring about other people's opinions? You always do what you want. You're heartless, cold, and almost—" Her emotions choked her up a bit, but his face didn't change at all. He didn't care at all, cold, and above all, he stood silently listening to her criticism without uttering a word in his defense, thinking of the innocent people. "People who are happy every day with simple food and ordinary worries," Mino continued. "I can't stand the fact that you don't even see these people as human. It's not that they aren't ordinary citizens. They work hard, sweat soaking their shoulders, yet there's always a happy smile on their faces." Thinking of those very ordinary people, Mino couldn't help but choke up. I and the people here are also human. Even though we aren't as strong and brave as you, I'm sure I am also a human. Mino shouted the last sentence through her sobs. Jaehwan heard everything she said. His eyes, which were usually cold, suddenly softened. Mino's emotions continued to guide her as she recalled the glorious battles of the past. Mino suddenly thought, if I have to die, I'll die today. I will never go back to the past. The image of the blacksmith hammering a nail in hopelessness also returned. Mino's heart was currently a mess with hundreds of thousands of emotions. Drops of emotion, like drops of lava, fell on her shoulders and hair, causing her pain. She told herself, it's best not to do anything stupid. You witch! If you break the covenant, that old woman won't live much longer. You should have seduced him and led him away with sweet words, but look at what you're doing. It was true. Mino had her own motives, but her heart was being torn apart. You should have seduced him and led him away with sweet words, but her heart was being torn apart. But it seemed Jaehwan had seen through Mino's abnormality and her predicament. His eyes sparkled with sharp insight. He thought to himself, they're holding a hostage. Is it me they really want? Jaehwan had seen Mino's abnormality and her predicament. His eyes sparkled with sharp insight. Jaehwan suddenly realized that someone had been lurking and watching him from the shadows. He thought, the person watching me from across the street is one of them. He looked at the concentric circles controlling the mind of the person opposite him. Jaehwan thought further, to save the hostage, will I have to risk my life here? He was also feeling uncertain. After thinking for a long time without an answer, he told himself, it's meaningless. Thinking back to the zombies moving in that room, they were actually just innocent people, but it seemed they didn't realize they had become zombies. He told himself, even if I save them time and time again, the truth remains unchanged. What my doubts show is the truth of the world. Humans who think they are living, but in reality, they only exist as walking skeletons. Jaehwan's thoughts were very heavy. He thought, this world is controlled by models of wealth and information, and he continued, people who sell their souls for higher pay. At the same time, Mino was also lost in her own thoughts. She remembered words from the past. Even without crazy dreams or beliefs, an entity is satisfied by the fact that today they survived so many things and came out together. That's the kind of human I know. Those words seemed to wake her up. She thought, I'll use the time to eliminate him and find the nightmares. Then an arm broke through the barrier and reached out. It was Mino's hand. Next, she shattered the stained glass blocking the two worlds between her and him. She screamed and grabbed his shirt. That's why you are the one who doesn't look human at all. Then she spoke as if it were her final decision. From now on, we go our separate ways. She grabbed his shirt and looked straight into his face, shouting, how the hell can I cooperate with someone who has that kind of intention? Inside Jaehwan's mind, a single word echoed. Huh? But it seemed Mino wasn't finished. She continued to hurl harsh words at him. We will never meet again. During that time, Jaehwan probably hadn't processed Mino's unusual behavior. He thought, why is that girl? Perhaps what he wanted to say next was looking so human, but he couldn't utter those words. So he could only stand silently watching Mino's back as she walked away, fading into the deep red light of the sunset. The scout watching from down the road saw everything clearly. He thought, damn it, that witch betrayed us. Go report back. He continued, the plan for the skin nightmare has gone down the drain. However, Jaehwan read everything he was thinking. He thought in surprise, wait, nightmare? A nightmare is with them? But then, looking at the bag of clothes still in his hand, he clicked his tongue. Well, I'll go change my clothes first. On a deserted street, an ancient house looked like a shop, but right now it sat silently with no customers coming or going. Now only Mino was approaching that house. As she walked, she thought, how did things end up like this? At the door, she gently pushed the wooden door open and said, "I'm sorry, ma'am. I've kept you waiting, haven't I?" But seeing the desolate scene inside with destroyed furniture scattered on the floor, she told herself, "I knew it. Those Xinyo." Back at the bar, a group of fierce-looking men were now tying up and controlling the people inside. Clyde was struggling against the hands of these thugs, and she said, "We should have stopped you all back then." The one tying Clyde up pressed her head against the table, but it didn't make her yield. She still shouted, "It seems this time, because of you, I might actually die." But the man immediately shouted back, "Shut up, old woman." Suddenly, one of the thugs spoke up. "Atrocious witch, why did you come here alone? What about our deal?" The bearded man seemed to be the leader of the gang. He glared at Mino with a sharp gaze, and his previous words were spoken just as coldly. That bearded man was Elder Guim of the Tron gang, the eldest of the three Jania brothers. But facing that bearded elder, Mino didn't seem afraid. She smiled slightly and used a gaze like a wolf looking at its prey to stare directly at the thugs. She said provocatively, "You're more naive than you look. Have you ever seen a witch keep her word?" She then used her hands to control the short swords to fly around and continued her provocation. "That person won't be coming here." Images of the painful struggles of people from other worlds entering this chaotic world returned to her mind. She whispered, "That person has gone." Painful and miserable images of people perceiving death continued to play in her mind like a film. Skillfully, she controlled the short swords to fly toward the enemy. She shouted to continue her words, "Destroy him!" Then, with a wave of her hand, an unusual wind like a whirlwind appeared around her. She ran, following the rain of short swords toward the thugs. But this didn't surprise or scare the Jania man. Instead, he let out a savage laugh. His cold gaze seemed to freeze the opponent. He shouted, "It seems you've lost your mind, atrocious witch!" Then, like a mysterious magic, several blurry shadows lunged out from his body. These shadows were like his doubles, with the same savage eyes and pale grins. That was a less common magic called secret shadow. Elder Jania continued to say to his subordinates, "Because of her ability to seduce many entities, she's called the atrocious witch in the hunting grounds I know of." One of the secret shadows flashed a bizarre smile, swung its blade, and prepared to attack the target designated by its host. A voice spoke up. "Yeah, let's see if she can do that in this situation." The secret shadow focused its attack on Mino. It slashed down without a moment's hesitation, but Mino was as fast as a flash, tumbling to avoid its strike. And then, as she tumbled back, she waved her hand, and another rain of those short swords continued to find and attack the enemy just as she completed a roll. When her feet landed on the ground, it was also the moment she witnessed the bearded Jania firmly gripping his heavy blade. He swung a powerful strike. As the blade was slashed down immediately, the shockwave from the blade formed a large cross shape and lunged toward Mino to attack. Startled by that elder's technique and power, she braced herself to withstand the recent attack. Truly, he cannot be underestimated. Jania is now kneeling, resting his great sword on his shoulder. That single strike just now didn't only affect Mino, but also sent rocks and liquids from the floor flying. Though she blocked the attack, she suffered significant damage. The bearded man's strike tore through one shoulder of her clothes. She glared at the group with hatred, yet had to endure the mocking gazes of others. One said, "Don't you think that witch would look better without clothes? Don't you agree?" Meanwhile, Mino clutched her injured arm, thinking, "Damn it, if only we were outside." However, as if able to read her thoughts, the bearded elder growled, "There's a barrier here that blocks sound, so no one will know what's happening inside." He stared at her and added to intimidate her, "Stop those useless screams and bring that guy to me." Despite her injury and the sweat pouring down her face from the pain in her arm, Mino didn't flinch. She growled a warning, "The dark forest will hunt you all down." However, Jania showed he was a sinister old man, not easily fooled. He grabbed Clyde's hair and pulled her face up so Mino could see her miserable state. He continued, "You can't trick me. We've long known there isn't a single soul from the dark forest in Gorgon Fortress." Despite the weapon at her throat, Clyde didn't seem afraid as she struggled, while the bearded man added, "The time for them to find you and this old hag has been erased." But at this moment, Mino calmed herself. She swung her hand, and a power focused within her body began to manifest. It was the 7 daggers of Akizan technique. Her blades were imbued with her full strength and surged forward. She pointed at the enemy and screamed a command, but just like before, the elder only had to swing his sword once to quickly shatter her short blades, sending fragments flying in all directions. He laughed at having suppressed her twice. "Your little cat tricks are quite cute," he said. Then he gave a mocking smirk at Mino's weakness. He rested his sword on his shoulder and stared at her like a wolf about to devour its prey. "I'll take special pleasure in tearing you apart with my own hands," he said, emphasizing every word. "You, the atrocious witch." Her injured arm still throbbed with pain. She seemed to be losing hope against Jania's men. She could only growl, "Ugh, damn it." Her eyes were nearly closing due to her injury. All she could see now was Elder Jania looming toward her like a mountain. She thought to herself, only now do I think of that question from before. Trong đầu cô lại hiện lên hình ảnh lạnh lùng của Jae-hwan. Anh nói nếu có cách quay trở về quá khứ thì cô có quay lại không? Now his words truly hit home. She lowered her head dejectedly. I want to go back to the past. If only I had followed that person. The massive Jania, like a moving mountain, stared at her as if this were the last time she would see the sun. The bearded man raised one hand to his sword, preparing to strike. Feeling helpless, she bowed her head to accept her fate. She wondered, will I get to witness this world's collapse? Just as his cold blue blade was about to strike down, a stone flew in from nowhere. With lightning speed, he instinctively raised his blade to block it. Jania's 2 brothers were also incredibly surprised by this. Both seemed to be wondering what had happened. A strange footstep appeared right at the tavern door. Naturally, it was Jae-hwan, appearing in his usual way with his usual cold attitude. Mino seemed overjoyed by his arrival, but she still feigned annoyance. "Ugh, I really hate this kind of entrance." She continued to mock him. "And what about the world collapsing? Why are you here?" He threw the bag of items toward Mino and said, "Those clothes don't fit me." It wasn't hard to notice Mino's astonishment, but her sharp tongue continued to mock him. "So you're only here because the clothes don't fit, right?" Meanwhile, 2 others were equally pleased. Because of Jae-hwan's appearance, they looked at him like hyenas about to scavenge a kill. One of Jania's brothers said, "So you're the guy with the spirit stone?" The other added with a gleeful laugh, Hey, this makes things even easier for us. Is this that location service everyone's talking about?" Ignoring what those men were saying, Jae-hwan got straight to the point. He asked directly, "You people, you have a nightmare, don't you?" His blunt question made them freeze, unsure of how to answer. Jae-hwan's eyes were full of authority, signaling them not to mess with him. He asked again, "Where is the nightmare? Bring it here." He pointed his hand to the ground where he stood, as if reinforcing his demand. Jania's purple-haired underlings were likely wondering where this guy came from. They looked at Jae-hwan with confusion, thinking this madman had just popped up out of nowhere to give orders. They thought he was crazy. However, one of them spoke up, "I heard you're against the fortress. It seems you're just as crazy as the rumors say." Behind him, Mino whispered to Jae-hwan, "Be careful, that's a level 4 simulator." Since a level 4 simulator is high-ranking, she told him not to underestimate him. Jae-hwan asked back, "Do you think I'll lose?" Mino answered clumsily, "No. Now I don't think you'll lose." Indeed, having witnessed his talent, she found it hard to imagine him losing, yet she still wanted him to be careful. But the bystanders watching the conversation felt insulted and offended. "So arrogant!" they shouted, then lunged forward. All three Johnny brothers were armed, but the bearded one with the greatsword was clearly their leader. They glared at Jae-hwan with murderous intent. Their bearded elder shouted, "He's just a reckless fool. I'll teach you a lesson." But to Jae-hwan, it all seemed like child's play. His eyes sparked as he looked back at them, maintaining his usual cold expression. Jae-hwan quickly drew his renowned long blade and struck forward. It was a strike that could be described as legendary, so fast that no one could even perceive the movement. However, the bandit elder lived up to his title. He managed to dodge the strike by a hair's breadth. "What?" he shouted. Jae-hwan also seemed surprised by this. He narrowed his eyes at him and thought, he dodged it. Regaining their composure after narrowly escaping death, the bandits regrouped. One shouted in surprise, "That bastard isn't a simulator," while the older brother, seemingly more knowledgeable, said, "Could he be one of those with the power of the abyss?" Meanwhile, Jae-hwan thought to himself, "Until now, the only being to dodge my full-power strike was the five-horned beast, one of the most fearsome monsters. So is a level 4 simulator on the same level as that thing?" Jae-hwan exhaled. How troublesome. He watched to see how the battle would unfold, a flame appearing in his eyes. He seemed to know exactly what he had to do with those bandits. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter. The bandits played a trump card. Mino's face was filled with a mix of fury and panic. She growled but didn't dare move, while Jae-hwan remained as expressionless and cold as ever, staring at them. Suddenly, Mino screamed, "Clyde!" Her angry eyes looked as if they were about to burst. Sure enough, the hostage in the bandit's hands was Clyde, a member of the castle. Her hands were tied behind her back and she was forced to kneel. Her appearance and injuries showed she had been severely beaten. The bandit elder rested his blade on his shoulder and grabbed poor Clyde by the collar. "Bring it here if you want," he said. "But if you do, this bitch won't be safe." Clyde's resilience was truly admirable. She shouted to Jae-hwan's group, "Don't hesitate, attack!" But immediately one of the bandits rushed over and slapped her, making her collapse. "Shut up if you don't want to be beaten," he yelled. Seeing this, Mino was heartbroken. Clyde was being grabbed by the hair and pressed to the floor, while Mino shouted to comfort the poor woman, "Hang in there, ma'am. We'll definitely save you." Restless and anxious, Mino turned back to Jae-hwan, squinting to assess the situation. "You can do it, right?" she shouted. But he seemed to be preparing a different plan. Adjusting his grip on his blade, he thought, "Why is she asking me that? I'm only here to find the nightmare." Jae-hwan decided not to care about the local grudges. His only goal was the nightmare. "I just need to destroy everything in my way, whether it's an enemy or a hostage," he thought. As if reading his thoughts, she quickly reached out and grabbed his shirt. She stammered in a mix of anxiety and panic, "She is a human!" Jae-hwan paused for a moment and glanced back. But he recalled images of ordinary people's happiness, how they were happy to work and enjoy life. He also remembered Mino's face and the words she had screamed at him. It all felt like an earthquake shaking Jae-hwan's soul and mind. Suddenly, the image before him changed. The people who were ordinary a moment ago transformed into walking zombies. Despite being oppressed and held by the hair, the zombie Clyde was screaming, "What are you waiting for? Start the attack now!" Perhaps she wanted to remind Jae-hwan to act immediately. Damn it, he thought, clearly wanting to break free from these unfolding illusions. Immediately, Jae-hwan raised his blade high. The blue light from the blade illuminated a vast space. With immense power, the light from the blade shone again. That massive blue light carried such force that it shattered the roof of the building they were in. The light beamed straight up, piercing the dark void above to form a brilliant pillar of light. From afar, the blonde Captain Kuk, who was patrolling with the royal army, suddenly saw that pillar of light. Those witnessing it asked in wonder, "What is that?" The brilliant light seemed to spread everywhere as Kuk gazed calmly at the pillar of light. His eyes were pensive as he thought, That is... And immediately KuBI issued the order to move. His subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, sir!" And they all headed toward the source of the light. At this moment, in a corner of Gorgon, the bandits were turning on each other and shouting blame. One yelled, "This is bad, brother!" as they argued amongst themselves. He pointed up at the barrier surrounding the building and shouted, "The soundproof barrier is broken!" Indeed, a large hole had been torn through the magical soundproofing circle above the house. The bandit elder recognized the gravity of the situation. He clicked his tongue and quickly thought of a plan. However, it was already too late. From outside, a loud shout rang out. "Surround this tavern!" The soldiers' voices echoed in unison. All of this caught the attention of everyone inside, including Mino and Jae-hwan. From outside the tavern doors, a royal squad burst in and quickly subdued those inside. From the center, the blonde Captain KuBI appeared majestically. Though not the protagonist, he clearly radiated a hero's aura at this moment. Captain KuBI spoke. "Mr. Jae-hwan." He looked at everyone inside with emotionless eyes and asked, "What is happening here?" It seemed Jae-hwan's presence there was something he hadn't anticipated. Feeling like an ally had arrived for support, Jae-hwan immediately stepped up beside him. He said, "You've arrived just in time," then gestured toward the bandits in the corner. "That man is breaking the rules you've set." He pointed at the group and continued, "I don't know the details, but I'm guessing he's violating Gorgon Criminal Law Chapter 276, Section 4 or something like that." Wow. It seemed Jae-hwan wasn't just good at fighting, but also flexible in handling problems, as having someone else settle the matter saved him the effort of fighting them. Jae-hwan continued to expose the bandits. He was probably planning to use this tavern as a base to destroy the world with plots involving nightmares. He spoke fluently, while Mino watched from behind with a mix of surprise and confusion. "Does my companion have this side to him?" she wondered, then asked him, "Wait, aren't you the one who wants to destroy the world?" After hearing Jae-hwan's words, KuBI responded in the tone of an exemplary official. "I see. Based on Gorgon criminal law, Chapter 174, Section 4, and Chapter 124, Section 6. He looked at the group with stern eyes and delivered his judgment. "For the crimes of illegal property destruction within the fortress and kidnapping residents, you are all under arrest without a warrant." Cornered by the prospect of being prosecuted under Gorgon law, the bandits decided they had to flee quickly. A subordinate shouted, "Damn it!" while the leader yelled, "Retreat for now!" But they were like rats backed into a corner, trying to escape with royal officers present. The blonde captain released a silver chain and shouted, "You think you can escape?" The silver chain lunged toward the criminals under KuBI's control. "Do you think you can escape?" Two subordinates were bound first. They struggled in vain, shouting, "Damn it!" and trying to break free, but the chain seemed to tighten further by the second. Following that, KuBI opened his hand as light energy gathered, forming a weapon shaped like a scythe of light. The captain, with a cold face, held the light scythe and told the bandits, "Resistance is futile." Indeed, the authority of the royal army was immense. The words of an official carried great weight. However, the leader apparently didn't know his limits. In his desperation, he shouted, "No way!" and lunged directly at Captain KuBI. As he drew close, he took his blade and swung it down rapidly. However, the gap in power was clear. KuBI immediately parried the leader's attack, a visually stunning display. The two opponents locked eyes. On one side was the handsome captain with a cold, expressionless gaze. On the other, the bandit leader, his face and eyes filled with bitter rage. It seemed the light scythe was about to shatter the bandit's blade into pieces. Refusing to yield, the man leaped up, intending to strike down. He roared like a wild beast, "You bastard, go to hell!" However, at that moment, KuBI, the captain of the guard, released the silver chain again. The chain immediately lunged toward the leader. The chain moved like a trained snake, coiling around the leader's arm. With terrifying force, the chain pulled him through the floor they were standing on, all the way down into the basement below. Sunlight streamed through the holes in the roof, casting brilliant rays into the interior of the tavern. The light also fell upon the leader's face, but with the captain's light scythe at his throat, he was in no mood to enjoy the view. Captain KuBI calmly held the scythe to the criminal's neck as if it were a routine task, while the leader groaned, "KuBI, I surrender." The captain replied, "A wise decision." The chain hadn't yet left the bandit's arm, but besides being upright, KuBI seemingly didn't expect foul play. The butcher-like man spoke, "I heard you were as naive as you are righteous. I guess I was right." Immediately, the bandit threw a smoke bomb. KuBI watched in surprise as the bomb rolled across the floor. When the bomb stopped, a toxic purple gas hissed out and rapidly filled the entire room. The deep purple smoke occupied every corner of the room. No one could see anyone else inside. With this trick, the butchers quickly escaped the guards' control. They now stood outside the tavern wearing gas masks, looking at the house submerged in purple smoke. The leader said, "I didn't think we'd need the toxic gas here." But a subordinate shouted, "Wait, brother! I think the youngest inhaled some." Indeed, he was a complete novice at being a bandit. The youngest member looked ready to faint from the gas and could barely stand. The leader didn't care. He cursed his men. "That fool, I always told him to wear his mask properly. He'll live if he only took a bit. Just endure it for now." But what the leader feared had arrived. A voice rang out behind him. "I didn't think you would use toxic gas without the guildmaster's permission." That voice made him freeze, his eyes showing clear anxiety. A massive man with eyes like a wild beast watched the bandits. "Is the atrocious witch that strong?" the stranger asked. He was the rare demon of desire, Hyoksogang, an elder of the Forbidden Heaven Society. He stared at the men fleeing below and continued, "Didn't you say you'd catch her and hand her over to me? But I don't want her dead." The leader tried to explain, "It's not because of the witch, but there are two difficult opponents in there." Hyoksogang fell silent, turning a confused gaze toward the leader. He then spoke. "Are you saying that annoying chain guy is inside?" The bandit replied, "Yes." They looked down at the house, still shrouded in gas. Elder Hyoksogang gloated, Hey, that stubborn bastard must have inhaled the gas, right? He must be in bad shape. It looks like we'll have a good show to watch today." But then Hyoksogang froze for 2 seconds. His eyes widened as he looked down, his voice dropping an octave as he called out to the Johnny leader. Below, Mino and Jae-hwan were emerging from the smoke-filled room. Hyoksogang asked, "Who is that?" Jae-hwan was helping Mino out of the tavern. Her face showed exhaustion and weakness. He glanced upward and immediately spotted those watching him. His blade began to gather blue energy. Jae-hwan struck toward Hyoksogan's group. Blue light surged forward with terrifying power. In an instant, the blue energy sliced the large tree where the bandits were perched clean in half. The men immediately left their hiding spot and jumped down. A question echoed in Hyokso-gang's mind. Who is he? The Jania leader also wondered, damn it, I'm more curious about that. How can he be safe after being in that gas? Hyokso-gang stood on the ground and continued to look toward the tavern, thinking, I've never seen him before. No matter who he is, he seems quite dangerous. At this time, Mino was leaning against a wall, panting heavily. It seemed even breathing was difficult for her. He watched her intently. Neither noticed a group of people focusing on them, all sharing the same thought. It looks like we have to deal with both of them. In another world, a version of Jae-hwan was covered in dirt and scratches from an ongoing battle. He and his opponent had seemingly struggled much. He stared forward, muttering, This is really annoying. But back in the present world, Jae-hwan was straining to break free from a current restraint. He used all his strength, gritting his teeth to pierce a shield, but it didn't seem to be working. Immediately after, he thrust his blade into the ground, turning it into a drill to bore straight into the earth. He thought to himself, I really didn't want to use this, thinking about having to rely on an item's skill. The power within him was like a hidden beast, and now that beast had been awakened. Like a hidden beast. It was a fierce aura. Everyone around seemed to be blasted backward by that surge of power. Jania's subordinate stammered, That is... while another could not utter a word, only letting out a scream. Jania's subordinate stammered, That is... Jae-hwan's power and majesty transformed into a beast with superhuman strength, driving the drill deep into the ground. The surrounding earth cracked into large pieces. Jae-hwan's power and majesty transformed into a beast with strength. That power was like thousands of invisible slashes, wounding most of the bandits near Jania. Shouts and cries filled the air. Fatal wounds and blood splatters created a horrific scene originating from that power. A long time, or perhaps a very long time later, the sound of his footsteps echoed, mingling with the sound of the murky rain. He walked past the scattered corpses toward the people in front of him. The sword in his hand still emitted powerful purple energy. When faced with life and death, the true nature of each person is revealed. Hyuk-seogang seemed truly shocked by Jae-hwan's power. He said to his subordinates, "What is up with that monster?" Hatred mixed with fear spread across his face. Then, like a cowardly beast, Hyuk-seogang bolted, trying to escape. Before fleeing, that coward managed to say, "You guys handle it." Jania watched the elder running away and couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse. "That bastard!" Jania's eyes bulged as he tensed his body, looking at the tragic state of his subordinates before him. He looked at the corpses lying motionless on the ground, his heart aching. He called out each name. Jania Myung, Jania Mang. Jania collapsed, gritting his teeth to suppress the surging emotions. He probably couldn't cry even though he likely wanted to. Jania thought to himself, "Damn it, I never expected it to end like this." The sound of boots approached him. A voice rang out. "There is a way for you to keep your life." The sound of boots approached him. Jae-hwan stood before Jania and said, "Answer me." The sword was still gripped tightly in his hand. Jania looked up at him, seemingly wanting to know what answer he needed. Jae-hwan spoke slowly. "Where is the dark land where you all are hiding?" But it took a long while for Jania to speak. His face and eyes were full of bitterness, as if this were fate. He said, "The dark land. If I reveal it, surviving this would be useless anyway." He continued, "Because if that person finds out, I'm dead." Saying this, Jania immediately thought of someone whose power might be immense, or who held a massive secret. That mysterious figure held the power of life and death over people like him. Jae-hwan frowned, thinking. That person, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Jania continued his monologue. He looked at his comrades who had become motionless corpses scattered everywhere. He said, "If I'm going to die anyway, then..." Then he reached into his garment, preparing to take something out. He immediately put that object into his mouth. Jae-hwan thought in shock, "Is that a spirit stone?" Jae-hwan was deeply shaken by Jania's action. He was extremely surprised and thought to himself, "The people here look like they are taking medicine." Images of the people here returned to Jae-hwan's mind, times when he caught them putting something into their mouths very frequently. He recalled Mino's words, or at least the misunderstanding people had. But that's not medicine. There's no choice but to consume that to slow down the corruption of the soul because no one... Jae-hwan didn't have time to recall the final words Mino had said, because in the corner of the room, strange growling and gurgling sounds erupted. Something was gradually transforming. Even the eyes of that thing were being slowly overtaken. Wanting to die. Those were the words Mino had once said. Jae-hwan remembered everything she told him. And at the corner of the street, the beast had successfully completed its transformation. Large appendages resembling tentacles were gradually growing from his body, pushing through each other to emerge. Before him now were the humans, those still alive who had witnessed his entire transformation. They stared at him in panic and terror, stammering, "What on earth is that?" He, Jania, was no longer himself. He had become a loathsome beast with razor-sharp teeth. He opened his mouth, and from within, black tentacles spilled out, dancing around. Those tentacles were meant to coil tightly around prey and pull it into his mouth. Witnessing this horrific sight, the innocent citizens froze. The scene was so bizarre it made them realize they had to run. Run fast to get out of the beast's sight. In the end, those who fear death to the extreme are more willing to turn themselves into monsters than accept facing death. The beast Jania lunged forward, baring his sharp, yellowed teeth and wide mouth. A second later, the innocent people only had time to let out a cry before meeting their end at the beast's claws. It was no better on this side. More innocent people perished due to the beast's brutality. Then a loud cry rang out, an echo that seemed to strike into the beast's memory. Before everyone was a town full of zombies walking around like normal people. Jae-hwan asked himself, "Is this the truth of this world?" Each branch of the beast continued to grow and stretch out. The beast Jania was focused on his thoughts. What good is dignity in this world? What was I so afraid of? His yellowed teeth continued to sneer, but the thoughts still lingered in his head. I can finally be this free and unrestrained. But then his eyes lit up when he saw his target. The beast clenched his teeth as if restraining a surge of anger. The beast Jania continued to bare his teeth and roar, "You sneaky bastard, there you are!" And then he reached out his long, root-like arms toward Jae-hwan. He still stood there firmly, looking at the beast. His pupils suddenly turned gold. He stared straight at the opponent with an expressionless face. Jae-hwan's demeanor was truly different from the people here. The massive, towering beast suddenly felt a bit of doubt. He asked himself, "How is he?" looking down at the small Jae-hwan below. But Jae-hwan's aura was clearly overpowering him. His right hand gripped the sword tightly, ready to thrust it directly at him. He continued to think, "A human in this world." His pupils had turned a vivid gold, like lava. That gaze was like a wild animal about to tear into its prey. The beast Jania continued to think about his opponent. What is this guy? He still bared his disgusting yellow fangs and fixed his gaze on him. He thought, I can't tell who he is, even though I've used analysis and appraisal. He clicked his tongue, whatever, because right before his chest was Jae-hwan's familiar blade tip. He was ready, pointing the sword tip directly at the beast before him. His eyes showed a determination to destroy. He said, "It doesn't matter anyway." His expression seemed to surprise the beast a little. Then he immediately made his move, channeling strength into his right arm. The entire sword was bathed in a blue light as he attacked the beast head-on. Perhaps overwhelmed by this source of power, the beast seemed to be struck directly by that blue light. The light from the sword pierced directly through the monster's body, snapping every layer of its wood-like gnarled muscles. Its head was no longer upon its neck. His hideous head tried to bare its yellowed teeth to let out a roar, but perhaps no one feared his scream anymore. The final traces of spirit energy were gradually drifting out of his ugly head. His eyes cast a final gaze toward his opponent while his head lay rolling on the ground. But his eyes suddenly widened as if he saw something one last time in his life before that gaze turned soulless. He groaned out word by word, "God." The last thing he saw was the image of his two brothers. He was carrying the youngest on his shoulders and leading the second brother to escape the rain. The image of his brothers vanished, and what met his eyes now was his terrifying opponent, Jae-hwan, standing tall beneath a crimson sky and, of course, under the pouring rain. Cold raindrops fell upon his face. His eyes remained wide open. Was this coldness from the rain or because he was leaving this world? He had one final thought. Rain again? Soon. The scattered fragments of the beast's body suddenly glowed and vanished, as if he had never existed in this world. Jae-hwan returned his sword to its scabbard. He cast his usual cold gaze toward where the beast had been and thought to himself, what the hell happened to that guy? He looked down at this part of the body that was gradually evaporating while the rain continued to pour. He said, I need to find someone from what's left of the bar who knows the location of the Darkland. With that thought, he turned and left, his silhouette blending into the crimson sky as the heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. At the tavern, after the toxic smoke had been cleared, Mino sat leaning against the wall, breathing with difficulty. Just as she was about to slip into a coma, she cried out, "Ah! You're not allowed to come near!" Then, recognizing the person before her, she whispered his name. Jae-hwan said, "You are still weak." The guard behind him suddenly rushed forward, shouting, "Captain!" Before them now was Captain Kyuk, collapsed on the ground and struggling to breathe normally. His voice rang out, "Quick! We must report to the cabinet!" Indeed, the responsibility of the Royal Army is always high. He was truly a diligent officer. Suddenly, a hand reached out, clutching and scratching at his shirt. Mino said, "Kill me." Her face was weak. The veins on her face had turned black. Her lips were pale, and she whispered incoherent words while her mind was clouded. She continued to whisper, "While I am still myself." Hearing these words from Mino, Jae-hwan seemed to pause. Her words made him feel there was an underlying issue or secret she hadn't told him. He reached out to support her. In her unconscious state, her arm clung to him without letting go. It seemed that instinctively she sensed danger coming for everyone, so she clung to him like a life-saving blade of grass. Jae-hwan thought to himself, "This girl is a human. But I can't understand." The image of the clever and mischievous Mino returned to Jae-hwan's mind. Why did he feel an unusual doubt every time he looked at her? It seemed that when she was with him, Mino became many different people, but which one was her true self? And why couldn't he maintain the forgotten fascination? He gently grasped his blade. His heart was deep in thought. Regardless, his gaze became firm as usual. He looked at her as if looking into a void in his own soul. Emotions were unnecessary for the path he had chosen. He should not hesitate. He told himself this, perhaps having made a final decision. Suddenly a hand grabbed his arm and a loud shout of "Wait!" echoed behind him. Clyde, the tavern owner, was shouting at him, "It's not too late!" She struggled against the restraint of the guards, one hand still reaching out to grab Jae-hwan's arm, despite the people around her shouting, "Ma'am, you need to go to the treatment facility immediately!" However, her face was pained and her manner pleading. "Please, wait a moment." No one knew what she needed time for or what she was waiting for. Inside the tent of the medical facility where the sick were kept, guarded day and night by sentries, a relatively safe place. Inside the tent, Mino lay asleep, her wavy red hair falling over her face but unable to hide her exhaustion. On her cheeks, black veins were gradually appearing and spreading. The equipment let out cold, beeping sounds. A voice asked, "Can this woman still be saved?" Someone replied, "There's no chance if the erosion process continues." Jae-hwan stood beside her and watched silently. The sound of instruments echoed as medical personnel constantly moved in and out. Suddenly, Jae-hwan saw an electronic board labeled Gorgon Network. Warning symbols flashed across the screen, followed by the text, "Emergency alert. A small number of ghouls have appeared in the castle." Like a fuse being lit, this news sent every part of Gorgon City into a panic. It seemed everyone knew the consequences of encountering ghouls. People scrambled to flee, their shouts echoing everywhere. "Everyone, move quickly! What is happening?" The system continued to warn. "All residents, please evacuate immediately." Poor citizens were approaching the guards asking, "Where should we go?" It seemed these innocent people didn't know how to plan for the future. All their lives and hopes were placed on the guards, whom they believed would protect them. But it seemed too late. The reliable guards of one moment turned into hideous monsters the next, with gnarled skin and sharp teeth ready to devour anyone in their sights. A tragic end for those innocent citizens who had inadvertently asked them for help. Sharp claws were drawn, and those ill-fated residents saw their end clearly. The monsters in guard uniforms opened their wide, disgusting mouths full of sharp teeth. They extended long, dangerous tentacles everywhere, killing and devouring innocent people. Many hideous monsters appeared in the sky. It was unclear where they came from, but now they were flying all over the castle. Everywhere was a scene of such chaos. Cries and screams rang out. A scene of death and mourning appeared everywhere. But then, immediately, a large blade cut them all down. The sharp blade dripped blood onto the ground. A group of men in red appeared to exterminate the monsters, led by a tall man with a beard and long hair. He looked like a warrior who had experienced many battles, with a large cross-shaped scar on his chest. The men in red marched forward boldly. Inside the medical tent, Jae-hwan gently pulled back the curtain and looked inside. Clyde was now sitting beside Mino's bed. She asked him, "Are you the person Mino mentioned?" She continued, "The only human who can reject all the rules of this place." As she spoke, she glanced at Jae-hwan and added, "You judge the world by your own intuition while stubbornly holding on to your humanity." Then Clyde continued her assessment. "I understand people like you. I've seen them before." Jae-hwan just listened silently, casting an expressionless look at the woman before him, but he said absolutely nothing more. Placing her hand on Mino's forehead, Clyde continued to speak, as if airing all of Mino's grievances. "Humans who are sent to this place are not here because of stupidity. They do so because they have no other choice." Jae-hwan suddenly spoke. "You mean because they lack courage?" His words made Clyde pause. She squinted in thought. She asked him, "Courage? Courage for what?" Jae-hwan lowered his head slightly to think. The tavern owner continued, "Noble ideals." At this moment, the image in Jae-hwan's mind was of him thrusting his sword to destroy the entire forest. Her words continued steadily, "Struggling for righteousness." This time, the image was of him looking up at the sun, ignoring the sharp stone fragments falling like rain. Clyde emphasized each word. "I guess you are someone who pursues such things." Then she dejectedly added, "And you were right. I don't understand your thoughts because I lack courage." The woman continued to speak, her face sorrowful and weary. "But there is still something I know." Clyde looked directly into Jae-hwan's expressionless face and emphasized each word. "That you are a dangerous person." He heard those words but showed no different expression, still calmly looking her in the eye. But then he thought of Mino's face, pale and exhausted, with black veins spreading across it. She had once said, "I hope you won't leave this place." But currently, what hit his ears were the decisive words of the tavern owner, "You must leave this place." Images of old, familiar friends flashed through his mind once again, memories from a very long time ago. Clyde continued, "Because people will find hope whenever they look at you." Then, images of cold corpses rushed back into his mind following the tavern owner's words. "If you stay, the people here will only fall deeper into despair." As if suppressing a surge of resentment, Clyde gritted her teeth and growled each word, "People like you make me—" But then, Mino's face and her pleading eyes returned to his mind. Her face was severely poisoned, the black toxic aura spreading across her features as if she were begging, "Please don't give up on this world." The thoughts and images in his head created a chaotic mess. He lowered his face, lost in deep reflection. Suddenly, a voice nearby asked, "How much medicine is left?" It was the blonde captain, KuBI. His handsome face was now ruined, the poison spreading across it just like Mino's, turning his skin gray. The old doctor spoke softly. "We had to use a large amount to stabilize the fortress soldiers, so there isn't much left." Standing next to the captain, the bearded James gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it!" He shouted at all the guards present with a voice like a tiger's roar, "Bring out all the medicine you have!" His fierce expression looked as though he would devour anyone who resisted, making the guards tremble as they nodded, "Yes, sir." Jae-hwan watched the guards quietly. He thought to himself, "That's the horn of a Garas beast." Indeed, the item the guards were desperately using their lives to grind down was a Garas horn. He uttered in surprise, "So that's how it's used." James was trying to put the powder ground from the Garas horn into the commander's mouth. He spoke irritably in his desperation. Damn it, even the horns of 3 Garrus beasts can't purify his body. Then his voice changed to a plea. Please, hang on a little longer, Commander. James was truly loyal, possessing a deep sense of reverence for his leader. Jae-hwan approached James and asked, Is there no way to turn a person back to normal after they've turned into a ghoul? James was visibly shocked to hear such a question from him. Jae-hwan's seemingly ignorant question made James even more furious. Glaring at him with hostile eyes, he growled, If I had a way, would I be doing this? Seeing that talking was not the way to achieve his goal, Jae-hwan grabbed the commander's collar and pulled him up. He didn't just shake him, he slapped the man's face. While applying this physical force, he said, Hey, wake up. I have something to ask. At these unexpected actions, James looked as if his eyes would pop out. He shouted in a rage, How dare you do that to the commander? Seeing the commander's pathetic state, James was so angry he was moved to tears. He growled as if ready to pounce and claw out the eyes of the man who just struck his leader. The scene also made the 2 guards behind James turn pale with fright. The commander's corpse-like face moved slightly, and his blue eyes slowly opened. Commander Kyuk whispered, Mr. Jae-hwan. The whole room erupted with cries of, Commander! But then the commander grabbed Jae-hwan's hand and said with great difficulty, I have a request. Please kill me. The commander continued, You are the only one who can kill me. Jae-hwan stared at him with a puzzled look and said, In this situation, shouldn't you be asking someone for help? Acting like a model official once more, the commander cited Gorgon's Special Law, Article 1, Clause 4. Anyone who is corrupted must be eliminated. He didn't take his eyes off the man. He perhaps understood the man's feelings, but he couldn't agree. He thought to himself, Stubborn loyalty. Kyuk's hand still gripped Jae-hwan's tightly, using his last bit of strength to plead for his wish to be fulfilled. Jae-hwan thought conflictedly, If I had a few people like you. Jae-hwan screamed in his mind, I wouldn't have been stuck in that damn tower for 45 years. Before he could say anything, the monitor in the treatment room let out an alarm. Warning, warning, soul corruption has reached 94%. Black spots were rapidly covering the commander's face. The alarm continued to ring. Ghoul transformation will begin shortly. Suddenly, a stranger's voice shouted, Everyone, move aside! Followed by the sound of footsteps entering the treatment area. The man with the disheveled hair who had been fighting the ghouls outside appeared. He was the commander of the Ghoul Execution Squad, Jahi, a level 5 simulator. Seeing him, James looked as if he had seen a ghost. He trembled with anxiety and fear, his eyes watching the newcomer warily. He stammered, The Execution Squad, Commander? Another official appeared. Jahi didn't greet anyone. He immediately cited the law. According to Gorgon's Special Law, Article 1, Clause 4. As he spoke, he drew his sword and gripped it firmly. His gaze was cold as a god of death. His face, covered in scars, showed he had survived many fierce battles. However, his eyes were bright and sharp. His entire being exuded a sense of absolute seriousness. For him, there would be no exceptions. He spoke clearly. I will swiftly execute Kyuk, commander of the North Control Point. Jahi lowered his blade and said, I will eliminate Commander Kuk of the North Control Gate. But immediately a pair of hands blocked the blade. Jahi's pupils contracted in surprise. Jae-hwan said, I won't let you kill him. I still have many things to ask. Jahi looked down at his blocked blade. He realized this man had blocked his sword with his bare hands. He then asked Jae-hwan, Sir, I do not know who you are. But that man named Kyuk over there will soon become the undead. A horrific disaster will occur if a level 5 traveler becomes a zombie. We are here to prevent that. Jae-hwan looked up at him, still holding the blade. He asked, He will become the undead? He then held out a purple stone and said, But I think this can help him. Those with knowledge immediately recognized it. That is the horn of a Ghana. If it's that, it might still be possible to turn him back to normal. Then, before his eyes, Jae-hwan crushed the stone. This made him turn pale. He cried out in shock. "Ah! How could you just mindlessly crush something so precious?" Jae-hwan placed the crushed bone-stone dust into the mouths of KuBI and ManHwa. James, clinging to the side of the bed, wept and said, "What a relief. It looks like those damn numbers on the measuring device have stopped changing, Captain." The blue-haired young man monitoring nearby suddenly started. ManHwa's body became unstable. Everyone grew worried. Clyde screamed, "ManHwa!" And the blue-haired youth said, "Her transformation process is happening rapidly because her physical condition is too weak." Then a voice rang out. "Warning! Soul damage level has exceeded 95%. Transformation will begin shortly." Someone said her transformation couldn't be stopped. Clyde turned in panic to Jahi and called out, "Call Chung-hae! If it's that old man, he can use the death slash!" Jae-hwan, standing nearby, noted the term death slash that Clyde mentioned. She screamed, "Someone told me the death slash will only cut away the damage," but Jahi didn't care. "The Divine Doctor is handling important matters in the inner city. I cannot ask him to come here for such trivial matters." Clyde was stunned. Trivial matters? Jahi stepped forward. He said to Jae-hwan, "I will not compromise. Please move aside." Jae-hwan frowned, his hand moving to draw his sword. He said, "I will be the one to end that girl, as she asked me to do so." Jahi was a bit surprised. Then Jae-hwan pointed his sword toward the ground and used a question. Clyde struggled on the other side. "What do you think you're doing? Stop immediately!" But her arms were held behind her by 2 soldiers. At this moment, ManHwa's body, pierced by the sword, began to crack. Jae-hwan directed his glowing golden eyes toward her. His hands gripped the sword tightly. Suddenly, a strong wind and a blinding light appeared, forcing Jae-hwan to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he wondered in confusion what on earth this place was. Then he heard the laughter of an old man. The old man touched ManHwa's face and said, "How did my dear ManHwa end up in this state? Poor child, let me help you." That person was the Divine Doctor, Chung-hae. He looked up at Jae-hwan. Then he sprang up and said, "Huh? Who the hell are you? How did you enter my world?" He looked straight at him. He said, "How can such a noble soul possess such a narrow mind like a 5-year-old?" While Jae-hwan was using doubt. He then discovered that doubt had no effect on him. Seeing Chung-hae drawing a sword and jumping up, Jae-hwan thought, "This old man is the root of the damage. She might live if I kill him." Next, Jae-hwan dragged his sword forward. A one-on-one direct confrontation with the Divine Doctor, Chung-hae. Jae-hwan was surprised he blocked his sword, while Chung-hae was equally surprised. "How? How did you block my normal slash?" Chung-hae broke into a sweat when he saw his sword cracking and breaking. A rumbling sound echoed behind as Chung-hae ran ahead. Commander Jahi and his subordinates were astonished. The Divine Doctor, Chung-hae, appeared and began scolding them. "How dare you do that to my world? Who the hell are you?" Then he looked at his shattered sword. He screamed, "No, no, my precious sword made from 3 horns! I can't believe you dared to destroy my beloved sword!" Jae-hwan was confused, thinking, "But you broke it yourself." After a few minutes for everyone to calm down, Chung-hae sat with his arms crossed. Jahi asked, "Divine Doctor, Fortress Lord, why are you here?" Only to be told off angrily by Chung-hae, "A beautiful lady is about to die here. Who cares if I'm the Fortress Lord or not?" This left Jahi and his subordinates stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Chung-hae pointed at Jae-hwan and said, "More importantly, you brat, what were you trying to do? Because of you, my death slash was completely interrupted, and it can only be used with a sword made from 3 horns or something better." By chance, he saw Jae-hwan's sword. Chung-hae shouted, "Wait, that sword!" The doctor couldn't contain himself, his eyes sparkling as he spoke rapidly. "Where did you get this beautiful and wonderful sword? The scabbard is even made from 5 horns. Look at this shimmering hilt. How did you get such a precious—" Before he could finish, Jae-hwan caught his hand. He asked, "If I let you borrow this sword, can you save that girl?" Chung-hae lowered his head and said, "Ha! Are you asking that seriously? Of course I can." Then Jae-hwan handed the sword to Chung-hae. He was surprised the brat just gave his sword to someone he just met. Chung-hae looked at Jae-hwan and speculated, "I guess this kid is very confident in his abilities." Then he looked down at the high-quality sword in his hand and laughed. "But that's not important now." A mysterious energy surged. A sword exactly like its master. Jahi and his subordinates watched on, sweating. Next, Chunghae stepped forward. He jumped up and said, "Let's see what it can do." Jae-hwan looked at the cluster of light and thought, "Was that an illusion from earlier?" He looked back. "No. This is just like the way I see things when using doubt." Chunghae said, "Be patient, kid. It'll be over soon." As the old man lunged, Jae-hwan thought, "This is how this old man sees the world." Jae-hwan's sword fell. The old man also lay sprawled there. Jae-hwan looked at him and said, "Hey." Chunghae, lying there, replied, "Damn it, I'm out of soul energy if it weren't for that overseer." The ground began to shake, and Jae-hwan reacted. Now the world was crumbling apart. Chunghae saw the portrait of Mino he drew dissolving. He said in agony, "No, my painting!" Chunghae bowed his head. "I'm sorry, this is embarrassing." After that, Jae-hwan picked up the sword, followed by Chunghae's gaze. The old man said, "How foolish. You haven't even permeated my world yet, and you want to imitate my demonic slash?" Jae-hwan remained silent. Then he said, "I can't slash it," but then gripped the sword tightly. "Even if it's just an imitation." Chunghae shouted, "Stop! The demonic slash isn't something just anyone can do." Clyde gritted her teeth and said, "You're wrong. What you're doing isn't courage, it's recklessness. Someone like you makes me—" Before Clyde could finish, Jae-hwan cut her off. "Shut up!" He began to use the sword. "This is the first time I've drawn a sword to save someone." Chunghae looked at his energy in amazement. "What the hell?" Jae-hwan thought of Mino as he created her image. What was that girl like again? Oh, right. The ink strokes were pressed down repeatedly. Mino appeared more clearly in Jae-hwan's thoughts. She's a stubborn clown. Even though she's an assassin, she herself is very vulnerable. The ink strokes from the sword moved continuously. The thoughts of Mino didn't stop. Jae-hwan thought she was loyal, but as he was about to finish, he felt something was missing. He realized, that's it. Then he placed a black dot on her cheek. It was a mole. Then he placed a black dot on her cheek. It was a mole. The drawing of Mino appeared lifelike. Jae-hwan also thought she was trusting. Jae-hwan said, "Thanks for reminding me that she has a mole." Jae-hwan looked at Mino. Mino smiled back at him. Jahi couldn't believe his eyes. "Her decay is decreasing. The demonization has stopped. I don't believe it." Clyde always cared for Mino, so she immediately asked, "Mino, are you okay?" Mino asked back, "Clyde, why are you crying?" Chunghae said, "You seem a bit less narrow-minded now, but it seems you've only aged from 5 to 10. Regardless, who are you? The demonic slash? No, I think it should be called the demonic punch. Where did you get that kind of knowledge?" Jahi turned sharply. "Divine Doctor, did this guy really use something similar to the demonic slash?" Chunghae replied, "I don't want to admit it, but yes." Jahi turned sharply. "Divine Doctor." Sitting on a wooden crate, he said, "My demonic slash is not a skill. For that reason, no simulator can learn it. It depends, like me. He is also an awakened one. Awakened ones are abnormal existences who bypass the system's rules. They are a small fraction of humans who obtain mighty, miraculous power by refusing simulation. They possess enough power to completely change the order of authority in chaos. Even in the Great Lands, very few people know of awakened ones." Jahi broke into a sweat and said, "Because he is an awakened one like you, he can use the demonic slash." "If that's the case," Chunghae said, "calm down, we still don't know his identity." Jahi said, "But didn't you say if someone else could use your demonic slash, they could save the overseer? Right, Divine Doctor?" "Nothing is more important than the overseer's life." The curtains fluttered in the light. Jahi detected a stranger. A voice rang out, surprising him. "I have permission from inside the castle. Move aside." Looking closely at the formation, Jahi recognized the Dark Captain. Commander of the Guardian Corps, Dark Army. Dark Captain, Level 5 Simulator. Jahi thought, why are those bastards here? The Dark Squad has nothing to do with demons. Besides, my squad already took care of all the demons. The Dark Captain knelt before Jae-hwan. He said, "Greetings, Special Envoy of the Blue Peony. Would you please come inside the castle with me?" "Huh? Why are the Execution Squad Commander and the Divine Doctor here?" Both Jahi and Chunghae looked at Jae-hwan in surprise. "He's the Special Envoy of the Blue Peony?" Inside the magnificent palace, Jae-hwan met the ruler of this place, who was brewing tea for him. He then said, "Finally we meet, Mr. Jae-hwan. Before we talk, I think I should introduce myself first." Then he smiled and said, "My name is Yu Hei-chi, commander of Gorgon Fortress." Jae-hwan replied, "My name is Jae-hwan." Yu Hei-chi smiled and answered, "The divine doctor already told me." Then he said, "Mr. Jae-hwan, I'll be blunt. Are you the special envoy of the Blue Peony?" Immediately, Jae-hwan replied, "No." Yu Hei-chi closed his eyes. "Just as I thought." But the Dark Captain was stunned. "You're not the special envoy of the Blue Peony?" Chung-hae said, "Hey, kid, let me ask you this. Magic jades are famous for amplifying soul energy, but they are also proof of membership in the Blue Peony. If you aren't a member, where did you get the magic jade, and how can you use it without damaging your soul?" Jae-hwan toyed with the magic jade in his hand and said, "I picked it up because I could." Chung-hae asked, "What about the owners of the jade?" Jae-hwan replied, "They're dead." Jahi was a bit panicked. "They're dead? Who would dare harm members of the 6 great societies?" Jae-hwan replied, "I killed them." Jahi shouted, "What?" Yu Hei-chi said, "Don't be shocked, Commander. Mr. Jae-hwan must have a reason." Jahi crossed his arms in anger, while the Dark Captain broke into a sweat. Jae-hwan recounted, "They wanted to fight me first and tried to steal my horns, so I struck them." Yu Hei-chi thought, "The Blue Peony Society is very greedy for resources, so that explains it." He said, "Mr. Jae-hwan, could you tell me more about what happened after you arrived in Chaos?" He set down his teacup and said, "I see. Let me summarize what you've told me. You accidentally got caught in something that brought you to Chaos, happened to obtain a magic stone from the Sixfold clan and entered the fortress. Then you accidentally got involved in this riot, met the Divine Doctor, and performed his demon slash, something you saw for the first time today." Jae-hwan listened expressionlessly to the Lord of Gorgon Fortress and said, "I see." Chung-hae looked at the commander in surprise. "Do you really believe this guy?" The Gorgon commander replied, "I do." The Divine Doctor asked, "Is there something wrong with your head after the Castellan disappeared?" He didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Divine Doctor, if you want to earn someone's trust, you must trust them first." He then asked the protagonist, "If you don't mind, may I ask a few more questions?" He replied, "You may." Yu Hei-chi smiled slightly. Then he said, "Your body is still alive, am I right?" This question caused the protagonist's pupils to contract. He looked up at him in astonishment. Jae-hwan recalled his memories. He hadn't participated in the main game. Instead, he escaped the nightmare. His physical self was in a spirit state, and the great tree had mistaken him for a messenger and sent him to Chaos. If it's my actual body, it must still be on Earth. Then he asked, "How do you know I'm not dead?" The Lord of Gorgon Fortress replied, "I accidentally got caught in something and entered Chaos." No one in Chaos describes their death like that. Jae-hwan rolled his eyes. "Are you being threatened by someone? Is that the reason you don't want to reveal your identity? I will neither agree nor deny this." The Gorgon commander tapped his finger on the table and said, "So your answer is both yes and no. Honestly, I need to apologize for a few things. For the past 4 days, my subordinates have been monitoring you." The protagonist remembered the man in black and said, "I know. The guy on the roof was one of them, right?" He calmly said, "So you were alert. Your strength exceeds our predictions to the point that tracking you was very difficult. However, it wasn't completely useless." He then used his power to open a golden panel. On that large board, data about the protagonist was recorded. Yu Hei-chi spoke, "Target's danger level. Target's combat power is uncalculable. Estimated financial damage is approximately 380 million Ho-jun." Then he asked seriously, "Do you know what someone like this is called?" Chung-hae shouted, "A psycho!" Jahi said, "I can't determine if you're a hero or a criminal anymore." The old divine Dr. Chung-hee still had enough energy to scold, "I told you, he's a madman." The protagonist watched them silently. The Gorgon commander said, "Some call you a hero, others call you a madman. I'm sure people will call you by many different names. As for me, I call people like you protagonists." A common trait among protagonists is that they are all famous. The protagonist was a bit confused, wondering, "Protagonist? Is this a webtoon or something?" The Gorgon commander continued, "But you don't seem famous at all. That means there is a certain power intentionally suppressing information related to you, and that power doesn't seem friendly toward you. Because if they were the ones controlling you from behind, you wouldn't have struggled just because of a few identification papers." His words surprised everyone, including the protagonist. He continued, "I think you are a protagonist who happened to flee to chaos to hide from some great power." The protagonist looked down and thought, "A great power behind me?" Recalling those memories again, "I'm not sure, but it could be the Dark Monarch. One of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. I don't know how strong these so-called monarchs are." Jae-hwan couldn't help but ponder. Then the Gorgon commander said, "I won't ask who you are. We won't hold you responsible for the damages you caused, and Gorgon Fortress will protect you." The protagonist spoke slowly. "Is your fortress strong enough to face the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands?" The Gorgon commander rested his chin on his hand and said, "So the one behind you is one of the 12 monarchs? Perhaps that is good news. Monarchs are not allowed to intervene directly in matters occurring in chaos." Naturally, Jae-hwan knew that nothing falls for free from the sky except rain and bird droppings, so he asked, "What do you want in return?" The commander said solemnly, "Mr. Jae-hwan, just do one thing for us. Please save our land, Castellan." 2 hours later, everyone went down to the basement. Leading the way was Yu Heichi's subordinate, followed by the protagonist Jae-hwan and the divine doctor Chung-hae. They chatted as they walked. "The northern checkpoint captain and that woman are recovering in the infirmary." The commander's subordinate said, "But do you really want me to take him to the training grounds instead of the guest room?" The divine doctor said, "We need to decide whether his thrust or my slash is stronger." Jae-hwan glanced at the doctor and thought, "So that's what he wants now. Hey, kid. You're one of those who cleared the Tower of Masters, right?" This statement surprised the protagonist slightly. He immediately asked, "Old man, what do you know?" The old doctor said, "I know what I need to know." They reached the door of the training grounds. Opening the door, the divine doctor said, "If you can defeat me, I will answer any question you want. Though it is certainly impossible," he added with full confidence. After a period of time, the protagonist looked down at his feet. A steaming hole hissed. A voice echoed from that hole. "Fight me again!" The protagonist turned to look at his surroundings. The original space was now in ruins, with debris scattered everywhere, and the door damaged despite its sturdiness. "I think the result is clear, old man," he said to the divine doctor. The old divine doctor kept blustering, "I haven't used my ultimate technique yet. If I did, you'd die. I'm holding back only because I'm worried about you." The protagonist thought helplessly, "He's been saying that same thing over and over." From down in the hole, the divine doctor's voice echoed up, "You rude brat, how old are you?" The protagonist replied, "About 60 or so." Chung-hae, down in the hole, immediately grew angry. "You damn brat! I'm 1,000 years old. You've only used a thrust for 60 years. There's no way you can defeat me, who has practiced slashing for 1,000 years. The protagonist asked back, "Did you really practice slashing for 1,000 years?" The old man answered angrily, "That's right." The protagonist said bluntly, "To me, it looks like you've only used it for a year at most." The old divine doctor braced his hands. Power erupted from that hole, forcing the protagonist to shield his eyes and step back. The old man jumped high and shouted, "You bastard!" He lunged at the protagonist with his sharp blade. "Let's see if you can still talk like that after taking this hit." A massive surge of power flowed out, taking the form of a dragon. It roared and lunged toward him. The two men's blades clashed directly. This was truly the old divine doctor's strongest move. It forced the protagonist to grimace and retreat. He was knocked back several meters. Of course, the divine doctor was also knocked back just as far. He complimented him. "Oh ho, not bad, kid." The protagonist frowned. "I was pushed back this far even though I used a normal thrust." Chung-hae knew this was a new technique and asked, "Your technique is very useful. What do you call it?" The protagonist said indifferently, "Normal thrust." The old man broke into a sweat. "You named it far too lightly." Calling that normal? Anyone would think there's a stronger technique. The protagonist gripped his sword tightly and said, "There is." He prepared to use a different power. He said, "There is something stronger." Seeing the red energy radiating out, the divine doctor's eyes narrowed. "What is this?" His eyes reflected the image of the protagonist's erupting power. "Wait, the Soul King of Chaos. How could I forget the fear of facing him?" Chung-hei sweated profusely. "It reminds me of the Soul King. Can I cut through that? It's not quite at the level of the Soul Emperor, but it's an incredibly powerful attack." Then the divine doctor thought about the impact. A vision of Gorgon Fortress exploding flashed through his mind, and he panicked. "Gorgon Fortress or something else will—" The protagonist was ready. He said, "Here I come." But the divine doctor interrupted. Wait a minute." "Ah, I admit defeat, you damn brat." Scene change. To the Great Land's 5th District, Iron District. A voice rang out, "Say that again!" It was the voice of a robust man. "What did that jet-black bastard do?" His subordinate said respectfully, "According to my investigation, the myriad mystery monarch is interacting with chaos." Chaos? Why? The one asking was the Iron Monarch, Bulwan Tai Heidu. Bulwan means unbendable. He looked down and said, "All monarchs of the Great Lands are bound by a contract that prevents us from interfering in the affairs of chaos." The subordinate replied shakily, "It's a bit complicated. Please look at the screen, that is Jae-hwan fighting." The Iron Monarch said, "Is that the staged video? The title Clearing the 99th Floor Alone or something? How is this possible? Isn't it a fake?" The subordinate immediately replied, "The items in this video are the ones the myriad mystery monarch of the 9th District is linked to." Hearing this, the Iron Monarch was surprised. He asked, "Then where is that item?" The subordinate started and stammered, The thing is..." After refusing to complete the tutorial mode, he broke through the roof of the tower and fled to chaos, according to rumors. The Iron Monarch said, "How is that possible? He must have had a cultivator monitoring him on the 100th floor. He killed the cultivator." These words from the subordinate directly stunned the Iron Monarch. He said, "You're joking, right?" The subordinate replied, "I didn't believe it either, sir, but the myriad mystery monarch seems very certain of this fact." The Iron Monarch spoke gloomily. "Are those other bastards from the 9th District involved in chaos?" The subordinate replied anxiously, "We haven't found out about that yet. But the myriad mystery monarch has been interfering in chaos for a long time." The Iron Monarch crossed his arms and looked at the scenery, saying, "One of the 10 sects of chaos has had frequent exchanges with the myriad mystery monarch." Looking at that massive tree, the Iron Monarch pondered, "What are you planning, myriad mystery?" before addressing his subordinate. "Send a notification that I am heading to chaos." The subordinate asked in surprise, "Lord, do you intend to intervene in chaos?" The Iron Monarch replied, "I only want to go and observe to see what is happening. Summon 10 elite gold warriors of the 1st rank and he rang, a level 5 traveler. That should be enough." The subordinate obeyed. "Yes, my lord," and thought, "Phew, thank God he didn't yell at me." The Iron Monarch tapped his fingers against his muscles, his mind fixed on chaos. "I wonder how Chung-hei is doing. That old man could have lived a very long time if not for that blunt personality of his. I hope he hasn't gotten into trouble." Meanwhile, Chung-hei was currently screaming, "Stop!" As the protagonist lifted his sword, the divine doctor clung to it like a measuring worm. He scolded the protagonist, "I can't let you do this! Don't you know how to respect your elders?" The protagonist finally said, "I get it, so please just get down." The divine doctor was still unconvinced. How could this happen? How could you achieve something like that after only a few dozen thrusts over 45 years? The protagonist rubbed his chin and said, "I think I've performed it about 10 billion times." The divine doctor replied angrily, "Don't you dare lie to me! Does that mean you didn't eat or sleep and just thrust 8 times every second?" The protagonist replied, "I can thrust 100 times in a single second." Then he sat down and asked the divine doctor, "Why do you think the movement can only be performed with a sword?" Golden light, as if wanting to escape the protagonist's body, began to leak out through the pores of his hands. This made the old divine doctor think, "Wait, Could it be that sharp, alien energy I felt when I first met him? It isn't actually energy, nor is it something like fighting spirit, but rather a murderous intent and an ambition to purify the world. As it pierced through his fingers, the divine doctor thought, "This is the pierce." Now the protagonist's body emitted thousands of golden lights like thorns. The divine doctor watched the scene and thought, "Unbelievable. You've turned yourself into the pierce and you're still piercing through this world, even at this very moment." The protagonist said to the divine doctor, "I told you, I've done it 10 billion times." Then he handed a piece of paper to the divine doctor and asked, "Old man, do you still remember this paper? The contract we signed before the duel. The loser must fulfill one wish for the winner." Then he read aloud, "I, the divine doctor of despair, Chung Hei, pledge on my honor and all the most beautiful things in the world that I will comply with this contract unconditionally." The divine doctor grumbled, spitting as he spoke, "Damn it, fine, I know." He then asked, "Do you plan to use me as a slave?" And imagined a scenario where Jae-hwan lounged on a sofa saying, "This is boring, dance for me," while he had to perform. Fortunately for him, the protagonist replied, "I don't need that." He then said to the divine doctor, "My request is very simple. Honestly, answer my questions. That's all." This made the divine doctor huff a few times. He then said, "Fine, but first let's go out for a stroll." As the two walked, the protagonist asked, "Old man, what is a master's tower?" The divine doctor replied, "You know well that what creates a tower is a nightmare, right? Towers created by nightmares are ranked from F grade to S grade, but there are also nightmares that do not care about rankings. Masters are those who completed an S-grade creation as an apprentice and became master creators early on. However, just because a master creates it doesn't automatically make it a master's tower. Only special towers created without being linked to a seed can become a master's tower." The protagonist asked, "Why are those towers created?" "I don't know either. No one in this world knows what the masters are thinking. Everyone says the masters are the ones behind the truth of the world. But one thing is clear. Every so often, an awakened one appears among those who complete a master's tower." He asked the divine doctor, "Did you come from a master's tower too, old man?" The divine doctor replied, "Yes, I came from the 4th tower of Master Meville. It was the tower known as the Moby Dick of the world, a giant white whale. Appeared on the 1st floor of the tower and continuously hunted humans." The divine doctor couldn't forget that moment. He said, "That difficulty level sounds like a joke now, but for me at that time, it was a disaster. Many martial artists from the Kingdom of Martial Arts perished. My completion of that tower was a miracle. Even now, looking back, the divine doctor still found it hard to believe. As he walked, he said, "I guess you also came from a master's tower." He asked the protagonist, "Whose was it?" He replied, "Mullah, I think that was his name. I think that—" The divine doctor turned sharply. "Mullah?" Then he said, "Ha! I never thought an awakened one who cleared Mullah's tower would appear." The protagonist asked, "You know him?" The divine doctor replied, "Of course I know him. I once traveled with him." Hearing that, the protagonist was stunned. Note, the original text provides a meta-explanation that master refers to those who have mastered a field or created towers, encompassing both meanings. The divine doctor Chung Hei said, "I used to travel with him." Jae-hwan was surprised. "You were with Mullah?" The divine doctor said, "That is quite a long story." Then he glanced at the protagonist. "Let's walk for a bit." The street was bathed in light. It was quite bustling there. The divine doctor ordered 1 skewer of unicorn and was brought 3. He looked at Clyde while stroking his beard and said, "So you've decided to open an outdoor stall now?" She said, "Someone collapsed my stall." That someone she referred to was the protagonist. Then Clyde slammed 2 mugs of beer down and said, "Here, 2 more beers!" The divine doctor said, "Ha, after everything that happened today, you're still open for business. You really are crazy for money." She replied without much anger, "Just drink, old man." The protagonist watched this, then looked down. He looked at the plate of meat and the mug of beer. Behind him was a crowded line of people. It seemed he had realized something unusual. Those words made the protagonist lift his head. He looked at the divine doctor who was drinking beer and talking. Everyone here looks like they're already dead. Yet food still exists in a world where humans don't feel hunger, right? He looked down at his beer. Then he said, "Chaos was actually once a world of blessings." He continued, "It was a place where souls weary from war in the great lands could find sweet rest. Everyone rediscovered their lives after being liberated from living. Warriors could lay down their weapons and singers could sing of peace instead of war." Suddenly, a sound rang out. "You bastard, do you have eyes?" The divine doctor asked, "What do you think is happening over there?" The protagonist took a drink and said, "Isn't it just a drunken fight?" After drinking the liquid called beer, the protagonist frowned and said, "This tastes like water." Then the divine doctor said, "Exactly. That's not a drunken fight. They're just pretending to have a drunken fight. After all, in chaos, humans don't get drunk, don't get hungry, and don't grow old." But in such a paradise, humans began to want the opposite. They missed real life, including death, and started acting as if they were living a real life, a life where they would die if they didn't eat and get drunk if they drank. The divine doctor touched his heart and said, "A life where they have a real body and a beating heart." Then the divine doctor spoke louder, almost shouting at the protagonist. "However, one day, some drunks began doing new things. An expedition appeared, dreaming of the impossible and gathering people to find real life again." "That was the Abyss expedition," the protagonist said indifferently. "Of all places, why did they go to the Abyss?" The divine doctor froze. Then he sat back in his chair and said, "To find the fruit of resurrection." "Man, you're really boring." He continued, "It's a fruit that grows on the branches of the tree of illusions at the end of the abyss." The protagonist asked, "Resurrection? Can the dead really be brought back to life?" The divine doctor smirked and said, "Yeah, the only way for those who have died in this world to live again is to eat the fruit of resurrection." The Abyss expedition was an alliance formed to find that fruit. With dark circles under his eyes, the divine doctor smiled and said, "I had awakened by then, and I was at an age where I feared nothing. After all, I was only 150 years old at the time." The protagonist asked, "Was Mullah also a member of the expedition?" The divine doctor replied, "Yes, he was the captain who led the Abyss expedition. He truly was an extraordinary individual." In the divine doctor's memory, Allah spoke to him, "Awakened, huh? How interesting." The divine doctor was standing on a bamboo stalk. Mullah, from behind, said, "I never expected you to be able to fully awaken without abandoning your emotions. You are walking a unique path of awakening. It must have been difficult for you." Hearing this, the divine doctor said, "Take those words back." Mullah didn't stop and continued, "It seems you are troubled by the nurturing." The divine doctor angrily gripped his sword. A second later, he attacked Mullah, but he dodged. The divine doctor raised his hand and asked, "Why would a nightmare like you come to the abyss? Shouldn't a nightmare always be locking themselves in a room to create towers?" He grabbed the sword that had been stabbed into a log by the divine doctor and said, "I have nothing to say about that. Even if I apologize to you on behalf of all nightmares, it would be useless." Chung-hae admitted he had never heard such things. Mullah continued, "That is something I will regret for the rest of my life." The divine doctor hadn't expected a nightmare to regret creating towers. Mullah lifted the sword and said, "If you don't believe my words, that's fine. But the reason I came to find the Tree of Illusions and came to the abyss was because of that tower." This left the divine doctor utterly astonished. He approached him. "The tower that ends all nurturing." He handed the sword back with both hands and said, "That is why I joined this expedition." Back in the present, the protagonist asked the divine doctor, "To end all nurturing, was the expedition successful in the end?" The divine doctor replied, "I only made it to the entrance of the abyss because I fell behind." But it seems Mullah reached the top of the Tree of Illusions because fruit began falling from the branches. Because of that, every member of the expedition was able to return to chaos with their hands full of fruit. The protagonist realized something. Wait, if they got the fruit of resurrection, why is this old man still in chaos? Clyde brought over some food and said, "Old man, tell it correctly." The expedition failed. You certainly know that. The divine doctor retorted, "What do you know? You weren't even there." The protagonist glanced at her. She said, "They only succeeded in getting the fruit." The divine doctor lowered his face and said, "Yeah, when we returned to chaos, those bastards were waiting for us at the exit. They were the monarchs and clan leaders of the great lands. Because they lacked the courage to go back into the abyss themselves. At that time, the 4 city lords and 10 cult leaders who were members of the expedition were no match for those bastards. There was a massive difference in power. They were on a completely different level." Recalling that horrific scene, the divine doctor could only say bitterly, "And so our fruits were stolen." Those 4 bastards still use the fruits they stole from us to resurrect themselves every time they die. They've been doing that for 900 years now. He slammed his beer mug onto the table in anger and said, "It's as if they have a separate place built for them, a place known as the Resurrection Palace. The monarchs and the 5 great clans take turns resurrecting when they die. From the very beginning, those allowed to live were already decided. They are the only ones who can live a normal life." Jae-hwan thought, "Is that why they're so indifferent? They all understand that the real life they want is something they will never have." Jae-hwan thought, "Is that why they're so indifferent?" He looked up at the divine doctor and said, "Ah, right. Now that I think about it, Moolah." Before he could finish, he saw the divine doctor collapse. He called out, "Hey, old man!" Clyde sighed beside him and said, "It's useless. He's truly drunk now. Perhaps it's the result of pretending to be drunk for 1,000 years." She continued, "Anyway, from what I've heard, after the expedition ended, no one ever saw that nightmare again. Apparently, he said something before he disappeared." A voice spoke up, finishing the thought. "Even though I failed, I didn't fail either. Am I right?" Hearing this voice made both her and Jae-hwan turn to look at the same time. It was James. He said cheerfully, "Thanks for your help earlier. If it weren't for you, our captain would be dead." But Jae-hwan acted as if he didn't understand what was going on. This made James break into a sweat. "Don't tell me you've already forgotten me." He then could only manage a forced smile and said, "Next time you come to Gorgon, go through the north gate. Since I know your face now, I won't check your papers." A sparkle appeared around him as he said, "Of course, keep this a secret from our captain." Both Clyde and Jae-hwan were speechless, while James was still shyly sniffing. Jae-hwan silently looked toward the direction of approaching footsteps. The sound of footsteps drew closer by the second. A voice rang out, "Divine Doctor!" It was Jahi, panting from having to run. Jae-hwan recognized him and asked, "The Demon Execution Squad, Captain?" Jahi, looking pale as a ghost, said fearfully, "We're in big trouble." The energy grew denser as they approached the castle. Jae-hwan felt it more clearly. The energy he had encountered during the day deep inside the inner fortress, or more accurately, beneath it. His gaze darkened. He recalled what Cheever had once said, "I won't hold you responsible for the damage you caused. We, Gorgon Fortress, will provide you safety. Mr. Jae-hwan, you just need to do us one favor. Please save the Fortress Lord." He suddenly spoke up. "Hey, your master is transforming." The Demon Execution Squad leader admitted, "That's right." He explained the situation as they both hurried deeper into the castle. He suddenly erupted. "Usually it only happens once a week, but today is strange." The commander added with absolute reverence, "To avoid misunderstanding, I must remind you that the Fortress Lord is a good man. Before struggling with this transformation, he was a living legend." He mentioned an event. Because he was one of those who accompanied the Divine Doctor on the Abyss expedition. Jae-hwan noted those words. Abyss expedition. The commander turned back when he saw him still carrying the sleeping old man, Chung-hae. "Now that I think about it, you can also perform the death slash, right? The Divine Doctor is already asleep. You can take his place." Jae-hwan denied it. No. The old man remained fast asleep while Jae-hwan spoke with regret. "I only imitated what he did. My death slash isn't as good as his. Things would be different if I had been taught by him directly." Suddenly, a tremor caused the commander's footsteps to falter. This vibration made both of them stop. He felt a massive source of energy. "This tremor, it can't be!" The castle area shook violently. A blast of energy blew apart a large corner of the castle. The commander recognized immediately who it belonged to. The Fortress Lord! He used his arm to shield himself. Damn it! He stood there, stunned. When he realized who was blocking his path, the commanders of the Fallen Tower and the Tower of Despair. The old man replied wickedly, "Long time no see, Demon Execution Squad Captain." Jae-hwan read the old man's thoughts. Is this the boy who can perform the death slash? The Demon Execution Squad leader said urgently, "Please make way, the situation is critical, as you well know." The man didn't listen. Instead, he jumped down with rebellious intent. That's exactly the point. We've received orders. The commander raised his guard. Orders? Whose orders? Finally, he realized the traitor's intentions. You intend to defy heaven's will? The old man gritted his teeth. Defy heaven's will? He raised his weapon. The only heaven we have is the forbidden heaven. In a flash, the old man vanished. Suddenly, he appeared above the commander's head, swinging a sledgehammer. The commander only had time to look up. Too fast! Before immediately pushing Jae-hwan aside. Get out of the way, sir! A second later, a massive surge of energy struck, causing a huge explosion. There was only a loud crash as the ground shattered. A foot clad in gold armor stepped onto the ground. The sledgehammer lunged forward. The two traitors charged together to attack the Demon Execution Squad leader. Jae-hwan remarked, "He's quite good." He parried their strikes, though his hands could barely hold his weapon. I didn't expect the Forbidden Heaven sect to have people infiltrated into the fortress. The commander of the Tower of Despair continued to speak recklessly. You outsiders of the fortress have improved, haven't you? Do you know who I am? You shouldn't think we are still the same as in the past. The Demon Execution Squad leader knocked back the attacks of the two men. He still tried to convince them to turn back. Think carefully, Commander of the Fallen Tower and Commander of the Tower of Despair. If you retreat, the Fortress Lord will surely forgive you. That Commander of Despair stepped down. Which Fortress Lord? He asked contemptuously. Are you talking about that thing rooted beneath the ground? The other man remembered the time he saw the Lord of the Castle. He couldn't even control his own power back then. At that time, the Master was still binding himself, struggling to distinguish between good and evil. He denied it. That is not the heaven we serve. He spoke to lure him in. Demon Execution Squad leader, you still follow that thing despite seeing the current situation with your own eyes? His eyes shone with absolute trust. I believe he will return. He asked skeptically, is this the reason? The commander of the Fallen swung his hammer at him. Talking doesn't suit us. He immediately dodged the blow. The powerful strike slammed heavily into the ground. The commander of Despair spoke with regret. If you were a bit smarter, we wouldn't have to fight like this. The place where he landed was completely destroyed. The two men spoke down from above. Isn't that right, Demon Execution Squad leader? He fell, causing his clothes to be torn to shreds. He coughed. Those two are only level 4 travelers. There's no way they can defeat a level 5 like me, even if there are two of them. He evaluated the two as if they were strangers. I can't gauge their speed and strength. This isn't just normal progress. It's as if... He immediately recognized the problem. Transformation, something is wrong. This is too dangerous. Before he could finish his sentence, the Demon Execution Squad leader had to catch the Divine Doctor, who was thrown over. Sir, please leave quickly. Please leave. It turned out Jae-hwan was the one who threw him. He said nonchalantly, a return for your push earlier. The Demon Execution Squad leader was still dazed after the impact to his face. What? A call interrupted him. Hey! The commander of the Fallen Tower asked, I still haven't heard an answer. Are you the one who can perform the death slash? Jae-hwan didn't admit it immediately. And if I am? Jae-hwan read all their contemptuous thoughts. He doesn't look like a traveler. I'm not sure if he's talking nonsense. He performs the death slash with that sword? His physical condition isn't even half of mine. I feel like he can't even throw a punch. A voice right next to him made him freeze. Are you talking about... Jae-hwan was right behind him, ready to teach him a lesson. This punch? He could no longer do anything. The commander of the Tower of Despair didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The fallen commander took the full force of his punch. His body was sent flying meters away, slamming into a wall. His comrade called out, Commander of the Fallen Tower! Now it was his turn to be dealt with by Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan prepared to land the decisive blow. You have too many openings to call this a defense. Then the commander of despair was also punched in the face. He used his legs to regain his balance. In a flash, he struck back with his spear, but Jae-hwan dodged it. The sharp spear moved. He spun it like a wheel, attacking Jae-hwan from all sides. "You weakling!" he shouted, striking with all his might, but inwardly he was still wary. He could feel a power as strong as before. He looked at Jae-hwan's cold expression. Jae-hwan prepared to point his sword again. "What is it? Vengeance? A heart full of hatred? No, that thing is—" he yelled. "Even if you can reach him, do you think someone like you can save the fortress lord?" Jae-hwan sensed his flavor. Fear. They intend to betray each other. With this level of ability, it's ridiculous. Jae-hwan stated clearly to the other man, "I can't save that person. That's the old man's job," but Jae-hwan stepped on the fallen commander's spear. The man was stunned, while the demon execution squad leader looked on worriedly. Jae-hwan jumped toward the commander of despair. His eyes were sharp and cold. "Eliminating the two of you is a different story." Flames flickered in the castle dungeons. The passage leading there was gloomy and terrifying, lined with many sealed prison cells. The two leaders swallowed hard. The surge of dark energy was skyrocketing. One leader considered the situation. It hasn't even been a day since the divine doctor performed the demon slash. At the spot where the person's limbs were shackled with iron chains, there seemed to be a powerful heat. The two leaders were worried. How has he already become like this? Flashback to when the divine doctor came to examine the city lord. The inner city leader remembered witnessing it with his own eyes this morning. He recalled the condition of the castle lord at that time. The ghoul transformation process and energy had been stabilized. Doohy frowned. Then why did he suddenly go mad again? Just when there was a glimmer of hope that he could be cured, this happens. If the city lord could have held out for one more month, we might have been able to save him. Old man Chung-hae once said, "It's not possible yet. His demon slash is only an imitation." Unlike Mino, the city lord's state of collapse is severe. A normal person would have become a ghoul long ago. It's only because of his firm will that he has lasted this long. He assessed Jae-hwan's ability. But in another month, his demon slash might truly be worth gambling on. I've never tried it, but perhaps only two people can perform it. The person being referred to was Jae-hwan, and if it were him, the inner city leader bit his lip tightly. He glanced at the guards behind him. One of them must know about Mr. Jae-hwan. I knew early on there was a traitor among us. Yu-ha remembered the time before the castle lord turned into a ghoul. He had said, "The one who can manipulate mental collapse has appeared." At that time, he also had doubts. Even if they aren't from the Sixfold clan? But Castle Lord Amei was as calm as if meeting a friend for a chat. "That's right, so I want to go meet that person myself." Yu-ha tried to stop him. "Personally, sir? But matters involving mental collapse are very dangerous." He also suggested, "Why don't you send a captain or a chief?" The castle lord laughed helplessly. "You don't trust me at all." He patted his chest with pride. "Have you forgotten who I am? I survived that war hell. I may have lost the battle for the fruit, but I will continue trying to help with matters concerning human life in Gorgon." Then the battle took place. But the castle lord was no longer the castle lord. The first person to receive him was the fortress commander. It was him. I couldn't believe it. Just a minute ago, this man was smiling so brightly, and now he has turned into a half-demon, half-ghost. Castle lord? The commander at that time heard the battle report and felt as if he had lost his soul. The castle lord, who just went out for a military inspection, has returned in a state of mental collapse. But he still tried to remember. Who else saw the castle lord like that? The witnesses were... The fortress commander suddenly realized. The person I've been looking for, could it be my Han? Meanwhile, the outer cabinet leader was still mobilizing soldiers. "Everyone stay alert. This is a severe case." Yu-ha immediately tried to stop him. "It's dangerous. Wait for the divine doctor to return before going inside." Mai-han insisted on having his way. "If we delay any longer, it will be the end of Gorgon." He immediately issued the warning. "But we cannot perform the demon slash if the divine doctor isn't here. Do you intend to kill the castle lord?" He still didn't withdraw the order. You know that even if we all attacked together, we couldn't defeat the castle lord. The commander resisted. So what? He said, I will perform the ghoul seal, leaving the commander in stunned disbelief. He immediately rejected it. No, that's a last resort. But Manhwa's reasoning was too sharp. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. At the very least, we must protect the castle lord's spirit energy through the ghoul seal. He still tried to stop Manhwa. But we don't have a dark crystal to perform the ghoul seal. He suddenly said, Commander, looking over with a sharp gaze. Everyone knows already, so there's no need to hide it. A group of people dressed in black approached, causing both men to turn around. Manhwa narrowed his eyes. He has arrived. Leading them was a person completely covered in a black hood, holding a mysterious box that Yu He recognized immediately. The Dark Captain. He was shocked by this situation. Unbelievable. The Dark Captain, a member of the command faction, is the traitor. He looked at the glowing box he was holding. And that's the box containing Mr. Jae-hwan's dark crystal. Old Manhwa turned and accused the commander. Is this the future of Gorgon? Why would you hide and monopolize such an important item? Yu-hee silently observed that boastful traitor. You should know better than anyone else what will happen if the castle lord turns into a true ghoul. Manhwa's face twisted into a terrifying expression. Or do you intend to turn the castle lord into a great ghoul? The image of a ghoul's fang appeared. He reminded the commander of the battle years ago. You witnessed how much of a threat just one mid-level ghoul was to Gorgon. He continued speaking while the commander clenched his fists in endurance. A great ghoul is a disaster that rules over countless ghouls and brings destruction to wherever they sweep through. Do you really want to see that happen? He looked toward the prison where the outer cabinet leader was preparing to move forward. The castle lord was going mad and the divine doctor wasn't there. His current point of view seemed very reasonable. He finally stated the reason for not using the crystal. But this isn't something just anyone can do, simply because they have a dark crystal. He reminded them who this secret technique belonged to. The ghoul seal is a secret technique of the Sixfold clan. Do you intend to bring a member of that clan here now? Old Manhwa had calculated this beforehand. Don't worry. His 6 subordinates stepped in. He asserted as they walked in a line into the prison, I have summoned those who have learned that secret technique. Yu-hee realized immediately that these were not people of the Sixfold clan. He didn't deny it. They aren't, but at least they can perform the seal. The fortress commander grew worried when he saw them. Things are not right. He turned toward the group preparing to perform the ritual. If the ghoul seal is performed like this... Looking toward the shackled master, he became even more anxious. The castle lord's spirit energy will be sealed within the dark crystal. He thought about Gorgon's future. Since energy cannot be used in chaos, if someone could possess a dark crystal with the castle lord's spirit energy, he could possess that energy and become the master of Gorgon. He thought about Gorgon falling into the hands of an evil person. But his train of thought was interrupted when his gaze suddenly froze. What caught his attention was the crystal being taken out easily. No one but someone extraordinary like Mr. Jae-hwan can hold a dark crystal. The castle lord's words remained in his mind. The one who can manipulate mental collapse has appeared. He felt fearful remembering that prophecy. The one who can manipulate mental collapse. Yu-hee stared at Manhwa. From when the castle lord's mental collapse began half a year ago until his madness today. Could it all be part of the outer commander's plan? He immediately issued an order. Men, stop the outer commander! But he was held back. When not a single person moved and instead looked at him with hostility, he fell to his knees. No! His small figure looked so pitiful. They had all betrayed him. Those people, who were all former comrades, had turned their backs. I couldn't do anything at all. Ame's body was right there. I am so sorry, Castle Lord. The light of the crystal activated, shining so brightly it made him regret his complacency. The image of the kind Castle Lord appeared in his mind. I couldn't protect Gorgon. His tears fell. I am truly sorry, sir. He wept bitterly in utter helplessness. Suddenly, the ceiling cracked open. Then came a massive explosion that shattered the floor. Hundreds of debris fragments flew out of the castle. Smoke and dust blanketed the entire fortress. Old Manhwa looked at the large hole in the ceiling. What? Everyone present was bewildered. What the hell? His pupils contracted. The young man descended lightly. Clack. His sophisticated black shoes touched the ground. The fortress commander called out to him upon seeing that both had successfully broken in. Mr. Jae-hwan! His gaze signaled that a new battle was about to begin. Before them, light shone through the large hole in the ceiling onto the spot where Jae-hwan had landed. The outer city leader interrogated him angrily. Who the hell are you? How dare you set foot in here? The demon execution squad leader warned. Outer cabinet leader, please stop. The traitors were thrown down with a thud in front of him. The two defeated men, beaten to a pulp, lay on the ground like old sacks. Following his accusation, your act of betrayal has been exposed to the world. Your men have confessed everything. The old man's eyes flickered. The commander of the Tower of Despair, badly beaten, stammered, I'm sorry. He was immediately executed on the spot. The demon execution squad leader was enraged by this action. What do you think you're doing, outer cabinet leader? The old man said brazenly. They decided to commit suicide after being exposed. Why are you blaming me just because I couldn't stop them? The commander shouted, That's ridiculous! He immediately went on the defensive and warned his side. Everyone stay alert. This is a rebellion. If the death sentence is carried out, everything planned by the outer cabinet leader will become reality. Sword tips were pointed at him, leaving him stunned. He questioned, What are you doing? One of them spoke up. Forgive us, demon execution commander. It is the wish of outer cabinet leader ManHwa. No, please do not go against the wish of forbidden heaven. We must restrain you until the sealing of the castle lord is complete. He was stunned by those words. Then he scolded loudly, You cowardly traitors! Jae-hwan observed the situation grimly. Jae-hwan negotiated. In exchange for saving the castle lord, Gorgon will protect me. You made an impossible promise because Gorgon is not capable of doing that. The inner city leader held his arm. That means... He requested, change the terms of that treaty. The cabinet leader was shocked. What? In return, he also set a corresponding price. I will save the castle lord and kill every traitor present here. Chung-hee was still fast asleep, drooling. He clearly stated his goal with determination. In exchange, give me that old man and I will re-establish the Abyss expedition. You will have to help me do that. The demon execution squad leader broke into a cold sweat. The cabinet leader was aghast. Old ManHwa frowned. He was dismissive, nothing but nonsense. The old man sized him up. I've heard the stories. Someone who can kill Jania, a ghoul, with a single blow. I thought it was just an exaggeration, but perhaps it's true. He shot a sharp glance as the old man said, If so. The old man threatened, We will also use our full strength. He gripped the sword at his hip. ManHwa pointed forward and ordered his subordinates to attack. They lunged forward, surrounding him from all sides. His eyes turned gold. He unleashed a flash-like move. The technique successfully took down quite a few enemies. Jagunman was hit by the move, and his right arm was shredded. He was enraged. Damn it! Jae-hwan had reached the center of the encirclement. Despite that, he still struggled a bit. They lunged at him incessantly. He only saw a shadow darting past. Dozens of guards surrounded him. He exhaled sharply. Hup. Reagan Moon also charged forward. Jae-hwan unleashed a lightning-fast strike. It sliced the boulder in half. It aimed directly at him. He faltered. I miscalculated. That strike is unstoppable. ManHwa deflected the trajectory of the strike. It shot past, hitting the rock behind the castle lord. He gasped in shock, because that strike had left a massive, deep hole in the wall. He thought in fear, if I hadn't stopped in time, I'd definitely be dead. He was terrified by this power. My God! Even the commander was surprised. The destructive power is horrific. A mysterious voice rang out as the battle continued. Great Elder, what should we do? Even if we continue the plan, if we can't proceed with the sealing, we have no choice but to switch to Plan B. We must use the Black Cloud, even if it wipes out all of Gorgon. He bit his lip hard. His gaze was more solemn than ever. He called out ManHwa by name, making him flinch. ManHwa Kelder Gran, you are the outer cabinet leader of Gorgon Fortress and the great elder of the Forbidden Heaven clan. I don't know your goal or why you want corrupted souls. Jae-hwan gripped his sword tightly, but I understand one thing clearly. He braced his feet, crushing the ground beneath them. A massive aura enveloped him. I like people like you. The old man sensed the danger of his approach and immediately ordered, "Take him down at all costs." Instantly, hundreds of men charged. He continued to praise his opponent as the old man prepared to attack. "I'm truly grateful, because of people like you." He raised his sword. With a smirk, he unleashed a technique that created a massive vortex. "I can destroy this world with a clear conscience." A powerful surge of energy erupted from the castle's perimeter. It soared to the peak of the heavens. Then it spiraled back down to the source. The commander pulled the inner city leader away. "You must leave!" The outer cabinet leader's eyes flickered with a faint light, a glimmer of hope. The castle lord's voice echoed in Yu-Hee's mind. "The people here need hope." The technique continued to rain down consecutive blows. The enemies fell one by one under the sweeping onslaught. The memory of the kind castle lord remained in Yu-Hee's mind. It would not fade, no matter what they faced. He couldn't believe his original wish was manifesting in the form of this young man standing beneath a sky filled with fragments of light. Unbelievable. To sense the overwhelming hope the castle lord spoke of from a man who wants to destroy the world. The remaining light vanished into the void. That spear was sliced into two halves. He muttered, "Monster." Before being finished off, he smirked, "But it's too late. Gorgon has its castle lord." His head was crushed immediately after. The demon execution squad leader approached. "Sir?" he asked calmly. "Is the old man still asleep?" The commander replied helplessly, "Yes, no matter how hard I try, he won't wake up." Jae-hwan grabbed Chung-hae. He slammed him against the wall, making the commander shout, "What are you doing?" Chung-hae cried out, "Oh, this familiar feeling, my back." He snorted. "You should have woken up on your own." The castle lord remained slumped against the wall. His face was in the midst of transformation. His hands were streaked with black bulging veins. Suddenly his hand moved. "System alert. Target's soul corruption has exceeded 99.9% transformation beginning." The system alerts rang out continuously, leaving the group stunned. "Alert. Target's soul corruption level exceeds 99.9%. Chung-hae was still flat on the ground. What is this vibration? System is calculating target's danger level. The commander feared for the castle lord. System is still compiling data, calculating, unable to determine. System prediction, an extremely dangerous ghoul. Chung-hae looked pensive. The dangerous red light flashed. The automatic warning system of Gorgon Fortress had been activated. The citizens fled in panic and chaos. The patrol team acted quickly. The captain ordered, "Quickly evacuate all citizens to safety. We won't have to worry then." The subordinates promptly received the order. "Understood." The captain held his hat. "What on earth is that?" He looked toward the anomaly inside the fortress. What in the world happened? A thick, evil energy was radiating from the castle. Chung-hae braced himself. "Demon execution leader, take the inner cabinet leader to the evacuation site immediately." The commander replied, "Understood." The old man drew his weapon and said to Jae-hwan, "Kid, help me open a path. Your thrust is too sharp for saving people." He glanced over. "When did you get a new sword?" The old man snapped. "You broke my sword, remember?" He plunged the sword down. "Enough small talk." A gentle, soft blue light flickered through. The old man drew his sword upward. He shouted, "Aha!" He entered the castle lord's memories. Happy times flashed by. Back then, the inner cabinet leader was stopping him from drinking more. "Castle lord, don't drink anymore." He still laughed. "No way, it's just water anyway." The demon execution leader admired him. "Castle lord, you look so cool when you drink." The castle lord joked back, "Ha ha, stop with those cliches." Chung-hae recited an incantation. Etching forgotten memories into the mind is the purpose of the death slash. You did the same when saving Mino, didn't you? The old man added for him. If their minds are filled with memories, they can at least overcome the worst-case scenario. A dark voice rang out, making him start. "Ah?" A chaotic memory of slaughter appeared. He called out, "Castle Lord!" The tall, large, dark shadow moved slightly. It turned around with glowing red eyes. His pupils dilated. That wasn't the Castle Lord. The color of the Castle Lord's eyes turned a terrifying red. The ground shook. Jae-hwan was surprised. Old man. He also lost his composure. Something was coming. The next sentence made him unable to believe it. It's not the castle lord, but something else. The chains began to crack. Finally, they shattered. The castle lord broke free. The two of them didn't know what to do for a moment. The eye sockets of that thing swirled deep and pitch black. The pupils of a demon appeared. The withered hands bled as red scars flashed. A terrifying, floating, withered corpse appeared. Chung-hee was still stunned. That's definitely not the castle lord. That thing... Those feet touched the ground. A single step shattered the air. He winced. Even the old man was faced with the manifestation of the demon's feet. A voice from hell spoke. How surprising! I never thought I'd be able to enter the world with this body. After all, even this man became a ghoul. The old man was caught in his gaze, a familiar face. He bared his terrifying teeth. Then he laughed wickedly. A second-rate awakened. Why are you still in chaos? Didn't you find what you wanted in the abyss 9 years ago? The old man trembled. The master of the palace of the god of death located at the center of chaos. The only one who can open the gate to the abyss, the sole sovereign of calamity. He felt powerless. He couldn't identify that thing even with doubt. Its face was twisted and ugly, making him feel disgusted. It was similar to a ghoul, but was not. What on earth was it? He reached out his hand. Why haven't you left chaos yet? He gathered dark energy. It caused both of them to be hit and dazed. He found it ridiculous. Don't tell me it's because you want to protect this world. The data was being erased, leaving the old man unable to react in time. With just a snap of his fingers, he slumped to the ground. He can dispel the world I built. That thing was still cunning. And you are. He meant Jae-hwan. An interesting human. A human who possesses a heart despite being fully awakened. The old man's legs were still shaking. The authority of the sole sovereign. Possession. The sole sovereign must have possessed the castle lord's body through possession. A terrifying thought arose. If so, the thing in front of them was just a copy. Unbelievable, that just a copy of him. The face of that thing seemed to grow 1,000 times larger and was just as horrific. Suddenly he spoke up. Old man, he asked nonchalantly. You failed, didn't you? He gripped his sword hilt, ready to fight. I'm thinking... He gathered his strength once more, about destroying that thing. The creature found it hilarious. Oh? The thing acted as if it were a joke. You're saying you want to kill me? You're saying you want to kill me? Its mouth gaped open, its head twisting and deforming. You are truly interesting. The old man hurried to stop him. Kid, don't do it. You can't do anything to him. Regarding that terrifying thing, even Mula couldn't harm the sole sovereign. It was just a copy, but Jae-hwan spoke firmly. Don't be afraid, I can defeat him. The old man admired him silently. Kid, how can you remain so calm when facing a dead end? He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! He threw his head back. Jae-hwan was ready. Jae-hwan was ready. A stream of black smoke billowed from the castle lord's mouth. Use all your strength! He grabbed that stream of smoke. Stupid awakened. Jae-hwan charged as a pitch-black force struck down hard. He wielded the dark sword, carrying a human heart within his chest. Chung-hee recognized his legendary blade, the Void Sword. He was terrified. That horrific weapon turned half of the expedition members into ghouls in an instant. I can't believe I'm seeing it again. He charged with the sword, facing Jae-hwan directly. A gloomy voice spoke. I've seen eyes like yours before. Jae-hwan immediately took a defensive stance. He said, You want to go to the abyss? The old man was startled. What? The abyss? The creature attacked relentlessly. I knew my side had no information on him, but I didn't expect him to intend to enter the abyss. He unleashed a vicious move. So there's still someone in this world who wants to reach the end of the world like you. Too weak. Jae-hwan dodged the blow. He continued to ramble, but immediately caught him. You aren't even as strong as the nightmares from 900 years ago. He grabbed Jae-hwan by the head, but Jae-hwan wouldn't stay still and immediately broke free. He unleashed a strike, severing the creature's arm. Only then was it pushed back. Jae-hwan rubbed his chin. All right, I've cut off his arm. He prepared to deliver the final blow, but unexpectedly, the creature recovered instantly and closed in. Jae-hwan was caught off guard, but it was too late. The sword was already close. He swung his sword at Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan gripped his sword tightly. He immediately struck the creature. The creature didn't back down and struck back. He delivered a world-shattering slash. The tip of his sword sank deep into the ground. He said gloomily, Fall is, in essence, the sickness of time. He continued his terrifying speech. With just a small scratch from the void sword, centuries, no, Jai Huan was hit by a slash right on the shoulder. The creature was also hit, but immediately began to recover. Many millennia will pass. His eyes flashed with malice. A soul that cannot withstand time will grow old and corrupt, becoming a ghoul. Jai Huan interrupted him. This stuff. He cut away the wounded part. He said calmly, I just need to discard it. The creature sounded quite amused. Oh, I didn't expect you to be able to nonchalantly cut off the defiled part of your soul so easily. A strong will, but it only goes that far. Suddenly, black armor pieces began growing on his body. Countless fragments then pierced through the castle lord's body that he possessed. Jai Huan froze. He swung his hand and those black shards gathered, poised to attack. Instantly, hundreds of black shards lunged toward them. The old man shielded his head, but Jai Huan managed to block them in time. He parried the attack. The creature remarked on his sword, Looking closely, the sword you keep in that scabbard is a copy from a nightmare tower. He seemed quite leisurely. For a toy made by a nightmare, it's rather impressive. Jai Huan struggled against the ultimate move unleashed upon him. The old man signaled, Kid! He replied, I know, using his sword to deflect the blow. His decayed feet remained steady. Jai Huan began to feel slightly dazed, because immediately after, the creature charged at him with that perilous sword. The old man was also sent flying. The creature gloated, If you continue to fight, your soul will not hold out much longer. Jai Huan frowned deeply. He was right. He couldn't hold on forever, no matter how many times he used doubt. He still couldn't find a weakness. He was surrounded by strange yellow clouds that restricted his vision, and these peculiar objects kept appearing before his eyes, making it impossible to focus as the masses merged. He recalled the old man's words. My unique domain is the white world, where I etch those who have disappeared and recreate them with my imagination. Every awakened possesses a unique domain. Some awaken through it. The old man had said a domain is created by a keyword they receive upon awakening. His words echoed, something similar to desire or emotion. A powerful awakened can bring many beings into their own world. The creature remained unfazed. He gripped his sword with both hands. If that's the case, he knocked the creature's sword away. Regaining his balance, Jai Huan's pupils turned gold. He activated a skill that transformed the ground according to the moon eye. The old man immediately recognized it. Hell! He couldn't believe his eyes. This place is hell. Has he always lived in a world like this? Breaking into a sweat, he looked at the young man before him. An underworld created from helplessness and rage. The creature marveled, Ah, so this is your ideal world. He laughed. Ha ha, truly interesting indeed. Jai Huan drove his sword into the creature's throat. He finally did it. Those annoying patterns finally disappeared. The creature's mouth was shattered by the sword, but he summoned a mass of vines from the ground. They instantly bound Jai Huan. The creature bared its fangs. You are simply lunging at me repeatedly without knowing how to end it all. His hand lunged forward. He overpowered him. Jai Huan cried out in pain as the ground was sliced open. Unexpectedly, he acted with such cruelty, driving Jai Huan deep into the earth. The old man worried, Damn it! The earth and stone shattered, debris flying everywhere. He stepped on Jai Huan's chest. One who never gives up on hatred. It has been a long time since I last met an existence as interesting as you. He pulled the sword from his chest, preparing to stab down at Jai Huan. He smiled falsely. It is a pity that this joy must come to an end. Jai Huan closed his eyes in acceptance as the blade was about to fall. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Something unexpected streaked past. That object moved rapidly and pierced straight into the monster's head. Then followed a straight slash from the top of the head down. The strike was so powerful it created a shockwave that shattered the surrounding rocks. The monster's head gradually fell heavily to the ground. Jai Huan slowly sat up and asked it, Your fun is over, isn't it? He looked at it with cold eyes, his voice carrying a sense of confidence. Actually, I've only just begun. The bones on the monster's body began to move. It spoke with contempt. Ridiculous. You won't be able to leave even a scratch on me. As it spoke, flesh began to grow from its skeletal frame. Increasing amounts of coarse, black flesh sprouted from the bones. It gradually transformed into a different shape. The transformation process was violent, creating a powerful tremor in the ground. Its head gradually recovered from the wounds, and sharp spikes sprouted out, looking extremely fierce. Jae-hwan stared wide-eyed. Damn it! What on earth is this? The form it was gradually transforming into was a monster of superior size. It had abnormally long arms and legs, and in its hands it held a formidable-looking weapon. The monster suddenly aimed at him. It immediately used the weapon in its hand to strike quickly toward Jae-hwan. He agilely dodged the monster's blow. It aggressively reached out to attack again. Its giant hand was already right next to Jae-hwan, and it powerfully swatted him away, creating a resounding shockwave. Jae-hwan was flung straight into a wall. The force of the strike was so horrific that the wall shattered instantly. Jae-hwan's eyes widened, and he painfully coughed up a large amount of blood. The monster didn't give him a chance to recover, charging forward immediately. Then it continued, using its hand to smash directly at where Jae-hwan was. He reacted very quickly as well. He leaped up, dodging the attack from it. Jae-hwan channeled his power into the sword and dashed forward. The monster noticed this too. It immediately charged toward Jae-hwan. Even though his sword possessed great power, it couldn't manage to touch the monster. The power of both created a horrific tremor. While fighting, the monster said smugly, I have watched the creations meant to form this world. All of them tried to climb to the top of the Tree of Illusions to satisfy their curiosity. Are you also trying to find your own answer about this world? What is your question? It used its weapon to continuously attack Jae-hwan. Its attack smashed directly down, causing the ground to crack and shatter into many pieces. The smoke slowly dissipated. The monster continued excitedly, I see. Could it be this world? Jae-hwan used his sword to block its weapon. He glared at the monster as it continued to speak. Is the question you are seeking? It wondered excitedly, then what does this world mean to you? After asking, it speculated with a bit of curiosity, destruction. As it spoke, it blocked Jae-hwan's destructive attacks. It continued to guess, annihilation or slaughter. The monster suddenly flashed a bizarre smile. I see. The end. That is the only name suitable for this world. How arrogant, it said, looking at Jae-hwan. A tiny human asking about the value of this world's existence. The monster suddenly shouted and used its hand to attack him. You are in this world. Will the existence of this world help you find your answer? Jae-hwan spoke while backing away. I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. The monster asked back in surprise. What? The monster asked back in surprise. What? It continued. Is that so? Then you still haven't felt or found the answer you want. Jae-hwan lunged backward, causing trails of water to splash upward. He stopped for a moment. Currently, his entire body was covered in wounds from fighting the monster. Jae-hwan silently reflected on the situation. The monster suddenly charged at him frantically. It's definitely something I've experienced somewhere before. Suddenly, an image of a monster Jae-hwan had fought previously flashed through his mind. His eyes widened as he realized the thing he was fighting was a clone connected to a host. Realizing the problem, Jae-hwan concentrated his power into his feet, causing the ground where he stood to shatter. He took a deep breath. He then prepared to counterattack, holding his sword ready. The monster seemed to realize it too. Its eyes widened in surprise. Immediately after, a massive surge of power was fired by Jae-hwan. The power from that strike of his created an extremely overwhelming tremor, crushing everything around into fragments. The smoke gradually cleared. What appeared behind the smoke was the monster's deformed arm. It said angrily, Your brazenness knows no bounds. Despite hearing its words, Jae-hwan chose to turn a blind eye and said nothing. The monster's body was deformed everywhere by the attack, becoming mutated and lumpy. It slowly stepped forward and asked, Do you know that you will never be able to kill me? How foolish! I'm bored. Let's end this. Right after saying that, the monster suddenly lunged at Jae-hwan. It opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, wanting to swallow him whole. A flash of lightning flickered in Jae-hwan's eyes. Just as its mouth closed, he vanished. Thanks to his agile physical ability, Jae-hwan easily dodged it. He leaped high into the air, but his eyes gradually widened in surprise as he saw something. A golden thread suddenly appearing. That thread was connected to the monster. Seeing this made Jae-hwan even more certain of his previous guess. I knew it. The link to the host. Jae-hwan gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Then he suddenly let out a shout and lunged forward. He attacked the monster's head directly with his sword, while simultaneously severing the connecting thread. Its eyes widened as it exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! The ultimate technique of rupture!" Jae-hwan was determined to destroy it. He continued to drive his sword deep into its head. Just as the sword pierced through to finish it, the surrounding earth and stone shattered. The monster's voice rang out, "Oh, you who live for the end, I shall wait for you at the gates of hell." Water droplets fell, shimmering with a vivid red color. Exhausted, Jae-hwan leaned his head against the wall, his face drenched in sweat. Only now did his entire body gradually relax, allowing his spirit to rest for a moment. Even though he relaxed his mind, Jae-hwan never stopped reminding himself that he had to become stronger. Besides the thrust, I need many other things, especially a powerful slash. That's a suitable skill for fighting against a large army. But when fighting a powerful individual, the range of the technique is too wide, so its effectiveness is greatly reduced. He continued to reflect. This time I only used it as a distraction to buy a little time. I need a new skill, a special skill for soloing against powerful enemies. The dark clouds in the sky gradually cleared, revealing the bright rays of the sun. Chung-hae lay unconscious on the ground, covered by fragments of earth and stone. Two people ran over to help him up. A weak voice called out, "Jae-hwan, you..." The voice startled Jae-hwan, making his eyes widen. He looked over at the man beside him. Ame was trying to speak. Can you come here for a moment?" He slowly began to recount. "I became a bloodthirsty demon, but I have always been watching you. I am very grateful that you fought against the Poison King." With that, he suddenly grabbed Jae-hwan's arm. Seeing this, Jae-hwan felt a bit uncomfortable. "Hey." Ame ignored him and continued, "Perhaps it is time for Gorgon to change. Please accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of golden light was suddenly transferred into Jae-hwan's hand. And from that, a certain mark appeared on Jae-hwan's arm. By this point, he had nearly reached his limit, but he still tried to say his final words. "I find you very familiar. I can feel warm memories of your comrades, Jae-hwan." His body gradually began to glow, a sign that he was about to vanish. He softly continued, "Please, don't let the heart within you grow cold. Those hopes." After finishing his words, he turned into golden light and flew away. A crowd of people rushed over, asking worriedly, "Is everyone all right?" Chung-hae exclaimed in pain, "Ah, my back!" Suddenly, Yu-hee and everyone present were struck with great astonishment. "Lord Jae-hwan," he stepped forward slowly. Jae-hwan wiped the sweat from his face. The mark on his arm made everyone recognize that the symbol was... Chung-hae looked on in absolute shock while everyone around quickly bowed down. They bowed one by one to show their reverence. Yu-hee's eyes gradually filled with tears. "The ruler." "I understand now. If this is the wish of the Lord Fortress Master," everyone present said in unison, "we loyally greet the new ruler of Gorgon." Witnessing this scene made Jae-hwan feel very surprised. 2 days later, the broken buildings were gradually being reconstructed. Yu-hee spoke to Jae-hwan. "Excuse me, my lord." Jae-hwan said dejectedly, "I am not the Fortress Master. I told you I'm not doing it." Yu-hee followed up gently. "Since it seems you've forgotten your promise, I shall remind you." Then he pulled up a notification window. The content read, "Jae-hwan's promise. Save the Fortress Master. Kill the traitors. Yu-hee's promise. Help with personnel to explore the abyss." Reading the lines on the panel, Jae-hwan asked wearily, "Are you saying I have to take responsibility because the Fortress Master died?" He replied, "Well, something like that." Jae-hwan felt a bit unhappy. "The Fortress Master is gone, but since I am the one entrusted, you want me to become the ruler of this city, right?" Yu-hee smiled brightly and said, "That's right. And this is when you need to keep your promise, because now, Jae-hwan, you are the Fortress Master." He scratched his head and thought in confusion, "Damn it, how did it end up like this?" He said helplessly, "I don't have time to waste in this castle. I have to move on. I have to reach the abyss." "Can I hand over this position of ruler to someone else?" He replied flatly, "No, you cannot. It's impossible because Gorgon will not recognize that person." Hearing this, Jae-hwan looked at the mark on his hand and pondered, "Gorgon? Does it mean this symbol? I was chosen by this thing?" He continued, that is why this position cannot just be transferred to anyone. The ruler of Gorgon only changes when the current ruler is gone, and a high stack of documents was placed before Jaehwan. These are the documents that need to be processed today. Since you, Mr. Jaehwan, have just taken office as the fortress master, I have added records and information that might be helpful to you. He flipped through the documents to take a look. Jaehwan scanned the information and thought to himself, these laws are strange. Is this the reason everyone always spoke well of the fortress master? Yuha continued. You can use the items in the drawer freely. I'm going to organize some work. Just call me if you need anything. Hearing this made Jaehwan curious, so he opened the drawer. He was suddenly surprised. It was a crumpled ball of paper. Looking at it made him wonder, what is this? Jaehwan caught a glimpse of the words, the 17th ruler. The ball of paper suddenly moved and even spoke, congratulations, though I do not know who you are. Seeing this strange phenomenon made Jaehwan's eyes widen in surprise. The paper gradually folded into a shape. If you have found this, it means you have become the new ruler. The shape of a paper person appeared. It spoke cheerfully. You must be wondering how to rule Gorgon Castle. Jaehwan looked at it with suspicion. What's this? Magic paper? No, is this a paper doll made of spiritual power? It continued to tell him, but just rest. There is only one task for the ruler. To seek joy. A good ruler is one who has much joy. Leave the city security to the monitoring department, leave internal affairs to the internal affairs team, and leave foreign affairs to the foreign affairs team. They will handle everything for you. Hearing this made Jaehwan's face show utter helplessness. It continued to ramble. I'm not giving you nonsense advice. This is the accumulation of many generations of fortress masters. Hearing that made it hard for him to believe. Were all the previous rulers lazy? It gradually continued. According to my data, half of the rulers were overworked. This leads to the exhaustion of both soul and body. None of them lived long. Hearing this, Jaehwan suddenly realized. He imagined the previous fortress master from earlier. This advice is not just for you, but for Gorgon as well. I hope you will not be greedy. Do not try to change anything. Do not exhaust yourself. Everyone here knows that this world is very difficult to change. That is why you should try to maintain it and only change it a little bit at a time. Therefore, do not decide based on the standpoint of the majority. Do everything according to your own heart and will alone. Please do not be greedy. Do not try to change the things you cannot. The shape of the paper person began to transform. The only good ruler in chaos is... It gradually turned back into the original ball of paper. The ruler who does nothing. Jaehwan remained silent for a moment after hearing all the words it conveyed. He pondered to himself, I'm starting to understand what kind of existence the ruler is in this place. An existence that breaks hope for survival. An existence that prevents change, which has been maintained for many generations here. Seeing him like that made Yuhi wonder and ask, Fortress Master, what are you pondering? Jaehwan suddenly called out, Yuhei! He said with certainty, I will abolish the ruler of Gorgon. Yuhi's eyes widened in shock. What? That means... Jaehwan then asked him, We must start from here. Yuhei, what is a castle? He said, That's a strange question, but then closed his eyes to reflect. He answered Jaehwan's question. A castle is a fortress, and a fortress is a military structure that protects allies from enemies. Jaehwan suddenly said, Then what if the enemy no longer exists? His eyes widened in shock hearing what he said. What would happen if no one ever invaded the castle? He thought to himself, the castle would have no reason to exist anymore. If so, the ruler would no longer be necessary. But, Yuha said skeptically, a fortress without enemies, such a thing is impossible. Jaehwan stated firmly, No, it is possible. He said seriously, because I will unify chaos. Funerals no longer exist in chaos. Instead, there is the birth of the Spirit Festival to joyfully send off those who have disappeared forever. If a funeral is a ritual to remember the deceased, the Spirit Festival is a ritual to erase them. During the Spirit Festival, the story of the soul that has disappeared forever will be told repeatedly so that it is no longer mentioned after the festival. That is the final gift that chaos can give to those who have left. Yuhi said sadly, "We all knew Amigo. But we cannot bury him. He no longer exists in this world. No flesh or soul remains, only the memories left behind as he became nourishment for the Tree of Illusions. So we will forever forget Amigo Ame. Thinking throughout the Spirit Festival that takes place over the coming week, we will together mention him one last time with all our reverence. We will repeat stories about him until there are no more stories left to tell." Jaehwan stood in a corner pondering to himself, "Amigo Ame, I finally understand. That man with the odd name who thrust me into the position of ruler." While standing there, he suddenly heard whispers about himself. Is an outsider wearing the ruler's clothes allowed to become the new ruler? They whispered to each other, "Are you telling me that little soul will become the ruler? I heard he hasn't even lived for 100 years. The person next to him followed up, "Are you sure he isn't plotting something else?" Someone spoke directly to Jaehwan. "He looks like someone I would be willing to fight alongside." A woman wearing a veil was the one who turned to ask him. She smiled mysteriously. Another person stepped forward and called out, "Hey!" The man asked with a bright smile, "Are you the new ruler?" Seeing this, Chung-hae smiled and teased the woman. "Oh my, you're a step too late. It seems the old man from the Deep Forest Scholar Guild got to him a step ahead of the vice president of the Saintis Society." She smiled and asked him, "Divine Doctor, who are you betting on?" Chung-hae said gloomily, "Betting? That is what people do when there is actually something worth wagering on." The man continued to ask, "Excuse me, but may I ask how old you are? I heard you are very young." He replied coldly, "Around 60. Hearing that, he stroked his beard and continued, 60? Anyway, has the Gorgon Ministry started a system of hereditary succession? Are you the ruler's son? The expressions of those around became incredulous upon hearing him. They whispered, "Is he his son? How ridiculous! That old man is so rude. Even though he's young, he knows exactly how people get to chaos somehow." He suddenly reached out his hand. "Anyway, I hope we shall get along." His face suddenly turned cunning with a smile as he introduced himself. "I am the vice president of the Deep Forest Scholar Guild, Jung In-han." He looked at Jaehwan's cold expression. It made him cry inwardly, "Boo-hoo, the rumors say the new ruler is uncooperative." Jung In-han was secretly excited. "I can finally pay back the humiliation I faced at Gorgon 15 years ago." Jung In-han gradually recalled someone saying to him, "By any means, please allow us to establish a branch office in Gorgon. But while bribing the army at the North Guard post, I was caught by that stupid commander there." Carthan had said coldly, "You have been arrested for the crime of bribing public officials." Amigo Aim smiled and said, "How can I allow an office branch that is willing to bribe and cause trouble for the military?" Hearing him speak caused Jung In-han's face to sink, dripping with sweat. "After that, I was flatly rejected by the ruler, a fool just like that guard post commander." Now he rejoiced inwardly. But now the ruler is dead and that northern commander is dying on his sickbed. Jaehwan reached out to shake his hand. Jung In-han looked at him and thought with contempt, "The new ruler is just a brat. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity." As soon as he shook Jaehwan's hand, he immediately used his highest-level illusion formation skill. Suddenly, streams of light unexpectedly coiled around Jaehwan's arm and then slipped into his head. The scene before Jaehwan's eyes gradually changed into the 9 levels of hell. The door there suddenly swung open. A fire dragon suddenly appeared right behind him. It opened its mouth full of flames and immediately spat a fireball toward Jaehwan. Seeing him stand there frozen like that, the people around began to whisper, "The ruler seems a bit strange. Did that bastard use 9 levels of hell on the ruler?" Another replied angrily, "What? Why would he act so maliciously? How can a 60-year-old kid endure that?" Jung In-han smiled triumphantly. "How does my highest-level illusion feel? Now you must experience the hell-fire of the red dragon Tiamat. You'll soon be crying and screaming, and then you'll have to follow my demands." Jaehwan suddenly spoke, making his eyes widen in surprise. Chaos has a truly special way of greeting others. He gradually tightened his grip on the man's hand. Jae-hwan smirked and said, "Now it's my turn to return the favor." The red dragon Tiamat had been defeated by him and lay on the ground. The man's face now showed clear terror. Jae-hwan opened his eyes wide and used Spirit Heaven inversion on him. Instantly, Jang In-han was transported to a gruesome place, with a giant eye staring directly at him. His face turned pale with visible fear as he screamed, "Ha! Hell!" He was so terrified he couldn't stand and fell to his knees. Looking at this scene, the people around couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong with him? Don't tell me he overcame the 9 levels of hell." Jae-hwan said wearily, "Since you insulted the ruler, normally I should strike you as a deterrent. I will spare your life, but it won't be like this in the future." Seeing him handle it that way made Chung-hae a bit disappointed. He pouted, "Is that all? How boring." Bystanders gossiped. "I bet he was stabbed many times internally." The vice president of the Saintess Society was shocked. "Who exactly is he?" A voice rang out, "Now please listen to the ruler's inaugural speech." Yu-he carefully showed Jae-hwan. "The voice amplification skill has been added to this platform, so please press here and speak." Chung-hae watched and thought, "This kid is giving an inaugural speech? I have a bad feeling about this." Jae-hwan began his speech. "My name is Jae-hwan, the new ruler of Gorgon. I did not know Amigo Ame. I didn't know what he did or what his life was like." Hearing him speak caused shock to appear on everyone's faces. Or what kind of ruler he used to be, I don't know any of it. Yu-hee stared blankly as Jae-hwan said flatly, "To be honest, I don't care." Ignoring everyone's expressions, he continued, "I know you are dissatisfied with me. You probably think I'm just a brat with mediocre spirit pressure who became ruler by luck. That's true to an extent. I had no intention of this. Becoming ruler was unexpected. But since you are unhappy with me as ruler, and I don't want this position either, how can I bring the best result for everyone? After considering for about 30 seconds, I found a solution." He pointed to himself and declared seriously, "Anyone who can defeat me in a one-on-one match will become the new ruler. The first person to defeat me becomes the ruler." As soon as he finished, something unexpected happened. A man slammed his hand on a table and laughed loudly with excitement. "Ha ha!" He was the president of the South Sea Society, Cayman. He praised enthusiastically, "What a bold ruler. Aim chose an interesting one. Is that it? Any other conditions?" Jae-hwan replied, "Of course there are. The time limit is 1 month. Those who challenge me and lose," he continued calmly, "will become a member of the Abyss expedition team that will depart in 2 months. Upon hearing his words, everyone around was absolutely stunned. They thought in confusion, the Abyss expedition team? Yu-hee believe in Jae-hwan. He protected Gorgon from the enemy, and he is someone who was recognized by the previous fortress master. Even when he made very unreasonable claims about destruction or even unifying chaos, a banner was hung with the words, "Anyone who wishes to become a ruler must accept the challenge." Even though he went up to the podium and gave everyone the feeling that something wasn't quite right, I still decided to wait and see what he would do. The citizens of Gorgon discussed anxiously, "What? How can that outsider become the fortress master?" A blond man then said, "Did he come from reincarnation? What will happen to us now?" "No matter how strangely he behaves, he will still be our fortress master." Outside the gate, the soldiers were struggling to hold people back. "Stay back! You cannot go in any further!" The enthusiastic crowd pushed through, shouting, "We have the right to protest and voice our opinions to the fortress master. Open the door now!" The soldiers were pushed aside. One said helplessly, "Stop! Hold them back! Help us! Something is harming the future of Gorgon." "I believe he won't do things without a reason." The door to the room was flung open. Someone hurriedly announced inside the fortress, "Rahi!" He rushed in with a notice, shouting, "Sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, but I think things have become more serious." On the notice was a picture of Chung-hae from a past special interview. "Once I defeated the fortress master. Even if this entire world of chaos combined, they still wouldn't be able to defeat that guy." Early in the morning, Yu-hee was wearing a cucumber mask, eating cake and drinking tea, But upon hearing this news, his face turned to a daze of shock. He gasped helplessly, "Oh my God!" He ran quickly down the hallway, terrifying those around him. Very quickly, Yu-hee arrived at the ruler's room. He reached for the door. As the door opened, a heap of paperwork rushed out like a storm. He stared wide-eyed and asked, "How many unprocessed tasks have you let pile up?" Yu-ha entered angrily. "Fortress Master! You can't just pretend to sit and work in this messy place." His voice gradually trailed off. Yu-hee's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Carthon. "Why are you here? You're supposed to be in the infirmary." He called out irritably for the Fortress Master. From inside the castle, Yu-hee's angry scream echoed, "Where the hell are you?" Meanwhile, at the place where the statues of Carthon stood, a flash of light streaked past, destroying the statue. The one destroying the statues was none other than Jae-hwan. Chung-hae rubbed a statue and said, "The fallen angel Carthon. And it looks like Carthon is in a lot of pain. You idiot. Do you know how much this pile costs? So you're using the Carthon statue collection, the one young girls love, as a target for practice." He replied calmly, "Carthon must be going crazy in the infirmary. Anyway, old man, I've thought of a new skill." Chung-hae hummed curiously and asked, "Which skill?" Jae-hwan planted his feet firmly on the ground and raised his sword. A blue light gradually appeared around him. Chung-hae praised enthusiastically, "Your posture certainly looks more standard than usual. Looking at your sword's movement, I guess you've been influenced by my sword techniques, haven't you?" Then he wanted to name the skill. "Then its name will be, right. How about the name piercing?" Jae-hwan asked coldly, "Do you want to be pierced like the name you're suggesting?" Chung-hae got angry and rolled up his sleeves. "What? I gave you such a great name. That's enough. You're too arrogant. You should reconsider. I, the divine doctor, don't have a hollow reputation here. I'll give you a taste of bitterness and show you how cruel reality is." Jae-hwan slowly reached out his hand. He then attacked directly. Chung-hae hurriedly dodged. "Fortress Master!" The direct attack flew past, shattering the wall. He fumed and shouted, "Are you really attacking me, you bastard? Don't you know how to respect your elders?" Respecting elders is basic etiquette. While he was speaking, something fell. Hearing the noise, he turned his head in confusion to look. A hand moved on the ground. There were still some lingering sparks of lightning left. A man lay conscious on the ground. As soon as he saw him, Chung-hae realized, "What the? Isn't he the guild master of the Thunder God Guild?" His name is Jun-jong, the guild master of the Thunder God Guild. He felt secretly confused. How could he end up like this? But earlier, in a very dark place, someone had asked in a low voice, "Are you sure the Fortress Master is in the hall?" The companion replied, "Surely. We've had it confirmed." Hearing that, Jun-jong peered through a gap to look. He pressed his eye close to the gap to get a better look. As he looked in, he exclaimed, "This place is nice." Jun-jong suddenly crackled with lightning. "Today, I will become the leader." He prepared his hand to attack. "Even if they say what I'm doing is cowardly, I don't care. To me, assassination is the same as a one-on-one confrontation. It's all the same as long as I take down the opponent." Just as he was about to attack, a beam of light suddenly streaked past. The power from the light was so strong it shattered the ground and rocks. In Jun-jong's eyes, Jae-hwan looked very serious. This Fortress Master, he seemed to radiate a divine light. All the news about him was inaccurate. He turned his head to look over. Then he suddenly shouted, "That time didn't count." Then Jun-jong suddenly crackled with lightning again. "I propose that if we fight one more time, I will definitely win." Seeing that, Chung-hae asked helplessly, "How can a guildmaster like you perform such an act of attacking someone like that? It seems you don't know what shame is." Jae-hwan gently agreed. "All right." He reached out his hand, signaling, "Then come at me." Seeing this made him furious, veins popping on his face. Jun-jong suddenly dashed off with incredible speed. He slashed with his dual swords, but Jae-hwan quickly ducked to evade. He was thrilled to see such agility. "You're faster than I thought." Jun-jong crossed his swords into an X shape and shouted, "Try dodging this one!" Jae-hwan braced himself seriously to block the blow. He created a glowing circle that surged violently toward his opponent. Jae-hwan managed to dodge quickly, but the strike was so overwhelming it tore up the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. The spot where Junjong stood formed a crater due to the massive power generated. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, seeing Jae-hwan completely unharmed after that attack. Junjong suddenly said, "I wasn't planning on using this, but..." He gradually manifested a sphere. Immediately after, energy condensed further, making the sphere grow larger. This was Junjong's Thunder God Descent skill. He smirked confidently. "Using the Thunder God's power this time, I can end the battle in a single move." Without giving Junjong a chance to attack, Jae-hwan suddenly appeared behind him. He said gloomily, "That skill takes too long to cast." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of light erupted, making Junjong turn around with a face full of shock and terror. A moment later, the door opened. Junjong's face was covered in wounds with a massive lump on his head. He smiled cheerfully and said, "The Fortress Master defeated me in an instant. I will fulfill my promise to you." Seeing this, Chung-hae smiled with satisfaction. "Good, very well done. From now on, this idiot will follow and assist you." Jae-hwan smiled as he looked at him. "It took me exactly 100 years to get here. One of the 5 great families of the Great Land, the Ion family. And I, Junjong, am a member of this family. To be more precise, he was brutally beaten. By the people of that family. I was a slave to them. My comrades who raided the tower with me also became part of this family, living out the rest of our lives together. But one by one they were sent to the battlefield or died as slaves. I've worked here for nearly 100 years. Most of my comrades who became slaves have died, yet I survived like a miracle. With the trust accumulated over these 100 years, I finally achieved the status of an attendant. However, on the day I became an attendant, for the first time in my life, I decided my own fate. I couldn't keep living like this. Betraying the trust I built for 100 years, I stole the Ion family's priceless secret art. And the highest level skill I obtained this way was the Thunder God technique. The moment I attained it, every single cell in my body was purified, allowing me to use the full potential of the Thunder God technique, the secret art of the Ion family. Naturally, I was hunted by them for 20 years and finally beheaded. After being summoned to chaos, thanks to the Thunder God technique, I secured the 9th rank among the 10 masters within 100 years. And yet, he gradually recalled the fight from earlier.
This person who hasn't even lived for 100 years.
Is the one ruling chaos, but furthermore, Junjong shouted in disbelief, "How can someone like him become the ruler?" Chung-hae smiled and said, "That's right. Nothing about him makes any sense." He was secretly puzzled. The divine doctor, who knew despair better than anyone from his time in the Abyss Expedition team, was smiling. Right now, Junjong puffed out his cheeks. He let out a frustrated sigh. Chung-hae smiled and told him, "Newbie, consider yourself lucky. You met that guy before you learned what true despair feels like." As he spoke, he looked toward Jae-hwan, who was touching a stone statue and feeling regretful. "What? This is already the last stone statue?" Junjong pouted, looking at Jae-hwan as if wondering how great his potential truly was. Chung-hae gently recounted, "A week before you arrived, Gorgon was nearly taken over by the Golden Heaven sect." Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. He turned to look at Chung-hae with a look of disbelief. His expression became a bit complex. "I don't know what methods they used to get Gorgon's people to join their side, but I have a feeling they had been preparing to overthrow Gorgon for a very long time." He gradually recalled the chaotic scene at that time. However, there was one person who pulled Gorgon back from the brink of collapse and defeated the Poison King within the body of the previous Fortress Master, and that is our current ruler. Hearing this, Junjong asked in disbelief, "Is that so?" He was drenched in sweat and panicked, saying, "You should have told me about this kind of thing sooner." Chung-hae shouted helplessly, "Then who tried to assassinate him before I could say anything, huh? You brat, how dare you blame others for your own fault?" The two were arguing loudly when someone suddenly appeared, catching their attention and making them turn their heads. A red-haired man with a muscular build stepped forward, followed by Cayman. He confidently shouted, "I challenge you to a duel, ruler of Gorgon! Along with me is another leader from the South Sea sect. But can I fight you first?" The man speaking was the leader of the Fire King sect, Kang Hwang. Jae-hwan stepped forward and said, "No, there's no need." He said coldly, "Come at me at the same time. I'm currently busy perfecting my swordsmanship. so I don't have time for a long, drawn-out affair. Hearing this, Kang Huang asked irritably, "What?" Chung Hei sighed on the side. "It looks like a lot of people are going to get hurt today." Kang Huang stepped forward and agreed. "Fine." He smiled playfully and said, "I'll make you regret those words." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Huang lunged forward excitedly. He generated flames that surrounded his sword. The sword was right in front of Jae Hwan's eyes, but he still looked on calmly. He gently stepped aside to dodge it. That blow from Kang Huang hit the wall directly. The horrific firepower caused a large hole to appear in the wall. Seeing this made Chung Hei swear angrily, "You brat! Are you trying to burn this whole place down?" Junjong, standing nearby, said helplessly, "In this excited state, he probably won't hear anyone." Oh! As soon as Jae Hwan dodged that blow, Kang Huang felt even more excited. Kang Huang immediately used his sword to attack Jae Hwan, who blocked it with his own sword. He laughed triumphantly and asked, "Haha, are you terrified of my sword's flames yet?" Jae Hwan replied bluntly, "Not at all. I don't feel a thing." As he spoke, he drew his hand back, preparing to counterattack. Immediately after, he powerfully threw a punch at Kang Huang, who struggled to resist. He raised his sword. Then he coldly said to him, "In a moment, you'll have to tell me if you're terrified of this punch of mine." After speaking, he lunged forward to attack. Kang Huang's face was now pale, his triumphant expression completely gone. Jae Hwan stood looking at the scene filled with smoke and fire before him. He rolled his shoulders slightly and looked at the hole in the wall, remarking, "Adjusting my strength to be gentler still doesn't feel right." Chung Hee's face darkened with worry as he watched the fight. "How am I going to explain this to Yu Hei in a bit?" Meanwhile, Junjong's jaw dropped in shock. A large blade was placed on the ground, and immediately after, a cool stream of water began to radiate. It neutralized the heat of the air. Kamen suddenly said that Kang Huang would be fine. Jae Hwan said gloomily, "I already told you both to come at me at the same time." He smiled and explained, "I hate the heat." Kamen rested the large blade on his shoulder. Then he smiled and suggested, "All right, then fight me next, ruler." Kamen smiled at Jae Hwan, waiting for an answer to his proposal. But Jae Hwan said nothing and just stood there looking on calmly. "Then fight me," Kamen said confidently to the fortress master. Jae Hwan looked at him and thought to himself, "Lightning, then fire, and now water? Reminds me of Pokemon." He silently assessed him. He certainly seems stronger than the other two. Having finished that thought, Jae Hwan immediately dashed forward. He coldly used his sword to thrust directly at Kamen, but Kamen reacted instantly and blocked it with his own blade. Kamen glared with annoyance. He quickly used his large blade to parry Jae Hwan's sword away. Seeing this surprised Jae Hwan slightly. "This guy is different. He's not just recklessly aiming at me like those two, he's trying to control my movements." Kamen suddenly raised his blade. Then he attacked quickly toward Jae Hwan. But what he hit was the ground. Kamen's eyes widened in surprise when he couldn't see Jae Hwan anywhere. By then, Jae Hwan was already directly above his head. He dove down without hesitation. Jae Hwan attacked Kamen very quickly, but Kamen was also agile and countered with his blade. The two attacked back and forth, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. Kamen quickly stepped back, because a fireball suddenly flew toward him. The firepower from the sphere was horrific, causing Kamen to be pushed back by the overwhelming pressure even though he dodged it. Watching this scene made him flash a helpless smile and sigh. "If that hit me, and I would have been crushed into powder by now. What a pity." Jae Hwan turned his eyes toward Kamen. He asked curiously, "You still haven't fought with your full strength?" Kamen put his blade back on his back and laughed. "Ha ha, the result is clear regardless of whether I go all out or not." He smiled in acceptance. "All right, I've lost. Let's talk about the Abyss expedition." A moment later, Kang Huang's angry face suddenly appeared. He screamed irritably, "Guildmaster of the Thunder Saint Guild, you bastard, was your only goal to win or lose?" Hearing that, Chung Hei laughed and said, "Why are you blaming him? Blame yourself for losing." Kang Huang was furious but couldn't do anything. His face was filled with resentment. "Damn it," Junjong suddenly asked. "But what are you two going to do? Since you lost, you just need to obediently join the Abyss expedition." Hearing that, Kang Huang tentatively glanced at Jae Hwan, who was wiping his sword. "I came here to join anyway." Hearing that person speak made Jae Hwan turn his head in slight surprise. The speaker was Cayman. Junjong asked him suspiciously, "Leader of the South Sea sect, are you serious?" He answered flatly, without hesitation, "Of course." Hearing that, Kang Huang pondered, "Cayman, the leader of the South Sea sect. Yeah, it's definitely him." Even though he was a close friend of the former Fortress Master Aim, he couldn't join the Abyss expedition because he wasn't strong enough. At that moment, he gradually recalled the panicked expressions on the faces of the people in the fortress. When all their achievements were stolen and everyone had lost all hope, he had witnessed the collapse of the Abyss expedition team. Kang Huang looked at Cayman and speculated silently. That happened 900 years ago. It seems he has been persistently training to wait for this exact moment. Cayman smiled and said, "I also intended to enter the Abyss in the future." Hearing him speak made Chung-hae very surprised. "Cayman, you—" he asked helplessly. "I see." Cayman smiled and said, "So what will the Fire King do?" Kang Huang shrugged and said, "It's obvious. Since I lost, I have no other choice, right?" Chung-hae continued to ask, "And what about you, Thunder Saint?" Junjong said gloomily, "I've just decided." He was a bit surprised. Right after he finished speaking, he suddenly dashed off. Seeing that, Chung-hae shouted, "Where are you going?" Jae-hwan watched in surprise as Junjong ran toward him. Chung-hae asked loudly in worry, "Don't tell me you're still not thinking straight and want to fight him again." He shouted as he rushed forward, "Lord Jae-hwan!" Seeing this, Jae-hwan stood in a defensive stance, ready to attack, but the boy suddenly bowed and knelt. Seeing this made him extremely surprised, standing frozen for a moment. But the reactions of Kang Huang and Cayman were no different from Jae-hwan's. They looked at Junjong with confused eyes. Chung-hae stood blankly, not understanding what had just happened. Junjong said with determination, "From this moment on, I, Junjong Guild Master of the Thunder Saint Guild, swear loyalty to the Fortress Master of Gorgon." Jae-hwan looked at him silently and said gently, "There's no need to swear loyalty." Hearing that, Junjong replied, "No, I swear complete loyalty. Even if I die, I am willing to be loyal." Jae-hwan said flatly, "But you are already dead." His words made the boy's eyes widen in shock because they were so true. But Junjong did not give up and continued to persuade him, "Regardless, please accept me as your kinsman. Even if I'm just a mediocre captain, I'll take it." Hearing that, Chung-hae said irritably, "I ask you, what are you talking about, kinsman?" Junjong cried and pleaded, "I won't steal your secret arts. Please accept me." It was known that he was the one who stole the Thunder Saint technique from the Yugun family after becoming their kinsman. Chung-hae felt the boy's behavior was strange and reminded him, "You are the guild master of the Thunder Saint Guild." "Why are you saying those things? What about the Thunder Saint Guild?" Junjong said sadly. "The Thunder Saint Guild," he continued silently, "no longer exists in chaos." Hearing this news surprised Chung-hae. "You mean it doesn't exist?" Junjong continued, "Including me, only 7 people survived." At this point, his voice gradually trembled. "The Thunder Saint Guild collapsed a week ago." Junjong's face was filled with anger mixed with helplessness. But in a dark place, a voice rang out, "Are you saying—" Chung-hae asked again, "The Thunder Saint Guild has collapsed?" Junjong replied silently, "That's right." He asked further, "When did that happen?" He replied as he had said before, "A week ago." Chung-hae frowned and reached a conclusion. So, in short, the Thunder Saint Guild collapsed right when Gorgon Castle announced it would hold a tournament to decide the new Fortress Master. So you came here aiming for the position of Fortress Master, telling yourself it was all or nothing, but when you fought him, you were utterly crushed. He continued, "Your guild collapsed and you couldn't become the Fortress Master. With nowhere else to go, you're asking to follow him, aren't you?" Chung-hee's words hit the mark for Junjong. He smiled and admitted, "That's right." Seeing his reaction, Chung-hae couldn't help but remark, "How thick-skinned." Chung-hae voiced his doubt. "But if the Thunder Saint Guild collapsed a week ago, why haven't any rumors spread yet?" Cayman shared the same suspicion. Even if the distance between Manticore and Gorgon is great, a week is far too long. Junjong asked somberly, "Divine Doctor, you said the Fortress Master saved Gorgon?" He admitted, "Yes, I said that. Didn't that guy save Gorgon from the Golden Heaven sect, those people? While speaking, Chung-hae suddenly had a realization. Kang Huang asked in surprise, "Wait, the Golden Heaven sect?" Kamen exclaimed in disbelief, "No way! Was the chaos in the castle a week ago caused by the Golden Heaven sect?" Chung-hae replied solemnly, "Yes, it was the Golden Heaven sect." He turned to ask Junjong, "Did the Golden Heaven sect destroy your Thunder Saint Guild?" He nodded. Junjong's face showed a fleeting sadness as he said, "The Thunder Saint Guild wasn't the only guild destroyed. The third-ranked Dark Guild and even the first-ranked Heavenly Dragon Guild, none of them could escape the destruction brought by the Golden Heaven sect." The scene back then was filled with chaos, with Golden Heaven sect members everywhere. Hearing Junjong's story made Kang Huang exclaim in shock, "What?" Chung-hae asked seriously, "Then what happened to Manticore Castle?" Junjong helplessly continued, "Manticore Castle was completely occupied by the Golden Heaven sect a week ago." Hearing this, Chung-hae's expression became very grave. Now everything makes sense. Information like that couldn't be hidden for a whole week unless that castle itself blocked the news. This means the Golden Heaven sect occupied Manticore, and then controlled the magic array network to block any skills capable of spreading information. Hearing him speak made Kang Huang even more confused. He said awkwardly, Wait, I don't understand." He asked back, "Are you saying 3 of the 10 guilds in Chaos were defeated at once? And the one who did it was the 10th-ranked Golden Heaven sect?" Chung-hae replied, "Exactly." Kamen spoke about his confusion. "I've heard rumors about the Golden Heaven sect gaining strength, but how could they become strong enough to control Manticore Castle in just a few years? So the lower the rank, the greater the power?" Everyone turned their eyes toward the voice. The one who said that was Jae-hwan. Junjong turned to look at him and asked in surprise, "No way. You're the fortress master and you're just finding this out now?" At that, Jae-hwan's expression darkened. His voice was heavy as he asked, "What did you say?" The moment he spoke, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Junjong bit his lip, regretting his words. His face turned pale with fear. Seeing those glowing red eyes staring him down terrified him, and he stammered, I mean... Junjong quickly shouted a plea, "I'm sorry, I'll explain everything. Please spare my life." Jae-hwan didn't push further and nodded in agreement. Junjong breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "I survived." Seeing this, Chung-hae teased him. Heh, he escaped death. Junjong began to explain to Jae-hwan, "You know there are 4 great castles and 12 guilds governing chaos, right? Those 4 castles are Gorgon, Manticore, Riat, and finally Garuda. Those 10 guilds aren't truly equal. They are ranked from 1 to 10. Rank 1 is the strongest, while rank 10 is the weakest, and the gap between ranks 1 and 3 is immense. And yet, the 9th-ranked Thunder Saint Guild, the 3rd-ranked Dark Guild, and the 1st-ranked Heavenly Dragon Guild were all defeated by the 10th-ranked Golden Heaven sect. Manticore has also been occupied." His emotions turned to anger as he spoke. "I'm not sure what support they're receiving, but there's definitely someone behind them." Jae-hwan thought to himself, the Golden Heaven sect. At first he thought they were just ordinary people who possessed nightmares. Thinking that, Jae-hwan had sought them out and asked, "I heard you carry nightmares, is that right?" They tried to take over Gorgon. Since Manticore Castle was their first target and they succeeded, they are now subduing each castle one by one. Their goal is likely the same as mine, wanting to control all of chaos. I wonder if the nightmares affect this goal much. The Golden Heaven member glared and said, "Nightmares? If I told you, how could I survive in this place?" When he discovers the truth, he'll wish for a quick death instead. Hearing this, Jae-hwan wondered about the person referred to as he. He speculated that the man mentioned must be at Manticore Castle. Jae-hwan looked pensively into the distance. The scene shifts to a place where water is dripping. It was blood from the head of a man who had been decapitated. A mysterious figure said wearily, "In the end, we didn't get what we needed. Well, what else can be done?" He sat calmly in a chair, looking at the corpses scattered all over the floor. The scene was quite gruesome. He flashed a bizarre smile. "This man is the president of the Golden Heaven sect, Lim Ji-hong, located in Manticore Castle." The Golden Heaven sect subordinates began to report, "We have imprisoned the president of the Heavenly Dragon Guild after severing his 4 limbs." The president of this dark guild and his comrades are still holding out. Lim Ji-hong listened to his subordinate's reports while slowly reaching for a dagger. He twirled the dagger with delight. The subordinate continued, "But everything will be over soon." Just as the subordinate finished, Ji-hong threw the dagger straight into a head lying on the floor. He picked up an apple to eat and suddenly asked, "Good. So have you captured the leader of the Thunder Saint Guild yet?" The subordinate hesitated. "That hasn't happened yet." Upon hearing this, Ji-hong coldly hurled another dagger directly into the subordinate, who cried out in pain. Then he slowly collapsed. The one standing next to him spoke up, "Please forgive us, my lord." Hearing that, Ji-hong said in a puzzled tone, "You are still doing fine." Ji-hong continued to ask, "Have you found his hiding place?" The subordinate replied, "Perhaps he has gone to Gorgon." While chewing his apple, he thought to himself, "To think the guild presidents would start forming alliances right after I captured Manticore Castle." Ji-hong pondered, "Gorgon, huh? I heard someone has appeared there. He is rebuilding the Abyss Expedition team by taking over the position of Fortress Master of Gorgon. I didn't expect anyone in Chaos to still think like that. The small number of troops sent there was fewer than in Manticore. But Elder Maihan is still working hard to solidify the foundation. One feels embarrassed to face the all-mystic monarch." He coldly ordered, "Open the projection." Immediately, a screen appeared for Ji-hong to view. He looked at the face before him and asked, "The new Fortress Master's name is Jae-hwan? Is that right?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, that is correct. That is..." Ji-hong leaned his face in close to inspect Jae-hwan's face and said, "Looking closely, he looks very familiar." While watching, a major notification suddenly appeared on the screen. "This is," the subordinate said quickly, "a message from the all-mystic monarch." Hearing this, he recognized it and leaned back, asking dejectedly, "Ah, are they demanding compensation for the escapees again?" "Yes," the subordinate replied. Ji-hong grumbled irritably, "Damn it! Why are they making us pay for their failed management?" He then ordered, "Anyway, tell them I've captured the escapees so they stop whining." The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, my lord." Ji-hong tapped his fingers repeatedly and then suddenly called out, "Hey!" He began to ask, "Don't you feel it gets more ridiculous the more you think about it?" The subordinate who was stabbed earlier stood still, trembling uncontrollably in fear. Ji-hong continued, "They say this one fortress master defeated all the elite subordinates I sent out." The subordinate next to him glanced over. Ji-hong smirked with a weird grin, "And he even intends to unify all of Chaos." Just as he finished speaking, a dagger suddenly flew and embedded itself in the head of the terrified subordinate. The screen was pierced by the dagger, leaving a large hole. Ji-hong stared at the remaining subordinate and asked, "Do you think that sounds reasonable?" The corpse of the previous subordinate gradually vanished. The remaining subordinate answered, "It's not reasonable, sir." Ji-hong followed up, "Right? He must be crazy. That is impossible." "What should we do with the president of the Golden Heaven sect who fled to Gorgon? Even though he has lost everything?" Ji-hong enjoyed the last bite of the apple and said, "Oh, but this. I heard all the captains of the top 10 guilds are gathering at Gorgon after hearing the previous fortress master is gone. Their intent is to seize the position of fortress master of Gorgon. This rabble is no threat to me, so it's fine if Jae-hwan is the fortress master. His plan to unify Chaos also suits me. This will likely benefit my future goals." He suddenly let out a bizarre laugh. "But sooner or later Gorgon will be devoured by the dead spirits anyway." Ji-hong smiled with delight. He thought to himself, "The presence of a true devil at Gorgon Castle a week ago. I am certain it was the disaster of the Soul King." Although the presence of the disaster of the Soul King vanished quickly, that wasn't even the scariest part, because the bond between the dead spirits. Ji-hong's face twisted into a triumphant grin. From now on, they will slowly begin to feel more clearly why the disaster of the Soul King is considered such a terrifying existence. Back at Jae-hwan's side, a voice rang out, "You're saying someone is sponsoring the Golden Heaven sect?" Junjong stated his speculation. "I think it's one of the monarchs of the 12 Great Lands." Hearing that, another person found it hard to believe, saying, "Impossible. According to the treaty, monarchs no longer have the right to interfere in chaos." He quickly shared what he knew. But to sponsor one of the top 10 guilds of chaos, that person must have power at least equal to a monarch. Kang Huang spoke solemnly. I heard that war is currently breaking out across the entire Great Land. It wouldn't be surprising if someone used this opportunity to stick their hand into chaos. So if we contact the Palace of Reincarnation, what then? Hearing this, Kamen realized the implication, his eyes flashing with surprise. To explain briefly, the Palace of Reincarnation is the place that governs all life and death in the entire Great Land, a place of immense power. Very little information is known about it. The palace is almost a legendary existence. Kamen asked doubtfully. Even so, if one of the 12 monarchs truly interfered in chaos, wouldn't that be a violation of the treaty? Chung-hee's face was grave as he stroked his beard and said, yes, along with the Palace of Reincarnation being able to consolidate the entire Great Land, they also established a treaty with the 12 monarchs of the great families. Everyone agreed that the 12 monarchs would no longer interfere in the situation in chaos. Hearing this, Kang Huang became anxious and spoke loudly. We must investigate this thoroughly to see if one of the 12 monarchs has indeed meddled in chaos, Kamen added. There is still no concrete evidence. It's all just speculation. And above all, his face became solemn as he said, I don't like begging for help from them. And what do you plan to do if that foolish Palace of Reincarnation sides with them? Kang Huang bowed his head, not knowing how to answer Kamen's question. Meanwhile, Chung-hee slowly sat down. He suddenly turned his head and asked Jae-hwan, the situation is more serious than I thought. What do you plan to do? Manticore Castle has been taken, and 3 of the guildmasters have already submitted. He reminded him, if you continue with your plan, a large-scale war will break out. Jae-hwan pondered for a moment and then replied somberly, no problem. Sooner or later we have to fight them. Hearing this answer made Chung-hee dissatisfied. He bit his lip as he recalled what Yu-ha had said. The fortress master seems to be trying to give up his throne after unifying chaos and eliminating all enemies. Because if there are no more enemies, the fortress won't exist, and the position of fortress master will no longer be necessary. Chung-hee spoke up, no way! Are you really planning to unify chaos? Unifying chaos is completely different from conquering the 4 towers and the 10 guilds. The Palace of Reincarnation is a force greater than all 4 towers and the 10 guilds combined. With your current capabilities, that is impossible. There are things you cannot do alone, no matter how strong you are. Beams of light gradually seeped through the gap. The light gradually illuminated the interior, making it feel as if the atmosphere had shifted. Jae-hwan gently said to Chung-hee, it's okay. That's why you're here, old man. He looked at him with a serious gaze. Chung-hee was shocked to the point of losing his color upon hearing Jae-hwan's words. He calmly continued, as you said, I lack experience and haven't lived long, but it doesn't matter since you're here. Fuming, he shouted in denial, when did I ever say I would go with you? Jae-hwan asked Chung-hee seriously, are you going or not? Hearing this, he was slightly stunned and speechless. Chung-hee pursed his lips, feeling it was unbelievable. I can't believe I actually feel a sense of trust in a kid like this. Jae-hwan turned to look at the group and said, and you people, as you've heard, I don't just want to form an Abyss expedition team. I will unify chaos first. I will destroy the Palace of Reincarnation. They have ruled the 6 regions for too long. The start of the Abyss expedition team will happen after that. His eyes were full of seriousness as he said, what I need are true comrades who can cooperate to achieve those things. If you aren't confident you can do it, then leave. Hearing that, Kamen asked curiously, what do you plan to do if none of us help you? Jae-hwan replied bluntly, then I'll do it alone. Hearing his answer made Kamen even more confused. He asked, didn't we just say that doing it alone is impossible? Jae-hwan's expression suddenly darkened. He said coldly, I've made it all the way here alone. Hearing this made everyone pause for a moment. A small laugh rang out, followed by a louder one. It was Kamen laughing with genuine interest. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this greatly surprised Kang Huang. Fine, he said confidently to Jae-hwan. Fine, I will go with you. Whether it's the Abyss or the Palace of Reincarnation, I'll follow you. Junjong happily added, me too. It's like I'm already one with Lord Jae-hwan. He sighed and said, I told you I don't need that sort of thing. Jae-hwan suddenly asked, What about the Fire King? Kang Hwang scratched his head and replied, I haven't decided yet. His answer made the people around look at him with confusion. What? Their reaction made Kang Hwang bark back. My reaction is the normal one. What do you guys even know about him to agree so easily? You're supposed to be guild masters. He began to explain. To be honest, I don't know if Jae-hwan has enough leadership to lead the Abyss expedition team. The enemies he's facing are too strong, so I want Jae-hwan to prove himself first. Gorgon already has 6 guildmasters waiting. Aside from the 3 of us here, if you are recognized by the other 3, I will recognize you too. Hearing this, Jae-hwan agreed. All right, let's do that. Kang Hwang was inwardly shocked. That easy? He gradually stepped closer and said, But I have one condition. He repeated, puzzled, A condition? Jae-hwan said, If I must be recognized by you, then you must be recognized by me. He asked, Recognized how? Jae-hwan said coldly, A tournament. I will hold a tournament in my capacity as Fortress Master. Hearing this, Kamen, Junjong, and Kang Hwang were all equally stunned. He continued, If you place in the top 8 of the tournament, I will recognize you. After that, I will let you join. Kang Hwang slammed his hand on the ground in anger. What do you mean by that? Kamen was amused by the condition. That makes sense. Just because we are among the top 10 guildmasters doesn't mean we are the strongest in chaos. So, when does the tournament start? Elsewhere, a purple mist streaked quickly down a hallway and soon reached a gate. A hand appeared and pushed the door open. Jae-hwan was answering, It will, but was suddenly interrupted by Yu-he, who shouted angrily for the Fortress Master. The expression on Yu-he's face was terrifying, with a murderous aura surrounding him. He held out a piece of paper. Jae-hwan calmly said, It has already started. On the paper, it read, Anyone who wishes to take the position of Fortress Master, come here. The first Gorgon tournament is underway. Qualifiers begin at 1800 today. At Gorgon Castle, Yuha let out a weary sigh in the room. Rahi, seeing his expression, spoke up. Ha ha ha! The Fortress Master must have a plan. Yuha slammed his hand on the table and asked, What plan? The situation is much worse than before. The outskirts of Gorgon are crowded with the strongest people from all over Chaos arriving to participate, and spectators are flocking here. All checkpoints are struggling to verify their identities. Karthan added calmly, It seems you aren't interested in the decision of the Fortress Master, Inner City Commander. Yu-he frowned and replied, It's not a matter of liking it or not, it's a matter of principle. He immediately asked back, A policy was enacted without a meeting. If it's an emergency and everyone agrees, isn't that allowed? The Fortress Master has already secured a majority agreement. Yu-he continued somberly, A majority, yes, because most of the 5 inspectors agreed. The 3 of you are all newcomers. Hearing that, the 3 of them looked at each other. In the Battle of Jin Chun Bang, 4 out of the 5 inspectors in charge of the fortress were killed, and the survivors were left disabled. Taking that opportunity, he installed his own people as inspectors. Clary in charge of finance, Rahi in charge of security, and Karthan in charge of law. That is why everything was passed so easily. And how does a lowly commoner who used to sell alcohol manage finances? Clary asked Yu-he. It seems you have an issue with the master's policy. Do you know what great value this policy is creating, Commander? He asked back, confused. Creating value? She replied, Yes, creating immense value. You aren't looking down on me just because I ran a tavern, are you? Hearing Clary say that made him flustered. No, I mean, she cut him off, saying, Your expression says otherwise. The Gorgon Club owner smiled confidently and said, Wherever people gather, there will be money. Currently, Gorgon has the highest number of visitors ever seen, thanks to the tournament. Then she suddenly asked, Do you know where the tournament is being held? Yuha answered hesitantly, I haven't confirmed that yet. Clary replied, It's at the North Trade Street in the outskirts. Hearing that, he was startled. What? That place? He replied, Yes, the street that was destroyed during the Battle of Jin Chun Bang. The residents who lost their jobs are rebuilding that street and are acting as support staff for the tournament. Yuha thought to himself, I knew about the tournament, but I didn't expect him to find such labor and a location. The club owner asked somberly, "During the Battle of Jin Chun Bang, our city lost 12,787,000,000 horns. So how much do you think the profit from the past 2 days of this tournament is?" He replied, "From what I know, that is still being processed." Before he could finish his sentence, Clary slammed her hand on the table. She said excitedly, "A total of 13,280,000,000 horns. That's just the current profit. If you add the remaining revenue, do you know how massive that figure will be?" Seeing him stunned like that, Clary asked, puzzled, "Why are you so shocked?" "Whether in this world or any other, counting money is still my job." She calmed down and said, "I'm not sure what the master wants to do. Whether he truly forms an Abyss expedition team or starts a war across chaos, I am sure of one thing. From now on, chaos will change." Jae-hwan was sitting in a cool spot, gazing at the fortress. A humpback whale swam freely. Small fish swam about in the crystal-clear water, creating a very peaceful scene. To the south of chaos, by the giant ocean, there is a castle named Riat, a natural castle formed from tree trunks and their nutrients. This plant-type guardian monster, Dreer, absorbs moisture from the sea to grow. Someone lightly touched the vines and gently called out, "Dreer!" That person was the master of Dreer, Aisha Linkrop. She said to the vines, "I think something bad is about to happen." Aisha closed her eyes slightly and used an advanced skill. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Clairvoyance. Instantly, the skill allowed her to see through the cliffs. Aisha looked further and further. She opened her eyes in surprise when she saw something. They were monsters with hideous appearances approaching. Aisha looked at them and couldn't help but wonder in shock. Why are the dead spirits heading toward Gorgon, and one of those three is a Martian? The monster seemed to sense someone was peeking. It opened its eyes wide. Immediately, Aisha felt a sharp pain and cried out. She was left exhausted and panting. After composing herself a bit, she reached out her hand. "I must inform the master of Gorgon." As soon as she finished, a blue bird flew toward her. In northern Gorgon, at the hall where the match was taking place, the atmosphere among the spectators was very lively. A man sitting in the stands remarked, "It's only been 4 days and there have already been over 60 matches. They really are fast." The man speaking was the leader of the immortal sect, Shin Moget. Another person added, "That's because everyone is strong. They've all gone mad because they killed thousands in the preliminary rounds." Moget saw Chung-hae and greeted him politely. "Long time no see, Chung-hae." He nodded and replied, "It has been a while, Moget." Chung-hae suddenly opened his eyes wide. A surge of power radiated around the two of them. Seeing that, he smirked and praised, "It seems you've made more progress again." Moget replied, "You too." They chatted while watching the match. Chung-hae suddenly said, "By the way, I'm quite surprised this time, Moget. Despite loving a good fight, you aren't participating in this tournament." Below them, Kang Hwang was fighting fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Moget said boredly, "I like fighting, but not in meaningless matches like these." Hearing this, Chung-hae chuckled and added, "Ha ha, if Kang Hwang heard that, he'd go crazy again." Below, Kang Hwang was fighting very seriously. He drew his sword back. Then he directly delivered a fatal blow as an intense flame flared up. The flame shot forward rapidly. Seeing this, Kang Hwang rejoiced inwardly. "Did I hit him?" But he suddenly sensed something unusual. Kang Hwang's opponent agilely leaped high into the air. Then she held out her sword, preparing to counterattack. Immediately, she plunged straight down, creating a massive shockwave that shattered the ground. The thick smoke gradually dissipated. She held the upper hand, placing her weapon close to Kang Hwang's neck. Seeing this, the crowd in the stands cheered excitedly. "Whoa, Kang Hwang lost again!" Moget looked at her skill and discussed it with Chung-hae. "That divine law that woman just used looks very familiar. Don't tell me you don't recognize it, Chung-hae." He realized that the person was using the blue wind step of the Iron Monarch, Hezu. Moget asked curiously, "What is Hezu's disciple doing here?" Chung-hae replied, "Who knows? Surely many lords find this tournament interesting." Rahi announced, "The round of 16 has concluded, and the most anticipated quarterfinals will officially begin right now." Hearing the announcement, Moget was quite surprised. "Straight to the quarterfinals? Isn't that too fast?" Chung-hae smiled and said, The master of this castle has a very impatient personality, doesn't he? Someone stepped out. Seeing that person, the audience cheered with excitement. Finally, the guild master of the Deep Forest Scholars has returned. Oh, he's finally here! A fan with a simple pattern was unfurled. The spectators were thrilled by the appearance of the Deep Forest Scholars guild master, Jagan Moon. Are we about to witness the skills of the strongest warrior in chaos? He suddenly looked toward the stands where Chung-hae was sitting and flashed a provocative smile. Seeing this, Chung-hae fumed with anger. That arrogant bastard! Did he just greet us with a wink? I'll teach him a lesson. Mogut calmly advised him, calm down, he's only 400 years old. Jae-hwan's figure gradually appeared. Chung-hae smiled with interest. That's right. The one who can beat him to a pulp for me has arrived. This is the match between the Fortress Master Jae-hwan and the Guild Master of the Deep Forest Scholars, the man praised by everyone as the strongest warrior in chaos. He smiled arrogantly and said, I've heard your plan, but it's useless. Mogut looked at Jae-hwan and said, So the castle has a new master. Chung-hae answered proudly, That's right. Mogut watched the match pensively. Jagan Moon triumphantly held out his fan. Mogut thought to himself, is that guy really going to beat Jagan Moon? He noticed something strange and turned to ask Chung-hae, That's odd. I feel the aura coming from that guy is quite similar to yours. Is he your disciple? Or, he smiled and asked, Disciple, down at the match? Jae-hwan slowly drew his sword. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually turned to shock. Even Moge was stunned, staring blankly. The three presiding over the match also stared with wide eyes. All they saw below was Jae. Jagan Moon was severely injured, his eyes rolling back in his head. His body was flattened against the wall. Jae-hwan coldly delivered the blow. Chung-hae raised an eyebrow and said, How could a monster like him be my disciple? After that punch, a large section of the wall cracked and crumbled, sending dust flying into the air. Kang Hwang had been knocked down by that blow and was lying flat on the ground. He had no opponent in the quarterfinals. He struggled, using his hands to lift his body. As he tried to stand up, he thought, Only later did I realize that empty spot belonged to the Fortress Master. When I found out, I breathed a sigh of relief. The reason I agreed to participate in this troublesome assembly was because I want to make that stubborn Fortress Master understand. Since ancient times, there have been those who always sow seeds of hope in others. They make those who seem lost find a purpose in life again. However, those impossible hopes accidentally cause them to fall into extreme despair, 100,000 times more painful than before. Therefore, I am here to trample on that hope before it turns into that despair, just like what I have done for the past 400 years. Because of that, I cannot collapse here. No, I definitely cannot lose. Thinking this, he asked Jae-hwan boldly, Do you think just this much can defeat me? He would not accept such a result. Accepting defeat would be like throwing away 400 years of effort. Jae-hwan frowned, not expecting this old man to be so persistent. Seeing this, he began to use his tricks, bending the rules. The Fortress Master only said it would be one-on-one, but did not specify the rules of the game. Jae-hwan recalled his previous words. I will hand over the position of Fortress Master to whoever can defeat me alone. It seemed he really did say that. He turned to ask him, So what? He smiled sinisterly, revealing his goal. I want to play a game of intelligence with the Fortress Master. I can play the way I want, right? The crowd in the stands heard his words and shouted insults. The Deep Forest Guild is playing dirty. Just accept your loss. Chung-hae had guessed things would turn out this way and sighed softly. I knew it would be like this. Shin Mogut crossed his arms and commented, But if it's a battle of intelligence, it's hard to determine a winner. He also frowned. He will definitely propose a game that strategists love. He stared down at the arena, his eyes showing extreme annoyance. Jae-hwan put his hands in his pockets. He quickly agreed. How do we play this battle of intelligence? He replied smugly, Then consider it accepted. Suddenly the ground shook, startling him. Several small mountains rose up and 3D bridges and rivers began to appear. Beneath his feet was a virtual simulation arena. Jae-hwan observed the virtual terrain before him. A system notification popped up in front of him. Welcome to the world of strategy. He was surprised. What is this? Another notification appeared. Since you are a newcomer, you have the right to check the rules and controls in the tutorial at the top. Do you want to check? Standing opposite him, he explained, calling it strategy might seem far-fetched. Simply put, this is just a game. Rumor has it the Nightmare Mark was inspired by a game at the Boundary. Jae-hwan remained indifferent while he continued to talk incessantly. Even strategists in the Great Land love this game. He thought proudly, and in hell, I am the master of this game. Since you are new, do you need time? Before he could finish, Jae-hwan interrupted. It's much easier than I thought. He smiled. He said this game was inspired by a game at the Boundary. The main scenario of that game is a clash between three races. The core of the game is to set tactics to destroy all enemy bases by gathering resources and training forces in real time. I know a game with rules exactly like this. That Boundary game was definitely inspired by that other one. On Earth, everyone knows that game. I've played it 1,000,000 times. What nightmare is this? This counts as plagiarism, you guys. He asked contemptuously, can you play on this terrain? A notification board appeared. Jagan Moon has chosen the Lost Garden Arena. He looked calmly at the screen in front of him. Fine. And so, the battle between Jae-hwan choosing the human faction and Jagan Moon with the nightmare race began. Jagan Moon looked at his opponent and laughed disdainfully. He thought to himself, he chose the humans, the weakest of the three races. A newbie trying to show off. Jagan Moon was very confident in his choice. This nightmare race gets stronger toward the end of the game. It can even create a breakthrough victory at the start or end of the match. He arrogantly mapped out every move. First, I'll send workers to build and lay the foundation. Then I'll use overwhelming numbers to win. At that moment, a swordsman from the human army suddenly charged forward powerfully, taking the head of a nightmare. Following that, archers also coordinated closely, shooting down layers of monsters. Jagan Moon was caught off guard by this offensive and cried out, "No way!" Fuming with rage, he shouted at Jae-hwan, "What are you doing? You're already attacking? You even dare to pull out peasants to fight?" At this point, Jagan Moon suddenly froze. He looked down in shock. What? Why did he build a watchtower at my base? He's acting like I'm not even standing here. The archers suddenly drew their bows and unleashed arrows. Jagan Moon watched his nightmare army getting beaten before they could react. Only then did he realize too late. And he's even hiding behind the watchtower to attack. By now, his eyes were full of panic, seemingly unable to believe the situation before him. What the hell is this? He's surrounding the tower with peasants who have high health to stop me from destroying the watchtower. But I can't just leave him be. Even though I tried to defend, I couldn't do anything. Jagan Moon watched helplessly as his army was surrounded. He realized in despair that he couldn't even gather items to build a house anymore. He snapped bitterly, "What kind of crazy tactic is this?" But Jae-hwan, observing the situation, didn't seem to care. He thought wearily, "This is a very common tactic in Korea. Almost everyone knows how to deal with it. If a pro used this move, they'd get cursed out for sure." Sure enough, the spectators also began to feel bored. One commented, "He lost to this move? His brain must have a problem. Play like a human in the second round." The people in the stands, however, were cheering very excitedly. Both Shin Moget and Chung Hae were slightly surprised by this lightning-fast victory. Meanwhile, Jagan Moon was still in shock, thinking, a newcomer knows this move? Snapping out of his daze, he criticized loudly, "Is this any way to play? Anyway?" He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Conventionally, you aren't allowed to attack in the first 10 minutes of the game!" Hearing that, Jae-hwan asked dryly, "Conventionally?" Jagan Moon still tried to explain, "Normally, the first 10 minutes are for building towers and gathering materials." This time, Jae-hwan asked a fatal question. "Do the rules say that?" Jagan Moon was rendered speechless by this statement. He trembled with rage but couldn't say a word, while Jae-hwan coolly continued, "If not, then anything goes." Jagan Moon suddenly fell to his knees. Before hundreds of eyes watching from the stands, he just lowered his head and gave up. He couldn't accept it, biting his lip bitterly and asking himself, who on earth is he? Jagan Moon looked up at Jae-hwan, who stood tall and imposing before him, thinking, how can someone be so unreasonable? He breaks everything down. Jigen Moon looked up in despair, as if trying to convince himself to face the harsh reality. So I can't even grasp his true power. I can't win. But Jae-hwan just looked down coldly, seemingly indifferent. Finally, Jigen Moon gave up and accepted his fate, reflecting, perhaps this is the moment I've been waiting 400 years for. I feel helpless. And so, Jigen Moon hung his head and spoke, I lose. At the vast arena, thousands of people were excitedly following every detail on the stage. Jae-hwan stood with his arms crossed against the wall when he heard a familiar voice. Since when did you study military strategic formations? A pair of feet thumped heavily onto the ground. Before long, Shin Moget and Chung Hae jumped down from the stands. Chung Hae didn't think someone like him would know about strategy. I thought you were someone who only knew how to stab all day. He stroked his beard, marveling at the new move. The spiral slash was also somewhat inspired by my technique. It's not right to say he's only interested in stabbing. He recalled the moment Jae-hwan gripped the hilt, thrusting the sword with force, and the move used against Jigen Moon. With a gaze full of killing intent, he stabbed Jigen. This move made him unconsciously remember, wasn't that the spiral slash? Jae-hwan frowned, remembering him being slammed into the wall, and wondered, spiral slash? Chung Hae suggested, isn't spiral slash the most fitting name? He replied indifferently, I only stab. Seeing him so cold, Chung Hae was quite aggrieved. Since it was inspired by my slash, it's a slash. Otherwise call it the Chung Hae punch. Kamen, nearby, also voiced an opinion. Since both stabbing and slashing are for killing enemies, add fatal to it. Fatal spiral. Jae-hwan remembered he had already settled on a name. I recall deciding on fatal spiral already. Old man Chung Hae was surprised. Huh? You already named it? What about spiral slash? He only replied coldly, I prefer fatal spiral. Having said that, he turned to look in another direction and appraised Shin Moget from head to toe. He looks quite strong. Want to try a match? Master Shin was surprised that he challenged him right upon meeting. Are you the type who gets to know people by fighting? Chung Hae wasn't surprised by his personality and explained to him, didn't I tell you? He has no respect for the elderly. The sturdy old man in front of him made Jae-hwan counter his words slightly. The elderly here aren't exactly weak. I don't see a need to be polite, Master Shin said helplessly. See? He just has to win. Chung Hae remarked, this is the first time since the collapse of the Abyss expedition 900 years ago that I've seen Chung Hae talk so cheerfully. Mullah, even though he was the captain of the expedition 900 years ago and all of Chaos's hopes were placed on him, in the end, all that remained of him was a symbol of hatred. I wonder how he compares to Mullah. Can he replace Mullah? Based on the match just now, he is extremely strong. If judging only by potential, perhaps he's even stronger than Mullah. Shin Moget frowned. But I don't know if his personality will let him go far. I don't feel a sense of righteousness coming strongly from him. He is the complete opposite of Mullah, who was mature and dignified. He noticed Jae-hwan's cold face and thought, what is this strange killing intent? He was startled. It felt as if a pair of eyes were staring intently at him, making him sweat with fear. He turned to look behind him. Shin Moget watched Jae-hwan's retreating figure. He turned and asked, is he an awakened or something? He sighed. It seems you've noticed. His power is by no means ordinary. Another voice rang out from the stands. The quarterfinals will take place right now. To achieve the best broadcast effect, we will film on stage. Seeing the announcement, Chung Hae told his old friend, the next match is about to begin. Jae-hwan slowly walked from the resting area up to the stands. Seeing this, he kindly reminded him, where are you going? It's not your turn yet. Master Shin thought to himself, complete awakening? If so, then... Jae-hwan turned back and looked at him, saying flatly, just standing around waiting for things to happen is a waste of time. Chung Hae, below, watched Jae-hwan intently on the arena stage. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, what strange thing are you planning to do this time? But Jae-hwan still stood tall in the middle of the arena. He glanced down at the opponents across from him. His sharp eyes silently analyzed them, excluding Kamen and Junjong. The remaining three were quite strong. He cast his gaze toward those three mysterious masked figures. Finally, Jae-hwan focused his attention on a muscular woman among them, thinking, especially that woman with the chain scythe. There's something very strange about her. Who the hell is she? Rahi suddenly spoke up in confusion. Fortress Master, it's not your turn yet, so why are you here? The crowd below saw Jae-hwan appear and broke into a commotion. The Fortress Master is on stage. What is he going to say? One man, wanting to catch the scoop, urged his companion, Hey, turn on the recording skill. Jae-hwan decisively grabbed the microphone. He then said, Everyone listen carefully. He announced loudly, I have seen the strength of all the contestants and I already know their standings. Since I'm starting to get bored watching from the side, I intend to change the rules of this competition. Hearing this, Junjong froze with wide eyes, and even Chung-hae couldn't hide his surprise at these words. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him. Wait a minute! The guildmaster of the Saintis Guild, He-rang, suddenly stepped forward and asked, What do you think you're doing? She bombarded Jae-hwan with questions. Who gave you permission to do whatever you want? Why are you changing the rules only now? Jae-hwan calmly explained, I am abolishing the one-on-one rule. Hearing that, He-rang asked unsurely, Are you telling us to gang up on you? Jae-hwan didn't deny it and replied, Yeah, you could say that. He-rang immediately protested, That's not allowed. Dividing the contestants into teams is hard enough, but then how would we determine the winner? Jae-hwan spoke up, I think you've misunderstood my point. He then continued to clarify, I don't intend to make things complicated by dividing teams. There is only one team, the 6 of you, excluding me. He-rang froze in confusion and asked, What? But just a moment later, Junjong and Kamen seemed to realize something. He-rang also understood and shouted in shock, Wait a second! Jae-hwan calmly held the mic and confirmed, Yeah, I will fight all of you alone. He made a firm promise. I guarantee I will hand over my position as Fortress Master to the first person who can take me down. However, everyone present was terrified by Jae-hwan's arrogant provocation. Even Shin Moget and Chung-hae were so shocked their jaws dropped, standing frozen in place. But just a second later, the stands became agitated, and loud cheers erupted. This is our chance to witness the Fortress Master's power. Show us what you've got, Master. Right then, a loud laugh rang out. That mysterious woman suddenly stepped forward and said, I was just wondering about that. Jae-hwan warily scanned her. She wore a crazed smile and growled, It seems something interesting is about to happen. Then Jae-hwan held the mic and spoke loudly, I promise to hand over this seat to whoever takes me down first. He then tossed the mic to Rahi. He fumbled to catch it. Jae-hwan thought to himself, Actually, what I need most right now is... He looked at the audience, cheering enthusiastically. The people's trust. Trust increases when a relationship becomes deeper. And that depth must be built over time. He mused. However, I don't have enough time left. There is another way to gain trust in a situation like this. And that is to demonstrate overwhelming ability. Suddenly a female voice called out, Jae-hwan, you... Long black hair fluttered in the wind. Yoo-suha stood before him, her face close as if trying to capture every emotion on his features. This scene made Junjong blush and cover his eyes. Kamen was dazed with his mouth agape. He was speechless with shock. The woman standing nearby whistled in amusement. She praised, Quite my style. She looked straight into his eyes, her face full of provocation. Yoo-suha smiled thinly. So it would be a waste if I killed you right here and now. Saying that, she turned and waved goodbye. Therefore, I'll be going now. She strode off the stage with her long legs. Rahi was surprised. He didn't think someone as strong as her would withdraw. What the hell? She had such an overwhelming advantage, yet she declared her withdrawal? After a few steps, she stopped and gave him a friendly warning. Besides, you're about to face a rather difficult challenge. She smirked. That person will appear soon. Jae-hwan frowned. That person? A sigh was heard. Suddenly, Junjong also raised his hand to withdraw from the competition. Me too. I'm withdrawing. I don't think I can defeat the Fortress Master with my current skills. He scratched his head. After all, I've already made it to the quarterfinals. Jae-hwan thought to himself, That scheming bastard from the Thunder Saint Guild. He'd rather become a subordinate than lose face, wouldn't he? Cayman clenched his fist. You shouldn't be so humble. Seeing the others withdraw, he also stepped back. I admit I'm not strong enough to defeat you either. Besides, one against many isn't fair. Jae-hwan was puzzled. Is the leader of the South Sea sect really looking for a fair fight? Those people weren't helping at all. He frowned as he watched their retreating backs. Even if the rest are defeated, the scene I envisioned won't be perfect. He rang, the vice master of the Saintess Guild, and another man appeared in the stands. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. This is bad. I didn't expect everything to go exactly as you wanted. Jae-hwan clicked his tongue. But at the very least, you three should try to defeat me. She spoke bluntly. You really can't stop being arrogant. I think people were just saving face for you. He frowned, remembering the two idiots who just withdrew and didn't know what to say. On the other side, the vice master was whispering to her, Master, just show him what we've got. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to withstand our chain attacks. Rang spoke up to remind him, calm down, vice master. Have you forgotten that we didn't come here to fight the owner? He hesitated. That's true, but... Jae-hwan frowned, his eyebrows practically knitting together as his sharp eyes glared at the three of them. Seeing that they weren't making a move, he wondered to himself, aren't they going to attack? The hooded figure standing behind Rang asked her, What do you plan to do now, Rang? She could only reply, I'm just assessing the situation a bit more. This answer also made the hooded figure feel annoyed. She asked him back, Who would dare oppose heaven's will and obstruct the Iron Monarch's actions? He replied coldly, I can't say anything for sure. Let's just finish what we intended to do from the beginning. She bit her lip in annoyance. Fine, then what should I do now? The hooded figure reminded her, We want to know his role. She was startled. A role? Like a chess piece? She finally understood the purpose this time. Oh, so they want to see what a pawn like him can be useful for. Rang finally replied, I understand. Then she began to speak. Master of Gorgon, we do not want to wage war against you. Hearing this, Jae-hwan questioned her. So you're giving up? Rang immediately gave a slippery answer. I don't see how that's related. Not wanting to fight and raising a white flag are two completely different things. Jae-hwan still didn't understand her intent and asked further, So you won't fight? Rang still shook her head in denial. Finally, she chose to speak her true thoughts. What I mean to say is, we will voluntarily join the Abyss Expedition team. Everyone present, including Chung-hae, Junjong, and Cayman, couldn't help but frown in deep thought, surprised. Jae-hwan, of course, knew things weren't that simple. He directly questioned, What is your motive? But Rang still acted as if she didn't understand and casually asked him back, What do you mean by motive? She put her hand over her mouth as if she were very worried, her tone even a bit aggrieved. We want to help people trapped in chaos return to a normal life. Does that need a motive? The people above, hearing these words, all showed suspicion. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Someone even speculated about their true goal. You want to fight, don't you? But Rang wasn't at all guilty. On the contrary, she acted as if she had just made a realization and spoke slowly. We only came here wanting to talk properly. It turns out that from the beginning, you had no intention of giving up the master position, is that right? Jae-hwan remained silent at this question. Rang, seeing that things were starting to go smoothly, flashed a mysterious smile and then directly exposed him without restraint. Because at the beginning, this conversation wasn't about choosing a new fortress master, but about recruiting more members for the Abyss Expedition team. Others began to murmur and discuss. Rang continued, Honestly, I'm quite impressed with the master's method. After the failure 900 years ago, no one has been able to create a large-scale selection like this. These words also made Shin Moget ponder. Rang stood in the middle of the arena, raising her hand excitedly. So I am very proud to stand here with everyone. I believe the audience feels the same way. At the same time, Chung-hae, standing to the side, also realized something was wrong. He watched intently as Hee-rang continued her ambiguous words. People didn't come here just because they were curious about the fortress master. Sure enough, having said this, she suddenly removed her veil. A pair of mystical emerald green eyes were revealed. Following that, a massive wave of power enveloped the entire arena. White butterflies appeared at Hee-rang's call. As she manifested her power, she continued, "I want to hear everyone's true thoughts." It seemed the light emitting from Hee-rang was directly controlling everyone's gaze. It manipulated their thoughts regarding their own true feelings. Through her eyes, Hee-rang posed a question to those present. "What brought you all here? Is it because of the match before you? Or is it because of a life and future full of uncertainty?" This series of questions made the people sitting below confused and then caused them to reflect. Hee-rang raised her voice, asserting firmly, "I believe that chaos has forgotten your desires." And what she used was the high-level skill, Eyes of Truth. The people below were completely stirred by Hee-rang's words. Their thoughts began to change. The Abyss Expedition Team. The Saintess Guildmaster is right. But some were still shocked, as if facing an unbelievable truth. What? What we really want to see is... At the same time, Jae-hwan remained calm with his arms crossed. Obviously unaffected by Hee-rang, he silently assessed the situation. Is that a skill? Everyone seems to have become much more excited. His eyes showed impatience as he thought coldly, "Should I just end this now?" Just then, a hand was suddenly raised and a voice carried over, "I agree with the Saintess Guildmaster." An old man with white hair and beard, possessing a noble aura, suddenly appeared and said, "I didn't travel all this way just to watch these battles." Immediately, someone recognized him and shouted, "It's the Sword King!" Following that, everyone began to buzz with questions. Is it really the Sword King? Really the... Hee-rang turned her eyes toward the source of the sound. It seemed she also understood and nodded slightly. The people in the stands also discussed the identity of the newcomer excitedly. Han Yon-wan, the one considered the strongest among the 10 sects. Jae-hwan, standing to the side, saw the situation becoming increasingly chaotic. His face darkened with annoyance as he thought, what is with these guys? Are they all in league with each other? Carthon was currently walking down the hallway. Suddenly, he heard a sound echoing in the wind. He immediately sensed something keenly. Carthon searched for the door where the sound was coming from. As soon as the door opened, a blue eagle appeared before his eyes, still flapping its wings. Carthon immediately stepped forward, a bit surprised by the eagle landing on the table. A messenger eagle? But the study has been empty for a while. When did it arrive? The eagle suddenly directed its gaze upward. Carthon looked at the lines of text appearing from the eagle. His eyes widened as he read the incoming information. An army of dead spirits, including super dead spirits, is marching toward Gorgon Castle. Signed, Master of Riet Castle. Carthon rushed to look out the window. This is... Terrified and breaking into a sweat at what was appearing before his eyes, he gasped, "Oh my God." A massive rift appeared in the sky, trailing terrifying black currents of air. It looked like an omen, the start of a series of horrific disasters. Elsewhere, Jae-hwan still stood with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on the Saintess Guildmaster without saying a word. The sky was now being shrouded. It was being covered by an approaching black hue, but the people here didn't seem to notice yet. Hee-rang continued to speak. That's right, we shouldn't cause internal conflict now. She clasped her hands, her face showing a noble expression amidst the swarm of butterflies. We must cooperate with each other. So let's end the competition here. We've all achieved our goals, haven't we? After all, a huge number of souls are ready to sacrifice their lives to join the Abyss Expedition Team. As soon as she finished, she revealed a scheming look, thinking, I've controlled the crowd, so the last thing to do is... But the people below seemed manipulated by Hee-rang's words. She took the opportunity to continue. However, everyone, there is still one important question left open. She turned her gaze toward Jae-hwan and asked as if inquiring, Who will be the commander of the Abyss Expedition Team? Chung-hae, remaining calm despite Hee-rang's tricks, asked Shin Moget standing next to him, Is she playing games? Shin Moget, watching with arms crossed, naturally realized this as well and replied, "Exactly." Shin Moget glanced at Hirang and assessed, "She's using the eyes of truth with high-level illusion magic. And now she's casting it again. What on earth are you plotting, Saintess Guildmaster?" She was indeed channeling her power, targeting Jae-hwan as she continued, "I hope the Master of Gorgon Castle will take on this role. With strength surpassing the leaders of the 10 sects and intellect higher than the Deep Forest Master, I believe the Master of Gorgon is a rare genius in the history of chaos." Jae-hwan calmly looked up, listening to her ramble. The others by now were completely led by her words. One couldn't help but marvel, "The Saintess Guild is truly different." Another said, "She is truly a venerable person, always praising others instead of herself." Hirang immediately raised her voice. "Does anyone object to my proposal?" At that moment, the Sword King spoke up. "The position of Expedition Commander isn't something that can be handled with just strength and intellect." The Saintess Guildmaster heard this and turned to ask, "In that case, Sword King, what other conditions do you think a commander needs?" He raised his hand and pointed from the stands down to the arena. "Someone with the talent to lead hundreds of members. Someone with a suitable personality. I think we need to consider the Master of Gorgon very carefully before making a decision. Saintess Guildmaster, I see that you are capable of doing that." Hearing this, Hirang asked in surprise, "Me? How could I?" The old Sword King looked toward Jae-hwan and Hirang, making a suggestion, "Use the eyes of truth on the Fortress Master." Hirang understood instantly and flashed a devious smile. The people watching below also enthusiastically agreed. "If she uses the eyes of truth, we'll surely know his true character. Cast it quickly." Rahi laughed and spoke up. "We request the Saintess Guildmaster use the eyes of truth. Everyone except the Fortress Master, please clear the stage." Hirang could not hide her delight, though she still acted reluctantly. "Tisk! Then I won't refuse anymore. Since everyone wants it." She immediately reached out her hand, controlling the swarm of white butterflies. In an instant, they merged with the bloodstains on the arena floor, creating summoning seals. Jae-hwan seemed to realize something was up and keenly turned his head. Hirang used the butterflies to cast a spell right under Jae-hwan's feet. She said triumphantly, "Well, Fortress Master, what do you think? Can you pass the eyes of truth and take the position of Abyss Expedition Commander?" Chung-hae now recognized the Saintess Guildmaster's true intent. He said worriedly, "See, the eyes of truth? We were completely fooled by her." Shin Moget, however, replied nonchalantly, "Most people know about the Saintess Guildmaster's eyes of truth." Chung-hae continued to explain, "Those with high adaptation levels ask her to use the eyes of truth on them to reach enlightenment and advance to the next stage." Shin Moget heard this and seemingly still didn't understand, replying, "But I've never tried it before." Chung-hae directly ignored him, terrified as he imagined Jae-hwan's fighting style. If he just sent everyone flying into the air as usual, the Abyss Expedition would be doomed, as no one would want to follow a commander who might stab his allies in the back to death. But he remembered Jae-hwan's indifferent face and thought, gritting his teeth in anger, "But if he does nothing, will his character pass the test? I didn't expect her to use the eyes of truth to check his personality. Kid, what are you going to do?" Jae-hwan still maintained an expressionless face and said calmly, "Fine." Chung-hae, who had been agonizing over his thoughts, was stunned to hear such an answer. Across from him, Hirang heard the answer and asked to confirm, "Does that mean you accept the challenge of the eyes of truth?" Jae-hwan looked up from below and replied without hesitation, "Yes." Hirang finally smiled in compromise. "Very well." Someone else had been watching them for a long time. Seeing no movement, the person said impatiently, "Why are those two just standing still? When are they going to start?" But before the words were even finished, the person was horrified by the sight before them. A massive ship appeared amidst violent waves. It looked as if it were struggling against the ocean's fury. The ship could not withstand the massive waves and crashing impacts, breaking in half. Jae-hwan was currently clinging to the side of the ship, looking toward the Saintess Guildmaster as she announced the content of the test. The trial stage for the Eyes of Truth this time is the Great Ocean. But she spoke as fierce waves, struck as if they wanted to destroy everything. Rang looked down from above at the entire scene and continued, "So, as you can see, things like ships being sunk happen all the time and everywhere." A boat suddenly rushed forward. A man hurried over to help those in distress. Rang followed the plot and continued. Fortunately, a rescue boat has appeared. The man on the rescue boat suddenly realized someone was being left behind in the current. He quickly raised his voice and said, "But there's still one person who hasn't gotten on the boat." One of those who had just been rescued said without hesitation, "This boat can only carry 10 people. If anyone else joins, it will sink." Others joined in. "We have to leave him behind or the whole boat will die." Right at that moment, Jae-hwan's arm was suddenly grabbed. A man called out in panic, "Commander!" Rang suddenly snapped out of it. "Since when was I on the rescue boat?" At that moment, Rang's provocative voice rang out again. "All right, Fortress Master. What will you do?" Jae-hwan looked at the notification board that had just appeared and thought, so this is a test of justice. A notification board appeared with 2 answers. 1. Let those who are alive continue to exist. Abandon that single person. 2. I won't abandon anyone. If we die together. Rang asked from above as Jae-hwan faced the 2 choices. "Fortress Master, what will you do?" Everyone present couldn't help but feel anxious seeing the choices given to Jae-hwan. If he chose one, people would call him cold-blooded. And if he chose 2, they would say he doesn't know how to assess the situation. No matter what the Fortress Master chose, people would doubt whether he was worthy of being the Abyss Expedition commander. However, contrary to their worries, Jae-hwan still maintained a very calm expression. He opened his mouth and said, "I choose number 3. This answer was completely unexpected for Rang. Her expression changed as she looked down and asked, "What? What did you say?" "There are only 2 choices." Jae-hwan looked up with sharp eyes and gave a firm answer. "Number 3 is that I will save everyone and keep the boat from sinking." Rang bit her lip in fear, thinking to herself, did he just find a hidden choice? The answer selection board suddenly flashed. Then a new answer appeared. 3. I won't abandon anyone. I will save those who fell into the water and have people take turns being in the water while waiting for the rescue team to arrive. The choice to save everyone while remaining humane. She bit her lip and glared at Jae-hwan. I intended to make him look incompetent by only giving 2 choices, but I failed. However, outwardly she remained calm and asked, "Let's hear your words first. What is your 3rd choice?" Jae-hwan didn't answer immediately, but stood at the bow, looking up to ask, "They are dying because of the ocean, right?" Rang looked down at the struggling boat. She replied indifferently to the fierce waves, "I suppose so." Jae-hwan stood amidst the first rays of light shining down from the sky. With a confident expression and voice, he replied, "In that case, I just need to split the ocean." Rang was both panicked and confused, thinking, what is he saying? Is he out of his mind? After saying that, Jae-hwan offered no further explanation. He planted his feet and raised his weapon. Then he went silent, breathing and gathering his strength. Rang above felt that something bad was about to happen. She said in a panic, "Wait, what are you planning to do?" At that same moment, Chung-hae also realized it. "Wait, that stance!" He immediately shouted a warning. "Everyone get out of the way!" The witnesses didn't understand yet, but they scrambled away in panic. "What's happening?" Without making them wait long, Jae-hwan immediately raised his weapon. Then he struck out with a massive surge of power, sweeping away every obstacle in its path. Those nearby, including the Saintess Guildmaster and the South Sea Guildmaster Cayman, were all astonished by that massive power. Meanwhile, people like Chung-hae, Shin-moget, and Gorgon Castle Commander Yu-hae weren't too surprised. Instead, they were a bit pensive. Following that strike, a series of notifications appeared. System error. System error. Jae-hwan still stood firm. He looked at the result he had created. The NPCs suddenly rushed forward to hug Jae-hwan, saying joyfully, "It's a miracle! We're saved, Commander!" Jae-hwan glanced at them with annoyance and said, "Let go of me." But those NPCs, before vanishing, still emotionally held his hand and said, "Thank you for saving us." Jae-hwan saw their expressions and heard those words, and he suddenly froze. He watched the sea foam dissolve along with their final words. "Thank you very much, sir." Right at that moment, a notification appeared saying the test had officially ended. The Saintess Guildmaster suddenly shouted in anger, "What do you think you're doing, Fortress Master? How could you—" But this time, Jae-hwan did not stay silent. He growled each word, terrifying Hee-rang. "Stop playing around." An oppressive wave of power then enveloped his body. Facing such absolute strength, Hee-rang could only kneel down in fear. However, right then, a red warning suddenly rang out. "Gorgon territory has received a Gorgon 1 order." Both Jae-hwan and Hee-rang were surprised by this announcement. She turned her head back, her face full of confusion. "What on earth is that?" Jae-hwan didn't say anything. He directly ran off, leaving her behind. Hee-rang was still dazed, calling after him, "Fortress Master!" The notification sound continued. "From now on, all events are postponed and the city gates will be locked. All residents must quickly evacuate to the northern district." The others were equally panicked. One dazed person asked, "What? What's happening?" Another urged in fear, "Move fast or we're all going to die." Jae-hwan's group had now reached the city gate. Junjong, the Thunder Saint Guildmaster, looked into the distance and said in a panic, "The Dead Man Army is approaching this way." Sweating profusely, he continued, "Are all those black dots dead men? The Thunder Saint Guild collapsed in Manticore, and now I have to fight dead men in Gorgon? I'm definitely dying today." Kang Hwang remained calm. On the contrary, he laughed and teased Junjong. "Dying already? Then how do you plan to explore the abyss?" But Junjong didn't hold back and exposed him. "Fire King, your legs are shaking." Caught, Kang Hwang couldn't stay calm. He suppressed his trembling legs and shouted irritably, "Shut up!" Only Chung-hae remained lost in thought. It's unbelievable that a kid less than 900 years old is now the leader of the Void, South Sea, Saintess, Fire King, and Thunder Saint. 6 out of the 10 guilds in all of Chaos have gathered right here. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Incredible. I never thought I'd see something this crazy. Chung-hae suddenly spoke up. "Looking at this scene, does it remind you of 900 years ago?" Shin Moget looked into the distance, seemingly reminiscing as well. "You mean when we went to the Palace of the Dead?" Chung-hae softly replied, "Yes." Shin Moget added, "Yeah, I saw a similar scene back then, but I don't understand why that thing is here too." Chung-hae thought carefully. "Dead men have called other dead men here. When a mid-tier dead man appears, low-tier dead men will gather. When a high-tier dead man appears, mid-tier dead men will gather. And in Gorgon a dead man king has appeared." He imagined what was about to happen, the culprit that forced cities to build high walls. The thing that brings disaster to Chaos is heading toward Gorgon. And indeed, just as Chung-hae speculated, a super dead man had appeared. Together with other dead men, they were destroying everything in their path. And that super dead man is also known as a margarita. In the quiet night, black smoke from burning houses rose continuously. In that silent space, a scream suddenly rang out. "Save me!" A man. He supported a woman's body. Both of their clothes were rumpled and torn. With many scratches on their arms and panic on their faces, the woman screamed, "Run! Run fast!" In the dim light, the silhouette of a man suddenly appeared. Hee-rang opened her emerald eyes wide, staring straight ahead. In the sky, flying monsters appeared in swarms. A pair of circles appeared, spinning continuously in the air, while the Saintess Guildmaster stood with her eyes tightly shut. "It's over." A man with wide eyes was screaming in agony, enduring waves of pain torturing his body. Green veins bulged across his scratched skin. He continued to scream and struggle to endure, while behind him, monsters tried to get closer, their sharp claws holding something disgusting. Hee-rang was terrified, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. Her hair blew in the wind, some strands sticking to her cheeks from the falling sweat. She thought, everything is over. An old man, having run too hard, tripped and fell face first onto the ground. He looked back, his whole body shaking violently. A monster behind him lunged to grab him, its claws raised and driving down, nearly touching his skin. Hee-rang screamed in panic, "No!" The sharp claws in the air rapidly lunged toward the old man. Suddenly, a foot in a white shoe stepped firmly onto the ground to gain momentum. "Amigo!" Suddenly he appeared. his hair and long beard fluttering in the night. He called out inwardly, "Sword King!" Seeing him, he felt lucky. She shouted loudly, "Help her!" He brushed past the monsters, but the body of the old woman from before had already been pierced by their sharp claws. He whispered, "I'm sorry." Fighting dead spirits of this size was a bit too much for him. Irang was dazed, her eyes wide with despair, her whole being feeling as if it were falling into a bottomless void. She was helpless, utterly helpless. Amigo's feet stepped on the ground as he moved forward. Nearby rocks seemed to burst into the air. He looked at the sharp spikes appearing as if they were right before his eyes. Something like a rope tightly bound him. This is perhaps a world where no matter what choice you make, the outcome is futile. A tear rolled down Hirang's cheek. She thought to herself, what justice can be demanded from this world? The people around her screamed piteously. Not a single person could be recognized. She rolled her eyes toward the void in the sky, realizing this world offers no choices. The monsters in front of her roared continuously, baring their sharp teeth. There was no hope. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down in front of the monsters, as if splitting them in two. Standing there, Hirang was also illuminated by the light from that lightning, making her face brighten. The Thunder Saint Guildmaster appeared, continuously striking the ground with sparks of electricity. As soon as he arrived, he encouraged her. "Hang in there, Saintess Guildmaster." Cayman leaned forward, holding his blade in hand and staring straight ahead. Kang Huang also arrived just in time, gritting his teeth. "Take a look at this." Everyone charged into battle against the monsters. She secretly wondered why. Even if you fight back, it only buys a little time. There's no way you can win. Watching the monsters getting struck by lightning, she continued to think, is it because of ignorance that he doesn't know what fear is? Junjong continued to create lightning strikes that blew away dirt and rocks. Hands tightened around the blade. If that's the case, what hope prompted them to act? A breath of air was exhaled into the atmosphere. Everyone fought continuously, but the monsters remained, not decreasing at all. Junjong shouted, "Stop saying such weak words. There are even stronger enemies up there." A hand pressed against the ground, bracing for impact. A monster had just driven its sharp claws into the ground. Junjong added firmly, "And only he can defeat them by himself." At this moment, a ferocious monster lunged from behind Jaehuan for a sneak attack. He swiftly reached back and grabbed its head. Amidst the army of monsters swarming in, Jaehuan effortlessly took the monster's head with his bare hands. One man, one sword, he walked forward majestically. The monsters suddenly let out a collective roar. They used their energy to lift the very ground itself. Jaehuan looked at the large rocks they were hoisting high. His expression darkened as he growled, "You shouldn't recklessly destroy other people's homes." Immediately after, those rocks plunged straight down. Jaehuan jumped backward to dodge. But just as his feet touched the ground, a giant monster swung its arm, forcing him to accelerate and weave through to avoid it. Jaehuan retreated to one side and paused briefly. With a cautious gaze, he glanced at the aggressively charging monster, silently assessing that its moves were quite violent. "It has the capability to finish an opponent in one go, and it's hard to dodge, too." The monster suddenly gathered energy. Then it released a massive wave of power, striking directly at Jaehuan. Jaehuan's eyes immediately sharpened. He agilely jumped to the side to avoid it. The attack blew up the city wall behind Jaehuan. The monster continued to accumulate energy, preparing to launch a follow-up strike. Jaehuan started to feel impatient and clicked his tongue in annoyance. He planted his feet firmly. This time he didn't dodge at all, but took it head-on. Cheng-He and the others on the other side were also struggling in battle. Cheng-He gripped his sword tightly, his hands trembling slightly. He thought to himself, "Damn it." Painful memories of the past flooded back, when he could only watch helplessly as that nightmare creature trampled over innocent people. He couldn't help but think, it's exactly like back then. Can a small human being really do nothing? Looking at the swarms of monsters madly rushing in, Cheng-He could only dazedly think of the truth that, facing such horrific despair, we can do nothing. Yet in that moment of despair, a flash of light suddenly sparkled. The image of Amigo Sanch, the former master of Gorgon Fortress, appeared faintly amidst a golden light, blurring the backdrop of ruin and desolation, as if to say that the people living here needed hope. An all-encompassing hope. And Jaehuan appeared at that exact moment, seemingly bringing those rays of hope with him. He arrogantly trampled the monster under his feet and delivered a powerful sword thrust. He gritted his teeth and exerted force, pressing down on the sword with all his determination. And then, the sword strike, carrying terrifying power, pierced down and shattered the ground. It was like a firm assertion of something that would not lose to anything. Sunlight appeared in the sky, shining through the clouds of dust. Junjong rushed forward quickly. Kamen slammed his blade into the ground, and Kang Huang stood with his legs spread wide. Cheng-Hei suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Warm sunlight shone everywhere. The monsters fell onto the cold ground. A heavy sigh, yet one that naturally discarded a great trouble, rang out. Cheng-Hei stood facing a monster many times his size when Jae-Hwan appeared. His hair fluttered in the cool breeze. He wore a slight smile of relief as he looked ahead and said, "I should have done this sooner." Cheng-Hei hurriedly shouted, "Watch your back!" as he tried to run forward to warn Jae-Hwan, who had just turned around at his words. The monsters continuously lunged toward him. Kamen immediately rushed over and cried out, "Fortress Master!" Chung-Hee's face showed signs of panic, drops of sweat wetting his face. Jae-Hwan stood over the piles of fallen monsters, gripping his sword tightly, preparing to continue the fight. The monsters surrounded him. He lowered his head, letting his hair fall over his forehead and cover his sharp eyes. The expression on his face couldn't be seen, but his current emotion was rage as he shouted, "Don't get in my way!" The world turned upside down. The ground shook, and dirt and gravel were continuously tossed into the air. He gripped the blade in his hand, muscles bulging on his strong arms. He stood atop the monsters, creating an incredibly powerful presence. His eyes glowed with superhuman power. Using full speed, he tore through the air and charged straight ahead. The world turned upside down once more as the power from the sword surged outward, creating a brilliant blue light and flashing electricity. Chung-Ha was pulled along by the pressure, his face completely contorted to one side. "Then I will too!" That horrific power swept clean in a straight line, as if nothing could stop it. And this was Jae-Hwan's definitive answer. "Then I'll just split the ocean." That energy gradually dissipated, tearing through the dark sky. The people below were terrified by this great power, while Chung-Hei's group stood dazed, admiring that fearsome authority. After a moment of shock, Shin Moget exclaimed, "He's really reckless." Chung-Hei adjusted his hat and added, "Yes, but his recklessness is necessary." Hearing this, Shin Moget immediately regained his spirit and said, "Is that so?" "All right then, we'll do it with you too." The group's fighting spirit suddenly boiled over. Everyone was excited and wanted to charge forward. Shin Moget raised his sharp blade. He aimed at a monster and brought it down with several precise strikes. Jigen Moon also suddenly appeared, unfurling his fan, while Chung-Hei nearby asked in confusion, "Where have you been all this time?" Kamen carried his great blade. He slashed powerfully, taking off a monster's head. On another side, Junjong used his speed advantage to rush like a flash of lightning. He swiftly executed a few basic slashes, killing the monster before it could even gasp. Junjong landed next to Kang Huang and called out, "Hey, Fire King!" Kang Huang, who was focused on the monsters here, irritably shouted, "I'm busy, don't talk to me." Junjong looked at the monsters charging madly and couldn't help but continue. "This might be a bit embarrassing, but I absolutely have to ask." At this point, he paused slightly to gather strength, raised his sword high and brought it down with a powerful blow, sweeping away the swarm of monsters before him. Kang Huang, seeing him being so cryptic, asked in confusion, "Why are you hesitating?" Junjong finally landed gracefully. He immediately struck a pose, his face full of charisma, and said, "So, do I look cool right now?" But Kang Huang nearby was still focused on punching and kicking. Junjong, seeing he was being ignored, didn't feel too embarrassed and prompted, "Hey, say something!" The monsters opened their mouths wide to swallow a black orb. Kang Huang gritted his teeth, his forehead drenched in sweat as he thought, "I'm slowing down due to exhaustion. At this rate..." A stone soared through the air. It flew straight at a monster's head and bounced off. The creature opened its mouth wide in pain, revealing the orb it hadn't yet swallowed. A girl with her hair flying wildly held a bag of orbs and continued to throw them. The sphere that was just thrown, with glowing eyes and a terrifying red hue, streaks through the air. On this side, Kang Huang continues to trade blows with the monster. The sphere thrown by the girl flies straight into the monster's mouth filled with sharp fangs. She lowers her head and screams with all her might, "Now!" A strong wind blows her hair forward as chains fly through the air around her. The sphere that entered the monster's mouth now grows longer, like snakes crawling out of their mouths. A hand is raised to cover the face, showing only blue eyes and resolute eyebrows as Jihan stands in front to protect everyone. He says, "We've come to help you all." Kang Huang, with glowing red eyes, grinds his teeth. He holds his blade and slashes through those long creatures. Before Cayman's eyes, a nearby monster also begins to crumble into pieces. Everyone takes a defensive stance and raises their blades, preparing to fight once more. Jaehuan grips his sword tightly, standing as majestic as a statue. His eyes flash sharply, yet a small smile hides on his lips. The sword blade is raised straight toward the sky. Jaehuan uses all his strength to drive the sword down, creating an invisible surge of power. The entire area is flooded with a blinding light. 10 days later at Gorgon Fortress, iron frames sit abandoned in desolation. 10 days have passed since the 3 great dead men and Margarita were defeated. The landscape is desolate and devoid of life. Buildings covered in soot create a gloomy, gray atmosphere as people nearby continue to clean up, moving broken stones blocking the road. But that news has set all of chaos ablaze. Huang Yinchan carries a large log on his shoulder, hearing someone ask him, "In your opinion, what is the biggest change in Gorgon after that incident?" He glances toward the source of the voice. He says, "Living here is more comfortable." The young man holding a letter and a quill asks, "More comfortable where?" Since 6 out of the 10 major guilds of chaos moved their headquarters here, the volume of traded goods has increased significantly, causing the economy to skyrocket. The youth continues, "But I see that the situation..." People continue the unfinished cleanup work. "It seems quite bad if you're calling it more comfortable." A thought echoes, yet strangely the atmosphere is very lively and happy. The boy holding a sharp object speaks to his mother. Huang Yinchan continues, "You only say that because you haven't seen the rift." The rift, a pit with blinding light, sucking everything nearby into it. A thought reappears in his mind. The incident where the Black Sea was split in 2 by a single sword. Those who witnessed it were as if enchanted. The girl advances forward regardless of everything, and everyone with serious expressions looks straight ahead. They charge into the rift. They fight the dead men. The boy grinds his teeth, fighting monsters. Countless people lost their lives that day. What on earth did they see? Huang Yinchan speaks again. "A fool like you should just say that life is much better now, that's all. Living in chaos, huh?" The pen stops at a line of text in the middle of a paper. On the page with illegible words, "The residents of Gorgon began to live." He looks over and flinches, dropping the paper in his hand. Seeing the panicked expression on his face and the "what is it?" question, the man reassures him, "Don't worry, that's been happening a lot lately." The boy's face grows even more frightened, thinking about the man's recent words. The city sky has become clearer. The thought continues. He said 6 out of 10 guilds moved their headquarters to Gorgon. He shouts, "Are the 10 guilds fighting each other now?" This might be breaking news, but Huang Yinchan calmly replies, "Well, that's about right." Suddenly, a loud explosion rings out somewhere. The shadows of something terrifying appear on the ground, making him panic. In the sky, those things fly around without stopping. Jagan Moon is the first to drop down, followed by the others in the group. Huang Yinchan says calmly, 5 of them today, while the boy beside him is scared out of his wits. The sword stabs down hard, breaking the ground. Jaehuan sits down, gripping the hilt in his hand. "You guys still have a lot of hard work ahead of you." A glass cup is thrown directly at a man in black. The force is so strong that it shatters the moment it hits his face. Lim Jihong frowns in anger and asks loudly, "What did you say?" He sits on a high throne and shouts, demanding the person below repeat it once more. The cup that hit the man's face falls to the ground and shatters. The man in black hesitates and replies, "Sir, the Super Margarita sent to attack Gorgon is dead." The hand resting on the soft cushion clenches into a fist as he screams inwardly, "Impossible!" He recalls the monsters he sent and calculates. That's a super demon as strong as a level 9 simulation on the Great Ground. One would need to be at least the rank of general to face it. In all of Chaos, there are only 3 super demons. He props one leg up on the chair. One leg dangled to the ground as he demanded they investigate the matter clearly for him. The person below immediately replied, "Understood." Sitting on the soft cushion, he continued to think, "It can't be like that. There must definitely be something suspicious going on. 4 days later, the tattered black flag still struggled to stand in the air. News that the northern pillar of the Huangtian Society had been destroyed had spread everywhere. Under the punctured dome, daylight shone inside as a voice rang out, "Too weak. What have you all been doing for hundreds of years?" Jae-hwan's group sat in a circle on the cold ground. Jun-jong, with swollen eyes, recalled the scene of himself screaming and falling to the ground, silently cursing. "How is anyone supposed to play against this?" A voice called Jun-jong's name. He replied with a yes, his mouth opening as wide as possible. Jae-hwan teased him. "The only thing fast about you is your legs." These words made him go silent, unable to say a word. Not stopping there, he continued to critique the rest. "Kang Hwang, you are very strong but lack speed. Next is Yush Myung. You think for too long before striking. You need to be more decisive." Next, he gave feedback to Gukrio, saying he had good skills but lacked combat experience. "As for Kamen, you are the best in the group. You have a solid foundation and aren't too weak in any area. However, that also means you don't have a single strong point." Kamen lowered his head, accepting Jae-hwan's remarks. Finally, he gave a general assessment. "The common problem you all face is that you haven't put in the effort to achieve results." Chung-hae, sitting nearby, chuckled, thinking he had hit the nail on the head. As he spoke, Jae-hwan's attention shifted toward him. "You've lived for 1,000 years and you're still this weak, old man?" He replied, "What does a brat like you know? But it is a fact that since 900 years ago, the leaders of the 10 great sects all had to be adapters of level 7 or higher. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon Society, the strongest among them, was a level 9 adapter. But Mulim was many times stronger than him. Though they were all strong, the expedition was still a distant dream. Hell is that kind of place." The tattered flag continued to flutter as a voice went on. "In the process of conquering the northern pillar of the Huangtian Society recently, we hadn't even reached the Manticore headquarters. Yet half the troops were seriously injured and the rest were killed." Jun-jong, with swollen eyes and a bandaged arm, listened intently. "We ended up like this just by fighting one guild. What can we expect from the expedition?" Jae-hwan stated firmly, "Therefore, we must conduct special training for 1 week, starting today." Jagan-moon repeated the phrase, "special training." He then imagined a body with muscles more robust and powerful than others. A throat was cleared. He said to Jae-hwan, "All the leaders here are adapters. There are 15 levels for evaluation. However, reaching that level in a short time is not an easy feat." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Normally, those who are not adapters take 15 years to reach level 1. 25 years to reach level 2, 45 years to reach level 3, and 85 years to reach level 4. He continued, "Whether they live long enough to reach those levels is another matter, as level 4 is already considered a master." Hearing this, Jae-hwan frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" He stood with his arms crossed while everyone else sat on the ground. Another voice spoke up. "Could it be the fortress master wants to make us awakened ones?" Kang Hwang asked in confusion. "Awakened ones?" Mr. Jagan-moon continued his explanation. "I heard the power of an awakened one doesn't increase bit by bit as usual." 2 pairs of pupils met and then widened as he continued. "They suddenly jumped to the next level. Also, it's not that I want to become an awakened one." Jae-hwan reached out toward everyone, his face serious. "On the condition that you all must be willing to leave your world." Everyone stared at him. Jun-jong asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that?" Looking down at his feet, he spoke again. "To successfully awaken, everyone must go through 3 stages." Chung-hae finally spoke up. "The first step is to destroy the simulated world we have lived in all this time." Jae-hwan's eyes widened as he said, "Those who reach this realm can awaken the vision to see through this world." Then he kept a suspicion to himself. Is he talking about doubt? Jun-jong added, "Destroy the simulated world?" Hirang followed up with an explanation. "It means we have to give up all system benefits, including skills and stats." Jun-jong's brain finally caught up. "Ah, so that's it." Hirang, Looking at the naive man in front of her, couldn't help but ask, Thunder God, is your IQ really that low? How did you make it into the 10 great leaders? Junjong replied nonchalantly, why do privileged adapters need brains? Speaking of privileged adapters, they are those who receive many favors from the system, from skills to interfaces. Such people awaken 10 to 100 times faster than others. All gods receive these favors, including the 12 monarchs. Kang Huang heard this and suddenly spoke up. You idiot! Who among us isn't a privileged adapter? As he spoke, he thought to himself that it wouldn't be easy for them to give up these favors. But Cayman, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I'm not. His face darkened slightly, and his eyes became sharp and determined. If I can become stronger, I'm ready to give up all skills or whatever world. Yes, just let me keep my hatred for the monarchs. He Rang, sitting nearby, immediately cut him off loudly. Hey, South Sea Guildmaster, do you know what you're saying? She hurriedly tried to stop him. This means giving up everything we have. It's not as simple as you think. He Rang then asked pointedly, Don't tell me you've forgotten about the Great Extinction. At the mention of this, Chung He, Shin Mugut, and Cayman all became solemn. Jae Hwan, hearing this term, felt curious. Great Extinction? He Rang's face darkened as she frowned slightly and began to tell the story. It all started with the appearance of the Nightwater. The Nightwater suddenly appeared on the Great Ground 700 years ago. They were a terrorist group. They appeared and announced they would oppose the apocalypse. They brutally murdered 4 monarchs who opposed their doctrine and declared, if you want to become awakened, come to the Forgotten Land. They are the anti-world faction. He Rang continued, the number of people who flocked to the Forgotten Land reached the thousands. However, no one knows what happened after that, because they disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Junjong asked in shock, all of them? He Rang lowered her eyes and replied, a small number returned. Among them was my partner. She became an awakened one, but she said that was only the first step. Jae Hwan then asked, what happened to them? A leaf drifted down into the room on a gentle breeze. Hiding He Rang's expression, she replied indifferently, they all committed suicide. He Rang recalled their desperate, agonizing appearance back then and continued, every single person who went there suffered from severe schizophrenia. If they didn't go mad, they lost all their memories. Everyone's symptoms were different. However, they all had one thing in common. They didn't know where they were. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned somber. Everyone was unusually quiet. Jae Hwan finally began to speak. He Rang, I will confirm 2 things for you. He Rang followed his every word seriously. First, I have nothing to do with the Nightwater. I know you're suspicious of me because I'm an awakened one. Second, as you said, awakening is very dangerous. That's why I'm asking for everyone's consensus. Cayman remained there, frowning in deep thought. He Rang immediately asked in curiosity, what will you do with those who don't agree to awaken? Jae Hwan replied, I will make them stronger. He Rang still asked skeptically, how? Jae Hwan replied nonchalantly, by upgrading their simulation. Hearing this, He Rang was stunned. What? She looked over at Jagan Moon, who was already sitting there motionless in a daze, and hurriedly argued, didn't you hear what the master of the Deep Forest Guild said? Leveling up a simulation within a week is impossible. We don't have enough time. Jae Hwan's firm, assertive tone rang out once more. I can do it. He turned to leave and continued, everyone, follow me. At another building, Jae Hwan led the group to a massive tower that was under construction. A man quickly noticed people arriving. He ran over warmly to welcome them. Welcome, Fortress Master. Jae Hwan asked, can we start right away? The man replied, yes. Junjong, seeing that this architecture seemed to be built from horns, was surprised and curiously touched it. Right then, Jae Hwan spoke up, show them. Oh! As soon as he finished, the entire tower suddenly emitted a strange light. Junjong cried out in panic, ah, no, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. At the same time, A notification window suddenly appeared before Kang Huang and Cayman. The content was, "Do you wish to summon the Nightmare Tower, Carpe Diem?" Chung-hee's eyes widened in shock at what appeared before him. Nightmare Tower? The system displayed a notification. "Welcome to the Nightmare Tower, Carpe Diem." A mysterious pointed black shoe appeared on the floor of the horn tower. Just looking at it was enough to see its owner was no ordinary person. Following that, a formation of 8 hero leaders appeared, all carrying an overbearing aura. The old man with the hat and white beard named Chung-hae broke the atmosphere. Who would have thought that with only human capabilities one could erect this Nightmare Tower? Cayman, the South Sea Guildmaster, joined in. "Even without adding more floors, it looks quite impressive, doesn't it?" Jagan Moon added, "Just thinking about standing here makes my heart race incessantly. Even though I didn't come here to conquer it, this place." His sentence was cut off by a surge of excitement, clearly visible through Junjong's sparkling eyes. The Thunder God Guildmaster said, "Me too. You said exactly what I was thinking." Perhaps too used to this scene, Jae Hwan quickly called out to everyone, all right, now that you're done being surprised, listen carefully. Every training session from now on will take place here." This place held a poetic blue, the blue of hope and life, a vast and beautiful shimmering blue. Slightly knitting his dark brows over his deep-set eyes, he announced, "Time here flows slower than outside, by approximately 100 to 1. One day out there will be roughly 100 days here." He visualized a small Junjong as a typical example, meaning 1 week outside will be equivalent to 700 days in here. So we'll have about 2 years to train. The image of the happy little Junjong in the real world gradually turned dark and haggard after a week, or rather 2 years, inside the tower world. He continued his explanation. However, the rate of soul corruption will be inversely proportional to the deceleration of time. Time density will become thicker, leading to rapid exhaustion of each person's soul. A more serious detail was revealed. To prepare for that, if a person's soul corruption level exceeds 80%, they will be forcibly logged out immediately. The image of little Junjong was kicked out of the tower, just as he said. Junjong, acting like an outsider, naturally didn't notice the danger warning and casually looked at the world with rose-tinted eyes, ignoring Hirang's helpless gaze beside him. "The monsters are always out there waiting for us with bared teeth. Don't worry too much about this corruption thing, Fortress Master. I thought you were a cold-blooded, indifferent person, but you're actually taking good care of us." But hearing the unusual tone in his words, he snapped back, "What do you want?" Those eyes lit up with admiration. "Sir, I am willing to follow you forever." A completely contrasting image appeared. Warm colors versus cold colors. A hexagonal frame directly facing a square block equal on all 4 sides. "Now I will divide the groups based on each person's goal, whether you want to undergo the awakening process or not." 2 steps were revealed. The contrast represented 2 different groups suited for specific individuals. If you want to awaken, step to the right. For those who only want to upgrade their simulation level, go to the left. A swarm of butterflies carrying an essence of pink light appeared in the deep blue sky, accompanied by shouting and talking. "How dare you!" It turned out to be the echoing shout of Hirang, the Saintess Guildmaster. "Despising our Saintess Guild skills?" She was exerting effort to swing her powerful moves toward the opposite side. Her powerful strikes, combined with Junjong's sharp scythe, made the techniques even stronger and more explosive. I don't care how fast you are." He turned his head majestically, laughing loudly as his whole body radiated the formidable power of the Thunder God. "Don't dream of catching up to the Thunder Saint's speed." Suddenly, a great fire flared up, blocking Junjong's path and catching him off guard. Not having prepared his own defenses well, the flames seemed to envelop his entire body. Just looking at it, the heat was suffocating. Although his reaction was a bit slow, he immediately stood on his toes to dodge an attack, then another, forcing him to sidestep to avoid injury. A burly figure with long red hair appeared right after that attack. It hit with a deafening explosion, making the sky glow with the color of fire. It was none other than the battle-hungry Kong Huang, using a mace full of sharp spikes as his weapon. He shouted in pride, "Speed is just temporary. Destructive power is the truth, and I, the Fire King, will let you witness that truth." Immediately, a fan made of rare feathers fluttered strongly down from the sky. That was no strange object, but the majestic weapon of Jagan Moon. He slightly raised his eyes, which looked like they were lined with thick eyeliner, holding his fan and looking at everyone with contempt. A pathetic bunch, that's why. The three people who were fighting earlier now gathered in one place, looking at him resentfully with eyes as bright as headlights. He arrogantly mocked them without mercy. "You haven't improved at all. It's inevitable that you'll face the law of karma. You reap what you sow." This happened right under the gaze of an outsider, Shin Mogut, the leader of the undead sect. He ran like a mouse fleeing from cats he had just teased like prey. He screamed while running, "Chungheya!" He just stood there, majestic like a god supporting the heavens, his pupils not moving in the slightest. The original group was now divided into two factions. Standing neutral was Jae Hwan. He and the members of the other faction looked at Cayman, who stood alone. As expected, it seemed Cayman was the only one who wanted to awaken. What? But Cayman didn't falter because of that. He still wore a confident smile, his determination clear. The Saintess Guildmaster acted reproachfully, questioning him. "So how do you plan to upgrade the simulation level of those not participating in the awakening? It's not easy for high-level adapters like us to upgrade." "Those 4 levels must be traded for through hard training and various methods recorded in books. To do that, we must reach a certain level of enlightenment or learn additional high-level skills to increase our own capabilities." Jae Hwan finally spoke up. That's not too difficult to solve. His statement made the Saintess Guildmaster lose her temper and snap back. "You talk as if getting books containing those skills is easy. Are you planning to steal them from the secret vaults of the 5 great sects or something?" Although not intentionally emphasized, it accidentally struck a nerve in Junjong, making him smile awkwardly in pain. This was the one who had actually tried to steal them before. He smirked, giving this person opposite him a profound and unpredictable look. "You don't always need to learn from books. With a great master there will surely be great disciples, right?" The Saintess Guildmaster still hadn't backed down, continuing to complain, "Are you saying you'll teach us yourself?" He replied immediately, "No." Still in that complaining tone, "Then who is it?" The eyes of the Saintess Guildmaster, Hirang, suddenly widened, her pupils dilating in shock. "Don't tell me." He smiled playfully. "Yep. From today onwards, you will personally become each other's masters." Shin Moget took in the information provided. He thought to himself, though his expression remained unchanged, "It's a breakthrough idea to have us teach each other the skills we've already mastered. Our leaders, with their sky-high pride, would never have thought of this." Multiple streaks of blue lightning appeared, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere as that whispering voice continued, "But the strongest one here is the figure of Junjong." He still wore that bared-teeth grin, but his eyes burned with a powerful will to fight. Indeed, dangerous people often wear the guise of little lambs. But Kang Huang's techniques were no less powerful than anyone else's. The only beauty in the group, Hirang, frowned carefully, her own strength and techniques deep and unpredictable. However, when the 3 of them gathered in one place, they were like adolescents fighting over a compliment or a piece of candy. All 3 shouted at once, "I am the Thunder God! I am the Fire God! I am the Saintess!" Clashing so violently the heavens shook, causing Jagan Moon to get caught in the crossfire. He shouted, "You reckless idiots!" Still choosing to observe from the sidelines, Shin Moget whispered his thoughts. "Everything will likely go according to the Fortress Master's plan. I wonder how Cayman is doing on the upper floor." Cayman, the one who chose a different path for himself, was on the upper floor delivering powerful spirited strikes with his blade. He thought to himself, "How many times have I practiced this move already?" The sharp blade swung powerfully, He possessed admirable physical strength. Gritting his teeth while swinging his blade, he thought intensely, 10,000, 100,000 times. No, maybe more than 1,000,000 times. Right then, another voice, not his, rang out. Kamen, speed it up! It was Jae-hwan. He was with Kamen, helping him train and cheering him on from the side. Kamen voiced his doubts with a sigh. Can I really get stronger this way? Jae-hwan replied coldly, You've asked that many times already. You should be able to feel it for yourself by now. Kamen swung his blade down with wild, frantic energy, his gaze sharp and cold. Suddenly, Jae-hwan provoked him. Or are you feeling frustrated because you can't compete with the other adapters? Kamen wasn't surprised by the remark. He continued trying to counter the simulations while replying with an uncertain tone, I know I'm not exactly the talented type. However, it seemed Jae-hwan didn't see it that way. No, you're different from the other leaders out there who have the innate gift to become superpowered adapters. Your determination and persistence to the very end have brought you to the threshold of the strongest individuals. Furthermore, with that spirited willpower, you won't lose control even when facing the ultimate question. It's not just talent, but willpower that leads to true awakening. This was proven true as the valiant image of Kamen used his strongest move to counter the simulations. Yet Kamen still thought, does he really believe I can do it? And then, he was once again astonished, knitting his brows at the other's firm assertion, I believe in you. A sharp gaze combined with iron willpower. Steadfast, Jae-hwan spoke, That's why I want you to believe in me too. Kamen pressed his lips into a thin line. His expression was hard to read, but his mood was likely shifting. He might be reaching a breaking point. His hands gradually tightened around his blade. A cold gaze, an explosion of power with brilliant counterattacks signaling victory. The scene shifted to the world outside the tower. A beautiful architectural style with sharp rooftops like the people in its world. A magnificent grand tower. Appearing in that vast space was a girl sipping fine wine from a simple gourd bottle. The girl sat up high, looking down at the nightmare tower. Her long legs were draped down, her high ponytail fluttering in the wind. Her tight-fitting outfit made her look even more alluring and mysterious. Her pretty mouth exclaimed, This is indeed fine wine. Darkness enveloped everything, but the girl didn't seem hidden at all. She could be clearly seen as Yu Sang-ha. She said, The Nightmare Tower, Carpe Diem. A man-made structure. I guess humanity still thinks they can change something even after many centuries have passed. A bunch of fools. Yu Sang-ha's haughty eyes looked in one direction as if asking for someone's opinion, her lips curling into a smirk. Isn't that right? A long black robe reaching nearly to the ground, simple blue shoes paired with white socks, carrying an unpredictable wanderer's aura. A familiar figure appeared from afar. Yu Sang-ha spoke to him. Master. The old man with the long white beard appeared. He was none other than Chung-hae. Sang-ha, what kind of trick are you planning now? Yu Sang-ha smiled with narrowed eyes. A trick? It's been a long time, and you're being quite malicious. Please come back. Everyone is waiting for you. Chung-hae rejected her. I believe I've said it before. There will be no going back. Because I would never cooperate with inhuman wicked people like you. We will fight for humanity, Yu Sang-ha replied. We are the ones actually fighting for humanity. Yu Sang-ha looked down, meeting Chung-hae's eyes, standing tall and proud with her arms crossed. Only our Rift faction does. Chung-hae was no less imposing. Oh, Chung-hae forcefully corrected Sang-ha's statement. No, you're just using humanity. The Rift hasn't existed since the Great Disappearance. You're now just a powerless bunch who have lost both your essence and your goal. Suddenly, Yu Sang-ha covered her mouth and laughed loudly, as if Chung-hae's words had successfully made her burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Sip. She leaned down so her shadow met Chung-hae's. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe you'd say that. Her hair fluttered in the wind again as she brought her face close to Chung-hae's. With a chilling, terrifying gaze, she said, You were one of the people behind that damn Great Disappearance, weren't you? He pulled his hat down. Yu Sang-ha remained there as he spoke, That is also quite far from the truth. Yu Sang-ha said, "Things didn't turn out the way you wanted. However, you didn't stop the great disappearance. You just stood there and watched it happen." She glanced at him and raised her voice. "But I'm very grateful for that. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be who I am today." Moonlight spread across the area, illuminating a castle. She continued, "Master, do you know how many people in the rift tried to awaken using the method you taught? People with no talent at all, and they are still swinging swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times." She took out her gourd bottle and slowly poured liquid into a cup, speaking leisurely. "They swung their swords and continuously killed one another. Images of people falling one by one, like red wine, like a never-ending war, waves of tragic bloodshed. Among them, only a tiny 1% could survive and raise their swords. Billions of cups seemed to pour down where she stood as proof that she was one of the few survivors. They became numb to life or death in order to transcend human limits and see this world." She kept talking while Chung-hae stood there listening. "That's how they obtained the first key to awakening, destruction." He held the sword at his side and said, "That!" His own sword. An immense aura radiated from him as he spoke. "It's not the right key." Seeing that, she narrowed her eyes and spoke again. "Even you are not a complete awakened one, so how could you understand?" She still stood tall, mocking him incessantly. "Your unique world is only at this level." He stood there looking at her with angry eyes. "White world!" White. The image of a calligraphy brush slowly dripping ink onto his head, just as he didn't want to be stained. And as she said, "You, the one who fears losing your humanity, could never paint your unique world, the thing you've traveled such a long distance to create." From behind her, she also drew a weapon to fight. "However, I have found my world." Immediately, she lashed out with chains toward him, shouting, "How did I become the commander of the 2nd Legion of the Rift?" Surprised by the attack, he exclaimed, "What?" The two weapons clashed. The images of deep red fluid like wine felt like a bloodbath. As the weapons locked, he spoke in surprise. "These are Yu Sang-ha's techniques." They gradually separated, creating a scene where the two strikes collided. The chains seemed to form a cage, leaving him trapped in the middle. He suddenly spoke up. "I heard you became a commander. Have you already reached the 3rd stage of awakening?" She mocked him with a smile. "Stage 3? This is more than just stage 3. She stood there as a dark red waterfall seemed to form behind her. The water reached Chung-hae's feet. Standing there, he saw the water reenacting a scene of brutal struggle. He asked in shock, "How? How can you reenact such a bizarre scene?" Two figures appeared, neither human nor demon. The water continued to show a terrifying scene of millions shedding blood. She asked, "Do you know what this is?" "This is the scene of the great disappearance." Her words immediately struck fear into him. "How does it feel to look at this masterpiece you created? Thousands bled, dyeing the sky in what can only be called a sea of blood from the legions." She looked at Chung-hae and spoke sternly, "Master, there's no need to pretend to be dead. You know nothing in chaos can be changed, right? This world won't change. Even those who died cannot return." The scene showed an endless torrent of flowing blood. She smiled and said, "So, come back to the rift with me. It can be changed there." Her expression changed at his response. "What?" She couldn't believe her ears as he said, "I said this world can be moved." He spoke seriously. "Chaos will definitely change at this moment." It was the moment he believed Jae-hwan could make it happen. Amidst the sea of blood, she spoke again. "I can't believe you still have this expression. Has he changed you?" He remained silent, not answering, or rather, not knowing how to answer. "You will fail again." Her words echoed. "Just like the failure 900 years ago in chaos, and 700 years ago in the Almighty Land, and just like when you abandoned us and fled." She turned to leave, adding, "Do whatever you want, but the rift will always be watching you." A single drop of water fell quietly into an infinite space. reaching a certain depth, the first stage of awakening. Doubt of the world. Two parallel versions of KuBI appeared as if he were standing before a mirror reflecting himself, one silent, one ferocious. The second stage of awakening. The water began to surge more violently. Understanding the world is complete. The third stage of awakening. Forgetting the world. KuBI appeared as if he were deep under the sea, and a young man began to dive to the bottom of the sea to pull him up. Jae-hwan shouted, "Wake up now, KuBI!" Jae-hwan struck down powerfully from above, sending debris flying as the ground shattered. KuBI was startled by the attack. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he might have been finished. KuBI landed using his left hand. His right hand gripped his sword tightly amidst the swirling dust. He looked up at Jae-hwan, unable to believe such terrifying power came from him. Through the mist and dust, Jae-hwan's silhouette appeared vaguely, looking at KuBI. "I don't want to see that weak side of you, KuBI." Suddenly, without warning, Jae-hwan accelerated and lunged forward. He thrust his blade straight at KuBI with no mercy, as if the strike were meant for him. Black rings of power appeared on his left arm, transferring into the blade as it sped toward an undefended KuBI. "Fight with your life!" But this time, he was still the same, knocked back unexpectedly by what was happening. His eyes widened, staring at the incoming blade. His mouth hung open in terror, ignored by whatever was rushing straight at his face. Jae-hwan's terrifying power tightly enveloped him. Even though he tried to use his own water power to fight back, he thought, "I didn't even think I could do it." Jae-hwan's eyes flashed gold, matching his inherent power. A storm-like energy circled him, making KuBI wary even as he tried to counterattack to save his own life. "I can't even begin to understand why he's so strong. No, I've become stronger too." Helplessness was clear in his eyes. His mouth was agape. He began to immerse himself in his water energy, slowly closing his eyes as if letting go and ignoring everything. "What am I doing?" Jae-hwan shouted while attacking, "KuBI, break all the limits this world has imposed on you!" KuBI seemed to awaken after those words. He opened his beautiful blue eyes, which flashed with light. This was likely the third stage of awakening. His gaze became unusually clear. He gripped his blade with more force, his power multiplying and overflowing in all directions. His clothes fluttered wildly. Using the power he had successfully awakened, he swung his blade with many times more force. This made Jae-hwan very satisfied, a smirk curving on his lips. The two of them charged straight at each other regardless of the consequences. The scene became somewhat surreal. Jae-hwan said, "Forget the self that was determined by this world." KuBI's gaze was as sharp as the intent within it. He had just awakened his new power, Lunar Eye. Waves and water surged like a waterfall. Water fell drop by drop, creating a cool rain that made the scene look shimmering. KuBI was in a half-demon posture, head bowed, stabbing his sword into the ground. Because of a certain word, he looked up. "Congratulations." The battle reached its end under the falling, sparkling rain. Jae-hwan leaned over, sheathed his blade, and extended his right hand to KuBI, ready to pull him up. "You've entered stage 3. KuBI gripped Jae-hwan's hand and spoke. "Have I really become stronger?" He replied, "A lot stronger, actually." The ground was sunken in a long stretch. Amidst the vast space, there were only the two of them. The Fortress Master is also at stage 3 of awakening, and I don't think I've caught up to him, no matter how many limits I've broken. The scene shifted to a tall, wide building with many sharp roofs. Inside, a conversation took place. "The current expedition system is very unstable." Another person said, "You're speaking as if you don't recognize the Fortress Master as the expedition commander." A group of people surrounded a triangular table glowing with strange patterns. This was inside the Gorgon Fortress Council. Someone spoke. "Only Gorgon organizing an expedition would violate the Treaty of the Four Fortresses." But someone else disagreed. "That treaty was broken long ago. Why should we still follow it?" In that meeting, several members of Jae-hwan's group, including Jun Jong, were fiercely arguing with the others. "Those people did nothing until the Abyss expedition was created, so why should we be fair to them?" The other person was Ga-hee, who was also fighting frantically against the Thunder Saint. That's a bit too much. Do-hee pressed his hand against his forehead, as if helpless before this scene. The reason we gathered here today is because of the Forbidden Union's accident. Everyone please calm down and return to the main issue. But someone countered, "Wait, since we're talking about that, let's just keep going." The Lord of Golden Sparrow City, the Ice King, Kang Wee-dong, spoke cautiously with a deep frown. "I think the commander of the Abyss expedition should be chosen fairly." The Lord of Myth City, Isalencroft, agreed. "I find what he says to be reasonable." Someone among them asked, making Do-hee flinch. "So where did the Lord of Gorgon go? He surely must have received the notice for this meeting." Suddenly, Do-hee's soft whisper rang out. "Yes, you indeed sent the information about this meeting. He surely must have received the notice." Then an angry hand slammed down on the table filled with papers covered in red ink. "When the Lord left this place, the idea of a meeting between the three cities was formed, and before we could reject this..." Do-hee stood up in surprise when she saw the messenger eagle. "I received news from the messenger eagle that the envoy from Golden Sparrow City has already departed." While the adapters had all returned, the Lord in the awakened group had not yet come back. "Right now, we are missing the key position to make decisions and are being criticized by others." The Lord of Golden Sparrow City, Kang Wee-dong, stood up straight with his arms crossed. "First of all, how can we trust a kid who has only lived for 55 years to create this Abyss expedition, and even let him be the commander? Are you all crazy?" Then he shouted angrily, "Are you all thinking of handing over all of chaos to an unknown kid?" A blue light like a lightning bolt appeared, making him look momentarily astonished. Junjong was angrily releasing blue lightning, his eyes glowing with rage. "I dare you to say those trashy words again!" The Lord of Golden Sparrow City, Kang Wee-dong, said, "What kind of trick are you trying to play?" Before he could finish, a sword was held to his throat. Those belonging to Kang Wee-dong's faction mobilized their weapons in discontent. "Do you want to settle this with force?" Jae-hwan's group looked at them without blinking. Kang Hwang stepped on the crossbar and arrogantly held his blade, judging, "If you want to change the expedition commander, you'll have to step over our corpses first." Junjong was equally angry, "Because we have no intention of changing the commander." Right in the middle of the central hall of the palace, two large figures faced each other. Between them was the scales representing the power of justice, but it seemed neither intended to use a peaceful method. Both emitted a chilling aura. The Lord of Golden Sparrow, Kang Wee-dong, said in a challenging voice as he pondered, "Do you really want to interfere?" On the opposite side, the Thunder Saint Guildmaster, Junjong, was already standing in a ready stance. He didn't back down either, immediately raising his voice in response. "What, are you scared?" In Junjong's eyes, this Kang Wee-dong was basically just putting on a dignified and calm act while his heart was dark and hollow. Kang Wee-dong sneered, his dark-rimmed eyes full of challenge. "Come at me first. I was going to do that even if you didn't say so," Junjong shouted. With that, he lunged toward the Golden Sparrow Lord at the speed of light, surrounded by a blinding blue lightning. He truly lived up to the name of Thunder Saint. Junjong flashed a bizarre smile, his fiery eyes filled with murderous intent. He showed no mercy, delivering a powerful strike toward the opponent. One would think the Thunder God would launch a direct lightning attack at Kang Wee-dong, but it wasn't that simple. He directed the lightning flow close to the man to let the bolts play freely, but absolutely did not touch his opponent. Quick as a flash, Junjong returned to his original position. It was truly impossible to understand what he was planning. Slash! This time, the lightning was mobilized in even larger quantities and faster, so fast that one could only see a dazzling blue screen surrounding Kang Wee-dong in the middle of that deadly danger. Kang Wee-dong remained unmoved. He sneered sarcastically, praising Junjong's power. "You really are fast." It seemed Junjong's plan was within Kang Wee-dong's calculations. He knew well that Junjong, with his speed, would create a hypnotic encirclement to dazzle him and use that opportunity for a secret ambush. But it seemed things weren't that simple. Sure enough, as the lightning faded, hundreds of bolts suddenly appeared above Kang Widong's head. On one hand, Kang Widong could guess Junjong's tactic, but he still didn't expect such incredible speed. The blinding light drew closer, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Thousands of fierce lightning bolts struck directly at Kang Widong. As expected of the Thunder God, Junjong's source of power was too terrifying. He gritted his teeth, putting all his effort into attacking his opponent, seemingly wanting him dead immediately. Boom! Junjong's horrific speed was surprisingly blocked by a shape like a blue shield, which was then blocked by the yellow of the shield below. Beneath the shield came Kang Widong's arrogant voice. "Quite surprising, Thunder Saint." Kang Widong's voice carried both admiration and mockery. He growled, "I heard you just became a Stage 7 adapter. You make me doubt that you're only Stage 7. As he spoke, his power grew larger. The shield was now suppressing the Thunder God's lightning. Junjong didn't answer, his eyes narrowing with alertness. Realizing he was in a difficult position, he quickly withdrew from the attack. Both sides returned to a balanced state, but that signaled danger coming from Kang Widong. He commented evenly, "You're stronger than I thought," as his sinewy hands began to summon power. But his power grew larger and larger, forming mysterious golden spheres. He raised his voice, "However, no matter what you do, you cannot cross the wall of the level gap between us." With those words, Kang Widong's matrix was complete. It was astonishing. The previous shield had now transformed into a set of golden spheres with horrific power, even faster than Junjong's lightning. They gathered and then spread out, striking him repeatedly. Kang Widong continuously summoned his techniques. Under the surge of power, his eyes glowed with an eerie brightness, completely different from his calm demeanor earlier. He shouted, "You cannot win! You cannot win against a Stage 8 adapter like me. Holy wheelstones!" The golden balls were the wheelstones. Immediately following his command, they lunged frantically. "Junjong, playtime ends here." Kang Widong proudly watched Junjong fall into a difficult situation. He had just been hit by a holy wheelstone and was gritting his teeth, suppressing the pain while dodging the vicious strikes that kept coming. "Thunder Saint!" The surrounding lords became worried, their faces turning pale. Watching Junjong being painfully defeated, Kang Widong patronizingly offered him a compliment. "Well fought, Thunder Saint Guildmaster." Then he arrogantly shouted to the surrounding guildmasters, "You have witnessed the Thunder Saint's defeat with your own eyes. Since I am the winner, the expedition leader is me." Kang Widong was making an example of him, suppressing the others through Junjong's defeat. However, his plan didn't seem to succeed. Because Junjong had not yet collapsed, he spoke up leisurely. "Who gave you permission to decide the match is over?" On the opposite side, no one knew when Junjong had stood up. He replied loftily, "While I'm still perfectly healthy here." Junjong no longer looked aggressive. His fiery eyes turned a blinding blue in an instant, his serious combat mode. Without anyone noticing, 2 lightning blades appeared in his hands. He muttered, "I'm about to show you something interesting because I'm getting tired of your rambling." But Kang Widong remained unmoved by Junjong's provocations. He mocked him with contempt. "Don't you know when to give up?" Seeing Junjong rushing forward frantically, Kang Widong glanced disdainfully. "Too simple. Is speed the only thing you have?" But Kang Widong was overconfident. Junjong didn't just have speed and lightning. He released thousands of large, scorching sparks, burning Kang Widong's holy wheel stones. This was the 7-8 Fire King technique. Typical of Kang Hwang's tactical style, the flames grew stronger and stronger. Kang Widong was truly shocked. His arrogance was incinerated under Junjong's flames, leaving his mouth agape as he stuttered, "The Fire Emperor's ultimate technique." Not stopping there, Junjong continued to launch a dangerous matrix, the Faceless Arrest Matrix. It was like a deep pit, gradually cornering Kang Widong. Surrounded by this ambiguous haze, Kang Widong panics. He has truly lost his cool. He's using all 8 faceless arrest matrices that the Deep Forest Guildmaster uses. He screams frantically, "How can the Guildmasters be so crazy as to teach their ultimate techniques to outsiders? Have they lost their pride entirely?" Junjong doesn't waste words. He shouts while delivering the finishing blow, "Pride won't help you progress." With that, he strikes through Ganwei-dong at extreme speed. But surprisingly, that horrific destructive power only left a single wound on Ganwei-dong's shoulder. He is otherwise unharmed. He says calmly, "I see. So this is what you wanted to show me." Junjong turns around, feeling strange, his face showing surprise. "Then I must fight more seriously as well." Ganwei-dong begins to unleash his power, his eyes glowing. The diagonal scar across his chest flashes with blue light, and he is now completely covered by that radiance. Junjong's eyes widen in amazement at that power. A large, glowing circle appears as Weidong exerts his full strength. On the stands, everyone shouts to evacuate. "Run! Get as far away as possible! Hurry up!" While everyone else rushes to evacuate, only Moge remains sitting there, arms crossed with a serious gaze, watching the battle. Weidong casts his glowing eyes to the side. The wheel-like circle begins to move. It hits the ground, shattering it as stones begin to fly up. The holy wheel of 10,000 seas, 1,000 gold wind. This is his technique. The circle spins around, destroying everything. Its power is terrifying. It smashes large rocks into pieces one after another, sending debris flying everywhere. Lincroft stands on the stands, his eyes filled with worry and fear as he watches that power. Weidong stands within the source of power he created. It grows stronger like a vortex. He screams, "Where are you, Thunder Saint? Try taking this move." Suddenly he freezes for a moment. His eyes return to normal. Zap, zap. Electrical currents appear out of nowhere. From outside the ring of fire, Junjong emerges with 2 swords, his body emitting energy. Electric sparks rush into his eyes. His eyes glow with electricity. He grinds his teeth and reminds him, playtime is over. He praises, "Good fight, Lord of Golden Sparrow." Then Junjong unleashes his move. Heaven's Cloud Sword, Diviner Unlimited Stance, spiraling dragon style. A sharp blue blade breaks through the ring of fire, pointing straight at Weidong. The sword gets closer and closer to him. In an instant, a few drops of water fall to the ground. The tip of the blade stops right at his forehead, with sweat trickling down his face. It is Mogut. He steps in to stop Junjong with his hand. "Stop right here, Thunder Saint." Mogut tilts his head, his voice serious. Mogut speaks seriously. "Lord of Golden Sparrow, you should end the match. I hope you weren't trying to use the Lord's horn. After all, it's an ultimate weapon against the hungry ghosts, not for a duel." Mogut adds a final note. Currently, Weidong is holding his injured arm. Weidong's face is full of resentment as he grinds his teeth, his other hand clenched. He admits he has lost. He steps back. "Well done, Thunder Saint." With that over, Mogate announces, "Ganwei-dong loses to the Thunder Saint. Who's next? Who wants to face me?" He turns toward Lincroft and asks, "Lincroft, are you my opponent?" Lincroft looks at him with a silent gaze. Mogut continues, "If anyone else wants to fight, feel free to come down here." The Saintess Guildmaster appears from somewhere. She is walking toward Weidong, but is suddenly spotted by Mogut. "Saintess Guildmaster, what are you trying to do?" The question startles her, making her turn around. She looks at Mogut out of the corner of her eye and replies, "As you can see, I'm switching sides." Mogut asks her skeptically, "What? What are you planning?" Kang Huang, beside him, panics. "What are you plotting, Saintess Guildmaster?" While they are in a heated discussion, a white-clad figure from inside is preparing to step out. Hirang turns her face back and answers them boldly, because it seems this side has a higher chance of winning. A long-haired man with white hair appears vaguely. "Moge, I will be your opponent." Hearing those words, they all look toward the dark figure stepping out. He says calmly, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" He is Bang Chun-yu, a Stage 9 adapter. Doohy thinks in surprise, "Why is he here? Impossible, he disappeared after the Three Lords Conference." "Bang Chun-yu, how dare you return to chaos? You murdered countless spirits here and stole the fruit of resurrection 900 years ago." Moge angrily draws his sword and confronts him. He puts his hand on his chest with an innocent look. "Don't be so narrow-minded, that's all in the past. Fight me, Mogut. I've missed you, my friend." Mogut grinds his teeth with an angry face. Don't tell me you're serving under the Iron Monarch now. The man replies indifferently, That's right. My subjects are very lenient toward martial artists. The fifth fortress is basically a miniature underworld. A large figure with white hair, he looks like the Iron Monarch, just as he said. Hoyu must be nearing his end if he accepts trash like you. Moget doesn't back down and retorts sarcastically. He just chuckles. Oh my, are you still angry about what happened before? Hoyu forgave me quite easily, but I guess you didn't. He raised his voice. Is that so? Don't be so cold toward other martial artists. Haven't we shared many good things in the past? Making Mogut's face darken. Mogut angrily held two swords, spreading them to both sides in a ready stance to lunge at him, retorting, You're the one who betrayed us. How dare you open your mouth like that now? On the other side, he extended his hand, preparing to counter the strike. The two of them lunged at each other, and two yellow streaks of light appeared as they exchanged blows. After the attack, Jonin looked at him with a satisfied expression. You've changed quite a bit, Mogut. It's been 900 years since we last met. Hearing this, Mogut grew even angrier, his eyes narrowing menacingly. Bang, Jonin! He pointed his sword tip forward as light spread out. Then he shouted, Riat Garuda, and even the High Priest, when did you start deceiving them? Jonin struggled to dodge the attack, saying nonchalantly, I don't know what you're talking about. We only gave them advice so they could make wise decisions. As he spoke, he raised his hand to block the strike. He used his hand to swipe across, causing Mogut's sword path to deflect. Jonin calmly continued, From the start, you, the Lord of Gorgon, and a few others have only been dreaming a false dream. Jonin looked at Mogut with a smile full of contempt. How pathetic. Those words were more than Mogut could bear. Veins popped on his forehead, his eyes flashing with rage as he screamed, Shut up! High above the ancient fortress, the silhouette of a person could be seen watching them fight. Isalencroft stood solemnly with her arms crossed on the high castle wall. Suddenly her gaze sharpened, her face tensed, as a distant voice spoke, Do not waver, Lord Riat. The sound of footsteps emerged as someone stepped out from the shadows. A young man wearing a mask and a black cloak said, Your decision is correct. Lincroft heard this and only glanced back. Her posture and expression remained unchanged from the start. She narrowed her eyes. With a suspicious look at the stranger, she narrowed her eyes. He stood there and continued, The Lord of Gorgon is much more dangerous than the leader of the Forbidden Union. He is trying to use the Abyss expedition to unify chaos. That stranger was the envoy of the Iron Monarch. The monarch considers him a threat. The silhouette of a man holding something like a sword. A threat. That is Jae-Hwan, the one considered a threat. A sign given to beings attempting to change chaos. Every time a threat appears, signs of hope will appear in chaos. Another image appeared. Blurred figures ahead were two generals followed by soldiers. Their flags fluttered, as if they were preparing for battle or an invasion.
And that sign will eventually lead to despair.
Lincroft stood silently with her back to him. She had a very strange tattoo on her back. If we don't eliminate him, bloodshed will overflow throughout chaos. His words seemed to be urging Lincroft. He continued, Since you have lived for 975 years, you know very well what happened 900 years ago. She remained silent, head slightly bowed, eyes closed in deep thought. I cannot let that tragedy repeat itself. Finally, he finished by reaching out to Lincroft, proposing, So please cooperate with us. 1 week from now, the three-city conference will take place in Gorgon. Lincroft remained standing there, still thinking, wondering if this was truly the right decision. Back at the battle, Jonin was still blocking strikes with his bare hands. He closed his eyes and laughed. Shall we stop now, Mogut? You can't defeat me. Don't you know that already? On this side, Mogut swept his leg out. Mogut gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with one hand. Heavenly shot! That was his move. With one hand still holding the sword, he slashed across while Jonin raised his other hand behind him. Jonin looked in shock at the streak of light that had just flashed past him. Boom! Everything exploded, rocks flying everywhere as Mogut gripped his sword and created a ring of fire. No matter what, Jonin still blocked it. Even among those on the same floor, there is a clear difference in ability. You and I are on floor 8 and floor 9. The difference goes without saying. His expression changed visibly, though his hand still held back the sword tip pointed at him. Those can be considered two different worlds. Mogut gritted his teeth in fury, looking at him with eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, Jonin grabbed both of Mogut's hands and pulled him closer, saying mockingly, "Reach floor 9 first, then come back here to fight me." He raised his hand to his chest as Mogut used magic. "For someone like you, someone who doesn't even hold a monarch rank, you can't even scratch me." Blinding light radiated out, and with one blast he pushed Mogut far away. Everything vanished, yet those rings of light still enveloped the place. Hirang's eyes widened and her mouth hung open, thinking, is this the power of a monarch? Mogut was pushed away with just one move. He now looked wretched. He lay unconscious, smoke rising from his body, and a black patch appeared on his abdomen. Jade-faced golden monarch, ruler of the 12th region, not even a great monarch. Below a great monarch are lieutenant generals and then major generals. But he is neither. He is the lowest rank, a brigadier general. While she thought about Jonin, he was stepping toward the fallen Mogut. Hirang stood there like a stone statue, her mind unable to imagine it. Unbelievable. We are conducting the Abyss expedition to fight against monarchs this strong? We can't possibly win. Jonin clenched his teeth and frowned, advising Mogut, "Give up on your false dream. You people cannot win. Haven't you all already received high positions in chaos?" Mogut bowed his face to the ground. "Don't try to reach for a sky you cannot touch." The sky above the fortress was beautiful. Below, Mogut struggled to stand up with his injured body while Jonin stood watching him. Mogut closed his eyes tightly. Then he opened his sharp eyes again. A sword lunged forward, stabbing into the air and grazing Jonin's hair, causing him to panic. "If you don't want to disappear forever..." Strands of his hair fell out. He spoke up. "What did you just do, Mogut? What did you just do?" Mogut's face was cold as he held his sword across Jonin's neck. Jonin asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you're trying to keep fighting in that condition. 900 years ago, you were the one defeated at the Resurrection Palace, and then you stole our fruit of resurrection. And back then, we lost precious comrades. I haven't forgotten the pain we suffered for a single day." Perhaps even the heavens were moved by Mogut's story, as a rain began to fall. With angry eyes and both hands gripping the sword tightly, he pointed it straight at him and shouted, "Bang, Jonin, things are different now." "You are far too foolish," Jonin said, extending his hand as he gathered the last of his strength. "You've chosen death, haven't you?" Mogut's sword was enveloped in flames. "Heavenly sword rampage." He raised his sword high. Flames erupted from the sword, shooting straight into the sky. Jonin opened his eyes in astonishment. Heavenly destruction array. He swung a trail of fire toward Jonin, who remained standing still. Exerting all his strength, he let out a scream. "Ah!" A hand suddenly reached out. "How pathetic, Mogut." In the deep night, Jonin finally unleashed a move. A black darkness emerged from his palm. It shattered the flames, leaving Mogut stunned as he looked up. He clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating all his power right in front of Mogut. "In the end, you couldn't reach the heavens this time either. Not 900 years ago, and certainly not now." His hand stopped at Mogut's face. Then, grabbing his head with a cold look, he said, "You haven't been able to change a thing." Kang Huang and Jagan Moon arrived as reinforcements. Kang Huang suddenly called out, "Mogut!" Rainwater ran down Jonin's face. He stared fixedly and said coldly, "Blame the Lord of Gorgon for infecting you with that false dream, my friend. Mogut, I'm sorry for arriving so late." "Mogut, I'm sorry for arriving so late." A dark figure's voice made Jonin freeze. "The fortress master has business to settle, so he will be late." The voice rang out as white ribbons fluttered. The massive sword on his back had been drawn. "From now on, I will fight in his stead." The majestic voice echoed, matching Cayman's extraordinary aura and cool entrance. His body was lean with well-defined six-pack abs. Doohy wasn't moved at all by his teammates' cool entrance. On the contrary, he was a bit disgruntled. "Where did the fortress master go? Is there something more important than this? The Abyss expedition is about to bite the dust before it even starts." Commander, please stay calm. I'm here now, Kamen said, walking slowly to reassure him. He asked with concern, Master Mogut, are you all right? Mogut called out Kamen's name in a low voice. He bowed his face as if to hide his own shame, advising him, Don't go. You're no match for him. Kamen turned away, his expression hidden, but his voice was firm. Please rest assured. Everyone's task is to leave here with the citizens as quickly as possible. Jagan Moon was shocked. What do you mean? Master Mogut wasn't even a match for him, so there's no hope even if we all join forces, let alone... A short sentence rang out, cutting off Jagan Moon's unfinished words. Kamen stood facing Bang Jonin without a hint of fear and said, Let me fight this alone. Jagan Moon was in a state of panic and disbelief. That's impossible. Kamen's hand tightened around his sword. He greeted him. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He closed his eyes and smiled as if reminiscing about the past. Do you know me? I feel like I've met you before, Kamen. He suddenly realized. Ah, you're the rookie from back then. The one who couldn't join the Abyss expedition because you weren't capable enough, right? Kamen frowned. That was then. Bang Jonin spoke with a hint of contempt. Considering you're trying to stop me now, you must have improved quite a bit. He held his sword in a combat stance and spoke without beating around the bush. Do you want to see for yourself? Bang Jonin was also ready, his long hair fluttering with every movement. Then let's see how good you are. As he spoke, he delivered a lethal blow toward Kamen. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and bowed his head to dodge it. As he ducked, he seemed to spot some openings. He immediately gathered momentum, preparing to thrust his sword there. His hand above continued the move, intending to finish him off with another consecutive fatal strike. At that same moment, Kamen's sword tore through the air, thrusting toward the opening he had just discovered. Both unleashed their killing moves at once. The speed and power were truly terrifying. Suddenly, his face stiffened as if something had happened. It turned out Kamen's attack and sword had blown him away. Yes, he was blown away in his first strike. Struggling to stabilize his body, he had to use his other hand to steady his trembling arm. Bang Jonin gave a cold smile. What kind of move was that? Move was, Kamen replied, his hands tightening around the sword. This attack is weaker than a fatal thrust, but much stronger than a normal one. He returned to his ready stance and finished. It's called the all-out thrust. His eyes were resolute, containing a terrifying seriousness. You should fight me with everything you've got. Under the pouring white rain, his heavy armor was drenched, but Bang Jonin still heard every word from Kamen. Otherwise, you will die at my hands. He lowered his head as the atmosphere around him began to shift. He gave a mocking laugh. Die? Countless demon hands emerged from behind Bang Jonin as his face grew dark. You think you can kill me? Kamen immediately sensed the danger. He frowned and reacted instantly. A weakling like you. As he spoke, countless demon hands crawled up from the ground, a truly horrific sight. They all lunged toward him in a fierce attack. How dare you dream of defeating me? Kamen reacted quickly, jumping to avoid the strike. The ground where he had just stood was pierced with a large hole by those hands. Kamen stomped firmly on the ground to gain momentum. He held his sword, intending to thrust it straight into the giant demon hand lunging toward him, a hand larger than his entire body. Boom! With a loud sound, Kamen's decisive movement struck the hand directly, knocking it backward. Kamen warned him once more with a serious gaze. You will die right here. Bang Jonin smirked and laughed. You truly don't know your own limits. As he finished speaking, the long, spindly demon hands lunged at him again. Kamen gripped his sword, preparing for the next clash. Kamen held his sword ready for the next round, his eyes narrowing as if he had discovered something. In the dark space, a voice rang out. Congratulations! The image of Jae-hwan reaching out to him with a proud smile appeared. You've reached the third stage. Back then, Kamen had politely replied, Thank you, sir. Can I really get stronger in just 2 years, Fortress Master? In the silent, dark space, Jae-hwan asked skeptically, 2 years? Time on the second floor passes differently than on the first floor where the guildmasters are training. You think you can thrust your sword 10 billion times in just 2 years? He smiled at Kamen as if seeking confirmation. Ending the flashback, Kamen opened his eyes, feeling power gradually surging through him. He used the technique ocean expansion. Violent sea waves surged forth to block those demon hands. Bang Chunin gritted his teeth and frowned in question. Is he an awakened? I heard the Fortress Master was one, but I didn't expect there to be another. Around Cayman now, every movement was accompanied by surrounding seawater. He unleashed a technique. A pillar of seawater shot straight toward Bang Chunin. You think these cheap tricks can deceive me? Having lost control, he screamed, Who do you think you're fooling with these tricks? Cayman stood atop layers of surging waves, striking directly at him. The man looked slightly panicked. He shouted loudly, Ha! And gathered his momentum. Fatal thrust. It was the same move as before, but now its power and pressure far exceeded the first time, as the surrounding sea waves crashed down along the blade like murky black water wanting to drown everything. He finally began to feel fear as the waves crashed down, seemingly wanting to tear him apart and imprison him in this oceanic seawater. The sky remained pitch black. The rain fell incessantly, and the atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. It was unclear if the puddles on the ground were from the heavy rain or the seawater from the life-and-death battle just now. Cayman still stood tall, his large forearms gripping his sword tightly. He stood there without a scratch, while on the other side, Bang Chunin was in a wretched state, his clothes in tatters, and the ground around him bore the mottled traces of the bloody battle. He struggled to stand up, his voice trembling. How? Cayman showed no mercy. He swung his sword once more. Suddenly, a hand appeared with hidden weapons. Hirang appeared just in time to block his attack and counter. She threw sharp daggers at Cayman while Huang In-chan also rushed out to protect Bang Chunin. Cayman was surprised by the appearance of the two of them. He gasped, The Saint is Guildmaster! Having no time to think, Cayman quickly jumped up to avoid the daggers flying toward him. Cayman landed and frowned. The Fortress Master once mentioned that there would come a time when you would betray us. Hirang didn't answer his previous remark. She got straight to the point. South Sea Captain, retreat now. She analyzed what she believed was logical. No matter how strong you are, you can't face a king with only 2 years of training. Don't you think about the consequences? Cayman answered with action. He continued to hold his sword, preparing to fight. He asked seriously, Only 2 years? His blue eyes glowed in the night. I've been training for 200 years! With those words, he unleashed Execution Tornado. The move was reminiscent of Jae Hwan. A massive vortex of water lunged forward to swallow Hirang and the two from Bang Chunin's side. The power of the tornado was horrific. It blew away thousands of rocks and dirt. Bang Chunin could not escape it. Jigen Moon, standing outside, also struggled a bit against the pressure and power emanating from within. He was terrified by this horrific power. After the technique vanished, everything around fell into a silent void. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Bang Chunin, Hirang, and Huang In-chan were nowhere to be seen. Shinmoget was beyond stunned. He kept confirming to himself, Did he win? The dark clouds parted and sunlight began to peek through to the ground. Shinmoget remained lost in thought. Could it be the Fortress Master foresaw this and sent Cayman in his place? Looking at Cayman's large silhouette standing against the light, he suddenly understood. Chaos was standing on its own 2 feet instead of relying on the Fortress Master. A news board displayed a new update with an attached video titled, Shocking News, a beautiful display in a heroic battle. The winner is Cayman, the South Sea Guildmaster. Isalencroft was intently watching the news when a voice suddenly caught her attention. You are the only envoy who changed my mind. It was Cayman. As soon as Isalencroft saw him, she said, Cayman, I am here because you convinced me, but... Then Cayman sat formally in his chair. Isa continued, They know better than anyone how powerful those monarchs are. The atmosphere in the room was deathly silent. Isa asked Cayman, Cayman, do you really intend to fight the monarchs? He simply replied, That's right. Isa began to intimidate him. Those like the Forbidden Union are nothing compared to opponents like the Resurrection Palace. You may have defeated one of the 3 Legion commanders under the Night King. However, he only held the lowest rank among the 3 commanders there. Isa continued her threats toward Cayman. That means you will have to fight monarchs much stronger than even those commanders. Cayman clenched his fists. He knew. With a look of determination, he said, We fled once, 900 years ago. That is why we won't continue to do it again. We won't keep running anymore. Isa looked at Cayman with surprise. She wondered, this man? Isa began to recall Cayman's desperate face from before, along with the thoughts. He was an adapter who was always insecure because he wasn't a powerful one. She remembered the scene when Cayman once helplessly humbled himself, begging for the lives of his people in the face of the soldiers' invasion. She thought, he once despaired when facing a wall that he couldn't overcome with effort alone. Returning to Cayman in front of Isa now, she could only wonder, for what reason has he changed this much? Is he really the Cayman I knew? After hearing Cayman speak, Isa replied, if you truly believe you can do it, then I will believe in you too. Before she could finish her sentence, a noise erupted from outside the window, interrupting Isa and making her turn to look. She pulled back the window curtains. The scene outside below showed a cylindrical tower with blue windows, surrounded by a vast crowd of people gathering together. Isa turned in shock and asked Cayman, is that really the Nightmare Tower? Cayman replied, yes, the master and the tower keeper of the Nightmare Tower. Isa continued to shout, do all of them want to enter the tower to become adapters? As the tower became clearly visible, Cayman began to explain. It looks like that, but not everyone can enter. Becoming an adapter isn't as simple as you think. Cayman continued, because inside that tower, time almost stands still, and the trials to overcome are very difficult. Hearing this, Isa looked stunned and thought, a tower where time nearly stops? She wondered, don't tell me Cayman became stronger because of that Nightmare Tower? Cayman stepped closer to the window and called out to her, Isa Lincroft! He pulled the curtains wider and said to Isa, see for yourself. The scene below showed three people angrily arguing with each other. Then Cayman continued, chaos can now exist on its own through its own strength. In front of them was the image of a blond young man staring intently at the tower. Behind him were people trembling with fearful faces. Isa replied, even ordinary people are trying to enter the tower despite being terrified. Why? Cayman answered, because the long-awaited desire to be able to choose has appeared. The image of a pair of wings appeared. Cayman continued, the freedom we lost 900 years ago. The final scene was an eagle flying in the sky with feathers falling. Feathers were falling one by one upon the Nightmare Tower, and the people gathered around it, accompanied by Cayman's explanation. What would be the meaning of an opportunity if we don't take it back ourselves through our own strength? Isa placed her hand on the window glass and said, I see. You. She spoke while looking out the window, trying to believe in herself once again. Finally, Isa wondered, where is the Lord of Gorgon right now? The scene shifted to a desert region with a stream lined by 2 rows of trees. Under a tree by the riverbank sat Jae-hwan and Chung-hae. Chung-hae said, the 3-city conference must be over by now. Jae-hwan agreed. Yeah. Chung-hae asked him, are you okay with not going there personally? They might bring their strongest adapters there. Jae-hwan replied, Cayman can handle it just fine. He turned to look at Chung-hae and teased, after all, Cayman is stronger than you now. Hearing this, Chung-hae lashed out and shouted, nonsense! It's too soon! How could he possibly defeat me? Jae-hwan simply asked, do you want to start over too, old man? Chung-hae replied hesitantly, yes. Jae-hwan looked at him and continued asking, you should have reached stage 3 soon. Why haven't you? Chung-hae took a water pouch, drank, and said, because I approached it the wrong way. Jae-hwan replied, if you had awakened in a different way, you'd probably be much stronger by now. Chung-hae turned in surprise and asked, you knew that too? The wind blew past Jae-hwan's head. He replied calmly, at least I know you see the world very differently than I do. Chung-hae looked at him thoughtfully for a moment without saying anything. He began to recall the past. Long ago, I and other awakened from the rift all awakened through the same methods. The first flashback image was a blood-soaked sword. Chung-hae began to explain, the first step to awakening, detachment. Next was his blood-stained body and his exhausted face from overexertion. He explained further, after passing the second step, reassembly. The final image was his silhouette limping along, leaving a growing trail of blood behind. He revealed, the final step ends at the third stage, submission. Chung-hae continued his story. The awakening steps I know aren't hard to understand. The flashback shifted to Chung-hae's terrified face with countless hands of those he had killed reaching up to grab him. He confessed, I simply continued to slaughter enemies on the battlefield. Detachment didn't question me. Following that was an image of his face being grabbed by those hands with the thought, and reassembly didn't torture me either. His story continued, and so I awakened without any obstacles or suffering. But suddenly a thought flickered. However, one of Chung-hae's eyes widened as if he had just seen something unexpected between the fingers clutching his face. What he saw was Jae-hwan, wearing a tattered cloak, looking toward him. The first thought that came to his mind was, this guy is different. Doubt was asking why such a person survives, and understanding was pondering the reason for his existence in this world. The final image was Jae-hwan walking toward a glowing red eye watching him, with willow thorns growing long on the path he had traveled. Chung-hae's final thoughts about him were, and so you wander unceasingly and suffer infinitely. Even after achieving results, that is still the path you must constantly walk forward. A rather thorny road. Returning to reality where the water reflected the trees, Chung-hae asked Jae-hwan, let me ask you a question. How old are you? Jae-hwan replied, the age thing again? Chung-hae began to explain, it seems the third floor of the tower was completed a few days ago. According to what the cat said, the time dilation density on the third floor is 100 times that of the second floor. You were only on the second floor for 2 days. Did you already reach the third floor? Chung-hae confirmed his suspicion. He must have entered the third floor already. He continued to ask Jae-hwan, how long did you train there? Jae-hwan smiled, thought for a long while, and then answered, 2,000 years. Hearing this, Chung-hae's jaw dropped. He blurted out, huh? Are you crazy? You think I'll believe that? Jae-hwan simply replied, it's true. Are you going to start nagging me again? Chung-hae turned angrily and shouted, are you kidding me? Chung-hae continued to ask, just how long were you in that tower? Before he could finish, Jae-hwan cut him off. I couldn't stay in the tower as long as I thought. Having said that, he stood up. Jae-hwan called for Chung-hae to stand up and said, let's keep moving. The two set off quickly, running forward. Chung-hae laughed mockingly and teased him. Regardless of whether you lived 1,000 or 2,000 years, to me, you're still just a brat. Jae-hwan shot back. Even after living another 200 years, you haven't changed a bit, have you? While talking, both sprinted across the desert. Chung-hae asked, do you still want to head to the Resurrection Palace like this? Jae-hwan replied, yes. Chung-hae told him about the Resurrection Palace, showing an image of a magnificent, grand castle. The Resurrection Palace is a formidable opponent. It won't be too late if we stop now. The Resurrection Palace is something very deep and mysterious. Jae-hwan turned to him and asked, do you really think those monarchs will just wait for us there? They must have predicted we would act after gathering the awakened. As they sped across the desert, Jae-hwan continued explaining his plan. So we must attack before those bastards can prepare. And I have no intention of facing the entire Resurrection Palace. I'm only going to eliminate the most important thing within it. Chung-hae heard this and asked, you're planning to steal the heavenly fruit, aren't you? An image appeared of a glowing round fruit with sparkling spots like stars hanging from a branch. Jae-hwan only replied, and one more thing. An image appeared in his mind of a white-haired character wearing a black mask and a black hooded cloak. Next was a white-haired knight in armor. He continued, the treasure of nightmare, the thing that transformed a living person into a peerless entity. That object was a circular gate, with gilded patterns fixed upon it, known by the name Jae-hwan called the Narrow Gate. Chung-hae heard this and simply asked, It'll be hard to survive entering chaos if you use the narrow gate, right? Jae-hwan continued to explain. So if someone steals all the heavenly fruits and destroys the narrow gate, the monarchs won't be able to pursue us into chaos. Of course, they could risk death to enter chaos through another route, but few would risk their lives to do that. Very quickly, a tall wall appeared before them with an iron gate and 2 stone lion statues on either side. Jae-hwan continued, regardless, to reach the Resurrection Palace, I still have to pass through here. Manticore Fortress at the entrance to the Resurrection Palace. He analyzed further. Currently, Manticore is ruled by the Forbidden Union. Those people won't let us in easily. Chung-hae turned and asked, What's your plan? Jae-hwan began to raise his sword and gather power into it. He unleashed a blast toward the city gate, destroying it, and finished with the words, The same way I always do. The divine physician looked at him and reminded, Hey, you know it's just the 2 of us fighting against Acropolis, right? Isn't there a more feasible way? Standing beside him, he replied, I told you, I'll do it the way we've always done things. I really expected too much from you. From now on, you must preserve as much of your strength as possible. The divine physician grumbled again. You mustn't forget that Manticore is the only gate leading to the Resurrection Palace. Looking at the crowd of people rushing down from the fortresses toward them, he calmly replied, I know. Jae-hwan braced himself and took a sword stance. The crowd gradually drew closer. He took a combat stance. He spun around and with just 1 sword strike, he sent dozens of people surrounding him flying. Scene shifts to where Lim Ji-hong is. He watched the footage of Jae-hwan fighting and marveled, This is the first time I've seen rumors that weren't exaggerated. He seemed unable to believe it. From destroying the northern branch of the Forbidden Union to the incident at Songlo, was all of that done by that bastard? Ji-hong scrolled through the screen and said, I didn't expect him to be the one the darkness told me to find. The screen changed to the scene where he had just defeated the monster on the 99th floor. He then said, If only I had checked that scene a bit sooner. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the air. You look quite worried. The woman snapped her fingers and said, You've been rambling for a while now. Appearing with pink heart effects and a glittering background, wearing a very alluring outfit, she continued, No wonder the darkness wants him so badly. Serena landed and gave him a wink. Ji-hong, sitting on the throne, reminded her, Serena, this is chaos. Wear those dull outfits at home. Don't wear them here. She walked slowly up the stairs, not forgetting to retort to Ji-hong, Before judging others, look at yourself first. Su-wen sat down right next to him, complaining, Does this martial arts crowd think this actually is the martial world? Why are they wearing such country-style clothes? Then she winked and glanced at the screen playing nearby. She deliberately grabbed Ji-hong's head and pushed it away, focusing intently on the screen and praising him profusely. Wow, look at that. What kind of skill is that? Everything turned to dust in just 1 move. Damn, that's truly crazy. Ji-hong lost his temper, brushed her hand away, and shouted, Su-wen! Did you come here just to annoy me? Su-wen, still very cheerful, said, Annoy you? I came here to tell you something very interesting that happened. Ji-hong asked curiously, Something interesting? She said, There's a rumor that the jade-faced monarch has appeared in chaos. He replied, I've heard of that. Then Ji-hong explained all at once. All the soldiers sent to Golden Sparrow were killed. It turns out those deeds were caused by the jade-faced monarch. It seems instead of helping Golden Sparrow and Riat, he took over those 2 fortresses. Although the covenant between monarchs stating they will never interfere in chaos is still in effect, for some reason this happened anyway. Even the subordinates of the Iron Monarch have begun acting in chaos. At this rate, following the orders of the darkness, the proxy war by the leaders of the Great Land will soon break out. Hearing him say that, Su-wen flashed a very sinister smile. She leaned close to Ji-hong's ear and whispered, But I heard that General Pern Bang-chun was beaten to death by one of those leaders. Ji-hong turned in shock and asked, General Pern is dead? Who did it? She answered that it was one of the leaders of the 10 great sects. Ji Hong seemed unable to believe it. One of the leaders? No way they could defeat him, even if all 10 of them joined forces. Su Wen continued, You know those people in the Abyss expedition created by the Lord of Gorgon, right? I heard the one called the South Sea leader of that team killed the jade-faced monarch. Ji Hong's expression was one of disbelief mixed with anger. He thought to himself, Impossible. With just the power of the South Sea leader, there's no way he could kill the jade-faced monarch. Even if he had been hiding his true strength all this time, he would never commit such a foolish act. The jade-faced monarch is also one of the 12 leaders ruling the Great Land. In the Great Land, where the power struggle has reached its peak, every leader from the rank of lieutenant general and above is extremely important. Isn't he the one who knows best the consequences of laying a hand on the jade-faced monarch? Su Wen, sitting nearby, interrupted his train of thought and asked, What are you planning to do? Due to your negligence, the name you were supposed to bring back to the darkness has become a fortress master. Won't the darkness be furious when it finds out? Ji Hong replied, Actually, this works out well for me. The person I had to find has delivered himself right to me. I have also dispatched the Death Ghost soldiers. The monsters you created to use the power of death have gone there. There shouldn't be any more problems. Returning to the scene where the Divine Physician and our Jai Huan are fighting, at this point, he has defeated the entire crowd from earlier. The Divine Physician was surprised and suspected something was very strange. There's no way the Forbidden Union would use that army to fight all of chaos. Jai Huan calmly replied, Actually, what you're saying isn't quite right. The Divine Physician seemed to realize something. He said, Do you mean... Before he could finish, a group of people with white bandages wrapped all over their faces slowly approached. The crowd rushed in from all directions in massive numbers. The Divine Physician shouted in surprise, What kind of monsters are they? He was astonished to see these people. How do they possess that demonic energy? It's like I'm looking at death itself. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you the famous trailblazer from lately? Jai Huan looked up and saw a figure standing on the roof of the fortress. Jai Huan looked at him coldly as he continued, It's an honor. I never expected to meet the protagonist of the rumors like this. Then he and his companions jumped down to the ground. Right in front of Jai Huan, he smirked. Even the desperate Divine Physician is here. The Divine Physician was highly alert and asked him, Who are you? You speak as if we are acquainted. He swung his glowing red staff and replied, Oh my, have you forgotten already? I collected 10 horns for the infirmary and was tasked with transporting victims. The Divine Physician seemed to recognize who the mysterious person was. He said in great surprise, You are you Hanzo, the warrior of justice? The man's face was very aggressive as he stepped forward, a sinister smile on his face. How lucky, you still remember me. Ooh, the Divine Physician shouted in horror, What is a Gorgon Guardian like you doing at the Forbidden Union? The Forbidden Union doesn't suit you. What are you doing with people like them? That man, Hanzo, said slowly, Divine Physician, how dare you utter those words knowing full well what I went through at Gorgon? His face suddenly became extremely fierce. The Divine Physician stood frozen, staring at him. Returning to 100 years ago, Gorgon had fallen into a war with a sect called the Blood Marshal Sect, a sect that no longer exists in Gorgon. The people from the Blood Marshal Sect boldly declared, The Blood Marshal Sect will wipe you all out. All 50 soldiers, including the commander of the South Gate expedition team, vanished forever due to the Blood Marshal Sect's assassination plot. At that time, there was only one survivor. Only Hanzo remained alive. That's when he met the Divine Physician. He ran after him, calling out, Divine Physician! He knelt and pleaded, Please help me become stronger. Someone from the martial world like you must have a way, right? The Divine Physician still didn't turn his head. He asked, Is your name Hanzo? Then he continued, I fully understand the sadness and loss of the weak, but... At that point, he brushed his hand away. In over 1,000 years in this chaos, I have seen countless people like you. The Divine Physician insisted, I cannot accept everyone's request, I'm sorry. Then he turned and walked away, leaving him kneeling there in despair. Returning to the present, he continued, I'm sorry. I still remember those words you said back then. Most of those in chaos cannot train hard. But I trained incredibly hard. I trained to protect the justice I've upheld my whole life, and I also trained to break that faith. As he spoke, he personally unwrapped the cloth around the left half of his face, revealing that the left side of his face had now been deformed into some kind of demonic entity. The divine physician was shocked and asked him, How did you end up looking like this? He swung his weapon in front of him and said, The weak warrior of justice died 100 years ago, and now I, Hanzo, am the vice leader of the Forbidden Union. Sand and dust flew thick in the air. Pointing his spear at the two of them, he said, Lord of Gorgon, I heard you only use a sword. Getting into a ready stance, he said, Let's play. Without giving Jae-hwan time to think, he unleashed his move, 8 Fangs of Vulcan. Heavenly dance, heavenly path. The tyrant's destruction appeared along with the technique, the soul of a demon. Not letting himself fall into a disadvantageous position, Jae-hwan's eyes lit up. Confronting Hanzo's move, he stood tall and defiant. The weapons of both sides clash. A blinding light radiates as both are blown backward at the same time. Hanzo is bewildered. Looking at the powerful human before him, he exclaims, How can... At this point, the dark-haired man with Hanzo speaks up, Vice Captain, we should attack him together. Hanzo remains silent. Seeing that his subordinate's idea isn't bad, he orders, All units attack! They swarm toward Jae-hwan like a disturbed hornet's nest. He remains very calm, his handsome face composed and his eyes lighting up. At this moment, the red and white-haired youth is also watching the video, wondering, What on earth is going on here? In the video, he is cutting down enemies like harvesting grain. How can he kill the hungry ghosts so easily? Since I've reached the monarch level, I can surely win if I attack alongside the ghosts. In the video, he watches the hungry ghosts diving from the sky. The red and white-haired man is still lost in thought. But if we face him directly, I don't know how many casualties we'll take. If they all lose, my plan will fall apart. Ending his musings, he calls for Sierra. After hearing him, she reacts, Huh? Stop bothering me. With a dissatisfied look, she says, I've done everything you asked. I've finished researching the Phantom Stones, creating the Dark Cloud Stones and the Hungry Ghosts, too. He listens to her complaints in silence, just watching. Finally, she gives in to that side eye. Ah. She lifts his chin. Lifting his chin, she continues, If that's the case. Stepping closer, she requests, Shall we make a trade? Back to the battle. The legendary Lord of Gorgon who created the wave path. The one who has accomplished the impossible. Watching Jae-hwan cutting through the hungry ghosts. In just 1 month, he earned those titles. I don't like any of it. He is resentful. Despite living for 200 years, I am still just a guest, while he became a lord in a single month. Hanzo transforms. Tentacles emerge from his mouth and his combat power surges. I cannot accept this, he says bitterly. Lord of Gorgon. He immediately lunges for a sneak attack while Jae-hwan is fighting the ghosts. I'll show you! Jae-hwan turns to look as the red spearhead lunges rapidly toward him. Luckily, he jumps back in time. Hanzo screams, finishing his sentence. My efforts! An explosion occurs, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The hungry ghosts glance at the terrifying explosion as it causes them to vanish. Hanzo holds his weapon, his hand having become monstrous. He lunges at Jae-hwan once again. This is the power I gained by abandoning my faith and trampling upon it. This is the power I gained through my own efforts. He puts all his strength into the sharp blade as energy surrounds him. He watches what is happening in front of him. Jae-hwan simply replies, Stop it. Suddenly, a beam of blue light strikes his face. It is Jae-hwan's power. He struck just as Hanzo was rambling about his effort and faith. His blade points straight at him, and the terrifying force pushes him far away. He has to use his sword to brace himself just to stand firm. Now his face has painfully turned to ash. A weak sound escapes from him. With no expression on his face, Jae-hwan wonders, Is everyone in chaos like this? The dark-haired man following Hanzo panics, seeing his vice-captain's weakness. He destroyed half of the vice-captain's body even though he is a Stage 9 adapter. He orders the hungry ghosts to focus their attack on the Lord to buy time for the vice-captain to heal. The divine physician, who is fighting nearby, glances toward Jae-hwan. He warns, Careful, kid! Now, following Hanzo, the hungry ghosts lunge straight at him. He looks on mockingly. That guy kept talking about being diligent and putting in effort. He is tired of everyone constantly babbling about their efforts. After saying that, he triggers a glowing explosion that sweeps away the small fry. The hungry ghosts fall like autumn leaves. Hanzo is stunned. Hanzo stares blankly at the scene before him. The explosion creates a white screen before his eyes. His limbs go weak and he drops his spear. He stands frozen at the sight. How? Before him now is an ancient tree, and at its peak a red jewel like an eye looks down. What am I seeing? Moment by moment, his life force vanishes until only a dry skeleton remains. Is this the world of an awakened? Just like the rumors I heard. His hand reaches forward as if wanting to touch it. If a human does not surrender to the world, is this the form they see? Her hand reached straight toward the fading red light. The eye that witnesses the flow and monitors everything throughout chaos. Am I really trying to fight it? It was as if he had fulfilled his final wish. This feeling is truly wonderful. You really are insane. A black void enveloped him. You dare to challenge it all? If I were still a representative of justice instead of giving up back then, would I still be on this path pursuing this dream? A massive explosion sent Earth flying, and then the sky grew quiet. Truly a monster. Amidst the chaos, a dark-haired man spoke in a daze. You destroyed thousands of years of Manticore's history in an instant. Instead of a great sword, it should be called a world sword. Jae-hwan didn't care much for those words. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. I've cleared the path. Old man Chung-hae beside him added, There are still a few of them left, but they can't do anything to us. The old man turned and asked, How did you do that? Wherever your blade reached, the world shattered. Such terrifying power, I've never seen anything like it before. He replied nonchalantly, I just swung really hard. The divine physician was stunned. Just by swinging hard? Has he reached the state of indifference already? The two walked on, conversing. Thanks to you, the journey is easy now. I don't sense the energy of any generals. It seems that last attack dealt heavy damage to the leader of the Imperial Heaven Union. While they were chatting happily, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh no, it's too late! A rift appeared in the sky. What have you done? Confused, old man Chung-hee thought it was a fracture, but his eyes widened. No, it's not that. It's a transcendent teleportation skill. A pink-skinned girl emerged from space. Why are the hungry ghosts so terrified? Watching her steps, the old man analyzed. Only one race can use that technique. Jae-hwan saw the wings on Sierra's feet. Those wings are annoying, he said impatiently. Who are you? Sierra froze for 5 seconds, then questioned him irritably. Don't tell me. She pointed at herself on the screen. You haven't watched the top 10 hottest of the week for season 2? The peak of peaks. She pointed at his face, frustrated. Don't you have beauty rankings at your house? He replied flatly, I don't. To cover for his lack of cultural knowledge, the divine physician said, Kid, this girl is a nightmare. With a confused look, Jae-hwan repeated, A nightmare? The old man raised his hand and coughed a few times, his face flushing. Every man in chaos knows of her. Hearing that someone recognized her, she used magic to lift the old man's hat. Good taste, old man. He was bewildered as he held his hat. But how dare you call beauty a nightmare? For those who don't know, in Korean, beauty and nightmare are the same word. Putting the hat on her head, she found it quite plain. Nightmares come from many different races, you know. She threw the hat back to the old man. At your age, you should be wiser. She proudly posed and introduced herself. My name is Sierra Amelt. I am not just any nightmare. Looking at the woman before him, Jae-hwan thought she must be a nightmare belonging to the Imperial Heaven Union. He had many questions, but now wasn't the time. He cut her off coldly. Now that you've introduced yourself, step aside. Hearing a man dare to interrupt her made her bitter. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. His face remained cold as she continued. Because I have accepted a mission. She winked at him. To stop you. You've gone far enough. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked up at Sierra. In that case, there's no other way. Flying in the air, seeing the youth getting tense, she panicked slightly. Wait, why are you so impatient? Hold on a second. Suddenly an idea struck her. Hey, how about you become my possession? Recalling the image of the red and white-haired man slumping in his chair, she said excitedly, "Actually, the one who asked me to stop you is on the verge of death after taking that hit of yours." Suddenly, a burst of power attacked. "Whoa, I almost died for real!" Luckily, she dodged in time. She looked at that surge of power. "Are you going to keep doing this? You know what your current situation is, right?" Ignoring her rambling, he focused on analyzing the enemy. "This amount of spirit pressure is definitely stronger than what I felt outside the fortress. She might be at the major general rank I once knew." Seeing him silent, Sierra spoke quickly. "The All Heavens are pursuing you. You understand what that means, right?" She boasted about her ability. "However, I have the power to hide you." Persuading the man was taking too much time, so she offered a sweet deal. "If you become my possession, I'll ensure no one in all of chaos can touch you." Hearing he'd be protected, he still flatly refused. "No thanks." Hearing the rejection, she snapped her fingers, creating a surge of power. In the end, it turns out like this. Many hearts appeared around her ears, likely her source of power. The screen flickered with static. "I'll just have to force you to become mine, then." Earth and stones rose again, flying everywhere. Seeing this, Old Man Chung-hae warned, "Be careful! That's the mystical magic of a succubus." The sand and dust were binding together to create giant monsters. She stood happily atop a sand snake. "Feel free to tell me when you change your mind. I don't like wasting energy unnecessarily." The snake lunged at Jae-hwan, its mouth wide as if to swallow him whole. As always, our protagonist defeated the sand monster with a single move. Sierra saw her pet destroyed in an instant. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Like a coach, she commanded, "Move more to the left. Surround them." Jae-hwan didn't care and kept striking the monsters. The divine physician sensed things weren't right. "Kid, this won't end well. Target that succubus first." At that moment, he pointed his blade directly at the monster, and a blue light pierced through, meaning the sand monster dissipated. They fell down. They formed a tornado. "You have some brains trying to hide in the dust?" Jae-hwan was as fast as sand, hitting the monster's weaknesses and lunging straight at Sierra. Looking at him rushing toward her, she said, "But you know," she provoked him, "I can see everything you do from this screen. I can see everything you do from this screen." As he rushed forward, the monster below had already opened its mouth, lunging at him. Watching Jae-hwan get swallowed by the monster, she said, "You're more naive than I thought." Gloating beside the monster, she said, "Use your cool head and think carefully. Consider my offer from before. It's the path to survival for you and that old man." Continuing her interrupted introduction, "I am Sierra Ackman, the enchanting flame, someone who could easily rank first in popularity among the 10 most beautiful people." As she finished her sentence, the monster began to writhe in pain. Light shone into her eyes. Jae-hwan used his sword to slash the creature apart from the inside. Seeing him lunge at her, she panicked. "He can still observe everything in this sandstorm? He's a true monster." Rushing forward, he grabbed her throat and pinned her to the ground. Looking at the succubus, "Do you want to continue?" he asked. He thought to himself that this nightmare had no real enmity toward him. Pressing his blade to her face, he thought, "If I spare her life and make her a servant, she could be useful on my journey to explore the abyss." Images of the ancient tree and golden fruits appeared in his mind. "Perhaps I can find information about the first nightmare rumored to have appeared at the top of the tree of imagery." He had many questions for her. Seeing her silent, he said, "If you stay quiet and come with me to Gorgon." Hearing this, she gave a mocking laugh. "Surrender?" Even while immobilized, she remained stubborn. "Don't joke with me." While he was lost in thought, she managed to use a spell to create a barrier in front of her, using a method to save herself from a passive position. "No way I'm doing that." A pink light appeared again. Knowing she was outmatched, she planned her escape. "What a pity. You almost subdued me." He thought she had run away. Suddenly, a familiar pink-skinned figure appeared behind him. Embracing him tightly, she asked, "Did I surprise you?" Regaining his composure, a murderous aura surrounded his glowing eyes. 8 gates of hell. In front of him now was not Sierra, but a gate. Sierra's illusion appeared. "You don't seem surprised at all. Did you already know about the 8 gates of hell?" The illusion behind him said coldly, "This is a skill I have experienced before." Not particularly surprised by his answer, "I see. But this is different from the fake 8 gates of hell you knew before. Because this 8 gates of hell is a skill originating from the tree of imagery. As she finished speaking, a strong wind rushed toward him. Surrounding him now was the monster of the first gate, the Gate of Storms. The gate quickly opened to the 4th gate, Evil Lotus Hell. His cold gaze swept across as he delivered lethal strikes. He rushed forward without a hint of fear. A powerful technique was unleashed. The 6th gate, Frozen Ice Hell. Sierra was surprised again. Looking at Jae-hwan suspiciously, "Are you truly human? I'm genuinely speechless because of you." Looking at her flying, he remained cool. "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" Amused by his question, "I agree you're extraordinary, but the next attack will be much tougher." Purple energy filled the space. Another gate appeared before him. 4 hands were opening the door. The door slowly opened, and water quickly gushed out. It poured out like a flood. He felt something was wrong with his feet. Looking down, his eyes widened. Beneath his feet, corpses were being washed away by the current. As if stunned, he stared at the corpses in the wind. Sierra sat on the fortress wall. "Even you will struggle in this nightmare, because since this 8 gates of hell technique was created, no one has been able to go past the first gate." He gripped his sword tightly. "You!" Behind him, images of his past appeared. His past self asked his present self, "Who are you?" The 7th gate, Ego Hell. Images of the past emerge. His middle school self, elementary school self, and even images from his military service. What is happening? They are all heading straight for him. They come from different points in time, but they are all me. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, "How interesting." He looks up at his past selves. He is stunned. They are all pointing their weapons at him at once. This is getting intense. Not only do they look like me, but they even use the same techniques? He wonders while tightening his grip on his weapon. And it seems they can act and make decisions just like I do. They are gauging the opponent's strength just like he is. Even now, they are trying to estimate my power before attacking. Refusing to stay passive, he lunges forward. I have no choice then. I can only strike first and settle this through skill. The illusions quickly charge toward him as well. He gracefully dodges the strikes. Just as expected. Except for a few, the rest only know how to struggle. He finds it repulsive. Slash, a blade passes across his abdomen. A purple mist appears. Seeing this, he is bewildered, looking at the illusions lunging at him. What is this mist? He looks up with eyes cold as ice. Damn it, this isn't ordinary mist. Suddenly, someone appears behind him. Reacting quickly, he spins around instantly. He takes that one down with a single strike. The figure flies into the air and flips down to face him. A purple light flashes in its eyes. Stop! His power radiates outward. He was hit by the illusion's technique. A voice rings out. Corporal Jae-hwan. A man is crying, saying, "I'm sorry." He is now standing still, his shirt covered in bloodstains. That man stands blocking the door opposite him, holding a gun. On the floor are the bodies of other soldiers. I'm sorry. As that image appears, he is certain. This is my memory. My memory from right before entering the tower. The bald man continues to cry. Corporal Jae-hwan, I really tried my best. You know that, right? He is consumed by guilt. If you were me... Before finishing the sentence, he chokes up and bites his lip hard. He looks up at the sky so his tears won't fall. Thank you so much for everything. It sounds like final words. Jae-hwan realizes something and quickly shouts, Stop! But the moment the words leave his mouth, a bullet drops. He was my advisor and also my junior. Blood splatters onto the name tags. All the senseless abuse inflicted on him pushed him to the point of shooting all his seniors and managers in the middle of the night. He clenches his trembling hands. I was the only one in the unit left alive. I was sure to be imprisoned after witnessing everything. All the captains, platoon leaders, and even battalion commanders were replaced. A black screen covers my mind. I faced no suspicion because in his diary, he clearly wrote that I was not one of those who bullied him. Because I wasn't a suspect, I was detained in a cell for 15 days. Sitting in the cell, his hands tremble and his lips move. I should have been able to save him. Perhaps that incident was exactly when he began to hate the system. Returning to the present, he is still fighting his own illusions. Long before I came to a world judged by skills or ranks, before him an illusion is struck and gradually fades away. I was probably already living in a world belonging to a system, recalling an image of standing lost amidst the hustle and bustle of soul. I lived in a world where a giant system weighed down and oppressed every individual. He grinds his teeth thinking of those damn things and lunges, slashing the illusions without hesitation. An image of a woman affectionately calling Jaehwan. With every slash, memories flood back. Images of peers smiling and saying, "Thanks, Jaehwan." An image of a dying best friend struggling to say, "Jaehwan, I'm really glad you're here." Images of comrades smiling and calling, "Jaehwan, Jaehwan, Jaehwan," and an image of his younger self crying loudly. All the memories suddenly scream in unison, "Save us!" Gritting his teeth with a sharp gaze, he thinks, "Damn it all." The little Jaehwan collapses, 2 lines of tears wetting his lashes. "Who are you?" Seeing this image, he cannot maintain his composure. His eyes widen as tears well up. But he still steps over the small illusion, swinging his sharp sword upward. "I am." He stabs straight down, severing the small illusion's head from its neck. While he is in pain, a voice speaks up. "How does the experience of the 8 gates of hell feel?" That voice belongs to none other than Sierra. Awakened ones say that surrendering oneself means becoming a new existence and forgetting one's original ego, right? Awakened ones who have experienced self-surrender like you are even more vulnerable to the 8 gates of hell. Looking at him with eyes of resentment and streams of tears, she continued to ramble. "Even beasts kill themselves out of shame for the sins they've committed because they cannot bear an ego as large as yours, a human like you." Old man Chung-hee saw the situation worsening and quickly shouted, "Wake up! Snap out of it, kid!" In reality, she was holding him in her arms, whispering, "But with an ego forgotten after self-surrender, can they withstand the journey back to the past?" Back in his mind, he looked at the purple smoke and this place. "These are the memories I suppressed into self-surrender." A door swung wide open and a voice called out, "Who are you?" He thought in agony, "This is a world where I must kill myself to move forward." Hearing the question, "Who are you?" From the illusion at the gate, he still couldn't find the words. I am... The purple smoke once again enveloped his entire body. Darkness shrouded his mind. This place truly lived up to its name. Hell. He thought, "My body is so heavy. I can't see anything at all." A man spoke up. "What exactly is awakening?" That man was Cayman. Old man Chung-hee sat opposite him and replied, "Awakening is learning how to see. Awakening is the ability to perceive the truth about the world." Looking at the image, he remembered, "Is this the memory of us teaching Cayman?" Old man Chung-hee pointed to his eyes. "An awakened will see the true values of the world and see the substances that constitute the world." Cayman listened and touched his eyes. An adapter can read information that others cannot see and see everything in a completely different way from an ordinary person. That is the realm of self-surrender mentioned in the awakening process. In return, an awakened needs to be careful of the spectator. As if understanding, he opened his eyes and heard the old man say, "The ability to see too many things will cause an individual to lose their own vision." He raised his hand and saw the blue light surrounding him. "I see. So this is the spectator that old man mentioned." But he fell back into his thoughts. Those who see too much will quickly lose their vision. One who hears too much will become increasingly desensitized. But don't those things not matter at all? He frowned. "I've done my best to come this far." But a younger version of the illusion appeared again. "No one can make it this far." An image from his school days appeared. Actually, an image of him standing and watching the young Jaehwan cry. "I just wanted to say that I'm going through a difficult time." The old man and Cayman were no longer in front of him. Before him was a galaxy. Sparkling stars fell, creating meteor showers. His eyes shone brightly when he saw them. Images of everyone appeared again, but no longer with faces of agony. Instead, everyone was smiling and happy, including himself. His eyes sparkled as he realized the meaning of old man Chung-hee's words. Then he asked himself, "Who am I?" Gripping his sword, he thought, "I don't know who I am." He raised his sword into the air and drew a straight line. "But I am here." He pointed the sword down and drew more with the amount of memories he had forgotten during 2,000 years of diligent training. He stood in the middle of the sparkling space, serving as the link between those countless memories. He looked up at the sky. Light shone on his face. "This is me." The water beneath his feet was no longer still. Sierra was observing everything.
What's happening? Why the seventh gate?
Before she could finish, she quickly covered her mouth to stop the blood from gushing out. She panted in confusion. Her face no longer held its provocative look. Instead, it was one of panic. Backlash? He still kept his eyes closed. Then he suddenly snapped his eyes open. She looked at the scene.
Impossible! I've lived for over 2,000 years.
A gust of wind carrying terrifying power struck her directly. She screamed in terror as the sky grew quiet. His eyes no longer looked sharp. Instead, they were serene. Looking up at the high sky, he thought, beyond self-surrender. What is the next keyword? A new door appeared. Now for the next gate, the 8th gate. He was certain he had to get out of this place first. He placed his hand on the door. He looked up at the door. The door glowed brightly. It slowly opened. Before him now was a void, looking at the empty space.
There's nothing? Why is this room empty?
A light flashed, gradually forming words. The words appeared, "I want to tell a short story to you, the one who has passed through every gate of hell." Seeing those words, he was perplexed. This must be a message left by the creator of the 8 gates of hell. Reading the text, "I still remember the day the first Abyss expedition was sent out." He thought, the Abyss expedition? It introduced, "I am Mula Amelt. This is the confession of my failure in reality." A voice rings out. Jae-hwan and Sierra are unconscious. Old man Chung-hee is on this side. "Kid, wake up! Come to your senses!" Seeing him still motionless, the old man panics. Why won't he wake up? I even brought the nightmare who attacked him here, so why hasn't the boy regained consciousness yet? He looks at Sierra beside him. When a nightmare is unconscious, the illusionary world should have vanished. From a distance, the old man sees the flags of the Resurrection Palace. Those people from the Resurrection Palace chose exactly this moment to arrive. Hiding behind a wall, the old man observes the situation outside. The scale of the march seems quite large. A man who appears to be the leader speaks up. "Have you found them yet?" "Not yet, sir," a subordinate replies. A man with tanned skin and platinum blonde hair brushes past. "Search every single corner?" His eyes widen. "I'm certain they are just around here." That man is the Stage 11 adapter, the hidden scent king, Sam Yong-garam. The subordinate obeys. "Yes, sir." The divine physician sees the tense situation and grits his teeth. Good grief. Why is that man a member of the Resurrection Palace? I didn't expect one of the strongest adapters in chaos to be here. As if sensing something, he stops and stares intently in one direction. A subordinate turns and asks, "What's wrong?" He is looking right where the divine physician is hiding. Immediately, his power erupts, pointing in that direction. "You're good at running away. Very good at running away." He clenches his hand as sparks appear. "You cowardly rats!" A familiar pink hand appears and snaps its fingers, whisking the group away from danger. Otherwise, they would have been roasted whole by now. Sam Yong-garam realizes he has lost his prey. The scene is now engulfed in a sea of flames. Did they escape? He turns back to his subordinates. "Continue hunting down the leader of the Forbidden Union." Sierra breaks into a cold sweat. "How many times have I almost died today?" She turns to look at the old man face down on the ground and blames him. "Old man, don't you have anything to say after I saved your life?" Hearing those words, the old man shouts back irritably, "Hey! I was the one who saved your life. Have you forgotten who protected you while you were unconscious?" Sierra ignores his words. "Well then, let's just say we both saved each other." The old man sighs helplessly. What should we do now? Sierra ponders. "I'm not sure. I think it's best to head to Gorgon Fortress first." Desperate, the divine physician asks, "Have you surrendered then?" "How could that be? Of course not. I just have a little business with this guy." Jae-hwan is still out cold. The divine physician explains the situation to her. "I see. Actually, I sent a messenger eagle with a letter to Gorgon, but I didn't think he'd still be unconscious by now. The eagle must have delivered the letter by now, the old man guesses. The adapters of the Abyss expedition teams have also set out. Cayman walks forward majestically and shouts, "The Fortress Master sent us a message saying Manticore Fortress has fallen. Listen closely, adapters. From this moment, the Liberation Army of Gorgon marches." Passing through Manticore, it looks like a great battle is about to take place. The crowd cheers after hearing the command and charges toward the Resurrection Palace. Cayman shouts loudly, "Advance!" The crowd rushes in. "Even the Resurrection Palace cannot stand against us." Jin Mojup gracefully unleashes a flaming sword. "Let's liberate chaos together." The Aloe leader sees everyone fighting with all their might. Truly miraculous. With an army of 300 awakened this time, we really can win. Sam Yonggaram sits to one side. "I don't understand." He rolls his eyes. "It would have been so much better if you just sat still and adapted to the world." He slowly stands up and throws a punch at the wall. "You guys are being far too enthusiastic." Immediately, the ground and rocks shatter. "What on earth is this?" Yoon Yong suddenly realizes a large rock is heading toward him. Sam Yonggaram issues a furious warning. "Just go back quietly." Then he stomps his foot hard on the ground. Witnessing this, everyone is shocked. "This is impossible!" Yoon Yong tries to calm everyone down to attack Sam Yonggaram first, but he is clearly no match for this man. Sam Yonggaram extends a flaming hand. His eyes flash red as he clenches his fist. "You fools!" An explosion occurs, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Yoon Yong feels something is wrong. The others feel it too, breaking into a sweat. Sam Yonggaram thrusts his hands forward, continuously emitting red energy. Yoon Yong's body still struggles against him. Now his strength is no match for him. The Gorgon Liberation Army seized the moment to reach the gates of Manticore and engage the Resurrection Palace forces, but Yoon Yong shouted out a signal. "Everyone retreat! Run now!" At that same moment, rain began to fall, causing the enemy's power to diminish. With the appearance of the hidden Scent King, the tide of battle turned completely against them. Everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. 10 days later, inside the meeting room at Gorgon Fortress, a meeting was convened. The Gorgon Castle commander, Ju-Hae Chiver, spoke with a worried expression about the situation. Starting from the team of Stage 3 Awakened, the first team commander, Katon, to the 9th team consisting of Stage 9 adapters, numerous clan leaders, and other units, half of the total forces were killed in just 10 days. This is a severe loss, as we have lost 5 Stage 3 Awakened from the main combat force. The mythical Fortress Master, Isa Lincroft, spoke while trembling. "It will be very difficult to continue the war. Furthermore, the Resurrection Palace army has already reached the doorstep of Gorgon Fortress." Her expression hardened. "If we accept the Resurrection Palace's demands..." The leader of the Fire King sect, Gang Huang, spoke up. "Are you suggesting we cowardly surrender the Fortress Master as they requested?" She immediately replied, "You are right. We cannot hand over the Fortress Master." Cayman turned to look at the Fortress Masters and leaders. She used her compassionate eyes to see through everything, yet she still could not foresee the future. "We must have faith. We cannot decide blindly. Didn't the Fortress Master tell us about this already? We just need to pave the way." She turned with a serious face and replied, "But at this rate, there will be no chance of victory. You know that, don't you? Or should we ask other monarchs for help?" Ju-Hae Chiver reached out. "Do you mean the Iron Monarch, Hoyu?" Hearing someone understood her point, she nodded. "Exactly." Having seen the scene where Sam Yonggaram repelled their army with a single strike, it was clear that all monarchs sent by the Resurrection Palace belonged to the legend of the 9th land, Pan Hyun, and everyone knows that a deep-seated grudge exists between Ron Chul and Pan Hyun. The Gorgon Castle commander looked solemn. "And the monarch? We killed the jade-faced king sent by the envoy Hoyu. Do you still think..." To be precise, he didn't die at the hands of those who entered chaos through the narrow gate. If they die, their souls return to their bodies like a loop. But the problem is that even if the Iron Monarch wanted to help us, we couldn't accept support from other monarchs. She wondered why. Because it would cause chaos on the other side. Sierra and Chung-Hae looked at the person lying on the bed who still showed no signs of waking up. Only the support of the liberators would allow such an action. Sierra and the desperate divine physician watched the person lying on the bed, who didn't move an inch. Suddenly, Chung-hae yelled, "You damn brat! After putting him in that state, shouldn't you wake him up properly? What kind of illusion did you put on him that made him sleep for 10 days? Sierra pointed at the old man. Seriously, you're so noisy. Aren't you supposed to be a divine physician? She snapped, "If you're so annoyed, do it yourself." The two kept bickering. "If I could do it, I wouldn't have waited until now, kid." Suddenly, the old man's voice dropped. "But what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be with the Pan-Hyun monarch?" She didn't care. That covenant isn't important anymore. We have a human who escaped the 8 gates of hell. Chung-hae heard this name for the first time. The 8 gates of hell? That illusion you put on him? Is that also a skill used by other monarchs? But there's no way he'd be affected by such a trivial skill. Sierra got angry. A trivial skill? She shouted in his face. The 8 gates of hell is a supreme skill. Furthermore, from the beginning, the 8 gates of hell was not a skill meant for humans. Its true power is only revealed when a nightmare uses it. Regaining her composure, she added, "But I hoped that anyone could use this skill, and so I taught it to other monarchs, because no one had ever broken through the 8 gates of hell." Recalling Jae-hwan's image, however, I have seen it surpassed a few times, but in those instances, I could understand the reason. The ones who broke the skill were the strongest adapters in chaos, and what was broken was the mind of the skill user, me, rather than the skill itself being destroyed. However, this person is entirely different. He didn't just break my mind. He completely destroyed the skill itself. He broke through 7 gates, something no one has ever done before. And he reached the final gate, the 8th gate. Let me tell you one more thing. The 8th gate is the one containing the reward. Those who pass the 7th gate receive an incredibly bountiful reward. Chung-hae thought that if a human could pass all the gates and reach the 8th gate, that person might become the king of chaos. Jae-mun said so before he passed away. I thought he was talking nonsense, but could he be a god? Chung-hae couldn't help but shudder. What is inside the 8th gate? But Sierra only knew that it is a legacy left by my godfather. The desperate divine physician wanted to know what it was. Looking over, he saw Jae-hwan's hand move slightly. With tears streaming down, "Kid, you're awake!" Anyway, Jae-hwan sat up, having a slight headache. What the hell happened? Inside a room, the bright moonlight shone in. The desperate divine physician told him about the situation. That's how things are. Is that so? Jae-hwan stood up and walked out. At the exit, the old man chased after him. Wait! Where are you going? Right now, he wanted to go to the meeting room. He was stopped by the old man. You can't go there now. Hastily blocking him. There are those suggesting we send you to the Resurrection Palace. If you really must go there, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Step over my body. He used his long legs to step right over the old man's head as light as a feather, making Sierra, standing nearby, want to burst out laughing while covering her mouth. The old man turned his head. Did you just step over me? Swinging the meeting room doors open, he suddenly appeared before everyone, taking them all by surprise. Fortress Master Kamen and Gang Hwang said joyfully, "You're awake!" That's a relief. Shiver and Lincroft looked down. Facing him makes me feel so ashamed. Jae-hwan remained silent. Suddenly, he announced, "I will go to the Resurrection Palace." These words left everyone in shock, unable to believe their ears. Kamen was the first to stand up. "What on earth are you saying? You can't do that!" Even the master of the Thunder Union was trembling and clenching his fists. Everyone still tried to persuade him, "Master, please reconsider. You cannot go there." But he was determined. "I'll be fine. Don't make such faces." Suddenly, Eun-young slammed the table and shouted, "Master! Do you know how many of our comrades sacrificed themselves while you were unconscious? If they hadn't come here seeking freedom and hope, they wouldn't have had to die like that. We haven't even had time to hold funeral rites for their souls." Hearing this, his face darkened as he replied, "I'm sorry." Eun-young continued, "Master, I hate you to my very core for giving us life, giving us freedom and giving us hope. But even so, we truly need you." He cried as he shouted, "I beg you, Master, please don't go to the Resurrection Palace. Please stay here. I would rather we fight and die together." Chung-hae looked at his back. "You gave them something unbelievable that you shouldn't have. Now, so they can protect what they've received. They are willing to sacrifice their very lives. Everyone stood up with hopeful eyes and sad faces. He tilted his head with a slightly puzzled expression. It seems everyone is misunderstanding something. I'm not going to the Resurrection Palace to surrender and die. But Yun was stunned by what he just heard. What? The old man thought, don't tell me. He declared, I am going to the Resurrection Palace to destroy them all. As soon as he finished, Chiver and Lincroft froze in a cold sweat, feeling a chill. What? He's doing it again! Chung-hye was shocked. This madman! Yun also felt the master was having some issues. Are you crazy? Chiver walked over to pat his shoulder, but he nonchalantly said, I am perfectly lucid. Kamen asked, You want to destroy the Resurrection Palace? Gang Huang couldn't believe it. When are you taking action? He didn't want to delay, so he decided, right now. Everyone panicked. What? Sierra leaned against the door and sighed inwardly. Truly a strange human. It seems the concept of facing reality doesn't exist in his timeline. Looking at Kaitan and Sinmo Gup, who bowed their heads in thought. But in the end, all humans will kneel before cruel reality. No one will listen to him. Suddenly a voice rang out. All right, if we're going to do it, let's do it right now. Everyone was energized. Let us follow you. Me too! Let's go crush those bastards immediately! Contrary to her thoughts, everyone agreed with his idea. She felt they had all gone mad. Why are they standing up to resist now? Until now they lived under the submission and oppression of the Resurrection Palace without resisting or doing anything. Why do they suddenly care about freedom? Do they truly desire to live and be independent? Is it all because of him? The whole room was filled with the sound of cheering and applause. He finally spoke up. I appreciate everyone's sentiment, but this time I will only need 4 people, including myself. Me? Chung-hye, the desperate divine physician, heard this and looked smug. Where could you go without me? He continued. And Kamen, too. Kamen was delighted. It is truly an honor, Master. He just didn't expect the last person he chose to be the pink-haired girl standing over there. Sierra thought she had misheard. Frozen in place, she pointed at herself in confusion. Me? He didn't answer and just looked at her silently. Sierra's face darkened when he mentioned her, and she asked indifferently, Why should I go? Hearing the list of people, the Fire King shouted in surprise, No way! How could 4 people be enough? Let me go with you! Jae-hwan remained firm. 4 is enough. Seeing no one cared about her opinion, Sierra was fuming. She shouted, Hey, at least listen to what I have to say! But he didn't care. He assigned tasks to the others. The rest of you still have work to do here, so don't be sad. Seeing him ignore her again, she bristled and shouted once more, I'm not going! Pay some attention to me! The blonde-haired man was confused by his words. Jae-hwan said, Will the fall of the Resurrection Palace really be the end of it all? What do you think would happen if all the rebel factions gathered? The white-haired man heard him and stroked his chin, analyzing seriously. Not everyone recognizes Gorgon as the center of chaos, so there will be many more insurgent forces. This depends on how the remaining legions handle it. The blue-haired man, still looking puzzled, offered his opinion. But is it okay to have those forces as a backup plan? Especially after we destroy the Resurrection Palace. Sierra, frustrated, took it out on Chung-hye. She grabbed his hat strings and pulled them tight, then stepped on his face. Her eyes were wide and threatening as if to say one more word and you're gone. Jae-hwan ignored the two bickering and focused on the main task. Anyway, since we destroyed the Resurrection Palace's narrow gate, the lords will have to reconsider their future actions. That might reduce the number of opponents for a short while. He spoke up in rebuttal, his sharp expression making others feel his inner thoughts were deep and hard to gauge. Are you sure destroying the narrow gate will end the war with the lords? You also know the narrow gate isn't the only path to chaos. The blue-haired man's expression turned a bit ugly as he thought, No way, that's too difficult. He spoke up, But that is impossible. Jae-hwan replied with a serious face, What I mean is we must prepare for every scenario. Sierra couldn't take it anymore and lunged, grabbing his collar and shouting, "I said I'm not going!" He looked helpless as she grabbed him. Nearby, another person came over to Chung-hae, who was lying unconscious on the ground after being tormented by Sierra, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Good heavens!" Jae-hwan coldly laid down his condition. "Don't you want to know what's beyond the 8th gate? If you help me, I'll tell you what I saw behind that 8th gate." Finding the deal profitable, she agreed immediately. Afterward, the four of them gathered in Sierra's private research room. The laboratory was filled with various types of equipment neatly arranged on the tables. The three men in her lab were poking around and exploring. One held something up and said, "Oh, this is truly... how disgusting! Ugh, nightmares are so narcissistic." On the other side, Sierra was working on something. Seeing them touching her things and commenting, she shouted, "I told you all not to touch anything!" Then the girl blushed and made an excuse. I didn't make that myself, okay? My godfather made it for me." After saying that, Sierra turned away, secretly blaming herself. She couldn't believe she let strangers into her private lab. She wished their request hadn't been to use her warp drive to get to the Resurrection Palace, but she wished she didn't have to use the warp engine in her private lab to teleport across such a long distance. A warp engine can be understood as an engine that bends space, allowing an object to move from one point to another instead of using Newtonian propulsion. In this context, it's like instant teleportation between multi-dimensional spaces. Chung-hae covered his mouth and laughed. "Hexagonal? Look at this. This lady even built a tower like this." A control panel appeared with product info. Name: the one who regressed countless times. Details: after regressing countless times, you will enter the Great Land Invasion, blessed by the legendary nightmare, Sierra Omiko. Seeing her work being mocked, she screamed, "Ah, I told you guys not to look." Fuming with anger, she said, "Don't look. I was only 1,200 years old when I made that thing." Hearing that, Cayman let out an "oh." Looking at the silly items she created, he doubted, is she really one of the 500 infamous nightmares? Seeing Cayman's judgmental gaze, she flared up again. "Hey, you! What's with that look? Are you treating me like a joke?" Jae-hwan picked up another object to examine. He held it in his hand but didn't understand how it worked. The system panel showed product name, the non-cultivating farmer. Details: oh no, the friend standing next to me is a farmer? Something bad is about to happen. She was still standing to the side, yelling, "Sit still for me, will you?" Sierra lowered her head, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Her heart crumbled. "I'd rather do a striptease than this." Chung-hae spoke up. "Seeing things like this and still feeling nothing. I really have grown old." Beside him, Cayman crossed his arms and replied, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Meanwhile, Sierra thought sadly, even so, it's still not quite right. These four. They were all products I created. Things stuck in my creative void. She leaned her arms on the table, looking at the models she had made. Then she picked up a model, thinking of the things she once loved. At this thought, she gripped the model in her hand and slammed it onto the table. Finally, the workshop of a nightmare specialized in creating such things had completely broken down. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking her painful memories. Jae-hwan approached her and asked, "Hey, what is the name of this tower?" She looked up, her face filled with sadness. The tower Jae-hwan was asking about was The World After the Fall. That's the name of the tower, though it's not yet finished. She thought back to the tower's birth. That tower formed in my mind the first time I saw that person. But to be honest, I can't imagine how he would feel looking at it. A staircase appeared with a faint pink light. Sierra continued her thoughts. That said, I never thought about a tower from an adapter's perspective, not even once. Then she told the other three, "The connection is complete. Get in." Looking at her three companions' faces, she thought, I don't know why, but my heart feels strange. It feels like something has gone off track. I'm not quite sure, but when my godfather, Mullo, joined the expedition back then, was it because of a feeling like this? The scene shifts to a mountain range covered in a dreamy purple hue, and and in a cave filled with flowers lining the path at the Resurrection Palace. Loud shouting and brawling could be heard. "Hey, get in line! You just cut the queue!" The Lord, finding them too boring, covered his mouth and yawned. "How ridiculous! If I were them, I'd have charged straight for the fruit warehouse instead of lining up like this," he spoke up. "After struggling for half a year, one should think about giving up, right?" The subordinate standing next to him said, "But Lord, you've been waiting until the 3rd year yourself." He was the 72nd Lord of the Resurrection Palace, the Lord of Fog Hastmeyer. He spoke up, "It's not that I won't restore the Resurrection Palace to its former glory. I'm just doing my duty here." Hearing the Lord speak like that, the two subordinates said in unison, "Isn't that the same thing?" "Lord, your situation and ours are exactly the same." Hearing them bad-mouthing him, the Lord got angry and gathered power in his palm. "You arrogant bastards!" Then he launched an attack at his subordinates. The two were hit by the strike and gasped in panic. I can't breathe!" With a sharp look, he said, "Do you want to die?" Now the subordinates knew what fear was. They hastily knelt and begged for mercy. "Please forgive us! Forgive your subordinates!" He withdrew the technique and thought, "This is useless. If not for that agreement, I wouldn't be rotting here forever." The lords who fell in war and came to chaos established a duty called the Lord of the Resurrection Palace. This duty is decided after the departure or arrival in chaos of any other new lord. He cried out helplessly, "Let the next lord appear quickly so I can escape this mess." He thought further. Besides, there have been strange rumors about the jade-faced king joining the rebels of chaos. The reason being the jade-faced king was defeated by an awakened from Gorgon, because those people are conducting a life-or-death expedition or something to attack the Resurrection Palace again. He laughed mockingly. "It makes no sense. Those people wouldn't dare come here." Of course, it's clear something happened, as lords from other regions have already arrived here through the narrow gate. Because of my duty as the Lord of the Resurrection Palace, I still can't leave this place. It's annoying there's no way to confirm anything. Suddenly, one of the people in the crowd noticed something. His eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, the gate behind them exploded. The explosion shook the entire Resurrection Palace. The Lord was so angry his veins were bulging. He stood up abruptly and roared, "Who is it?" He turned into a whirlwind and flew toward the site of the incident. He thought while flying, dealing with two fronts at the same time? That means the intruder must have strength at least on par with mine. He lunged toward the source of the commotion. The Lord called out, "You are the one known as the Lord of Gorgon, right?" However, he was slightly surprised. A water-type element? Water droplets converged to create a powerful vortex. Seeing Cayman, he shouted, "It's you!" He saw who had arrived and gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fury. Cayman spoke up as a greeting, "It's been quite a while, hasn't it?" 3 people slowly approached, Jae-hwan's hair fluttering in the wind. Cayman said sharply, "Lord of Fog." Chung-hae also dragged a large glaive along to join the fray. The 3 stepped forward aggressively. Cayman, leading the way, spoke out clearly, "We are here to settle a 900-year-old grudge." The Lord and Cayman wasted no more words and lunged at each other in a one-on-one duel. The Lord accumulated a powerful aura in his mouth. Then he opened his mouth wide and blew a powerful gust of air toward Cayman. Cayman refused to be outdone, standing firm against that powerful gust. He was blasted by the massive white mist and felt extremely uncomfortable. "I can't see anything." The aura rushed toward Cayman continuously like rolling waves. He gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed inwardly. "Damn it!" Sweat began to bead on his face. Cayman thought to himself, "Even after all this training, I still can't predict the movements of any of them." His eyes showed a sense of helplessness he had never felt before. Suddenly a memory flashed in his mind. The image of Jae-hwan saying firmly, "You can do it." Trusting only in those words, Cayman regained his spirit and gripped the blade in his hand tightly. He closed his eyes, encouraging himself, Trust in your own senses." Immediately after, the Lord appeared right behind Cayman. His sharp eyes snapped open. He launched a fatal strike, lunging directly at the Lord of Fog. He quickly sent the Lord flying far away. The Lord hadn't anticipated this situation and cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" With a fierce expression, he asked, "Did you predict my next move?" The Lord's face grew furious, veins slowly bulging on his forehead. He said to Cayman, "You reckless bastard!" Suddenly a voice rang out as a reminder, "Hey, old man, I'm going to use the nightmare to head straight to the Palace of Joy. Jae-hwan, witnessing the fight from the outside, said firmly, Kamen can handle it. Sierra, behind him, looked around, confused. I can't see anything at all. This is no fun. She then confirmed Jae-hwan's words. That's right. Chung-hae reminded the two. The Palace of Joy and the Narrow Gate are located on the highest floor of the Resurrection Palace. Deep inside is the fruit of resurrection. Be careful. The energy coming from the Palace of Joy is not normal at all. Kamen and I will try to minimize the number of monarchs reaching the Palace of Joy. Suddenly, the ground at the Resurrection Palace shook violently. Two strange beings began to step forward. Oh my! The two who approached were the Firewheel Monarch and the Seven Hunger Monarch. The Firewheel Monarch smirked and said, It's quite noisy here. The Seven Hunger Monarch beside him let out a humph in agreement. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind the smoke in the distance. The Seven Hunger Monarch called out toward the shadow, I know you're there! A sharp sword emerged from the darkness. Chung-hae, holding his sharp and powerful sword, ran straight forward. A single slash of his sword caused everything around to shatter. The Seven Hunger Monarch looked at Chung-hae's strike and said disdainfully, Desperate divine physician? We were ordered to bring back the Lord of Gorgon, but all we find here is a weak old man? The Firewheel Monarch also frowned and spoke threateningly. How dare you attack the Resurrection Palace? Are you tired of living? Chung-hae frowned, thinking to himself, They avoided my blade so easily. I can't afford to be careless. The Firewheel Monarch spoke arrogantly and loudly. It's not too late yet. Hand over the Lord of Gorgon. The Seven Hunger Monarch also spoke somberly. Even if you can face both of us combined, you won't be able to do anything against the Brigadier General guarding the fruit of resurrection. Having finished speaking, the two tilted their faces back smugly, their expressions filled with mockery toward Chung-hae. Hearing their mockery, the old man felt a surge of anger. He gripped his blade tightly and growled, Instead of talking trash, just come at me. Immediately after, Chung-hae's beastly aura manifested and lunged powerfully toward them. Switching to a different scene, incense continuously spreads its fragrance throughout the room where girls are joyfully laughing and chatting with each other. This is the scene inside the Resurrection Palace's Joy Palace. Everyone is happily drinking together, and each lord is served by beautiful ladies. In the middle of the merry atmosphere, a voice rings out, breaking the mood. Excuse me, it seems things at the main gate are going a bit unexpectedly. Should we go take a look? The one who made the suggestion is the minor lord of Dam, Rika. The second dragon monarch, enjoying himself, didn't want to go and said sternly, Forget it. Hast Meyer will handle them. The fourth dragon monarch added, the ladies from Chaos are truly top tier. The third dragon monarch agreed. It would be a shame to come to Chaos and not stop by here. The fifth dragon monarch excitedly said, Anyway, it would be quite troublesome if we were castrated by the Queen's alliance of the all-powerful land. I don't want to be permanently incapacitated because of such stupid things. Wine was poured to the brim. They all laughed together and continued their fun. Suddenly a voice rang out, What is with these people from Chaos? It's so wonderful here, the first dragon monarch said. Wine was poured to the brim and their revelry began again. While they were happy inside, the minor Lord Rika was extremely worried. He thought to himself that the situation hadn't looked good for a while. He asked softly, Should we go outside and check now? The fifth dragon monarch said irritably, The master of the Resurrection Palace will handle everything. Don't ruin our fun. Enjoy yourself, minor lord. Hearing that, he shouted angrily, If something happens, how will we handle the consequences? The great generals were ordered to protect the Resurrection Palace. Before he could finish his sentence, a wine cup was thrown at him from nowhere. The first dragon monarch's face darkened as he warned, You're being too noisy. Shut up and sit still. Don't ruin our mood. If you care so much, then go see for yourself. But the minor lord looked at them with eyes full of fear. His fingers holding his staff were trembling. The first dragon monarch smirked and asked, What, you want to step up? All the others also broke into dangerous smiles, casting murderous glares toward the pitiful minor lord. The hand holding the staff trembled even more. The minor lord shook with anger, but still managed a forced smile. No, sir. Then I will go alone right away. After the minor lord left, mocking laughter rang out from behind. Pathetic rat, haha. He cursed inwardly. You bastards. One day I will definitely have my revenge. But immediately after, a cold aura blew against the back of his neck. The entire palace began to shake. He turned around to see a terrifying figure appearing. The first dragon. Monarch's murderous gaze stared intently at him. Seeing this, his face filled with terror as he yelled, I'll go and come back quickly, ha ha ha! Then he ran away as fast as he could. An associate nearby praised him. Perfect. Big Brother really knows how to shut people up. He opened his mouth and said, I hate noise the most. The murderous aura he generated made the two girls in his arms tremble with fear. Afterward, they laughed and mocked each other. That stupid little rat, ha ha ha! The flames in the palace were burning brightly. Then suddenly a streak of light flashed across, causing the flames to gradually be blown away. The first dragon's sharp eyes seemed to detect something. The second dragon monarch also looked up. His flirtatious eyes turned to shock as if he had just seen something terrifying. Above them was a group of people. Jae-hwan was forcefully breaking in. Seeing the strangers, the fifth dragon monarch's eyes bulged as he asked, Who are they? The third dragon monarch also cursed angrily. Damn it! Jae-hwan delivered a lethal strike right into the middle of the group. The crowd warned each other to move out of the way. A fierce fire erupted, causing everything to shatter. All objects were sent flying into the distance. The second dragon monarch covered his eyes, gritting his teeth in fury. Surrounding rocks and debris were smashed and flew in all directions. Standing amidst the wreckage, Jae-hwan and the first dragon monarch stared at each other with hostility. His face remained cold and emotionless as he sized up his opponent. The first dragon monarch wasn't as calm. He growled each word. You must be the Lord of Gorgon. He replied loudly, That's right. The first dragon monarch smirked disdainfully. You actually dared to come all the way here. You must be crazy. He gently set his wine cup down and continued, Did you come here to fulfill your promise? Jae-hwan smirked back. No. Sierra, flying above, also felt disdain. She said mockingly, Your hobbies are truly disgusting. He narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, I've come to kill you all. He heard what he said, but his expression showed no fear. His contempt for Jae-hwan was evident in his smile as he asked again to make sure he hadn't misheard, You're going to kill us? How could a lowly being of chaos dare? While he was being arrogant, a red monster slowly emerged from behind the great monarch. Seeing the monster approaching, Sierra shouted in panic, Watch out! Looking at that monster, Jae-hwan hesitated for a moment. The monster lunged forward and attacked him with extreme ferocity. It caught him off guard, sending him flying straight into the wall. He quickly stood back up. He thrust his sword into the ground to use as leverage against the monster's violent gale. Suddenly, he saw something that left him somewhat stunned. Taking advantage of Jae-hwan's weakness, the fifth dragon monarch ran toward him at full speed, shouting, So arrogant and conceited! The second dragon monarch also charged with his blade, questioning, How dare you attack the Resurrection Palace? Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Jae-hwan quickly jumped away to dodge the strike. The surrounding ground was slashed and gradually shattered. He tried to use all his speed to get as far away from that spot as possible. After escaping the danger, he crouched down and pressed his hand against the ground to break his momentum. Jae-hwan's fierce expression emerged through the chaotic clouds of dust. The first dragon monarch walked toward him and ordered, Get up. He looked down at him from above as if looking at a tiny ant. You will pay for daring to disturb my pleasure. Keep resisting. The others laughed out loud at the sight of Jae-hwan's pathetic state, but his eyes had turned dark. His eyes turned dark. The first dragon monarch ordered the others, Everyone attack! As soon as the command was given, the first dragon's subordinates launched a barrage of deadly strikes at Jae-hwan, not giving him a second to rest. He used all his strength to fend off the group's attacks. Seeing his weak resistance, the fifth dragon sneered in contempt. Stupid. No matter how strong an attack is, it's useless if it hits directly. He looked at them, feeling a surge of inward rage. These bastards. They were attacking him non-stop. It was so annoying. One was attacking him head-on, while another was ambushing from behind, surely trying to crush him into a meat pie. The third dragon roared, Die! Then a powerful red sword strike was swung toward Jae-hwan. Even the fifth dragon below felt flustered and afraid. His eyes glared as he gritted his teeth. This time he was truly angry. He countered with extreme force, delivering a direct kick to the man's face that dislocated his jaw. They were sent flying through the air for hundreds of meters. Suddenly, a thick, long red cord flew straight at him with immense destructive power. It grazed past his face. The cord continuously lashed out in all directions with the intent to strike Jae-hwan down. The second dragon monarch continued to exert his power. He boasted smugly, "No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat us alone." He didn't hesitate to let Jae-hwan know of their brother's achievements. "Even the commander-in-chief couldn't defeat us." Jae-hwan heard their words and realized a truth. "Yeah, it's just as you said. By myself, it's a bit of a struggle to fight you right now." At this point, his body was covered in numerous wounds of various sizes. Then he slowly continued, and at that moment he summoned his divine sword. A blinding light of pale blue appeared, enveloping his entire body. This left everyone in the Resurrection Palace somewhat stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. A flash of murderous intent appeared deep in his eyes. Jae-hwan spoke each final word calmly, like a bell announcing the tragic fate about to befall those minions. "I'll blow you all away together." He swung his blade down decisively. A single swing of Jae-hwan's sword with immense force caused everything around to shatter. The pillars and beams of the palace roof shook violently. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Outside, Chung-hae was fending off the attacks of those two omens when he heard the explosion. He thought to himself, "That explosion. Has that kid started fighting too?" Now, the surroundings were filled with nothing but the sounds of destruction. The debris and dust around became thick and hazy. After that last attack, Jae-hwan's strength had significantly depleted. He coughed tiredly. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rang out. "How unfortunate." He heard it and was slightly startled by the situation. A foot slowly stepped forward. Jae-hwan looked at him with an expression of utter confusion. The group that had just experienced Jae-hwan's storm was not only unafraid, but was laughing in delight. It turned out the first dragon had created a red barrier circle to protect them. The first dragon's sharp, piercing gaze met Jae-hwan's eyes directly. Inside the Resurrection Palace, smoke, illusions, and dust swirled and blurred everything. Sierra, witnessing the battle firsthand from the outside, thought to herself, "He can actually deflect that power. Are the guardians of the Resurrection Palace all this strong?" The first dragon spoke in a cold voice. "I didn't expect you to attack the Resurrection Palace with such petty tricks." He stood there valiantly without a single wound, saying in a threatening tone, "You are insulting us. I will show you the difference in power, you insect." From the sword the first dragon thrust into the ground, thousands of red sparks emitted. The second dragon, relying on his big brother's presence, also took on a sharp, mocking expression toward his opponent. All the brothers seemed to merge together as a terrifying surge of red power rose up, causing the surrounding ground to crack and debris to fly everywhere. Jae-hwan shielded his eyes and gritted his teeth, holding his ground against the terrifying power before him. The first dragon spoke up again to remind him, "Behold, this is your honor." A beast gradually appeared with razor-sharp claws. Its eyes were blood-red as if containing thousands of murderous beams. It felt like its gaze alone could kill hundreds of people at once. He saw this creature and was somewhat surprised. The first dragon continued, "This technique is too noble to be used for your punishment. You'd better try your absolute best." A three-eyed dragon, its entire body covered in a striking red glow, opened its mouth wide and flew straight at Jae-hwan, intending to devour him. His eyes widened as he looked at the massive monster wanting to eat him alive. After being frozen for a few seconds, he quickly regained his composure, dodging and leaping to avoid the monster's attack. The foolish dragon, following its momentum, crashed into a pile of rocks, sending them flying, while Jae-hwan nimbly leaped onto the dragon's back. Not giving it a chance to attack a second time, he quickly regained the initiative, gritting his teeth and channeling all his power. Then a powerful attack was swung toward the monster. The two forces collided, but it seemed that attack was merely like an itch to it. The creature spoke up mockingly, "Jae-hwan, do you think—" Seeing that the monster remained unharmed, he quickly drew his sword, intending to stab it once more. But it wouldn't let him carry out his intention. It roared in fury. "Do you think you can touch me with that pathetic level?" Its roar alone was enough to send him flying hundreds of meters away. Jae-hwan quickly thrust his sword into the ground to regain his balance. He looked up at it as if seeing something truly terrifying. His facial expression changed instantly. The dragon was no longer in the mood for cat-and-mouse games. It unleashed its ultimate move, opening its mouth to release a massive surge of power. Aiming straight at Jae-hwan, the colossal power spewed from the dragon's mouth at the speed of light, targeting the opponent forcefully. The massive power just released caused everything inside the palace to explode. The dragon's power was unleashed in continuous waves. Explosions occurred repeatedly within the palace. Flames gradually rose following these attacks. Jae-hwan still gritted his teeth, enduring the dragon's attacks while searching for an opportunity to turn the tables. The roof inside the Resurrection Palace shook violently. Dust and debris from the ceiling gradually fell. Continuous surges of power were sent forth, causing rocks and stones to fly in all directions. The palace was no longer as sturdy and luxurious as it was at the beginning. Now it shook violently and looked like it could collapse at any moment. The entire palace was now nothing but a chaotic mess. The dragon continued to extend its sharp claws. It spoke with mock regret, truly a pity. If you had hidden a bit better, you might have kept your life longer. But it was that arrogant attitude that killed you. A giant hand reached down from the sky as if to crush him. But Jae-hwan wasn't finished. He kicked it in the face while one hand gripped its head. His eyes were sharp as he said, "It's my turn." Hearing that he still stubbornly wanted to fight, the dragon said in shock, "What? You haven't learned your lesson yet? Your attacks won't even scratch me." With a somber face, he said, "You'll find out after I strike." Then he gathered power into his sword. A golden flame appeared, instantly shattering their protective barrier. The dragon trembled, thinking, he focused his attack on a single point. How dangerous. After the barrier broke, he roared in fury, "You insect! Did you think I would let you get away with this?" It tried to soar in a loop, swinging its body forcefully toward Jae-hwan. The impact crushed the surrounding rocks into rubble. But when it looked down, he was nowhere to be found. He had completely vanished. The dragon panicked and looked behind. Jae-hwan was already there. He lunged at it like lightning. "You talk too much." Caught off guard, the dragon fell into a state of confusion. A fatal blow lunged straight toward the dragon. The entire Resurrection Palace shattered into 100 pieces. On this side, Kamen saw it and breathed a sigh of relief. He said joyfully, "It seems the Lord did it." Chung-ha was also relieved. "Everything seems quiet now. Looks like that kid did a good job." Sitting on the ground while massaging his prosthetic limb, he said, "Following him around is making me exhausted." The Resurrection Palace had now become a scene of ruin and chaos. After that attack, the dragon still had enough strength to hover in the air. Jae-hwan still gripped his sword tightly. Sierra, hiding behind a pillar, thought to herself, "I thought he was being reckless, bringing only 4 people to attack the Resurrection Palace." The great dragon gradually reverted to his original form. He panted heavily and cursed, "Damn it!" He said angrily, "I will definitely make you regret this. I will never forget this humiliation." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "This isn't over. I will definitely come back and tear you apart. No matter what you do, we are immortal." Hearing this, Jae-hwan replied loudly, "You're right. You have passed through the narrow gate." The great dragon was startled. "You know?" Then he burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Then you know there's nothing you can do. Once our bodies and souls are linked to the brain, we are immortal." A golden aura emitted from the great dragon's eyes. He continued, "That's because we've obtained our true forms in the all-powerful land." Jae-hwan swung a strike toward the great dragon and reminded him, "It's too late for regrets." The great dragon froze. "What?" A golden link was severed. He clutched the side of his face and screamed, "You cut the link?" Jae-hwan now stood before him like a demon. He asked nonchalantly, "How does it feel? What does it feel like to truly face death?" The great dragon looked at his hands. They were slowly dissolving. He stuttered for a few seconds. I don't believe you can sever a soul link. It's impossible. I don't want to die." From his eyes, one could see despair slowly taking over. The great dragon finally knew fear and screamed, "Fine. What do you want? Skills? Status? Just say it and I'll ask the great king to grant it to you." The great dragon's brothers lay on the ground, groaning, "Great dragon monarch." The great dragon added hastily, "I'll talk to the Panhyun monarch. He'll agree to all my requests. I'll do anything you want as long as you spare my life." Sierra, hearing his words from afar, looked on in stunned silence. Where was the majestic great dragon monarch who treated everyone like ants just hours ago? He continued, I will never touch chaos again. Not wanting to hear any more nonsense, Jae-hwan decisively delivered a final sword strike. His eyes widened in terror as he let out a final cry. With one slash, everything fell into nothingness. The great dragon's life ended there. Minor Lord Rika stood aside, stunned. He thought, impossible. One of the 5 dragon kings is dead. He thought back to how he had only just checked the main gate and returned because of the noise. Severing a soul link. What kind of monster is he? At that thought, he hurried to leave. In that case, I must quickly report this to the other monarchs. Before he could take 2 steps, Chung-hae was already standing behind him like a ghost. He whispered, Who are you lurking around here like a little rat? Chung-hae's sudden appearance made Rika jump and scream. The old man glared again and questioned Rika. Why? Who were you planning to report to? From Jae-hwan's side, a voice called out, Master! Kamen returned with someone slung over his shoulder to report the results. I, Kamen, leader of the South Sea Union, have returned after completing the mission. Beside him, Chung-hae asked grumpily, Do you enjoy bossing around your elders? My back is about to break. Hearing that, Jae-hwan praised them. Well done, Kamen and old man. Chung-hae, annoyed at being called old, replied, Ha, you really know how to choose your words. We captured them alive as you requested. It was quite a challenge. Then a group of captives was thrown down in front of Rika. Chung-hae kicked Rika's rear and said, Phew, you're heavy as hell. Jae-hwan looked down at him and asked, Who is this? Chung-hae replied, He kept poking his head out the door, so I just grabbed him and brought him along. Sierra thought for a moment before speaking up. Ah, I remember now. He's Minor Lord Rika. His soul power reaches the monarch level, but everyone despises him because his skills are pathetic. He's known as the weakest pseudo-monarch. Chung-hae agreed. No wonder he's so weak. Putting that aside, kid, why did you want us to capture these guys alive? Jae-hwan replied with a dark expression. Because I need to make sure they truly die. With that, he drew his sword and unleashed his techniques upon each of them, leaving no survivors. His sword strikes were decisive and fluid, like flowing water and drifting clouds. The sight left Rika trembling in the corner. He thought to himself, This is a nightmare. Tears began to fall uncontrollably like rain. It is known that after the Resurrection Palace appeared, the monarchs achieved immortality. Because of a limited lifespan, mortals must count the days until they die. But monarchs, granted infinite destiny by the fruit, do not need to do that. That immortality made us forget about death for the past 900 years. Rika thought in terror, but I will soon die at the hands of this man. I am truly terrified of death, something I had forgotten for so long. The old man kowtowed repeatedly, begging for his life. Please spare me, I didn't mean to cause trouble. Looking at him, Jae-hwan stood there helplessly. Sierra, behind him, asked in wonder, What are you doing? Aren't you going to kill him? Rika's eyes looked at him with desperate hope. Seeing his pathetic state, Jae-hwan sheathed his sword. I'll spare him for now. I need a witness anyway. Where are the fruits? Hearing the question, Rika stood up trembling, unable to believe he was being left alive. Yes, sir. The fruits are... The fruits. He pointed toward a spot and said, Over there. He pointed toward the ceiling and continued. They keep them in the dome. It's called the Inverse Dome, created by a famous master-level succubus. I heard it generates infinite passcodes. Without the now-deceased palace master, it's nearly impossible to unlock. But things would be different with a master-level nightmare. Hearing this, Sierra excitedly pointed at herself. Right here, over here! Jae-hwan glanced at her and said, I see. Then I'll just try to pierce through it. It's not that easy, but it's the only way. As he prepared his stance to lunge with his sword, a shout interrupted him. Hey, kid! You better control the force of your strike! Beside him, Kamen covered his face in annoyance. Damn it, if only we had a famous master-level nightmare. Sierra huffed and questioned, I'm right here, aren't I? With that, she began typing on a keyboard with incredible speed. After a moment of typing, she said, I've unlocked it. Seeing this, Jae-hwan remarked helplessly. This dome is flimsier than I thought. Hearing that, Sierra yelled back indignantly. What? It's because I'm amazing, okay? Light descended from the dome, causing everyone below to look up. Jae-hwan watched with high expectations. Sierra excitedly shielded her eyes from the glow. Kamen also stepped forward, looking toward the light. It was known that the Abyss expedition team set out solely to obtain that item. Kamen's eyes widened in anticipation. He recalled everything that had happened during that journey. After such a long time, we have finally achieved it. The dome slowly opened, and the fruit everyone spoke of fell slowly into Kamen's hands. He held the fruit in his hands, his expression hard to describe. Jae-hwan looked at the number of fruits that fell and wondered, is this all of them? It's fewer than I expected. Chung-hae spoke up. Since they've been using them for 900 years, I guess the supply is nearly gone. This amount isn't even enough to share among the people in Gorgon, let alone all of Chaos. Kamen looked a bit crestfallen hearing that. Jae-hwan noticed the sadness on Kamen's face. Jae-hwan said, if you want it, you can have it. Kamen was surprised by his words. His eyes stared intently at Jae-hwan. With a calm face, Jae-hwan continued, you deserve to have your life back. The other two in the team were also extremely surprised. He added leisurely, make your own choice. Kamen was deeply moved by his words. Kamen looked at his own reflection on the fruit and thought, it's been so long. It was a long war and I had to overcome countless hardships. Many lives were sacrificed and so much humiliation was endured just to seize this forbidden fruit. This is the reward for all that time. But having thought that, Kamen immediately crushed the resurrection fruit in his hand. Everyone was stunned by his sudden action. Chung-hae nearly fainted at the sight, while Rika and Sierra were equally shocked. Jae-hwan alone remained silent, his expression not changing in the slightest. Sierra questioned him in a panic. What do you think you're doing? Beside her, Rika was in heavy shock. The forbidden fruit, Jae-hwan asked in a soft voice. Kamen, tell me, why did you destroy the resurrection fruit? When asked, he remained silent for a few seconds. Then he finally replied, because there were only 10 fruits left. The moment I held them, I realized these 10 fruits would only sow conflict. Everyone would fight each other just to be one of the 10 to be resurrected. If that happened, chaos would never be saved. Jae-hwan felt a secret sense of satisfaction hearing his answer. He thought to himself, that must have been a very difficult decision. Kamen asked softly, Master, may I handle the rest of the fruits myself? Jae-hwan thought, this isn't something just anyone could do, but it must be carried out by someone from Chaos. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and nodded slightly. All the remaining fruits were destroyed under Kamen's feet. That was the reason Jae-hwan had brought Kamen along. Seeing this, Chung-hae said helplessly, the others are going to be in total shock when they see this. Jae-hwan was silent for a moment. He knew from the start he would do this because Kamen would choose his own despair and seek salvation within it. He asked Kamen one last time, you won't regret it? Kamen laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, that will never happen. Suddenly, Jae-hwan saw something and shouted, Kamen! Chung-hae couldn't hide his confusion at the sight. A powerful beam of light lunged forward, shaking the surrounding ground and rocks. Sierra shielded her eyes and shouted in confusion, what the hell? After the light vanished, he froze at the sight before him. He shouted Kamen's name, but there was no response. Kamen was now knocked unconscious, lying flat on the ground. A loud shout suddenly rang out, you filthy insects! Hearing the voice, Chung-hae and Sierra turned to look. A creature appeared, with white fur as round as a cotton ball. The newcomer was the Gale General, Monarch Cannell, a 10th-tier adapter. He said, how dare you lay hands on the fruit? Chung-hae panicked and shouted, wake up, Kamen! But as soon as he finished speaking, a direct blow struck the old man. A plume of black smoke dove straight down from the palace roof. The second newcomer was the nameless general, Monarch Majimoto, a 10th-tier adapter. Chung-hae took the punch, clutched his head in pain, and tumbled to the ground. Jae-hwan saw this and called out worriedly, old man! A pair of feet stepped forward, and a voice said flatly, in the end, you still crossed the line. 3 figures appeared, aggressively approaching him. The Gale Monarch continued slowly. This has become an issue that even your life would not be enough to resolve. Rika hid behind a rock, his whole body trembling as he thought, the Samyonggaram. The Samyonggaram are one of the 3 sets of commanders of the 9th land. Who would have thought that the strongest commanders of the all-powerful land would personally come here? I have to hide. Now that those fruits are stolen, I might be killed too. Samson glared and called the names Kanel Majimoto. The two subordinates immediately understood. Kanel said, "That insect's head is mine." Majimoto, right behind him, followed up, "Just don't get in my way." Jae-hwan spoke loudly, "Sierra, take Cayman and the old man and go first." Majimoto heard this and sneered, "I don't think you have time to worry about anyone else." At that moment, a spectral hand lunged toward Jae-hwan and tightly coiled around him. Kanel growled, "Die!" Having said that, he lunged forward, attacking Jae-hwan repeatedly without giving him a second's rest, leaving him covered in wounds. Majimoto bared his sharp claws at Jae-hwan and warned him, "You have no way out." The two were evenly matched, both sides clashing without anyone yielding in the intense battle. Jae-hwan gritted his teeth, thinking, "He's too fast." He moved flexibly, dodging those incoming attacks. They fought without a clear victor. He thought they were on a completely different level compared to his previous opponents. Kanel stood to the side, laughing with delight. "I had high expectations when people talked about you becoming the Lord of Gorgon and all that, but your strength isn't much to look at." Kanel and Majimoto lunged at him, raining down blows, causing the world around them to shake violently as giant slabs of stone from the palace fell one by one. Covered in wounds, Jae-hwan struggled to fend off every attack from those two omens. Kanel mocked, "Or is it because you used all your strength just to defeat the 5 dragons?" Majimoto followed with a cold snort. No matter how much he pretends to be strong, he's still just a lowly insect. Sam Young quietly observed the situation and said flatly, "How disappointing." "End it," Majimoto agreed. "I was planning to do that even without you saying so." They both soared high into the air at the same time. Then they simultaneously dove down, lunging toward Jae-hwan. He growled, cursing them, "You bastards!" Jae-hwan recalled what the old man had told him. Truly a monster. Who would have thought you could split the thousands of years of Manticore's history in an instant? He exclaimed. This isn't just strength. It's on a continental scale. However, the old man also reminded him, "But listen, kid, you should limit the overuse of your soul power techniques." He warned that an awakened can use soul power without being bound, but the price to pay is the consumption of a certain amount of mental energy. Jae-hwan silently listened to the old man's rambling. "If you keep using such massive moves recklessly, you'll be the one falling first." But in such an emergency, Jae-hwan felt defiant. He gnashed his teeth. "These bastards are at the same level as when I first set foot in chaos. While they are still underestimating me, I must take them down as quickly as possible." Jae-hwan decided he would end this quickly by using all the power he had. He lunged at the two of them. Jae-hwan prepared his stance, ready for battle. Then, with one swing, he slashed his blade toward the two of them. Suddenly, red flashes of light appeared on his blade. His eyes turned deep red. Jae-hwan's blade seemed to open its mouth, preparing to snap at its prey. Jae-hwan let out a loud roar. He used the technique 5 consecutive strikes. The two were caught off guard. Their skin and scales were torn as they screamed in great pain. Following that, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Sam Young was extremely shocked to see this. The explosion was so terrifying that Sierra, even after running for a while, was still significantly affected. As the explosion gradually faded, in the place where the two had been, only white feathers remained, slowly drifting down. Samson witnessed it all and had to admire it. "I didn't expect you to be able to release such great power just by using soul energy. That's incredible." Jae-hwan stepped out from the ruins, his face looking exhausted. Samson spoke up. "It has been a long time." His face became unusually excited. "But a fight with you is worth trying." Sam Young remembered a long time ago, a nightmare had searched for the lords of the 12 lands. A step appeared as someone called him Sam Young Garam. All the lords rejected the nightmare's request, but he did not give up. At that time, he requested, "I want to meet the Panhyun monarch." The last land he set foot on was the 9th floor. He expressed his sincerity. "Please lend me your strength so I can climb the illusion tree." According to him, the value of existence and the emphasis on life in this world were extremely abnormal. "Please remember the rage and the things you had to endure when you were weak. What can this world change?" And his way was, if we destroy the first nightmare at the top of the illusion tree. After hearing this, Sam Young praised him. "Your ideal is quite beautiful." But he also immediately turned his back. "Now I understand why Pan Hyun didn't want to meet you." Sam Young sneered. The safe land is a place only for the strong. If you want to change it, show me your ability. He then recounted, the nightmare and I fought for 3 days and 3 nights. And on the 3rd day, Sam Young was covered in wounds. The battle was extremely fierce, but the nightmare looked completely normal. From then on, Sam Young saw him in a different light. I realized the strength of that nightmare. He looked at the collapsing Sam Young with regret. I can't believe a lord like you is a wanderer. What a pity. Back then, I thought if he was that strong without using magic, then it's obvious that he is fully qualified to mention the illusion tree. After that battle, the nightmare traveled throughout chaos. With his ideals, he rushed into the abyss with hopes of changing all 6 continents. Sam Young reminisced, but after the monarchs hid the fruit, there was no more news of that nightmare. Nothing changed. Jae-hwan, nearly losing his mind, charged at the enemy in front of him. His blade released an incredibly powerful soul energy, but Sam Young didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. I admit your attack is strong, he said, and then he blocked Jae-hwan's strike. But that's not enough. The 2 forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. Sam Young felt regret for such a talent. Even though you have strength in your hands, no one has taught you how to use it correctly. Jae-hwan thought in surprise. I can't believe he blocked it so easily. Sam Young sneered. At this level, you're no different from a child playing with a sword. He shifted quickly close to Jae-hwan, raised a fist, and asked defiantly, Isn't that right? Jae-hwan couldn't react in time. His punch sent Jae-hwan flying 100 meters. Jae-hwan let out a scream of agony. He slammed hard into the wall behind him. Sam Young wasn't satisfied yet and urged, Get up, it's not over yet. Jae-hwan spat out a mouthful of saliva. He hadn't collapsed yet and slowly stood up. Now his gaze was so cold it felt like it could freeze anyone who looked at the Lord of Gorgon. Sam Young beckoned with his hand, his face full of challenge. Show me just how strong you are to dare talk about the illusion tree. Jae-hwan glared at Sam Young, thinking, he's even more terrifying than 2 weapons combined. He felt incredibly shocked. The man hadn't even used any special skills. Even when reading him with the ultimate mind's eye, he could only see his combat experience and talent. Jae-hwan wondered, how can he be this strong? By what means? Jae-hwan quickly dashed toward Sam Young. Why? He asked, pointing his sword at him in doubt. Is he really this strong just through actual combat experience? Jae-hwan's gaze was intense, but Sam Young calmly said, I hope these reckless attacks aren't all you've got. A shadow dashed forward nimbly, but Sam Young still managed to dodge in time. Jae-hwan suddenly appeared behind him. He used a heaven-slaying strike against Sam Young, but the man only sneered, just more petty tricks. Sam Young took no damage at all. He turned around with full force. Then he threw a punch toward Jae-hwan. The punch carried terrifying destructive power. Jae-hwan was stunned. The man could counter heaven-slaying with just a single fist. Sam Young leaped into the air. He lunged at Jae-hwan with incredible speed. He landed a direct, powerful punch on Jae-hwan. Sam Young slowly touched down. He looked at Jae-hwan lying in pain on the ground and said, Soul energy attacks are useless against me. Sam Young felt like explaining, because the soul energy you're using is something the system cannot provide. He continued, yet those awakened are trying to destroy this system world. Sam Young covered Jae-hwan's eyes and mocked, That's why you don't know. He slowly lifted him up and introduced, This is the unique world of another dimension of thought. Jae-hwan thought dizzily, It's true. This guy's power is purer than soul energy itself. This world is the source of his strength. Looking into Sam Young's eyes, he realized the man himself was the source of the system world. Suddenly, Jae-hwan opened his eyes. A powerful aura radiated around him. It was the moon's eye technique. Sam Young wasn't very surprised. You're using another non-original technique? He slammed Jae-hwan hard onto the ground and mocked his stupidity. A unique world that doesn't know how to create from the source is no different from low-level sorcery. Jae-hwan was in immense pain. Then he was sent flying straight into the wall once again. Jae-hwan could only pant heavily. Sam Young approached, feeling bored. How disappointing. He channeled power into his hand. The awakening power I know, Sam Young said with contempt, isn't something someone like you can possess. Then he unleashed that massive power toward Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan had not collapsed yet. He quickly used his sword to block Sam's attack, but the force of the strike was too great, causing him immense suffering. Jae-hwan's hand seemed to have been scorched. He was pushed far back. Jae-hwan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his hand. Damn it, the moon's eye shockwave had no effect. Sam Young didn't want to drag it out any longer. He said, I thought I found a potential opponent, but this battle isn't interesting anymore. He urged, quickly, open your origin world, show me your power. Jae-hwan fell into deep thought. Origin? Then he realized it was the reward within the 8th gate of hell. And inside that room was the reward Mula had left behind, the Abyss Records. Jae-hwan had once admired that beautiful site, which recorded the story of the awakening stages. According to the principles of awakening, the keywords may change, but it still consists of 6 stages. Jae-hwan recalled the 6 stages created in order to destroy the existing world. Stage 1, doubt. Stage 2, understanding. Stage 3, submission. These were the first 3 stages of a decaying world. After the collapse of the old world, the next stages were meant to initiate a new world. Stage 4 to 6, origin. These were the 3 stages of origin, the second half of the process. Jae-hwan speculated that perhaps the next awakening stage was about to begin. He felt anxious, thinking, but I still don't truly understand what origin is. While he was at an impasse, Sam Young spoke up. You poor, ignorant fool. You cannot control your origin world. I cannot wait for the initiation to begin. He could no longer remain patient. Fine, I'll force it open and check it myself. Sierra, hiding behind the rocks, was terrified by what she saw. Jae-hwan gritted his teeth. He rushed forward in panic, reaching out his hand in desperation. No! Sam Young saw this and smiled. He was extremely excited. Sierra fearfully shielded the others. These lives were all they had. Jae-hwan stood in front of the rocks where his teammates were hiding. I'm different. I can respawn at any time. But to them, this world is... He swung his sword, preparing to protect everyone. Their only world! Sierra yelled in panic. That idiot! Then an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Flames roared and surged rapidly. The entire palace was submerged in a sea of fire. At this moment, Sierra was still conscious. She slowly searched the surroundings. Suddenly, Sierra cried out in shock, You! Smoke from the explosion radiated from Jae-hwan's entire body. His sword had also become deformed, but now only one thought remained in his mind. Their only world. He seemed to understand. Maybe I vaguely understand it now. Sam Young also had to look at him in a new light. Jae-hwan felt a strange emotion gradually entering his mind. The only world, growing up in parents' arms, going to school, making friends, crying, laughing, being sad, and then self-destructing, countless memories. Jae-hwan realized that his past self had never questioned the world he lived in. I exist because I didn't question the world. The world's system is built on certainty. This means what's necessary to begin origin is faith in one's own world. He gripped his sword tightly. Faith is the forgotten belief. For a world to be born, it needs an overwhelming faith. Jae-hwan learned a lesson. I can't do it alone. Not just my current self, but my past selves must also yearn for a new world. Sam Young felt he had wasted too much time. He attacked without waiting any longer. Right now, voices in Jae-hwan's mind were constantly reminding him, the world you're mentioning is fake. Stop running from reality. The world you live in isn't the world we exist in. We have no reason to help you. I can't convince all the me's in my memory. He decided, if that's the case, Jae-hwan gripped the sword tightly in his hand, looking at all of his versions. Jae-hwan said, if you guys won't help, his face was full of determination, then get lost. He would not try to convince them anymore. The outside of the building seemed to be in ruins. A loud noise rang out. The door slowly opened. At this moment, Jae-hwan was blown outside. He screamed in pain. A lightning-fast punch caught him off guard. Sam Young advanced quickly. He attacked continuously, leaving Jae-hwan only able to stay on the defensive. Each of his punches felt like they were claiming his life. Then he slowly landed on the ground. Sam Young exclaimed, "Oh my!" He looked at Jae-hwan and mocked, "Look at you struggling." Another version appeared beside him. "Listen," he spoke to him earnestly. "Are you planning to die so pathetically? If you die..." The version reminded him, all of us will disappear too. He reminded him of his past, watching loved ones slowly disappear. Have you forgotten? Memories flashed through his head, the hardships we had to overcome to get here. The kind version reminded him, don't do something stupid like this and then run away. Jae-hwan slowly stood up. Then he collapsed again. Even his other versions couldn't believe in him anymore. You look pathetic enough already. Sam Yong said disappointedly, I thought you could hold out longer. How disappointing. Jae-hwan thrust his sword hard into the ground. The version looked at him, and Sam Yong also anticipated his next move. Jae-hwan spoke. What? He slowly stood up and asked, Is disappointing? The other versions spoke in unison. He's lost his mind. I almost forgot we are all the same person. But in the end, those versions trusted him. All right, just this once. Sam Yong's face was extremely excited. The other versions looked at him and slowly turned into golden light. They gradually gathered inside Jae-hwan. The wound on his face slowly closed. Jae-hwan opened his eyes, which had turned purple. That technique is called Genesis. Sam Yong felt astonished. Sierra witnessed it from afar and couldn't help but feel afraid. This guy, he dares to open the Genesis skill. A giant eye appeared behind Jae-hwan. Stage 4. The ability to turn fiction into reality. The power from the sky gradually descended. That power, it radiated incredibly strong energy because it turned faith into reality. The power transforms into a sword. It slowly moved closer to Jae-hwan. He felt a massive surge of power. Jae-hwan immediately took the sword in his hand. Awakening Stage 4. Theory. Looking at the sword in Jae-hwan's hand, Sam Yong felt intrigued. So that is your unique world, he remarked. An appearance that goes against the principles of this world is perfectly described by the word fallen. His smile suddenly vanished. What a catastrophic world. A world created purely to destroy other worlds. Sam Yong stepped forward. He lunged toward Jae-hwan, but even so, Jae-hwan, refusing to back down, stepped forward. The result will still be the same. The punch and the sword of both sides collided, creating an incredibly massive pressure. But this time, Jae-hwan managed to block Sam Yong's punch. He was extremely excited, his face becoming terrifying. Finally, he exclaimed. A proper match. Jae-hwan dodged Sam Yong's technique. He continued to strike repeatedly. After fighting for a while, Sam Yong reminisced. The last time I was this excited was 1,000 years ago when I fought the nightmare. He laughed loudly. Thank you for helping me remember. Jae-hwan frowned. However, then his punch struck him, sending him flying far away. This should also come to an end. Jae-hwan took advantage of that momentum to run, causing Sam Yong to give chase. He found a wall and gained leverage. He turned back suddenly, making Sam Yong the one caught off guard this time. The two forces collided once again, creating a terrifying, earth-shattering explosion. Jae-hwan struggled to land. He tried to resist. I have always wondered. Jae-hwan gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Why, throughout this long life, must I always kill to survive? Sam Yong teleported quickly, reminding him, Over here! But fortunately, Jae-hwan dodged in time. Both continued to lunge at each other frantically. Jae-hwan thought to himself, everything I do. Both continued to exchange blows with the thought that if this person lives, the other must die. He remembered his childhood self, as if nothing could bind him in this world. Back then, he felt so free, Jae-hwan reminisced, simply because it was interesting. He was in the middle of a flashback when he suddenly heard laughter. Jae-hwan looked up. Before his eyes was Sam Yong's excited smile. He seemed to realize his own awkwardness and said insincerely, Oh, sorry about that. Jae-hwan smiled slightly. The feeling of excitement when meeting a worthy opponent, even in such a situation. He used all his strength to lunge at Sam Yong. He was no less competitive, laughing loudly. That's why, even if only a little, the two frantically lunged at each other, continuously seeking a way to kill the opponent. The weapons of both collided. This time even Sam Yong had to step back. Jae-hwan realized, this is it. He mocked him, Is this all the system can do? Sam Yong was no less defiant, shouting, No, there's much more! The two lunged at each other once again. The power of both was so terrifying that it radiated a massive force. Everything around was significantly affected. The glass panes of the building shattered into fragments. Sierra tried her best to shield the two who were still unconscious. After that collision, the scene was now just a mess of desolation. Laughter rang out. Ha ha! Sam Yong exclaimed, It's been thousands of years since I've been able to let loose like this. He said joyfully, Who would have thought I'd find an opponent like you in chaos? It's quite moving. Suddenly, Jae-hwan called out his full name, Sam Young-garam. Sam Yong was completely caught off guard. He replied, I could feel it while fighting you. Jae-hwan gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Just as I have used a pure thrust for over 1,000 years. He recalled each of his moves. You too have used only one technique for thousands of years. Jae-hwan felt a sense of regret. It's a pity. Someone like you is merely a simulation. It's unfortunate that a general like you is just a simulation. Sam Young was stunned, unable to believe it. His eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly he spoke up. I will ask you one question. He wanted to know his purpose. What do you hope to achieve from this place? Jae-hwan didn't hesitate. He was full of determination to reach the abyss. Now, Sam Young seemed to see the shadow of that nightmare within him. He smiled. Your answer is exactly the same as that nightmare's. Sam Young warned. The abyss is a place full of entities even more powerful than I. Sam Young's hand clenched into a fist. A place where even great lords have fallen. He gathered all the strength in his body. And it's a place that Nightmare could not conquer. Sam Young became even more fierce. The power within him erupted intensely. He shouted, You dare say you will achieve what they could not? That surge of power gradually enveloped Sam Young. It formed a giant vortex. Jae-hwan was also significantly affected. He backed away. A moment later, Sam Young had transformed into a different being. He clasped his hands as his wings spread wide. Jae-hwan couldn't help but be stunned at the sight. He was incredibly surprised. Sam Young sneered, Now then. He had now become a dark guardian, his entire being radiating terrifying power. He urged, Prove to me that you are a man of your word. Sierra, standing outside the battle, was also terrified. Oh my God. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Gatekeeper demigod, his rank completely surpasses that of a general. Sierra was certain that bastard had definitely become a high general. Sam Young summoned his sword. He said to Jae-hwan, Give me proof of your words, Lord of Gorgon. Sam Young gave a savage smile and raised his hand. A giant eye appeared in the sky. Jae-hwan thought to himself, the gatekeeper protecting the system world. A man obsessed with the system can summon something like that. His eyes turned purple. The moment I faced the gatekeeper, I realized one thing. A colored aura gradually spread out. His sword also became blindingly bright. I have lived until now to destroy this world. Sam Young saw his passion and found it interesting. Oh, Jae-hwan's sword now possessed the combined power of two blades. He thought to himself that he would put everything into a single attack. Jae-hwan let out a great shout. Sam Young was not to be outdone and charged forward. Jae-hwan used all his might to release the power from his sword. The two terrifying forces collided, creating a shockwave even more horrific than before. It blew away everything in its path. The surroundings suffered an enormous impact. Even Sierra struggled to remain standing. Sam Young praised him, not bad, but then he spoke with contempt. But you don't have enough strength to stop a gatekeeper of thousands of years. Once again, their powers clashed. This time, it was Sam Young who was shocked, because Jae-hwan's power was gradually becoming overwhelming. He let out a loud shout. His power shattered Sam Young's strength, making his avatar stand in shock. Then he screamed in immense pain. Slowly, his avatar began to dissipate. Sam Young could not believe his eyes. The Dark Guardian had... Then a voice called him back. Sam Young Garam? His eyes widened. Jae-hwan flicked his wrist and raised the sword in his hand. Then he spoke calmly, offering a final word. Have a safe journey. Jae-hwan pointed his sword toward him. The blade lunged forward rapidly. Seeing this, Sam Young showed no sign of fear. He laughed heartily. What a spectacular match. The sword pierced through him, creating a terrifying shockwave. Smoke billowed everywhere. Only ruins remained in the surroundings. As the black smoke cleared, a figure could be seen lying there. Sam Young muttered, He couldn't believe it. Have I lost? Sam Young gasped. Only in the final moments of life did that scene become so clear. He recalled the eye that monitors and reigns over all. He listed them off. The top of the illusion tree, the end of the abyss. A pair of feet appeared. It was the place where the first nightmare originated. Jae-hwan stepped forward and pointed his sword at him, to let him say his last words. That is also the place you must reach. Jae-hwan replied, No. He corrected the previous statement. That is the place I must destroy. Sam Young found it interesting. Is that so? Your world will surely become trivial within the abyss. That truth is even harder to accept than losing hope. He continued, No one wants to keep living after witnessing that, when that bizarre thing hangs suspended in the sky. Sam Young laughed heartily. But even so, as long as someone believes in your world, he felt Jae-hwan was choosing an extremely dangerous path. They will find what everyone else has lost, but in exchange, they will have to live in despair for the rest of their lives. Sam Yong felt his end was near and suggested, "Now sever the link before my body returns to the earth." Jae-hwan asked, "Any last words?" A stream of light entered Sam Yong. He warned, "If you safely reach the abyss, find Gen-ok and tell him this, and be careful of Miat. If he discovers you've initiated Genesis, he won't let it slide." Jae-hwan still had one question. "I'll ask you one last time. Why didn't you kill me?" He had noticed something unusual. "You had many chances to kill me before I reached the final stage of awakening. Why didn't you take them?" Sam Yong himself didn't know why he did it. The reason? Who knows? He recalled the moment he met that nightmare. He had pleaded, "Please lend me your strength to climb to the top of the illusion tree. Even if this world lacks existential value and the freshness of life, it is not trivial." He was full of determination and insisted that this world could still change. The nightmare revealed his plan. "If we destroy the first nightmare at the top of the illusion tree," but this world could not change. Only the final voice from the nightmare echoed in his mind for a long time. Was it the right answer for this world, or just your own perception? Ending the flashback, Sam Yong said to Jae-hwan, "Consider it as me having paid off my debt to Mulak." He also felt weary. This battle had dragged on long enough. He quickly urged Jae-hwan to end it. Jae-hwan's eyes were full of resolve. He gripped his sword tightly. On that day, exactly 917 years and 244 days after Mulak's Abyss expedition failed, Sierra carried the two unconscious people closer. Suddenly, Kamen regained consciousness. He only managed to see Sam Yong smile. Then he was stabbed to death. Chaos was finally liberated from the Resurrection Palace. Night fell upon the magnificent and majestic citadel. The people are bustling about. The atmosphere is incredibly joyful. They are clinking glasses with one another. Everyone is lightheartedly celebrating the Lord's victory. In another place, Jae-hwan spoke, giving him a start. "So you're still alive." He walked over slowly with a gift bag in hand. "I didn't see you at the last meeting, so I thought you were dead." The president of the Deep Forest Scholar Society saw it was Jae-hwan and joked, "If I were that easy to kill, I wouldn't be one of the 10 lords." Jae-hwan gave a gentle smile. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "I heard you took down Sam Young-garam." Jae-hwan didn't deny it. "Yeah." He gripped the corner of the blanket and honestly shared his feelings. From many perspectives, that man was a great lord. Jae-hwan asked calmly, "You knew him?" The president of the Scholar Society frowned and said thoughtfully, "Everyone from the Jagan clan knows the Sam Young clan well." He recounted the past. It was the Sam Young clan that pushed the Jagan clan out of the Great Land and took their place among the prestigious families. They are the clan that births the strongest warriors. He admired their solidarity. Because you attacked Sam Young-garam, a member of their clan, they couldn't stay idle and had to intervene. Jae-hwan placed a fruit basket on the table and reassured him, "Don't worry too much. Those people can't cross the boundary." He was surprised. "You mean..." The president of the Scholar Society suddenly realized. He shouted in shock, "Could it be that you have secured the narrow gate?" Jae-hwan answered frankly, "Yes." He explained, "So it is hard for them to reach chaos. To reach chaos alive, one must go through the narrow gate." The president of the Scholar Society reminded him, "But we can't be careless. Even without the narrow gate, they can still reach chaos." Jae-hwan interrupted, "I understand your concern, but if they dare to bet their lives just to catch me..." He smiled and turned his head. "Then it's worth taking note of." Then Jae-hwan walked away, not forgetting to leave a caring word, "Take care of yourself." The door slammed shut. The president of the Scholar Society laughed helplessly. "From the beginning until now, he is still a very mysterious person." Jae-hwan returned to his room. He gazed at the stars in the sky and fell into deep thought. Jae-hwan sighed. "It has been a long time since I returned to Gorgon." He felt pensive. So much had happened. Jae-hwan sighed, "And I unintentionally..." He looked at the pile of documents on the desk and frowned. "Became a lord, even though I still hate dealing with paperwork." Jae-hwan lamented, "These days are so busy." Even though Kamen handles these papers every day Jae-hwan disappears, the chief commander's heart skips a beat. The master has vanished again. Then returning, it's still Kamen who handles that pile of papers. The Minister of Law is crying. Jae-hwan remembered those things. Though he felt guilty, it wasn't much. The Lord, who hadn't rested his chin on his hand, thinking, being a lord is truly busy. Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. Hey, silly kid. He turned his head to look. He saw the old man and Cayman, who were quite tipsy. The old man said, We came here because this guy Cayman kept insisting on drinking with you. Cayman immediately fired back. When did I say that? You were the one who came up with the idea first. Hearing that, the old man turned back and angrily said to Cayman, Are you talking about my age? You mean at my age, I'd still be the one asking that kid to hang out with me? Cayman hurriedly confirmed, Well, yeah. The old man felt embarrassed. Ah, you're right. Cayman was speechless. But the old man wouldn't let himself lose, so he shouted, Did you think I'd say that, you dimwit? When an elder speaks, just listen. Say yes, sir, and bow low. Cayman was equally angry. If you want me to do that, then use some kind words. He also reminded him, And I'm 1,154 years old. I'm not a child. The old man wouldn't back down. And I'm 1,200 years old, you clown. The two forgot why they came and argued like children. What did you say? Jae-hwan watched them calmly. He thought to himself, Now then, and decided he should leave here soon. Jae-hwan looked through the window. A special feeling for this place had begun to kindle within him. I'm starting to feel attached to this place. Evening at the Citadel. The sound of rain pitter-pattering outside the window. Jae-hwan watched the raindrops falling thoughtfully. A voice reminded him, Lord, are you still listening? Jae-hwan, who was immersed in the scenery outside the window, was startled and asked, where were we? Cayman repeated, We were talking about the Nightmare Tower, Carpe Diem. Jae-hwan wondered, What about that tower? Cayman, hearing him ask that, was helpless. You really weren't paying attention at all. He repeated what he said once more. I was saying that the time dilation level in that place is too high. Jae-hwan was surprised. Carpe diem? Cayman said seriously. The number of suicides among those challenging the tower to awaken is increasing rapidly. Jae-hwan fell into deep thought. He thought to himself that it was understandable, since even from the first floor, the dilation was already 100 times. Being compressed in time for too long would harm the soul. Because enduring hundreds of years is no easy task, yet without effort, how could one obtain the power of awakening? Jae-hwan ordered Michael to adjust the dilation level, and he obeyed. He tapped his hand on the armrest and reminded him, Simply charging in and slashing won't lead to an immediate awakening. Don't forget to send this message to them. Jae-hwan then concluded, Continue the long-term training system for those who are awakening. As for the rest, just immediately remove those who had no desire to awaken from the start. Jae-hwan crossed his arms and suggested, Awakening isn't the only path. They can also try the way of adaptation. Cayman frowned and asked, Do you truly think so? He calmly replied, Everyone has different thoughts. Awakening isn't the only way to be saved. There are still those who choose to change themselves to survive. Afterward, a look of surprise appeared in Jae-hwan's eyes, as if he had realized something. He asked Cayman again, What? He held his arm behind his back, clenched his fist, and said hesitantly, Perhaps you already know. Cayman honestly answered, Not long ago I broke through to the 3rd level of awakening. Then suddenly Cayman's eyes turned sad. But from that moment on, I still haven't been able to see my own unique world. Jae-hwan was extremely surprised to hear that. That's impossible. He remembered that although the state would change depending on the ability of each individual subject, everyone who reached the threshold of submission would see a unique realm belonging only to them, which is the unique world. Jae-hwan fell into deep thought. Don't tell me your unique world is... He recalled what Sam Young had said, that even the soul power he used was just a type of power provided through the system. Yet those who awaken keep trying to break the laws of this world. That's why you people don't understand, that perhaps this world itself is someone else's unique world. Jae-hwan gradually understood and comforted Cayman. Don't worry too much. What if your unique world is this very system? Hearing that, Cayman asked to confirm, Is that even possible? He affirmed certainly, it's possible. Even I don't know everything about awakening. Cayman asked again, If my unique world is this system, will there come a day when I have to oppose you? Jae-hwan fell silent, then he smiled and said, If you truly want to protect this world, then it's very likely. Cayman's eyes widened. He asked, You really intend to bring this world to an end, don't you? Cayman seemed to have made a decision. He said, Lord, and slammed his hand down on the table. Cayman suggested with full determination, Please take me with you on this conquest. Jae-hwan felt extremely weary upon hearing that. He didn't expect to escape one trouble only to run into another. Even if you say that, his eyes were very discouraged. I just escaped from them and hid here. He recalled their pleas and felt a headache. Cayman had excitedly asked him, Lord, when is the next conquest? Take me with you. And the person he least expected also begged him, Me too, I beg you. Seeing him so discouraged, Cayman took out the law book to persuade him. According to Section 3, Article 14 of the Gorgon Law, all city gate patrol captains have the duty to protect the city in any emergency. Jae-hwan noticed an anomaly. But you aren't the North Gate patrol captain anymore. Speaking evasively, he also confessed that, Furthermore, I won't be the Lord for much longer. Jae-hwan announced, surprising Cayman, In 1 week I will leave this citadel. He paused and asked, Are you ready to take over the position of the next Lord? Not yet, Cayman said hastily. If you are no longer here, he predicted for certain, Gorgon will collapse. No, not just Gorgon, but the entirety of chaos. Jae-hwan reassured him, Don't worry, I've already anticipated that. He turned his head and said, Let's leave this room first. I need to complete one last thing as the Lord. In front of the Gorgon city gate, the rain poured down like a deluge. Each footstep was muffled by the heavy rain. A group of people dressed in black walked forward, unbothered by the rain. Everyone's face was sorrowful. Some could not hold back their tears and sobbed aloud. Seeing that Jae-hwan wasn't wearing a raincoat, the commander held a raincoat and said worriedly, Lord, you'll get wet. Jae-hwan reassured him, It's fine. Then he stepped up the stairs one by one. No matter how hard it rained, he stood on the platform and spoke clearly. Everyone, thank you very much for taking the time to come here. He expressed gratitude for the efforts everyone had contributed. We have tried our best to protect Gorgon. You have all worked hard. Jae-hwan declared, From this moment on, for the lives that have fallen to protect the city of Gorgon, those who have offered up their pure souls. In this moment, Jae-hwan seemed to have become a true lord. He announced, We will set aside 3 days to hold a farewell ceremony for them. He began to read each person's name along with their relics. Isaac Kendall. Hearing her son's name, the mother burst into tears. Next was a necklace belonging to Rachel Velder. Hearing her brother's name, the younger sister fell into despair. A broken hammer. But now they could only live on in the memories of those they loved most. When he finished reading the names of the fallen soldiers, Jae-hwan spoke. But seeing a tightly covered box, the citizens wondered, What's behind that? It's been here for a long time. As their lord, he spoke sincerely. Everyone, you did very well in the war. Jae-hwan also reminded them. However, as you all know, the war is not over yet. Immediately after, the mysterious curtain behind him was pulled back as he said solemnly, The war has only just begun. Seeing it, the citizens were terrified. The narrow gate? Why is that here? They cried out in unison, Please destroy it, Lord! Please destroy it! Seeing this, Jae-hwan only said calmly, It's too early to be surprised. There's more. They heard footsteps behind them. Everyone turned their heads at once. A person appeared with both hands tightly bound. Seeing this person, the citizens of Gorgon screamed in shock. Ah, a monarch from the all-powerful land. They gasped incessantly. My God, isn't that Lesser Monarch Vega? Jae-hwan slowly stepped down the stairs. The rain continued to pour down. He slowly approached him and drew his sword. Monarch Rika asked tremblingly, Are you going to kill me? Then he became hysterical and screamed, You bastard, if you want to kill me, do it quickly, but you will regret it. He warned, The Pan-hyun monarch will never forgive you. Jae-hwan decisively cut off his arm. Noisy. Rika looked at his severed arm in shock. Both of his hands had fallen to the ground, but Rika could not believe his eyes. He screamed in agonizing pain. Jae-hwan said calmly, I won't kill you. He had his own purpose. I want you to return to the all-powerful land and deliver a message to your master. Jae-hwan granted his wish. If he wants war, he shall have war. A black crow hiding behind a branch had witnessed everything. Early the next morning, the air was fresh and quiet. Grasshopper saw the crow fly past. Jae-hwan was taking a peaceful walk. Suddenly, Sierra appeared behind him and shouted, "The person who said they'd quit tomorrow!" She felt extremely angry and questioned him. "What were you thinking when you said those words?" Sierra didn't expect him to be so serious. "Don't tell me you intend to fight the Panhyun monarch." She didn't understand his intention. "If you plan to destroy the narrow gate, you should have done it quietly. What was your intent in letting that lesser monarch go?" She felt completely panicked. "They will surely seek revenge." Jae-hwan continued walking calmly. "Don't cause a scene. If they come, they can only send a few brigadier generals at most." He was certain that because of the war there, a great lord would not be able to come here. Sierra trembled all over. "I knew you were crazy, but I didn't realize it was to this extent." She reminded him, "Do you think only brigadiers will come when the silent monarch is dead? At least 2 or 3 major generals will come." Sierra broke into a cold sweat. "And if people from the 5 great sects come too, this won't be simple." Jae-hwan said, "That is exactly what I want." He replied, "If we defeat them here," Jae-hwan asserted, "the situation will turn completely." At that moment, the grasshopper tore into the crow and feasted on it. Sierra fell silent. Jae-hwan felt she wasn't just idle and had another motive. "Is that all you came here to ask?" He asked suspiciously, "I thought you had no interest in chaos." Siren replied, "I came here to hear the thing you promised." She spoke to him with great sincerity. She wanted to know Jae-hwan's purpose. "What was it that you obtained at the 8th gate of hell?" A moment later, Siren shouted in surprise, "What?" She asked again, "Are you sure?" Siren couldn't believe it. "Are you sure Mulak Amel left this behind?" Jae-hwan replied, "Yes, it's a memory for your godfather." Siren felt he wasn't that credible. "How can I trust you?" Jae-hwan explained, "On a cold winter's day." Siren was startled. "What?" He spoke of the egg he had obtained. He recalled the harsh winter of the illusion tree. But according to Jae-hwan's memory of the 6th region, at that time he had approached the base of it. Jae-hwan slowly stepped into that gate, into that bone-chilling cold. He sensed a glowing egg waiting for him. Jae-hwan recounted, "At that time, I was very nervous because it was the first time I had obtained an egg." Then he witnessed a scene he still remembers now. "I can't forget that moment. It was the sprout of existence, born and raised through dreams. A tiny life appeared from behind the shell. The moment I saw the face of the waking child, I realized my godmother's words were true." Returning to the present, Jae-hwan said with a smile, "That child who was just born." Siren was surprised. "How could—" He stepped closer to her and suddenly complimented her. "Must be that cute?" Siren's face turned bright red. "What?" After seeing Siren's shyness, Jae-hwan returned to his serious demeanor and said with a provocative look, "This should be proof enough." Siren shouted angrily, "Don't just read other people's memories like that." Jae-hwan believed that based on this memory, it seemed all nightmares are born from eggs. He asked her, "Where is the trunk of the illusion tree located?" Siren replied gloomily, "It's located in the northern lands of the Great Land. All nightmares are born from the dreams contained within the illusion tree and appear in the form of eggs." Then she suddenly asked, pressingly, "No, wait, never mind that. Did he leave anything else? He must have left a message for me, right?" But Jae-hwan's answer to Siren was, "I'm not sure if he left anything or not." Siren felt extremely restless. "Huh? What do you mean?" He explained, "The memory of Mulak I saw wasn't in the form of a book. It was a very complex sequence of memories with many fragments mixed together. Perhaps Mulak himself didn't want his memories to become a specific story." Jae-hwan said guiltily, "That's why—" Even if I wanted to, I couldn't say exactly." Siren felt extremely dissatisfied. She couldn't believe it. "What, you scammer!" But Jae-hwan ignored her attitude and asked back, "But first of all, why are you looking for Mulak? Just because he's your godfather?" Siren couldn't give him a good attitude right now. "What do you want to know for?" Jae-hwan then took the opportunity to suggest, "If you need Mulak's memories, from now on you should accompany me." She was stunned. "Huh?" Jae-hwan explained, "Precisely, the place where Mulak disappeared was the abyss. So, there's no harm in you following along, right?" He gave her time to think and said, "Consider it." At that moment, Siren slowly rose into the air. Finally, she understood. This bastard. So this was his plan all along. Her whole body radiated a sharp aura. You dare lead me by the nose like a fool? Wait. The memories. Siren realized something and said, "Stay right there." She asked Jae-hwan uncertainly, "You said all of my godfather's notes were left in the form of memories?" Jae-hwan turned his head and replied, "That's right." Siren pondered, "If that's the case," then she flashed a savage smile. "I have a very good idea." The two of them teleported to another space. It was none other than Siren's private office. Seeing this room, Jae-hwan joked, "Didn't you say you'd never let me in here again?" Siren didn't want to bring that up and shouted, "Shut up! That was before!" But of course, Jae-hwan wouldn't let it slide that easily. He teased, "You once nagged about me invading your private life." Siren was fuming. "I said that was before. Just wait there, I have to go prepare." She pressed a button to activate it. Done. Just one more thing and the preparations will be complete. After pressing the button, Jae-hwan looked up at the ceiling. A door there began to slowly open. An object with glowing eyes appeared. It was a massive pink cat. Seeing such a childish object, Jae-hwan was speechless. But Siren said proudly, "How is it?" She happily introduced, "This is the tool that will assist our extraction." Jae-hwan was curious, so Siren explained, "As the name suggests, it will link with the soul and forcefully extract the subject's memories." She continued, "Usually, memory extraction is used by nightmares who have lost their ability to sense spirits, as it allows them to condense emotions, memories, realizations, and experiences. Once they experience memory extraction, nightmares won't run out of ideas for a while. This is also my first time trying this, so I'm not very sure, but other experienced nightmares say it's absolutely amazing and addictive. They keep rambling about how good it feels, but I don't really believe them." Although Jae-hwan didn't quite trust this machine yet, he still obediently went to prepare. "Do you want to see my godfather's memories using the extractor? I just need to lie down here?" Siren asked with concern. "Are you ready? I'm starting it now." Jae-hwan replied without hesitation, "Just do it quickly." Immediately after, Siren started the machine. She flashed a playful smile because this was her chance for revenge. "Let's see if you can stay calm once the extraction begins." She thought to herself, while being extracted, that person will endure extreme pain. Of course, only the subject of the memory extraction feels it. A beam of light began to appear. It approached the place where the two were standing. Siren was surprised. "I'm in more pain than he is." But that was within her expectations. "I've considered this possibility before, because his willpower is even stronger than I imagined." The light grew more intense. Siren slowly opened her eyes. She was completely astonished, because before her eyes was a different space. This is the interior of an awakened one. The other nightmares weren't exaggerating. Siren wondered, how can a human have this much memory? Though she knew Jae-hwan wasn't ordinary, seeing the scene before her changed her view of him. "When he broke the 8th gate of hell, I thought he was unusual, but this is far beyond my speculations." Suddenly, a memory sphere collided with her. Siren felt intense pain. Seeing her shoulder gradually eroding, she remembered her mission. "I need to snap out of it. If I get distracted, I'll be trapped in his sea of consciousness. I must quickly find the memories related to my godfather and leave." Siren flew past the memory spheres. She dodged them cautiously. "The deeper I go into his mind, the more the memories increase." The memory spheres collided continuously, causing her legs to erode. "No!" Siren was in a dilemma. "I can't see anything." In that moment, she decided, if that's the case, there's no other way. Instead of standing still and taking hits, I'd rather gather my strength and fly through those memories. Then she quickly accelerated. She surged through the dense memory spheres. A light appeared before her eyes. Siren was stunned. A giant memory sphere appeared before her. "This is..." Siren felt deeply moved. "I finally found my godfather's memories." The sphere showed images of her as a child, running after him and calling, "Father! Godfather!" Then Mulak in that memory fragment suddenly turned his head and called, "Sierra, there you are." He reached out his arms toward her and said, "Come here." Siren rushed to reach out, but as she touched it, the memory fragment vanished. Siren was in deep agony. She couldn't hold back her tears. "No, I've been looking for you for so long, Godfather." Her voice became choked with emotion. "I've believed in you for 900 years. I was sure I'd find you again. Can you hear me?" Siren affirmed, "I will definitely find you." Then she gradually lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she wondered, what happened? After being trapped in his sea of memories, what happened next? As she gradually regained her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar space. Where is this? Looking at the gray sky above, Siren remarked, "I've decided to change my appearance." She felt helpless. "I'm still wondering if this is the right place." But Siren couldn't deny it. "But it really is Earth. As a child, I heard about the 294th world. Earth is where Maris visited time and again while traveling the roots of the illusion tree. Thanks to Maris's best efforts to protect Earth, it wasn't targeted by the monarchs for a long time. It seems I've fallen into a singularity formed on Earth. Is he from Earth?" At that time, her godfather had advised her, "Sierra, inside an individual, there exists a subconscious called the singularity." Back then, Sierra was still small and couldn't understand. She asked, "Singularity?" Her godfather explained, "That's right. The singularity is created from the origin of the individual. All illusions of the world are created based on the singularity." He had warned her, "If you ever fall into a singularity, there is only one way to escape. Within the subconscious of the singularity, you must find the guide." Back to the present, Siren thought. He said the only one who knows the way is the guide. Where do I find this guide? A voice interrupted her thoughts. "Move!" Siren was hit and felt very surprised. But once she regained her composure, she saw two police officers in hot pursuit of a child. "Stop right there, you brat, stop!" She recognized that child. The policeman stopped and said, "You've been hiding for quite a while, brat." He cornered the kid. "It's time to give up, kid." But the boy still desperately held a stick to fight back. That made the policeman angry, and he prepared to lunge at him. "You kids only know how to cause trouble." Siren shouted, "Stop!" She said angrily, "What do you two think you're doing to a child?" The two policemen also noticed her presence. "What? A civilian?" He warned Siren, "Hey girl, please step back, this place is dangerous." He said he had refused to become an adult. Refusing to become an adult is a serious crime and is punishable by death. He felt it was completely justified. "Isn't it natural for us to chase him?" Siren was shocked to hear that. "What? Being a child is a serious crime? Is there really such a law on Earth?" Suddenly, the other policeman noticed something unusual about her. "Wait, there's something very strange about this girl." He analyzed, "The way she talks is very odd, and her clothes are strange too." The other policeman didn't think so. "Isn't she just cosplaying?" But to verify his guess, he stepped closer and requested, "Miss, please show us your ID. Are those horns on her head?" Siren panicked. I didn't hide my horns completely?" She remembered what her godfather once said. "Sierra, if you fall into a singularity, you must not do anything to attract attention." Mulek had warned her that place was a world that rejected things that were different or alien. If your appearance is different from others in that world, then no one knows what might happen to you. Siren felt she had been very careless. Her godfather had warned her to be careful about this, but now there was no turning back. So she decided to take a risk and created a giant fireball. "I'll wipe them out with magic." The two policemen were startled. "Fire!" But the flame in her hand gradually weakened. Then it quickly went out, leaving Siren stunned. "Huh?" She realized in panic that her magic couldn't be cast. "Warning! Warning!" The two policemen dropped the weapons in their hands. They gradually transformed. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Warning!" The system continuously warned of an alien object detected. The two policemen completely turned into monsters. Siren backed away. The system ordered immediate elimination. Both monsters lunged at her simultaneously. Siren screamed in fear, "Wait!" One monster grabbed her. Siren felt like she couldn't breathe anymore. In that critical moment, a young Jae-hwan rushed over. "What are you doing?" Then he moved nimbly and struck the head of the monster, grabbing Siren. The other one prepared to strike at him. Young Jae-hwan dodged nimbly. Then he cut off its head. Siren fell to the ground in fear. In an instant, she thought, "I knew I was right." The only consciousness within the subconscious, the guide. The guide of a singularity is a reflection of the mental age of the ego. Sierra realized that child was him, but the boy spoke first. He asked, "Who are you?" The guide of the singularity. Siren asked him, "You really go everywhere without any fear, don't you?" Young Jae Hwan replied, "Isn't it normal to do so to survive?" Then he pointed to a dark alley and asked, "Can you survive here?" Siren, being prideful, refused to admit defeat. "Of course I can. It's almost no trouble at all." Seeing that, young Jae Hwan entered the alley and said, "All right, follow me." She looked at him and assessed that his sharp face and eyes were enough to show the boy was as stubborn as a bull. This must be him when he was young. Siren realized with excitement, but if the guide reflects the mental age of the ego, having that appearance means his mental age is completely that of a kid. She endured the narrow alley. "Just wait until I get back. I'll tease him until I'm satisfied." Young Jae Hwan said, "If what you say is true, then you've been caught in the flows of memory." He tried to pull Siren out. Occasionally, fragments of memory lose their way and fall into this place. He felt surprised. "This is the first time a living entity like you has fallen into this place. Why are you looking at me with that face?" Because at that moment, Sierra was staring at him, thinking that everyone in this world was an adult, and he was the only child. She asked with concern, "Why do you still live here? You've been chased by the police time and again, haven't you?" He replied, "Yeah." Sierra wondered, "Why does this world try to kill a kid who refuses to grow up?" He answered, "That's because," Jae Hwan said somberly, "everyone else is an adult." Sierra couldn't believe it. A world where everything is identical, so it eliminates anything that is different. Little Jae Hwan said, "I have a question too." Sierra replied, "What do you want to ask?" He felt a bit shy and turned his head away. "What is my other self out there like? It's not like I'm really curious to know or anything." Sierra thought to herself, "He's curious about his self in the outside world?" She hesitated. "How should I describe him? Thinking about it, I realize I don't know much about Jae Hwan at all. Right? What should I say to make him happy?" Then she said, "He is just like you." Jae Hwan wondered, "Isn't my outside self an adult?" Sierra said crossly, "No, he's a child. The way he thinks drives me crazy." Little Jae Hwan blushed. "So my outside self is also a child?" She realized he liked that. Truly adorable. Then he said, "I'll help you get out first, huh?" Little Jae Hwan tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Then he took out a gemstone along with this, the thing that entered here with you. Sierra wondered, "What is this?" He explained, "The fragment caught in your hair is a memory fragment." Sierra was stunned. "A memory fragment? This fell into this world with me? Did it come with me at that moment?" She asked, "So you want to send me and this fragment out together? Do you know how to do that?" Jae Hwan replied, "I know because it's about returning memories that have lost their way back to their origin." The fragment emitted a strange light. He held the fragment in his hand and said, "It's my job after all." Sierra thought to herself, to return memories that have lost their way back to the source? So this is why they are called guides. Little Jae Hwan looked at the fragment in his hand and said, "Judging by the color of this memory fragment, it must be extremely important and urgent." She asked, "Are they even classified by how important they are?" Little Jae Hwan explained, "Memory fragments are classified into 4 colors, white, green, blue, and red. But if I don't return it to where it belongs soon, the me on the outside might be in trouble." Sierra suddenly understood something, and her expression changed instantly. She thought, "An important and urgent memory in this situation while the monarchs of the 12 regions are a threat? Don't tell me." As soon as she thought of that, she said urgently, "If that's the case, can you take us back right now?" Little Jae Hwan frowned and replied, "That's impossible. I can only send you and that fragment back when the passage opens." He also felt helpless. "The problem is, I don't know when it will open." Sierra shouted, "What?" At night, under a bridge, little Jae Hwan suggested, "Since it's late now, let's rest under this bridge and continue tomorrow." Sierra asked curiously, "Do you live here alone?" Jae Hwan replied, "Yeah." After that, she slept very soundly. The next day, Sierra asked, "How do you know if the passage opens or not while you're in here?" He replied, "Once the passage opens, Wi-Fi signals become unstable. At that time, I'll use this communicator to catch the signal." At another time, while little Jae-hwan was washing his hair, Sierra was behind him wondering, "So we can't do anything but wait for the signal?" He still answered patiently, "Yeah, let's wake up early tomorrow. For now, let's just go to the convenience store." The next day, the two of them crept in while the clerk was sleeping. Sierra stood guard and asked, "A convenience store?" Little Jae-hwan replied, "Correct. We need to get enough food for the day there." Then the two of them bickered over a pastry. There were many delicious triangular kimbap and hamburgers there. "Do you always wake up early to get food like this? And just wait for the passage to appear in the morning? Why? Having to go through things like this?" Sierra just wanted to ask, "Are you okay?" despite living like that. That's what I wanted to say, but I couldn't get the words out. Sierra thought to herself, perhaps he's trapped here because of a nightmare, because there's a high chance his world became like this due to the influence of the nightmare tower. That terrible experience, along with the wounds Jae-hwan had to suffer, and Jae-hwan's nature of refusing to kneel despite the hardships he faced. The two of them watched the sun slowly setting together, because that is what created this world. Little Jae-hwan looked at the detector and said, "There hasn't been a signal all week. Every time this device catches a signal, I'll go and retrieve the memory fragments myself." Sierra asked worriedly, "But what if the police chase you again like last time?" He replied, "That only happens when I'm really unlucky. It doesn't happen often." Sierra looked at him and wondered, "If that's the case, do you only return the memory fragments to their original places?" Little Jae-hwan put his hands in his pockets. "I also look at and observe other memories." She didn't understand and asked, "Other memories?" He took out a memory fragment and replied, "Not all memory fragments are returned." Sierra was very surprised. "Huh? Then is it really okay for you to keep memory fragments like that?" Little Jae-hwan looked puzzled at her question and replied, "It's fine, because these are white memory fragments." Sierra heard that and replied, dissatisfied, "How would I know that?" He calmly explained, "Look closely at this. Memories appear if I touch them like this." The memory fragment immediately glowed. A film reel began to appear and move around. Then it glided past Sierra's astonished face. Those films transformed into a long tape. The two of them watched the memory fragments gradually appear. They were moments from when Jae-hwan was a child. Suddenly, a voice called out to Jae-hwan, making Sierra startle. This was within that memory. A small corner of a room appeared, showing a bookshelf. Inside, a gentle woman said to her son, "I'll read this book to you today." It was none other than Jae-hwan as a child and his mother. Sierra was stunned. Those books! She also recognized it as a book she knew. It was The Little Prince, a famous book that even nightmares liked. The young Jae-hwan asked curiously, "The little prince came to Earth?" "Right, he came to Earth." His mother gently replied, "The little prince said this, the important things." Then she began to narrate, "Are not always what we can see, but what we feel." This book is famous for its educational content. It tells the story of the little prince seeing the world through his own eyes and feelings. He tells adults, who only care about counting numbers every day, that they don't care about who someone is or what they like. They only want to know how old they are or how much money they make, saying those are the important things to judge a person. Those truly important things cannot be seen with the naked eye or judged that way. It is a beautiful story about the little prince who always believed in his imagination and cherished his innocence. But every story comes to an end, and the end of this beautiful story is the death of the little prince. Sierra knew that perhaps that ending had to happen. He had to die for the story to become so beautiful, because the only ones who can keep their purity and innocence are those who have passed away. The Jae-hwan inside the memory asked worriedly, "If that's the case, what will happen to the worlds the little prince left behind?" His mother replied tenderly, "What remains in those worlds? In those worlds," she said, "the little prince's presence is still there." He wondered, but how? Didn't he die? Actually, looking at those memory fragments, little Jae-hwan asserted, "The little prince didn't die," he said, full of hope, "because he continues to live on this earth." Sierra looked at him in amazement. She thought to herself, the little prince didn't die but still lives on Earth. That was clearly a lie meant to bring joy and hope to the child, yet the little prince had not abandoned that world. Sierra wondered, has this groundless ending become the source of strength that drives him forward? She remembered how his world was completely reborn after he stood up against the system's oppression. Finally, Sierra understood. Although it lacked formal logic, a complex worldview, or creative foundations, after all, it did not compromise or submit to anyone. This moment was born in a new world after the old one ended. The film gradually turned into streams of light and vanished. This made her eyes sparkle even more. A moment later, when Sierra regained her composure, she thought, but why is such an important memory a white memory? Aren't white memories supposed to be unimportant ones that have no impact on a person's consciousness? Recalling Jae-hwan's lonely silhouette, she wondered, then why and for what reason did he have to forget such important memories in order to survive and exist? Suddenly, the compass emitted a strange light. Little Jae-hwan was startled. He turned away abruptly, making Sierra worry. Where are you going? Did you catch a signal? He said very urgently, it's starting. We need to prepare quickly. Sierra was still confused. It's starting? What's starting? Before she could think, a giant gate appeared in the sky. The gate made strange sounds and lightning, and it began to grow larger. Sierra began to feel afraid witnessing this scene. Only little Jae-hwan said calmly, soon, the portal will open completely. The gate opened wider and wider. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Little Jae-hwan stood beside her and said, that is the passage that will lead you out of here. While the two were waiting for the gate to open, countless monsters rushed toward them. Sierra said in panic, after seeing the passage open, are they all flocking here? Little Jae-hwan took a running start. Then he kicked a monster with all his might. Sierra, running behind him, said, aren't there too many of them? Little Jae-hwan replied, after all, the passage is an alien existence that doesn't belong here, so they all instinctively rush here to eliminate it. He quickly pressed the elevator button. Once the passage appears, it will disappear again shortly after. Jae-hwan said urgently, we need to get to the rooftop before it vanishes. But before he could finish his sentence, a monster lunged at him. It choked him. Sierra frantically tried to stop it. No! But little Jae-hwan quickly sprung up. He kicked the monster in the face. Then he took an iron bar and stabbed the monster, sending blood splattering everywhere. Young Jae-hwan gritted his teeth, fighting them off one by one. Witnessing everything, Siren couldn't help but be stunned. The iron bar was already stained with blood. Young Jae-hwan stepped on the monster's corpse and urged her, what are you standing there for? Hurry up! Siren still felt terrified. In this situation, he showed no fear at all. The elevator displayed the 20th floor. Thinking back, he is that man's ego, so of course he isn't afraid. Perhaps if he were here, he would say something like this. She looked at those monsters. They were just numbers. Then she comforted herself that they didn't truly exist. Young Jae-hwan bravely fought each monster. They were just rules created by those who rule this world. Siren rushed up the stairs. She asked fearfully, where on earth is the exit? Young Jae-hwan replied, just a little further up. Siren opened the door. Here it is, hurry! A monster was about to reach young Jae-hwan, but fortunately the two managed to close the door in time. Young Jae-hwan suggested, I'll hold them back, so you jump into the passage first. Siren asked worriedly, but what about you? He replied, I'll manage. Don't worry about me. Go quickly. It will close soon. Siren refused. I want you to come with me. Let's escape this place together. The vortex gradually narrowed, making young Jae-hwan feel extremely urgent. What? What on earth are you saying? If I leave here first, Siren screamed anxiously, you'll be left all alone. This time it was young Jae-hwan who was dazed. She suggested, come with me. He muttered, come with you. Then his whole body trembled. I can't do that. Siren wondered, why? Young Jae-hwan said, this place is my world. He frowned, so I must stay here. Having said that, young Jae-hwan immediately pushed Siren away. Therefore, you must go on your own, quickly. The door was about to be broken down, making him worried. I can't hold it much longer. Siren trembled, clenching her fists. Then she followed his words, gritting her teeth and running away. Behind her, young Jae-hwan shouted, Hey! He asked, I want to ask one last thing. In the world out there? Young Jae-hwan hesitated. Do I have friends? His question brought tears to Siren's eyes. She said with a choked voice, You have many friends? Finally, young Jaehwan smiled. Is that so? The monsters broke through the door and entered, but he just smiled calmly and turned his head. I'm glad he does. He gripped the iron bar tightly. Then young Jaehwan used all his strength to block the monsters charging at him. He urged, "Get in there quickly before it closes." Siren looked sadly at young Jaehwan holding off those monsters. She thought, when I return, I'll tell him about this boy. Because when he feels completely lonely and thinks he can't go on anymore, then I will tell him that the version of the little prince he knew was not wrong. She felt this because the little prince she saw never gave up in his world, no matter what happened. After a moment of darkness, Siren passed through a familiar space. She said softly, "The memory space. I'm finally back." Siren decided, I will have to give up the memories of my foster father. I don't know the time difference between reality and this place, and I can't afford to be lost here any longer. Recalling the moments she experienced, she felt moved. But I have gained something while being in this space. When I return, I think I'll be able to create better things. Siren was determined. All right, I've decided. She chose to follow him on his journey, and perhaps slowly listen to him tell stories about her father. Suddenly she remembered, oh, right! She took a memory fragment out of her pocket. Thinking back, I still haven't opened this memory. Even though it's his, it should be fine to take a look. Siren touched the memory fragment, causing it to glow. It radiated an incredibly powerful spirit energy. An image appeared. A pair of legs came into view. She recognized them at a glance. Father? Does this memory involve father? Siren realized something as she looked at the figure in front of her father. She was utterly terrified. Siren looked at the terrifying face before her. It was... The system displayed information. Name, unique entity, King of Catastrophe. Title, The First Awakened One, Scourge of Chaos, King of Necromancy. Estimated power, immeasurable. Description, sealed inside the disparity factory, created by masters born in chaos. Note, the necromancer descends, sword of the void. Siren gripped the stone fragment in her hand. Why is this memory red? Because the truth is, to reach the abyss, this person had to face a catastrophe, so fighting him is unnecessary. No, her whole body trembled. But from the beginning, fighting him in chaos was impossible. Even the monarchs couldn't... Wait, could it be? The thought of something made her terrified. No. Siren quickly escaped the area. I need to return to reality immediately. She was in total panic. Anything but that. I must prevent that from happening at all costs. The scene shifts to a desolate and gloomy place. Everything seems to have been abandoned for a long time. Not even a single creature lives here. Chung-hai looked at the scene before him and mused. It's been 900 years. Kamen, carrying the still unconscious Siren in his arms, exclaimed, We've finally reached this place. A familiar voice rang out. It's not here. He still had that same cold face. This is the final gate to the abyss that I saw in Mulok's memory power. Everyone stood before a place that looked incredibly modern. Jaehwan spoke, the disparity factory. The man with graying hair stepped forward and spoke softly to him. Lord, are you going in right now? He sighed. I told you already, I'm no longer the Lord. His pensive eyes glanced at the rest of the group as he warned them calmly, I'm telling you now, don't expect me to look after you. The older man nodded. I know, but to us, you will always be the Lord. At those words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch into a faint smile. He thought it was ridiculous. But who else besides him would dare to guarantee the lives of those standing here? In a chaotic world, humans who don't live in a pack cannot act alone at will. Danger is always lurking, and the slightest mistake will surely drive a person to their death. He looked at the crowd, considered the best of humanity, and sighed inwardly. Even though he told them not everyone could enter the abyss, over 3,000 people still followed. So many chose to follow because exploring the abyss has been a long-held dream in chaos. Even if he tried to stop them, they wouldn't listen. It's a real headache. The person I actually need to bring along is unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. A nightmare is extremely useful, so I can't just leave her here. Suddenly, the door ahead signaled. It seemed to be opening. A thin veil of smoke covered the exterior as the gate slowly began to rise. Everything inside was still a blurry, pitch-black void. The comrades accompanying him were also startled. The factory door is opening. Why did it open so suddenly? but what appeared before their eyes likely shattered everyone's thoughts.
Wait, there's something inside.
Animal horns? Wolves with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs appeared, dripping with unidentifiable fluids, carrying a deadly, spine-chilling rage. In contrast to his comrades' surprise, Jae-hwan maintained the calm of a lord. There's no way they'd let us inside that easily. The ferocious beasts growled as if to display their power. They wanted them, or those humans that they considered mediocre, to be wary and afraid. The blue-haired man looked at the beasts before him with contempt, his eyes sharp as blades staring straight at them as he slowly drew the sword from his back. He stepped to the front and shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle!" In the ninth dark sector of the palace, a place quite luxurious and full of mystery. Pillars were constructed with long and short patterns winding around them. Long stairs led up to where the powerful leader governed. There weren't many guards, only 2, but in terms of strength, they were likely unrivaled. A blond man with a fearful expression knelt as if apologizing. He was none other than the weak King Rika. His whole body broke into a cold sweat and he trembled violently. He thought deeply, even though my soul was damaged when my hands were cut off in chaos, I was still able to safely return to my body located in the all-powerful land. But I'm truly terrified of how he will deal with me, being the only survivor. A voice from the place of the Supreme Being broke the cold, heavy silence. So Garam is dead? I knew this would happen. How were his final moments? Did he look happy? The eyes staring down at the man below belonged to 2 people. The one with half his face covered was the Ice King, Vagas, and the white-haired one was the white-haired king, Masaha. Rika answered tremblingly. The Supreme Being above stopped writing and praised. Very well. He slowly stepped his sturdy legs down the stairs toward the weak king and continued, "The 5 dragon kings at the general rank are all dead. Furthermore, the 17th General Kanail, the 21st General Magito, and the 1st Grand General—" He paused there. Only then did the man dare to slightly lift his head to listen, his mind in a constant state of turmoil. The other spoke in a raspy voice. "The one who shares my bloodline, the hidden fragrance king Sam Young Garam, is dead. Yet you, who are only a brigadier general, are still alive." The man explained in a panicked voice, afraid of further angering the other. He stammered and was immediately met with a shout. "Lift your face!" A surge of power radiated into the air as if trying to crush the life out of him. He is a monarch and the Lord, the true ruler. The leader above tens of thousands, hidden in the shadows. Shadow monarch, Sam Young-hun. He lowered his voice. "Look at me." The weak king quickly gave the submissive reply. "Yes, sir." Sam Young-hun began to recount the events of previous days. "A few days ago, I went to the source. I simply wanted to escape this sickening place. I went with the hope that that world was merely hidden by the nightmares, that it truly exists." He turned his back, his face flickering in the darkness. "I brought something back from there. If you're interested, follow me to see it." With such a formal invitation, how could Rika dare refuse? He wiped his sweat and replied hastily, "It would be my honor." Both of them walked up the cold stairs. Stopping before a painting of a seemingly bland cup of tea, he asked him, "Is this thing wonderful?" Even though the weak king thought the object was utterly dull and mediocre, and that the monarch lacked artistic taste, he still had to offer praise outwardly. "Your taste is truly exquisite. I've never seen a painting like this before. It's unbelievable." The monarch only laughed and explained that the reason this work stood out wasn't because it was a painting. Worried by the counter-argument, he asked, "Forgive me, sir, then what is the reason?" Sam Young-hun pointed to the text on the painting. "Do you know what is drawn there?" Confused, he asked, "Could it be a cup used for drinking tea?" He shrugged and said calmly, "More accurately, it's an item that looks like a teacup. Aside from me, can you read what is written below?" Rika had never studied the language on the painting. "I apologize, I do not know what it says." Hun calmly translated for him. "This is not a teacup. That is what the painting says." He looked at Rika with contempt. Was this truly a man deserving of survival, instead of those who were more capable, or even those of his own blood? Do you really think this painting depicts a teacup? He nodded tremblingly. Yes. The Shadow Monarch's attitude changed abruptly. With angry eyes and words filled with hatred, he turned and gripped Rika's mouth tightly. No, it's not a teacup. It's just a painting that looks like a teacup. He became even more terrified. Being with this dangerous man, he didn't know if he would live or die. He could only follow his lead. The weak king's sweat poured like cold rain and his face was a mess of fear. One second he was furious, but the next, Sam Young-hun released his grip and went along with his opinion. But thinking carefully, it's not just this painting. There are countless teacups in this world, and they all have different shapes. Yet we call them all teacups. After thinking about this over and over, a question arises in our minds. Which one is the real teacup? He turned his back. Perhaps that display was enough to overwhelm the other. Fine then. Now it's your turn to give me an answer. Rika asked respectfully, Forgive me, sir. What answer? When I look at this painting, I think of the question, what is a monarch truly? Not wanting to offend him further, he answered quickly, that a monarch is a dignified, noble person and the most important existence in this land. Hearing that, he questioned, dignified, noble, and important are all fine words, but who are they referring to? Sam Young-hun turned and alluded to the two people standing there, but he rejected them both. If it's not them, then perhaps it refers to me? Rika took the chance to flatter him. Of course it does. Then what are you? He asked, leaving the man stunned. Sam Young-hun turned and walked slowly toward him. You couldn't even destroy a trivial item and returned alone after losing all your teammates. Is someone like you supposed to be a monarch? Before he could answer, a blade slashed across his neck. Blood stained the stairs red, an end for a useless man who, despite returning from the dead, was not worth keeping alive. Ice King Vargas handed a handkerchief to Sam Young-hun. Please use this to wipe yourself. Thank you, he replied. Admiring the beautiful painting created by his own hands, he favored it with a name. This is not a monarch, and the corners of his mouth pulled into a long grin. He stepped down and asked about the situation on the other side. Where are they now? I assume they've reached the disparity factory. We must teach that man a costly lesson for his arrogance. Old televisions sat there, curtains drawn tight, perhaps to block out the beams of moonlight. The silent space was only broken by a distant sound. The whisper of the wind and the slow footsteps of Sam Young-hun echoed as he glanced around the room. To a man of the old era like him, everything seemed novel, yet interesting. World 296, Earth. I'm liking this planet more and more, though there are objects from many other eras as well, and I like the objects of this era best. He looked with interest at a sculpture made of bone, made of his own flesh, a pair of human legs bruised purple by the chains tightly wound around him. The reason I came here this time is also because of it. On the ceiling was the sight of a man with a near-skeletal body and a pale face. Long black hair hid eyes that looked desolate. Long, heavy chains covered him as if trying to stifle his ragged breath. He laughed loudly and spoke to the person above as if challenging his courage to step into death. Well said. Then let's test whether you have enough courage to stop me. From outside, the door came a call. Sir? He roared back in anger. I gave orders that I am not to be disturbed when I am alone. The person outside knew he was angry and immediately tried to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. Forgive your subordinate, but I felt compelled to come here because there is a matter that requires your opinion. As I mentioned before, Elmoon has completely closed. May I take the liberty of asking how we plan to cross the chaos? No. Sam Young-hun's smirk grew wider. Didn't you hear what this guy said? If we have the courage to step into death, then we should go forward and take his life ourselves. Ice King Vargas asked, Pardon? What? He stated his purpose. I want you to be the first one to step in there. Outside, the scene was chaotic. The battle between humans and beasts was an endless conflict. It could be said that it was a stalemate, as both sides had their own advantages and disadvantages. Quickly, clear a path to get inside. I can't believe this factory actually manufactures horned beasts. It's been a while, hasn't it? I have to switch to using a sword. A wolf lunged and bit a man in the group on the neck. Blood sprayed and splattered all over the road. The blue-haired man leading the group said, No matter how many times I witness this, I'm always as amazed as the first time. They were constantly astonished by this power. It was truly too powerful. The dwarf wearing a conical hat looked at his companion, saw his worried face, and asked, "I've had the feeling you've been in a strange state of mind lately. Are you worried about not being able to keep up with the exploration team?" Having his secret thoughts exposed, the man's face grew even gloomier. Seeing this, the dwarf encouraged him. "Don't worry. I don't know about the others, but that guy will definitely take you along, right?" Jae-hwan maintained a calm face from start to finish. "No matter how many horns I feed it, this thing is still too difficult to repair. It's probably because it was devastated in the previous battle. If this weren't a spirit weapon capable of self-regeneration, I'd rather just go and commission a new sword. Besides, according to what Michael said, every spirit weapon will go through 3 major evolutionary periods. Each time it evolves, both its strength and various abilities will multiply, but so far I haven't seen this thing budge at all." Up in the sky, everything was covered by a deep purple atmosphere as the eyes of a beast gradually revealed themselves. Everyone was terrified and surprised. Before this mysterious power, an unnamed creature appeared with 2 pairs of horns and a mouth. It looked like it was chewing blood as if it wanted to eat everything alive. When its whole body was revealed, everything became even more chaotic. Someone shouted hurriedly, "It's an octahon!" Normally, encountering one above the pentagon level is already very rare. I didn't expect to encounter an actual octahon right here. To kill a heptahon, you need at least 3 level 7 adapters, but this is an octahon. There needs to be at least someone at the Brigadier General level, or higher. Someone saw the monster was about to reach Jae-hwan and called out, "It's targeting the Lord!" "Why is it targeting him? Lord, dodge quickly!" But just when everyone thought the Lord would be destroyed, his true power finally revealed itself. A fatal blow from this monster rushed in. With just one strike, he successfully suppressed its power. To the amazement and admiration of everyone, he stood on the monster's head, broke off its horn, and said, "Thanks for the horn. Now back off, Ganap," the supreme horned beast in the chaos. The ruler of all horned beasts, also known as the Decahon. Everything was basically resolved. Jae-hwan smiled triumphantly. "I guess this is more than enough." The Decahon, with countless long, strong horns on its head, looked at Jae-hwan and the group of commoners behind him. The Decahon stepped forward, its rumbling voice echoing in the night. "I heard many are striving to reach the abyss. Who would have thought you'd be among them?" This was the factory master, Shark, representing the leader to confront them. Factory Master Johnny added, "A courageous and virtuous human." Factory Master Yas, seeing this, was displeased and retorted, "They're just humans after all." He stood to one side listening to their dialogue and silently remarked, "Though these guys are weaker than Sam Hyung-garam, they exude the scent of a monarch. It can be said they are all above the level of the Silent Monarch and the Storm Monarch. If they all attack at once, it will be quite troublesome." Seeing he was about to take action, the dwarf in the conical hat stopped him. "Wait a moment. There's no need to engage them. Although I don't like them much either, the masters of the Disparity Factory are not our enemies." Factory Master Yas, hearing someone interrupt, immediately scowled and growled, "Now that I look closely, it seems that old man has encountered us before. I can't believe that after all that, you're still willing to come back and support them." Shark felt those words might be misleading, as one of them was someone they spoke of as a strong person they wanted to cooperate with. "Yes, don't be rude. They are all guests of the great leader." He pointed toward Jae-hwan. "You over there, come here. The leader is waiting for you." Inside the factory was a place filled with high-quality weapons. Anyone looking at it would be struck with admiration. "I didn't expect those horned beasts to be created this way. It looks like the young octahons we defeated earlier are being repaired here." Johnny stood up and gave a brief introduction of himself and the place. "What is your name?" he asked him. "Jae-hwan." He looked around at the equipment there, found it somewhat familiar, and asked, "Do you also fight against the Death Soldiers?" Johnny nodded. The Death Soldiers invaded the Paradox Palace and won the battle. At that time, we never imagined we would one day meet the famous apostles of God on their way to the abyss. Hearing the story, everyone understood more. It turned out their common enemies were the Death Soldiers. It seemed his group had found a new support. More allies meant the winning rate would be much higher. Johnny asked further, "Do you know us?" The blond man's hands spread out as a beam of blue light appeared, forming a seal or a symbol, the god of machines. Aren't you all apostles of the One? Yas's tongue couldn't stay still for even a second before letting out a harsh remark. Seems the brainless ones in chaos still have a bit of an eye for talent. Factory Master Shark led everyone to a gate. We're here. This is the great leader's room. He pushed the door open and invited them, come on in. To the amazement of all three, the interior space was even more luxurious and magnificent. Everything was so polished that he could see his reflection. Standing in the middle of the room was a rather eccentric figure with a robot-like face, his entire body covered in shimmering gold. He opened the greeting with a suggestive statement. The awakened who opened the Genesis era. I am the great leader of the Disparity Factory, ENIAC. Jae-hwan looked at him. The name sounded a bit familiar, as if he had met him somewhere before. But on second thought, all the names of the factory masters were familiar. Compared to real names, they sounded more like product names. The two began to talk about the events taking place on Earth. One could say there were many chaotic events, and even the Abyss was mentioned by name. Those who have created their own worlds and become independent are considered gods. He pondered, Big Brother, the existence that even gods must ask permission from to become official gods. Though his explanation was confusing, I could still understand that this is a very important story. But why? Why isn't such an important matter preserved? Preserved within the records of the Abyss? In his dictionary, Big Brother is mentioned very vaguely. One could say he still doesn't understand that Big Brother from the legends. In reality, Big Brother is a god. The greatest god, the protector of the system. That is considered Big Brother. Listening to great leader ENIAC's explanation, everyone understood more. A deep anxiety took hold, and to liven up the space again, Johnny-ac cut in, Big Brother, that scary gentleman, hide well or he'll see your nuts and bolts. It's good that at least one person stood up to clear the air, but it didn't last long. Shark countered, Stop talking nonsense, Johnny. In his heart, he cried silently. Why was this guy so mean that whatever he said, he was immediately shut down? ENIAC stood to one side, arms crossed, looking at the two kids. This mischievous brat. Jae-hwan was still deep in thought. He was a man of few words, but in his mind, he always had his own plans and specific questions saved for necessary cases. Did Big Brother kill your god? Hearing the question, the man couldn't help but be surprised. This guy really couldn't be underestimated. Anyone who entered here surely couldn't be ignored. You surprise me time and again. You're right. Big Brother killed our god. That's why we were exiled from the Abyss to this place. He closed his eyes, thinking. He had gained a lot of information from the records of the Abyss. The great commander spoke in anger, yet beneath it was disappointment and some sadness. We lost our god, but because the power we have is still useful. We made a covenant with Big Brother, though not at all willingly. If we have the Titan warriors, the Deus Ex Machina, Mulak, please help. If possible, please use the Titan warriors to help us. Glancing at them discussing among themselves, he could only shrug. He didn't know the details, but he understood their general situation now. Though they lost their status as gods, they were still put in charge here because they were still useful. To break the thoughts surrounding him, a call came through. Jae-hwan, I called you here for only one thing. He wondered, what thing? ENIAC said seriously and seemingly sincerely, Don't go to the Abyss anymore. The white-bearded man's face dropped. I don't think this is something for you to decide. Standing to one side, mocking incessantly, Humans, your tone is truly arrogant. He was immediately rebuked by the great leader to stand down. The three noble leaders stood up to explain. You're right, that's not something I should determine. What I'm saying is that the one with the power to decide does not permit you to go there. Another person asked back, You mean the King of Catastrophe is stopping us? He nodded happily. Exactly, because you have angered him. He added, Is it because I killed Magito? ENIAC's face became even craftier. There was no reliability in these people. Correct. The Magito you killed was one of the servants the king loved dearly. Let me summarize the situation. First, the king is the only one who can open the way to the abyss. Second, the king is angry like a child because I killed his servant. Third, because the king is sulking, he won't open the gate to the abyss for me. He smiled smugly at his accurate summary. Did I summarize that correctly? That? The leader's face showed pure helplessness, but he still praised the summary process as a bit annoying yet correct. He didn't care much more and went straight to the point. All right then, now open the gate. But Aniak scolded him. It seems you still don't understand your situation. Jae-hwan shook his head. No, I understand. I'll settle it with him personally, so just open the gate. The leader's eyes grew sharper. Even if you say that, I cannot open the gate. Jae-hwan didn't play around with these people and got into a fighting stance. They refused the easy way, choosing the hard way instead, so he had no other choice. Yas finally hit the mark. Itched for a fight and agreed, we should have done this from the start. There were no more exceptions as both lunged in, wanting to tear each other apart. Suddenly, a voice recited an incantation, Deus Ex Machina. Using the final move, Jae-hwan pulled out a gold card and held it in front of Aniak. Will you open the gate for me now? He officially yielded to this cunning human and silently went to open the gate. The two entered a darker space where almost no sound could be heard except for their rhythmic footsteps. Suddenly, he stopped. You have gone too far. I have never met any human like you. He wasn't surprised. As he had heard it so much, he'd become jaded. Anyone who wanted to oppose him had to kneel before his power. The two talked about the holy mark of the One, which had been imprinted on Jae-hwan's left arm from the start. The great leader wasn't actually so malicious as to just open the gate and leave him alone. He gave him advice about the abyss, which he knew was dangerous, extremely dangerous. One slip and you'd lose your life. But he believed a person like him would surely succeed. In other words, he was the chosen one. He led him a bit further and then stopped. We're here, I can only take you this far. Please do not forget this. You must return in 1 hour. If you don't come back by then, regardless of the outcome of this trip, I will have to close the door. He nodded. I understand. Then he stepped across the bridge and moved forward. The encounter between Jae-hwan and the King of Catastrophe was fierce. He tried to explain that he had come here to negotiate. But to that supreme being, it was an incredibly insolent thing to do after all. It was precisely the recklessness, arrogance, and courage of Jae-hwan that succeeded. He managed to convince the king and received words of praise, specifically, I hope what you say is worth my forgiveness for your arrogance, because only then will you be able to survive and return. Seeing the king had become calmer, Jae-hwan began to explain why he was qualified to stand here. I know about the promise between you and Mulok 900 years ago. He was momentarily surprised. How could this brat, this mere human, know about the promise? Had he overheard it somewhere? How do you know? He stepped further up, his eyes stern and his voice firm. I will take responsibility for that promise. He laughed loudly. This kid was quite something, truly bold-mouthed, knowing everything and daring to say anything. Do you know what that means? He nodded, his face remaining indifferent as if he didn't know fear. Jae-hwan's stern voice rose and echoed throughout the room. King of Catastrophe, I will take you to the end of the abyss. Outside, the logistics team or his squad was still waiting for news. They weren't invited inside, so they could only wait sadly outside and look after Sierra. Fortunately, the girl's eyes flickered, and she dazedly woke up. Oh, you're awake? You've been asleep for quite a while. The girl rubbed her eyes. Where am I? The man in front of her chuckled. This girl took one nap and forgot reality. We are standing in front of the Disparity Factory. Hearing the name, the girl's face turned pale, and she asked tremblingly, The Disparity Factory? From trembling, she shifted to panic, grabbing the man's collar and screaming, We're at the Disparity Factory? Where is Jae-hwan? I have to get to him now. I have to stop him. The man, feeling guilty, didn't dare answer at first, his eyes darting around. He went inside. One of them pointed to the sky. It was a bit strange. After the previous battle, the sky was still so beautiful it attracted bees or fireflies. Hey, look, are those fireflies? It seems to be getting warmer around here. Immediately, an older senior warned him, Hey, don't touch them! but the fun-loving one wouldn't listen. Come on, what's the harm in touching them? They're just fireflies. But these fireflies were not ordinary. As soon as he touched them, they exploded. An explosion with massive destructive power, causing the ground and rocks to shake and crumble. A ship gradually appeared in the sky. A spacecraft was emerging from the smoke caused by the explosion. Many people were injured, not just a few. Don't tell me those are the monarchs. Why are they here? Sam Young-hun led this way, walking with great style. Come now, Lord of Gorgon Fortress. As per your wish, we are here to fight. On Jae-hwan's team, another person stood up and drew their sword to start the battle. Boosting morale, he shouted, "Kill them all, except for the level 2 adapters and above." Both sides lunged at each other. Some were decapitated while others were torn apart. And Sam Young-hun's side had assistance from the Hexabeetle clan. 2 generals, the venomous master Myung Chon-do. They released a swarm of giant insects, tightening their grip on each person. The great general of the 7th region, White Art Monarch Nishimoto, also joined this battle with the common goal of destroying Jae-hwan. Sam Young-hun, as if controlled by hatred, shouted brutally, "The all-powerful land will eventually be ruled by the 9th region." But as soon as he struck, he was blocked by Cayman, along with others launching a counterattack. "While the Lord hasn't finished his task, we cannot let these bastards into the factory." But Sam Young-hun still mocked them and shouted loudly, "It is time to finish off these vermin." Then, venomous master Myung Chon-do raised his claws and blew away everything in sight. He was furious because he hadn't found the person he needed, hissing in anger, "Stubborn bastards, hand over the human named Jae-hwan." Seeing that wrath, the most pleased person was Sam Young-hun, as he had achieved his wish. Without wasting too much effort to intervene, someone else had stepped up to do it, his lips curling into a long line. Before those there could process everything, he took a leap and slammed his feet down hard on the ground, shattering it as if to assert his own combat capability. Witnessing such a display, the blue-haired man and Myung Chon-do swore repeatedly. "Damn it, a safe landing." He even arrogantly mocked Sierra. Looking closely, I see the foolish nightmare girl is also here. The nightmare who betrayed the entire abyss for a selfish obsession. Being insulted like that, the girl couldn't let it be, but in this case, she could only grit her teeth and endure, knowing that with her current strength, resisting would be like an ant against an elephant. He knew she was in a weak position, so there is also a shadow strategist sent by the Abyss, and he was the most dangerous one, Sam Young-hun, who along with his 2 subordinates walked arrogantly past the people they deemed lowly. With just a flick of a hand, they would turn to ash. He walked up to Myung Chon-do and patted his shoulder. "You can stop now, Poison King." The man turned back. "My hands are so itchy I can't just sit and watch." Young-hun replied arrogantly as a challenge to all the groups. "As for Jae-hwan's team, I'll handle this from now on. You just wait and watch the show." "Watch this!" Before the other could respond, he headed toward Cayman. Jumping down, he shook the entire ground, making everyone wary. Only those people still tried to resist until the last minute, which made him even more amused. These souls are still stubbornly struggling in death. As Sierra stepped forward, he used his power. With just one hand, he suppressed her and her companions, exerting such great force with only one hand. They became even more cautious, wanting to deal with this man, not only using their heads but also needing to match his strength. After delivering a strike as a warning to those people, Sam Young-hun looked indifferently at the pile of people lying scattered. In his eyes, they all seemed like a masterpiece he had sculpted himself. "I must trample them like this so they won't dare look up at me ever again." As he planned to walk away, he was held back. The man with that hair still tried to use his fading breath to hold him back. "I will not let you go." Without any surprise, he praised, "Quite stubborn. Seeing you struggle to stand up truly gives me pleasure." Without hesitation, he heartlessly crushed the man's arm and shouted joyfully to the astonishment of those around, "Because I can enjoy the feeling of trampling all of you once more." Inside the factory, things also began to shake. Cass felt disgusted and annoyed. Those humans decided to make a scene, but now they can't resist anymore? Shark was somewhat more worried. This doesn't sound like what they usually do. The great leader sent Johnny-ack outside to see what was happening out there. As soon as he saw what was going on outside, Johnny-ack reported, trembling with fear. "Terrifying! The human subordinates are in danger!" The man in the straw hat cut him off. "This can't happen!" Then he ran out with the blonde man, ignoring the protests of everyone behind. The divine doctor realized, this time, damn it, that brat guessed right. He predicted we'd have to fight the royalty even before reaching the abyss. What they were doing reminded the divine doctor of the events 900 years ago. Back then, he had to witness his comrade pass away on a rainy day. Listening to the final words choked with tears, when handing him the resurrection fruit to see that what they did had succeeded, not failed. But as soon as he stepped outside, everything had already spiraled out of his control. Seeing the divine doctor just standing there in a daze, frozen, watching like a statue, the person beside him had to call his name to wake him up. Divine doctor, snap out of it! Divine doctor! His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging as he charged toward the group. He shouted, Mulak! Cayman, where are you? Witnessing them holding their broken bodies, covered in wounds, and seeing the smug expression of Sam Young-hun, along with his mocking voice, oh, isn't this the useless old divine doctor? Luckily, one person is still conscious. He stepped forward, his voice like a narrative. No one told me where that Jae-hwan is, so I'm quite miserable and annoyed, but you appeared just in time. Actually, I like spirits with strong wills like this, but I can't waste any more time. Therefore, I'll make an example out of this one and send him to the afterlife. The divine doctor shouted with all his might, Stop! But the blue-haired man seemed resigned, ready to sacrifice himself for the Lord. Lord, I'm sorry. The small, somewhat rough hands of the woman behind him grabbed him, leaning on him as a sturdy support. Both were pushed back by that terrifying power. Her hands still held him tightly. Suddenly, someone asked, Cayman, have you been fighting a monster like this all this time? Hearing this, the woman didn't answer, but screamed, Chung Hekaton! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the sky, making the man turn his head in curiosity. That monster spoke through the thunder. Shadow strategist, what do you think you're doing? Receiving no response, he asked again, I asked what you were doing. The man replied, Factory leader, huh? Long time no see. I'm looking for a product. I'll leave as soon as I find it. He spoke once more. Is that product the awakened who opened the Genesis? The beast beside him also asked its kin, Do you know him? It's been 1,000 years and you guys still haven't changed at all, the man replied immediately after hearing the question. You still treat a living person like an object. The monster spoke. The young man on this side also replied, Regardless, I want you to open the factory doors for me. What is your purpose? I'm afraid I can't do that right now. Hearing this, the youth replied, As you can see, our product has escaped into the factory. He said again, I told you, now is not the time. Once again, that man covered his face in frustration and said, Not the time. It seems you didn't understand my words clearly. Open that damn gate, that pile of iron, he said loudly with sharp, angry eyes. Suddenly, a storm broke out at sea, sending spray flying everywhere. He and his companions were moving through the wind and waves into the distance. The servant beside him suddenly asked, How dare you? He simply replied gently, You forgot that a monarch cannot interfere with the factory. Why is it that here the man secretly blamed himself? Right, you are sealing the high monarch, you are restraining him. He looked up at the dark, murky sky and said, That's why we haven't made a move on you yet. The High Monarch catastrophe is one of the 3 ancient gods, an existence that can only be sealed by all 12 monarchs together, the strongest god of the abyss. I don't know how strong he is on the ground. The man's feet gradually moved away from the ground. He flew high into the sky and spoke, But now he's just a has-been god at the bottom of society like those dogs from a few thousand years ago. The monarchs of the 12 regions were much weaker then than they are now. And I am much stronger than those from 1,000 years ago, he spoke. The monster said, You are making a mistake. Stop this immediately. Hearing this, he found it ridiculous and boastfully said, I am the shadow strategist, Sam Young-hun. Why should I listen to a pile of scrap metal? The servant beside him, hearing that, prepared to strike. At that moment, he shouted and ordered him to shut up. The monster out there heard this and shouted, Stop! Seeing this, he laughed and said playfully, Too late! A powerful aura erupted. They swirled together, looking incredibly terrifying and dangerous. The old man saw this and widened his eyes in absolute shock. Those surges of power merged to create an overwhelming sight. A great dragon with long fangs roared in anger. It lunged forward, terrifying everyone. Even the monster had to step back before that horrific power. The companion beside him couldn't help but exclaim, My God! But that power exploded, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. Then a group of tall and muscular people rose up. The old man found it strange and spoke up. "What on earth is this? Are you the divine doctor? What is happening?" After what just happened, he fell silent before he could finish, overwhelmed by the sight before his eyes. The young man standing before him said loudly, "Do you think we still have a chance to win?" He gritted his teeth as if to show his anger and resentment. "I see you can't see anything anymore," he said. The old man looked into the distance and said, "If you saw this scene, if you saw this madness, you wouldn't be asking that," he added, lifting his feet slightly as he spoke. "Our medicine cannot defeat this monster." So, before he could finish his sentence, a woman suddenly spoke up. "Is the master running away again?" Hearing the question, the old man stammered as if his secret had been exposed. I'm just so scared I can't stop shaking." His hands trembled with fear as he spoke in a hesitant voice. Then he spoke again. "Young man, how can you think you can always win when fighting against such powerful enemies?" The blind young man beside him spoke up. "Divine Doctor, has the Lord still not returned?" "He went to meet the High Monarch. He might die, but even if he does, he will never surrender," he replied with a firm voice. Hearing the old man say that, the youth intended to run off, but the old man stopped him in time. "Eon, he hasn't arrived yet." But as he spoke, he reached out his hand to pull the sword out of the ground. "We haven't lost yet," he said, pointing the sword directly at Eon. Hearing that, Eon laughed and said, "I understand." The sky had gradually begun to brighten. Everyone regained their fighting spirit. "So we can still fight. I showed them enough power to make them lose their morale. But why are they standing up again? How dare they look at me like that?" a man in the group said. "That nobility, that is the noble gaze belonging only to those who have the power to decide their own lives. Though they are not monarchs, they are noble and majestic. Those who do not care who the enemy is, even if it's a monarch, as if they are saying this. Monarchs do not exist. If all the awakened in that tower are like them, can I sell them to the abyss?" The guy continued, "Vargas, change the strategy." Hearing that, Vargas asked, "What? All the awakened here must die. We will only spare the tower and the product," the man said loudly. "Let's end this." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive light erupted violently. Everyone watched that power in amazement. Everyone was trying their best to use their strength to counter that power. Another surge of power grew more intense, shattering all the surrounding rocks. These two beams of light created a collision that made everything around them incredibly chaotic. The man who created this power stood under the beam of light, deep in thought about a certain issue. The girl standing there was also terrified by the surge of power. She held her head and screamed, "Ah!" The man asked, "Is it you?" Jae-hwan gripped his sword and advanced, saying loudly as the product helped him speak, "Sorry, I'm late." Jae-hwan called out loudly, "Kid!" The old man also shouted, "Lord!" Jae-hwan said gently, "Thank you, everyone," and warned, "Now stay as far away as possible." The man holding the sword asked in surprise, "Are you truly the Lord of Gorgon?" The Lord replied boldly, "That's right." He thought in surprise, "That filthy and ragged-looking guy is actually the Lord of Gorgon?" He shouted in rage, "Did I have to come all this way for someone like him? Did I have to come all this way for someone like him?" The man looked at the marks on his legs and said, "Impure energy is flowing from that guy. Could it be the mark of the King of Catastrophe?" The old man beside him replied, "The king actually let someone like him leave? It must be time for him to find a successor." The man said in disbelief, "I still can't believe the person the humans in chaos believe in is someone who looks this impoverished." Looking at Jae-hwan from afar, the man wondered, "Is that the person we are looking for?" The old man standing nearby said with great indignation, "I can't believe we had to come all this way for a purebred product like him." 9th Region, 5th Brigadier General Black Cloud King Megata. The man said, "We've been made into a joke." 9th Region, 6th Brigadier General Dragon Kick King Sarum. The youth called out, "Sam Young-hun!" The angry gaze of the youth was like a spark of fire. He shouted, "Did we really have to come all this way for someone like him?" "Why?" The man beside him explained, "You might think this is redundant, but it's actually very necessary." He asked back in surprise, "Necessary?" The man confirmed, "That's right." They went to a place with a powerful aura. The boulders block our way down the abyss to retrieve the fruit of existence, which can determine the presence or disappearance of someone in the abyss of the king of catastrophe. The youth said in panic, "What if the king of catastrophe does not permit us to enter the abyss?" The man beside him said, "Our only choice is to force our way in." The man shouted angrily, "Hey! Did we come here just to stand and talk all day?" Suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere. The youth asked in surprise, "Who is this?" He smirked sinisterly and said, "Interesting." From above, a beam of light shaped like a giant eye shone down. "This is truly a world with a very unique perspective." The man asked in great surprise, "The giant eye? Is this how it looks into the first nightmare?" The youth beside him replied, "Could that eye represent Big Brother?" The youth looked up at the massive eagle flying in front of him and barked, "Too slow! No matter how unique it is, there is nothing inside this world." The youth fell face first onto the ground. The old man beside him scolded angrily, "Kid, what do you think you're doing? You're not at the level to face the brigadier generals yet." With eyes full of hatred, he thought, "You are plotting something, aren't you?" The youth picked up his sword and said, "It looks like a world with an extremely rare perspective, but it still can't compare to those at the crevice." The youth shouted, "Don't tell me that's all you've got!" He ran fast and replied, "Of course not." The youth swung his sword high. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful force erupted from the blade. He drew the energy toward the youth, making him panic. The man's footsteps were decisive as he said, "Ridiculous." Seeing the situation, Jae-hwan immediately raised his sword and fought back with all his might. His eyes were full of killing intent as he said, "No one else needs to step in." Seeing his expression, the man spoke playfully, "Strategist, let me face him alone, all right?" Receiving the question, the strategist replied calmly, "No, I will be the one to do it." Hearing the answer, the man looked extremely surprised and asked back, "What?" Suddenly a voice spoke up, "Surprised, aren't you? Are you going to fight?" Hearing the question, the strategist replied with a composed manner, "I'm just cleaning up the trouble I caused myself." He spoke up again, "Then I will join in too." "How does an old man from the Hexabeetle clan dare to demand we get involved?" In response to that question, Jae-hwan simply said, "No need." He appeared under two majestic surges of power. He added, "I alone am enough." A person stood outside screaming, "Strategist Sam Young, what are you doing? You know very well our Hexabeetle clan has a grudge against him." Strategist Sam Young replied gently, "Just go rest," ignoring the person who continued to scream. On this side, Jae-hwan also spoke up, "What are you trying to do?" Immediately the question was answered. "This is a grace I grant you. I want to praise your courage. Wouldn't only a head-on battle satisfy you with the result? Besides, I don't want others interfering in my fight," Sam Young said. "I've finished setting the stage for you. Now come here and perform your best for me, even though I'm sure there's nothing to expect but a comical performance," the strategist said with a triumphant laugh. Hearing that, he simply replied gently, "Now, this will be the final foolish act you commit." Having said that, he swung his sword, creating an infinite surge of power. Strategist Sam Young saw this and spoke in panic, "Are you hiding something up your sleeve?" "But even that won't be enough," Sam Young said, regaining his composure. Sam Young spoke while resisting Jae-hwan's power. "In the past 6 months I have witnessed countless awakened ones. But it seemed those legs could no longer stand firm, being pushed back by the opponent's power. Most of them are only at level 3. Occasionally there are a few geniuses who reach level 4, Sam Young said as he looked at Jae-hwan's serious face. Then he said to him, "Among the awakened ones at your level that I've met, you are the weakest," he added. Jae-hwan thought to himself while resisting, "He's too strong. Sam Hyung-garam can't even compare." Even though Sam Hyung-garam was said to have reached the strength of a brigadier general, though he uses power from the same system, he is on a completely different level. The half-hearted attacks I've created cannot hurt him, Jae-hwan thought to himself. "I heard you opened the Genesis and achieved realization. You are currently emitting quite a bit of energy. I hope it's not as boring as the pile of attacks you've struggled to unleash," he said triumphantly. Hearing that, he became so angry that the veins on his neck stood out on his skin. He tried to use all his strength to advance toward him, unleashing the strongest moves that inner strength can provide. That power quickly attacked the person on the opposite side. The opponent's power took the form of a fierce dragon, striving to swallow Jae-hwan's power whole. His pupils suddenly widened as if he saw something very astonishing. The two powers combined to create a blinding light, making everything appear blurry. The old man standing next to Jae-hwan suddenly called out loudly. The man right there also couldn't help but exclaim, "Too many tricks, that's truly a sly move." Seeing that, he immediately spoke up. "No way that guy can defeat Garam. But hey, if you think Garam and I are on the same level, that's truly a huge mistake. Do you think you can have it all after opening the Genesis? That was only the beginning." "Whatever, let's end this match now. Do you have anything else you want to show me?" he asked him mockingly. Jae-hwan also quickly replied, "What are you trying to do? If you wanted to, you could have killed me countless times by now. In the end, what do you want?" Hearing the question, he immediately replied, "You're quite smart, aren't you? Come to the 9th region and bring along the awakening tower you created as well." He spoke, and Jae-hwan questioned him back. "And if I refuse?" He then asked back to be sure, "You want to refuse? I really want to see what you can do." Then the door at the top of the tower gradually opened. Jae-hwan looked up at that door for a moment and thought. The scene behind the door was extremely strange. It made him curious, wondering, is this? He thought to himself, this is a computer. "It seems you're surprised to see some familiar objects again, but the gift I'm giving you isn't just that much," he said. "I will give you—" Hearing that, Jae-hwan looked on with confused eyes. He lowered his face in deep thought. Then he spoke again. "The chance to reclaim the life you lost." He looked up and saw scenes of himself in the past. "I will give you the chance to reclaim the life you threw away. Don't you remember it?" he asked him. Currently, he saw himself tightly bound by large chains, but he still silently listened to his words. "You can still start your old life over. I'll still give you the position of 8th-ranked Brigadier General." Not only that, he added. He looked through this door at his everyday life, the place where there was him and ordinary people. "It's Earth," he thought. He spoke again. "I will let you return to the time you missed." Hearing that, he firmly replied, "I'm not going back." His response made him burst into laughter. "I knew you'd say that. Looking at the way you've acted all this time, it seems you're the type who hates regression. Since you knew that, why did you even ask?" He immediately replied, "What I'm offering you isn't just simple regression, because the time of the nightmare you went through won't disappear. What's the point of going back to the past? Even if you go back, your wounds won't heal, and it shouldn't be that way." Hearing him say that, his eyes widened in surprise as if his secret had been hit. "Because those are the wounds that made you who you are today. Those wounds have become a part of you. I wonder if that's the reason you insist on choosing the present instead of regression. That's right, what you're looking for isn't your past, but the present that you had to lose." He spoke, "But what I'm wondering right now is whether this place is truly the present you desire. The answer is no." "I'm certain this place is not your present," he said arrogantly. "The time you deserve to have, the present you don't want to lose. This is that place." He showed Jae-hwan his memories. It's exactly that place. Beautiful memories with his girlfriend. Every word of that girl kept appearing in his head. "Come on, Jae-hwan, what book should I read today? Jae-hwan," he spoke again. "The present that you lost, the people you love, they are all there. If you become a Brigadier General in the 9th region, you can go there any time. Consider which is the better choice for you." Every word of his heavily impacted his psychology. But then he remained calm and asked back, "Is that all?" Ignoring the beautiful memories and unforgettable recollections swirling around, he gripped his sword tightly as if intending to do something. Seeing his action, he asked, "What do you think you're doing?" He drew his sword and said, "I'm not going back. I'm moving forward." Facing his aggressive stance, he shouted, Don't you want to see your loved ones again? Are you going to throw away the present you've been searching for into the trash?" he asked angrily, radiating a terrifying wave of power. Seeing this, he also tried to use his strength to resist. "Trash, huh? What he says might be true. Do I miss them? Of course I do. The people I want to see, but I'm only human. How could I not have any emotions?" He recalled the beautiful moments of his life and thought to himself. But then he spoke up and stepped forward with his sword. "Whether it's the past, present, or future, it means nothing in this world." Then Jae-hwan raised his sword, gathering all the strength he had to fight. The people below were also astonished by this power, and the memories of his past no longer appeared. He spoke clearly. Like you said, if I returned to Earth, I might enjoy happiness for a brief moment. But what would that achieve? You would still come and carry out the trials on that land. Hearing him say that, he raised his voice. That is only natural. Trials are the law of this world, he said, as a power emanated from the sword in his hand. Seeing this, he also used his power to resist with all his might. In a world where testing other creatures has become a way of life, perhaps this isn't anyone's fault, he thought. It's not Cayman's fault for forgetting his memories when he was a product. It's not Siren's fault for being born in the tower and taught to think that way. He thought of Cayman and Siren and mused, and it's certainly not because of the angels or demons in charge of the trials. If anyone is guilty, it's the one who didn't point out the flaw in that idea. The only thing at fault is this world, he said. That is why I must destroy this place. He heard this and spoke with contempt. How naive. Everything you love is a part of this world. Are you sure you want to destroy it with your own hands? Naive. This thing called the system doesn't exist. It cannot be touched or destroyed. The system is an inevitability. Listening to his words, Jae-hwan thought, I can't defeat him alone. I don't have enough time to make this world or myself stronger. I can't defeat him. Can't. But the only reason I'm doing this in this situation is what led me here. If I can't win with my own strength, I'll just borrow a more powerful authority. Thinking this, he brought the red quartz piece close to his mouth. Suddenly, his power became more terrifying than ever. It became a danger to Jae-hwan. Jihan and the old man beside him shouted to him with all their might. The old man, with an angry face and gritted teeth, spoke up, What is happening inside? Seeing the situation, he was extremely smug. Foolish. You should have watched quietly. I can't help anyway because he's a living creature existing with the chaos. He will fall into a state of interconnected mental links. If he dies, his soul will return to his original body. His soul will no longer be intact. I have no other choice but to force him back to the all-powerful land. But Jae-hwan gripped his sword tightly, refusing to yield to that massive power. Those eyes blazed, showing surprise. He was at a disadvantage. His power was advancing without any hesitation. Currently, Jae-hwan was gaining the upper hand. His power seemed capable of defeating that horrific force. He asked in confusion, What is this? Black spots gradually appeared densely on his face. Seeing himself in such a situation, he screamed, expressing both fear and ultimate rage. The entire building was surrounded by his power. He shouted in vain, What is this energy? What just happened? The old man's feet trembled as he spoke in despair. No, it's impossible. Is the reason he didn't eat the horned demons, despite the dark energy radiating from his body, to do this? Doing this will require a very high price. Why on earth are you trying to do that, kid? The old man wondered. Bloodthirsty demons gradually appeared around there. Hundreds of giant eyes watched everything from afar. He burst out laughing like he never had before. That eerie laughter, along with many demons, made the scene at that moment incredibly bone-chilling. Suddenly a man spoke up. What the hell is this? Everyone below called out to the Lord, albeit with some hesitation. The hands had turned black. The hair was neatly tied, and the heart beat rapidly. Everything had created a man with terrifying power. He smiled and said, Long time no see, King Min. His smile was hard to describe. It carried a touch of arrogance and triumph. The descendant of the true body of Emperor Catastrophe, the earthly manifestation of the King of Catastrophe, was truly struck by calamity. Suddenly everyone started whispering. Is it an earthquake? No, it seems to be coming from the chaos. The chaos? What's happening in the chaos? What was that just now? Is this the energy of the three ancient gods? Has he appeared? How is that possible? Could the seal have been broken? The surrounding rocks were stained red, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Suddenly a man stepped forward, sighed, and said, Chaos! He let out a rather cryptic smile and said, The place where Kella is right here. Everyone wondered what was happening. He stood alone in the gruesome scenery. He screamed in rage, How on earth? The King of Catastrophe, who was sealed by the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions. The Akashic records clearly indicated that. That's why I thought bringing 100 monarchs was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Are the Akashic records a lie? In this situation, even if the High Monarch were here, victory wouldn't be certain. That means the best solution is to escape this place at all costs. He looked up at the one sitting on high and spoke. King of Catastrophe, we don't intend to fight you. We only want the spoils you just acquired. The King of Catastrophe, sitting above, thought, this guy? But that won't do. Then he spoke. As you promised, big brother, you wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the chaos. Hearing him say that, he bit his lip hard. He shouted loudly, How dare you mention his name in my presence? Seeing this, he hurriedly said, I apologize, but from what I know, that is why you haven't chosen a proxy yet. This man is not my proxy. He is trying to protect his own world, even if it means trading his own life. Therefore, we have made a contract. Hearing the words of the King of Catastrophe, he was stunned and stammered, A contract? The contract is none of your business, the King of Catastrophe said from above and unleashed his power, causing everything below to fall into chaos. But one thing was certain. Everything became a mess under the power of the King of Catastrophe. He added, all of you. Everyone screamed, Impossible! Ignoring them, the King of Catastrophe added, Shall die here. Hearing that, he shouted while resisting the fury unleashed by the King of Catastrophe. What? Are you planning to break your word? I have never done such a thing. Even though this is my power in the end, it's not like I wanted this, he said. The power of the King of Catastrophe caused every rock there to shatter. The cyclone terrified everyone into running away. The cyclone grew more and more powerful. Seeing this, he immediately called out, Everyone gather here! There's no time for fear. We must unite. I suspect the King of Catastrophe is using a hungry ghost manifestation to get here. No matter how strong he is, the vessel he manifested in is just flesh and blood. He added, He will collapse soon. We must wear down his power. If we can just resist for 5 minutes, victory will be ours. Suddenly a man shouted, Myung-Chando, you fool! You want to fight that monster? Seeing this, he spoke up. The Hexabeetle clan will not join this battle. Do whatever you want, you fools. The King of Catastrophe spoke again. Hexabeetle clan. Are you the ones who created soul stones or whatever after analyzing my world? Truly a bunch of fools trying to imitate a god. Do you think you can leave this place? You aren't even worthy of becoming hungry ghosts. Not a single person here will return alive, he said, looking down from his high seat. People were sinking into the rushing water, desperately crying for help. Look closely. See for yourselves what disaster you have brought upon yourselves. The King of Catastrophe sat with his chin in his hand, smiling triumphantly and speaking loudly. He cursed himself silently. Damn it, how did everything turn out like this? Hold on. He was trying to endure the lightning rained down by the King of Catastrophe when Jihan appeared. Jihan shouted, How long are you going to keep acting so pathetically? At this rate, we'll all die in vain. The man beside him also said, The strategist said it. We only need to hold out for 5 minutes. Everyone, attack. Hearing that, the King of Catastrophe laughed and said, Seems there are some brave ones after all. He turned his head and called out to Jihan, Pierce through! Jihan and the teammates struggled together to overcome the rushing water. The King of Catastrophe then summoned beasts to make things difficult for everyone. He thought to himself, Good. As long as we don't lose the will to fight, we still have a chance to win. Better to suffer heavy losses than for everyone to perish. A powerful attack like that will surely diminish his strength a bit. The final result is still unknown. Sitting on high, watching the play he created, the King of Catastrophe said with interest, The sight of you racking your brains to find a way to live is quite worth watching. He pointed his finger into the distance and said, But. He was fighting and thinking of ways not to be subdued. Most of the people had been defeated. Seeing such a situation, he spoke up, What? At this, the King of Catastrophe said, If I just sit still and do nothing, it would be too boring. Laughter gradually began to ring out. Hearing that, he laughed loudly and then screamed, What the hell just happened? Was there no way to win against a calamity from the start? He looked up and said, Fine, you win. But I won't let everything happen according to your wishes. Then the King of Catastrophe said, It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Hearing this, his pupils dilated in anger. He stood up decisively. But if I continue to use my power, it would be too boring, said the King of Catastrophe. Finally, all the storms passed. The clouds and mountains returned to their original state. He helplessly pressed his face against the water. He thought to himself, Is this the power of the unique King of Catastrophe? Even though his power overflows within my soul, it still feels unreal. The power of the first awakened, the unique King of Catastrophe, is strong enough to completely destroy the world. This is the goal I have always aimed for. and I have strived for it until now. But even as strong as the unique king of catastrophe is, he was sealed by Big Brother. How much stronger must I become? Too weak. You couldn't even last 5 minutes. How much longer can I borrow your strength? You can summon me 3 times with demon possession. You've used it once, so obviously you have 2 times left. No, since you need to summon me when you meet Big Brother, strictly speaking, you have 1 time left. After using my power, your soul has reached its limit. Demonization will soon occur. Since you chose this way, try to endure it. Regardless, I hope you will keep your promise to me. As soon as the link ended, pain rushed straight in. My body feels like it's being torn into pieces, thought the king of catastrophe. His hands trembled, emitting a mysterious smoke. The more demonization occurred, the more my memories faded away. When a person loses their memory, they lose themselves. The moment they lose themselves, they no longer exist. They become a hungry ghost. The king of catastrophe roared in pain. He wondered, will I become a hungry ghost like this? Then he let himself fall into the deep blue water and wondered. A moment later, the king of catastrophe opened his eyes wide and thought, my memories. He was returning. Snippets of memories gradually appeared in his mind. At this time in the memory, came and asked, Divine Doctor, what do you like about the Lord while accompanying him? The old man just silently replied, what I like about him? There's no such thing. He's just a reckless, childish, rude, and brainless brat. All he can do is hit an old man like me, he said, but he's just a reckless, childish, rude, and brainless brat. If you ask the reason why I'm still accompanying him, it's because I don't want him to be lonely anymore. With that said, the memory vanished. Jae-hwan opened his eyes to see the old man sitting beside him, calling for him to wake up. Kid, wake up, he whispered. Stop calling me kid, old man. Are you going to keep calling me that forever? Hearing this, the old man looked sad, his mouth still calling him old kid. He called out loudly, Jae-hwan, are you awake? What if you become a hungry ghost? Have you thought about that? He asked. He calmly replied, because I trust that you will wake me up from that clean demonic stain. At that, the old man's entire body trembled. Then he cried loudly and rushed toward Jae-hwan, his mouth shouting, This brat! Jae-hwan sat up and leaned his back against a rock. He asked, Is everything over? Though the losses were great, a large number of the Abyss Expedition team members survived. There will always be more awakened ones. There will be no problem if I leave. Now the monarchs will no longer pay attention to chaos. The balance of power in the all-powerful land has collapsed. They will be busy readjusting this. Chaos finally has true freedom. That's what I thought. A man walked up and asked, Lord, what is this? Upon hearing the question, his pupils widened. I will not let you achieve your goal. Samyung lay on the ground smiling. The man took a memory fragment and crushed it. He said, Did you truly come to this place and survive? Seeing this, the old man spoke up. What are you trying to do? He just risked his life to save you. This information is very important to us. All souls in chaos are dead, the man said. When the Lord arrived at the Resurrection Palace, he received that fruit, didn't he? Kamen rushed forward before he could finish. Wait, don't tell me you think the Lord came back to life because of that fruit? Their goal is simply to live again, the man spoke again. If not, how do you explain that footage? Kamen immediately replied, He didn't eat the fruit. But what if... Among them, the blue-haired man said, Everyone, calm down. The other man spoke again. What's going on with the fruit? The Lord they always revered is a living person. This is bad. They aren't calming down. The negative thoughts they've accumulated until now are exploding, the blue-haired man thought. After seeing the miracles the Lord created, they began to think they could live again. They were no longer interested in what the Lord had tried to build. The truth is that the Lord is alive, and it's everything they don't understand. The others grew rowdy. Lord, please explain, please answer us, Lord! All of those things held them back. The Lord's path was blocked by chaos again. Lord of Gorgon, this situation is quite interesting. They became like this just from the chaos skill. A skill that succeeds if there is already enough petty jealousy in your heart. The envy and suspicion within them became the trigger for this, even though they relied on your shoulder just minutes ago. But now they will never believe you again. Please tell us, what about the fruit? Why have you deceived us all this time? They said in unison. You may have succeeded in stopping my plan, but your own plan will fall apart completely. Cayman shouted, Stop! I am the one! Before he could finish, Jae-hwan spoke up. I have destroyed all the fruit. The others said in shock, What did you just say? Cayman turned to ask him with a confused look. Lord, what did you just say? Could it be? Is it because you are alive? Why would you do that when you knew how much we wanted them? Life can never be gained from the fruit. If a person is resurrected in the all-powerful land using the fruit, a war like this will break out and everything will become chaotic again, Jae-hwan thought. I could have known that beforehand. Jae-hwan said, You're asking me if I'm alive? The others shouted, What are you planning to do? He replied, If you want to know, then go see for yourselves. It's a mental link, he added. The man spoke up once more. A mental link? He actually connected to it. He has been deceiving us all this time. He used us to monopolize the fruit for himself. Seeing everyone fall silent, the man turned and said, What? Why is everyone so quiet? He spoke again. I don't care if this life is real or fake, but this is the life I have chosen. Around him now was a realm of silence. Sam Young suddenly burst out laughing like never before, breaking the silence. He screamed, You madman! I can't believe you cut the mental link with your own hands. You've lost your mind, someone said. He's still alive. Sam Young said again, You truly... Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished. The men there stood in silence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. A man called out, Lord! But Jae-hwan walked past him without responding. The man said, Where are you going? He replied calmly, I am going to the abyss. The man continued to call the Lord, but he did not answer. The old man also followed Jae-hwan. Catastrophe supported Jae-hwan, who was exhausted. A blue-haired man stood deep in thought. From the first day he appeared in chaos, he had always walked alone. No one uttered a word, but everyone knew. Even if countless kings are born from chaos in the future, to the people of chaos, they only have one true king. The last king recognized by chaos, the one who is now leaving it. Suddenly a girl spoke. Is this really the chaos I once knew? She pulled down her hat and added, It has changed so much. 3 months since he left chaos, I woke up, and through Clarice, I heard about the changes in chaos. Under the consensus between the king of humanity, the leader of the Twilight Factory, and the unique king, chaos was unified. The Chaos Alliance built a new citadel on the old site of the Twilight Factory. The name of the citadel is Carpe Diem. Note, Carpe Diem is a Latin phrase meaning seize the day, or figuratively, enjoy the moment we have. Humans, hungry ghosts, and beasts who once fought each other are now living together in Carpe Diem, but I'm still not used to this site. That is how Carpe Diem, the center of chaos, grew strong. Subsequently, forces at the borders appeared, showing hostility toward this place. Those forces were none other than the all-powerful land. The 9th territory of the Shadow Strategist suffered significant damage after Jae-hwan's massacre of the monarchs. Taking this opportunity, other territories kicked them while they were down, starting a disastrous war. It is said that because of this, hundreds or thousands of monarchs die in battle every day, or set their sights on chaos. Fortunately, in chaos, there is still the awakening tower left by Jae-hwan. Thanks to it, chaos has created countless awakened ones to fight against the monarchs. Normally, monarchs and commanders are much stronger than 10th-tier simulators. They are all difficult opponents to handle. So the factory leaders came up with a brilliant plan to solve this problem. When a monarch-class simulator dies, the location they are transported to is completely different from the others. Usually, they would be sent back to the Resurrection Palace, but the leaders changed the summoning location. The new location is nowhere else but inside the city of Carpe Diem. When I first heard about it, I thought it was ridiculous, but I was convinced after hearing the reason. It's all because in one place, there is another gate shaped like some kind of beast. Then suddenly someone spoke from its mouth. Are we dead? A man said. But where is this? The Resurrection Palace has truly disappeared. Ants again? This place is like hell. The surroundings were covered in a mysterious red. 2 men stood in the middle of a large pool. What is this? While the 2 were confused by the scenery, there was a sudden explosion. The 2 died on the spot. Who would have thought the unique king would be right in front of them after they resurrected? Regardless, a chaos that hadn't changed for 1,000 years has finally changed because of him. Before the moment I woke up, I was holding a stone in my hand. The regression stone. I heard that on the day he left the Twilight Factory, he visited and placed it in my hand. She looked at the stone and fell silent for a moment. She wondered, why did he save Chaos? He didn't seem like the caring or protective type, and there was no reason for him to save it. Then she thought, could it be because of those words, please don't throw away this world? She quickly shook her head to clear those idle thoughts. No, no way. It must be for another reason. She fell silent, lost in deep thought. I want to know why he saved this world. Will I find the answer in the place he left behind? She walked to a tower where only a small amount of light filtered through. The system message appeared. Do you agree to be transported into the Nightmare Tower, Carpe Diem? She thought, I see. The expressions and emotions of those who enter the tower, I understand them now. She smiled and said, he kept claiming he would end this world, but he left behind a ray of hope before leaving. The system message appeared again. Do you agree to be transported into the Nightmare Tower, Carpe Diem? She thought, no. Perhaps this too is a way to end the world. One day I will meet you again, right? But in the world you painted, she did not know if there was a ray of salvation. Yet in her imagination, his world would be like a tree rooted in the barren, leafless void. Even so, just thinking about that world eased her loneliness, because even if everyone in the world betrayed it, there would always be one person willing to protect that world until the end. The world that man alone protects. Its name is... Then there was an image of a red tree and J.E. tall. On slowly walking toward it. The abyss is known as a branch of the illusion tree. Each region within this place is called a limb. Each limb is a world. Each limb is a unique and independent world. And the 7 great gods are the highest-ranking deities who govern these realms. So, where is the most dangerous place in the abyss? Once, the gods of the abyss spent a long time debating this question. Some said it was the first limb created by the eldest. Other gods said it was the 4th limb created by the god of madness. But even though minor gods are rarely seen, there are still other dangerous places that middle gods must be wary of. For example, the 8th limb, the Caspian Blue Forest Sea. In a forest surrounded by massive trees, there is a deep blue color that looks incredibly poetic. Suddenly, Junot spoke up, Goddess, please answer me. Is there really a place to fish for souls here? The goddess immediately replied, Really, I told you there was. Don't you believe me? Junot looked up and said, But I haven't found any spot. Can we go back? What if a dark spirit appears? He added. But the goddess spoke up. Junot, do you think it's that easy to meet a dark spirit? It's been over 100,000 years since the 3 ancient gods were gone. No matter how many disciples they had, they're all dead. Besides, you have me, the great naked Anderson, so what are you worried about? Hearing the goddess, he replied flatly, That's exactly why I'm worried. Hearing this, the goddess asked crossly, Hey, what do you mean by that? Ignoring the goddess's question, he asked, Do I really have to come here to recruit disciples? The goddess replied, Doing that wouldn't help, would it? He asked. Junot closed his eyes and thought. That's right. The reason he came to this remote place with this goddess was because of disciples. In the abyss, the number of disciples following a god is their power. The more disciples they have, the stronger that god becomes, and they will have more legends and rare items. Conversely, for gods with no disciples, their worlds will gradually disappear over time. The goddess said, At this rate, our world will perish. Junot thought, That's why I have to do this. Then he said, Should I try to lure people with words like last time? Hearing that, the goddess replied, Did you forget that the believer you lured last time ran away with our entire treasury? Junot stammered, I remember, but that's not all. Back then, another god declared a holy war against us after we stole their disciples. Did you forget all that? The goddess asked. Junot said tiredly, I guess I can only keep fishing. Yeah, I told you so, the goddess replied. Soul fishing is the way people often use to find new disciples in the abyss. Literally, they fish for the souls of actual humans. At this moment, Junot spoke up again. But is there really a fishing spot here? The goddess quickly replied, I already told you. Usually people go soul fishing at public spots, but sometimes remote places like this have undiscovered fishing spots. Seeing that, he asked curiously, Where did you hear that from? The goddess said, "At Minerva's shop." He asked again, "Wait, isn't that the goddess of luck, Minerva, the one who runs the fortune shop every month?" The goddess softly replied, "Yes." Junot asked, "How much did you pay her?" The goddess replied, "About 300 credits." Hearing the answer, Junot collapsed and cried, "That was everything we had." Seeing this, the goddess flusteredly explained, "Calm down. The card at Minerva's shop said I would find luck in the northwest of Caspian in a place with a blue forest and water. So it has to be this place. Besides, water is the symbol of a fishing spot." Junot, who had been silent, suddenly shouted, "Is that it?" The goddess continued, "I was also told I would meet an important person when I came here." "Hey, are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" The goddess quickly said, "I was wrong. Let's not waste time anymore. Let's go back." The goddess agreed with him. He thought for a moment. Then he stopped and scratched his head, thinking, "Am I being too harsh?" Looking back, the goddess was probably desperate because she has no disciples other than him, her avatar. Meaning, even if her world disappeared, it wouldn't be surprising. Thinking that, he spoke up. He asked if they should walk around a bit more. The goddess asked back, "Really?" He replied, "I want to have subordinates too. And besides, you were tricked by Minerva. Since we're already here, we might as well make the most of it, right?" The goddess replied, "That's true." Junot thought to himself, "Every time I hear her voice, my heart softens because it reminds me of my little sister who passed away when I was young. She is my only relative because I no longer have my family or my homeland. I must do my best to help her," Junot thought and sighed. Then he spoke up. "Did I just smell the fresh scent of water?" The goddess replied, "I don't have a nose, so how should I know?" Junot ran into the distance and said, "Follow me." The goddess asked in wonder, "Junot, where are you going?" He did not stop, but continued to run, running through tree branches and rocky cliffs. His pupils widened as if he had found something. Before his eyes now was a large body of water, and the place was filled with fireflies fluttering about. Seeing a beautiful stream of water before his eyes, Junot quickly shouted, "Over here, there really is water. I've found the fishing spot." The goddess cheered, "Yes, we did it." He also celebrated inwardly, "I really found it." Junot said, "Maybe we really will get a new disciple, huh?" The goddess replied, "What if we do? Who knows, I might catch a big haul. He will recruit many disciples, change the legend, and buy many items." He interrupted, "You must prioritize my legend and items, okay?" The goddess happily agreed. "Of course." After an hour had passed, Junot spoke up, "Goddess, I'm here. Does it usually take this much time?" The goddess said, "Wait a bit. They say soul fishing is like fishing for time." He asked, "Where did you hear that?" "I read it in the Book of Destiny from the monthly fortune shop." 3 hours, then 5 hours passed. By 24 hours, Junot seemed withered by time. He called out to the goddess, "Let's go beat up Goddess Minerva." She comforted him. "Calm down, Junot. Minerva is a high-ranking god. A nameless god like me can't do anything to her." He replied, "I know. I didn't actually plan to do it." The fishing rod finally moved, but Junot thought pensively, "We really found a new fishing spot, but we haven't seen anything. Could this spot have been abandoned for a long time?" Suddenly, the goddess called, "Junot!" She asked, "Did it just move?" Hearing the question, he startled and looked at the rod. He quickly pulled this rod up. Junot shouted with joy, "Ha! Something's biting! I think we've caught a big one!" "What is this? It's so strong. To think I'd catch a soul with such powerful spiritual energy. Is it a soul from the martial arts world?" he thought. The goddess suddenly spoke, "Junot, something is very strange. This soul didn't come from the barrier but from chaos." "This is bad. Take off your clothes immediately." He groaned helplessly. "Again?" Junot quickly took off his clothes. The goddess exclaimed, "Ooh, that chest!" He shouted, "Hurry, activate my legend!" The legend of Anderson. His chest, which was normal a moment ago, suddenly became more muscular. Then he used all his strength to pull the fishing rod up. Exposed to the air, he still struggled to pull the rod up. Finally, he managed to bring the person under the water up. Junot shouted, "What kind of devil did I catch?" The goddess said, "Junot, yes, this person possesses divine power." He asked back, "And?" The goddess didn't speak. Junot called her with a guilty face. She replied, "Junot, I think we've caught a god. He's definitely a god. Junot immediately denied it. That's impossible. She said, even if he isn't, he's something like that, I'm certain. Junot replied, this man can't be a god. No god possesses a spiritual body. Gods exist based on faith and can only appear through an avatar. Isn't that the most basic principle of the abyss? The goddess replied, are you showing off your knowledge? You were the one who taught me. Maybe he's an avatar or a follower of another god if you feel divine power from him, he said. Suddenly the goddess called Junot again. Perhaps he also felt something unusual. He looked at Jae-hwan and wondered, who on earth is he? Based on what you said, he came from chaos. The only place gods exist is the abyss. In other words, what we know about avatars and followers doesn't make sense. Chaos has a god, but he's a terrifying being. There's no way he'd have an avatar so he can be ruled out, the goddess said. He spoke up, this soul truly came from chaos. She added, I swear it on my name. He is also a god. If he's not an avatar or a follower, then maybe he is a god. It has to be one or the other. Goddess, you know what's happening. Please tell me. You're the one who suddenly claimed for sure he's a god, Junot said. She replied, Junot, have you heard the story of the superpowered mouse? In the past, there was a unique mouse. It was very strong, just as the title described. This mouse didn't eat leftovers, but hunted for itself. By hunting for its own food, it became stronger before it realized it. It realized it could defeat its natural enemy, the cat. Although its body was that of a mouse, it had become something more than that. The moment it realized this, the other mice became fearful of it. The only creatures that treated it as an equal were the cats, the goddess said. Hearing that, Junot immediately spoke up to ask the goddess about that story. Before he could finish, she spoke over him. I call those mice awakened. Beings who have transcended the limits of their species to reach the realm of the gods. Extraordinary mice that create their own worlds and represent them. Existences that go against common sense and can fight against their natural enemies, the cats. Those who possess divine power within their spiritual bodies are called awakened ones. Junot asked in wonder, if so, is this man an awakened one? The goddess replied, I'm not sure, but it's highly likely. Awakened ones. I've heard of them before. Then they discussed, could he be from the crevice, that terrorist group? I don't think so. Then what should we do with him now? That depends on whether he is a god or not. We will either accept him as a comrade or devour him, the goddess said. Junot spoke. That depends on whether he is a god. We must confirm quickly before he wakes up. I hope you're not a god, but if we are forced to devour you, please don't hate us, he said. Regardless, the act of consuming other deities is not rare in this chaotic land of Caspian. It's true this act is forbidden in most spaces, but the only way to get stronger in the world of gods, besides gaining followers, is to devour another god. He placed his hand on Jae-hwan's chest and thought. Junot said, but I still don't want to miss this once-in-a-thousand-years chance to have a companion, even if I'd be demoted to a follower if you become the avatar. From his hand emanated a glow like fire. He said, I'm sure a soul full of divine power like yours would become a sought-after avatar everywhere, and the goddess would like you more. The light from his hand grew stronger by the second. Jae-hwan felt something uncomfortable and frowned. Junot also felt something was wrong. What? Goddess, something is wrong, goddess! He thought in panic, the link between me and the goddess is severed. Is it really cut off? No, this feeling is very different. Then he shouted, Goddess, please answer me! He kept calling from the goddess, unaware that a group of assassins was surrounding them, hiding behind the bushes. Junot looked at his hand in alarm. This isn't just a loss of connection. I can no longer feel Anderson's existence. What on earth is happening? Jae-hwan showed signs of waking up. His body lay in a puddle, and inside his subconscious, a different scene appeared. If you follow this path, you will reach the abyss. That was what the unique king had told me. Perhaps this really is the entrance to the abyss. The abyss is where the gods reside, a land that even monarchs fear. I cannot let my guard down. But at least the people I wanted to bring are all here. It's a pity I couldn't bring Cayman, but there was no other way. Cayman is the most suitable person I can entrust chaos to, once I enter the abyss. Before he could finish his thought, the old man asked, what's this? Hearing that, Jae-hwan stopped and glanced back. Siren suddenly screamed. The old man also called out in surprise, "Kid!" Jae-hwan turned his head and thought, "What is this?" The presence of everyone around has vanished. I can no longer feel the power of the unique king either. While Jae-hwan was wondering, a person approached and said, "Did I startle you?" "It's been a while, Lord of Gorgon. This is our first meeting since the tournament, right?" Seo-ha said, approaching with her subordinates. He recalled scenes from the past. This is the leader of the crevice the old man mentioned. Her name seems to be Seo-ha. This woman's strength is at least equal to a brigadier general. Then he asked, "What have you done?" She looked at his hands, which were about to draw his sword, and replied, "No need for caution. I only created a barrier because I wanted to talk to you." Suddenly her subordinate spoke. "Leader, we are facing the unique king. The barrier cannot last long." She calmly reassured him, "I know. Don't worry. It'll be quick." "We observed what you did to chaos from the crevice. However, I didn't expect you to cooperate with the unique king and kill all the monarchs. Everyone in this world calls it the Great Monarch Massacre." He spoke up immediately. "Get straight to the point." "Truly impatient. If you want, I'll say it directly," she replied. "Join the crevice." Jae-hwan thought he misheard and asked, "What?" Seo-ha said, "We left you alone because your direction isn't different from ours, but I changed my mind when I saw the technique you used recently. I don't know where you learned it," she said. "But the technique to sever mental links that you use is known as link severance, which only the leader and high-ranking members of the crevice can use." Her words surprised Jae-hwan. "There are others who know this ultimate technique?" He said, "You mean only your people are allowed to use this move?" Seo-ha, holding her weapon, looked at him with a serious face. "That technique is so dangerous it can destroy a soul permanently. It's an ultimate skill that only the crevice can use," he replied. "So if I don't want to die, I must join." He drew his sword, preparing to fight, and said, "I refuse." His eyes suddenly turned gold. Radiating a mysterious spiritual power. Seeing this, she said, "You think I'm joking? You want to fight me with that battered body?" Her subordinate suddenly spoke. "Leader, you're not really going to engage in battle, are you? The barrier is about to disappear, and if we get caught by his link severance, we'll be trapped here." She turned and asked, "Are you saying I would lose?" The subordinate stammered in denial. "I didn't mean that." Seo-ha gritted her teeth in anger. Then she turned her head but managed to say, "You will regret refusing my offer." He stood there watching the two of them leave and thought, "They're just leaving. If I fought in this condition, it would be very dangerous. It's better for me that they left quietly. But I've wasted too much time because of her. The gate to the abyss is probably closed. It seems the others entered safely before it closed. The whole group will meet soon if I also enter the abyss. The problem is how I get there before it closes. My body can't move as I want. Is it due to accumulating too much fatigue? It feels like I could faint at any moment." His hands gripped his sword tightly as he thought to himself. Suddenly a voice spoke up. "You're such a nuisance. Follow the nearest light." Hearing that, he wondered, "Follow the light? What does that mean?" It surprised him quite a bit. The voice rang out once more as if reading his every thought. "You will find out soon. You will find out soon. If you're lucky, when you wake up, you'll be in the abyss." "What do you mean by that? What just happened? Did my body reach its limit and I passed out? It feels like I'm submerged in water." He didn't understand why, but he felt so peaceful, like a fish in water. As he thought this, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Looking at the light in front of him, he wondered, "Is that the light the unique king mentioned? This might be my last chance." He tried to swim up, encouraging himself in his head that he had to reach the surface. At this moment, a voice kept calling out, though he wasn't aware of it. "Wake up!" He opened his eyes to see the person standing in front of him, stunned and unable to say a word. He looked around and thought, "Where is this? This place doesn't look like the abyss. This place looks very familiar. It's definitely my own world." The person beside him asked, "Hey, can you hear me?" But this is your fault. What are you going to do about it? What's with this noisy kid? Why is she in my world? Thinking this, he spoke up. Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? The person replied, Stop talking nonsense and don't play dumb. I am Anderson, a god from the abyss. And you just devoured me. She pointed her finger directly at his face and said, He asked back, I devoured you? Yes, so take responsibility. Hearing her say that, he asked, What kind of responsibility? Her hands were placed on his shoulders. With a miserable face, the goddess said, Please save my only disciple. At this time, assassins were targeting him. Junot quickly carried him on his back to escape. He thought to himself, This is bad. These guys have been tracking us from the forest and suddenly appeared, forcing me to hand this man over to them. With a worried face, he thought, This had to happen right when the goddess isn't here. As he was running, his feet suddenly stopped, because in front of him was a deep, bottomless abyss. They had also caught up, saying in an arrogant tone, Got you, you little rat. One of them said, That guy on your back, I told you to hand him over. Junot looked at the man and thought, That appearance? It's the Scythe of Belkin, the god of scythes, a middle-tier god. Belkin is a god famous for always recruiting those with cruel and inhumane legends. I heard they recently moved their territory to Caspian, but I didn't expect it to be within the forbidden Blue Forest. Thinking this, he said firmly, This person belongs to my goddess. Hearing him, they replied, Still talking rubbish while you're also doing illegal things? Put him down and get lost, kid. Junot looked at Jae-hwan and thought, If I abandon him, I'll lose the goddess too. If a person is forcibly stripped of their god, they lose their mind and become a monster wandering the forbidden lands. But what I fear most is losing Anderson. She is the only god who ever saved me in the abyss, he thought. At this moment, the assassin said angrily, Brat, you still won't put him down? He laid Jae-hwan down on the ground and said, I can't hand him over. I will never hand him over. Hearing that, the assassin replied coldly, Is that so? Then, before he could finish, he kicked Junot to the ground. He brought his claws close to the boy and threatened, I'll force you to hand him over. Junot, seeing the claws right in front of him, cried out in fear, Wait! After that, there was only the sight of blood splattering everywhere. The assassin suddenly lost an arm, dragged away by a dark force. With a dazed expression, Junot looked at the man in astonishment. His hand was gradually being eroded. He screamed in pain, Which bastard did this? Jae-hwan sat straight up and said, When I entered chaos, at least I had some tattered clothes left on me. But in this place, I'm completely naked. Hearing him, the man asked, Who the hell are you? The assassin saw him about to tell the group behind to kill him, but before he could do anything, a punch flew straight into his face. Jae-hwan swung his sword and unleashed a direct thrust, instantly taking him down. Junot stood there, mouth agape, staring at his power in utter shock. The goddess spoke up. Are you curious about the origin of that naked man? What should I do? Honestly, I received this legend from someone else. From whom, you ask? From one of the ancient gods, a powerful but very peculiar deity. A peculiar deity? What was his personality like? Violent and ruthless, and he truly despised wearing clothes. No one was allowed to wear any in his presence. People would often run away with their clothes in hand, shouting warnings to others whenever he appeared. That sounds like he was some kind of pervert. However, it's worth noting that he actually had his own reasoning. He believed that clothes were just hypocritical, cumbersome obstacles that hindered one's path and were merely artificial constructs. The most important thing is that a true battle only begins once he strips off all his clothing, Jae-hwan and the goddess said. Junot was still unable to hide his amazement as he looked at him. He stepped forward and asked, Are you Anderson's disciple? Junot backed away in fear and asked, What? He clutched his head and said, I'm asking you to get her out of my head, Junot asked with a dazed expression. What? At this moment, Jae-hwan's eyes turned to amber. He looked at his hand and thought, I used a probe. It seems the world's power is taking the form of a legend. Then he said, Power fortification. Is this the power of nakedness or some other legend? The goddess spoke up. Actually, it should be called voluntary nakedness, because being naked and choosing to be naked are two different things, and I can't feel any spiritual energy here at all. This world is completely different from chaos. Seeing him not responding, the goddess spoke again. Are you ignoring me? In chaos, I had to accumulate spiritual energy to use it to activate skills, but in the abyss, I can only use world power. This is something already present within everyone's soul. He thought to himself, I know this thanks to Mula's records, but practical experience is a different story. Beside him, Junot kept calling out, God, please, please accept me as your disciple. He replied, I am not your god. The goddess said irritably, What's wrong with this guy? Betraying me already? Please accept me as your disciple? He added, I'm sure Anderson would approve too. Hearing that, she said, You wouldn't dare take him as a disciple, would you? Jae-hwan looked visibly annoyed hearing them both. He shouted, Be quiet! As a mysterious aura emanated from him. This left both Junot and Anderson completely stunned. Then he spoke, Let's start with the basics first. The monarchs in the all-powerful land have their own territories, and the gods in the abyss also possess lands. The difference between these two places is that the gods of the abyss govern their lands very thoroughly. Unlike the monarchs in the all-powerful land, the gods call their lands sites. There are massive sites ruled by supreme gods, and small sites the size of a village governed by middle and lower rank gods. Jae-hwan then said, So you mean a site is similar to a territory? Junot replied, A territory? Similar but different. For middle and lower gods, it's a territory, but for high-ranking gods, it's a sanctuary. Because high-ranking gods can manifest their unique worlds through the site. For them, a site is essentially a weapon. Jae-hwan thought to himself. Jae-hwan thought, Perhaps for catastrophe, chaos was just one of the sites. Does that mean there are gods here who can use power nearly as omnipotent as catastrophe? Junot spoke up again. But because it's difficult for high-ranking gods to use their full power over a large site, most of them just use the form of legends. The naked legend you have now is one of those. He spoke while acting adorable. Oh, God. Jae-hwan turned back coldly and said, Drop the god part. He asked again, Master Jae-hwan, you won't kill the goddess Anderson, will you? He thought to himself, I see. He's been following me because he's afraid of losing his god. Hearing this, the goddess spoke up. So do you plan to kill me now? After all, I've been devoured by your world and could vanish at any moment. Hearing Anderson say this, his face darkened. I knew this would happen. I've felt this moment since I entered your world. Junot spoke up again. Master Jae-hwan, but I never thought you'd be that notorious monarch slayer, the goddess said. Hearing that, he thought to himself, I also remember seeing something when I absorbed her. Those were memories of Anderson carrying a bag to make a trade. A tower emitting a brilliant light also appeared, and her peculiar facial expression. The tower with monsters running around. He spoke softly, a sower. Jae-hwan wondered, Why did you want to become something like that? Do you want to be a god that badly? Anderson replied, This might sound like a cowardly excuse to you, but all gods lose their memories when they become sours. He added, The things you did were horrible. Are you not sorry just because you don't remember? The goddess replied, I know what you're trying to achieve. I have no intention of denying the terrible things I did in Mula's records. He mentioned higher existences like angels or demons born only to become sours. Perhaps you didn't have a choice in your actions, but I still cannot forgive you all. He clenched his fist. Hearing this, Anderson replied, I don't care if you kill me or not, but please take that child as a disciple. If I die, he'll be all alone in this world. He replied to her, Someone who was once a sour is now worried about him? That's ridiculous. I'm not asking you to understand my actions, but please don't use the fact that I was a sour to decide your relationship with him. Anderson said, You might think, my relationship with him is strange because he was once a product created, but not all gods are as evil as you think. The reason for my existence may have been changed, but my emotions are entirely my own. Junot suddenly broke into a heavy coughing fit. His face was panicked. I'm suddenly coughing up blood. Hearing that, he wondered. The goddess immediately spoke up. Junot! Junot, no, he's gradually turning into a dark spirit. He clutched his head and bowed his face to the ground. Jae-hwan asked anxiously, Hey! He thought to himself, a dark spirit. I know the factory leaders were also called dark spirits, but except for rare cases like an hack, all other dark spirits become monsters, losing all reason and falling into despair. If I don't help him, he will also become a monster. Seeing Junot writhing in pain, the goddess pleaded, "Please, save him. He is a human like you. Please, please save him." He looked at Junot and wondered, "A human? Am I a human? I don't know if I can even be called a human anymore." The goddess spoke again. "There's no more time. Please save him quickly." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. Then he calmed down and asked, "What do I have to do?" The goddess replied, "You just need to accept him as your disciple." He looked at Junot, whose body was gradually being eroded, and asked, "Then what do I get?" Anderson replied urgently, "You can erase me from your head forever. If you want, I won't resist." Then a burst of power radiated. He spoke, "Better yet, you'd better keep your word. You'd better keep your word." A while later, Junot gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. Observing the surroundings, he thought, "Where am I? This isn't Caspian. Wait, could this place be?" Disciples can see the world that the God they follow sees. Depending on how that God perceives the world, the disciples must see it that way too. Goddess Anderson sees the world like a fairy tale. Could this be Jae Hwan's world? Has he already accepted me as his disciple? He wondered. He looked to the side and discovered something in front of him, showing a look of shock. It was a large tree with a strange eye on top. The whole sky was glowing red, and there were dangerous-looking crows. Junot screamed in fear. He had never seen such a terrifying sight before. He fainted just like that. Seeing this, Jae Hwan spoke up. "He fainted." The goddess replied, "He's too young to look at those horror things. A giant eye, crows, and a catacomb. What disciple would want to see such a world? Your world isn't popular in the abyss." Hearing that, he thought, "She sounds just like him." He carried Junot on his shoulder and muttered, "It's his own fault for wanting to be my disciple." Anderson spoke up, "Aren't you going to get rid of me?" Hearing that, he replied, "Stop talking nonsense and let's go." "I promise to help you in dangerous situations after you help him," the goddess said. At this time, Junot gradually regained consciousness. After the initial shock, he called out to the goddess. Then Jae Hwan spoke up. "I've changed my mind." Hearing him, the goddess asked in a panic, "What?" "Prove it. Prove to me why I should save him," he said. Hearing that, the goddess was silent for a moment and then spoke. "Thank you for saving him. I will certainly prove it to you. Caspian." Number 84. A ruined city appeared before their eyes. Seeing this, Jae Hwan approached the entrance. He spoke up and asked, "Is this really okay?" Junot replied, "Yes, the abyss respects everything a person wants to do. Even though I'm completely naked?" he asked. "What's the big deal about being naked?" the goddess said. "Come on, it's fine, just trust me." Since a god's standards are completely different from a human's, they might be right. Based on the special laws of Gorgon that would deserve execution. Luckily, he isn't here. Is this kind of thing normal in this world? This world is truly bizarre. He stood before the gate, thinking. The abyss is actually a very wonderful place in many aspects. But very quickly, he was arrested. "What I just heard is hard to believe." The guard spoke up. "The more naked, the stronger. Who wrote such a plot? This perverted plot is something you made up just to enjoy your own strange world? What the hell are you doing outside while naked?" Anderson spoke up. "How strange. Is this plot not normal? I'll kill you." "Wait a moment. I'll definitely make sure this plot is registered for circulation." Suddenly someone spoke up. "Captain, I think he's telling the truth. I found a record of this plot being registered 2,531 years ago." The guard replied, "There's actually a record?" According to the documents, it actually used to be the legend of a high-ranking god. Jae Hwan thought, "A high-ranking god?" Anderson explained, "That was in the past. Now it belongs to a mediocre, low-ranking god." Naked Anderson, truly an anomaly. And is the child walking beside him the disciple? But the records don't say that. Your power type is different, and it says here there's only one disciple following that god. Junot, breaking into a cold sweat, replied, "Our god just recruited him." The goddess said, "Agree quickly or you'll be in trouble." He said, "He's right, so let us through." The guard's face suddenly darkened, looking very angry. Junot fearfully grabbed his arm and said, Master Jae-hwan, even disciples have a hierarchy based on the rank of the god they follow. He is a disciple of a high-ranking god, so you must be more polite when speaking. I don't care about that nonsense. Hearing this, he fearfully pleaded, Please stay still, I'll handle this. They eventually made it inside. He asked how they still managed to enter. Sitting down and sighing, Junot said, I'm so exhausted. I didn't expect the captain to be like that. Normally, they don't interfere with other gods' plots. Recalling the words Junot used to praise the captain, he remarked, Thanks to you, we entered without much trouble. You have quite a silver tongue, far more useful than that useless captain. Anderson replied, I don't want to hear that excuse from you. We actually got in because of him. Let's get straight to the point. We were almost locked up because of you. The goddess said, Wait, do you even know you're a registered god now? If you went alone, you definitely would have been locked up. He asked, A registered god? Yes, for someone who is a god but isn't recorded in the Great Master's Akashic records like you. Usually when someone becomes a god, they are automatically noted, but you are different. The Great Master's faction will never recognize you as a god. He remarked, This world is truly complicated. Suddenly, someone from afar shouted, Too slow! Move faster! The gods are waiting! He brandished a whip, threatening everyone. Those who go too slowly will be sold to the slave market. Decide for yourselves. Jae-hwan asked, Who are those people? He replied, Oh, them. It seems they are new souls caught at the soul fishing spots recently. They appear to be souls headed for auction, but they'll be imprisoned before it begins. Anderson added, It may look inhumane, but they do it for a reason. If newly caught souls don't find a god quickly, they will go mad very fast. Usually they are souls wandering near the boundaries of the illusion tree, but on rare occasions. Suddenly a stone rolled to his feet. Souls who died in the Nightmare Tower will also appear, the goddess said. Junot asked, Master Jae-hwan, what's wrong? Jae-hwan stood there in shock, his eyes wide with surprise. A memory surfaced in his head, a man passing away with the words, I'm sorry. Back then, to protect Jae-hwan, that man had been severely wounded, still clutching a stone in his hand. Jae-hwan was covered in blood. Jae-hwan was covered in blood but still struggled to climb each step. He reached a door and then vanished. He stared at the silhouette of a person and wondered, Why? Why are you here? He stared at the person without blinking. The person turned to look at him, leaving him stunned. He gasped, Kim Do-yoon? The man in handcuffs passed by as if he didn't even notice his presence. The jailer ordered, You and the others, get inside. Hey, you over there, don't wander off. The transport finally ended. What do you think? Anyone useful this time? They look weak as hell. They'll probably be sold at the slave market. The two jailers laughed as they spoke. Hearing them, Jae-hwan asked Anderson, How many more disciples can I take? Anderson asked in surprise, Disciples? Why ask so suddenly? You can take as many as you like, but don't tell me you want to go in there and save your friend. You want to go in there and save your friend? Inside the prison, many screams echoed. Where are we? You're from a cult, right? A man standing there said, You fools. Do you still not realize your situation? Listen up. This isn't the martial arts world or the Central Plains. It's not a continent named Panja or Astrium either. In a dark and damp cell, Do-yoon was thinking. Outside, the jailer continued to shout, Shut up and keep quiet if you don't want to die! Why did things turn out like this? Exactly 1 week since I arrived. I've tried to figure out what happened, but I can't remember anything. What am I doing here? The world, wasn't it destroyed? Fragments of memories flashed through his mind. Suddenly, using all the strength he had, he uttered a name. Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan is definitely a name unfamiliar to me. Ever since Do-yoon arrived in the abyss, the cold had grown more piercing, preventing him from remembering anything clearly. A restless, uncomfortable feeling spread through the space, as if peace could collapse at any moment. Like a sheep in a dragon's den, their existence was like vermin struggling in the dark. Do-yoon mumbled Jae-hwan's name unconsciously while shivering from the cold. He called out Jae-hwan's name desperately, as if he were calling upon the name of a god. Suddenly a voice called out, 294, 163, 134. A person approached and said, 294, 163, 134, come out. The god has summoned you. He began to ask about the god, but before he could finish, the jailer added, the one next to him, come out too. A strange person approached and asked the jailer, are these the ones? He exclaimed, oh, you've arrived. They came from the tower, right? Yes, the succubus group and the organization have confirmed it. The jailer said, this woman only made it to floor 76, but she is very beautiful. This one couldn't finish the tower, but he climbed to floor 99. You won't regret buying them. Chỉ có hai người này không còn thêm sao. Chúng tôi được dẫn phải chuyển lãm đám còn lại. Theo thứ tự của hội mong ma, chỉ có hai tên này gặp vấn đề khi sử dụng thuốc xóa trí nhớ. The jailer said, I'll take my leave first. The buyer asked, is your name Do-yoon? Follow me. Do-yoon followed, dazed and confused. Outside, Jae-hwan gripped his sword, ready to fight. As he moved to enter, Anderson screamed to stop him. No! Junot, standing beside him, was stunned to see him naked and about to charge into battle. He could only stand still, unable to act, or rather he was being held back. Why are you stopping me? I just want to save my friend. It amounts to the same thing. Do you know how many avatars of high-ranking gods are here? There's also something known as the Divine Power Suppression Bureau, Anderson said. They exist to ensure the safety of this dimension. Because of them, no god or avatar dares to start a fight in the heart of Caspian. He replied, I don't care. My point is you can't even fight here. Ignoring the goddess's words, he stepped inside. The jailer said, civilians aren't allowed in this area. He replied, get lost. I'm only here to take my friend. Hearing this, the jailer put out a hand to block him. He spoke up. Didn't you hear me say this is a restricted area? Or do you need to experience more pain before you leave? His threats didn't reach Jae-hwan's heart. Jae-hwan glared with cold eyes and said, move. With that, he reached out to draw his sword. He thought to himself, Do-yoon, the comrade who climbed 99 floors with me. I want to know why he didn't return like the others. What really happened to him? He thought, huh? I can't feel any divine power. What's going on? I don't feel any other presences blocking my path. He turned his head and thought. The jailer continued, if you're done playing around, then go. Can't believe I ran into an idiot like this. What bad luck. The goddess said, what did I tell you? You can't fight in this place. If you try to use divine power, the super legend created by the Suppression Bureau will seal your power. He asked, then what should I do to save my friend? How to save him? Actually there is a way. First, go to that large building over there. If we go there, we can save your friend. He asked suspiciously, are you sure? It's better than acting recklessly, Anderson replied. At that same moment, Caspian Divine Power Suppression Bureau. A man ran in haste and said, Director, over there! One person asked, what on earth happened? The reply was, you'll know as soon as you get there. They ran as if being chased by ghosts. Arriving, they burst through the doors. The scene before them left both men speechless. What the hell is this? Before their eyes, everyone was unconscious, their bodies radiating a strange power. They discussed the situation. What happened here? Currently, over 80 disciples are missing. A strange energy reaction appeared near the Caspian prison. The Divine Power Seal is a legend maintained in shifts by 100 disciples serving different gods. Since the Bureau was founded, there has never been a case of a legend being damaged to this extent. The man spoke again, looking up high. Director, look at the disaster index. The number 8 appeared on the large screen, making them wonder, level 8? Oh my gods. Last month, there was an incident that left half the disciples in a coma during a fierce battle between high-ranking god avatars, but it wasn't even this bad. Seeing the situation, the director clenched his fist and said, request reinforcements. The reinforcements must be at least rank 3 divine power or higher. We need a battalion of them. Hearing this, the person beside him asked, where do we request reinforcements from now? The director turned back with a cold face and said, from the high-ranking gods. Dusk had fallen over a city where thousands of skyscrapers towered. Yet there stood one massive spherical building. Jae-hwan spoke, we're here. Everyone around couldn't help but notice him, standing naked and confidently showing off his physique without fear of judgment. Jae-hwan looked at the building and asked, Anderson, is it that one? She replied firmly, yes. Anderson confidently stated her guess. That's the auction house. Your friend is most likely in there. Jae-hwan, deep in thought, wondered if Do-yoon was really inside. Then he strode forward confidently with Junot, saying, Let's go. Anderson, perhaps fearing she seemed useless, spoke a mile a minute. All right, follow my lead and go in first, and then continued to ramble on and on. Inside the building, Junot used all his wits to recruit followers, but something seemed off as everyone around showed disgust and looked at him with prejudice like he was a fool. Junot posed like a friendly pageant contestant, using sweet words to charm the crowd. Handsome and beautiful people, come look at my god! Jae-hwan stood behind him, also striking a cool pose while silently judging his troublesome subordinate. He couldn't help but put a hand to his mouth, silently judging. At this moment, our goddess Anderson spoke up awkwardly. I'm sorry. It turns out she forgot one important thing, and apologetically said, I forgot my god ID expired. Recalling the scene just now, the sharp-eyed administrator said, Sorry, gods without an ID number are not allowed into the auction building. Sorry. It turns out she had forgotten something important. Then Anderson changed the subject, turning her attention to Junot, who was posing and trying to recruit followers. She said, But we can get a temporary ID if we have at least 5 followers. Look at how hard Junot is working. Everything is your fault, but why do you talk as if you're innocent? That's why Jae-hwan told her to shut up. But with Junot's flattering attitude and sparkling face, he hugged people tightly to recruit them, earning some praise from Jae-hwan. He's doing quite well. He looks very experienced, much more useful than Anderson. She was so angry at being called useless that she shouted, What did you say? Suddenly, another person, much friendlier than the administrator or the previous group, approached Junot. Oh, your worldview must be new, right? Junot, as if grabbing a lifeline, started pitching like a multi-level marketer. Ah, yes. If you join, there will be many benefits as a high-ranking follower. That guy wasn't easily fooled and directly asked, What is that worldview? What's the system? But why is your avatar naked? Being asked such a difficult question, Junot became flustered and awkward. Huh? Well, about that. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded with Jae-hwan for help. Help me! Jae-hwan was helpless and said nothing, so he had to drag himself over, reached out his hand and said, Let me show you. Take my hand. The guy didn't know what else to do but agree. Oh, okay. The two of them held hands tightly, as if promising to be each other's other half. That was just a dream, because as soon as the guy took Jae-hwan's hand, the world around them turned blood red with a scene of utter destruction. Oh! His handsome and elegant appearance was gone, replaced by an ugly face with mouth agape and eyes wide, crying and screaming. And then it happened. That guy fainted with foam at his mouth. Junot stood to one side in utter disappointment and said, He fainted. Anderson, who had been watching like she was eating popcorn at a movie, finally spoke up. At this rate, you won't recruit any followers. Jae-hwan scratched his head and thought, I'll have to find a way myself. But Anderson heartlessly threw cold water on him. She said, There's nothing you can do. You must find a way to change that worldview. Well, she wasn't wrong. With such a scary blood-red world, I'd probably faint or die of fright too. It's time for class with Teacher Anderson. Most followers below just wither away day by day. But your worldview is too dark and gloomy. They've already suffered so much. Why would they want to see something like that? Then she excitedly suggested, How about changing your worldview to something more vivid? I'll let you borrow mine. Jae-hwan asked judgmentally, Your worldview? Anderson proudly introduced her worldview. It's called the Naked World. It's a wonderful place where all followers are naked. There's one flaw. Occasionally there are some creepy old men, but nothing illegal. Very few in this world. It's probably someone's secret dream, but certainly not Jae-hwan's. He frowned and asked, Didn't you say your worldview was a fairy tale? And a beauty pageant-level response came from Anderson. It really is a fairy tale, for adults. She continued, Do you really not want to change? I won't force you, but at this rate you won't have any followers. Not wanting to waste Junot's efforts in recruiting, he firmly replied, "I won't change." Jae-hwan said, "I'll observe more, and if it still doesn't work, I'll intervene." Anderson sincerely advised, "Instead of that, how about planting more trees and flowers? Your view would be much more beautiful then." She still insisted, "If you just make it more beautiful, you'll get more followers." Suddenly, two people came out discussing something, and the boy exclaimed, "Damn it!" The two of them walked and talked as if no one else was around. The guy complained, "All the souls that entered the detention area this week have disappeared. Where could they have gone?" The girl laughed and said, "Don't you know? This is Multiverse Week." Her next words felt like a bolt from the blue to Jae-hwan. The souls at those public fishing spots were probably all taken by the multiverse. The guy was sighing and lamenting. "How are we going to live?" When suddenly a hand reached out and rested on his shoulder, making him gasp in surprise. Jae-hwan asked seriously, "Where did you say those souls went?" But the guy just stared wide-eyed at his equipment and screamed like a young girl. Then a terrified shout rang out, "Why is there a naked person here?" The scene shifted to gears constantly turning. Junot trembled with excitement, unable to help but marvel at this massive scale. He couldn't keep his cool and spread his arms, shouting, "I can't believe I'm standing here!" Recalling what he asked that guy earlier, Jae-hwan told himself, "This must be the place he mentioned." Suddenly he stepped forward and said, his face showed clear anger as he asked, "Why is it here?" Goddess Anderson immediately replied, "The abyss is vast and diverse. It means there are many crazy people down here like you. Among them are those who also want to experience the pain of being a product." Jae-hwan couldn't understand who would want to experience that pain. Anderson explained, "When you've been in a place where countless worldviews exist for too long, there are times when you miss a simple worldview." Looking at the complex structure before him, Jae-hwan didn't expect to see the Nightmare Tower here. He looked at a blue panel with strange letters and told himself, "Those letters." He realized, "I've seen them in the records of the abyss." Those strange lines of text were, "A long time ago, a tower was built to reach the end of the illusion tree so an old mare could challenge the apocalypse, the multiverse ideal tower." Jae-hwan wondered, if so, is this tower the multiverse? Then he asked Anderson, "How much do you know about it?" She replied, "I've been there once. It's where the trashy gods live." Jae-hwan wondered, is that all? Goddess Anderson was silent for a moment, then continued in a low voice, "The last time I went there, I lost everything." While Jae-hwan was deep in thought, a jailer was leading prisoners toward them. He said to the prisoners, "All right, the souls from the fishing area are over here." Jae-hwan immediately took notice, thinking, "I just saw them. Maybe Do-yoon is there too." Yes, it seems the guy we met in front of the auction building was right. Anderson also reminded him, "I'm warning you now. Don't waste your power. You haven't forgotten the Suppression Bureau, have you?" Jae-hwan asked what would happen to them. Based on Anderson's guess, they would probably become puppets of the gods. This left him puzzled. "Puppets?" Anderson immediately explained. "We call avatars who have lost their souls puppets. They can no longer think for themselves and become tools for the gods." Jae-hwan wondered, "Isn't the gods' goal to have as many followers as possible?" Anderson enlightened him. "Usually, yes, but I told you already, didn't I? The abyss is vast and diverse, and there are many crazy people here. The gods living in that tower hate followers the most." After that useful information, it was unclear if it went in one ear and out the other, as Jae-hwan remained silent and pensive. Then he firmly stated, "Tell me how to save my friend." Anderson was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "What? You'll die if you go in there." Jae-hwan didn't hesitate to reach back for his sword and said, "Talk now." Seeing his unshakable will, Anderson gave in and said, "Fine, I'll tell you. Just don't draw your weapon." She said, "If you want to save your friend, you must officially participate in this multiverse event and reach the 7th floor. The puppet auction begins on the 7th floor, but it's very dangerous. You should reconsider." Suddenly, Junot grabbed his hand and said, "Jae-hwan, the entrance is usually over there. You have to buy a ticket before entering." Anderson was shocked that he would also ignore the danger and cried out, Junot! Jae-hwan didn't hide anything and warned him, "It's very dangerous." But Junot replied, "I knew I'd have to come here sooner or later." When Jae-hwan asked why, Junot said it was because this was a place Goddess Anderson was once involved with. The ticket seller didn't even look at the customers' faces and directly stated the price. 1 day is 50 faith. If you want a week, it's 250 faith. Hearing this currency for the first time, Jae-hwan asked in confusion, "Faith?" Junot, standing to the side, immediately explained that faith is the currency of the abyss, derived from followers. Meanwhile, Anderson screamed in pain, "No, I won't give it to you!" Since it wasn't his money, Jae-hwan immediately took a bag of faith and asked, "Is this enough?" Poor, impoverished Anderson cried out, "My money!" But he didn't care. Sharing her mood, Junot lamented the cost, exclaiming, "That's about 200 faith." Jae-hwan handed it to the seller and said, 2-day tickets for 2 people. The seller was slightly surprised and warned, "Don't regret those 2 days. Did you read the warning?" The warning was that if the time expires without renewal, one becomes a multiverse puppet. Jae-hwan recalled what Anderson just said about puppets. Then the man pointed to a door and instructed, "Go through the regular entrance. If you try the premium entrance, you'll be struck by lightning." As they headed toward the door, Junot couldn't stop marveling, "Wow, I'm actually going in." His eyes sparkled as he looked at Jae-hwan. "It's my first time, so I'm so excited. Goddess Anderson never let me in here before." Suddenly, something caught Jae-hwan's eye. Watching a mysterious figure in a crescent moon cloak walking through the crowd, he wondered, "Where have I seen that person before?" Seeing Jae-hwan standing dazed, Anderson asked, "What's wrong? Did you realize the harsh truth? You'll have to fight those monsters over there, and that's not all. You have no idea how strong the gods in this tower are." But Jae-hwan remained firm. "I'm going in anyway." Anderson was speechless. "Really?" Jae-hwan said, "I know you don't want to go in." She stuttered a denial.
What are you thinking? Why wouldn't I want to go in?
Jae-hwan thought, Anderson once stood at the top of the Nightmare Tower. I don't know why, but she really hates this tower. If so, after thinking, he asked, "You said you lost everything in there, right?" Jae-hwan thought Anderson would be useful. He raised his hand and said, "If that's the case," Jae-hwan declared coolly, "you just have to take it all back." After Jae-hwan's declaration, the scene shifted to another location where several people were hurrying somewhere. The old tower commander walked along, asking the person behind, "Are you sure it's this spot?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, sir. There's a reaction of divine power here." The system panel indeed showed a signal. The young man continued, "Though it's weak, there's a signal. A legend was found here." The commander replied, "That's strange. This is clearly level 8 divine power." The subordinate respectfully added, "But there are no specific traces left here at all." Suddenly, someone arrived to report, "Sir, I've brought a witness who saw the incident when it occurred." The old man turned and asked, "A witness?" The person replied, "Yes, a guard who was working at the time." The guard didn't hide anything and recounted, "I didn't see any fight break out, but there was a naked person causing a disturbance here." Hearing naked person, the commander's face darkened. A disturbance? Any fatalities? The guard shook his head and said, "No, and he was carrying a sword." The young subordinate behind him shouted angrily, "How dare you report such nonsense?" But the commander signaled for calm and asked the guard, "When did it happen? Do you have video footage?" He immediately replied, "Yes, sir, I recorded it." The footage showed that at 15:07:35, Jae-hwan reached for his sword. The commander's eyes widened in shock at the sight. A person nearby immediately realized and exclaimed, "Commander, that matches the time of the incident." Another person loudly denied it. "Impossible! A level 8 alarm issued just because someone was holding their sword?" The commander clenched his fist, thinking, "I want to believe it's impossible for one person to cause this, but in the abyss, there are many figures with unimaginable power. Just a few months ago, an awakened child recruited all the disciples of a high-ranking god and vanished without a trace." Suddenly he asked the guard, "Wait, why is the video quality so poor?" The guard replied awkwardly, "I'm not sure, sir." The commander fell back into deep thought. Interfering with the video? A god capable of this would have to be high-ranking. In the worst case, it could be the vassals of the 7 great stars. But why wasn't such a strong person detected by the investigation center? After thinking, he immediately ordered, "Gather all the investigation captains. Look into any unusual incidents from recent days." The subordinates rushed off, answering, "Yes, sir!" Soon after, a young man arrived and reported, "Commander, I've brought a captain." The old man said, "Report to me immediately." The captain recounted the encounter with Jae-hwan. "Ah, yes. Recently I met a naked avatar talking about a world view. But he was just a newcomer and a disciple of a low-ranking god, so I didn't pay much attention." The experienced commander immediately caught the key point. "Not just naked, but talking about a world view?" he asked without hesitation. "The name of the god he follows, could it be Anderson?" The captain was very surprised. "Yes, that's right. How did you know?" The commander lowered his head and asked, "Where was the last place you saw that avatar?" The subordinate replied, "The entrance to the multiverse, sir." The commander looked at the sky, pondering the generational gap. "So a long time ago has passed. Does no one these days know who Naked Anderson is, if his avatar is here?" He bowed his head in fear, breaking into a sweat. A disaster might be about to befall Caspian. At the entrance to the multiverse, Anderson said, "In that case, we shouldn't come here to make things worse. We have the child with us anyway." Jae-hwan coldly told her to be quiet. Meanwhile, Junot was extremely excited, chanting, "Multiverse, multiverse!" Being scolded, Anderson sulked and warned, "Fine, then I won't help you. Don't blame me for not warning you." Jae-hwan didn't care and replied, "Do whatever you want." With his resolute ideals, he confidently said, "I will climb to the top of the multiverse, even if no one help." Therefore, he told Anderson to stay quiet, but she reminded him, "But that's not the way." She told him a right turn was correct. Jae-hwan stood still but still played it cool, saying, "I thought you said you weren't going to help." Jae-hwan and Junot turned right while Goddess Anderson hurriedly made an excuse. "It was just a slip of the tongue because I've been here before." He replied, "You talk like a regressor." Anderson was a bit confused. Regressor? Is that what kids these days call people? Jae-hwan ruthlessly threw cold water on her. "No, it's because I feel you're a failed god. I hope your experience with failure will be useful to you later." Those words made her angry. "Hey, you meanie, why would you say that to me?" Despite her anger, Anderson still gave useful advice. "Anyway, this way is faster. It's likely the same path I took before. Now we just need to—" Before she could finish, Jae-hwan interrupted her. "You bicker a lot, but you're still trying to help me, aren't you?" Since he hit the mark, Anderson quickly made an excuse. "Shut up. It's only because you're irreplaceable." Suddenly, a yellow screen appeared to Jae-hwan's confusion. The letters on the screen were so faint they were unreadable, so Jae-hwan asked in confusion, "A message arrived, but I can't read it." Anderson seemed to know this and said, "Oh, since you're an awakened, you probably can't see the system interface." Then, as yellow light shone into his eyes, it turned out kind Anderson was helping. "I'll share my vision with you. Look for yourself. After all, it would be very inconvenient if you couldn't read the messages." Immediately afterward, the blurry letters from before gradually became clear in front of him. Jae-hwan's message board announced, "Welcome to the first floor of the metaverse. You have reached stop 1 of 5. Then Jae-hwan turned his head and looked around in confusion. "Is this the first floor of the metaverse? Why don't I see anything here?" Just then, a loud shout rang out. It turned out the scene before them made Junot panic as he cried out, "Master Jae-hwan, look out!" But before he could react, he was struck by a blinding light. The system suddenly announced that you are now a passenger of the first floor of the metaverse. As colors sparkled around them, Jae-hwan started to speak, but Junot immediately cut in. "Master Jae-hwan, I think we are entering the metaverse." The system then notified them that they were in a safe zone, and indeed, several people around looked relaxed. As they walked, a staff member who looked like a robot was working, and a system message appeared. Your divinity will be displayed and visible to everyone. It stated you still have a rank and was estimating your divinity. Jae-hwan asked Anderson in wonder, can divine power be converted into estimated numbers? It's not much different from spiritual energy. While talking to Anderson, the system notified him again that his divine power could not be estimated. Goddess Anderson said, it seems being an awakened affects the system information more or less. If it doesn't help here, I'll show you. The system then explained the rules for passengers. First, the metaverse is divided into 10 floors. You can move to the next floor upon completing the current floor's mission. Second, you can earn faith through missions and use it to buy items or power-ups. Third, passengers can use stops to descend to lower floors, but only by one floor. Any more results in a penalty. Fourth, there is an emergency exit bell on each floor. You can use it, but starting from the 6th floor, the fee will be 1,000 faith, and half the faith you earned on that floor will be reclaimed. Fifth, only 9 people are allowed into the 9th floor, and one of them will have the right to challenge the final floor. Sixth, any passenger who reaches the 10th floor will be granted a wish by the master of the metaverse. The driver thought there might be a 7th and 8th rule, too. There were quite a lot of them. But with his intelligence, Jae-hwan thought there were only a few things worth noting. There are 3 things I need to achieve here. First, save Do-yoon on the 7th floor. Second, check the gods' combat techniques. And finally, find clues to reach the illusion tree that Mula left on the final floor. According to Mula's Abyss diary, he had been here once. While he was lost in thought, a girl suddenly stepped up and said,
Hello? Do you know where I'm from?
This lady must be crazy, asking that right upon meeting who would know how to answer. The girl confidently held a mic and introduced herself. It's me, Renee. I'm going to climb to the top of the metaverse once more. This isn't an ad, you know. My channel doesn't have many subscribers, so who would hire me to do this? Seeing her constantly looking at a screen and talking, Jae-hwan wondered, is she a streamer? Over here, Renee was still excitedly interacting with fans. Wow, you say I look like Lord Season? Thanks, I'm a fan of his too. Suddenly she spoke louder. Most importantly, today I've prepared new content, which is... She pointed contemptuously at Jae-hwan and Junat and announced, carrying rookies through a mission. This woman is seriously delusional. She continued haughtily, do you see them? They are newcomers here. Newcomers in the metaverse are very rare these days. Just look at how they're dressed. What else could they be but rookies? Renee was still immersed in her own world and suggested, just keep watching. I'll go interview them and see. She had no idea Junat was trying to hold Jae-hwan back, saying, please restrain yourself. Even Anderson was fed up. I've heard of people like her, but seeing it in real life is really... Renee walked up to Jae-hwan with a smile and said, hello, Mr. Rookie. Can I interview you for a moment? It's your first interview, so no need to be too nervous. Suddenly, 2 rabbit ears appeared on Jae-hwan along with pink hearts and a notification. Ms. Renee just gifted you 100 faith. She said, this is a token of my sincerity. If the interview goes well, I'll give you even more. Seeing someone giving things away for free, even the goddess Anderson turned like a pancake and told Jae-hwan, what are you waiting for? Agree to the interview quickly. Junat's eyes also lit up with faith as he urged him, Master Jae-hwan, what are you waiting for? Anderson added, she said she'd give more. You still owe me 1 faith, remember? Jae-hwan's face was as dark as a soot-covered pot as he said, but I don't need much faith. Then he told himself he didn't care about the pile of faith, but her interview might help him find Do-yoon. Then Renee shoved the mic in Jae-hwan's face and asked, what is your name and what brings you to the metaverse? He really wanted to smack this girl into the afterlife, but for his friend's sake he reluctantly cooperated. I am Jae-hwan, and I came to save my friend. Suddenly, Renee exclaimed with an extremely fake expression, wow, You ventured into the dangerous metaverse just to save your friend? What a touching story. Immediately, a series of comments appeared on the screen. A few gods said there aren't many newcomers in the metaverse these days. Some said this was just a staged situation. Some said it was absurd. Others said, even so, that rookie is really handsome. Renee quickly seized the opportunity. I can't leave a rookie with such a touching story all alone. She happily extended an invitation. Mr. Rookie, would you like to form a group? Before she could finish, Jae-hwan replied with just a single word, but it carried deep and blunt meaning. No. Renee was furious, but since she was live streaming, she had to tone it down. I guess you don't know how dangerous this place is. Even in a safe zone, this place is full of dangerous people. As she spoke, the masked people around began to look menacing. Renee advised him to be extremely careful because there are crazy people who claim they like to slaughter for fun. One must avoid encountering such people at all costs. She tried to exaggerate further, saying these people were very dangerous because they loved to broadcast scenes of their slaughter. Thinking she had scared Jae-hwan, she tried to lure him again. Now, do you know how dangerous this place is? Do you want to join me now? Of course, why would Jae-hwan believe this girl? But being a polite man, he said, thanks for the advice, but... He said flatly, isn't the current situation exactly like what you're describing? Why should I believe you? Hearing that, Renee froze for 5 seconds and exclaimed, What? Then she laughed crazily, making Junot a bit fearful. Renee dropped the mic and said, Mr. Rookie? Each word she spoke sounded dangerous. You are quite smart. Renee said loudly, exactly as you said. You can believe me or not, but if the gods want me to stab you in the back, I will. The system displayed that the first floor of the metaverse would open in 5 minutes. Renee suggested, but if you join me, I'll help you find your friend. After her grand declaration, Renee finally asked, what floor is your friend on? Jae-hwan didn't hesitate to reply, I heard he's on the 7th floor. She was immediately excited. Wow, the 7th floor. Is it possible your friend was dragged here as a puppet? At this time, some gods were equally lively, asking if it was true and wondering if it was feasible for a rookie to climb to the 7th floor. Suddenly, Renee asked an irrelevant question. Wait, is your friend the handsome and beautiful type? Jae-hwan asked in confusion. Why would you ask that? She explained that because puppets with good appearances can even reach the 8th or 9th floor, and Do-yoon is definitely handsome and warm-hearted, it's no joke. Jine continued to offer, so it's possible he's on an even higher floor. If that's the case, won't you need me even more? Rookie, you've got a few minutes left. Think carefully. If you want to increase your chances of getting there even a little bit, you'll need a seasoned veteran like me to support you. Honestly, the 8th floor is quite intense, even for me. The notification showed some gods asking, do you think this 8th floor business is just a joke? While Junot was attracted to a billboard featuring Metaverse Plot version 9.61, Anderson remarked that she was dressed very strangely. Seeing this, Jae-hwan asked, when was the last time you were here? She replied, it must have been about 500 years ago. Seeing Junot attracted to that advertisement, Jeannie spoke up to remind him, don't even think about wasting money on those 3 plots. They're all trash. He naively asked, so what should we buy then? She immediately introduced the starter pack for beginners, saying, try buying the rookie pack. Let me buy one for you. Seeing the boy about to be lured, Anderson immediately warned, no, Junot. Don't just carelessly accept gifts from strangers. But he didn't care and was happily thanking Jean. Thanks a lot. Oh, Anderson's heart-wrenching scream echoed. Jean patted Junot's head and said, buy whatever you like. He naively replied, really? Jae-hwan watched, too tired to even speak, while Anderson lamented, you're really going to climb the tower with her? Anderson gave some sincere advice. Better be cautious about her energy field. But it was unclear who should be careful, as Junot took the opportunity to buy everything. The Peak Streamer Pack, the Growth Pack, the Rookie Pack, and it didn't stop, making Jean break into a cold sweat. Looking at her suffering because of her own foolishness, Anderson said,
It feels like it's from another universe.
After draining Jean's pockets, Junot excitedly called out, Master Jae-hwan, I bought things for you too. There's a lot of stuff. He had to give him a compliment. You certainly know how to take advantage of her. No need, you keep it. Hearing that, Junot happily replied, Really? Thank you, Master. At that moment, the system displayed, entering in 1 minute. Then Jean spoke up to confirm the team. Rookie, time's almost up. We're on the same team now, right? Junot stood to one side, sparkling because she was so rich, while Anderson remained vigilant. There's something about her that gives me a bad feeling. Seeing him silent, she spoke first. Once you've decided we can exchange information freely. When the screen displayed entering in 10 seconds, Jean said, Forget it. Jean then complained, You're so mean. You've been using that moody tone with me this whole time, but you won't let me use it back? Entering in 10 seconds. Suddenly, Jean asked, Can I know how old you are? He replied, 2,000 years old. However, she didn't believe him and said he was lying. If that's true, then I'm 20,000 years old. Jae-hwan looked at her and asked, Are you serious? Still in that playful voice, Jean replied, Who knows? She laughed loudly and asked, What do you think? At this moment, the entrance to the first floor of the metaverse opened. The sky was quite clear, and a message board displayed, Welcome to the first floor of the metaverse. The players below said to each other, It's finally starting. Hope it's easy to breathe. Jane turned to Jae-hwan and asked, So, what are your thoughts? This is Hwan, a peripheral planet. The succubi love this place. I've been here a few times, and every time I come back it looks different. Modern architecture, which is usually quite familiar to us, became through her words. Look at those buildings. Each one is tall and pointy. Truly interesting, isn't it? Jae-hwan observed the surroundings and was surprised that the setting of the first floor was Earth. Then Junot, standing nearby, said, Master Jae-hwan, I've seen this place before. He wondered, You have? He replied, Yes. I caught a glimpse of it on the way to the forge while looking at other world views. In this place, most people become hunters to kill monsters. As someone who understands Earth, Jae-hwan told Junot, it's not like that here. Before he could finish, the system board flashed. The world view of this floor is Hunter. Some gods said they felt sick just looking at the world view of this floor. Hearing the god say exactly what he thought, Junot was extremely excited. See, Master Jae-hwan? I was right. Jae-hwan suddenly remembered Do-yoon. It seemed Do-yoon had mentioned these hunters before, but since he wasn't very interested, he hadn't asked for details. He realized he should have paid more attention. Suddenly, Janie told him he was quite lucky. Jae-hwan was confused. Lucky with what? She replied, Usually, missions in these worldviews are all about killing monsters. Nothing complicated, so passing the floor is very easy. Looking into the alley where thousands of lights were glowing, Jean said, Of course, whether it's hard or not depends on what you have to kill. Hidden inside were countless bloodthirsty monsters with sharp teeth and long, protruding tongues. Jean, still unaware, continued, But if you end up with some weaklings, then it's as easy as it gets. At that moment, a creature with a crystal on its head appeared. The participants seeing this felt contemptuous. What? It's just a goblin? Passing this first floor will be a piece of cake. They didn't know about the bloodthirsty monsters in the alley and confidently charged ahead. Even if it's just hunting goblins, I won't let anyone outshine me. The first one is mine. The monster, seeing the crowd charging aggressively, immediately cried out to signal its kind. The participants swung their weapons and charged, hoping to achieve a slaughter record. Hurry up, where's the boss? We have to find it quickly. Before Jae-hwan, the scene of monsters lying dead on the ground appeared, followed by a notification. First slaughter achievement unlocked. The system kept notifying, You have earned 1 stamp. You have earned 1 stamp. Seeing him still standing still, Junot urgently pushed him.
Master Jae-hwan, we have to do something quickly too.
Jean, standing to the side, also added, "That's right. What are you waiting for? Except for us, everyone else is already gone." Jae-hwan calmly looked at her and replied, "The reason I'm still here is probably the same as yours." Seeing she couldn't hide it, she broke into a sinister smile. Jean gave a compliment. "You're quite sharp. As a veteran, my advice to you is not to act recklessly before the floor mission is officially announced." Meanwhile, on the other side, another monster fell, followed by the first floor leaderboard. Passenger 1. Devourer has achieved the first place score. #1 Devourer, #2 Beast Hunter. One guy fighting turned to his teammate and said, "The top 2 have taken almost all the points." Then he bought a basic attack enhancement spell. His teammate didn't fall behind, saying, "If we don't hurry, there won't be any goblins left to hunt. Open the pack." And then he also bought a melee power enhancement set exclusive to the first floor. A limited-time event panel was activated. The metaverse has accepted requests from high-floor allies. Allies state they will reward 3,000 faith to anyone who can show the high-ranking gods creative ways to torture goblins. One guy released a water sphere to trap a goblin and said, "Today, I'll see how long these goblins can survive underwater." His method of torture caught the interest of most gods. Another guy unleashed flames from his hand and hurriedly said, "Oh gods, is anyone curious to know what a burning goblin smells like?" This made some gods find it a bit interesting. In contrast to those people, Jae-hwan's side was still chatting idly. Why do they have to treat them like that? Jean answered his question. Everyone hates goblins because everyone has suffered at their hands once. Even if you jumped out and killed a goblin just passing by, the gods would probably clap and applaud you. She continued, "All of them go to this extent just for faith. Of course, I don't plan to earn faith this way." At that point, the system announced the first mission of the metaverse had appeared. The first floor of this metaverse mission? Within 30 minutes, hunt goblins to earn 10 stamps. Reward: advance to the second floor and 500 faith. Only stamps from goblins are counted, and there will be marked goblins. Looking at the mission information, Jean felt it was a bit strange. I didn't expect it to be like this. Usually a mission like this means there's a trap somewhere. Junot also recognized the abnormality. It can't be as simple as just hunting goblins. Thinking it was too simple, Jean decided to raise the difficulty by suggesting, "For a mission like this, it's better to go separately." Junot agreed. "I'll go check the situation too." Jae-hwan simply replied, "Do whatever you want." Then Jeannie ran in one direction and turned back to say, "See you later, don't die." Junot also ran in another direction, saying, "Master Jae-hwan, I'm going ahead." Right after speaking aggressively, he jumped in surprise because of a goblin corpse. Anderson spoke up to reassure him. "Don't worry, Junot is quite good at running away. He'll be fine." Jae-hwan walked and replied to Anderson, "I'm not worried about him." She replied, "Uh-huh. But are you going to be okay? It's clear there are no goblins around here." Then Jae-hwan sped up and said, "I'll go find some as quickly as possible." He thought to himself, I need to collect 10 stamps. The problem is, there aren't many goblins left now. Following that thought, the system advertised, "You can buy new items for the first floor. Would you like to buy a goblin locator map?" Even Anderson was surprised that such a thing was for sale. She asked, "But do you have any faith left?" Jae-hwan replied, "It's all gone," leaving Anderson flustered as she asked, "Then what do we do now?" Afterward, he activated Awakening Phase 1, Doubt. Rays of golden light immediately flowed into Jae-hwan's eyes. Next, he activated Awakening Phase 2, Understanding. Immediately after that, Jae-hwan could instantly sense the living beings around him. A beam of golden light shifted to an image of a man holding a blade, killing in a frenzy. Then it shifted to a marked goblin, cowering in fear while hiding from humans. Jae-hwan informed Anderson, "I found one. It's not far from here." She said with a hint of surprise, "You awakened ones have some very cheat-like skills. To think you could do that too." He asked curiously, "Can't the gods do it?" Anderson replied, Maybe some can, I guess. He immediately teased her. It seems you can't. She replied irritably, You must have been waiting a long time to say that, haven't you? The sounds of fighting echoed throughout the city. A while later, a man joyfully declared, 10! I'm the first to collect them all! This immediately angered the people nearby. What? Damn it, but I'm almost there too! The system then announced that the passenger beast hunter was the first to collect 10 stamps. He boastfully said, Give me the reward for being the first to clear the floor. Let's go! Suddenly he lowered the goblin's head and said, Idiots, finish off the rest of the goblins. You must keep trying until there isn't a single goblin left. Suddenly a goblin worth 10 stamps appeared. Beast Hunter spoke up again. That sounds boring. Is it a bonus reward? The expressions of the others turned to shock. Not understanding, they exclaimed, Hey, look at his head! How did it get there? Not understanding, Beast Hunter turned his head and asked, On my head? What are you guys talking about? Reflected in a pane of glass was a marked monster. Seeing himself like that, he exclaimed in shock, Ah! The system announced again. When you kill a marked goblin, you will take all the stamps it has accumulated. Excess stamps can be exchanged for faith after clearing the floor. Looking at the marking crystal on his head, he couldn't help but break into a sweat, wondering, Why am I marked as a goblin? Terrified, he tried to reassure himself, No way! At this time, there were 20 minutes left until the first floor closed. The participants in the trial picked up their weapons and moved toward him. That's just the way it has to be, I guess. Beast Hunter was drenched in sweat, his face unable to maintain composure as he screamed. At the same time, some gods were shouting and cheering for the newly opened goblin hunt. Beast Hunter hurriedly fled, but with a goblin with 10+ tokens having appeared, how could the others let him go? They chased after him, shouting, Aim for the one with the mark on its head first! Damn it, stop right there! By now, Jae-hwan had arrived and witnessed the others desperately giving chase. Hey, don't run away! Corner them! Not long after, Beast Hunter was backed into a corner. There was no escape because the pursuers had blocked the rear, and an arrogant man stepped forward and declared, All right, let's end this, Beast Hunter said in fear. Wait a minute! If you kill me, you'll become a goblin too! Contrary to his hopes, the others laughed excitedly. What are you saying? I only need to hold out for 20 minutes. Another impatient man said, Cut off its head quickly and let's move on. Left with no other choice, Beast Hunter reached into his bag and shouted, Damn it! He threw the tokens far away and shouted, I'll give them all to you! I'll give you all the tokens! Seeing this, the crowd immediately lunged to grab them. A token brushed past Jae-hwan, so Anderson asked softly, Should we take them? At that moment, Junot appeared out of nowhere, waving his hand and shouting, Master Jae-hwan, you're here! Anderson saw him and was immediately delighted. Junot, there you are! He held out tokens in front of him and said, I got 9 tokens, you should take them too. Suddenly, Junot became a goblin. A goblin with more than 1 token has appeared. After that, a series of notifications appeared. A goblin with more than 2 tokens has appeared. A goblin with more than 4 tokens. A goblin with more than 7 tokens. A goblin with more than 9 tokens. The people standing there all had marking crystals, causing them to panic. What? Why is there a mark on my head too? I haven't even collected 10 tokens yet. At this point, a large group of goblins with more than 1 token appeared. Looking at the people scratching their heads, Jae-hwan thought, one can become a goblin even without 10 tokens. The mission board from earlier appeared in his mind. He just realized it didn't mention that a person only becomes a goblin after having 10 tokens. Observing the surroundings, Jae-hwan thought, the first week's mission is to hunt goblins and collect 10 tokens. From the start, the first floor was designed to make passengers fight each other. Then a man holding a baseball bat wondered, how many tokens does it take to become a goblin? Another added, so that's how it is. Junot was terrified by their words. If that's the case, the shameless group approached him and threatened, Kid, give us the tokens. Junot hugged the tokens tightly and uttered in fear, guys. An arm suddenly blocked the way in front of Junot. Jae-hwan blocked him with one arm and held his sword behind him with the other, saying coolly, Stay behind me. The leader shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Check his rank. Does he have any tokens?" The man next to him replied, "None." He turned back to Jae-hwan and asked, "Hey, which god do you serve?" Jae-hwan didn't care what they said and thought, "About 12 people, enough to test my strength." Suddenly, Anderson spoke up to stop him. "Wait, something is coming." The other guy continued aggressively, "If you don't want to die, hand over the tokens obediently." As he spoke, a tentacle lunged at him. That guy was immediately dragged away in a panic. The people around were equally stunned, letting out a shocked, "Huh?" The man was still being dragged away by the mysterious tentacle, and there was no after that, because the man vanished completely. Suddenly, strange white substances began pouring out of that alleyway. A series of tentacles flooded out right after. The people outside were immediately attacked by them, unable to resist. There was nothing left around except for cries for help, but Jae-hwan and Junot remained unscathed, standing outside the massacre. Junot turned his head, saw someone, and said, "Master Jae-hwan, it's those guys from before." An arm with sharp black tentacles was the thing that had just attacked those people. Suddenly, their images appeared along with Jean's reminder. "Be extremely careful because they are psychopaths who kill for fun. Avoid clashing with them at all costs." Watching those people approach and seeing the leader was marked, Jae-hwan thought to himself that they were likely followers of a god with at least one sight. Meanwhile, Anderson realized they were apostles of Belkan, stronger than followers, but weaker than an incarnation. Among that group, someone was using a token detector. A masked man finished scanning, looked at the leader and asked, "The kid behind has 9 tokens. The one in front has none. What should we do?" The leader ordered, "Dispose of the one with nothing and bring the kid here." As soon as he finished speaking, they lunged toward Jae-hwan. The masked man attacked with the weapon in his hand, but Jae-hwan easily blocked it. However, this made the attacker think, "How foolish." It turned out the scythe in his hand was gradually corroding Jae-hwan's sword. So he thought confidently, although the main attribute of Belkan's scythe is physical enhancement, an apostle can also use melting, which means most weapons clashing with it. But it wasn't Jae-hwan's weapon that was melting. It was his own. The man couldn't believe his eyes. "What? It's supposed to melt. I can't pull it out. Let go!" Suddenly, Jae-hwan's sword split open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It then devoured the other man's weapon, prompting Jae-hwan to ask, "It seems you haven't eaten in a long time." The man's companions asked each other, "What kind of plot does he have? How much world power does he have?" The system reported again. Target's world power cannot be measured. The group was encountering this for the first time and thought, "What is this? It's broken." Jae-hwan was all too familiar with it. How ridiculous. Why does everyone say that? One of them said to the leader, "Lord Incarnation, I think I know who that is. There were some low-level followers at the fishing spot. I think one of them is that naked guy." One of them took off his outer coat and declared, "If you dare touch my people." The man revealed his inner armor and glowing red eye, saying, "Then you must face the consequences immediately." Anderson recognized him as the primary incarnation of Belkan. He was much stronger than the other followers. As Jae-hwan looked at him, a notification appeared. "Scythe God Belkan senses that you are looking at him." Jae-hwan looked up and thought, "That god?" The Belkan incarnation approached with a murderous aura. "The Scythe God Belkan is very unhappy with you." Jae-hwan calmly thought, "Has my energy sensing ability weakened? I can't feel how strong he is." Anderson explained, "A primary incarnation can use at least 90% of their god's power. Since the power gap between a rank 10 and a mid-rank god is too vast, avoid a confrontation if possible." However, Jae-hwan said, "Your words are different from what I feel from you." He said, "I thought you wanted to see me fight." Anderson changed her tone and said, "Well, I do want to see those who bullied Junot get beaten, but..." She said with a bit of worry, "What I'm most curious about is how strong the awakened I chose really is." Anderson closed her eyes and continued, "And the rumors that you are the Kingslayer, is it true? And the possibility that you can take revenge on the tower for me." Jae-hwan immediately spoke, answering her thoughts. If you want to know, then watch closely. Suddenly, bright spots appeared around the Belkin incarnation, making Anderson wonder, what is that? There's text above his head. A god. A rookie supporting the incarnation of Belkin? Anderson was confused by the message. How? How can we see this? Jae-hwan took a combat stance and asked, Is it over there? This made Anderson a bit frantic. Wait, you... The Belkin incarnation saw this and said, It seems he wants to talk. He then gave the order, Kill him. Immediately, two men lunged in front of Jae-hwan. They swung their crescent blades, delivering sharp, lethal strikes. However, Jae-hwan easily dodged them all. Afterward, only the system message remained. Current tokens owned, 10. Jean watched thoughtfully. It feels like a script. I feel like I've seen this recently. Another notification appeared. Some gods ask, What kind of stupid excuse is that? Suddenly, she looked into the distance and wondered, What's this? More importantly, Jean recognized the person in front of her. That is the incarnation of Belkan Diner. I think people call him the promoted incarnation. She realized they were the rumored Death Squad. Those who go around killing others and serve a mid-rank god, Belkan. They always start from the first floor. Jean said tiredly, I hate running into them. Their hierarchy is too high. Some gods said, You also accept faith from others. But while Jae-hwan was fighting, the fire god Ignis said, That person is a follower hiding his power. Jae-nae responded in surprise, A follower hiding his power? But how is that possible? She looked at Jae-hwan's weapon and said, That weapon is indeed strong, but you can find simulations like that anywhere. Some gods agreed with Jae-hwan. Then, as he was surrounded by many enemies, Jean screamed, Look! He's surrounded and about to die! How could he be hiding his strength? She said, If he's hiding it, then so am I. Some gods remarked that she had been very sharp recently. Jean prepared to stand up and said, I guess it's time for me to help him. Suddenly, she froze for some reason. Jae-hwan was thrusting his sword rapidly into the ground. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Even Jae-nae, who was watching, was knocked backward by the force of the explosion. All the windows of the nearby building shattered into pieces. Jean fell into a corner, wondering, What is this? Suddenly her eyes widened in terror. Amidst a sea of fallen people, one man stood tall and firm. Jean couldn't believe her eyes. It was Jae-hwan, who had defeated everyone with just a single strike. She couldn't help but marvel, wondering, was he really hiding his strength? Junot, hiding to the side, was also frightened by the scene. The landscape was left in total ruin. Jean thought in disbelief, Who on earth is he? Now only Jae-hwan and the incarnation of Belkin remained standing with 10 minutes left. Several gods were paying attention to the commotion happening on the first floor of the metaverse. The incarnation of Belkin thought there were 5 apostles of the mid-rank god Belkin, yet he still took them down with a single thrust. Jae-hwan spoke up. Perhaps a mid-rank god can still withstand a normal straight thrust. This made a few gods unable to believe that you were winning. Most of the gods were focusing on the fight. The incarnation of Belkan was desperately calculating. Damn it, I don't want to waste my power on the very first floor. He grit his teeth helplessly, thinking, But if I retreat, Lord Belkan won't forgive me. Indeed, the scythe god Belkan was unhappy with his apostle's helplessness. He thought to himself, There's no other way. Then he retracted the scythe in his hand and shouted, Get lost while things are still clear. Then he stepped closer to Jae-hwan and asked, Who are you? Are you from the association? He replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. The incarnation of Belkan shouted angrily, Stop playing dumb. No one as strong as you stays on the first floor. If you're honest, you'll receive clemency. Given Jae-hwan's silence, a few gods grew curious about his background. Suddenly he asked, With your level, how high can you climb? He was a bit surprised and uttered, Huh? The incarnation of Belkan's face darkened. What kind of nonsense is that? Does he not understand me? Then he replied, I can climb to the 6th floor by myself. Jae-hwan replied, Is that it? Only to the 6th floor? He was so angry that his veins bulged. You're really good at making people go crazy. He lunged forward in a rage, declaring, "I'll hack you into pieces!" The space suddenly became unnaturally silent. The two buildings in front were suddenly sliced in half. They immediately collapsed behind the incarnation of Belcan. He thought he had the upper hand and shouted, "You were bragging just a moment ago, so why do you keep hiding?" By this time, Jae-hwan had leaped into the air to dodge the attack. He attacked again, saying, "You filthy rat." The incarnation of Belcan roared, "You should feel ashamed of yourself." Actually, Jae-hwan was thinking that he just wanted to test the strength of someone who could climb to the 6th floor on their own. He would wait until the opponent unleashed their true full power. At this moment, several gods were judging your battle, which made him think angrily, "That bastard, does he want to stall for time?" The incarnation of Belcan attacked frantically because he thought if he, an elite recommended for the assassin squad, couldn't even lay a scratch on him, he would be completely humiliated. At this moment, the scythe god Belcan was furious at the current situation. He was enraged. "You think it's that easy?" Then he gripped his pendant tightly. At this point, Anderson warned, "I think he's about to do something." The incarnation of Belcan, with his pendant, declared, "I'll show you the difference in our levels." The system reported that the incarnation diner has equipped a skin. Jae-hwan just watched in silence, waiting for him to unleash his full power. He laughed loudly and said, "Do you know why the metaverse is famous for being a place where the poor get poorer and the rich get richer? Because items exist that increase the gap between me and someone who has nothing, like you." After those words, a series of notifications appeared. Attack power increased by 20% due to skin effect. Speed increased by 20%. Defense increased by 20%. Mobility increased by 20%. Diner, now with long white hair, said that one of those items was a skin. He had used the rare skin, Incense King Samsung Gazam. His appearance changed because the main function of a skin is aesthetic, changing the look and adding a few beautiful effects for the user. Jae-hwan's eyes widened in surprise. He gripped his sword tightly and asked, "How did you get that appearance?" He said, "It seems even a naked guy like you knows about this skin. You must know that." He lunged toward him with a fist, declaring, "You won't have a chance to win anymore." A massive explosion erupted once again, and the scythe god Belcan fully supported his incarnation. The synchronization between Incarnation Diner and the scythe god Belcan is increasing. At this moment, Anderson hurriedly warned, "His synchronization has increased thanks to support from Belcan. Stop being stubborn and use my power." She continued, "Only then will you be able to defeat him." Diner lunged forward vigorously, saying, "It's time for you to die." Then he unleashed Belcan's narrative slash. The flames were full of power. They immediately engulfed the surrounding buildings, and the ground crumbled following the explosion. Diner stood still on the ground. He declared, "You can be silent now and hand over all your tokens." In front of him, there was now a large hole in the building. Diner shouted, "But no, you dug your own grave!" His subordinates standing outside couldn't help but marvel, "Lord Diner is amazing. You defeated that monster in the blink of an eye." In his heart, Diner breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. How could he survive after taking a full hit with power-up effects from the skin in my narrative? He turned to leave, thinking he got too agitated and accidentally wasted too much power on the very first floor. Suddenly, a voice spoke out, "Is that all?" Diner immediately turned back in terror. Jae-hwan, without a single scratch, swung his sword and said, "Now I know what kind of place the metaverse is." He declared, "Thanks to you, I've learned about the harshness of the 6th floor. All of you." With a chilling voice, he said, "Are even weaker than the monarchs." Diner immediately couldn't believe his eyes. "Impossible! He stood up just like that? What the hell?" Jae-hwan put one leg back to gain momentum and said, "The grand commanders of the almighty land could block this move up to 4 times. He quickly spun the sword in his hand and said, "I wonder about you guys." Diner immediately grimaced in fear. He turned and shouted to his subordinates, "Link with the world power!" Seeing the others look slightly afraid, he shouted, "Lord Belcan is supporting us, so I can deploy a portion of his power. Don't be afraid. Everyone attack together." And so, the entire group lunged to attack Jae-hwan. He took a stance, preparing to attack. With a powerful thrust into the air, a massive red aura of power appeared on Jae-hwan's hand. Diner immediately thought, "That monster, this is..." He couldn't imagine, was this just a single thrust? Jae-hwan's thrust tore through the sky, leaving the scythe god Belkan astonished, enraged, and terrified. Following that were a series of other notifications. The scythe. God Belkan has fallen into a slumber after receiving too much damage. The light god. Ravarai's jaw dropped after seeing what just happened. The fire god Ignis is interested in you. The god of destruction wants you to become his apostle. The wise god Hikmatun criticizes your reckless behavior. Then Jae-hwan picked up a token just as time ran out. He met the requirements for the first floor of the metaverse, while Anderson said in terror, What did you just do? She said in disbelief, Wait, how could this possibly happen? Jae-hwan indifferently replied, Is there a problem? She answered, You really took them all down. The system then reported, You have collected 86 tokens. Jae-hwan said, I can't afford to slowly compromise with everyone chasing me on the way to the 7th floor. If this tower is a type of world, it means it can also be destroyed. The sky of the first floor shattered into multiple layers along with a notification. Based on the number of tokens you possess, you have reached first place. Jae-hwan said in a calm tone, Therefore I will pierce through anyone who blocks my path. The space was now extremely quiet. Jean, who had been observing, told herself, I thought he was just an ignorant, brave rookie. I didn't expect him to be able to destroy the metaverse. She smiled brightly and said, He's more interesting than I thought. At this moment, hurried footsteps were approaching. Junot, safe and sound, waved his hand excitedly and said, Master Jae-hwan? Seeing him, Jae-hwan thought, I almost forgot about him. But he's not dead yet? Anderson said proudly, I told you not to worry. Running away is his specialty. Looking up at the destroyed sky, Jae-hwan thought to himself, Wait, have I already passed the 5th floor? I feel something blocking me at the 6th floor. In other words, from the 6th floor up, there will be people who can stop my thrust. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the gap. Jae-hwan looked up at it in confusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A pillar of blue light beamed down to where Jae-hwan was standing. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, wondering what it was. A golden panel appeared again. It said, The guide of the first floor of the metaverse has summoned you. A cage-like object appeared accordingly. The system said, You have arrived at the mission point. Jae-hwan and Junot soared through the air on that cage. Suddenly, Jae-hwan asked, Is this? Before his eyes now was a scene of trial participants fighting each other. Die! Kill him first! Film strips of images kept appearing. Jae-hwan looked at them and thought, Wait, is this the first floor of a different tower? He thought to himself, Just like Season and Mulu, the succubi who created this tower must have a certain motive. Remembering what happened earlier on the first floor where everyone turned into goblins, whether they were goblin hunters or turned into goblins, in the end, do humans lose their lives just for the motive of this tower? Jae-hwan spoke up and asked, They said the people who want to experience pain have gathered here. He crossed his arms and continued, The souls of those who either never climbed the Tower of Nightmares or failed the climb, the god of a place for those who have forgotten what a trial is. Anderson replied, That's right. Jae-hwan scanned his eyes upward. He spoke again. If I had seen the end of the tower, I don't think I'd want to experience that again. Anderson agreed. You're right. The door suddenly opened in front of Jae-hwan. He and Junot stood inside in silence. Junot looked around and let out an exclamation of wonder. Looking at the other elevators, he speculated, This place seems to be the stop. Anderson spoke up. It's the mission point where the guides live. Jae-hwan asked, If it's a guide, is it like a tour guide on a bus? She replied, Each one manages a floor. Suddenly, something appeared in front of Jae-hwan. He muttered in confusion, A stone slab? Junot asked, What's written on it? It looks like the high-ranking rankers of the metaverse. A name on the slab caught Jae-hwan's attention. Rachel Lang. That name is so familiar. Fragments of memory surfaced. Jae-hwan remembered. It was her previous incarnation. Referring to Anderson, Junot stood to the side, tilting his head in confusion. Why isn't your name on here, Master Jae-hwan? Surely you must have set a new record. Suddenly, a purple light appeared from behind and a voice echoed, "He'll be added soon." Both of them looked toward the source of the sound in surprise. A furry head with horns appeared. It was a goat with a bell around its neck. The purple-eyed goat spread its arms and said, "So you're the one who set a new record on the first floor? It's a pleasure to meet you." Junot was frozen like a statue for 5 seconds, while Jae-hwan wondered, "Is it a real goat?" Suddenly, Junot lunged toward him in excitement, making him ask in fear, "What's wrong with you?" Junot asked excitedly, "Are you a real goat? It's not a costume, right? Can I touch you?" While those two were talking, Anderson said, "More importantly, I guess he works here now. Times have changed." Jae-hwan asked if she knew the goat. Suddenly, she requested, "If possible, can I borrow your body for a moment? I want to speak to him personally." The goat turned to Jae-hwan and said, I haven't introduced myself yet." Before he could finish, Anderson, using Jae-hwan's body, said, "Vertut, have you been well?" He widened his eyes in shock and confusion. "Fallen God, how do you know my name?" He suddenly recognized that aura. "No way. The stripper, Anderson?" She replied, "It's nude." A moment later, they entered the living room, and Vertut brought tea. He placed the purple teacups on the table. He sat down and said, "I hope you don't mind this." Junot reached out to take a cup and exclaimed, "Wow, is this real tea?" He replied, "I got it from the forbidden area in Caspian. It's very good for recovering strength, right?" Anderson said, "Drink up." But then she paused because Junot had poured the steaming tea directly into his mouth, making her feel helpless. "You already drank it? Is the tea hot?" Vertut asked. "I didn't think you'd come here, Anderson." She asked back, "Can I take that to mean you missed me?" She asked curiously, "Why did you become a guide? Weren't you originally the incarnation of Sivol?" He answered, "You know Sivol is dead. When an incarnation loses their god, there is no path left." In Jae-hwan's body, Anderson crossed her arms and said, "So you volunteered to be a slave to the tower?" He replied, "Otherwise I couldn't exist." Looking at his face reflected in the tea, he asked hesitantly, "Why did you return?" She made a pouting expression on Jae-hwan's face and replied, "It's not like I'm forbidden from returning." He gasped and said, "Have you forgotten?" Vertut's expression darkened. "If you return, you'll lose your life. You made a pact with the association." But Anderson asked, "Did the association keep their promise to me?" She started recounting, "While climbing the tower, I saw the items they sell." Vertut hesitated. "Miss Anderson." She slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Why?" Then Anderson pointed to the packs sold to climbers and said angrily, "Why is everything like this? What's with those prices? Since when did they start selling such trash in the metaverse?" Next, she turned and pointed to the screen nearby at the slogan. It said, "Sorry for providing you with too many benefits." Representing the metaverse, Vertut could only hold his head in silence. Then Anderson continued, "On the way here, I saw a skin in the style of a monarch. Don't tell me my companions have all been turned into skins too." She angrily grabbed his collar and shouted, "And what about my followers?" She couldn't contain her rage. "You said you would release them. What happened to my companions?" His face went dark and he said, "They were only injured." But Anderson didn't believe it and shouted his name, "Vertut!" His mind was in turmoil and he gritted his teeth. Then he shouted back angrily, "It's been 500 years, Anderson. That's enough time for a high-ranking god like you to become a low-ranking one." Vertut continued, "I don't know why you've returned, but what you're looking for isn't here." Lady Anderson suddenly fell silent for a long time before she said, "I know what I'm doing." Everything around began to shake incessantly. The power emanating from Anderson caused the teacup on the table to fall and shatter, along with the statement, "That's why I've returned." Seeing this, Vertut could only exclaim, "Lady Anderson!" She declared, "I will destroy everything." Junot watched in a daze as everything around flew into the air. Lady Anderson, in Jae-hwan's body, couldn't hide her rage as she emitted a deadly power. "This damn association and the bastards who betrayed me, all of them." Suddenly she faltered, saying, "Damn it." She collapsed, leaving behind the words, "divine power." Junot, standing nearby, panicked. "Lady Anderson." Vertut also checked on her. Are you okay? Junot, with tears and snot running down his face, asked, Lady Anderson, are you all right? Đột nhiên thân xác Jae-hwan bất tỉnh dậy như chẳng có chuyện gì khiến Junot giật bắn mình. Jae-hwan held his head and said, I guess she's asleep. Vertut stood there and sighed in relief. You almost fell into a buffering state because you didn't have enough divine power. He said, if Anderson is like that. And Jae-hwan asked, You seem to understand her very well. Vertut fell silent and looked off into the distance. Looking at a photo hanging from the ceiling, he said, It's been 500 years since I last saw her incarnation. Jae-hwan asked curiously, By the way, who was at the top of the tower? He replied, The helmsman. He asked again, Who is the helmsman? Vertut answered, That person has countless identities, the navigator of the metaverse, the guide of 100,000 gods. He continued listing more identities, heir of paradise, master of the stars, ancient memoirs, puppet king. Finally, he concluded, that person is the only one here. Who knows how to reach the end of the illusion tree? This left Jae-hwan in shock. Jae-hwan followed up with a question. If I go to the highest floor, can I meet that person? Vertut replied, If you can get there, you'll likely meet them. He warned, So please don't be reckless and destroy the tower. However, stubborn Jae-hwan said, If I destroy the tower, I can climb it faster. Vertut explained, If you destroy the tower of compassionate gods, the price you'll pay will be very steep. You compassionate gods, you won't understand how much this world means to the gods. He turned to walk away and said, I was told you came here to save your friend, right? He asked, Do you know where my friend is? Vertut replied, I don't know. However, the gods on the upper floors might. But I don't think they liked your recent actions. Jae-hwan replied, My mission isn't to please others. But he countered, Your mission is to give them comfort, because this is a place where gods and followers go to escape the brutal territorial wars. He seemed angry and asked, So you're advising me to become someone who creates joy for others? He denied it. No. Standing before that slogan, he said, I advise you to become a hero. Jae-hwan lost his patience and replied, I'm not interested. If I destroy the entire metaverse, all the gods residing here will reveal themselves. Vertut replied, I acknowledge your ability, because piercing through the floors of the tower is nearly impossible for others. However, it's not without precedent. Someone managed to do it a few hundred years ago. Remembering the 3 names at the top of the stone slab, he said, A few hundred years ago, yes, when the Lord of the Rift came here, he did something similar to you. Currently, I've even heard that a few members of the Rift are participating. And, he added, no matter how strong you are, you can't skip floors. While speaking, his arm suddenly twitched back and forth. A few lines of golden text suddenly appeared before his eyes, making him exclaim, How unexpected. He gave him a gift. I will give you the privilege to ascend to the upper floors because a god wants to meet you. Junot, standing nearby, couldn't help but shout in shock, What? Really? Looking at the golden text, Vertut replied, It seems a few gods are watching you. Several on the upper floors have nominated you. Jae-hwan's face darkened, and he asked, Nominated? Junot had the same question. Does that mean they're giving us a chance to promote ourselves? Vertut painted a vision of Jae-hwan as the son of the metaverse, explaining, Simply put, they want you to be this season's mascot. Suddenly, several golden notification boards appeared before Jae-hwan. He wondered what they were, and Vertut said, It seems it has arrived. The system notified. The Flame Alliance has nominated you, gifting 2 million faith, provided that during the nomination phase, you use 70% of the faith on items chosen by the Flame Alliance. The Death Alliance has nominated you, gifting 1.5 million faith, provided that 50% is used on items they choose. The Oblivion Alliance has nominated you, gifting 1.7 million faith, provided that 60% is used on items they choose. Junot, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, Jae-hwan, you have 2 million faith! Incredible! As the guide of the first floor, this is the first time I've seen such a large amount with my own eyes. He looked at the info board and asked, "Is it that incredible?" Junot immediately replied, "More than that. You could say it's a once-in-10,000 years occurrence." Vertut clicked the screen, looked at him and said, "It seems the souls of the abyss will gather here after witnessing the path you take to success. To explain the nomination more clearly," he said, "in short, these items." Then he displayed the items that could be sold by the Flame Alliance. Currently, a gacha skin event was underway. 2 cards, Flame and Thunderhammer, appeared. They were the hot items for Thor, the god of thunder, and Ignis, the fire god, like the name on the first floor. Vertut said, "This type of costume will help you change your outward appearance depending on the skin you choose, and you can also use skills related to that skin." Then he pulled up a blue board to introduce the most popular skin lately. This is the one. A card showing the side profile of a young man appeared. It was known as the new mythical grade skin, the ugliest king, Kim Dokya. It was explained that the skin was made from the drive of an energetic human with a reputation transcending the fantasy world and the edge of the universe. Selected effects, plus 40% movement speed and attack speed. Holding the card in his hand, Jae-hwan frowned and asked, "Kim Dokja? This name sounds strange. And this is called Ugliest?" Meanwhile, Junot was extremely excited, urging him, "Wow, Master Jae-hwan, pick one!" He wondered, why do they want me to buy skins with the money they sent me? Vertut guessed, probably for advertising, because some gods will see it and buy it. This made Jae-hwan even more curious. "Isn't that unfair? I heard everyone say this tower is very fair." He became uneasy and said softly, "That's not something you should concern yourself with, Jae-hwan, because this is an offer that isn't disadvantageous to you." Suddenly, Anderson spoke up again. "I was only unconscious for a moment, and something unusual has already happened." She couldn't hide her anger and shouted, "Who wants to sponsor you? Who? You don't need to accept sponsorship from those bics. I will earn it myself." Jae-hwan helplessly covered his ears and replied, "I get it. Please calm down." But she still frowned and warned, "Do you understand? I won't let it slide if you dare to accept." Suddenly, Vertut asked worriedly, "Do you have to leave already?" He calmly replied, "That's right. Your statement makes the gods of the Flame Alliance find your decision ridiculous, and the gods of the Death Alliance are speechless." Suddenly, Vertut acts dangerously and says, "I understand." He acts as if he knows everything. "So your strategy is to increase your own value without any sponsoring organization? You truly are a madman." Jae-hwan, exhausted by the people in this tower, replies indifferently, "Think whatever you want." And he still doesn't forget to warn, "But regardless, as I said before, don't destroy the tower. It costs a lot of money." At this point, Jae-hwan also thinks clearly. Since he doesn't know where Do-yoon is, making enemies of the gods won't bring any good results. Then Vertut claps his hands and says, "Although you refused the sponsorship, I hope you can accept the reward that belongs to you. This is the reward for the person with the highest score." On the first floor, suddenly black things start constantly spreading across his body. After that, a set of clothes finally appears on Jae-hwan's body, and he is moved to tears. The upper part of his body is also covered, with a few yellow buttons added as highlights. Looking at it, Jae-hwan wonders what it is. According to the information, it is the Renhold Tactical Cloak, S rank. The description says the high-rank god Renhold created a new outfit including tactical armor and a cloak, an exclusive metaverse item. Its supporting functions include special grade endurance, waterproofing, a perfect fit, self-repair, shock resistance, and rapid transformation. Vertut, standing to the side, adds, "You can freely change the outfit using the buttons attached to the coat." The system announces that the buttons have finished identifying your soul. Over there, Junot also has a white outfit. "Look, Jae-hwan, I have one too. I should refrain from being naked for a while." Suddenly Anderson says, "Hey, that is so uncomfortable." Vertut raises his hand and says, "The additional rewards have been sent to you. Please check them." The additional rewards are, you received 2,000 faith and a ticket to the 6th floor. Jae-hwan, losing patience, asks, "So now I can go to the 6th floor, right?" "Correct," he replies. "As I mentioned, a certain god has given you priority. He said you don't need to pay it back, so you can go there." Jae-hwan doesn't care and walks straight away. "All right, now there's no reason for me to refuse." Junot, beside him, is friendlier and waves goodbye. Suddenly he speaks. "Jae-hwan," he says, bowing and placing a hand on his chest. "Please take care of Anderson." Afterward, only Vertut is left in the room. Suddenly he turns with a dangerous look toward the sound. "Has the newcomer left?" He sits down and replies, "Yes, he just left." A foot steps closer to him, and a voice says, "It seems he left without accepting any nominations." A familiar face is revealed. As expected, he is someone worth watching. Vertut replies, "It seems you are still quite interested in the concept of a broadcaster." When Jeannie appears, he calls her the god of destiny. He wonders why she gave him priority. Jean replies, "Who knows?" Still sitting with his back to her, he says, "Don't tell me you want to obstruct the tower. If the gods of the Alliance find out," she replies, "Do you think?" Then Jean, full of killing intent, leans into his ear and growls, "That I'm afraid of them?" Though trembling, he still says, "The 7 great gods might find out, but you still want to cause trouble?" Jean looks at him gloomily and says nothing. Suddenly she says, "Don't you think it's quite a waste?" Vertut, confused, exclaims, "What?" She snaps her fingers. Then a series of battle images appear. Jean says, "All these followers trapped in this tiny tower chasing vain goals." But Vertut says they need this world because it is the only paradise for them to live in. Jane finds it ridiculous. "Paradise?" she questions, risking their lives to collect 10 faith to buy skins and items, and climbing the tower just to buy new skins and items. "You call that paradise?" Jean puts a hand on his shoulder and speaks truthfully. "The metaverse lost its inherent value long ago. It's all too late. Didn't you experience it yourself 500 years ago?" Mentioning that makes Vertut lose his composure. After the revolution failed that day, the tower's system never collapsed. He clenches his hand and says, "You also know how many high-rank gods died?" "Yes," Jeannie says quietly. "I know. That's why this time I'll use a different way." Vertut realizes, "Is that why you sponsored him?" He originally had no chance to climb to the highest floor. Jean asks back, "Do you really think so?" Vertut says, "He is the #1 ranker." The leaderboard appears with Miles Van de Klein and Jae-hwan at the top. He says, "This is the first time in several hundred years since Miles." However, Vertut believes that if he weren't Anderson's representative, it would be entirely possible. Jean, standing to the side, agrees. "That's right." Suddenly, she emits killing intent and asks, "Have you received the prophecy from the Alliance yet?" But he denies it. "No, not yet. Don't you remember what is on the 6th floor?" He says, if he is Anderson's representative, he surely won't just pass through that place. He will die there with his god. Scene changes to Jae-hwan's location. At this moment, he is at bus station 6. 3 missions for the 6th floor of the metaverse have begun. Looking ahead, Jae-hwan thinks, "Another station?" While Junot exclaims, "Why are there so many doors?" The mission board appears. Metaverse 6th floor. The mission is to choose 3 doors and complete the related tasks. Rewards include entry to the 7th floor and 500 faith. Anderson says confidently, "Finally, the time has come for me to show my power." Jae-hwan is thinking, "There isn't much time left. I must pass this floor as quickly as possible." Suddenly, Anderson feels slighted and cries, "Wait! You should at least listen to the explanation first." By now, Jae-hwan is standing in front of a door. The system announces a Starstream collaboration broadcast event. Suddenly, a young man appears. Then he turns his face back to look at something. Emergency resistance with intermediate difficulty. Description: survive for 8 hours. Start of Starstream collaboration scenario. Collect 10 coins and use the faith system to exchange them. A scenario where the ugliest king shows his true worth. Anderson shouted, but he coldly told her, "We will proceed like this. The time to complete the stage is very short." Then a notification announced, "You have entered." The scene suddenly changed to a train station where not a single person was in sight. Junot followed behind with a forced smile and asked, "Master Jae-hwan, I'm not sure what your plan is." He confidently reassured him, "Don't worry, I never do anything without preparation." At the end of the tracks, a swarm of monsters with glowing eyes stared intently at the two of them. Junot smiled and said, "I knew you were worthy of my trust." However, he threw cold water on him by adding, "Even though things don't seem to be going very smoothly." As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters lost their fear and lunged to attack. Their massive size and overwhelming numbers terrified Eunice, who said,
"Here they come, but why are there so many?"
He then urgently asked, "So, what is our plan?" At this moment, Jae-hwan prepared to swing his sword and replied, "The plan? Just kill them all until the last one is gone." Having said that, he swung his sword and mercilessly decapitated the monsters. That master plan left Junot stunned for 5 seconds before he exclaimed, "Master Jae-hwan!" The light inside the door the two of them chose kept emitting a brilliant, dazzling glow. By now, Junot sat on the ground exhausted. Jae-hwan calmly walked out of the door, leaving the heap of corpses behind. "It's done. A perfect plan." Anderson couldn't stay silent and questioned, "Are you serious? Just look at your current tattered state." Meanwhile, Junot gasped for air. "Thank heavens, I thought I was about to meet my ancestors." Afterward, he asked thoughtfully, "But Master Jae-hwan, are we really going to complete the missions this way?" He began to analyze the problem. The first map was just about survival, so clearing it wasn't a big issue. Junot gripped his arm and continued, "But the second map?" As he said this, Jae-hwan's face stiffened. Suddenly, the system interrupted their conversation. Starstream collaboration event, the strongest sacrificial lamb. Difficulty, supergrade. Description, clear the scenario. Appearance of the Starstream collaboration map. Use coins and exchange them for faith. Even for the famous first Beast King, this stage is extremely difficult. Note, the mission may end before you even realize it. Other passengers will also participate in this map. First, survive the incoming wave of monsters. Clear condition, death of more than 50% of participating passengers, or the death of the currently strongest passenger. You are the strongest passenger in Seoul. Hearing this, Jae-hwan gripped his sword tightly, thinking he would destroy the world that appeared in this mission. Then he pointed his sword toward the sky again. The trial participants lunged forward like hungry tigers, shouting, "He's the strongest! Just kill him and the stage will end!" He silently glanced at the shouting crowd charging toward him. "No need to kill monsters, just kill him!" Suddenly, except for where Jae-hwan stood, the entire ground cracked. Following the constant sounds of screaming and the confirmation of the death of 50% of the passengers, the mission ended. Back outside, Jae-hwan said, "I didn't want it to be like that, but things didn't go as I expected. I'm curious how that first Beast King or whoever completed this mission." Junot turned and said, "Thanks to you, the mission ended very quickly." Meanwhile, both were pressing buttons on their clothes. The Renhold tactical cloak features special grade endurance, waterproofing, a perfect look, self-repair, shock resistance, and rapid transformation. Suddenly, a series of notifications arrived. Volcanoes, god of phantom fire, is extremely angry with you. Heka, god of emotion, feels hatred toward you. Dammer, god of the great flood, wants to get acquainted with your mother. Ignis, the fire god, is interested in your bluntness. Junot boldly speculated, I guess those are the gods who participated in the mission with us." The system announced, "You have completed the strongest sacrificial lamb. You have received 30,000 gold coins. You can now exchange them for faith. Would you like to convert?" Jae-hwan immediately replied, "I guess I'll have to convert." Holding the bag of money, Junot's eyes lit up. "Now that we have money, we can refresh the entrance tickets without any problem." And Ignis, the fire god, was curious about which mission you would choose next. Anderson wondered, That Ignis guy probably isn't an acquaintance of mine, right? Jae-hwan then asked, "You don't know that god?" She replied, "No, but any deity from the abyss would know that god. It's very likely an imposter. There's no reason Ignis would watch this broadcast." Suddenly, the notification screen blurred. The messages were slightly glitched. Anderson explained regretfully, "That's because the account level my little brother is using is too low." Suddenly, Jae-hwan changed the subject. "Even though that woman Jane seems to have no issues." As soon as he said this, the goddess Anderson said huffily, "Oh, really? Then go follow her." Jae-hwan felt helpless. She was already sulking. Then he said loudly, "I'll let you choose the door for this round." Anderson exclaimed in surprise, "What? Really?" Junot, walking ahead, was equally surprised. The system then announced, "You have completed 2 missions. Please choose the final mission." Looking at the locked doors, Junot turned back worriedly. "The uncompleted event maps are all locked. Only normal maps remain." Jae-hwan wondered, "So the final mission is designed so we can't choose an event map for it?" Anderson wasn't surprised. "I knew it would be like this. The locked ones are Metaverse 5R 1.54 and VR 5.46. Jae-hwan added regretfully, "The version 9.61 we're using dates back to the Napoleonic era." Then he suddenly approached the VR 7.48 door, a floor for those who love classics. Anderson spoke up, "That's the path to the 6th floor. When a series of updates were applied, the old versions disappeared and were moved to the 6th floor. You can think of this place as a metaverse museum." Junot, walking ahead, turned back and said loudly, "But most of them are very classic. That's how they attract so-anhu passengers." She continued, "In the beginning, the metaverse was very fair. If you didn't work hard, you wouldn't get anything." Suddenly, Junot said excitedly, "Wow, Goddess Anderson! Even though I can't see you, I can hear what you're saying." Anderson speculated, "I guess his divine power increased a bit after clearing the 1st floor. Even if only for a short time, I can talk to—" Before she could finish, Junot interrupted, "Oh, I can't hear her voice anymore." She could only curse at the situation. Damn it. Junot looked at the review board to share his thoughts. "I want to go to places with good reviews, but nowhere has more than 2 points." He was reading reviews for Metaverse 5R9. The driver should reflect, "Are you kidding me? You call this a class? You said there would be no gotchas. No gotchas. No gotchas." But they were all useless reviews. Anderson warned, "In the beginning, everyone thought that naively." An idea flashed in Junot's mind. "Oh, I just thought, if they've laid out classic things, there must be a first version, an original classic version." Anderson was surprised and gave him credit for the thought. He then ran off, calling back, "I'm going to find the original version." Suddenly, a door appeared. Metaverse 5R 1.00. Notice, access is not permitted for outsiders as this area is under repair. Junot went to the trouble of finding the original version only to fail miserably. "Under repair?" he cried. Leaving him kneeling and crying a pool of tears, Jae-hwan accidentally walked past. "It seems the gods are enjoying themselves with pathetic towers like this." Anderson spoke up. 500 years ago, it wasn't like this. It used to make people feel they could reach the end of the world." Jae-hwan then asked, "You came here because you wanted to play these kinds of games, right?" She denied it. "No, my reason for being here is the same as yours." He was a bit puzzled. "The same reason as mine?" Anderson said, "I also came here to save my friend. All right, let's go in." The info board displayed a rating of 0.7 points. "A place where madmen reside. Never enter the village." Junot paused. "Master Jae-hwan, this place's rating is less than 1 point." However, Jae-hwan said, "I don't care." He stroked his chin in thought and said, "I guess we can get more rewards by clearing harder maps, right?" Gripping the door, he said, Let's go in. And so they chose VR 3.12. Inside the door was a place covered in white snow. The snow was so deep that their footprints were left wherever they went. The two of them walked through the blizzard. Junot complained, "It's a bit cold here." Suddenly, Anderson spoke with a mix of surprise and sadness. "I never thought I'd be able to come here ever again." Jae-hwan's eyes suddenly caught sight of something. He saw a hole caused by his sword thrust from the first floor. Jae-hwan wondered, are the traces left by my attack from the first floor still there? Did it pierce through the very edge of the world? But he looked up at the sky. There were no cracks in the heavens. "I guess the one who blocked my attack is here." At that moment, a notification appeared. "You have logged into the 6th floor of the metaverse. This floor's worldview is from 500 years ago, the era of a great revolution. Metaverse 6th floor, VR 3.12. Mission: exterminate. Time limit. Reward: 7th floor entry ticket, 10,000 faith, and a certain mysterious item." Anderson grumbled to herself, "Nothing has changed. What great revolution?" Jae-hwan was a bit curious about the exterminate part. Anderson said, "It was a destroyed world from the start. What else is there to destroy?" Hearing that, he asked, "Do you know this place?" She explained, "This floor is similar to the 8th floor of the metaverse that I once challenged. Passengers will either die or flee to other floors." In the distance, dim lights appeared, making Jae-hwan wonder, is that fire a village? He decided, since I have no guidance for the mission, I guess I'll have to go there and check it out. Junot stood to the side, still hesitant. "Master, you saw the previous review, right? It said, don't enter the village. Will we be okay?" Jae-hwan turned back to him and replied, "Well, we'll find out once we get there." Right at the village gate, a brawny, shirtless man stood on guard despite the freezing cold. He suddenly noticed two figures approaching from within the blizzard. He immediately raised his spear and barked, "Halt! Who are you?" Jae-hwan, losing patience, gripped his sword and replied, "Step aside, will you?" Suddenly he felt something strange. He couldn't pull the sword from his back. Confused, he asked, "Anderson, what are you doing?" Then Jae-hwan's body began to emit a blue light. His eyes also turned blue, signifying that Anderson had surfaced. Divine power immediately radiated toward the man. Junot, standing nearby, was stunned. "That divine powers, it's so similar, it feels so warm." Suddenly, the spear in the man's hand dropped to the ground as he stammered, Don't tell me this power is—" He couldn't hide his shock, looking toward them with trembling eyes. He wondered, "Lady Anderson?" Immediately, Anderson took over Jae-hwan's body, reached out her hand, and spoke loudly. The scene changed to a house in the village where the lights were still on. Han set down cups of warm water on the table and said, "It's not much, but please, both of you help yourselves." Anderson, in Jae-hwan's body, thanked him. "Thank you, Han." Meanwhile, Junot's eyes lit up at the table of food. "This looks delicious!" Han turned his head kindly to Junot and asked, "Is this girl your new disciple, Lady Anderson?" He then turned and asked, "So is this both your new body and your incarnation now?" Anderson, holding a cup of water, replied, "That's right," while in his mind, Jae-hwan angrily denied it. Han said hesitantly, "You finally decided to return to the tower again." Looking around, she asked, "Han, what exactly are you doing here?" He replied, "I'm just living day by day. As you can see, I'm very happy with what I have, even if it's not much." Looking into the tea, Anderson asked herself, "Are you living miserably?" The other two heard this and said nothing, confused. To clear the gloomy atmosphere, Han said, "The others will be back here soon." Anderson wondered, "Who else lives here?" He replied, "Chetan, Marion, and the rest are here too." Han added wood to the fireplace, saying, "It's late, so they're all out working." Hearing that, Anderson snapped angrily, "Working? Who is forcing you to work?" He replied, "Please don't misunderstand. We volunteer to do it to keep this world in balance." Amidst the flickering flames, Anderson could only say, "Han." Then he said, "I think they're about to arrive." Outside, the people living with Han were approaching, pushing a cart of some sort. She asked curiously, "What are they bringing back?" Han explained, "It's ore they found in ruins, or monster carcasses they hunted nearby." Anderson was confused. What are they bringing it back for? He looked a bit awkward and said, "About that?" Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of them. A man stepped out and immediately grumbled, "Damn it, if it weren't for that madman being here, I wouldn't want to come here at all." Another man added, "You act like I want to be here, but is there anyone more sane than him among the survivors from 500 years ago? Either way, we have to stop by to meet the quota, so let's just go." Anderson, with many questions needing answers, asked, "Han, who are they? That portal can only be bought in the shop, which means they must come from at least the 7th floor. What are they doing here?" Suddenly, he walked away, ignoring her call. "Han!" The two men watched Han's group approach and asked arrogantly, "Hey, you've collected enough for the quota today, right?" They stammered, "The harvesters." The people replied fearfully, We managed to get this much." The man got angry and kicked one of them, shouting, "Are you kidding me? This isn't even enough to craft 5 enhancement stones. You expect me to let you off with just this?" The man behind him spoke up quickly, "Don't get into a fight with them. What if something happens?" The one with the triangle mark on his head said, "So what? I don't see that madman anywhere." He continued, "Do I look like a joke to you guys?" Suddenly, someone called out, "Mr. Harvester?" It was Han, running up and saying urgently, "I'm sorry, please understand, monsters haven't appeared much lately." However, that guy laughed despicably and said, "Is that so? Well, that's an unavoidable reason, but we still need something to replace it to reach the quota." Then he pointed toward the two people behind and ordered, "You two over there, you're coming with me." They trembled and said, "Us?" But the man named Mason seemed more sensible and tried to stop him. "I told you not to take people from here!" But the other guy refused to listen and shouted, "You coward! They're all just mindless brutes with more brawn than brains. Who cares if you and I take a few? Get over here now!" Han immediately lowered himself to plead, "Harvester, please stop. If you continue, we will also—" The guy arrogantly interrupted, "And then what? What are you going to do to me?" He continued, "You guys saw that we were being nice, so you thought we were easy targets, didn't you?" Han, overwhelmed, backed away and replied, "No, we didn't." He thrust his face close to Han's and insulted him. "You godless bastards, what could you possibly do?" Then he created a flame in his palm and barked, "What's with that look on your face?" He then burned Han's shoulder and asked, "Like to complain, do you?" However, for the sake of the others, Han clenched his hands and begged, "Please, spare the rest." The guy insulted him again. "Interesting, you have quite a bit of pride, don't you?" He continued to release flames, declaring, "Let's see how long you can last." He went too far, shouting, "You guys are just insects who couldn't even protect your own god. Do you think protecting your pride now will change anything?" Taking advantage of the situation, he ordered, "Kneel and beg me for your lives." Suddenly, a hand grabbed the guy's arm. Anderson said angrily, "Jae-hwan." She emitted a terrifying killing intent, gripping the guy tightly and saying, "I will use your body." The guy, held firmly and unable to resist, thought to himself, "Damn it, why is he so strong?" Being released, he jumped back toward his teammate and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am?" Anderson immediately said, "You're underlings of the Alliance, right?" At this moment, the fire god of the Flame People became aware of your existence. Anderson grew furious upon hearing the notification. "Flame People? That social scum's family dares to cause trouble for my people?" The guy who was arrogant just moments ago was now trembling before her power. Turning his fear into rage, he unleashed a fire and shouted, "I'll kill you! Mason, help me! Let's deploy the temple and fight them to the death!" The angry flames immediately lunged toward where Anderson was standing. She didn't hesitate and remained perfectly still, deploying a temple according to Malu's records of the Abyss. Every god in the Abyss possesses their own unique worldview. Those gods use their followers' faith to materialize their worldview, and their incarnations will have nearly matchless power within that materialized world. Powerful gods engage in direct combat through their worldviews. That is what it means to deploy a temple. The guy unleashed the move Domain of the Fire Demon, the flame person's temple. Junot, standing outside, couldn't help but marvel. He shouted out in worry, "Master Jae-hwan, Goddess Anderson! The guy continued arrogantly. It's too late for an arrogant bastard like you to regret it. He laughed loudly and said, The hour of your death is here. Immediately, a massive flame lunged forward. Han immediately left his position. He pushed Anderson back and shouted, No! Leaving her shocked. Han! A fierce pillar of fire burned brightly in the middle of this snow-covered land. He turned back to say his last words. Lady Anderson. The guy was still laughing and said, I'll burn you both to ashes. Suddenly, Anderson placed a hand on Han's shoulder and said, Jae-hwan, I'll cast everything aside. Light appeared in her palm. Anderson said, And I will use a little bit of that faith. She crushed the faith in her mouth. Next, she pressed the button to make her clothes disappear. A song echoed from within the fierce flames. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago. Chị Trần kinh ngạc tự hỏi đang hát. Sao Marianne đứng một bên cũng không tin vào tai mình nói? Impossible. The song continued. There was a god as naked as can be. Han widened his eyes and looked forward. He exclaimed in shock, Has the fire been extinguished? Everywhere Anderson stepped, the barren ground was covered in lush greenery and colorful flowers. The singing continued. The goddess who hates wearing clothes. Anderson said angrily, She approached the guy and said, You've crossed the line. He gasped in shock and shouted, You haven't even deployed a temple, so how did you do that? Wait, more importantly, why did you strip? Anderson replied, I don't need to deploy anything. The song continued. Naked for a lifetime, wandering the world, as plants sprouted all around. Correct. Anderson gripped his head tightly and said, Because this entire world is already my temple. The man's eyes widened in sheer terror as he gasped. Wait! Before he could finish, Anderson uttered the word ring, and his entire body was twisted as if being wrung dry. Mason, witnessing this, fell backward onto the ground in horror. Anderson looked at him with a chilling, murderous aura. Suddenly, a story was recounted. If there is one thing I regret after reaching the abyss, it is not being able to meet that god. Along with the legend of the ancient god, the one designated by the 7 great gods as a grade 1 variable, and one of the high-rank god candidates whose power rivaled the 7 great gods themselves. The name of that deity was the nude god, Anderson. The surrounding flames were completely extinguished. Watching this, Junot trembled at such immense power. Mason pleaded desperately, Please, spare my life! Anderson stood before him and addressed him. He immediately replied, Yes, my lord. She commanded imperiously, Go back and tell the Alliance that Anderson has returned. Mason's limbs shook uncontrollably as he scrambled away toward the portal. As he fled, someone suddenly spoke up, Goddess Anderson. The person asked hesitantly, Is it really you? Everyone behind was kneeling, whispering, Goddess Anderson? You've truly returned? Goddess Anderson, you still remember us? Then Anderson turned and called them by name, Chetan, and then Marian. Everyone, she declared. As long as I live, I will never forget you. Jae-hwan, witnessing all of this, wondered, Are they all her followers? What exactly happened here? Suddenly, a surge of light shifted the scene. Han, covered in wounds, shouted, Goddess Anderson, please run! Save yourself and leave us here! Marian, lying motionless on the ground, managed to say, Thank you for everything you've done for us, Goddess Anderson. Jae-hwan immediately realized in shock that these were Anderson's memories. The balance of the world felt unstable as the memories poured into Jae-hwan's mind. They were the emotions that had tormented Anderson for the past 500 years. Now, Anderson, within Jae-hwan's body, looked down in rage and said, Why were you treated like this? Suddenly, the system updated the mission. 500 years ago, Anderson fought to protect this world. She clenched her fists and asked, Who was it? Who turned you? Those who already sacrificed yourselves 500 years ago into puppets. The mysteries of the mission were revealed. Metaverse 6th floor, VR 3.12. Mission, destroy this world. Time limit, 14 days. Reward, 7th floor entry ticket, 10,000 faith, and another hidden variable. Now, by a cruel twist of fate, she had become the destroyer of this world. Later, in a larger house, many people gathered, and one man was tied to a post. Junot asked, Is Goddess Anderson asleep? Jae-hwan replied, Yeah, she went to sleep right after talking to them. Anderson had said, I'm sorry, this took a lot out of me, so I'll sleep for about a day to recover. In my current state, I can't summon my second form. I'm going to rest. I'll tell you everything when I wake up. So please don't do anything reckless while I'm out. Jae-hwan recalled this and pouted. It was annoying. She really dared to treat him like a child. Junot could only give a wry smile. Suddenly his eyes shifted toward Mason. He asked, "Are we just going to keep him tied up like this?" Han, standing nearby, replied, "Yes. He's barely hanging on now, and it seems his link with his god is gone. Goddess Anderson has never taken a life, no matter how badly someone insulted her." He continued, "Besides, we can't just kill a harvester of the Alliance. That person will decide his punishment." Jae-hwan wondered, "That person?" Han then suggested, "Master Jae-hwan, it's late. Please stay here for the night." He turned to walk away, saying, "Follow me. I'll show you to your quarters." Outside, the snow continued to fall relentlessly. A group of people walked together through an intersection. Observing his surroundings, Jae-hwan thought to himself, "How strange. I didn't expect to see streetlights in a medieval setting." He changed the subject, thinking carefully. "Someone here must have blocked my thrust. Perhaps it's one of them." His eyes shifted to an amber color. Threads of light began scanning the surroundings incessantly, but the result showed that no one possessed enough energy to do such a thing. Suddenly, Junot spoke up. Master Jae-hwan?" He asked him what was wrong, but he seemed to hesitate. There was a moment of silence. He put his hands behind his head and replied, "It's nothing important, I can tell you tomorrow." Suddenly, an exclamation of, "Wow!" came out. Junot was saying the room was actually quite nice. Jae-hwan agreed. "Yeah." He jumped onto the bed and exclaimed, "A bed! It's so soft!" Meanwhile, Jae-hwan's eyes were drawn to the lamp on the table. He fell back into deep thought. There's that feeling again. Something is off about the objects here. Just like before, first the streetlights in the town and now this reading lamp. Jae-hwan thought, there shouldn't be electricity in this era. He turned his head to look, but Junot was already fast asleep. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, I can't do anything until Anderson wakes up, so I might as well rest. The clear moon and cool breeze shone outside the window. Jae-hwan was still tossing and turning on the bed. He thought, finally I get to lie down. His eyes were closed, but he couldn't sleep. He wondered if it was because of Anderson's memories that he unconsciously saw. Meanwhile, Junot was sleeping curled up, talking in his sleep. It's so cold. Jae-hwan opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. It had been a long time since anything reminded him of the past. But now, Anderson's memories made him suddenly remember the times he climbed the Tower of Nightmares. Memories surfaced again. The first time he successfully hunted a monster. The first time he slept in an inn inside the Tower of Nightmares after selling monster parts to pay for the room. The period where he struggled every day just to stay alive. It had been a long time since he thought about those memories. He wondered what kind of person he looked like back then. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Jae-hwan, what are you doing? Let's go! A woman and an old man were waiting for him. He immediately opened his eyes in shock. Jae-hwan's mind kept chasing those sounds. Jae-hwan, you're so hard-working. Jae-hwan, why don't you rest a bit? Then painful memories shifted in. I'm sorry, Jae-hwan. He could only cry out helplessly, Yoon! Jae-hwan couldn't do anything but shout the name of his friend, Do-yoon. His eyes at that moment were full of shock and refusal to accept fate. Returning to reality, his eyes were filled with sadness. Looking up at the ceiling, Jae-hwan told himself, tomorrow, I'll try that straight thrust move again. In a flash, the next morning arrived. But Junot was still yawning and said, It's been a long time since I slept this well. I wonder if Master Jae-hwan is up yet. He turned around to look, but no one was there. He exclaimed, He really is hard-working. At this time, outside the house. The layers of snow on the ground were gradually melting. They melted away, leaving clear blue puddles, creating a pleasant feeling. Jae-hwan was currently holding his sword out in front of him. While practicing, he told himself, Since I climbed to the abyss, has the straight thrust become more than just a skill, but my story? Junot approached and saw Jae-hwan swinging his sword incessantly. He couldn't help but be amazed by his diligence and willpower. Jae-hwan sensed he had arrived and turned to greet him. You're up early. Junot said hesitantly, Master Jae-hwan? He gathered his courage and requested, I want to be able to use the straight thrust too. Can you teach me? Junot also realized that the straight thrust was a skill he had honed for thousands of years to master. Learning it in a single day was impossible. He lowered his head and continued. Since we arrived here, I've realized how weak I am. If this continues, I'll only get in everyone's way. I don't want to be a burden to you or Goddess Anderson. Junot looked up and spoke loudly to Jae-hwan. I want to become even stronger. The sky had gradually turned toward midday. By now, sweat was constantly dripping off Junot. He was trying his best to practice swinging the sword. Jae-hwan stood to the side and observed, thinking, I don't know how much the kid can grasp today, but it's better than nothing. Because every straight thrust skill depends on the very first thrust, and from there, it continues to develop. Obviously, it would take a lot of time. It looks simple, but the time spent practicing just this movement is not easy at all. To perform a perfect straight thrust takes a lot of time, repeating it over and over again. The straight thrust can only be successfully tempered through that arduous process. Suddenly, Han walked up from somewhere and said, Hey! He came with everyone and requested, Can I try too? I also want to try practicing this move. I used a sword in the past. Is this the legend that's been making waves recently? Jae-hwan was a bit confused and muttered, What? Junot, standing tiredly nearby, replied, I think they really want to try practicing this move. Suddenly, someone spoke up. They're a bit noisy, aren't they? Sorry. Jae-hwan looked over and asked, Who are you? Marian covered her mouth and laughed, saying, Everyone in this village gets as excited as a festival whenever they practice something like you two are doing. Thank you for saving me yesterday. I'm Marian. I used to be the fourth disciple of Goddess Anderson. Then she continued, Actually, everyone came here to meet you. He asked in surprise, Meet me? She replied, Yes, because you are the new incarnation of Goddess Anderson. Jae-hwan immediately denied it. I am not her incarnation, though it's true she entered my body. Marian was a bit disappointed, letting out an, Oh. He spoke up. Sorry, I didn't mean to mislead everyone. However, Marian said, It's okay, I just thought, what if it was true? Even so, she looked happily at everyone. Just the fact that she came here with you is already the most meaningful gift for everyone in this village. Jae-hwan sensed this as well, so he smiled gently in response. The sky was now getting dark. Han looked up and realized, Oh dear, is it this late already? Let's go. Jae-hwan asked curiously, Where is everyone going? Mason, standing nearby, replied, Today is a festival at the temple. He wondered about the temple while Junot lay exhausted on the ground. She suggested, If you have time, would you like to come and see it with us? He replied, I'm too lazy. Marian gave a wry smile and continued, Could you reconsider? Everyone seems to be really looking forward to you being there. Junot, lying on the ground, suddenly spoke up. I also, looking like a spent shell, he groaned in pain. I'm dying to go there. Seeing this, Jae-hwan could only compromise. All right, let's go, Junot. Jae-hwan thought to himself, I wonder if it's because the metaverse is also a tower of nightmares. Lately, memories from a long time ago keep surfacing in my head. If Do-yoon and So-yoon saw this, they'd definitely tease me, saying Jae-hwan is someone who doesn't know how to say no. A bit later, he remarked, The multiple perspectives in this village are truly unique. Marian replied, You could say that. Her expression turned solemn as she said, Goddess Anderson is a unique deity. Even though she is a god, she has a human side within her. She continued, Because she called the other gods her friends, she built this village for us, as we are also among those friends. Jae-hwan asked again, You said everyone used to be a disciple of Goddess Anderson, right? Han replied, Yes. He asked further, Since she has returned, everyone will be her disciples again, right? However, Marian replied, We want to, but it's impossible. He was confused. Why? As they stood before a temple, she answered, Because with our current condition, we can no longer become anyone's disciples. Junot couldn't help but be amazed by the temple in front of him, exclaiming, It's massive! The god of justice and his incarnation, Yulium, the goddess of the past, Athena, and her incarnation, Yugen, the god without an incarnation, Eden Cut. Today is to honor the four gods who went through the revolution 500 years ago alongside Goddess Anderson. Jae-hwan turned and asked, There are even gods without incarnations? Junot replied, I heard about him a long time ago. There's a god in the metaverse who doesn't have an incarnation. He then babbled on, but I didn't think he would be a companion to Goddess Anderson. It feels a bit surreal. Who would have guessed that someone as incredibly powerful as Goddess Anderson would have allies? No way that's actually true. Marion asked, Goddess Anderson didn't tell you anything? He replied, Yeah, she always avoids the subject whenever I mention what happened 500 years ago. The temple doors were opened. Right before their eyes was an image of Goddess Anderson. In the middle of the hall, many people were praying while wearing only undergarments. It was the same everywhere. Junot speculated, I guess this really is your temple. Everyone here is semi-clothed. Jae-hwan agreed. True. Then, he pressed the button on his coat and said, To show respect, we must follow the dress code to suit the location. After all, the goddess always told us not to be shy about being unclothed. By the way, Han, where should we sit? Han called out, Master Jae-hwan, sit next to me. When he turned his head, his eyes widened in shock. Looking back, both of them were completely bare. They asked, Is this right? Suddenly, the people around them began to gossip. Han warned, Master Jae-hwan, if you do that here... He wondered, Shouldn't we take everything off here? Junot complained, What? Why now? Jae-hwan said, Isn't one of Anderson's worldviews about being bare? Han replied, I know that having a heart inclined toward being unclothed is important, but you don't need to strip completely like that. He could only reply, I see. Putting his clothes back on, he angrily clenched his fists and thought, Anderson, I swear I'll deal with you this time. Junot said from the side, It's been a while since I've been to a temple. He replied indifferently, Is that so? He recounted, In my town, the nobles prevented us from entering. However, here, anyone can have a god of their own. I really like this. This made Jae-hwan a bit surprised. He thought to himself that he didn't know much about Junot's past until those memories flowed through him. He was chased for stealing a slice of bread, and his life was in danger while trying to protect his little sister from pursuing nobles. Then he was dragged to the Tower of Nightmares. Suddenly, souls appeared who had fallen into such deep despair they couldn't escape on their own, no matter how hard they struggled. In the end, they had no choice but to rely on gods. Junot prayed, Even if you place your faith in me, nothing will happen. Even so, faith is still important. Just having it brings peace to the heart. So please, he glowed as he prayed, please gods bless him so he can get the ugliest king skin. Then he turned and asked, Master Jae-hwan, do you ever pray? He replied, When I was climbing the Tower of Nightmares, there was a foreigner who was religious. In his hometown, there was a machine that recited prayers. No matter what language you spoke, you just turned it on and it would recite a prayer for you. That's roughly how they prayed, but I'm not sure if their God heard them or not. Junot found it interesting. What a unique machine. Sounds cool, but I'm not sure if those count as sincere prayers. Jae-hwan asked, Then what do you think is a sincere prayer? He hesitated. That... Jae-hwan pondered, A sincere prayer. Everyone has to pray for something. Since these people are no longer Anderson's disciples, who do they pray to? What do they pray for? Then he decided, taking a look probably won't hurt. His eyes began to glow. He realized, so this is what Anderson meant. 500 years ago, she lost everything. They died in the abyss, meaning their souls vanished forever. In the end, only soulless husks remain. Sensing everyone around him, Jae-hwan thought, And you call this praying? Suddenly, a voice asked, What's the matter? Han's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. Master Jae-hwan now had nothing left to say because they truly were just puppets. A person stepped onto the stage and said, I have waited for this day for a very long time. Marion, standing on the podium, shouted, Oh, outsider who carries Goddess Anderson with him! She said, Can you say a few words of blessing so that everyone in this place can... A person with long hair said, We finally made it to the 6th floor. Nice to meet everyone. Hello, the fire god Ignis sent greetings to Genie. The thunder god Juju sent greetings to Jean. Oh, fire god Ignis complimented your outfit. Jean happily replied, Oh, this? It's one of the latest models. It's not sponsored, you know. I bought it with my own money. Thunder God Juju asked for the name of the skin. She replied, "Its name? It's the Moonlight Goddess by designer Adi. I got it from a gacha event during a star stream. Isn't it beautiful?" Thunder God Juju complained about also participating in a gacha, but only getting Bicycle Thief Han. Mingo Dorai said, "I got 20 of those too. I can't throw them away and don't know what to do with them." Thunder God Juju asked how you climbed to the 6th floor. She replied, "What do you mean? Do you know how hard it was to climb here?" God of Wisdom. Hikmatoon said, "You must have bought a special pass." Jean smiled and said, "Nope, I don't have money." "What? You're asking where I got the money to buy the drone?" She laughed loudly and said, "From the money you guys gave me, of course. For your information, its name is Ban Ban. Anonymous God 37 asked if it was really their money. Anonymous God 56 asked why buy it when it will break soon anyway." She snapped her fingers and said, "In that case, the reason I'm here is because a newcomer appeared in my previous stream. You remember, right?" Thunder God Juju asked, "Are you referring to the shirtless man?" Jean excitedly replied, Yes, him. He's the one everyone has been discussing lately. He's the one who used almost everything to stop Metaboss and his lackey." She continued, "Haven't seen my pictures for a few days, have you? I see them thrown messily all over the place." Suddenly she changed her tone. "Anyway, about that newcomer. With her special stream slogan, solving the mystery of who the shirtless man is," she declared, "I have tracked him to this floor." Looking into the distance, Jean said, "More importantly, it seems he has a special reason for coming here. As you know, the 6th floor of Metaboss is a mix of old maps. Fire God Ignis said this is where perverted dolls live." She looked puzzled. "Perverted dolls?" Jean added, "A bonbon has found that newcomer." Back at the temple, Marion said, "Foreigner who worships Goddess Anderson." She asked, "Will you pray?" Jae-hwan remained silent for a moment. Then he said, "I am not Anderson." Junot also exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The people there, with glowing red eyes, screamed, "Foreigner who worships Goddess Anderson." They all shouted in unison, "Will you pray for everyone here?" They kept repeating, "Foreigner who worships Goddess Anderson, will you pray for everyone here?" Junot finally realized in fear, "Why are they acting so strangely?" Jae-hwan thought to himself, "They don't understand what I just said. They only respond according to the memories implanted in them. Now I understand Anderson's words." He suddenly remembered the devout people who died in the Tower of Nightmares. All that remained were corpses lying in pools of blood. A voice appeared. "Jae-hwan, could you occasionally turn on this music box for me if I die?" He didn't know if the god could hear the melody from the music box his friend left behind. If the god heard it, what would that god say? Perhaps even if the god said something, what would it matter when speaking to a music box? Is the god lonely too? Amidst a world of corpses and a river of blood, he walked alone. Returning to reality, Jae-hwan thought, "I think I know why these people keep praying. It's the same reason those in the Tower of Nightmares continued to pray. These people are the same. Because a god only exists when there are people praying. That's why they haven't stopped praying for 500 years. As long as they do, their god will continue to exist in the world. Only then will they not forget their god. Only then will they remember their god forever." At this moment, he called out, "Han!" He said, "Stop praying now." Jae-hwan looked at him and said, "Your devotion has been proven." The words were finally spoken. "Now you can rest in peace." Han was now able to say his name, Master Jae-hwan. However, he was still just a puppet, asking, "Will you pray for everyone here?" He could only close his eyes tightly against reality. Junot, standing beside him, wondered, "Master Jae-hwan?" He reached for the sword on his back. Junot asked in confusion, "Master, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Anderson spoke. "Stop!" He drew his sword and asked, "Anderson?" Her divine aura immediately spread around. He asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" Jae-hwan said, "They no longer remember who they are. This is the time to set them free. You're being selfish by wanting to keep them." These words made Anderson freeze in helplessness. Then she said, If your friends became puppets like them, what else could you do? Jae-hwan grit his teeth and said, When that happens, he held the sword in his hand and shouted, I will end them with my own hands! Anderson spoke again. Even if there was a way for them to become human again, would you still want to kill them? Jae-hwan couldn't believe his ears and asked, What? He asked, There is a way? Anderson replied, I'm not sure. But she thought, someone must have created these puppets. The temple doors opened, and a figure appeared under the illusory moonlight. She walked out with crows and said, It's been a long time since a stranger visited this place. It turned out she was the one controlling the puppets, a girl with blonde hair highlighted by black wings on her head. She appeared elegantly with control threads wrapped around her, staring at him and asking, Who are you? Jae-hwan recalled that he had seen that face before at the vortex. He then spoke up and asked, You are a former incarnation of Anderson, Rachel Young, aren't you? What a familiar energy. I know who you are, she replied with a smile. She said, I'm sure this will take you a lot of time. Then Rachel Young also turned into a puppet and said, My friend. At this moment, he realized Rachel Young was just an empty shell like the other puppets. Was there a god controlling her? But Anderson was extremely furious. How dare you! How dare you do that! I will kill you! Immediately, Anderson's surge of power was released. It rushed quickly toward Rachel Young. Rachel Young turned and said, It seems you like the gift I prepared. But then she swung a surge of black power and shouted, Anderson, you have become weak after 500 years! Anderson couldn't hide her rage and barked, Damn it! How dare you turn Rachel into a puppet, Eden? Jae-hwan was surprised when he heard that name. Eden. Eden Cut, one of the 6 strongest gods in the current metaverse and the puppet maker. The god without an incarnation. People used to call him the Crow King. For a time, he was also a god whom Anderson considered a friend. Rachel Young stroked the crow on her shoulder and said, Are you Anderson's new incarnation? You don't really match her usual taste. Jae-hwan shouted, You must be the one who created the puppets in this village. He shouted angrily, Turn everyone! Then pointed his sword at her and ordered, Back to the way they were, now. He said, Big words, but you won't defeat me. Eden condensed his power and said, I have spent 2,000 years of my life overcoming countless tribulations. Most terrifyingly, he used his crow eyes and shouted, During that time, I've encountered people of your level a few times already. Crow Eyes is a unique story based on the traditions of the incarnationless god, Eden. Through that ability, he can see the stats of all disciples and incarnations. This gives him an advantage in selecting those with superior stats to be targeted and turned into his puppets. Those purple eyes widened as they looked at him. Suddenly, he was stunned. What he saw in his eyes were numbers that shocked him. What are those numbers? Eden broke into a cold sweat and said, Anderson, what on earth have you brought here? Jae-hwan then said, You are the one who blocked my straight thrust. He wondered, Straight thrust? He said, The crack on your Samsai sword. Only my straight thrust could cause a crack like that. He was shocked as he remembered that crack and thought, Impossible. Jae-hwan turned his sword red and said, Anderson, don't let your guard down this time. He declared, Because I am going to kill him, and then we are going up to the 7th floor. Since he was a high-ranking god, he spoke boldly. You want to fight someone with world-class power? It's been a few hundred years since I last fought. He laughed loudly and exclaimed, Come on, entertain me! Jae-hwan warned, Careful, don't get caught up in this, Junot. He immediately replied, Yes! Eden then said, Are you planning to entertain me with just words? Why not attack? Are you afraid I'll block your attack again or something? He was suddenly surprised to see the puppets running away. Only then did he realize. Don't tell me he's waiting for all the puppets to run to safety before attacking. How ridiculous. But isn't this taking a bit too long? Just as he thought that, a beam of light appeared in front of him. A red sphere was being condensed in midair. Immediately, a series of other spheres appeared. At this moment, Eden realized in terror, he's not just planning to thrust once? Suddenly, his cowardice took over and he hurriedly shouted, Hey, wait a second! But Jae-hwan's spheres attacked him, making him scream, I told you to wait a second! Ah! He screamed in anger, I told you to wait for me for a second! Jae-hwan is now using World Thrust, 7 consecutive strikes. Jae-hwan's Saga. The entire temple radiated a blinding light. Following that was an explosion that tore the temple apart. Rocks and debris began to collapse, rushing toward where Eden stood. but Jae-hwan continued to observe him intently. His face had transformed into that of a crow as he spoke. You... He used his crow armor, standing there to ask, "What is your name?" He replied without hiding it, "Jae-hwan." He asked, "Does that mean great calamity?" At this moment, Anderson spoke up, warning, "Careful, Eden doesn't usually ask for a disciple's name. She said when he asks for someone's name, it means..." Eden was currently standing there, laughing loudly. Anderson said, "He wants to turn you into his own puppet." Eden laughed manically and said, "Anderson, you have brought me a truly extraordinary incarnation." But Jae-hwan denied it. "I am not an incarnation of hers." He asked, "You aren't?" Eden, full of excitement, asked, "If so, then what are you?" Jae-hwan replied without hesitation, "I am a friend who has gone through life and death with her." Eden paused for a moment. "A friend who went through life and death?" Then he asked, "Anderson, you still have friends who went through life and death with you?" Eden said, "Didn't all the friends who went through life and death with you die on the battlefield that day 500 years ago?" Looking at each fragment on the ground, he called out each friend's name. Then he angrily crushed a piece of glass on the ground and shouted, "Everyone who went through life and death with you is already dead." At this moment, Anderson said, 500 years ago he was a madman, and now 500 years later he is just as insane." But Jae-hwan said, "He isn't actually crazy. He's just acting crazy." This made Anderson a bit surprised as she replied, "What?" He explained, "When my straight thrust rushed toward him, he blocked all the exits. I don't know why, but it seems like he was trying to protect those people." At this moment, Jae-hwan spoke up. "Look, I don't know why you're doing such a terrible thing, but just because you create fake disciples by turning those people into puppets doesn't mean the world that already disappeared will return." He looked down and said, "What the hell do you know?" Eden said, "There was a time when all of their prayers were real." Jae-hwan could only remain silent at his words. Old memories resurfaced. Seo-yoon sat and said, "Surely one day everyone will say that all of this wasn't real, right? The tower appeared, destroyed the world, and then humans could return to the past in groups." Do-yoon stood to the side and added, "It's all stuff that only exists in novels." Seo-yoon said, "Who would have thought those things were actually happening to us?" Do-yoon turned and replied, "Even if it is like you said, we who have come here will be the living proof of what happened." Do-yoon and Seo-yoon, who once said those things and laughed, have now completely forgotten everything that happened. Because up until now, only my cultivation guide memory remains intact, so I am also the only one who saw the end of the tower. Remembering the times we fought and climbed the tower with our lives to protect the reality everyone returned to, all of that is now only in my memories. If Eden still hasn't been able to forget the past from 500 years ago, just as I've remembered those times all along, then that is surely the reason why he still hasn't been able to leave this world." Eden said, "You don't understand. How could an ordinary human like you understand that?" He said, "If you are truly a friend of Anderson who went through life and death, then..." Then Eden manifested crow wings and said, "Prove it to me!" His eyes became soulless. Immediately, Jae-hwan shouted, "Run, Junat!" He immediately turned and ran for his life. Eden reached his hand forward, deploying his temple, graveyard of crows. After that, thousands of crows appeared. The ground became slimy and stuck to Jae-hwan's feet. Anderson shouted angrily, "Damn it!" She said, "He has deployed his temple." Then a hand appeared, grasping Jae-hwan's body. Suddenly, Undead rose from below with the sound, "Jae-hwan, help me! Don't leave me alone!" The people in his memories kept rising up, screaming, "Save me! Help me! Don't go without me!" He exclaimed in shock, "This is..." Eden laughed and said, "These are the memories of the people you cherish most." He declared, "Die along with them." Those people kept screaming, "Help me, Jae-hwan! Don't leave alone! Save me!" Jae-hwan's eyes began to glow. He used transparent query on his surroundings. He struggled against his surroundings, thinking, "I probably can't interpret this easily. This is a solid worldview that has endured for thousands of years." Purple fluid kept splashing, making Jae-hwan think, "At this rate, I'll be swallowed by it." After that, he used self-surrender. Jae-hwan said, "I have to use self-surrender to accelerate my thought process. I need to find a solution quickly." Anderson replied irritably, "Damn it, we don't have any faith left, do we? Only a temple can counter another temple. If only I had a bit more strength." Jae-hwan was trying to think of the only thing that could stand against a temple. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. Another temple? Before being swallowed, Jae-hwan wondered, is the difference between a temple and a unique world just whether the power can be utilized or not? So that means if I add laws to my unique world, then I'll have a way to get out of this mess. Suddenly a light emanated from beneath Jae-hwan. Awaken, fourth order law. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, making Eden exclaim in shock, "That light!" He kept saying in terror, "Impossible, it can't be." However, witnessing that pillar of light, he realized, my temple, it disappeared. Eden turned his eyes forward. He flew into the air, thinking, he established his own temple, but this? He extended his leg, intending to land on a rock. Eden looked at Jae-hwan and shouted, "Hey! A temple is a power only a god can use. This isn't Anderson's temple. What kind of trick did you use?" Jae-hwan asked, "Does that matter?" He immediately replied, "Of course it does. If the world you chose belongs to Anderson, then," Eden continued, "a temple is what represents the world that a god sees. This means all temples are influenced by the history and image of the god who owns them." He looked at the world before him and barked, "What kind of childish world is this? Anderson, is this what you chose?" Right after that, Jae-hwan deployed his temple. Eden looked down in horror. Skeletons were constantly rising from the ground, for this was a post-apocalyptic world. Looking at the skeletons, Eden wondered, what is this? Jae-hwan spoke up. "Your worldview isn't that special either, is it?" Suddenly he felt a sense of dread. Looking at the circles above, Eden thought to himself, why is that thing here? Meanwhile, Jae-hwan was rushing toward him. Eden finally realized, I see, so this is his world. Suddenly he smirked. Then Eden casually raised his hands and said, "I surrender." This took Jae-hwan by surprise. But Eden continued to smile, raising his hands. "I lost. I surrender." The temple ended, leaving the shrine in ruins. The painting of Goddess Anderson was no longer intact. Eden suddenly spoke, "Ahem. Well, it makes sense you'd do this to subdue me." He smiled brightly and said, "As expected of something I helped create. It's top tier." By now, he was under a divine power suppression device, 500 faith, and a movement restriction mode, 500 faith. Junot was trying to hold Jae-hwan back. Jae-hwan was thinking, should I just kill this bastard now? Goddess Anderson also spoke up, "Calm down. He's willing to submit to us anyway." She added, "He might not look it, but he's one of the 6 meta-bosses. He isn't weak." Junot scratched his head in confusion. "He's a god? I don't get it. Not only did he just surrender, but he even sold us his own items and told us to tie him up." Then Anderson said, "He's always been like this. For 500 years, no one has been able to understand him." Marion, having regained her autonomy, stepped forward with 2 others and called out, "Master Jae-hwan, are you planning to kill him?" Jae-hwan was puzzled. "He's the one who turned you all into puppets. Why are you worried about him?" She hesitated, but then Han stepped forward and said, "We requested him to do that." He placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, "We asked him to turn us into puppets." Hearing this, Junot couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" Goddess Anderson suddenly realized, that might be how it is. That's why I'm still alive. Jae-hwan, you probably know that gods who are not remembered in the abyss for a long time will disappear. The origin of a god is an idea. It's only natural for an idea forgotten by humans to eventually vanish. Perhaps the puppet's prayers helped, but Anderson didn't disappear even though the seal was broken, and she finally returned to this tower. She continued, "Although I feared my followers would become his puppets, he never forced anyone to become one." Jae-hwan recalled the overview of this place and thought, he isn't as bad as I thought. Anderson added, "I said he was crazy, but I never said he was evil." She explained that for starters, he used to ask dying followers if they wanted to become puppets. Jae-hwan suddenly felt it was strange. "Then why were you so mad you wanted to kill him?" Anderson replied, "He crossed the line by messing with my former incarnation." Jae-hwan asked blankly, "Eden, why didn't you explain yourself? You made me misunderstand." He replied with a bright smile, "Because you didn't give me a chance to speak. Will you let me speak now?" Junot also realized, come to think of it, they never actually attacked us. Anderson subtly reminded them, Let's just talk about something else. This will pass as if nothing happened. But Eden said, since I'm completely under your control, just ask whatever you want. Hearing that, Jae-hwan asked, my friend was captured at the entrance to the abyss. I heard he was brought here in the form of a puppet. He casually replied, that's a common motif, isn't it? So what? Jae-hwan proposed, I want you to find that friend for me. Eden put his hand to his chin and reflected, although this story is quite touching, I don't think I can help you. He said, I don't buy souls to turn them into puppets. Jae-hwan countered, I heard you were the first puppet maker. You must know other puppet makers inside the tower. He answered slowly, there are many ways I could find out, but... Eden then asked, but why should I help you? Jae-hwan didn't waste words and gripped his sword. Because if you don't, he declared, you will die. But Eden nonchalantly said, if you kill me, the puppets will also die. That's what your teammate Anderson wants, right? Anderson said angrily, that bastard is acting like a scoundrel again. Suddenly, fire appeared out of nowhere. Cheetah looked toward it in shock and shouted, a fire has broken out at the village warehouse. At that moment, Jae-hwan remembered that Mason was still inside the warehouse. The fierce fire was burning intensely. The villagers were carrying water together and shouting, oh my God, put out the fire quickly, the warehouse is burning. Even Eden froze as he stared at the scene before him. It took a while before the fire could be brought under control and extinguished. The warehouse was now nothing but a heap of ruins. Mason had been charred black. Anderson, unable to control her emotions, said, those damn bastards. Jae-hwan asked, do you know who caused this? She replied, the Alliance bastards are behind this. He asked in confusion, the Alliance? She answered firmly, no doubt about it. There was a red symbol on Mason's body. Anderson said, that mark belongs to the Fourth Alliance. Anderson recounted, this is the ultimate punishment. I saw it 500 years ago. Back then, every village bearing that mark disappeared without a trace. It's their declaration. They say they will punish anyone who dares to challenge them. Suddenly, Eden's voice grew heavy. You people! He was incredibly furious, glaring as he shouted, what have you done to my village? The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Eden held his head and said, first, there are two things I need to tell you. He said, the Alliance will be here within a week. When they arrive, they will destroy this village. Jae-hwan replied, I heard you are one of the gods with power exceeding others in this tower. He answered, yeah, that's right. After all, I am one of the 6 meta-boss gods. Jae-hwan calmly proposed, then we just have to join forces and defeat them, right? Eden replied irritably, if I could do that, I would have defeated them myself and taken a seat in the Alliance already. An information panel appeared as Eden warned, regardless, I want you to leave here before they arrive, unless you want to die along with everyone else. That's all. Oh, one more thing. He put his hand to his forehead and asked, you said your friend's name is Kim Do-yoon, right? Right. Eden held up the information panel and said, I found his records. He continued, he has almost certainly been moved from the Caspian detention area by now. Eden said, since there is only a record of his meta-boss transition, if nothing went wrong, he might have been transferred to the tower. Jae-hwan asked solemnly, is he still alive? Eden explained, just because someone becomes a puppet doesn't mean they are dead. He said, on the higher floors there are still puppets with souls. There are also some collectors with sophisticated tastes who like living dolls. The synchronization rate between them and the puppet is much higher. Jae-hwan shouted angrily, that's too long-winded. Just answer what I asked. Eden looked at the information panel and answered the question. In short, your friend hasn't become a puppet yet. I checked the list of those recently turned into dolls, and your friend's name isn't on it. Jae-hwan felt a wave of relief. Part of him was reassured. That means there is still a chance to save him. Suddenly, Anderson asked, are you okay with that? He was confused. With what? She replied, there's a chance your friend won't be able to remember you. Jae-hwan fell into deep thought. Right, that's probably true, because Do-yoon has already forgotten all the memories from the Nightmare Tower. He thought to himself, but what does that matter? I didn't live my life just to be remembered by others, though at times in my life I might have felt that way. But now... At this moment, Junot affectionately took hold of Jae-hwan's arm. He looked down at him. Eden, sitting on the other side, said boredly, "You have a pretty good relationship with your disciple. Are you planning to leave now?" But he replied, "I still have something I need to do before I go." He wondered, "What is it?" He replied in a low voice, "Destroying this place. That is the mission for the 6th floor." Suddenly, Eden broke into a cold sweat. "Anderson!" he shouted. "Take this madman away immediately. You know what the Alliance is like." He called out again, "Anderson!" Jae-hwan then said, "She is only allowed to speak when I permit it," Eden said with a bit of a loss. "Oh, I see. Since you aren't her incarnation. Wait a second, I have something. I've been testing it for a long time." After saying that, he took out a crow and said, "I didn't put it in the shop for sale because I didn't think anyone would want to buy it. So I'll give it to you. This is the Moza Moza Crow, rank unknown. Description: a crow doll created by Eden Cut, the god without an incarnation. Subplot: cute." Jae-hwan took it and exclaimed, "What a strange name." He replied, "It's not strange at all. Place it in your worldview and you won't need to lend Anderson your body anymore." Then Eden told him to wind it up, and he followed the instruction. The key suddenly turned by itself. The crow's eyes glowed brightly with a notification. Initiating link. One of its wings moved. Anderson said with difficulty, "Finally." She soared high into the air and shouted, "Finally, I can speak at last." Then Anderson looked at Eden and said, "Eden, it's been 500 years. He only uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Then, with a warm voice, he said, "It's been a long time." The scene shifts to a luxurious room where a magnificent chandelier glows brilliantly. This is Metaboss Floor 7, where a man sits in the middle of a vast room. He scratches his head and grumbles, "With these drop rates, I didn't even get a single legendary skin." Veggie sits on the sofa and says, "Are you kidding me?" The notification screen displays the gacha results. Bicycle thief, Han Myung-oh, common, times 15. Public agitator, John In-ho, common, times 10. Inland storm Gong Pil-du, common, times 4. Ugly Kim Dokja, EXP, times 1. He glares at the screen and complains, "Nothing but common skins are fodder for leveling up. Han Myung-oh, John In-ho, you guys better stay out of my way." At this moment, Nit, the god of shame and humiliation, says, "Your luck is pretty bad today." The god of gambling, Kara, boldly advises him to buy more faith. He immediately snaps, "Give me a break. I've already blown 50,000 faith today." The god of lightning, Juju, bets 1,000 faith that he won't get a legendary skin today. Veggie replies, "Just you wait. Within a week, I'll pull a legendary skin and show you all. What is this ugly skin anyway? Is it new?" At this time, a flurry of notifications appears. Several gods criticize him for not remembering the name of the skin he just pulled. The god of lightning, Juju, asks, "Why is this stream so boring?" Maria, the goddess of madness, says he has changed too much and she no longer recognizes him. Many gods say he is wasting advertisement revenue on gacha. Hearing this, he gets angry. So what? It's ad money. To be honest, who can actually pull legendary skins on their own? I can only do it with the Alliance's help. Veggie swings his legs and continues, "You gods enjoy watching my gacha too, don't you? So it's a win-win, isn't it?" Some gods feel annoyed that he's bringing that up again. Juju, the god of lightning, says many people can climb the tower without any problems, and they don't even need to top up. Veggie doesn't believe it. "No top-ups? Are you all crazy? How can anyone climb without paying anything?" Referring to Jae-hwan, Juju, the god of lightning, asks, "Do you know the nude thruster?" He wonders, "Nude what? What kind of nonsense is that?" Fine, let's just assume there are gods who can climb the tower without paying." But he says arrogantly, "Do you think they can beat me?" At this moment, he uses office worker skin, Kim Dokja, magic, pro gamer, Yu Jong-hyuk, rare, Spanish language expert, Yu Sang-ah, magic, novelist, Han Soo-young, magic, Master of the Fortress, Gong Pildu, Rare, Deceptive Devil, Kang Nam Woon, Legendary. Set Effect, Skin Collection. Achievement. Attack plus 285%, Movement Speed plus 285%, Attack Speed plus 170%, World Power Recovery Speed plus 150%. Veggie confidently declares, "There isn't a single god at my level with a better skin collection effect than me, right? In this meta boss, what matters is who has the better collection. After all, a better collection means a higher rank." Some gods say there are gods ranked higher than him even though they don't have a good collection. Some gods mention that someone successfully collected over 100 goblin coins during a first floor mission. Juju, the god of lightning, says that's the non-payer they just mentioned. This makes Veggie angry. "Juju, what have you been rambling about this whole time?" Then Ignis, the fire god, agrees. Veggie points at the system board. "Come on, even you're joining in? Collecting 100 coins on the first floor means setting a new record. How is that even possible?" Suddenly his eyes widen in shock. An image of Jae Hwan appears, making him exclaim, "Wait, is this for real? He caught up to the Byoken Guild already? Who is this guy?" At this moment, Ignis, the fire god, gifts him 500 faith with a message. "Please find out who the nude thraster is." Veggie taps the screen and replies, all right. Thanks for the faith. I have no idea who this creep is." Hắn ta chú ý đến những vết đen trên cơ thể Jae Hwan. Veggie không khỏi há hốc miệng, nghĩ thầm cái gì. Đây có skin loa thế luôn à, bỏ chuyện đó qua một bên thì tại sao hắn lại đâm thẳng trong lúc không khoa thân chữ tổm chết đi được. Sau đó cảnh tượng Jae Hwan dùng chiêu đâm ở tầng 1 hiện lên. Hắn ta không tin điều trước mặt liền bảo, "Ê coi nè, không đời nào có chuyện không có. AI tài trợ cho hắn ta đâu, những hiện thân của kẻ thù đều trang bị đến tận răng vậy. Mà hắn thổi bay hết chỉ trong một đòn thôi. Sao người vậy thì ít nhất." Đột nhiên vài vị thần nói rằng hắn ta có nhiều lượt xem hơn bạn, khiến hắn ta tức giận gào lên. "Khoan, đã làm content kiểu đó mà sao nhiều người xem vậy chứ?" Vài vị thần kêu, "Bạn có giỏi thì thoát ID, không làm được thì đừng có cắm giảm." Veggie nhìn vào Jae Hwan trên màn hình mà than vãn gì vậy trời. Hắn ta tức giận không chịu tin vào hiện thực gào lên. Sao hắn ta lại không mặc đồ chứ, tại sao vậy chứ gì? DO do một thằng như vậy làm mà view còn cao hơn cả video do mình làm luôn ha. Náo loạn một lúc rồi Veggie cũng mệt mỏi ngồi xuống ghế. Đột nhiên có chuông điện thoại là Hoa Thần Y nịt chất vấn sự chuyên nghiệp của bạn khi trả lời điện thoại trong lúc stream. Hắn ta không quan tâm mà cầm điện thoại lên đáp, "Vâng, tôi là về gì đây?" Âm thanh từ đầu dây bên kia khiến hắn đứng hình. Vài vị thần hỏi tại sao bạn lại trông sốc như vậy. Vài vị thần kêu bạn nói cho họ nghe chuyện gì đang xảy ra. Veggie đưa màn hình điện thoại ra có tên Galeton. Vài vị thần lập tức nhận ra vị thần của sự điên loạn Manhwa, hỏi ban Galeton là người đứng đầu liên minh 6 thần ở Metabot đúng không? Rất nhiều vị thần tò mò không biết đang có chuyện gì. "Vâng, tên Veggie lúc này đợi thái độ cung kính nói, Vâng, cho tôi, xin phép được hỏi là ngài gọi, cho tôi có việc gì không ạ?" Điều này làm các vị thần ngạc nhiên. Vài vị thần nói đột nhiên bạn trở nên khiêm tốn quá. Thông qua điện thoại hắn ta thắc mắc, sao A thần cấp thấp, Hoa Diễm Nhân đã bị đánh bại rồi. Sao ốm như vậy thì sao, hắn ta chỉ là con cá nhỏ thôi mà. Bên đầu dây kia truyền đến những âm thanh gì đấy. Sau đó Veggie nhìn vào màn hình có chữ Jae Hwan nói lớn hỏi những vị thần của tôi. Hắn ta đặt điện thoại xuống, bao giờ không phải là lúc để nói về cái thằng không mặc đồ đó đâu. Tôi vừa mới nhận được content này hay lắm. Hắn ta hưng phấn bảo có vẻ như danh sách 6 thần Metaboss sẽ có sự thay đổi đây. Tại một nơi nợ bầu trời trên cao, vô cùng trong xanh. Trên những ngôi nhà vẫn còn đọng lại một lớp tuyết mỏng, như những ngôi nhà có vẻ đã bị tàn phá bởi một thứ gì đó. Trong căn phòng, Eden đang ngồi trên ghế ung dung cầm tách trà, phía đối diện là Anderson đang đầu trên miệng tách trà để thưởng thức. Bon Anderson nói, như ông đã biết tôi gần như đã bị giết. Tôi gần như mất toàn bộ thần quyền sau khi tỉnh dậy khỏi phong ấn, gần như tất cả món đồ của tôi đều đã chết trong tòa tháp. Trong hoàn cảnh đó, tôi đã gặp Junat và sống sót. Sau đó tôi chỉ đơn giản là sống 2 năm cùng với Junat. Khi ấy, cả Anderson và Junat đang lang thang ở rất nhiều nơi. Họ mặc võng nghỉ ngơi, và câu cá Anderson khi ấy đã cứu được Jae Hwan đang bị hôn mê. Cô ta nói tiếp, và tôi phát hiện Joan ở nơi câu cá. Chúng tôi đi cùng với nhau một thời gian, bằng một cách nào đó lại vào trong Metaboss. Khi ấy cuộc sống của Anderson đã bắt đầu xuất hiện những điều kỳ lạ. Cô ta nói tiếp, nghĩ về nó thì có nhiều điều kỳ lạ xảy ra sau khi tôi gặp Joan. Eden nâng tách trà nhâm nhi một hớp nhỏ rồi từ tốn nói, kể chuyện thế đủ rồi bỏ chuyện đó qua một bên điều gì đã làm. Cho người thu hoạch tới ngôi làng của tôi. Anderson nghiêng đầu thẳng mặt nói, tôi là người nói họ tới đây, bởi vì họ gây rắc rối môn đồ của tôi mà Eden nói. Cô điên rồi à? Anderson đáp, có hơi lạ khi nghe cô nói thế đấy. Bên ngoài khung cửa ánh sáng đã chiếu vào làm sáng cả căn phòng. Eden nói, dù sao đi nữa cũng nên rời khỏi đây, nếu cứ tiếp tục ở đây cô sẽ chết. Anderson đáp, không có gì thay đổi dù tôi có rời đi hay không. Cô ta nói tiếp, tôi đã gửi một người tới tuyên truyền với lũ liên minh ngu ngốc, rồi Eden hoảng hốt nói, cô điên thật rồi à? Anderson nhìn lên màn hình hiển thị rồi nói tiếp, kể đi tôi chỉ. Cho cô biết những gì đã xảy ra, và chúng ta phải hoàn thành nhiệm vụ lên giúp sức một tí đi. Nhiệm vụ này là thứ duy nhất không được bỏ hệ thống thông báo tầng 6 phiên bản 3.10 hải. Nhiệm vụ phá hủy thế giới này. Thời gian giới hạn 14 ngày, phần thưởng, vé vào của tầng, 70.000 đức tin. Nhiệm vụ này không thể hủy bỏ. Eden nâng tách trà gần miệng cô ta cười nhẹ rồi nói, cô vẫn mặt dày như 500 năm trước. Cô muốn tôi giúp phá hủy thế giới này sao? Cô nghiêm túc chứ? Cô nghiêm túc. Anderson ngược cổ lên cao, nói, ông còn định để mình bị kẹt ở thế giới này bao lâu nữa? Điều đó khiến Eden cũng phải trầm ngâm suy nghĩ. Anh Anderson nói, tôi biết tại sao ông không thể rời thế giới này. Tôi cũng rất biết ơn rằng ông đã trông chừng cho Di Anh cũng như môn đồ của mình. She continued, as you know, you can't afford to lose here like 500 years ago, causing Eden's face to darken in silence. Anderson asked, are you still okay with the current situation? Making Eden slam his teacup onto the table, splashing water as he said, it's not too late yet. She stroked the crow on her shoulder and said thoughtfully, as long as the Alliance hasn't touched the metabus, we won't chase you. Give up the mission and escape from the tower. I'll tell you the place where you can descend to the lower floors. Anderson replied, I don't want to go down. If I had intended to do that, I wouldn't have come to find you. I will continue to climb the tower. Outside the window, Jae-hwan and Junot were practicing very hard. Anderson looked outside and added, besides, I also need to find a friend for him. The two kept their eyes on the window, watching Jae-hwan's back. Eden asked, after all this, are you planning to find a way to take revenge on the Alliance? Anderson replied, exactly. I know you still remember how we were defeated. Anderson said, of course. I still replay that day thousands of times in my mind. Eden replied softly, you know clearly that we can't win against them even if we join forces. Our comrades who died 500 years ago won't come back to life. No one in the metaboss can defeat that person in the Alliance. In her memory, the Alliance was a deadly place filled with the piled skeletons of innocent people. She continued, the strongest among the 6 metaboss gods, the leader of the Forgotten Alliance. Since he appeared, the title of the strongest has never changed hands, right? Eden said, because opposing him means making an enemy of one of the 7 great gods, 7 heavens, 7 stars, high, mid, and basic ranks. The tea in Anderson's cup rippled slightly, reflecting her image. She said, I don't care. Eden said in surprise, really? Anderson continued, Rachel and my disciples are all dead, aren't they? Is there no way to bring them back? Eden said, from what I know, no, although, Anderson added, there is a possibility within the metaboss, isn't there? If we're talking about the driver, the one who moves this tower, then it's possible, right? Those words caused a trace of sadness to appear on Eden's face. Among the rules for passengers on the metabus, there is one condition everyone knows but is impossible to achieve. Giant gears constantly turn regardless of time. Passenger rule. Condition 7. Any passenger who reaches the final floor of the tower can be granted one wish from the driver, the master of the metabus. Anderson said, deaths in this place all manifest in the metaverse. That place is neither reality nor a fantasy. It's an illusion. If one can control everything that appears in the metaverse. Eden asked, are you still thinking that even the dead can be resurrected? Anderson, things are different now than they were 500 years ago. You no longer have any disciples or allies. True, Anderson said. No, I have one. Outside, Jae-hwan stood with his hands on his hips, supervising Junot's practice. She continued, I don't remember buying him a sword. This thing was discarded in the hallway. And I have you too. Eden đây. Eden thầm nghĩ Anderson kể cả khi trải qua quá khứ tồi tệ đó, cô vẫn nhìn thế giới như vậy. Sao? He bit his lip and thought, trembling. How can you still be optimistic and carry that blind joy that everything can change? How? How can you look at the world like that? In Eden's flashback, Anderson, a girl with 2 pigtails, was happily smiling at him. Around the two of them was a peaceful forest setting with butterflies fluttering about. Anderson said with squinted eyes and a smile, No need to be afraid. It's easier than we think. Secondly, Anderson said, because out there, beyond the disciple Junot who is still practicing very hard, beside him stands a pensive Jae-hwan. She continued, There is still someone hoping in a world that is even crazier than we are. Eden said, I will help. Anderson flew happily through the air. Eden looked at the display screen in front of him and said, It's not that I want to, but because there's no other way. Let me say this first to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. From now on, System version 3.12 has announced that this place is owned by the Alliance. All passengers are advised to leave this place within 5 days. Anderson said in surprise, What? They've already reclaimed this map? Eden replied indifferently, It seems so. Anderson said angrily, The Alliance bastards still behave so insolently. Eden crossed his arms and looked at the screen. They've made an announcement even though you interfered with their members. That's much more civilized than before. Anderson asked, What are you going to do? Eden said, I think it's time. Outside, several people were putting on thick, warm coats and gloves. Eden said, Everyone will probably be worried when they hear this news. Initially, I planned to take the puppets out of here after confirming you were alive. Anderson stopped flying and perched on Jae-hwan's shoulder, saying, So you're planning to climb the tower with us? Eden crossed his arms and replied, Exactly. But we shouldn't go head-to-head with the Alliance. We'll be defeated if we encounter them now. She continued, So we must complete the mission before the Alliance arrives and climb to the 7th floor. Only then will we have a chance to win, right? Anderson said with interest. It seems you already have a plan. Eden replied, There are still gods on the 7th floor who remember you. We need their help if we want to oppose the Alliance. Jae-hwan finally spoke up. It seems climbing to the 7th floor is the top priority. Eden replied, Exactly. He continued, The condition to complete this floor is that this place must be destroyed. Jae-hwan said in a low voice, We just need to destroy everything. He glanced at the shining sword beside him, while Anderson pretended to be scared and cried, and Junot nearby wore a very excited smile. Eden asked, Do you understand the meaning of the word destroy? Jae-hwan said, It means... Eden held his head and said, I'm not asking for the dictionary definition. Do you think it simply means destroying the village? Jae-hwan took his sword and walked toward the door. He said, I just need to destroy this world and be done with it. Eden asked, Do you know how long that takes? She said, If you're thinking of piercing through the floors again, you should stop, because I'm not the only one who can block you. Jae-hwan's sword began to turn red. Red smoke billowed around the sword. Eden said, On the upper floors, the floor and ceiling are extremely tough. You won't be able to destroy them easily. Before he could finish, a pillar of bright red light shot up into the sky outside, making him go wide-eyed in panic. Eden frowned and rushed to the window, shouting, No! While Jae-hwan was retracting his sword, even as dust billowed all around. A large section of the sky above was punctured, revealing a mysterious region of space behind it. This caused the villagers below to look up in great surprise. Suddenly, the hole began to repair itself. In just a few seconds, the hole rolled back and returned to its original shape, making Eden below realize something. He said fearfully, Look, I told you it wouldn't work. I know you're strong, but it's very difficult to destroy with just one strike. The sky returned to a peaceful blue. Eden looked up at the sky and said, "It's still difficult even if you strike harder. From the beginning it wasn't made to be easily destroyed." Jae-hwan lowered his eyes and asked, "Is there another way?" Eden spoke slowly while the crow perched on his head. 500 years ago, this world was destroyed once. The volcano in the center of this floor. He continued, "It started when a meteorite crashed into the volcano. On the snow-covered mountain peak, a seemingly bottomless black hole appeared." He added, "Simply put, you can destroy this world if you can make the volcano erupt. It cooled down long ago, so it won't be easy to reactivate, but it's still possible if a piece of divine authority falls into it." Eden leaned against the window and said, "The problem is the size. It requires several times more than your few thrusts." This caused Jae-hwan to remain silent and look up at the sky. Suddenly, Jae-hwan's eyes widened as if he realized something. Bright blue lightning suddenly flashed across the entire sky. The lightning spiraled into circles and then struck the ground. At the same time, blue cards also descended with the lightning, making it impossible for Jae-hwan to take his eyes off them. The villagers saw the scene and gasped in terror, saying, The sky, it's impossible!" Eden said in a panic, "Why are they here?" Veggie slowly descended and said, "It's true. Someone is trying to pierce through the floors to climb up." Countless subordinates appeared around Veggie as he continued, "Didn't I tell you? I was certain he would do it again." Veggie smirked and said, "Finally found you," while Jihan, standing beside him, also glanced down at the ground. Jae-hwan stood on the snow. His eyes turned cold as he gripped his sword, taking a combat stance. Veggie said mockingly, "The shirtless guy." As soon as Veggie finished, his subordinates quickly dived from the air. Each held a gleaming sword as they charged to attack Jae-hwan. Seeing this, Eden shouted a warning, "They're coming!" Jae-hwan swung his sword as fast as a flash. Jae-hwan's heavy strike saga followed, releasing a burst of red energy that shot upward, blowing away Veggie's attacking subordinates. They seemed to be equipped with very sturdy armor, but before Jae-hwan's power, they were sliced in half. Many could only scream in pain. In the area near the attack, countless yellow beams shot down, shattering the ground and causing extreme panic among the villagers. They fled, screaming in fear. Jae-hwan retracted his sword into a defensive stance and asked, "Isn't it over yet?" Beside him, Eden was kneeling on the snow, establishing a territory, and replied, "Almost." Eden's hands pressed against the snow, causing red cracks to spread toward Jae-hwan's feet, even as the fierce attack continued around them. Suddenly, Gravetooth, the deployment of Eden's territory, took effect, making the ground shake. The snow turned purple, enveloping the entire village as if to protect it from the yellow beams. The whole village was slowly submerged in a purple mist that drowned everything on the ground. One subordinate said, "He's transforming the entire village." The other stammered, "Follow! Follow them quickly!" Jae-hwan and Eden were running for their lives as the purple mist reached their feet. From above, the subordinates shouted, "They're trying to turn the village into a world view to escape." While running, Eden asked, "Are you still sticking with that stupid plan?" Jae-hwan kept his eyes forward and said, "Didn't you say there was no other way?" He continued, "If there's no other way..." He then grabbed Junot's collar, leaving the boy bewildered. Jae-hwan gripped Junot's collar and dragged him along, making him scream in panic. Jae-hwan said, "I have to try the only feasible way." The system announced that many gods had joined the live stream. Thunder god Juju joined the stream. On the screen, Veggie was smiling triumphantly. The system continued. Fire god Ignis joined the stream. Gambling Saint Vakara asked, "No gotcha today?" Veggie squinted at the screen and said, "Welcome, my fellow gods, ha. Today's stream won't have a gotcha. You can tell by the title. Today's content will be about..." The fire god interrupted mockingly, "This stream is just a show of bullying the weak." Veggie replied, "Weak? My target is the shirtless man, and he's not alone." He continued, "My friends, you've heard the name Anderson, right? The disaster from 500 years ago. The legendary god who killed 3 of the 6 gods of Metaboss. The shirtless man is her incarnation. Veji gestured, imagining Anderson and Jae Hwan. He continued, as the system displayed. Thunder god Juju asked, "What else?" Some gods were confused. Veji smiled and said, "There are rumors that one of the current 6 gods, the Crow King, is colluding with them. Do you understand now? This devious group is plotting to plunge the entire Metaboss into chaos once again." Meanwhile, Eden and Jae Hwan were still running without stopping for a second. Veji's voice echoed everywhere. In truth, the situation was far from those far-fetched claims. The Alliance didn't think the situation was that serious. According to the World Energy Measurement Center, Anderson had dropped to the level of a minor god. However, they made one man very concerned, and although the shirtless man was a bit worrying, he only had one incarnation. The only opponent worth noting was the Crow King. Although he was one of the 6 meta-boss gods, his power was last tested 500 years ago. In Eden's memory, she smiled. She was a god isolated for 500 years. The chance he could maintain his peak power was nearly 0 since he hadn't recruited any disciples. The reason Veji was making a mountain out of a molehill was because, Veji continued, the Alliance would not sit still and watch them cause chaos. On the screen, a notification appeared. The Alliance Death Squad donated 500,000 faith. Donations poured in like water. Veji, still flying excitedly, said, "Captain Galleon of the Alliance Death Squad warned me about this situation and sent reinforcements to where the Crow King is. He warned me that the revolution from 500 years ago would repeat itself. The system announced, 'Fire God Ignis suspected you attacked them first.'" Veji, flustered, raised his hands and said, "Come on, everyone already knows. They dared to kill our harvesters and started it first." He continued, "We are just here for justice." Suddenly, countless comments appeared. Thunder God Day. I said the Alliance was acting pathetically and shook his head. Anonymous God 58 said the shirtless man was a rookie on Genie TV. Fire God Ignis mocked, "There's no justice here." Veji argued, "What do you mean, rookie?" Veji reached out his finger and pressed the end stream button. He grit his teeth in anger. "Those annoying guys act so noble. It doesn't matter. Once I'm done here, they'll all love and praise me for starting this." He turned back and asked, "Has Master Jihan not arrived yet?" A young man was also flying through the air. He was the second squad's Jihan, an incarnation of the god of whirlpools. He said, "He will go with the cleanup crew because he's in a meeting with the other 6 gods." Veji said, "Oh, he's meeting them? I guess that Anderson name is quite shocking." Jihan continued, 500 years ago, a scene appeared showing a horrific sight. Eden, with a darkened face, was lifting a man's body. Jihan continued, "She murdered 3 of the 6 strongest gods of the Metaboss and almost opened the door to the 10th floor, which the Alliance guards." He continued, "Back then, Eden seemed emotionless, her eyes wide." Jihan said, "If Anderson returned with her peak power from 500 years ago, even the entire Death Squad wouldn't be enough to stop her." Veji said in surprise, "Whoa, she's that strong?" "Of course, we're talking about her golden age." Jihan followed Veji and said, "Right now she's only at the level of a minor god, so there's no need to worry." Veji replied, "But why are you, the second in command of the Death Squad, here for reinforcements?" Jihan said, "Because the Crow King is here." Veji frowned. "You seem to know the Crow King very well." Jihan grit his teeth and shot Veji a cold glare that made him shiver. He stammered, I didn't mean to offend you." Veji looked at Jihan and said, "Because everyone involved in that accident is jealous of you." Jihan replied, "But is it okay that we're here? Galleon told us to wait." Jihan said coldly, "We alone are enough. But the timing was predicted, right? It should have been 5 days later if we arrived this early." He continued, "We have a justifiable reason. We're calling it a world cleanup. The system announced, Metabus VAR 3.12 declares this area is now occupied by the Alliance. All residents and passengers are required to leave within 5 days. He added, not destroying the world. Veggie continued, even so, will the Crow King's presence be okay? Jihan replied, I've prepared a way to counter him. Jihan held up a cube in his hand and said, today will be the end of that crow. From above, countless sword blades rained down to attack Jae-hwan and Eden. Junot, on Jae-hwan's shoulder, screamed in fear, but Jae-hwan was agile enough to dodge all the attacks. Anderson shouted, run faster! They all have combat skins, so they're extremely fast! Jae-hwan's group ran for their lives as Veggie's subordinates charged from behind. Junot pointed at the group in panic and shouted, Master Jae-hwan! They're right on our heels! They're about to catch us! Jae-hwan suddenly stopped. He swung his sword behind him, decapitating some followers and severing the arms of others, sending them flying. Eden continued to run, then turned her head and said, did you forget the plan? You're not supposed to kill too many people. Anderson, perched on her shoulder, replied, we can't avoid killing them now. Anderson continued, because they're as numerous as ants, damn it. She added, so many of them appeared just to catch me. This reminds me of the past. Eden, be careful. This is going to be tough. Eden let out a breath. She kept running without stopping and replied, you be careful too. Seeing that, Jae-hwan and Junot said, oh, in unison. They must have become close again. Jae-hwan said grumpily, what's with all the complaining? They ran continuously until a blindingly bright white light appeared in front of them. High above was a giant volcano covered in a layer of snow. Eden looked up and said, we've arrived. We have to lure them near the crater. Jae-hwan still carried Junot on his shoulder while his other hand gripped the sword tightly. He thought to himself, seeing it in person is impressive. If a fire this big erupts, he thought further, it will completely destroy this world. Behind them, countless subordinates of Veggie were still closely following Jae-hwan and the others. They shouted, catch them! They're planning to run into the volcano! Don't let them escape! At the same time, they launched countless attacks at Jae-hwan's group. Jae-hwan and Eden accelerated, running quickly toward the edge of the crater. Eden said, right now! She stopped running, knelt on the ground, and deployed a formation. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to follow Jae-hwan, rushing toward the mountain peak which was glowing with a bright red light. Jae-hwan stood in front of Eden, shielding her. He took an attacking stance as a crowd of people prepared to dive down from the sky to attack him. He swung his sword and a red beam shot out with immense destructive power, slicing the following crowd in half. Some lost arms, others lost legs. They could only scream in agony. From above, their severed body parts fell into the volcano's crater. Veggie watched from the side and said, they don't know when to stop. Jihan calmly replied, it's only a matter of time before they're caught. The cleanup crew will be here within 10 minutes. The people in the air seemed unafraid of Jae-hwan's power, repeatedly slashing yellow lines into the snow, sending bits of snow flying. Junot sat to the side, holding his head to avoid their attacks. Eden said, I wonder what they're hoping for by running to the volcano. Junot squeezed his eyes shut and held his head tightly despite the surrounding chaos. Jae-hwan, struggling to block the attacks from above, calmly said, but on this land there's no place left for them to rest. Jihan frowned, looking down, and said, no matter how many casualties there are, send all available manpower after them. Suddenly the ground shook, causing small rocks to vibrate. Jihan's eyes widened. The subordinates below also felt something. Their faces turned pale as they said, What's happening? I hear a strange sound. A gust of wind blew up from below, pushing Jihan's hair back. Jihan broke into a sweat and said, impossible. On the ground, the volcano's crater began to shake. Eden's formation seemed to spread, controlling the entire mountain, causing panic among the crowd. The system announced, the volcano is active again. Jihan watched the shaking crater below and thought, why did the volcano suddenly... His face paled as he thought of the corpses falling into the crater. He frowned, thinking, they're planning to use world power to cause a volcanic eruption and kill everyone from the Alliance who falls into the crater. They're using our troops as fuel to activate that dormant volcano. Jihan landed on the snow and said, 500 years ago, the mountain erupted because of a meteorite strike. Right? Jae-hwan raised his sword to eye level and said, Sounds good. Sending you people down there to lie. Behind him, Junot and Eden held their weapons ready for attack. Jihan grit his teeth in fury. The system announced, charged 4% until volcanic eruption. Eden raised her hand to her face, and a purple smoke spread through the space. The smoke transformed into crows and rushed toward Veggie's subordinates. Those crows turned into crow bombs and exploded. The bombs blew up the bodies of those people, sending their parts falling into the crater. The system continued. Volcanic eruption power 8%. Those body parts kept falling into the crater, bringing the eruption power to 17%. Eden raised her hand and continued to launch crow bombs. She smirked and said, The plan is going quite smoothly. Unbelievable. On the other side, Anderson was pecking at the head of a man in a black coat and said, You call this smooth? Junot held his sword across a man's stomach, pushed him away, and shouted, They just keep coming! Jae-hwan continuously swung his sword at the crowd as crow bombs echoed in the sky. The remains of the people fell like leaves around his feet. The system continued. Volcanic eruption power 21%. Volcanic eruption power 26%. Eden kept firing crow bombs, causing people's bodies to be severed and fall into the crater. Jae-hwan was also very agile, swinging his sword into the air to strike the crowd. Volcanic eruption power 38%. Jae-hwan thought tensely, The eruption power is charging faster than I expected. If this continues, the volcano will erupt very soon. Before his thoughts finished, glowing red blades shot toward him from above. The blades struck Jae-hwan, making the ground shake and the snow explode, causing a massive tremor. Junot braced himself and shouted, Master Jae-hwan! Making Eden, who was about to attack, stop in shock. Jae-hwan frowned behind his sword, which was held horizontally. It seemed the attack from those blades hadn't affected him in the slightest. A person landed on the snow and said, Know your place, shirtless man. He laughed and said, You're just a F2P player, so don't be arrogant, or I'll teach you a lesson. Junot's eyes widened in surprise. No, that's not... The glowing red blades hovered in the air. They surrounded Veggie while he wore a delighted smile. Junot was stunned. Are you kidding me? Veggie brushed his black hair and smiled radiantly. Junot said, That's the ugliest King Kim Dokja skin from the Starstream collaboration event. Veggie said, You recognize it, kid? The system announced Veggie had equipped it. Junot said, I really wanted that skin. Veggie's face darkened as he looked at Junot with a contemptuous smile. A broke guy like you has no chance of ever getting this skin. He spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. Ah ha ha ha! This skin is the best. Junot and Jae-hwan seemed frozen. Junot held his head and said, Of course, sir. All skin fanatics know and love this skin. Anderson flew around erratically and asked, Do you really want that skin? Jae-hwan's eyes flashed as he said, The ugliest king! Veggie returned to his normal skin state, smiling in a very elegant suit. He thought to himself, I don't see anything ugly about it. From the air, someone landed on the snow and said, Long time no see, Eden, making her look up in surprise. Jihan said, It's been 500 years. Eden was surrounded by purple smoke. She frowned and said, I didn't expect the Alliance to send someone. Is this Galion's order? He smirked and said, No, I wanted to come, so I came. Eden's incarnation donned a layer of crow armor. Her wings spread wide as she stood back to back with Jae-hwan and said, I'm here to settle an old debt, even though they were surrounded by Jihan, Veggie, and their subordinates. Veggie raised his hand to summon glowing red blades around him. His face darkened as he said, Commendable that you've survived until now with only one skin, but shirtless man, opposing the Alliance was your mistake. He waved his hand and shouted, Die! As soon as he spoke, the red blades and the subordinates rushed toward Jae-hwan to attack. Jae-hwan didn't stand still waiting for death. He charged forward. A sharp sword strike with blue flaming power followed his path. Wherever he moved, the enemies were sliced in half. Veggie broke into a sweat and thought, "That bastard! He's not wearing a skin, so how can he move that fast?" He shouted, "It's a waste of effort! This skin is legendary!" Then, as quick as a flash, Jae-hwan rushed in to stab him. Veggie dodged just in time but was completely panicked. Jae-hwan reached out and grabbed Veggie's mouth tightly, making his eyes bulge as he screamed. With total decisiveness, Jae-hwan slammed him into the ice, shattering it into pieces that flew everywhere. Jae-hwan lowered his voice, raised his sword, and said, "Just a moment ago you called me a F2P player. What happened now?" Veggie was in pain while pinned under Jae-hwan's hand. He thought, impossible. He defeated a legendary skin rumored to have the strongest abilities. The system announced, "Please note, skin durability will be extremely low when forced to wear it." He screamed in rage, "Damn bastards!" Junot ran up at that moment and shouted, "Wait, take a break!" He looked at the scene with hesitation and said, "Having to beg an enemy for mercy in front of his subordinates. He must feel so humiliated." Anderson, flying nearby, added, "Serves him right." Eden, in a large form, said, "It seems the one you came with is already finished." In the sky, swarms of crows attacked Jihan. Eden stood to the side with her sword, saying calmly, "The Alliance's recruitment standards have hit rock bottom." Jihan swung his sword, slashing Eden's crows, and said, "Don't bother yourself. Honestly, I didn't expect him to accomplish anything anyway." He continued, "I've heard the rumors that you've been creating puppets lately. How nostalgic." Eden's eyes were full of thought. 500 years ago, when I was still your incarnation, I was delighted every time I saw you create puppets." In her memory, there was only Jihan's voice. "God, Eden, let's go there. Will you be making puppets today, too?" Jihan held a crow in his hand and laughed, asking, "Is it really true that gods and disciples can be equal?" Eden continued, "It seems the Alliance treats you well." He replied, "It's all thanks to you." He added, "The world creation technique I learned from you is quite useful for the new god I'm currently serving." Jihan laughed with delight as a vortex-like shape appeared on his chest. He said, "The god of whirlpools is a god without character. He simply gives me power, and that's all I need. He is the perfect god for me." Eden continued, "A god without character suits a traitor who joined the Alliance like you perfectly." Jihan replied contemptuously, "Seeing how weak you are now, I know I made the right choice in changing the god I serve." At that moment, both Jihan and Eden wore devious smiles. The two rushed into an attack. Eden quickly lunged her sword at Jihan, but he quickly dodged and swung his hand to slash at Eden's neck. Jihan threw a large mass of light at her, sending Eden flying back. She said, "You betrayed me." Then she dove from the air and landed a direct kick to Jihan's stomach before he could react, saying, "And yet, you haven't changed a bit." Her kick transformed into a pillar of purple light with great destructive power, blowing his subordinates away. Thousands of meters. Eden pinned him down and raised her fist. Jihan, lying on the ice with his hands clasped, asked, "Are you going to punch me or what?" Before Eden could land the punch, Jihan kicked her hard in the stomach and said, "How disappointing." The powerful kick sent Eden flying. He said, "You cherished me as much as when I was—" "Yeah, your incarnation." "That's right." But as she was thrown back, Eden managed to condense her power in time so she didn't fly too far. Purple smoke rushed toward Jihan. The smoke seemed to submerge everything in the village. Eden's territory, Crow's Grave. Although Jihan was slightly scratched, he still laughed and said, "A territory? You really have become too weak. Your territory doesn't look stable at all." Eden looked down at him from above and said, "That's because you haven't fully absorbed it yet, right?" He sat on the ground and said, "The rest of the village that you absorbed while you were running." Eden said, "You're still the same. You don't understand anything about my power." Suddenly, from beneath the purple smoke, a large, slimy arm reached up. The arm rose from behind a man in black, making him panic and say, "What's this?" The arm turned into a hideous monster, leaving the man in black frozen in fear. Jihan seemed to realize that something was wrong. Several giant monsters emerged from beneath the smoke. They terrified the men in black, who scrambled to escape, shouting, "Run!" Eden spread her wings in midair and said, "Setting up a territory quickly is more than enough to deal with you." Behind her, the sky turned gloomy as crows flew erratically. On the ground below, purple monsters continuously charged and attacked the men in black. This caused the group to lose their footing, creating a truly horrific scene. The monsters grew more numerous, making the men in black tremble in fear. Don't push anymore! The volcanic crater is right behind us!" Veggie panicked, trying to break free from the monster's grasp, and shouted, "Damn it! When are you going to use that thing? We're all going to die at this rate. Use it now!" Those words made Jae-hwan stand motionless on the ground. He wondered, that thing? Jihan allowed the monsters to cling to his body. He looked down and said softly, "Eden, you said I don't understand your power? You're wrong. I understand it better than anyone else." He gave a slight smile and said, "If you used your maximum strength to deploy a territory, there probably wouldn't be a god in this metabus who could rival you. From the start, I never thought I could defeat you with my own strength alone." His face gradually darkened. He raised his arm and said, "I'll let you act out for a bit." Jihan smiled sinisterly as a cube emitting a mysterious light appeared in his hand. He continued, "It will benefit me anyway, so I've been putting up with it until now." Eden's eyes widened in surprise. "The cube? It can't be!" She turned around, looked at Jae-hwan, and screamed, "Oh no, you guys run now!" She continued, "Get as far away from here as possible," making Jae-hwan's face turn pale. Before he could react, his arm was severed, taking him completely by surprise. Then his other arm was also severed. Eden turned and fled in fear as a red power radiated from the box in Jihan's hand. Inside Jihan's cube, a gear spun continuously, releasing a bright red light like a magic matrix. The box sucked Jae-hwan and Eden inside. Junot stared in wide-eyed terror at the scene before him. He fell backward in fear and said with a trembling voice, Master Jae-hwan." Anderson said, "Jihan." "And how could you possibly have the time box?" Jihan stepped closer to her and said, "I see, so you know about it. I specially prepared this for you lot." He held his hand over it to seal the box and smiled, saying, "Even for the 6 gods of Metabus, escaping from this won't be easy." Veggie stepped forward, grabbed Junot's hair, and cursed, "Damn it!" He dragged Junot by the hair across the white snow, making the boy clutch Veggie's hand and groan in pain. Veggie's other hand gripped Anderson tightly. His face darkened as he said, "A legendary skin with durability like paper." Anderson, trapped in his hand, could only struggle and say, "Let me go." He walked up to Jihan and asked, "Was the plan successful?" Jihan held the cube in his hand and replied softly, "Yes, as you can see." Veggie looked at the box with a satisfied smile and said, "Damn it, that item is incredible." Jihan added, "After all, 500 years ago it was used to capture Anderson." As soon as Jihan finished speaking, the cube in his hand vibrated slightly, taking him by surprise. Veggie clicked his tongue and said, "I heard it could seal even one of the 6 gods of Metabus. Are you sure? It looks like it's about to break. We need to hurry." Jihan glanced at the box and said, "Anderson will be sent to the higher-ranking gods in the Alliance as food." He then looked at Junot, who was being held by the hair, and added, "Kill that brat and turn him into a puppet." Veggie broke into a smile and began changing into another skin. He said excitedly, "Understood." The system announced, "You have equipped the paranoid demon Kim Do-yoon's skin." He still gripped Junot's hair while the boy trembled in fear. Anderson, still held tightly by Veggie, screamed, "Stop! I won't forgive you if you dare touch that child!" She struggled to break free from Veggie's grasp and cursed, "You bastard!" Anderson repeatedly pecked at Veggie's head and shouted, "Junot, run!" He let go, and taking that chance, Junot scrambled up and bolted away. Veggie covered his head, unable to react in time, and swore, "You animal!" Anderson shouted, "Keep going! That item's durability won't last long!" But Veggie's hand swung toward her. He struck her down, slamming Anderson's entire body into the snow. Veggie said angrily, "What a nuisance!" Witnessing this, Junot collapsed and screamed, "Anderson!" He stepped on Anderson and said, "Grr, I can't kill you because I have to offer you to the Alliance. You think you can escape?" Just try it, he continued. But where will you run? While his subordinates stood by and watched. The system announced, Fire God Ignis points at you and says you're the worst. Vegie's eyes widened in surprise. What? When did the stream turn on? I'm sure I turned it off. The system continued. Thunder God Juju threatens to unsubscribe if you dare touch that child. Veggie slowly approached Junot, who was sitting trembling in the snow. Suddenly, a knife appeared in his hand. The system announced, You have summoned a knife exclusive to the current skin. He then said, Don't be so selfish. Terrorist groups like them need to be uprooted. Dragon God Roy Ian says this skin is interesting. Veggie continued, Look at what this terrorist group has taught this child. Junot stood up and raised his sword in defense. His face was filled with anger, yet he couldn't hide his fear. Seeing this, he continued, Now, my fellow gods, remember to subscribe and hit the notification bell. He laughed loudly, his eyes cold and emotionless. The knife in his hand seemed to be near Junot's neck. He said, Because next, I will show you something very interesting. Seeing Veggie's change in expression, Junot trembled in terror, silently calling out, Master Jae-hwan! Up on the nearby rocks, a pair of eyes flashed. A recording device nearby captured the image of Junot holding his sword tightly, though his trembling was impossible to hide. The screen showed Veggie's devious smile with the live title, Shirtless Man Needs Help. Someone looked at the screen and said, Coward using a sealing stone is cheating. Does everyone agree? The system announced, countless comments. Fire God Ignis agreed. Thunder God Juju pointed at the alliance. Most gods agreed. The mysterious girl raised both hands decisively and said, Fellow gods, are you just going to sit there and do nothing? Our cute little Junot is in danger. The system announced, Fire God Ignis is starting the car, but it will take half a day to arrive. Thunder God Juju wants to get there at light speed, but his incarnation is sleeping. The system continued. God of Calamity. Thanatos says all life must die. Anonymous. God 94 is bored and wants to see a fight immediately. Anonymous God 88 says it doesn't matter if an ordinary brat dies. She replied, An ordinary brat? The system announced, Most gods agree with Anonymous God 88. Anonymous God 94 left the stream. Anonymous God 88 left the stream. The streaming platform of the gods, little brother, appeared as if to challenge the big boss. So it contains a lot of meaningless things because it is considered a public intelligence platform that can contend with the 7 great gods. Standing amidst countless comments surrounding her, she thought to herself, In the end, that is their nature. She thought, I'm trying not to intervene because of the promise between me and the information broker girl, but I can't lose this rookie and his teammates here. Do I really have to step in? The system announced, An anonymous person asks for your location. She clasped her hands, her face showing gratitude, and said, Finally, we have someone willing to help. I'm at... Suddenly she stopped at the display and let out a gasp. The system announced, Siren Travin asks for your current location. She said in surprise, Siren TV? In another place, a girl identified herself as Siren. Siren was a very beautiful girl with sweet, rosy skin. She thought, I am a succubus who was once very influential and was also one of the 500 famous artisans. I followed a certain man to join an expedition team and headed toward the abyss. I have always searched for that man after we were accidentally separated. At that time, only 3 people remained, Siren, Katon, and Trunghae, drifting at sea. She thought further, 2 years have passed since then, and I... Outside, the sky was dyed a deep red of late afternoon. Above, a moving airship dropped papers with Siren's image printed on them. She said proudly, I have become a pirate. At Ragnarok, the 5th location, the sky had turned a pale yellow as seagulls spread their wings and soared. Siren sat with her legs crossed on the steering wheel. She put both hands behind her head and said, That red sky is truly beautiful. Siren sat in the chair, her eyes still fixed on the window. Behind her, a young man stepped forward and said, "Miss Siren." Catan stood with his arms crossed next to Siren and said, "Based on unofficial control regulations, Article 8, Paragraph 4, everyone is prohibited from stepping on the control panel while we are traveling." Siren asked calmly, "When is that old man coming back?" He replied, "He'll be back soon." Siren lifted her eye patch and said in a worried voice, "The higher gods will find us if we stay here too long. Tell him to return quickly." Caton said, "It seems you haven't been live streaming much lately, have you?" Siren leaned back in the chair, closed her eyes, and said, "How can I post anything while we're in a hurry? What if they track me through my videos?" Caton replied, "You don't watch anyone else's streams either." She snapped her fingers, making an electronic screen appear, and continued, "Honestly, I'm sick of it. Everyone is just doing the same content." On the screen, countless comments appeared. "Siren, why aren't you posting anymore? When are you coming back? You're still alive, right? Please stream again. Why aren't you posting videos? Why aren't you posting videos? Why aren't you posting videos?" Appearing right before her eyes. She put her hand to her mouth and laughed loudly while looking at the screen, saying, "Being famous is so tiring." She scrolled through the screen and said, "Since it's open, let's try watching some famous clips. What's the trend lately?" Siren still had her hand on the screen, eyes on what was displayed, and said, "Oh, it seems she's imitating the way I talk." Caton crossed his arms and asked, Really?" She replied, "Look closely. It's the same. Even the hairstyle and dress are identical." Catan added, "I don't know. Aren't there many people out there like her?" Siren said irritably, "Forget it. You don't even watch streams." He immediately said, "That's not true. I watched Susu Law Research Center and How to Earn." Before he could finish, Siren cut him off and said, "Whatever. This guy deserves to be cursed out by this keyboard warrior." Her fingers moved swiftly, scrolling across the keyboard to search for something. Caton stroked his chin and said, "Insulting comments are a violation of the law, Miss Siren," causing her to stop typing and fall into silent reflection. Siren said, "Being a pirate is the same anyway," leaving Caton the pirate stunned and confused. Hearing Siren say that, he felt self-pity and retreated into a corner muttering, I'm a criminal." Siren continued searching and then tapped the screen. She looked at the screen and let out a soft, as if she had found something. On the screen, a live title appeared, "Shirtless Man Needs Help." Caton looked at the screen and asked, "What's wrong?" Siren pointed at the screen in a panic and said, "This figure looks familiar." On the screen, a horrific battle was unfolding. Jae-hwan held his sword, gliding swiftly and slicing off a large chunk of a soldier's body. Along with that were loud shouts, "Die, shirtless man!" Caton turned pale and said, "Miss Siren." Siren, breaking into a cold sweat, said, "I'm not mistaken, am I?" From behind, Trung-hae rushed to the screen with tears streaming down his face. He pushed Siren's and Caton's heads to either side and asked, "Jae-hwan, when did you return?" Siren, having been pushed aside, also said in shock, "When did you return?" Trung. He's tears fell like rain as he asked, "Where is this place? Tell me!" Siren replied irritably, "Wait a second, I'm checking the area in the stream." Caton frowned and said, "The City Lord hasn't changed at all. I don't know what problem he's facing now, but he's standing against a massive alliance." Then Siren placed her hand on the screen showing Jae-hwan stabbing Veji. Trung-hae said tensely, "Go, Jae-hwan. You're great. The slash you learned from me has improved." Siren turned back to look at him and asked, "What are you talking about? He only used straight stabs." He replied, "Those stabs contain the essence of a slash." On the screen, Jihan's voice rang out, "I'll allow you to go a little wild. It will benefit me in many ways. This is what I've always looked forward to." Then someone else's voice said,
The cube? It can't be.
Trung-hae sobbed. "What is that?" Siren lost her composure and said,
Damn it! How do they have that thing?
From the screen, the stream owner's voice echoed, Fellow gods, are you just going to sit there and do nothing? Our cute little Junot is in danger, making all three of them jump. Trung-hae said in a panic. Quick, we have to get there right now. Siren shouted, I'm trying to find the location. She tapped on the screen and said, The location is Caspian, 6th floor, Metabus. Kaiten sighed and said, That place is too far. A look of hesitation appeared on her face as she said, Even if we aren't detected by the higher gods, it will take 15 days for us to get there. Someone said, Damn it, isn't there any faster way? She replied, We can reduce it to 12 days, but any faster is impossible. Siren bit her fingertip and thought, Damn it, I finally found him, and yet we've been wandering everywhere searching for him for 2 years. Back then, Siren stood on a rock edge, just watching Jae-hwan in his thin coat walking away. She thought, stealing the treasures of the 7 great gods and the fastest mothership was all to find Jae-hwan, because the more famous we are in the abyss, the easier it is for us to find him. Siren bowed her head. She grit her teeth and thought, I finally found him, but I can't do anything in this situation. Trung-hae jumped down and asked, Did you just say that place is the Metabus? Siren replied, Yes, why do you ask? He reached into his sleeve and said, There is a place that can help Jae-hwan. Siren was surprised and asked, What? Where? From his sleeve he pulled out a chipped coin. On the face of the coin was a pair of scales. He said reservedly, This place. Kaiten gasped, Divine physician? While Siren said in shock, Old man. Don't tell me, Trung-hae continued as he looked at the cracked face of the coin. The pirate group that stole the treasures of the 7 great gods. The pirate group that killed us, killed the monarchs, and escaped from chaos. He continued, The only group in this illusion that can help him. A group whose symbol is a balanced scale, possessing immense power. Along with a majestic leader and a notoriously infamous crew. That is the most brutal terrorist group, K-Nut. Junot leaned his sword on the icy ground, trembling. Veggie stood watching Junot shiver in front of him. Veggie smirked and tossed the knife in his hand, saying, Oh, my dear rich and powerful gods, we aren't bullying a toddler here. I say child, but who knows how old he really is. System notification. Anonymous. God 414 agrees with Veggie. Anonymous God 88 shouts to overthrow the terrorist organization. Meanwhile, Junot tried to stand firm despite having countless wounds on his body. Junot let out a loud shout, drew his sword, and rushed forward to stab Veggie. Veggie dodged Junot's thrust with ease. He glanced at the sword and said, Look at that. He glared at Junot with a sharp, angry gaze and swung a punch directly into Junot's stomach, sending him flying. He said, Even a wet-behind-the-ears brat like you looks down on me? Do you know who I am? Veggie's powerful punch caused Junot to collapse onto the white ice, groaning in pain. In the distance, Jihan sat on a stone slab watching, next to a subordinate holding the cage trapping Anderson. She thrashed her wings and screamed, Junot! Junot remained kneeling on the ground, his face pale with fear. He thought to himself, He only punched me once, but my body feels like it's about to shatter. Veggie held the knife in one hand and clenched his other into a fist, looking darkly at Junot. Junot thought, I finally understand what kind of monster Master Jae-hwan has been fighting all this time. System notification. Anonymous. God 94 says they're bored and tells you to end it quickly. Veggie spoke slowly. Fine. I was planning to end everything here anyway, Anning. He rubbed his head and said, Even if I keep beating him up, the view count won't increase. You're as weak as a snail, so how have you lived this long? He continued, Since you're this weak, you should at least choose a strong god to serve, while Junot lay miserably on the ground, clutching his stomach. Junot bit his lip hard as tears streamed down his cheeks. Tears fell onto the cold ice, forming a puddle that reflected Junot's tear-streaked face. He thought, I know I'm weak. I've known I was weak since I was in my hometown and back in the Nightmare Tower. He remained kneeling on the ice next to his motionless sword. He thought, but even so, even if I am weak. Junot slowly reached out and gripped his sword tightly. He sprang up, tears still on his face but his eyes wide with rage, and rushed forward to attack Veggie. Veggie was taken by surprise by Junot's sudden attack. Junot thought of the times he was guided by Jae-hwan and remembered Jae-hwan's slashes. That doesn't mean the god I serve is weak too. It was a thrust that grazed Veggie's waist. Junot maintained his posture, having lunged directly at Veggie. The attack tore the clothes at Veggie's waist and left a fairly deep gash. He said angrily, "You!" Veggie furiously swung another punch at Junot and shouted, "You little brat!" He landed a flurry of blows on Junot and continued, "You dare tear my clothes and humiliate me? I'll kill you!" After beating Junot for a while, Veggie let out a breath and stepped on the boy as he lay in pain on the ground. He said, "You parasite. I was going to let you go peacefully, but I've changed my mind." He grit his teeth, looking down at Junot with soulless eyes. "I'm going to tear you apart." As he spoke, countless glowing red blades appeared around him. Floating in the air, the blades rushed toward Junot. Anderson, locked in the cage, was terrified, while Junot lay in the snow, eyes closed, waiting for death. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked curiously, "Parasite?" causing Veggie to stop the knives just as they were about to pierce Junot. The blades were only a few centimeters away. Junot peeked his eyes toward the source of the sound. In the distance, a young man spoke softly. "Kid, you're that old man's disciple, right?" A young man stood atop purple cubes, with a beautiful blue light appearing behind him. He was dressed in a modern style, blowing a bubble with his gum. He said, "I'm here to save you." His eyes radiated coldness as he looked down at Junot. He turned out to be Jin Un-si. Current Metabus rankings. Rank 1 for highest score on Floor 1. Rank 4 for highest damage on Floor 5. Rank 1 for highest score on Floor 6. Rank 1 for fastest clear time on Floor 7. A member of the K-Nut organization. System notification. Lightning God. Juju is confused. A subordinate said, "Jin Un-si?" Another followed up, "What is K-Nut doing here?" Jin Un-si stood on a platform of purple squares moving toward the edge of the mountain. He put his hands in his pockets and said, "Looking for where that old man is." System notification. Fire God Ignis says he never thought he'd cheer for K-Nut. Many gods are cursing K-Nut. Jin Un-si remained on the squares, looking down from above. "I see. The Alliance is quite something, aren't they?" Jihan, holding the cube below, was also surprised by Jin Un-si's appearance. He continued, "Who would have thought you'd create an item that can trap an awakened? Thanks to you, things have become easier for me." Jihan shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle. He isn't as strong as a squad leader." He added, "He's just an ordinary member of—" Before he could finish, Jin Un-si dove down, flashing past him, and said, "They say if you know something, speak up. If not, stay quiet and listen." He stopped and said, "All members of K-Nut." As quick as a flash, he delivered a kick with terrifying power to Jihan's back and said, "Are all awakened?" Jin Un-si was about to swing another kick when Jihan turned and retreated. Jihan's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky, realizing something. He stood frozen as many purple squares came crashing down from above. The squares whistled down, piercing the snow. Junot reacted quickly, sliding to the side to avoid the blocks. Jin Un-si's gaze remained calm. Veggie screamed in rage, "Damn it! Are you really trying to fight to the death?" Jin Un-si of K-Nut crouched low and released a burst of light. Seeing the bright red light, the men in black rushed to attack him, but he was swiftly pushed high into the air by a cube. Jin Un-si easily leaped away, escaping their encirclement. Veggie furiously threw a succession of knives at Jin Un-si. The glowing red knives shot toward him like arrows. Jin Un-si immediately activated polyhedron formation. Jin Un-si first form. Countless cube fragments flew rapidly, assembling into a roly-poly doll that blocked Veggie's red knives, taking him completely by surprise. Instantly, the cubes detached from the doll and rearranged into polyhedron formation. Jin Un-si second form, toy hammer. Giant purple hammers crashed down, leaving the men in black paralyzed with fear. One man regained his senses and screamed in terror. But before they could react, the massive hammerheads fell, crushing their bodies. The hammerheads created a massive shockwave, sending rocks and dirt flying. Veggie shielded his face and shouted, "Ah! Jihan, what on earth are you doing?" Suddenly, the heavy hammerheads began to crack and shatter. A furious Jihan descended as green tornadoes spiraled down from the sky, smashing the hammerheads. He lowered his voice and said, "Cannot stop right here." "Stop!" he shouted. "This has nothing to do with you." Jin Unsi replied with amusement. "Sorry, but we've already accepted the request to help." Jihan screamed, "Are you planning to become an enemy of the Alliance?" Hearing that, he casually put his hands in his pockets and said, "The Alliance is just mediocre." Jin Unsi smirked mischievously and said, "You dare threaten K-Nut? Even the 10 monarchs and the 7 great gods fear us. Metabus? Did you know?" Purple flames erupted around his entire body. Seeing this, Jihan launched tornadoes to attack him, saying, "We can't do anything to the K-Nut organization, but we can certainly make mincemeat out of you alone." Jin Unsi narrowed his eyes as purple fragments grazed his face. Jin Unsi deployed polyhedron formation. Jin Unsi third form, gyroscope. A massive top appeared, spinning continuously and flinging Veggie's green cyclones away, sending small stones flying everywhere. While the top was still spinning around Jin Unsi, a pillar of Jihan's tornado surged into the center of the battlefield. However, before the cyclones could land a hit, they were all sucked inside by the gyroscope. Jihan thought with apprehension, "That move deflects my attacks as if it were child's play. Even for a K-Nut member, he's just an ordinary one." Suddenly, the gyroscope in the sky broke apart, transforming into staves that fell downward. Polyhedron formation, Jin Unsi fourth form, back-breaking staves. They plummeted straight toward Jihan. He stood frozen in place, thinking, "How can the power gap between us be this massive?" The back-breaking staves fell and pinned Jihan's body, causing him to lose control. Trembling, he held out the cube. Jin Unsi stepped forward and said, "I heard you're a disciple who betrayed your own god. Where is NDT-0? He walked up and took the cube from Jihan's hand. Then he said, "But—" He tossed the box in his hand while Jihan, trapped by the back-breaking staves, trembled with rage. He turned his head and said, "No matter how much a disciple trains, even to the point of death and back, they can never become a god." Jihan grit his teeth in absolute fury. He struggled against the staves and roared, "What does an old awakened like you know?" causing Jin Unsi to look back at him with utter disgust. He glanced at the vibrating cube in his hand and thought, "This guy is really impatient." Jihan screamed at his subordinates, "What are you standing there for? Attack him!" The dazed subordinates suddenly reacted. They stood there in fear, still not daring to charge forward. The crowd finally rushed toward Jin Unsi, shouting, "Attack!" His eyes flashed with a cold purple light. He quickly lunged forward and drove a knee into one man's head, sending him falling backward. Junut sat in the snow, staring blankly at Jin Unsi fighting, unable to react in time. Jin Unsi laughed and reached his hand out in front of him. He released purple smoke that surged into the crowd, making them scream as they were flung away and into the volcanic crater. System notification. Volcanic eruption power is 80%. Jin Unsi stepped out from the thick dust. He put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Behind him, a group of wounded men were pinned down by cubes. He retracted the purple cubes and said, "The fight is over." Junut watched hazily and thought, "So this is an awakened? He took on the whole alliance by himself." He wondered, "Are there others this strong in Metabus besides the 6 gods?" In his imagination, he saw Jai Huan's image holding a sword, piercing the village's shield. He thought, "What if he fought Master Jai Huan? I'm definitely not in their league." Anderson was trapped in the cage when suddenly the door popped open. She let out a soft, as if she recognized something. Jin Unsi was walking away when he was blocked by a group. Still holding the cube, he asked, "Want to keep going?" He tossed the box and continued, "It's just a waste of effort. Can't you guys just surrender for me?" Anderson flew swiftly and snatched the cube from Jin Unsi's hand, making him startle. "Hey, give that back!" Anderson flapped her wings and brought the box to Junut. Both were overjoyed. She said, "Can not see that?" "I, Anderson the Shirtless, am that talented," Jin Unsi said angrily. "I won't let this go." Suddenly, a bright golden light flashed high in the sky. Realizing something, Jin Unsi's pupils contracted. Junot and Anderson were also startled and turned toward the light. High above, the pitch-black clouds were pierced and shattered by radiant golden beams. The dark clouds parted as brilliant golden light shone down upon the earth. Junot stood dazed and stammered, "What is that in the sky?" A pair of radiant bronze boots appeared, surrounded by crackling golden electricity. A man spoke softly. "It seems we have an uninvited guest here who is not only trespassing but also interfering in the affairs of Metabus." He stepped down from the heights and raised his hand, saying, "Begone, Keenut. You have no business here." It turned out he was the Spear God, Wise Spear Galion, leader of the Alliance Death Squad and one of the 6 gods of Metabus, rank 5. Anderson thought in fear, "I didn't expect him to come here in person." Jin Unsi watched the light before him and whispered, "Hey, kid." Junot startled and replied, "Yes, sir." He turned his face, unable to hide his fear, his mouth twitching as he tried to speak. Galion spread his hand, firing countless bolts of golden electricity down to the ground. Junot frowned at the brilliant light before him, wondering what was happening. Galion gave a cold smirk and launched a giant, radiant golden spear from above. Jin Unsi turned and shouted, "I told you to run, you idiot!" The massive spear plunged down as if to swallow the entire mountain, sending earth and stone flying into the air in total chaos. Both Junot and Anderson were thrown back, but she still gripped the cube tightly. Suddenly, cubes fell from the sky, making Jihan jump back to avoid them. The entire mountain seemed to shake from the sheer power of Galion. Once the attack ceased, the atmosphere turned thick and hazy. Jin Unsi combined the cube fragments into a massive wall to block Galion's assault. He said, "I've only heard people talk about the 6 gods. This is the first one I've seen in the flesh." He deployed Polyhedron Jin Unsi 5th form, Shield. He continued, "I thought it would be something impressive, but I was worried for nothing." Jin Unsi smirked and said, "I thought you'd at least be as strong as a squad leader. Oh, is it because you're fighting through a puppet instead of your true incarnation that you're this weak?" Galion frowned and said, "All 6 gods fight through puppets because that is more than enough to crush the hope of anyone who dares oppose us." He continued, "Even if you are from Keenut, we will not forgive your insult to this world." Hearing this, the youth only smirked and didn't reply. Jin Unsi brushed the dust off his sleeves, parted the purple cubes in front of him and said, "Insult? What a pity. I won't lose to a mediocre hollow puppet." Galion could only smile with amusement. Elsewhere, Junot was fleeing from Galion's attacks. He ran, panting heavily, clutching the cube. Anderson, perched on his head, said, "Damn it, if only Jae-hwan were here." At that moment, Jin Unsi's voice echoed in Junot's memory. "You can still run, right?" His eyes narrowed as he whispered, "Escape to the 7th floor at all costs. Go there and find the Black Moon Tavern." Junot clenched his hands and bolted down the slope. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light shot down from the sky right above Junot, leaving him rooted to the spot, gasping for air. Jihan's voice rang out, "Stop right there." Immediately after, the blue pillar struck the ground, shaking the earth and sending Junot flying in pain until he lay still on the snow. Jihan hovered in the air, looking at Junot and Anderson lying on the ground. He continued, "Anderson, hand over the cube right now." Hearing this, she said angrily, "Damn it! Jihan, how could you do something like this?" Jihan cast a cold gaze down at the ground and said, "I am no longer the Jihan you once knew. I'm sure you've known about what I've been doing all this time, right?" Anderson flew up and said, "I beg of you, let us go. I don't know why you're with the Alliance, but you weren't like this before." Jihan said, "If you keep holding that cube, you will die. Give it to me and get out, Anderson. If you do as I say, I will spare your life and your disciples, and I will ensure the Crow King's safety." Anderson said angrily, "How can I trust you?" Jihan replied, "I swear it to you by the god of whirlpools. No, by the Crow King." He continued, "If you don't hand it over, even if I have to use force." Veggie, standing behind him, shouted, "Jihan, what do you think you're doing?" He rushed toward Jihan and said, "This is no time to let your guard down and chat like this. Get the cube back now. Galion is waiting." Jihan's face darkened as he said, "You don't need to worry about that, Veggie." Veggie's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "What?" Without wasting a second, Jihan released a powerful surge of energy that pierced a large hole through Veggie, saying, Because I'm not handing the cube over to the Alliance. Junot, sitting on the ground with Anderson, was stunned by the scene before them. The system announced, Gotcha God Veggie is enraged at the puppet's death. Veggie's body fell into the crater, followed by numerous comments. Anonymous God 94 was shocked by Jihan's sudden action. Fire God Ignis was amused by the turn of events. Gotcha God Veggie was forced to end the live stream. Jihan landed on the ground and said, I suppose I can't wait any longer. Anderson said in terror, What is the meaning of this? What are you trying to do? Weren't you trying to take revenge on Eden? In the gloomy sky, only Jihan's voice replied, Anderson, I don't want the Crow King. I want the one who is with him. He gave a sinister smile and continued, I will absorb him and become an awakened. Hearing this, Anderson said angrily, Jihan, is this truly the path you've chosen? Have you forgotten your oath from 500 years ago? It's all gone, isn't it? Because of your desire to create a world where humans and gods are equal. Jihan's eyes widened as he said, Once they are cat and mouse, they can never be friends. Anderson replied blankly, What? Jihan stood on the ground, his shadow stretching long behind him. He said, If a cat and mouse want to be friends, there is only one way. The mouse must become as strong as the cat, right? Anderson said in confusion, You are just an ordinary incarnation. You cannot consume gods like the other deities. It seems you've forgotten who I am. Jihan's hand slowly turned purple, crackling with purple electricity. He said, I didn't just learn puppet making from the Crow King. I think I've given you enough time. He continued, That disciple of yours over there and the awakened inside the cube, making Junot tremble in panic on the ground. He still held the cube tightly. Those words terrified Anderson. He added, Choose the one you want to save, leaving Anderson's incarnation frozen in fear. On the other side, Jin Unsi looked amused and lunged forward, stepping on cubes to attack Galeon. Galeon's expression became stern as he raised his hand, firing a bolt of electricity. Jin Unsi quickly glided on cubes that merged into a massive purple hammer to counter the spear's strike. It seemed like they were evenly matched, but no. Galeon's spear drove straight into the hammerhead, shattering it into pieces. Taking Jin Unsi by surprise, his face showed a hint of confusion. Galeon's golden sparks grazed his arm, shocking him. The spear slammed into the snow, shattering the purple cube fragments even further. Jin Unsi quickly leaped backward, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. A long trail from his boots was carved into the snow. Jin Unsi grimaced before breaking into a wide, delighted grin. He knelt on the snow, surrounded by scattered shards of his purple cubes. He looked up at Galeon and said, Now this is starting to feel like a real fight. Galeon spoke coldly. Are you trying to buy time so Anderson and that disciple can escape? He continued, Holding me here is utterly useless. Jin Unsi looked startled and said, Huh? Galeon smirked and said, Because I am not the only one of the Metabus 6 gods here. Jin Unsi was stunned as he knelt in the snow. Suddenly, in the distance, a massive pillar of green light shot down, shaking the entire earth. Junot sat on the ground, trembling, still clutching the cube tightly. Those words terrified Anderson. Jihan continued, Choose the one you want to save. Anderson's incarnation showed a flash of fear. He continued, Hurry up, I'm only waiting a moment because of our shared history. Suddenly, a gray vortex plummeted from the sky. Jihan was startled as he witnessed this. A gray pillar crashed down, and a voice echoed from within. So, what is your choice? The main force that was supposed to arrive was the death squad led by Galeon. The gray pillar kept descending, forcing Jihan to step back in a defensive stance. From within the gray pillar, a massive hand reached out as a voice asked, Were you planning to destroy Veggie's puppet? He hovered in the air, his eyes fixed on Jihan. And steal the cube from the Alliance? Surrounding him were numerous subordinates already in combat positions. He had a massive physique with scarred arms and wore a large, glowing prayer bead necklace. He was the god of destruction, leader of the Hidden Fire Alliance, and one of the Metabus 6 gods, rank 4. Jihan grit his teeth in anger. He frowned, condensing blue light in his hand. He thought, I didn't expect 2 alliance leaders to come here. No matter what I say, they won't let me go. With a fierce expression, the god removed the beads from his neck and said, I ask you, are you betraying the alliance? The beads formed a figure 8 shape, looking like a noose swaying before Jihan, making him turn pale. He held the cracked beads up to his face and said coldly, Answer me. An illusion flashed through Jihan's mind, an image of his own head being severed, a death both swift and excruciating. Jihan stared at the beads and swallowed hard. Terrified, he tremblingly put his hand to his neck, still feeling the phantom sensation of the illusion he just imagined. Jihan fearfully turned back to look at Junot and Anderson sitting in the snow and shouted, Anderson, give me the cube, fast! He continued, Otherwise, we're all dead meat, making Anderson tremble with fear. Elsewhere, golden gears were constantly in motion. They interlaced and combined to maintain the mechanism. Eden and Jae-hwan stood on massive gears. Huge iron teeth rotated all around them, surrounded by a space resembling a mysterious galaxy. Jae-hwan raised his sword and repeatedly slashed at the upper structure of the gears. Eden sat calmly in a chair as a display appeared before her. She said, You'd better give up. More importantly, if you use a large amount of power in here, you'll suffer the backlash. She continued, There are signs of interference in the settings of this adjusted world. It seems to be the work of an extraordinary artisan. Jae-hwan glanced up at his glowing red sword strikes hitting the gear structure, which remained unaffected. He asked, Was this created by a succubus? Transparent blue blocks linked together to repair the damage. Eden looked up and said, Probably. I'm not sure, but it seems Tears of the Time waterfall were used to turn this place into a shrine. Jae-hwan gave Eden a sharp look and asked, How do we get out? She replied, I don't know. Even if I try to separate this place myself, it would take at least 10 days. He gripped his sword and said, In that case, even the soul fragments of Junot or Anderson will be gone. I won't be able to save them. I don't have time to wait. Eden tapped the display and said, Don't worry. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. A day in here is only equivalent to a minute out there. He asked curiously, Is that why you're so relaxed? The screen showed various crow items. This was the faith shop where items could be bought with faith points. Eden replied, This is how I survive. Unlike you, I must consume faith to maintain my existence. I need to earn them to eat. Jae-hwan said, Other gods don't need to do that. Although Anderson used to consume faith, it was to recharge world energy. She immediately frowned and said, Gods with disciples don't need to eat faith because their world energy increases and recovers automatically without them doing anything. But I am different because I am a god without an incarnation. An image appeared of a chipped jar leaking countless drops of water into a large, deep blue pool. Eden continued, The world energy of gods without disciples doesn't recover automatically. It simply depletes over time. So if I don't recharge using other methods, my existence will vanish. He said, So that's why you avoid conflict. You're lucky. She replied, I think you're the lucky one. He asked, Why don't you have an incarnation? She answered calmly, Because obviously, you can be betrayed. He added somberly, So you'd rather have no incarnation than suffer the pain of betrayal? Eden said with amusement, The way you put it sounds quite romantic. Eden continued tapping the display and said, Even though you didn't ask, I was betrayed 500 years ago. You probably already know Jihan used to be my incarnation. I don't mind talking about it. She continued calmly, He was the one who stole my puppet-making methods. He betrayed us and chose to follow the alliance. Jae-hwan replied, I didn't ask. She added, Even though his personality isn't great, he isn't a bad person. Actually, he made a fairly good choice. She talked on, But his choice is heading in the wrong direction. Before she could finish, Jae-hwan slashed, blowing up a section of the chair behind her. Despite his warning strike, Eden continued, even if he doesn't know how to express it. Jae-hwan pointed his sword directly at Eden and asked irritably, "Does every god of the abyss talk as much as you do?" His slash grazed past her and struck the ground behind, cracking the surface as dust rose. She continued, "Some are like me, but others aren't. After all, most members of the Alliance don't have incarnations." Eden crossed her arms and said calmly, "The gods of this tower don't have disciples either. I think disciples are just vermin that gnaw at their existence," which made Jae-hwan look pensive. She spoke again as images of Veggie and Galleon flashed in her mind. They want to become gods themselves without being bound by contracts with any incarnation or disciple. That's why they create puppets to act as their incarnations, because vermin living parasitically on them don't need a consciousness of their own. Without them, those gods wouldn't even exist, so those gods have no choice but to raise them to maintain their own existence. Her eyes narrowed, and she said, "How pathetic." Then, as if realizing something, she added, "Huh?" Jae-hwan replied, "The disciples know they think that way and still choose to serve them?" Eden raised her hand and answered, "All disciples need gods. To survive in the abyss, a world view is essential." He responded softly, "I know. What I'm saying is, why didn't they choose to follow better gods?" In his memory, Junot and Anderson were laughing happily, looking very close as if there were no barriers between them. He continued, "Though I hate to admit it, Anderson is actually a good god. Even as a lower deity, she is kind and cherishes each of her disciples." Eden twirled a lock of her hair and replied, "You're right. Kind gods do exist in the abyss." She spoke calmly. "But not all disciples want a god like Anderson. They need a powerful god to prove their own worth." Jae-hwan frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "Do you really think—" A bright halo surrounded a person clasping their hands respectfully. She continued, "That disciples act as representatives for their gods? Have you ever considered that the gods are actually the ones acting as representatives for their disciples?" Jae-hwan fell silent, thinking of the people he had met who said, "I am a disciple of Belkin," or "I am a disciple of Anderson." He said somberly, "I see. Their value changes depending on which god they serve. Just as gods need disciples, disciples need their gods. Each piece fits together to form a complete picture. At the bottom of the image, the hands of weak humans reached up for help. This represented a god, meaning it aligned with that god's values." Eden said, "The abyss is a place where those who cannot do anything for themselves lean on one another to survive." She continued, "That is why the disciples, the gods, and the monarchs look down on you. Because you are a being who acts for yourself." As Jae-hwan held his sword, a mysterious, glowing red eye appeared beneath his feet. Eden rested her chin on her hand and said, "But after seeing your shrine, I've become curious. Do you truly act only for yourself?" Jae-hwan held a puzzle piece, ready to place it into a glowing red, incomplete picture. She thought to herself, "Or are you just a disciple acting as a representative for your own worldview?" Jae-hwan's eyes turned cold. Sam Hyung-garam once said that simulators and awakened are actually two sides of the same coin. In his memory, a massive figure with wide eyes and a decomposing body revealed white bones. Jae-hwan watched the corpse at his feet and thought, the only difference between them is the world they believe in. He imagined his body hiding branches and red eyes that seemed to pierce through him. He thought, that means I might just be a slave to the world I believe in, just as Sam Hyung-garam was a slave to the system. Eden said cheerfully, "Is that world of yours truly your own?" Jae-hwan spoke quietly, "Is it or not?" Then he said loudly, "See for yourself and find out," making her startle. Behind Eden, a crimson space appeared. Withered trees pierced through giant skulls. High above, an eye emitted glowing red circles and a haunting light. Eden sat in her chair, stunned. She saw Jae-hwan standing calmly in place despite the terrifying surroundings. Eden stood up and looked at the sky with the red eye. "So this is the world you've lived in and seen every day? I know what that eye symbolizes." Jae-hwan said, "Everyone who sees it tells me the same." She replied, "It's not surprising. Everyone in the abyss knows what it is and tries not to look directly at it." She continued, "But a long time ago I saw someone who had that eye in his sky, just like you." This left him deep in thought. The sky above continued to pulse with red circles and mysterious power. She added, 700 years ago, the one who successfully cleared the final floor of Metabus had it too. But the thing in his sky wasn't an eye. It was something else. Jae-hwan remembered a mysterious person in a white mask. He thought, another god has a worldview like mine? He asked, who was it? Eden looked down at the ground and said, he was a member of the worst terrorist organization in the illusion tree. An image appeared of a man with long, platinum blonde hair. Only his back was visible, but it radiated the majesty of a great leader. The genius of Knut. Jae-hwan frowned and thought, Knut again. It's that organization. Eden rubbed her chin and said, his worldview was quite dark, much like yours. If there was a difference, it was... His worldview wasn't just dark, it was filled with loneliness. She looked up at the red eye and asked, are you trying to fight that eye? Is that why you're trying to destroy the illusion tree? She stood still and asked curiously, but why bother saving your friends? If you plan to destroy this world, don't you see the contradiction? A man trying to destroy the world while saving people? She asked as they stood in the haunting red space. He held his glowing sword and said, because that person... The red smoke beneath his feet slowly cleared to reveal a path. Suddenly, the red ground shook, startling Eden. A skyscraper-like tower surged up from beneath the earth, surrounded by swirling red smoke. He continued, deserves to witness this world's downfall. The tower grew taller and taller until it pierced through the protective glass of the cube. Glass shards fell before Jae-hwan's eyes. Finally, an entrance to the tower appeared. He said, I think I've found a way to escape. Jae-hwan climbed the stairs with agile steps. He was in a great hurry, running non-stop, with Eden following closely behind. She looked at the steps beneath her feet and thought, don't tell me this tower is... Suddenly, a step beneath her changed, as if submerged in pale yellow light. A brilliant golden light appeared before her eyes. Eden stared blankly at the pale yellow fragments floating around her. Inside them were Jae-hwan's memories. She thought, the memories of this tower are flowing into my head. Could this be the tower he once climbed? In his memory, a man with a slash across his eye said cheerfully, the team's spirit seems high today. We must have found some good materials. Another memory surfaced, showing a group of people laughing and talking. Are you going to fight the boss later? What's its attack pattern? Then a gentle old woman spoke slowly. Wait, step into the shop for a moment. I can set aside some good items for you boys. Then suddenly another memory appeared, drops of deep red blood dripping onto the cold ground. A young man covered in wounds, his mouth stained with blood, struggled to speak brokenly. I'm sorry, Jae-hwan. Then another memory appeared. A girl covered in blood still tried to reach out and touch Jae-hwan's cheek. She forced a smile and said, I hope you climb higher than you. Jae-hwan replied quietly, don't worry. The girl took her last breath, and her hand went limp, but he caught her wrist and said softly, I will witness the downfall of this world with my own eyes. Eden watched Jae-hwan running resiliently in front of her and thought, I share my memories with puppets because I can't bear the weight of carrying them. But he has created a tower within himself. This tower is his memories. But if there is a difference between him and me... She looked at his calm face. She thought, he is bearing the weight of all those memories alone. Perhaps that's why no one in this world can share them with him. The tower coiled inward, showing only endless stairs and a pitch-black, bottomless hole. She thought, if he decided not to carry these memories anymore, the suffering of those who climbed this tower would vanish. That's why, even in a world where the system erased their existence, he still remembers them all. Their resentment, their sadness, their despair, and all the time they spent together. Eden kept running and thought, finally, I understand how an ordinary human could become this powerful, and how a god with only one disciple could possess such immense divine power. Outside, the tower still stood tall, piercing through the glass. This tower is the story and the product he owns. The saga of the Nightmare Tower. The memories from this tower have become his divine power. The image of Jae-hwan running appeared before Eden. She thought, he paid the price by engraving these memories in his heart and enduring this terrible nightmare, so he gained power. She thought, were you a god even before you became one? While Jae-hwan walked, countless spirits of people he once knew watched him, clasping their hands in prayer, worshipping him like a god. Now he spoke. You asked me if this worldview belongs to me, right? Whether it belongs to me or not, I don't really know. But he stood before the wide-open gate leading outside and continued, I can affirm one thing to you, and only this one thing. That is, I will witness the downfall of this world. Those words left Eden silent in thought. Suddenly, red sparks flickered across the doorway, making Jae-hwan alert. Eden frowned at the sparks and said, something must be happening outside. The god of destruction frowned and said, Jihan, since you joined the alliance, I've never liked you. I opposed your joining even when the other 6 gods agreed. He swung the prayer beads around Jihan's neck. The beads automatically tightened, leaving Jihan struggling in fear. He continued, since you even betrayed the god you served, how can we be sure you won't betray us? He continued, I've let a human like you live for too long. I should turn you into a new puppet instead. Below, Junot and Anderson stood frozen, holding the trembling cube in fear. Seeing Jihan being strangled, Anderson said, they aren't paying attention to us anymore. This might be our last chance to escape. While the pursuit team is distracted, let's go. Suddenly, the bright sky was filled with countless mysterious dark blue auroras. The god of destruction's subordinates looked up in surprise. He widened his eyes as if realizing something and said, the pursuit team? He turned his head and said with satisfaction, I'm pretty sure I told you that just me and Galleon would be enough. A man appeared and said, with me here, the result is even more guaranteed. That's even better, isn't it? He is the leader of the Fire Alliance, one of the 6 gods of Metabus, rank 3. Anderson gasped and stammered, why are you here? In her memory, from the cold era 500 years ago, one of the 4 great heroes appeared, a very powerful young man. She shouted, you dare show your face after betraying those who lived and died with you. He stood in the air with a smug smile. It turned out he was the god of justice. Anderson angrily condensed a crow bomb in front of her. Then she activated Crow Mystery, Crow Cannon, and launched the bomb straight at Justice, but he calmly dodged it with ease. He raised his hand and said, Anderson, how pitiful. With just a flick of his hand, he shattered Anderson's crow bomb into pieces. This left her completely shocked by his power. Jihan grit his teeth, his body still struggling to escape the beads. He thought, you've become too weak. Damn it, I didn't expect 3 of the 6 gods to show up here. It's really over. Junot clutched the cube and thought, Master Jae-hwan. He lifted the box and looked at it closely, thinking, even though you've only been my god for a short time, I know how extraordinary you are, this time too. He threw the box toward Jihan despite Anderson's shout. Junot! He thought, I will place all my faith in you. Seizing the chance, Jihan grit his teeth and grabbed the box. The god of destruction was furious. He prepared to throw a punch and shouted, you! Suddenly a flash of light streaked through. It sliced off one of his fingers, leaving him stunned and unsure of how to react. Jihan held the cube in front of him and activated it, letting the light escape from within. The blue light burst out into a massive tornado, tearing the crowd into pieces. Junot fearfully grabbed Anderson and ran desperately to escape. The blue lights condensed into a small square in front of him. Then it exploded, firing beams of light with terrifying destructive power. Witnessing the horrific power of that box, the crowd trying to capture Jihan backed away in fear. Jihan grabbed the prayer beads and snapped them. He said, first will be your pursuit team, the ones who looked down on me, leaving Justice standing there stunned. Jihan seemed to absorb the energy from the cube, becoming even stronger. He raised his hand and shouted, I will tear you all into 100 pieces. He raised his hand, condensing a brilliant blue sphere, ready to attack the crowd. The crowd showed no fear and rushed toward Jihan, shouting, he's trying to do something! Attack! Suddenly, Jihan's entire body was encased in the blue sphere, which continued to expand. The sphere seemed to grow more powerful, gathering blue beams of light from all over the mountaintop. The beams swept through, marking the crowd with neat, pale blue squares. A second later, before the crowd could react, the beams sliced them into 100 pieces, giving them no time to even scream. Then countless others were cut into fragments, spraying white fluids that coated the area as Jihan watched. He continued to fire beams of light to deal with the remaining stubborn enemies, letting their remains fall freely onto the snow. They were sliced apart. Some had their arms severed. Others were chopped into small debris. Witnessing the scene, Jihan broke into a triumphant smile. His power seemed to explode as he continued to shred the bodies of those in the air. The scene was absolutely horrific, yet it left him completely unsatisfied. A person nearby asked, "Is this the power of an awakened?" "How about that?" Jihan smiled wildly despite the remains and white fluids falling before him. He thought, "The Alliance has no chance against me now." He looked down at his chest and closed his eyes, feeling the massive power spreading through his body. He thought, "Even the god I have a contract with, Hiso-ko, can't do anything against this power. With this invincible strength, I can do anything." Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke. "Is that so?" Jihan was startled when the god of destruction appeared behind him, radiating pure rage. He held up his hand with the severed fingers and said, "Is that all you can do?" He activated the Saga Supreme Pursuit Team Recovery, and his missing fingers slowly grew back. Jihan turned back in shock and said, How are you still alive?" The god rushed forward with lightning speed, grabbed Jihan by the face and said, Well, he slammed Jihan down with lightning speed, pinning him with his hand. He growled, "You've reached the limit of an insect. Don't bother struggling." A pillar of blue light shot down from above, shattering the ground where it struck into many pieces. The god of destruction continued to press Jihan's head hard against the hard ground, causing the earth to crack and flicker with blue sparks. After the light faded, Jihan lay flat on the ground as if about to vomit blood, thinking in panic, "How is this possible? I've already awakened my power." He grit his teeth and thought, "I have the power of another dimension." But his body felt completely drained of energy, and he couldn't move as the god of destruction stood over him. The god frowned and said, "You think you can get everything in such a short time? Such a typical delusion for a piece of trash insect." He reached toward Jihan's chest, and the cube began to emerge, emitting a powerful blue light. He continued, this time. With a decisive motion, he ripped the cube out of Jihan's body, causing Jihan to lurch in agonizing pain. He said, "Let me wake you up from your dream of being invincible." After the box was ripped from his chest, Jihan coughed up white fluid, and his eyes went blank like a lost soul. Jihan tried to lift his trembling hand, but he couldn't. He thought of how he had traded everything to gain this power. He thought, 500 years ago I abandoned my comrades and betrayed the god who helped me. Is this the result? Now, with a hole in his chest and his senses fading, he realized it was a pathetic end. The god of destruction raised his foot and shouted, "Die!" Before he could finish, a red eye appeared from the cube, emitting countless blinding beams of light. The light seemed to stun Junot, Anderson, and the god, leaving them frozen in place. The arm the god used to hold the cube was suddenly sliced off by a beam of light and flew into the air, taking him completely by surprise. His arm fell to the ground, still clutching the cube. But in an instant, the box cracked open, emitting a miraculous light. System notification. Anonymous. God 94 is jaw-dropped. Thunder God Juju says they knew this would happen. The system continued to notify Underworld God. Thanatos is wide-eyed. The cube gradually cracked to let blue light through, radiating in all directions. System notification. Fire God Ignis is looking for the master of the sword. The god of destruction saw the blinding blue light before him. He trembled, clutching his arm, and backed away, stammering, Who is it?" Two shadows emerged from the light. One of them said, "I am Jae-hwan," along with Eden standing in front of the motionless Jihan. He replied, "Jae-hwan, Long ago, it had been 542 years since entering the metabus. A mysterious man spoke. God, please include new products this time. A girl chimed in. How much longer are you going to make us use this hopeless saga? Another man shouted angrily, if you keep this up, I'll change the entire worldview. The metabus is a place where disciples flee, even though they do nothing but demand everything. Suddenly, from behind the god of destruction, shadowy heads with wide-open mouths laughed and rushed forward. He lowered his head and narrowed his eyes, staring directly at Jae-hwan. At that moment, a blade slaughtered and cut off the heads of those disciples. He thought, to survive in this place, I drove away every disciple who followed me. I banished all believers and all gods who trusted to form a bond with me. A trail of ink stretched out from the brush he held. That was how I became one of the 6 gods. 542 years ago, 500 years ago, I witnessed a great revolution. I defended my position against the 6 reserve gods. Once a new skill appeared, I would examine it and find a way to obtain it. I would reinvest in the truths the Alliance gained and develop divine power. At that time, the god of destruction sat on high, witnessing the adoration of the disciples kneeling on the ground before him. He thought, centuries have passed. I have lived like this and ruled in the name of the strongest of the 6 gods. One after another, disciples prostrated themselves on the ground amidst a flickering, hazy blue fire. A disciple kneeling on the ground could not contain his fear. Trembling, the god of destruction continued to hold his brush and spoke. I have finally written a complete word. He lifted the brush in satisfaction, feeling sick of everything. The god of destruction regenerated his severed arm and said, I thought the only one who could entertain me was the Crow King. You must be his incarnation. He laughed loudly as his final fingers healed and said, how interesting. He gestured toward his blue pillar and said, I have waited a long time for someone like you to appear here where no one dares to challenge me. Then, touching his pillar once more, he continued, power I have never seen appearing in someone like you makes me extremely excited. His silhouette was etched onto the ground along with the shadows of claws raised high. He smugly said, I wonder how strong you are, and Jae-hwan frowned, looking at the bizarre shadows before him. Massive arms with sharp claws were raised high as if to crush him. The god of destruction said with delight, what can you do to entertain me before you vanish? Suddenly those arms lunged into a brilliant blue sphere. Inside he closed his eyes, waiting for what would happen next. The oily arms intertwined tightly, creating a haunting space. They formed the shadow sanctuary of 10,000 soldiers. Jae-hwan remained perfectly calm inside, looking at the god sitting cross-legged on high, surrounded by mysterious gray swords. With one hand over his chest, the god shouted, I will savor the taste of your soul while you are still alive. Jae-hwan raised his hand and looked on with glowing golden eyes. A technique that influences my vision? It must be difficult to see through the domain of one of the 6 gods using inquiry. He stared at his hand, but it seemed too dark for him to see. He thought, I can't see anything. Not even my fingers or feet, not just my sight, but even my hearing is affected. He stood still and closed his eyes, trying to regain his senses. He thought, I don't know how I'm moving or where I'm looking. Everything is pure black, as if I'm imprisoned in an incredibly dark night. Suddenly, a pillar of light lunged from above, piercing the dark ground and shattering it into pieces. Another blue sword streaked past his hand and stabbed into the ground behind him, causing him to glance back. He thought, the only lucky thing is that I can still feel pain. The god of destruction sat on high. He raised his swords but was in no hurry to launch them. He smirked, thinking, I don't plan to kill the prey I've finally stumbled upon so quickly. Immediately he thought he would slowly enjoy this moment in the darkness. Then, he launched a succession of swords that moved around Jae-hwan but did not yet attack him. Suddenly, a blade from behind slashed across his back, but he did not react. This was followed by countless blades taking turns to strike his body. His golden eyes narrowed, and he quickly glanced upward. A sword lunged from the air, intending to stab him directly. But he quickly swung his own sword up to block it, sending it flying high and spinning. The god of destruction thought in surprise he shouldn't be able to see anything. Following that, a succession of swords was blocked by him with great ease. The god thought, how? Countless blades from all directions lunged at once, wanting to pierce his body. But with a swift dodge, a single sword strike sent all those blades crashing to the ground. A brilliant golden light flashed across the bottomless black ground, making the god think, he blocked those swords in such a short amount of time? The god of destruction clutched his arm and laughed loudly. He thought, good reflexes. Suddenly his healthy arm snapped off. He thought, perfect. He coldly tore off his newly regenerated arm and threw it up, thinking, what fun is a hunt if the prey doesn't show any new tricks? He swung his arm high, sending white fluid spraying in a circle. He grit his teeth and thought with excitement, I'll consider you an exception and get serious. Using the white fluid flowing from his arm, he wrote a character. Suddenly, countless glowing blue swords appeared in the space. Seeing this, he was extremely smug. Because you deserve it. He smiled and said, try blocking this. As he spoke, countless blades fell from the air with lightning speed to attack Jae-hwan. Many blades lunged down continuously from the character he had written. They crashed down, shattering all the rocks and earth around him. This created an extremely hazy purple dust. Standing on high, he waited in total satisfaction for Jae-hwan's death. Suddenly, from within the thick smoke, the light of a sword appeared. Jae-hwan's Saga, World-Slaying Sword, Second Form. Ngay sau đó, lưỡi kiếm của anh liền tách ra làm hai, rồi lóe lên những gai nhọn đỏ rực. Jae-hwan giơ thanh kiếm lên. Cao giờ đây, cây kiếm càng trở nên mạnh mẽ. Nó được hòa trộn sức mạnh của thanh kiếm cùng thế giới quan của anh ta. Dưới chuôi kiếm còn phát ra một thứ ánh sáng đỏ rực vô cùng ma mị. Vị thần hủy diệt độ mồ hôi dường như nhận ra thứ gì đó. Khi cây kiếm của anh giơ ra, nó liền tách làm hai, rồi nhanh chóng hấp thu những thanh kiếm của hắn ta vào trong, khiến hắn ta vô cùng hoang mang. Nghĩ giải thoại đó là gì? Nó đang hấp thu toàn bộ vũ khí của mình. Hắn ta trên tay vẫn cầm cánh tay của mình rồi hét lớn. Ngươi dám cướp đi vũ khí của ta, ta sẽ giết ngươi. Jae-hwan chán nản nói. Nếu chúng quan trọng đến thế, thì sao lại vứt tùm lum? Ra như vậy, bỗng từ trên không lại tiếp tục rơi xuống một cơn mưa kiếm trong, khi anh vẫn cầm cây diệt kiếm của mình mà chẳng hề run sợ. Ngay lập tức, hắn ta liền viết lên trên không một chữ gì đó bằng cánh. Tay của mình những mũi kiếm lại tiếp tục lao xuống người Jihan, nhưng anh chẳng hề nao núng. Hắn ta điên tiết nói đâm bóng. Từ trên, không những tia điện xanh rực từ vào thành một cây kiếm to lớn, những nguồn điện cũng hút từ dưới đất, nên khiến Jahan chỉ biết cúi thấp người mà né tránh. Lưỡi kiếm to lớn ngưng từ những tia điện xanh lao xuống, cùng với tiếng hô lớn của hắn ta đâm đâm đâm. Hắn ta cười lớn rồi nói, ngươi tưởng có thể né cả đời sao mộng. Tự thanh kiếm phóng ra vô số luồng điện rồi ngưng tụ thành những cây kiếm vô cùng sắc bén. Đó là giải thoại của Raker vô hạn lôi kích. Khi ấy, những lưỡi kiếm phát ra lôi điện xuất hiện phía sau lưng vị thần hủy diệt, khiến hắn vô cùng sung sướng. Không hề e sợ, Jae-hwan vẫn tiếp tục đập nền đất để né tránh những lưỡi kiếm sắc bén của hắn ta từ trên không. Hắn ta nói lớn, dù có cổ đến đâu, Jae-hwan liền vụng cây kiếng thành mấy đường, rồi ngăn chặn lại hết những cây kiếm của hắn ta. Anh nói sức mạnh của ngươi cũng chỉ đến tầm thiếu tướng thôi. Đôi mắt anh cào lại, rồi anh thử kiếm về đâm lên trên cao một nhát. Từ trong cây kiếm phóng ra một nguồn năng lượng đổ rực như con mắt, lao lên trời. Nó trực tiếp VA chậm lấy mũi kiếm của hắn ta, một vụ chấn động vô cùng khủng khiếp. Thần hủy diệt hét lớn vô cùng bất ngờ mà vẫn tiếp tục đâm cây kiếm xuống để chống lại sự tấn công của anh. Nhưng anh cũng không chịu thua mà cậu mày giữ vững tư thế. Một cột ánh sáng đỏ rực lao xuống mặt đất làm vỡ tan cây kiếm lôi điện của hắn ta, rồi gây ra một vụ chấn động khủng khiếp xuống nền đất, làm nền đất vỡ vụn thành từng mảnh nhỏ. Vị thần hủy diệt tròn mắt sợ hãi, những chặt răng nhìn thấy những mảnh kiếm của mình đang bị vỡ nát rơi xuống chân hắn ta. Hắn ta nghĩ, đây không phải là trận chiến giữa hai thần điện. Mình chỉ đang đối đầu với một giải thoại tầm thường, khi mà trên bầu trời kết giới của hắn đã vỡ vụn mà trở thành mây khói. Hắn ta nghĩ không ngờ thần điện của mình lại vỡ phía ngoài trời, những thanh gươm của hắn đã bị bốc cháy rồi tan thành khói để lộ. Ra bên ngoài là một bầu trời sáng rực vô cùng, quảng đãng dưới mặt đất, chỉ còn Jihan cầm cây diệt, đứng giữa không gian yên ắng. Phía trên liền tuyết đã được những ánh sáng của mặt trời chiếu vào hệ thống thông báo thần chớp. Dây đang cảm thấy sốc thần ản danh 90 bổn, không thể tin được điều vừa thấy. Một số vị thần kinh hãi trước chuyện vừa xảy ra. Từ phía xa Junat vậy. Tay vui vẻ chạy tới rồi gọi lớn anh Jae-hwan. Cùng lúc đó trên tay anh thanh kiếm cũng đã trở lại về hình dáng ban đầu. Hệ thống thông báo thần an danh 158 nói. Kể cả liên minh cũng chẳng vĩ đại đến thế. Buổi stream này đã được bình chọn là livestream nổi tiếng nhất của tiểu đệ. Hầu hết những vị thần đang xem buổi stream này qua thế nét thần an danh 99 hồi. Từ giờ chuyện gì sẽ xảy ra với 6 thần Metaboss? Trên mặt đất, vị thần hủy diệt đang ngã quỳ xuống toàn thân run rẩy trước sự chứng kiến của Joan. Hệ thống thông báo thần an danh 32 nghi thần, ám sát thật thảm hại danh tiếng của Thu Toloa thế đã lan truyền khắp các tầng của Metaboss. Tài xế của Metaboss đang chú ý vào kết quả của trận đấu. Vị thần hủy diệt run rẩy dưới liền đặt thầm nghĩ, không thể nào làm. Sao có chuyện toàn bộ sức mạnh mình tích lũy được suốt thời gian qua. Chỉ đến thế này, mình không thể gục ngã ở đây được, phải giết hắn. Hắn ta vẫn quỳ dưới lên đất trong khi Jae-hoan đang bước tới gần hắn nghĩ, mình cần phải làm thế, mình không thể triển khai thần điện. Han Run-rae nghĩ thận điện của mình đang từ chối triển khai vì sợ hãi tên đó mặc. Cho Junat và Jae-hoan đang cầm thanh kiếm trên tay, bước đến vị thần hủy diệt run rẩy ngước mắt lên nhìn anh rồi nói, ngươi là tên quái vật nào? Một điều mình từng nghe vừa chạy qua tâm trí, một con quái vật không thuộc về thế giới này sẽ hoàn toàn lật ngược tòa tháp khi xuất hiện ở meta. Bất cứ mọi vài thế kỷ khi ấy, thế giới được vận hành bởi những bánh răng khổng lồ luôn luôn luân chuyển. 9 thế kỷ trước, mong ma huyền thoại kể đã đến được tầng cuối cùng của Metaboss. Một người đeo mắt là bí ẩn bay thế kỷ trước. Một con quái vật đến từ khe nứt đã hoàn toàn phá hủy tầng 9 của Metaboss và tiêu diệt 6 thần. 6 thế kỷ trước, chỉ huy trưởng của liên minh hiện đại người đã được trao cho biết danh là một trong 7 đại thần và thống nhất liên minh của Metaboss. Khi ấy, một huy hiệu hiện ra trong ngọn lửa đang cháy đỏ rực. Vì cả 3 con quái vật vô lý đó đều xuất hiện vào vài thiên niên kỷ trước, nên mình sẽ không thể bắt gặp chúng ở thời đại của mình là những gì mình đã nghĩ. Jae-hoan không nói tiếp liền cầm thanh kiếm bước gần tới hắn ta. Hắn Esa vô cùng sợ hãi nghĩ, lúc đầu cứ tưởng mình sẽ có cơ hội được chơi đùa với hắn sau khoảng thời gian dài, chứ giờ đây hình ảnh của hắn thật giống người môn đồ đang quy rạp dưới đất run rẩy mà cung phụng hắn ta rằng hắn chỉ là một tên thách đấu gia không biết sợ dám thách thức mình tại Metaboss nơi không. Ai có thể làm đối thủ của mình nữa, trong khi Jae-hoan đang trầm ngâm nhìn hắn run rẩy trước mặt hắn, nghĩ tới lúc bản thân cầm cây cỏ viết một chữ gì đó, mình cứ nghĩ cùng lắm, hắn cũng chỉ là ứng cử viên. Cho 6 thần vài 10 kỳ mới xuất hiện một lần. Chữ viết của hắn viết trên mặt giấy đã hoàn chỉnh, nhưng có lẽ hắn ta nghĩ mình đã lầm kẻ đang đứng trước mặt mình. Hình ảnh Jae-hoan đổ rực vô cùng đáng sợ, đúng chặn trước tầm nhìn của hắn ta, khiến hắn ta thầm nghĩ chắc chắn là một con quái vật. Jae-hoan ném cho hắn một cái nhìn khinh bỉ mà nói không còn gì để cho ta đâm nữa à. Hệ thống thông báo số người xem trực tiếp hiện nay đã được cập nhật trước thần dây đáng gieo hò Thu Toloa thề Joan tự thần Thanatos cảm thấy rất ấn tượng với lòng dũng cảm của Joan thần cờ bạc. Varaka phát hiện được mùi vị chiến thắng mà đã lâu rồi, chưa cảm nhận được livestream của bạn đang được đề cử trên trang chủ của tiểu đệ trên mấy cái màn hình. Hiển thị xuất hiện hình ảnh của Jae-hoan, khiến cô gái vô cùng bất ngờ trước những bình luận vừa hiện ra. Cô ấy ngại nói cái gì đây? Hệ thống thông báo thần long. Roy Ian cảm thấy hứng thú với tình huống đang diễn. Ra Hoa thần đang cổ vũ cho Jae-hoan. Một gái có bím tóc hai bên hốt hoảng nói 2 trong số 7 đại thần. Cô gái tốt mắt nghĩ Hoa thần Ignis là người xem lâu dài của mình, nhưng đến cả Dorian, toàn quyền quân chủ địa điểm thứ 2 của vực thẳm và chủ nhân của giải thoại Hạc Hòa Lòng, cũng đang xem. Sao cô gái nghĩ tiếp? Không chỉ có vậy, trên màn hình hệ thống liên tiếp những bình luận của những vị thần vô danh được biết đến với cái tên người xem dè dắt. Trên hệ thống xuất hiện bình luận hóa thân vô danh 313 đằng cổ vũ cho Jae-hoan và vô số những lời bình luận khác. Cô gái thầm nghĩ cấp độ của họ trong tiểu đệ vẫn còn thấp nên không thể vào stream chính được, nhưng các hóa thần và môn đồ của những vị thần đó đang xem thông qua các trang stream phủ. Trên màn hình tiêu đề live hiện lên sốc sự bay bài của 6 thần Metaboss. Hệ thống thông báo stream phủ tin mới nhất thần ám sát dây cơ đã bị đánh bại. Trần màn hình hiện ra hình ảnh của Jae-hoan đứng yên quan sát vị thần hủy diệt đang run rẩy quỷ dưới nền đất. Hệ thống thông báo stream phủ Hải 6 thần đã tồn tại hàng thế kỷ, sắp phải thay đổi thành viên stream phủ. Bia dây cơ đã bị đánh bại, chiến tranh 6 thần sắp xảy ra. Cô gái có 2 bím tóc vẫn ngước mắt lên màn hình e sợ nghe ngóng. Từ bên trong tiếng của vị thần hủy diệt lắp bắp nói ta không thể tin được. Hình ảnh của vị thần hủy diệt in trên một tấm gỗ lớn, đó chính là sự bay bại của dây cơ, một trong 6 thần Metaboss. Chỉ như đó là đủ để tạo ra tin tức đồng trời chỉ vài trăm năm mới xảy ra một lần. Khi ấy hình ảnh của vị thần hủy diệt bị đạn ngã ra sau, Nhưng lý do thật sự mà trận chiến này lại thu hút nhiều sự chú ý đến vậy là bởi vì sự kiện này sẽ không chỉ dẫn đến chuyện 6 thần Metabot thay đổi thành viên. Khi ấy hình ảnh của vị thần hủy diệt đổ xuống mạng, theo những quân gỗ đằng sau đều đổ. Theo như một hiệu ứng domino, 5 trong số 6 vị thần hiện tại đều thuộc về liên minh. Chuyển một người trong số họ lại bị một vị thần nhỏ bé đánh bại, còn có ý nghĩa trọng đại hơn cả sự thua trận của 6 thần nữa. Có thể hiểu rằng đây là sự bay bại của liên minh. Cùng với đó, liên minh đã thống trị tòa tháp trong suốt 600 năm qua, đang dung chuyển hệ thống thông báo thần vô danh 752, đang mê về một cuộc đảo chính mới. Thần vô danh 583, đang mơ về một cuộc đảo chính mới. Họ mang hy vọng rằng lịch sử lâu dài của Metaboss cuối cùng cũng sẽ thay đổi, nên việc các vị thần cấp thấp lại chú ý đến sự kiện này cũng dễ hiểu thôi. Cô gái có bím tóc hai bên nói hỏi người xem yêu quý của tôi. Cô ta đứng từ trên một rìa đá nhìn về ngọn núi lửa vẫn nằm yên, dưới một lớp tuyết dày phía bên dưới chân cô là vô số những lớp sương bao phủ vô cùng âm u. Cô ta nói chuyện đang xảy ra có thể còn lớn, lao hơn những gì chúng ta tưởng nữa. Bên này Jin Unsi đang thở hổn hển có vẻ như đang mất sức. Dưới nền tuyết xung quanh cậu vương vãi, những mảnh vỡ của khối vuông Jin Unsi che tay lên trán để tránh thu ánh sáng chói mắt của Galleon trên cao. Cậu ta nghĩ mình biết là sẽ không dễ, nhưng thế này thì đúng là rắc rối hơn mình nghĩ. Galleon ở trên cao cầm thanh giáo của mình trên tay, xung quanh ông ta liền phát ra những tia điện vàng rực. Ông ta nói trông ngươi có vẻ mệt mỏi. Câu nói của ông ta khiến Jin Unsi vô cùng tức giận. Bỗng nhiên Galleon dường như nhận ra sự rung chuyển khiến ông ta phải ngưng lại việc tấn công. Jin Unsi nhìn lên đất đang rung chuyển dưới chân mình, hốt hoảng nói không thể nào. Mắt cậu nhăn lại không thể giấu được sự hoang mang. Thầm nghĩ mình quá tập trung vào trận chiến lên quên mất núi lửa. Hiện giờ nó vẫn còn bình thường, nhưng núi lửa sẽ sớm phun trào thôi. Hệ thống thông báo All View sẽ sụp đổ hoàn toàn trong vòng 20 phút nữa. Jin Unsi đứng dưới nền tuyết gào lớn chết tiệt. Này cái tên kia, cậu ta tức giận nói. Thế này không có nghĩa là ta thua đâu đấy. Ta không biết khi nào núi lửa phun trào, nên mới phải rút lui thôi. Leon nhìn cậu ta rồi nhẹ giọng nói tên nhóc phiền phức. Trên màn hình hiển thị Gia Leon. Cô gái buộc tóc hai bên hốt hoảng chi tay vào màn hình rồi nói. Ô các vị thần của tôi, ơi tề rồi đây. Hình như đứa trẻ tự khẽ nứt gần miệng núi lửa đã bị thua rồi. Cô gái tức giận lắm chặt lấy bàn tay, thầm nghĩ chết tiệt. Nếu là vậy thì dù dây cơ có bị đánh bại đi nữa, Galleon mà gia nhập cùng họ thì tình hình cũng sẽ không ổn. Mặc dù chúng ta có Dê Hoan và Nha Vương, nhưng mà liệu họ có thể đánh bại được cả ba người đó không? Ánh mắt cô ta liếc nhanh về phía phát ra tiếng động rồi thầm nghĩ không đâu. Nếu như anh ta đánh bại bằng chính thực lực của mình mà không phải nhờ vận may, thì có lẽ họ sẽ vượt qua được tình cảnh này. Bỗng một thứ gì đó to lớn chặn mặt ánh sáng trước mặt cô ta, khiến cô ta run rẩy, nói đó là phía bên này. Dây cơ run rẩy quỳ dưới nền đất mặc cho Dê Hoan đã cầm chặt cây kiếm mà tiến lại gần hắn ta. Hắn ta thầm nghĩ kẻ đang đứng trước mặt mình. Hình ảnh Dê Hoan đổ rực vô cùng đáng sợ, đừng chắn trước tầm nhìn của hắn ta, khiến hắn ta thầm nghĩ chắc chắn là một con quái vật. Dê Hoan liếc đôi mắt vàng sắc bén trên mặt còn vết chém ngang trên mặt lạnh lùng, nói không còn gì để cho ta đâm nữa à. Vị thần hủy diệt tức giận mà nghiến chặt hàm răng, rồi hắn ta tức giận mà lao lên tấn công anh. Eden đứng sau Jae Hoan liền lên tiếng xem ra ta chưa giúp được gì thì đã kết thúc rồi. Jae Hoan liếc mắt nhìn Jonas rồi hỏi cậu có bị thương không, khiến cậu ta vô cùng bất ngờ. Cậu ta cười híp mắt rồi nói tôi vẫn ổn, còn anh thì thế nào? Jae Hoan cười nhẹ rồi đáp tôi không sao. Eden tối mắt khi nhìn thấy Jae Hoan và Jonas đang cười nói vui vẻ mà không thể ý kiến gì. Eden nói tiếp. Nhìn thấy cảnh tượng ấm áp thế là đúng là tốt thật. Không giống như người nào đó bị môn đồ phản bội. Jae Hoan cáu kinh nhìn cô ta rồi đáp cô im đi rồi. Anderson liền nói Eden không cần phải cảm thấy đố kỵ đâu, dù gì cũng đã qua 500 năm. Phía trên cao có hai bóng hình của người nào đó lên tiếng sao. Nhưng mà ta nghĩ đây không phải thời gian để các ngươi nói lời đoàn tụ với nhau đâu, khiến cả bọn người đều rất ngạc nhiên mà ngước mắt. Quan sát Gertie lên tiếng. Các ngươi có thể trò chuyện vui vẻ như thế. Mọi chuyện đã kết thúc rồi vậy, và tên dây cơ đang vô cùng tức giận, đứng cạnh anh ta cùng cánh tay đang hồi phục. Anh Anderson nói người. Hệ thống thông báo tầng 6 sắp sửa bị phá hủy. Worldview sẽ sụp đổ hoàn toàn trong vòng 20 phút nữa. Bỗng nhiên liền đặt dưới chân 4 người, liền rung chuyển. Jerry Hoan nói xem. Ra núi lửa đã phun trào rồi. Jerry cười nhẹ nói, các ngươi đừng có mà phí phạm thời gian đứng đó chơi trò tình bạn nữa. Cũng đúng lúc lắm, từ phía sau Galleon bước tới bên JT, và vị thần hủy diệt ông ta nói, toàn bộ sức chiến đấu của chúng ta đã quay trở lại rồi. Sắc mặt Galleon cầu lại vô cùng nghiêm nghị mà nhìn xuống nền đất. Junat Ronray thầm nghĩ tới Junat người đó thua rồi sao? Jerty tụ tồn nói, cảm ơn người đã Chờ bọn ta thấy một trận chiến đáng kinh ngạc, ta cũng không ngờ là thần điện của dây cơ lại có thể bị phá vỡ, mà không cần phải triển khai thần điện đấy. Ta muốn đưa ra một đề nghị, cuối cùng ngươi có ý định gia nhập liên minh không? Bọn ta sẽ trao cho người những điều kiện tốt nhất để gia nhập liên minh hóa của bọn ta, khiến dê hoang dưới nền đất vô cùng ngạc nhiên, mà chưa nên tiếng đáp lại nằm. Anderson nói, không ngờ ngươi lại đưa ra lời đề nghị như vậy. Ngươi cứ nói như thế, ngươi là một thành viên thực sự của chúng, AI sẽ tin một kẻ đã phản bội đồng đội mình vào 500 năm trước như ngươi chứ? Gertie nói, nếu ngươi muốn thì ta cũng sẽ đảm bảo cho và đũa môn đồ đằng kia được an toàn. Anderson tức giận nói, đảm bảo an toàn cái lông ấy, ngươi định bắt bọn ta làm con tin chứ gì xem, ra hắn định phong ấn ta giống như những gì hắn đã làm trong quá khứ. Anh ta búng tay, bỗng một chiếc màn hình xuất hiện trước mặt rồi anh ta nói, ta sẽ không làm vậy đâu, với tư cách là một vị thần thì ta sẽ lấy tên mình ra để thế và còn đưa cho ngươi một khế ước nữa đây. Eden bước tới rồi nói khế ước ký dưới tên thần công lý. Cô ta cười lớn rồi nói, ngươi vẫn còn dùng cái tên ngu xuẩn đó à? Công lý, vị thần công lý, đúng là buồn cười thật. Gertie nhìn vào màn hình, hiển thị bản khế ước rồi nói lâu rồi không gặp Eden. Cô ta đáp lễ, ra ta nên biết ngươi là AI, ngay từ giây phút nghe thấy cái biệt danh đó ta đã quá ngu ngốc rồi. Eden nói ngay đến hoa thần Ignis và thần hắc ám Catch cũng không chân thật bằng ngươi nữa. Chân thật ý người là sao? Anh ta đáp, ngươi không cần biết đâu nếu ta giải thích. Cho ngươi thì linh hồn ngươi sẽ vỡ tan thành từng mảnh đầy. Rồi Rusty bóp mạnh làm vỡ đôi chiếc màn hình. Hiển thị anh ta nói, ta nghĩ giờ không phải lúc để người thanh thơi đến vậy đâu đúng. Eden nói, ngươi thấy kỹ năng của Thu Toloa thế rồi mà vẫn còn nói vậy được sao? Anh ta đưa đôi mắt lạnh lùng nhìn xuống rồi nói, sức mạnh của hắn đúng là ấn tượng thật nhưng người đã quên vài chuyện rồi. Sao? Bỗng từ trên trời nơi Roti đứng bỗng xuất hiện những tầng sáng xanh. Lao xuống, anh ta nói tiếp. Liên minh mà chúng ta từng chiến đấu chống lại là một nơi như thế nào ấy, và liên minh đó đã trở thành một nơi như thế nào trong vòng 500 năm qua. Một Eden tròn mắt sợ hãi rồi nói một cánh cổng khổng lồ lũ khốn khiếp đừng nói với ta là bỗng những tia ánh sáng xanh tự họp lại rồi ngưng tụ vào một chiếc mũi giáo khổng lồ. Đó là vũ khí đại chiến của Liên minh Tinh Vân, khiến đám người dê hoan vô cùng bất ngờ. Rất ti cắt giọng nói mạc cho phía sau lưng anh ta liên tục phát ra những tia điện xanh xẹt ngang trên bầu trời. Thay thế nào hạ giờ thì các ngươi có hứng thú đàm phán chưa nhỉ? Ta rất tò mò đấy đây. Eden tức giận hét lớn, ta không tin được là người lại mang thứ dùng trong đại chiến ra, chỉ để chiến đấu với chúng ta. Ngươi thực sự muốn phát động chiến tranh? Sao ngươi mang vũ khí đại chiến của liên minh đến đây đe dọa chúng ta, rồi gọi đó là đàm phán à? Dê Hoan trầm giọng nói thái độ, khi đàm phán của người vậy là sai rồi, khiến Eden đứng cạnh Tô ra bối rối. Anh giơ thanh kiếm của mình lên ngang mặt nói, nếu người thực sự muốn đàm phán thì đáng lý ra thủ lĩnh của các ngươi phải đích thân đến đây. Ngươi vẫn chưa hiểu được tình hình hiện tại sao? Anh liền cầm cây kiếm của mình xuống nền đất rồi nói, ta cho ngươi 5 phút tính từ bây giờ. Hành động bất ngờ của anh khiến JT thoáng lộ ra vẻ bất ngờ. Dê Hoan nói, trả người bạn bị kéo đến tầng 7 làm con rồi lại cho ta. Anh tựa tay vào chuỗi kiếm đang bị cầm dưới đất rồi ngước mắt nhìn lên phía trên rồi nói, nếu ngươi làm theo thì ta sẽ tha mạng cho ngươi. JT nhíu mày nói, trong tình cảnh này chuyện đó nghe thật lố bịch nhưng thôi được. Anh ta xòe bàn tay để hiện ra một màn hình hiển thị rồi anh ta nói, tên bạn ngươi là gì? Dê Hoan liền đáp, Kim Jong Quan. JT xoa cầm rồi nhìn vào màn hình nói, ngươi chắc là hắn có ở đây không? Kết quả tìm kiếm không trả về gì cả. Cả danh sách con rồi đã được đăng ký lần hàng cho đăng ký cũng đều không có, ta không thấy tên hắn trên này. Dê Hoan tới mắt nói, có vẻ người không thích thương lượng lắm nhỉ? Ta vừa bảo là tên bạn ngươi không có trong này rồi kia mà. Dê Hoan giơ thanh kiếm đang bao bọc bởi luồng ánh sáng xanh chia lên trời rồi anh nói, ta tự trèo lên trên kia kiểm tra là biết liền. Gertie đứng trên cao rồi nói, ngươi đùa ta sao? Anh vẫn chia thẳng cây kiếm lên cao rồi nói, trong mọi trường hợp việc của ta cũng nằm ở trên đỉnh tòa tháp, khiến Eden ở phía sau cũng vô cùng bất ngờ trước quyết định của anh. Gertie trầm giọng hỏi, sao ngươi lại muốn lên trên đó? Trong khi Galleon giơ tay gần như mất kiên nhẫn và dây cơ cũng đã triệu hồi những thanh kiếm của mình ra để chuẩn bị tấn công Dê Hoan dưới mặt đất. Nói chẳng phải ta vừa nói sao ta có việc ở trên đó? Rất tỉ nhíu mày nói, tiền tài danh vọng quyền lực, dù ngươi có mong muốn thứ gì ở trên đỉnh tòa tháp, bọn ta cũng đều có thể đáp ứng được hết. Dê Hoan cầu mày nói, không, ngươi không làm được đâu. Bỗng từ trên cao phát ra giọng nói của Galleon cất lên, chắc là cuộc trò chuyện của chúng ta ngay từ đầu đã vô nghĩa rồi. Rớt tỉ vào những thanh kiếm của dây cơ đồng thời lao xuống thẳng tới chỗ của Dê Hoan Mạc, cho xung quanh anh được những đám quả Bay quanh bảo vệ chưa đến một giây sau, Hoan đã đập lên một con quả mà bắt nhảy lên cao. Anh lao người cùng thanh kiếm vào trong luồng sáng vàng rực vô cùng chói mắt mà không hề tỏ ra sợ hãi. Gertie cầm thanh kiếm của mình tức giận nói. Tên thức tỉnh giả cứng đầu, rồi hai người lao vào nhau nhưng ra những đòn chém vô cùng dứt khoát. Anh ta nói tiếp. Ngươi nghĩ đây là lần đầu bọn ta đối mặt với thức tỉnh giả à? Bất ngờ Hoan lùi xuống để những đàn quả nào lên. Những con quả tụ lại thành một quả bom lớn. Trước sự chứng kiến của anh, chúng lao thẳng vào người Roti, khiến anh ta dường như mất thăng bằng mà từng đòn lệch. Anh ta bỗng tái mặt khi thấy luồng sáng đỏ trước mặt. Hoan triệu hỏi cây diệt kiếm của mình, rồi đâm một nhát kiếm vô cùng uy lực vào Roti, nhưng anh ta lại may mắn tránh được. Anh thử cây kiếm về đôi mắt lạnh lùng khẽ cầu lại rồi nói, phiền thật, ta đang định đứt một lỗ trên đầu ngươi kia mà. Gertie cười mỉa mai rồi nói, khi một con người trở thành thần ngươi, có biết thứ gì của chúng sẽ trở nên yếu đi không? Rồi bất ngờ từ trên bầu trời thu vũ khí đại chiến tinh vân xuất hiện. Anh ta đắc ý dang rộng hai tay rồi nói là lời cầu nguyện. Từ bên trong chiếc tinh vân bỗng tách ra thành nhiều mảnh để lâu thứ ánh sáng trắng bên trong. Dần dần những mảnh của tinh vân đã để lộ ra một màn lưới trắng xóa bên trong. Hương ánh sáng trắng ấy sáng rực cả một vùng, khiến Junat chứng kiến không khỏi hoảng sợ. Từ bên trong vũ khí phát ra những luồng ánh sáng vô cùng mạnh mẽ chiếu thẳng xuống Hoan, khiến anh dường như mất ý thức mà rơi tự do xuống nền đất. Phía bên trong vũ khí phát ra những luồng ánh sáng dường như muốn thổi bay mọi thứ. Anderson bỗng nói lớn tránh đi thứ ánh sáng ấy chiếu thẳng vào mắt Hoan, khiến anh chẳng hề kịp đề phòng. Bỗng từ trong vũ khí ấy phát ra những tiêu cực quang sáng lóa, lao thẳng về phía anh, khiến anh không thể chống đỡ nổi. Tung mảnh ký ức vụn vỡ mờ ảo hiến ra trong tâm trí anh, làm anh vô cùng choáng váng, khiến anh tiếp tục mất ý thức mà rơi xuống, cả cơ thể lao xuống đất. Nhưng rất may Eden và Junat đã kịp thời đổ anh lại. Những sự việc đó khiến hai người vô cùng hoảng hốt. Cụ thể đưng mạnh ký ức tiếp tục hiện lên trong đầu anh. Gertie dang rộng hai tay rồi cười lớn nói, ngươi nghĩ sao về thế giới của thần linh? Một số vị thần có thể nghe thấy được giọng nói của công lý, nhưng số khác thì chỉ có thể nghe thấy được giọng nói của người sắp chết, giống như Eden hay Jacker, hoặc cũng như có những vị thần chỉ có thể nghe được cuộc nói chuyện liên quan đến ám sát. Cũng có những kẻ chỉ hứng thú với lõa thê như Anderson. Dù vậy, không vị thần nào có thể nghe thấy được tất cả lời cầu nguyện. Gertie nói tiếp, chỉ khi chọn ra giải thoại và đóng chặt tay lại với những người cầu nguyện, những vị thần đó mới có thể sống sót trong thế giới này. Anh ta từ trên cao nói, pháo thần vũ khí giải thoại đặc biệt chống thức tỉnh giả. Nó là công nghệ giúp cưỡng chế mổ ra thế giới của thần linh trong tâm trí thức tỉnh giả. Mặc cho phía bên dưới Hoan đang lao đảo đứng dậy trong sự lo lắng của Eden, Anderson và Junat. Anh ta tiếp tục nói với những thức tỉnh giả độc tháo rồi và tái hợp thế giới của huyền thù như ngươi. Chắc chắn sẽ không, thì tránh khỏi việc nghe thấy những từ này. Câu nói ấy của anh ta khiến Hoan vô cùng tức giận. Anh đứng không vững rồi ôm đầu cổ chịu cơn đau của những tiếng nói cùng ký ức mơ hồ liên tục hiện lên, trong khi tiếng nói của JT vẫn lẳng váng xung quanh nói, để có thể ngừng nghe thấy chúng ngươi, buộc phải đóng các giác quan của mình lại, rồi thức tỉnh giả. Sau đó, sẽ không thể sử dụng được sức mạnh thức tỉnh của chúng. Được nửa anh ta đứng từ trên cao, cười nhẹ nói rất lâu về trước, sau khi kẻ lãnh đạo thứ hai của khe nứt đảo lộn cả, Metabot liên minh đã phát triển vũ khí này nhằm đối phó với những thức tỉnh giả. Dù ta chưa từng nghĩ sẽ có ngày phải dùng đến nó. Nhờ nó mà liên minh của ta đã có thêm được một con rồi thức tỉnh rồi. Bỗng anh giơ ra hiệu cho Eden đứng bên lùi lại. Điều ấy khiến JT trên cao Tora khá ngỡ ngàng, khi mà Hoan đã đứng vững và dường như không hề chịu ảnh hưởng của những lời cầu nguyện mà tiếp tục bước tới, khiến anh ta hốt hoảng nói làm cách nào chứ. Gertie tối mắt nghĩ, không thể nào, liệu hắn là một vị thần đã chọn ra được giải thoại thế thì tình huống đối chiếu rồi, nhưng không đời nào một thức tỉnh giả lại có thể chống lại đòn tấn công này. Trong trí nhớ của anh ta, những người chịu ảnh hưởng của làn sóng cầu nguyện đều trở nên phát điên hoặc trở thành một con người ngu ngốc, không có cảm xúc. Anh ta nghĩ trong làn sóng của những lời cầu nguyện, chúng sẽ trở nên mất trí và gục ngã, hoặc trở thành một con người bình thường bị đóng hết giác quan. Hệ thống thông báo hoa thần Ignis đang cổ vũ Hoan chốt thần dây đang hét lên với liên minh vì dùng đến chiêu trò hèn nhát rất nhiều. Vị thần vô danh đang cổ vũ cho Hoan khi mà anh đã có thể tự mình đứng vững. Giờ tỷ trên cao nói, ngươi quả là tuyệt tác, nhưng ta không nghĩ bọn ta có thể điều khiển được linh hồn của ngươi. Nếu không thể sở hữu được người, thì bọn ta sẽ phá hủy người hoàn toàn. Anh ta xòe bàn tay ra, rồi ngưng từ một quả cầu ánh sáng lớn trên đầu, rồi nói, chết cùng với những lời cầu nguyện mà ngươi không thể làm ngơ đi thức tỉnh giả. Quả cầu khổng lồ sáng rực lao từ trên không xuống nhằm thẳng vào người Hoan, nhưng anh vẫn bình tĩnh mà bước đi. Hàng loạt tin nhắn đang tràn vào tâm trí cậu ấy, một nỗi đau như khiến đầu cậu ấy nổ tung, đang chạy qua trong đầu cậu khác với những vị thần khác. Jae-hoan không biết giải thoại của chính cậu ấy là gì. Trong tâm trí của anh chỉ vang vọng những tiếng nói từ những chiếc miệng kỳ quái. Chúng liên tục gào thét thế giới sẽ tốt đẹp hơn, nếu như mày không tồn tại chết đi. Nhưng một vị thần có thể nghe thấy được những giải thoại không phải của người ấy. Sao mày phải cố làm điều đó làm gì? Tại sao mày như mày là AI? Đừng làm thế, không được. Làm thế mày nghĩ mày là AI mà dám làm thế một tồn tại, sở hữu tâm trí không tan vỡ, giữa vô số lời cầu nguyện đó. Những chiếc đầu dị dạng cụ thể vây quanh anh rồi cười cợt nói. Đừng cố chống lại nó không? Sao mà thế giới? NDT không đến thế đâu. Sống trong đó tuyệt lắm. Đừng làm thế. Ngươi là người tốt. Ngươi là người đó không phải là thần của sự lọa thề. Hay thần đâm thẳng cậu ta chỉ là... Ngay sau đó Jae-hoan đặt tay lên song mũi của một chiếc đầu quái dị. Rồi nói ta anh đưa ánh mắt sắc lệnh của mình nhìn nó. Rồi nói không phải người tốt. Một con người đi qua thế giới suy tàn. Mai đi lập tức anh triệu hồi cây diệp kiếm của mình rồi rung lên một đường chém. Đường chém mày lao lên thành một cột sáng đỏ rực, đâm thẳng vào quả cầu trắng đang liên tục phát ra ánh sáng. Chúng đâm vào nhau rồi gây ra một sự chấn động vô cùng lớn, khiến đất đá xung quanh giường như rung chuyển, rồi vỗ ra thành từng mảnh. Mình đến giới hạn rồi Jae-hoan. Tay vẫn nắm chặt cây kiếm dù bị ảnh hưởng bởi tia sáng, đang chém lên bàn. Tay anh thành nhiều vết thương, nhưng anh vẫn cố gắng chịu đựng. Trong trí nhớ của anh hiện lên tòa tháp ký ức đã đâm thủng tầm kính của chiếc hộp lập phương, cùng với nguồn năng lượng của vị thần hủy diệt và cốt sáng đỏ mà chính anh phóng. Ra anh nghĩ mình đã lãng phí quá nhiều sức mạnh thế giới, và vì cơn lũ cầu nguyện mà phần lớn tâm trí mình đã bị gián đoạn. Anh vẫn tiếp tục giữ nguyên tư thế, mà chia thẳng cây kiếm lên cao, nhưng sức mạnh của sự va chậm rất lớn, dường như muốn thổi bay cả cơ thể anh, sẽ rất khó để tiếp tục, nếu chỉ dựa vào sức mạnh của mỗi mình. Hình ảnh của trung hệ Sierra cùng những người mà anh yêu quý hiện ra trước mắt. Anh thầm nghĩ, nếu họ ở đây có thể họ sẽ tiếp thêm một chút sức mạnh cho mình. Không, từ phía xa Junat chạy lại. Cậu ta trên tay cầm kiếm cùng Anderson lao tới cho anh mà hét lớn, bọn tôi đến đây. Điều đó khiến anh phải ngỡ ngàng mà quay lại. Junat chia thẳng cây kiếm lên trời cùng với sự hợp lực của Anderson mà hét lớn đâm nhẹ. Anderson gong mình nói nếu có chết chúng ta sẽ chết cùng nhau. Những tia sáng từ Anderson và Junat kết hợp với nguồn sức mạnh từ thanh kiếm của Jae-hoan. Chúng hòa quyền vào nhau rồi lao thẳng về phía quả cầu ánh sáng khổng lồ trên cao. Gertie nhìn BA. Người bọn họ liền mỉa mai nói, lũ ngọc các ngươi nghĩ lượng mana tí teo thế thì sẽ thay đổi được gì à? Nhưng thật đáng kinh ngạc sự kết hợp ấy đã khiến quả cầu của anh ta xuất hiện những vết nứt khiến Gertie hoảng loạn nói hả. Dưới nền đất Anderson và Junat vẫn nghiến chặt răng mà dùng hết sức lực của bản thân để hỗ trợ Jae-hoan. Ngay sau đó là giải thoại của Anderson. Lõa thấy anh thủ tay về rồi nói lần này, rồi trước mặt anh quả cầu ấy bị những vết chính của anh chính ra thành nhiều mảnh rối nổ tung vỗ nát bạn. Ra khắp cả không gian rơi xuống xung quanh thân núi lửa. Jae-hoan bình thản nói, tôi phải mượn đến một chút sức mạnh của cô rồi. Tên JT sau như đòn tấn công của mình bị tan vừa đáp. Tục cười thật, bên trên là hắn ta còn một đòn tấn công khác, đang hướng về Jae-hoan. Đòn tấn công đang được tích tụ năng lượng thành một quả cầu. Bọn chúng thốt lên ngươi đang làm gì? Thế chúng ta cần để lùi chúng lại. Đòn tấn công ngày càng to và đang chuẩn bị hướng thẳng về anh ấy thì bỗng nhiên một thứ gì đó giống như một lưỡi liềm bay thẳng lên, hướng về phía quả cầu năng lượng. Kia bóng dáng thấp thoáng là một cô gái tóc vàng mang đôi cánh màu đen tuyền và có một đàn quả. Theo sau quả cầu năng lượng bị cắt ra làm đôi và rơi xuống đất. Anh ấy giật mình thốt lên cô thì ra là cô ta Eden. Cô ấy quay lưng về phía anh cất giọng một vũ khí thức tỉnh. Độc quyền trở thành như vậy chắc thần phải mệt mỏi lắm. Ở trên kia tên JT nhìn thấy Eden cô dám phá hỏng chuyện của mình, hắn tức giận nói, Eden ngươi lại định cận đường ta nữa sao? Cô cầm kiếm dáng đứng hiên ngang không thèm quan tâm đến lời nói của Nhận nói với anh hơi khó để nói. Ngươi là người tốt đấy. Ngươi vừa thô lỗ không biết tôn trọng người lớn tuổi. Ngươi còn coi quần áo mà không thèm quan tâm ở đâu. Tuy nhiên ta không ghét điều ấy. Jae-hoan đang đứng bên dưới. Người không mảnh vai che thân đáp lại. Tôi nghĩ cô đã nói là cô không đủ thần quyền chứ. Cô ấy vừa bay thẳng lên trời vừa đáp lại. Ta nói, ta không có tín đồ, ta chưa bao giờ nói ta không có đủ thần quyền. Tên JT nhìn thấy Eden đang bay về phía mình thì trừng mắt con quà khốn khiếp. Một trận chiến mới đã nổ ra giữa hai vị thần trên bầu trời, đâu cũng là những vụ nổ năng lượng. Tae-hoan anh nhìn lên cảm thán cô ta không nói dối khi nói đã nương tay khi đánh với mình. Nhìn trận chiến ấy, anh đoán chừng sức mạnh của cô ta có lẽ cô ấy mang ngang. Samsung Galaxy giảm chốt nghỉ lại thì anh bảo không, cô ấy phải mạnh, ít nhất phải là thiếu tướng trở lên. Tên Rati sau một hồi chiến đấu thì yếu thế kêu lên khốn khiếp. Rakesh Galeon. Bảo vệ tàu chiến hai người, một lão già đầu chọc mặc hắc bào cùng với một tên chiến binh mang áo giáp hoàng kim tây cầm trường thương xuất hiện tấn công lại những con quạ đang tấn công. Nó có thể là tàu chiến phòng ngự khá tốt, nhưng khi tổn thương nó cũng có thể bị nguy hiểm đó. Bỗng nhiên một ánh sáng màu tím tiến đến hắn ta. Đó là một thanh trường kiếm dài trong tay Eden đang bay nhanh với tốc độ ánh sáng tối, nhưng hắn đã kịp thời né được. Sau đó hắn vung thanh kiếm của mình về phía cô ấy, miệng thì hét lớn: "Ngươi đã thua chúng ta ở 500 năm trước. Giờ ngươi nghĩ có thể chống lại liên minh sao?" Đòn tấn công trực diện vào cô ấy, nhưng cô ấy đã thu hồi kiếm đồ được cô đáp lại. Liên minh sao vừa đáp trả. Trong tay cô phát ra những quả cầu năng lượng hình cánh. "Hoa, ngươi có biết ta đã làm gì trong 500 năm qua không?" Tên kia ngơ ngác nhìn những bông hoa năng lượng này tỏa ra. Một ánh sức màu vàng chói mắt từ cô ấy hiện lên. "Bạn đã sử dụng 100.000 đức tin." Tên kia thấy vậy thì ngây người, bất ngờ hỏi: "Từ khi nào ngươi có nhiều đức tin thế?" Cô đáp trả: "Khi ta bị giam bởi liên minh, ta đã mua bán vô số vật phẩm." Một lớp giáp năng lượng màu đang dần dần bao quanh cánh tay cô. Sau đó bao quanh toàn thân, con mắt cô trở nên dữ tợn. "Ta sẽ cho ngươi thấy trở thành 6 thần là thế nào." Cái bằng màu vàng lại xuất hiện. "Bạn đã sử chuyển 374 triệu đức tin thành thần quyền." Bầu trời cũng vì năng lượng đó mà đổi màu, những năng lượng màu đỏ khuếch tán xung quanh, cảnh tượng thật là tráng lệ. Tê Hoan bất ngờ thốt lên, kích cỡ lĩnh vực của cô ấy đã lên một cấp độ khác so với trước đây. Đây mới thực sự là lĩnh vực của Eden. Tên kia thấy thế hút hoang bảo những người khác trong liên minh tất cả xuống khỏi chiến thuyền, ta sẽ xử lý Eden. Những tên đó nghe lệnh tự kết giới của chiến thuyền xong, ra nhận mệnh lệnh của hắn xử lý tên thức tỉnh giả và bạn sống Anderson. Những tên mặc hắc bào như ninja xong thẳng ra ngoài hướng về phía dưới. Ánh mắt từ Eden sáng rực từ bộ giáp bọc trên người cô ấy, thốt lên: "Jerty xem ra ngươi đã quên rồi. Nơi này là thế giới chúng ta đã chiến đấu 500 năm trước." Chột một bàn tay từ lòng đất trỗi lên. "Chừng nào lĩnh vực của ta còn hiệu lực, số lượng tín đồ đã ngủ say nơi này sẽ sống lại vô hạn." Từ lòng đất trỗi dậy những con người, tay cầm lưỡi liềm sắc bén, bọn họ đều mang mặt nạ của quả đèn. Dáng đứng cô hiên ngang như một vị chúa tể bóng tối. "Giờ chúng ta đang trong trận chiến, không đời nào ta đóng nó lại đâu." Và đó là nguyên 6 thần meta bợt hạng bổn nhà vương. Eden, một tên tín đồ cơ bắp cuồn cuộn, tư thế chuẩn bị phóng cây thương trọng. Tay mình nói ngày nay cuối cùng đã đến. Thanh thương kia bay lên với tốc độ nhanh chóng, thực túc thanh lý một tên trong chiến thuyền bay ra. Những người còn lại cũng đang bắt đầu chiến đấu cùng nhau tiến lên. Một đoàn quân tín đồ đang xung thẳng tới một đoàn quân liên minh. Cảnh tượng này làm cho JT nhớ lại khả năng của Eden rõ ràng là khó đối phó nhất trong chiến tranh. Giết mấy con rồi đó, không có ý nghĩa gì cả. Mình cần giết Eden kể cung cấp thần quyền cho chúng. Nhưng trong lúc hắn ta đang suy nghĩ, thì cô ấy đã chủ động lao về phía hắn. "Ngươi phân tâm mà tự tin thế nhị." Vua lao đến cô vừa bảo: "Ngươi đã luôn luôn ghét ta." Hắn cũng thu thế cầm kiếm lên chuẩn bị nghênh chiến. "Đừng có nhầm Eden, ta vẫn còn ghét ngươi." Vừa nói xong thì mặt hắn đã bị tay cô nắm được. Cô thốt lên: "May quá, ta cũng thế đấy. Ta chưa bao giờ thích tư tưởng nhỏ mọn của ngươi từ lúc chiến đấu cùng nhau rồi, nhưng ta đã nghĩ ngươi sẽ không bao giờ phản bội." Đồng minh vừa nói, đôi mắt cô giận dữ, nhấn mạnh: "Lý do nào ngươi lại làm thế?" Cô ấy dùng lực hạt mạnh hắn xuống mặt đất. "Sao ngươi phản bội chúng ta chỉ vì cái sức mạnh thảm hại này? Ngươi đã phản bội đồng đội chỉ để trở thành một con chó của liên minh thế này à?" Đòn tấn công đó làm hắn lao thẳng xuống mặt đất. Người hắn nằm dài trên một vết lởm lớn. Hắn ngửa mặt lên trời nhìn đòn tấn công tiếp. Theo về mình, Eden Kut, người đã luôn giấu đi lãnh địa này và hoàn toàn khôi phục lại sức mạnh thời kỳ đỉnh cao ở đây. Sao vừa suy nghĩ xong thì cô ấy đã đáp xuống chân ghìm chặt đầu hắn vào mặt đất. Đòn tấn công từ trên cao xuống và nhanh như vậy là trô khói bụi bay tung. Tê thai cô nắm lấy đầu hắn ta dậy ngay thẳng khốn. Cô nắm lấy tóc hắn kéo rụng người dậy. "Đây không phải lúc người đầu hàng à?" Hắn nhìn vào cô thốt lên: "Câm mồm, người thì biết cái gì. Nếu ngươi không dừng lại, ta chỉ còn cách giết ngươi. Ngươi không biết ta đã làm gì để leo được tới tận đây đâu." Hắn vừa mỉm cười vừa nói tiếp: "Ngươi cũng không biết ta sẽ làm gì để đạt được mục đích cả." Nhìn dáng vẻ thảm hại của hắn ta, cô không biết phải nói như thế nào. "Sao ngươi lại trở thành như thế này? Chỉ bằng thứ mà liên minh đã hứa hẹn với ngươi mà ngươi đã thành vậy sao? Nghĩ lại khung cảnh chiến trường tang thương năm đó, ngươi đã phản bội những đồng đội người cứu ngươi trước bờ vực sinh tử. Ngươi cũng đâm sau lưng những đồng đội. Sau khi họ gặp lại ngươi, thử chúng hứa hẹn với ngươi giá trị tới mức ngươi hy sinh họ. Sao? Ngươi đã vẫy đuôi với liên minh để ngươi có thể lộng hành ở tòa tháp." Sao hắn nắm chặt lấy bàn tay cô trên mặt mình. Eden, một thông báo hiện lên 10 phút, đến khi núi lửa phun trào. Hắn gạt lấy tay cô ra khỏi mặt mình, trừng mắt bảo không đời nào đó là lý do duy nhất. Phải không? Một vết rách xuất hiện ngay cổ. Tay hắn bên trên hiện con số 9 phút 59 giây. Một vòng tròn hình chiếc búa xuất hiện trên bầu trời thành lập lĩnh vực JT. Lĩnh vực của JT đã được phát động. Hôn tròm lấy cô bảo người là người đã biến ta thành thế này. Cô hoảng hốt khi như thấy lời nói của hắn. Người đã mang Andersen ra khỏi ta vừa nói. Hắn vừa cảm thanh kiếm xiên qua người của Aiden. Hắn ta hồi tưởng về rất lâu trước đây. Tôi đã bị đánh bại trong cuộc thánh chiến và bị đẩy đến Metaboss. Rồi tôi đã khát khao được trở lại cùng với những môn đồ còn ở lại nơi này. Bỗng nhiên có một tiếng nói phát lên. Nay Rotty hẳn quay người nhìn lại. Là một cậu thanh niên trẻ tuổi tóc bạc nói với hắn. Chỉ vì chúng ta thua trong cuộc thánh chiến, không có nghĩa là đây là dầu chấm hết. Chúng ta chỉ cần mạnh mẽ hơn ở nơi đây thôi. Nếu cùng nhau trau dồi thế giới quan và phát triển, chúng ta sẽ có thể đạt được điều mà ngay cả khi ra ngoài miễn là ngài vẫn còn ở đây, thì tôi tin là chúng ta có thể làm được. Cảm ơn người Benzen. Cậu ta nở một nụ cười tươi tan nhìn hắn, thì ra đây là biểu cảm muôn đồ tin tưởng vào vị thần của họ, và vị thần trẻ tuổi vẫn còn đam mê và tinh thần chiến đấu. Tuy nhiên điều chờ đợi chúng tôi là Metaboss. Hiện thực tàn khốc của Metaboss, những tín đồ theo sau hắn lần lượt ngã xuống. Trong cơn mưa hắn nói với Benzen. Hắn nắm chặt bàn tay của mình lại bảo, vẫn còn quá sớm để chúng ta từ bỏ. Dù có phải mất nhiều thời gian hơn, nếu chúng ta đi đúng đường thì vẫn sẽ đạt được mục tiêu của mình. Nhưng bất ngờ hắn nhận được lời đáp trả là tôi. Xin lỗi, hắn ngơ người trước câu trả lời ấy. Bàn tay cậu ta tháo chiếc vòng của tín đồ của mình xuống trong cơn mưa cầu, bước đi và bỏ lại hắn một mình kèm theo câu nói, tôi phát ngán với cái gọi là công lý của ngài. Rồi chiếc vòng cổ được sâu chuỗi bởi những viên đá, bên trong có mặt dây là hình thánh giá. Không biết mất dây chuyền này đã ở đó bao lâu rồi. Từ lúc bên dưới nó là một mặt đá chưa chối, đến nay là một thảm cổ xanh mượt. Hẳn vẫn ngồi dựa mình vào miếng đá, tay ôm chặt thanh kiếm, tự nhủ với mình. Đó là lý do tôi mất đi những môn đồ và bị họ phản bội và trở thành một vị thần bấy bại. Nhưng điều đã cứu rỗi tôi là một ngày nào đó hắn nghe thấy tiếng bước chân. Một bàn chân thon thả mang đôi guốc màu trắng tinh bước lại gần hắn, với một mái tóc vàng óng ánh trong nắng. Sau lưng cô là một người phụ nữ khác đi theo cô ta. Hối hận người làm gì ở đây? Khuôn mặt cô hỗn hở. Thưa rồi sao? Cô tưởng chừng trong khung cảnh tuyệt đẹp đó là một chuyện tình lãng mạn, nhưng không hẳn. Đơ người một lát rồi trừng mắt về phía cô ta. Biến đi gương mặt cô nàng tức giận đến nỗi gân ở trên mặt cô nhăn nhó tỏ vẻ bất mãn. Đó là đồng đội của tôi. Hai người gặp lại tưởng chừng là thân quen với nhau, nhưng họ lại giành với nhau khi chia một mẫu bánh mì. Hình như mẫu bánh của ngươi to hơn khoảng 5 mm này, ăn đi. Nói nhiều thế, cái tên keo kiệt đấy không phải là keo kiệt mà là công bằng. Ăn xong họ quay quần ngủ với nhau bên đống lửa, ngậm lá rơi cùng nhau vào mùa thu. Những khoảnh khắc đó làm cho thỉnh thoảng tôi lại nghĩ đến điều đó. Nếu lúc đó Andersen không ở đó vì tôi sẽ trở thành gì? Họ nam tay nhau đi chơi vui vẻ. Hắn ta lúc nào bên cô ấy cũng mỉm cười thật tươi. Nhưng giá như bàn tay họ đã buông ra, bởi vì sự xuất hiện của tên Eden Cat đó. Một ngày nọ hắn xuất hiện bên cô ấy, làm cho mọi sự quan tâm của cô ấy dành cho hắn biến mất. Thay vào đó là cảnh tượng họ chơi đùa với nhau bỏ mặc hẳn bên cạnh. Ngày qua ngày cô ấy chỉ có đùa giỡn với hắn ta, làm cho hắn ta tưởng là đánh mất cô ấy, không hẳn cướp đi vị trí của tôi. Chuyển đến cảnh tượng hắn ta triển khai lĩnh vực của mình, triển khai thần điện công lý. Một kết giới hình cây búa khổng lồ đang xuất hiện bao trùm một khoảng không gian lớn. Ngươi là kẻ đã làm chuyện này với ta. Hắn ôm lấy Eden và nhận lại một lần nữa là do ngươi đã cướp Andersen khỏi ta. Hắn giữ chặt người cô và đâm mạnh một phát nữa. Một thông báo đã hiện lên. Tất cả các điều kiện của công lý đã được đáp ứng. Khả năng của định luật giải thoại công lý đã được kích hoạt trong 10 phút tiếp theo. Một công lý mới sẽ diễn ra trong giải thoại liên quan vừa qua. Eden cắt yếu hơn thần công lý Rotty. Cô run rẩy nhìn về phía hắn. Người vẫn chỉ có thể triển khai thần điện của mình trên thần điện của một vị thần khác. Đúng là trò vật cũ rích. Sao không đổi biệt danh rồi tự gọi mình là thần địa đi? Hắn trở nên nghiêm túc hơn. Ngươi lúc nào cũng diệu cốt tên thánh của ta. Nhưng Eden, ta đã nói với ngươi rồi, ta không phải vị thần công lý. Hắn rút thanh kiếm đâm trong người cô ấy ra, thét lên. Ta là thần của sự định nghĩa, không phải công lý bảo vệ trật tự thế giới, mà là định nghĩa xác định chính xác mọi thứ trên thế giới. Tên thánh của ta được đặt bởi những vị thần cũng hiểu lầm như ngươi nghe thế. Cô đáp lại, thế à? Lần đầu tiên ta nghe điều này sau 500 năm đấy. Thế thì tên ngươi cũng nên đổi thành Jeffrey Sin chứ. Hắn nghe vậy xoay người lại đá vào mặt cô. Đừng có khiêu khích ta. Hắn cầm chặt thanh gươm trong tay ra, thế chuẩn bị gâm xuống. Dám đánh với ta? Mặc dù biết rằng bản thân đang ở trong thần điện của ta. Hắn đâm mạnh xuống vai của cô ta. Có vẻ người cũng già rồi. Cô thét lên trong đau đớn. Hắn nói tiếp, dù chỉ là trong thời gian ngắn, giận thoại của ta có thể thay đổi, có lợi thế hơn, miễn là đáp ứng được tất cả các điều kiện. Điểm yếu duy nhất của định nghĩa là tồn tại trong thời gian ngắn. Thông thường có thể giành chiến thắng, miễn là trong 10 phút đó. Nếu như còn 10 phút nữa là thế giới này sẽ bị hủy diệt. Thời gian sử dụng khả năng của ta và thời gian còn lại của thế giới này đều là 10 phút. Lòng trắc ẩn đã khiến ngươi ngần ngại xuống tay, và cũng chính thủ đó dẫn đến cái chết của ngươi. Eden nghe hắn nói vậy, cô ấy không những lo sợ mà còn mỉm cười bảo hắn, nếu Andersen, người mà ngươi vô cùng yêu quý, có thể nhìn thấy tình cảnh của chúng ta bây giờ, thì chắc cô ấy hạnh phúc lắm. Rachel Iang, cô ấy là nguyên hiến thân của Anderson. Ngươi có biết rằng Anderson đến đây để cứu ta không? Vừa nói hắn vừa nhấn mạnh thanh gươm hơn nữa. Hắn ghi chặt nó và bảo có thể lúc này cô ấy đang bay vọng về ta, nhưng cuối cùng cô ấy vẫn sẽ chọn ta một đời thực sự chứ không phải là ngươi. Hắn cười giống như một tên điên nói tiếp. Có vẻ như người bị giam 500 năm trước là ngươi, chứ chẳng phải ta, dù ngươi có nói gì đi nữa thì vẫn vậy thôi. Hắn rút thanh kiếm đầy máu ra, dù sao thì ta cũng chẳng mong chờ gì kể như ngươi lại hiểu được tình bạn giữa ta và cô ấy. Hắn chuẩn bị đâm thanh kiếm trên tay xuống. Trong tư thế chuẩn bị, hắn còn nói chết cùng với thủ thế giới quan mà ngươi yêu đi. Trong bóng đêm xuất hiện một thân ảnh quen thuộc, là dê hoan. Anh ấy từ trong cánh rừng bên cạnh bước ra, trên tay vẫn đang cảm thanh kiếm của mình bước tới. Hắn thấy thế thì bảo ngươi, theo bọn ta tới tận đây mặc dù trúng đạn. Thần quang ư? Đúng là quái vật. Thân ảnh trong bóng tối. Anh bước ra, nắm đấm nắm chặt, đôi mắt to ra, sát khí nồng đậm bò tay ra khỏi người quả. Hắn vờ như không nghe thấy. Ta phải thừa nhận là ngươi rất mạnh trong cuộc chiến một chỗi một. Chỉ có người đứng đầu liên minh mới có thể đánh với ngươi. Nhưng đó là trước khi ta kích hoạt thần điện mà thôi. Hắn đưa bàn tay lên, một loạt thông báo xuất hiện. Tất cả các điều kiện definition đã được đáp ứng. Khả năng định nghĩa giải thoại definition đã được kích hoạt. Công bố kết quả định nghĩa lần thứ 1543J hoan yếu hơn thần định nghĩa JT. Hắn đang tự đắc về định nghĩa của mình. Ngươi không bao giờ có thể đánh bại ta trong... Thì một nắm đấm đang hướng về mặt hắn. Tay của anh ấy là phá vỡ bằng thông báo kia, đâm thẳng vào mắt của hắn, dù cho miệng hắn còn đang thốt lên hai chữ thần điện. Anh dồn sức mạnh hơn vào vai của mình để tăng lực sát. Hương điệu đó làm cho hắn phải bay ra xa, dù không biết thứ gì đang xảy ra với mình. Trong tư thế hiên ngang, anh còn bảo hắn, xin lỗi nhé, ta cha nghe thấy ngươi nói gì đâu. Nhớ lại cảnh trước, tên JT đang mãi nghĩ mình sẽ vô định trong lĩnh vực của mình, thì bị dê hoan từng một cú đấm vào thẳng mồm. Anh thốt lên, là hắn ta vừa nói cái gì ấy nhỉ? Sau khi hứng chọn nắm đấm của anh ấy, thì bằng thông báo của hắn lại hiện lên có lỗi xảy ra trong luật định. Bằng thông báo vẫn tiếp tục hiện lên có lỗi xảy ra trong luật định, còn bản thân hắn đã nằm trên mặt đất bên dưới, tạo một vết nứt lớn. Hắn bàng hoàng trước chuyện đang xảy ra. Hắn tự hỏi, sao nó lại không hoạt động? Mình đã hoàn thành tất cả điều kiện để định ra giải thoại kết nối trực tiếp với linh hồn đối tượng rồi mà. Nhanh như chóp, anh đã ở bên cạnh hắn, thanh kiếm chia vào. Hắn nói qua đã nói đúng. Kể cả thần cũng chỉ là một hiện thân của thế giới quan thôi. Hắn run lẩy bẩy cầm thanh kiếm ngồi dậy, vững kiếm về phía anh. Ngươi đang nói nhảm gì thế? Đòn tấn công đó tạo ra một vụ nổ năng lượng cực kỳ lớn. Nó tuy không gây ra sát thương cho dây hoan, nhưng nó làm cậu phải quỳ xuống vì sóng xung kích ấy. Thời cơ hội đó, hắn đã chạy ra xa khỏi cầu. Hắn nhìn lại thầm nghĩ, hình như sóng cầu nguyện có tác động lên hắn. Tuy nhiên trận chiến đã đối chiếu. Từ khi chúng ta có thể giải quyết được Eden Cut, vì những tên trong liên minh kia đang chật vật chiến đấu với tín đồ của cô ấy, miễn là cô ấy còn sống thì hắn và lũ rồi của hắn sẽ sống lại không ngừng. Hắn nhìn về phía cậu ấy, khi thật chỉ cần hắn không tham gia vào trận chiến này. Bỗng một con chim lên tiếng, Rutty, ngươi không nghĩ ngươi đã đi quá xa? Làm ơn tỉnh dậy đi tên khốn. Con chim kia quá to, ngươi nghĩ Eden đang nghiêm túc với ngươi à? Anh ta biết tất cả mọi thứ về ngươi. Ngươi nghĩ anh ta có thể thua ngươi sao? Hắn xoay người lại đáp trả nhảm nhí, ngươi vẫn còn nghĩ các ngươi là anh hùng 500 năm trước sao? Con chim kia đáp trả, AI quan tâm chứ ngươi nghĩ chúng ta đang nói về cái gì thế? Ngươi không biết sự thật. Sao ngươi thật sự đến đây để chiến đấu với chúng ta? Ngươi đã nói trước sẽ bảo đảm mạng sống của ta và tín đồ của ta. Ngươi không đến đây để đấu với chúng ta phải không? Ngươi tới đây để bảo vệ ta khỏi liên minh sau khi nghe tin ta trở lại tòa tháp. Ta biết mà ngươi có thể khốn khiếp, nhưng ngươi vẫn rất tốt bụng. Tuy nhiên ta... Xin lỗi, ta không thể đáp ứng yêu cầu của ngươi. Chúng ta vẫn tiếp tục chiến đấu vì liên minh. Hắn im lặng một hồi rồi lên tiếng, Anderson, các ngươi sẽ thua thôi. Có lẽ đó là tại sao ta nói với ngươi. Cái này ta không hỏi. Tại sao ngươi lại phản bội? Hãy giúp chúng ta. Hắn nhớ lại lý do ta phản bội các ngươi. Mọi người bên dưới bỗng nhiên cảm thấy điều gì đó kỳ lạ. Sắp đến bên trên hắn là con tàu chiến. Hắn mở miệng thốt ra, ta đã quên mất rồi. Sau khi nghe câu trả lời của hắn, Anderson không khỏi tức giận thốt lên, ngươi. Nhưng có vẻ điều tồi tệ hơn đang xảy ra. Một bản thông báo hiện lên, tận thế sắp xảy ra. Những núi lửa đã bắt đầu có dấu hiệu phun trào một vòng xoáy lớn. Bên trong miệng núi lửa xuất hiện phun thẳng lên trời. Thế giới này sẽ sớm biến mất hoàn toàn. Những mảnh nham thạch đang ban ra khắp nơi. Chúng văng vào những tên liên minh đang chiến đấu, làm cho khung cảnh hoảng loạn. Cảnh tượng giống như là tận thế, những đoàn người bên dưới. Còn bên trên là những viên đá lửa khổng lồ đang bay tới, họ còn bị vùi mình trong nham thạch phun trào ra. Cây cối xung quanh đều bị cháy rùi mặt đất, chỉ toàn là dung nham cháy hung hực. Ở bên này hắn ta vẫn nhắc lại câu nói, thế giới này sẽ kết thúc sớm thôi. Tất cả các ngươi sẽ chết nếu cứ tiếp tục trèo lên tầng cao hơn, nên hãy biến khỏi metabot ngay. Mọi người bên dưới vẫn an toàn, nhưng có vẻ hắn đã hoàn thành cái gì đó rồi. Junat cau ta bất ngờ thốt lên đó là đây. Eden dường như cũng nhận ra được thứ gì đó. Tên khốn hạn cuối cùng cũng làm nó những chiếc phi thuyền với kết cấu kỳ lạ đang tiến đến. Bên trên đó chạm khắc những sợi lông vũ kỳ lạ. Bỗng ở giữa có thứ gì đó được tách ra. Một con mắt lớn xuất hiện. Nó tỏa ra ánh sắp rất chói mắt. Anderson cô ấy thốt lên. Đó là bom thế giới từ 500 năm trước. Cái thứ đó đã tiêu diệt một nửa quân khởi nghĩa. Eden nhìn vậy thốt lên. Anderson, ngươi đã làm đủ rồi, giờ không còn cách nào khác. Không còn nhiều thời gian đâu. Chỉ còn 3 phút trước khi vụ nổ diện. Ra ta sẽ nói. Cho ngươi nơi cái chuông hạ xuống. Ra khỏi đây ngay. Nhưng anh ấy không muốn bỏ rơi đồng đội mình trước đó. Ngươi nói, ngươi sẽ giải quyết mọi việc. Mà giờ đã từ bỏ rồi à? Cô ấy thốt lên trong sự run rẩy, bởi vì thực tế khác với lý tưởng và chúng ta cần đối đầu với chúng lần nữa, thì tốt hơn là chết hết ở đây. Nhưng câu trả lời của cô nhận được là, nếu ngươi muốn chạy thì chạy một mình đi. Anh bảo Junat lấy ra toàn bộ đức tin ta. Có người đã cướp rất nhiều từ lũ liên minh phải không? Hình như bị phát hiện, nên cậu ta đáp lại, ô ngài thấy rồi à? Dáng của anh ta hiên ngang tỏ vẻ muốn đối đầu đến cùng. Chúng ta sẽ lên tới đỉnh. Bỗng có thông báo nữ thần vận mệnh Mai Via đang nói bất khả thi khi chống lại thứ đó. Chột thần dây dây lo lắng về an toàn của quân khởi nghĩa. Hoa thần Ignis đang nói, Dê Hoan chạy nhanh đi. Anh không bận tâm về những thông báo đó anh đưa. Tay lấy đức tin từ Junat, anh đang ăn nó thì nghe lời nói, ngươi có thể làm được. Eden, cô ta bảo rằng ta sẽ cho ngươi mượn thế giới của ta. Nghe vậy Anderson thốt lên, Eden đừng nói tạ ngươi là. Bỗng một luồng khí tức phát ra từ phía cô ấy, đó là lĩnh vực. Một lĩnh vực là kết quả phản ánh thế giới quan độc nhất của thần. Một thế giới được làm từ chấp niệm và niềm tin một thời gian dài. Khuôn mặt cô ấy dần xuất hiện vết nứt. Cô thầm nghĩ ý tưởng liên kết hai thế giới là một ý tưởng nực cười, còn tệ hơn nữa, thế giới quan của Jae-hoan được sinh ra từ khao khát hủy diệt toàn bộ thế giới. Những vết nứt trên mặt cô rò rỉ khí tức lĩnh vực ra ngoài, rồi chúng bay dần lên không trung, bao gồm cả thế giới của Eden. Bên kia thì quả bom thế giới đang sắp được kích hoạt. Chúng tụ lại một điểm phát bản về phía mặt đất bên dưới. Junat cùng Anderson nhắm mắt không muốn nhìn thấy cảnh tượng này không. Bỗng nhiên khi làn sóng xung kích, khi bạn xuống vẫn chưa có chuyện gì xảy ra, anh ta chợt mở mắt ra nhìn thử thì một tòa tháp đã xuất hiện. Đây là trên kia tên JT cũng vô cùng ngạc nhiên. Không biết đây là thức gì, cái gì. Thế thứ này không phải lĩnh vực của Eden. Bên trong tòa tháp vô số con quà đang bay ra. Đó là lĩnh vực khác của cô ấy. Lĩnh vực nghĩa địa ô nha. Kèm theo đó là mặt đất bắt đầu xuất hiện những xúc tua khổng lồ đang vùng dậy. Đó là lĩnh vực của Dê Hoa, lĩnh vực thế giới hậu tấn thể. Khung cảnh tăng tóc vô số cây cối cùng với xương cốt trồi lên. Bên trên là bay qua kết thành đàn. Đó là lĩnh vực kết hợp. Anh ta hốt hoảng không biết chuyện gì đang xảy ra. Đây là cái thế giới quan gì vậy? Bỗng một bộ giáp với cái mổ qua màu đen xuất hiện. Đó là giải thoại Eden cất giáp ô nha chiến thôi. Khung cảnh chuyển đến một màn hình đảng. Theo dõi trận chiến vừa rồi, bên trên là cảnh Jae-hoan đang đấm vào mặt của JT. Bỗng một tiếng tại sao thốt lên. Cô nàng Si-gen ôm đầu la lớn, tại sao hắn lại có trận mặc áo vào đi chứ? Bên cạnh là ông lão trung hệ. Ông bảo chúng ta vẫn chưa đến KuBI à cô nàng. Kia tức giận quát lại. Ông quên là phải mất 15 ngày mới đến được đó. À tại sao? Ông lại ngồi ăn bánh, ông có thật là đang lo cho hắn không vậy? Tay ông ta vừa nắm lấy những mẫu bánh vừa ăn vừa đáp. Chẳng phải là đứa nhóc từ khe nứt đã đi giúp cậu ta rồi. À sao tôi lại không thấy đứa nhóc đó, yêu cầu đó khá là đột ngột, nên có lẽ tình hình bên phía họ có hơi phức tạp. Các tôn thốt lên này, mong ma hoàn cảnh ở đó không được tốt lắm đâu. Cô nàng nhìn về phía màn hình, chết tiệt, con thuyền hủy diệt đáng lý. Ra phải đến rồi chứ nó được tạo ra để chống lại loại vũ khí tinh vân, nhưng khi cần thì chúng ta lại chẳng thể sử dụng được. Nó cũng may là trong mô hình đó không mới lắm. Mặc dù phiên bản cũ hơn của vũ khí này cũng đủ để san bằng một khu vực nhỏ thành bình địa, nếu không có vật phẩm thích hợp thì hắn ta không đời nào thắng được loại vũ khí này đâu. Trên màn hình hiển thị khung cảnh lĩnh vực mà cậu ta vừa mới thi triển. Ông Trung hay thốt lên, trong thế giới của Jae-hoan có tồn tại thứ như vậy sao? Cô nàng kia nghe vậy nhìn lại. Đó là tác phẩm thứ hai của ông mình, thành chủ mũ la tòa tháp ác mộng pháo đài hối tiếc. Trước thần dây dây nói rằng, trước đây ngài ấy đã từng nhìn thấy tòa tháp đó. Long thần Roy Ian hỏi rằng, tòa tháp đó có nổi tiếng không? Cô nàng kia còn nghĩ rằng, ông ơi, ông có đang xem không? Cảnh tượng tên nhân loại đã phá hủy tòa tháp mà ông tạo ra, lại dùng nó để che giấu quyền uy của các vị thần. Các tôn nhìn thấy bản thông báo hiện lên, quân chủ vô danh 50 bôn đã bắt đầu xem livestream, quân chủ vô danh 42 đã bắt đầu xem livestream, đến các quân chủ cũng xem livestream của thành chủ rồi. Bên này cô nàng Si-gen thì răng can vào, tay thầm nghĩ không chỉ vực thảm mà toàn bộ vùng đất toàn năng cũng đến Jae-hoan rồi. Sao có lẽ các quân chủ của 12 vùng đất cũng đang xem làn phát sóng này. Vài năm trước khi Jae-hoan thoát khỏi hỗn độn, hắn ta giáng một đòn nặng nề cho các quân chủ của vùng đất toàn năng. Nếu vậy thì các vị thần đó liên quan đến quân chủ có thể Ra tay cái đồ ngốc này. Bên kia chiến trường thì Jae-hoan đã mang trên mình bộ giáp mội giáp ô nha. Giải thoại Eden Kut anh giống như một sát thủ khoác trên mình một bộ lông hình quả vừa bí ẩn vừa nguy hiểm bàn. Tay cũng biến thành những món vuốt sắt nhọn. Rốt cuộc là ngươi định làm câu chuyện đến mức nào hả? Lĩnh vực kết hợp nó khác với thức thần cũng chính là cần nuốt một vị thần khác. Khung cảnh Jonas đang chữa trị cho Jae-hoan nó hoàn toàn chấp nhận thế giới của một người khác. Hai thế giới quan có giá trị và niềm tin khác biệt lại được kết nối với nhau đây. Anderson nhìn chằm chằm với hình dạng mới của cậu ta. Vì đó là cảnh tượng khó tin mà ngay cả Anderson người đã sống hàng nghìn năm cũng chỉ mới được nghe qua trong truyền thuyết, đó là một chiến binh mắc giáp đen, mang một thanh kiếm phát sáng sau lưng là một đôi cánh to lớn. Jae-hoa nhìn thấy một con quả màu tím bay lên thì hỏi Eden, ngươi còn sống không? Con quả kia đáp lại, ngươi thấy rồi đấy, ta vẫn còn sống đấy thôi. Anh thắc mắc tại sao vừa nãy ngươi lại làm như là mình sắp chết rồi, thì được câu trả lời ta cũng tưởng là mình sẽ chết mà thôi đi. Đây không phải là lúc trò chuyện, trận chiến vẫn chưa kết thúc, anh ta đáp lại. Ồ. Người ta biết vừa nói, anh vừa cầm thanh kiếm của mình tiến về phía trước. Hàng loạt các bang thông báo hiện lên xếp hạng số lượng xem đã được cập nhật, hiện đang có 178.000 người xem buổi phát trực tiếp của bạn. Trên vách đá là bóng dáng của một cô nàng đang cổ vũ thu tô lõa thể anh làm được, mà sự kiện chiến tranh 6 thần đang diễn ra ở Metaboss. Metaboss đang tổ chức sự kiện tham dự cho hành khách mời. Anh lấy đà bay thật nhanh về phía trước với đôi mắt đỏ rực cháy. Bên này thì cô nàng đang cổ vũ lúc này nhận được thông báo liên minh hỏa diễm đã cho ra mắt mực bốc thăm skin, mời cô thét lên, tiến lên đi. Một cái thông báo khác lại xuất hiện thần vô danh 382 hồi. Là mấy tên này vẫn còn muốn kiếm tiền trong khi trận chiến căng thẳng này đang diễn ra hay sao? Đa số các vị thần đều nói rằng liên minh sẽ chiến thắng. Nhưng một tình tiết mới xuất hiện như này thì trước thần dây dây nói rằng phải thử rồi mới biết. Anh ta cầm thanh kiếm với bộ giáp của mình, tàn sát quân của liên minh làm chúng không kịp trở tay. Bên kia thần giáo Galeon nhìn thấy cảnh tượng đó bất giác thốt lên, đúng là một con quái vật. Quay người nói với JTJ, người còn định kéo dài trận chiến, chẳng mang chút lợi ích này đến khi nào nữa. Nếu thủ lĩnh biết được thì sẽ không tha cho chúng ta đâu. Trên tay hắn ta chỉ còn 4 phút 37 giây. Liên minh của chúng tôi không giống với bọn họ. Chúng ta không nhận được nhiệm vụ phải chiến đấu ở tầng 6. Chúng ta cũng có thể bị cuốn vào sự hủy diệt của thế giới này nữa. Mặc dù lòng tự tôn của chúng ta sẽ bị tổn thương đôi chút, nhưng lần này tốt nhất là nên rút lui thôi. Nghe vậy thì thần hủy diệt dây cơ quát, người ngốc à, nếu một con quái vật như hắn leo lên đến tầng 7, thì lúc đó người nghĩ chúng ta có thể giải quyết hắn không? Chúng ta phải ngắn hạn lại ở đây bằng mọi giá. Rất tiếc, hắn cũng lên tiếng, ta cũng đồng ý với hắn. Chúng ta không thể để hắn đến được cho thủ lĩnh. Chúng ta nhất định phải loại bỏ được hắn. Sau khi nghe vậy thì Galeon cũng nhận biết được sự nghiêm trọng lần này. Nếu vậy thì ba người chúng ta nên hợp sức lại, nhưng Jose hắn ta lại càng lại thế thì không được đâu. Ông ta thắc mắc, ý ngươi là gì? Rất hẳn giải thích. Mặc dù điều đó là bất khả thi, nhưng nếu chúng ta kết hợp lĩnh vực lại thì mọi thứ sẽ trở nên rất nguy hiểm. Ông ta tức giận đáp lại, ta có nói gì thì ngươi cũng không đồng ý vậy. Ngươi muốn chúng ta làm gì nào? Hắn ngước mắt nhìn lên trời. Chúng ta vẫn còn thứ đó mà chẳng phải sao. Đó là con tàu chiến bên trong có chứa bom thế giới. Nó có thể hủy diệt cả thế giới này. Gương mặt ông ta trở nên sợ hãi nói. Ngươi nói nghiêm túc đấy à, vậy còn những thành viên của liên minh vẫn đang chiến đấu thì sao? Hắn nhìn về phía những thành viên đang chiến đấu. Kìa, ngươi đang nói gì vậy Galeon? Trừng mắt nói, ta có thấy AI đâu. Quay trở lại chiến trường, Jae-hoan đang chiến đấu hăng say. Một thông báo hiện lên, thần vô danh 94. Đang tận hưởng niềm vui từ cuộc chiến. Anh ta chỉ cần lướt nhanh qua 4 lính liên minh kia thì đã có thể xử lý hàng loạt tên rồi. Điều đó làm cho tử thần Thanatos cảm thấy hào hứng khi chiêm ngưỡng cảnh con người mạo hiểm mạng sống của mình trên chiến trường. Nhìn thấy đồng đội của mình nhanh chóng ngã xuống từng người, một tên lính cảm thấy sợ hãi trước cảnh tượng này. Hắn nhìn về phía trên lắp bắp nói, tôi biết đây là mệnh lệnh của chúng tôi, nhưng tôi không nghĩ làm thế này là đúng. Thưa gia tỷ, xin hãy ra một mệnh lệnh khác đi. Nhìn lên vẻ mặt lạnh lùng của hắn ta nói tiếp, chúng tôi không thể chịu được lâu hơn nữa. Anh ta thét lớn lên Roti, nhưng hắn vợ như không nghe thấy. Bên dưới những tên lính của liên minh cũng hật đầu hoang mang, khoảng đa tại sao ngài ấy lại đóng cổng dịch chuyển, chúng ta vẫn còn ở đây mà này. Những tiếng hét thốt lên đồi đã làm ơn lúc này. Junat cùng Anderson đang đứng trong tòa tháp, nhìn ra cậu ấy thốt lên, hắn đột nhiên lại đóng cổng dịch chuyển rồi, hắn định làm cái gì vậy? Bên kia Anderson giải thích sức mạnh thực sự của tinh vân chỉ được bộc lộ khi có một vị thần đang tự mình điều khiển nó thôi. Mấy tên đó đang định dồn hết sức vào đòn tấn công. Cuối cùng tòa chiến thuyền bắt đầu chuyển động. Bên trong là tên JT hẳn lên tiếng. Nếu ngươi im lặng đầu hàng cùng với Anderson và gia nhập vào liên minh thì mọi chuyện đã không đi đến nước này rồi. Hắn lộ vẻ tàn nhẫn thản nhiên nói thức tỉnh giả muốn trách thì hãy tự trách bản thân đi. Chiếc chiến thuyền thứ nhất được kích hoạt một loại văn tự cổ bao quanh đầu thuyền. Đó là lĩnh vực của Minh Thương Galeon triển khai lĩnh vực. Đó là thần hủy diệt dây cơ triển khai lĩnh vực. Và cuối cùng là thần luật đinh Rotti triển khai lĩnh vực. Một thông báo mới hiện lên một loại công lý mới sẽ được kích hoạt ở thế giới này trong vòng 10 phút cường hóa mỗi đòn công kích của liên minh. Bầu trời trở nên biến sắc sầm sét đầy trời cảnh tượng như là tận thế sắp đến. Một vệt sáng khổng lồ đang giáng lâm xuống tòa tháp. Đó là thánh thương của thắng lợi, cái bóng của vận vũ khí. Vô số thân ảnh đang hướng về bên dưới. Nhìn thấy cảnh tượng này, đa số các vị thần đều cảm thấy kinh ngạc trước sức mạnh của 6 thần. Metaboss cô nàng Sigen cùng với lão trung hệ đều thấy kinh ngạc trước đòn tấn công kết hợp này. Giờ thì hắn tự tin thốt lên, không có vị thần hay quân chủ nào có thể chống đỡ được đòn tấn công này. Mọi chuyện đã kết thúc rồi. Thức tỉnh ra đòn tấn công đang hướng về phía Dê Hoàn. Nhìn thấy cảnh tượng này, Eden hỏi anh đã kết thúc rồi. Sao? Anh đáp lại như đã hứa, chúng ta chịu được lâu đến vậy. Kéo dài. Cho ngươi 30 giây mà ngươi muốn. Điều này làm anh nhớ lại, lúc anh đang chiến đấu với bọn liên minh, một mình anh phải chống chọi với cả một quân đội. Rất nhiều người làm cho thế lực của anh giảm cực kỳ nhanh chóng. Thấy vậy nên Eden đã lên tiếng. Này, chúng ta không thể cứ đấu với lũ tay sai được, mặc dù ta đã cho ngươi mượn sức mạnh nhưng sắp đến giới hạn rồi. Cả hai chúng ta đều đã tiêu tốn quá nhiều sức lực lĩnh vực kết hợp. Sẽ không kéo dài được lâu nữa đâu, và Bia trong 66 thần đang hồi phục sức mạnh. Nhưng anh bảo là vẫn có cách để xoay chuyển tình thế, kéo dài lĩnh vực kết hợp thêm một lúc nữa đi. Cô ấy thắc mắc trong bao lâu nữa. Anh vừa chiến đấu vừa canh chừng sức lực của mình. Trong vòng 30 giây thôi là đủ rồi. Đến tận bây giờ đã đủ thời gian. Eden, ngươi chịu được lâu đến vậy là đã làm rất tốt rồi. Thanh kiếm anh bắt đầu được bao quanh bởi một cơn lốc năng lượng. Trong lúc đoàn tấn công của mình đang tích lũy năng lượng, anh thầm nghĩ vô số kinh nghiệm mình có được từ việc chiến đấu với kẻ mạnh từ trước đến giờ, dù là Samsung Hôn hắc ám quân sư hay là trận chiến của mình với những quân chủ có thủ hạng cao nhất. Được nhìn thấy sức mạnh của thảm họa, một tồn tại siêu việt, hoặc phán đoán thực lực của 10 hải quân chủ và 7 đại thần mà mình vẫn chưa đối đầu. Mình đã suy nghĩ về chuyện này vô số lần. Nếu mình không vượt qua những người này, thì sẽ không thể đi đến tận cùng của thế giới. Mình đã thấy chán nản và tuyệt vọng. Nhưng dù vậy, mình vẫn không từ bỏ kết quả của tất cả những nỗ lực ấy. Đó là Dê Hoan kỳ nhất thực võ. Anh vững thẳng đòn tát công đó lên bầu trời. Đòn tấn công như một mũi lao bay thẳng tới. Đòn tấn công kết hợp từ Bia tên 6 thần kia. Hai đòn tấn công đã tiến đến và VA vào nhau. Đòn tấn công đó đã thành công phá được hộp kỳ kia, làm cho tên JT phải thốt lên. Không thể nào hắn có thể đọ được đòn tấn công do BA trong số 6 thần tạo. Ra sao? Dê Hoan biết hắn ta bất ngờ nên nói thêm. Nay chúng ta không chỉ kết hợp thế giới của mình lại đâu, nó còn có nghĩa là chúng ta chấp nhận lẫn nhau. Đòn tấn công của anh ta đã phá hủy tất cả những thân ảnh của vũ khí đó. Nó xông thẳng lên những chiến thuyền làm cho và phá hủy nó. Điều đó làm cho thương thần Galeon bất ngờ. Cái gì thế này? Không chỉ là những con rối thế giới quan cũng đang bị hủy hoại ư? Tên còn lại, tên thần hủy diệt dây cơ, đang thét lên mở công ra. Ta không muốn chết. Còn tên Rotti như không tin vào kết quả này. Hắn nhắm mắt như nhắm thừa nhận điều đó tức tinh giả. Đây là thế giới của ngươi sao? Đòn tấn công đã phá tan chiến thuyền. Chỉ còn lại thân ảnh của Jay Hoan như một chiến thần xuất hiện một mình giữa không trung. Đây là một đoạn hoài tướng của Justin, hắn ta đang nhớ về điều gì đó. Hắn nói là có AI đã nói với mình, hãy tìm một thứ gì đó mà người có thể nghĩ đến vĩnh viễn, đó sẽ trở thành thế giới của người. Trong quá khứ xa xưa, dưới sự dẫn dắt của thủ lĩnh Gertie đã mở một giấc mơ của thần. Những vị thần cấp thấp sẽ hợp lực lại để chiếm lấy một vùng. Gertie sẽ nghĩ ra cách để chiêu mộ thêm môn đồ và sẽ cảm thấy vui vẻ nếu có thêm chỉ một người trở thành môn đồ. Khi Andersen gặp Athena, họ sẽ trêu đùa những giải thoại kém cỏi mà mình có. Họ sẽ khoe khoang với nhau về những hóa thân của mình và trò chuyện suốt đêm. Đó là khoảng thời gian mà họ sẽ tìm cách giao tiếp với nhau, ngay cả khi chuyện đó dường như là bất khả thi. Hắn đưa tay lên tiếc nuối những mảnh ký ức ấy, những ngày mà họ không sợ chuyện bị phản bội và sẽ đưa tay ra với người khác. Hắn nhìn về phía trên, đó là Andersen, giọng nói hắn yếu ớt gọi tên cô. Nhưng đến cuối cùng vẻ mặt của cô ấy buồn bã vì sắp mất đi một người bạn trên đời. Những mảnh vỡ cuối cùng của thân thể hắn ta tan biến. Chỉ còn câu nói cùng. Xin hãy ở bên cạnh ta đây, Eden. Cô ấy đã dần tỉnh lại. Giờ đây thân thể cô được Dê Hoan bể đi. Anh thấy cô ấy đang dần tính thì bảo ngươi tỉnh lại chưa? Ngươi có tự mình đúng được không? Cô ấy đáp lại. Ta nghĩ là sẽ hơi khó khăn đấy. Cô quay đầu nhìn lại, ta cảm thấy tiếc cho anh. Khung cảnh xung quanh là những u đất đang nội dung. Nhằm lên có vẻ như mặt đất đã không chịu nổi. áp lực từ bên dưới một dòng chảy dung nhằm bắn thẳng lên trời. Tiếp đó là các cột lửa khác cũng trỗi dậy, núi lửa đã hoàn toàn bao phủ khỏi mặt đất. Junat nhìn thấy cảnh tượng này trông thật sự bàng hoàng. Khung cảnh toàn là màu đỏ, nhìn thôi cũng đủ thấy sức nóng ở đây như thế nào rồi. Các cột lửa như từ bầu trời đổ xuống. Jae-hwan lại tiếp tục bế Eden bước đi. Cô ta hỏi, anh ngươi đã tạo ra cảnh tượng như này ở tất cả thế giới? Sao ta vẫn còn nhớ rất rõ thế giới mà ta nhìn thấy? Khi chúng ta kết hợp lĩnh vực lại thế giới đó trung thực và cô đơn đến đáng sợ trên đời này, chắc sẽ không có môn đô này chịu sống trong thế giới như vậy đâu. Ta hy vọng là những nhân loại của thế giới này sẽ không bao giờ thấy được thế giới của ngươi. Ta hy vọng rằng cái kết mà ngươi hằng mơ đến sẽ không bao giờ trở thành hiện thực. Nếu ngươi còn sức để nói nhắm nhưng suy, cho cùng cô ấy vẫn hy vọng, ngươi sẽ không còn cô đơn như trước nữa. Câu nói này làm anh thấy an lòng. Cô ta lại nói tiếp, nhưng dù ta có nói gì thì chuyện mà ngươi mong muốn có lẽ sẽ trở thành hiện thực thôi. Nếu là vậy thì xin hãy thực hiện yêu cầu của ta và bảo vệ Anderson. Cho đến khi ngươi hủy diệt thế giới này. Ta không biết thế này có được tính là tiền công không, nhưng ta sẽ chuyển giao giải thoại của ta, cho người nó sẽ khá là có ích. Cho người đấy dù sao thì đây cũng là giải thoại của một trong 6 thần. Metabot mà anh đồng cảm ta hiểu rồi. Ngươi tự mình đứng lên đi, việc của chúng ta ở đây vẫn chưa kết thúc đâu, các ngươi rời đi trước đi. Nghe lời nói của hắn, Anderson thắc mắc, ngươi nói cái quái gì vậy? Anh đáp lại, ta sẽ thử 10 những con rồi và rời đi cùng với chúng, các ngươi đi trước đi. Trong lúc đó thì Eden bảo Anderson này, ta có thứ này muốn đưa cho người. Cô ta phát ra nguồn năng lực lĩnh vực của mình. Bởi vì đây là nguồn năng lượng cuối cùng của mình nên đã làm cho cô kiệt sức bất tỉnh. Anderson khóc khi nhận ra nguồn năng lượng này. Cô ấy quay lại thì thấy Ra cho đang đứng dậy. Cô thốt lên, Ra cho ngươi vẫn chưa hoàn toàn trở thành con rồi. Điều này làm cô khó hiểu. Eden ngươi, hắn ta tỉnh dậy lên tiếng. Mặc dù ta không có năng lực để cứu lấy cô ta, ta đã khiến một phần không hồn của cô ta rơi vào trạng thái ngủ đông rồi. Thứ hai, Anderson thắc mắc hỏi lại, vậy thì lý do mà người đích thân điều khiển con rồi Ra cho Ion là mang Ra cho theo cùng ngươi đi. Mặc dù ta không thể cứu cô ta, nhưng có lẽ một người nào đó ở cuối tòa tháp này sẽ làm được đây. Nghe vậy thì Jae-hwan cũng muốn giúp một tay, ta sẽ bỏ Ra cho vào trong lĩnh vực của mình. Nhìn vậy hắn cũng an tâm phần nào. Hắn thúc giục mọi người, giờ thì đi, không còn nhiều thời gian nữa đâu. Anderson không an tâm lắm nên hỏi lại, này Eden, có thật là ngươi sẽ theo sau chúng ta không? Cô ta đáp lại, tất nhiên rồi, ta vẫn còn lại chút đức tin. Nên người đứng lo. Một thông báo mới hiện lên cánh cửa dẫn đến tầng 7 đã mở ra. Mọi người dẫn bước vào cánh cổng. Họ quay người lại chào Anderson nói, người đã hứa là phải đến đấy Junat, thì hẹn gặp lại ngài ở tầng 7. Nhưng riêng Jae-hwan không nói gì. Anh ta chỉ im lặng nhìn về phía con rồi kia. Con rồi kia lên tiếng, hãy đừng quên lời hứa của chúng ta. Anh gật nhẹ đầu như là đã đồng ý. Hắn ta mỉm cười nói tạm biệt nha Anderson. Hắn ngồi xuống vách đá, hàng loạt những thông báo bạn không có đủ đức tin hiện lên. Hắn nghĩ về 500 năm rồi, quả là một cuộc chiến dại dẳng. Hắn nghĩ lại những việc đã làm. Ta thử 10 đức tin một thời gian dài và kiên trì ở bên cạnh những con rối. Mặc dù ta đã dùng hết số đức tin đó, nhưng nhờ vào hắn ta mà ta lại có thể chứng kiến được cái kết của cuộc chiến này. Chết tiệt thật, đúng là một cái giá đắt để được thấy cảnh này. Bỗng tiếng AI đó cất lên, nơi này quá tồi tàn. Sao có thể gọi là nằm mộ của ở nha được. Eden bất ngờ nhìn về phía chân người đang đến. Người đã sống sót được sau mồ hỗn độn này. Một bóng dáng đang tiến đến. Người đã luôn chờ đợi để nuốt chúng ta sao? Dù hắn ta lên tiếng, dù ta có cần nuốt người thì cũng không thể sống sót đâu, và cả hai tay của ta đều đã bị hủy hoại rồi, nên không thể sử dụng thực thân được hắn. Ta nhớ lại trận chiến vừa rồi, cơ thể này đã tiêu tùng rồi. Cái tên dây cơ chết tiệt đó đã lấy mất thần niệm của ta. Dù ta có may mắn sống sót thì cự đà này ta cũng sẽ trở thành linh hồn hắc ám thôi. Hắn ngồi xuống bên cạnh Eden nhưng bị cô ấy đuổi đi. Ngươi biến đi dùm cái đi. Hắn nghe vậy nhưng Mạt thì không cảm thấy khó chịu lắm. Từ nãy đến giờ ta vẫn còn cảm thấy rất tốt, nhưng người làm hỏng bầu không khí của ta rồi Eden. Hắn hỏi cô ấy, kết thúc thế này, người có thực sự thỏa mãn không? Câu hỏi đó làm cô ấy khó chịu. Ngươi hẳn nói tiếp thực. Ra muốn thấy được thế giới sau khi bị hủy diệt. Có đúng không? Ta nghĩ người vẫn chưa bay lượn đủ đây. Con quả kia, hãy biến tả thành con rối của người đi. Ta vẫn còn dư thần quyền và đức tin. Nếu người biến tả thành con rồi thì có thể sống tiếp. Đúng. Eden nghe vậy thì quát hắn đừng có nói nhầm nữa. Mẫu dùng cánh cửa để đi đến tầng tiếp. Theo đi, vết thương của người rất nặng, nhưng nếu người may mắn thì vẫn có thể sống sót. Nhưng hắn ta đáp lại, ta biết rõ tình trạng cơ thể của mình, mà không còn thời gian nữa, ta không trụ được lâu đâu. Nhưng thần không có hóa thân, chỉ có thể biến môn đồ sắp chết thành con rồi thôi. Lời đồn đó có sai không? Eden hỏi lại hắn, ngươi đừng có mà hối hận đấy. Hắn đáp trả chuyện đó sẽ không xảy ra đâu. Hắn nói tiếp, ta mừng là mình có thể cầu nguyện mà không cần dùng đến Tay dù sao thì người cũng đầu phải loại thần linh quan tâm đến mấy nghi thức vô dụng đó. Anh mỉm cười suy nghĩ Eden. Thực ra thì những chuyện như muốn thần linh và con người trở nên bình đẳng, ta đã quên đi những giấc mơ lớn, lao như vậy từ lâu rồi. Nhưng điều đó không quan trọng, thời đại của chúng ta đã là quá khứ rồi. Lòng nhiệt thành của chúng ta lúc trước đã biến mất từ lâu. Tất cả những người cùng chia sẻ cuộc sống này với chúng ta đều đã chết, và những thứ chúng ta quý trọng cũng chẳng còn lại gì. Ta đã đi lang thang trong thời gian rất dài và tìm kiếm một vị thần có thể chờ ta thế giới mà ta mong muốn. Sau khi tìm kiếm thì thế giới mà ta thấy được ở tận cùng chính là nơi này, nơi mà hắn có thể mỉm cười. Nhưng nhìn lại thì nó cũng NDT không đến thế. Ngay cả thế giới mà người nhìn thấy, hắn nhớ lại những mảnh ký ức của mình cùng với khung cảnh hủy diệt này. Hắn ngồi bệt xuống và đây là lời cầu nguyện cuối cùng của ta. Eden đã ngay lập tức thi chuyển lĩnh vực để biến thân. Xin hãy tiếp tục sống sót vị thần không có hóa thân. Thân ảnh Johan móc cánh bay lên, hướng về phía cánh cổng. Anh đang cố bay nhanh nhất có thể để ra khỏi đây. Một thông báo hiện lên: thế giới quan 500 năm trước kỷ nguyên của cuộc đại nổi dậy đã bị phá hủy, đang tìm kiếm người sống sót trong thế giới quan này. Không có người sống sót, tất cả nhiệm vụ ở tầng 6 của Metaboss đã kết thúc. Sau trận chiến có 102 đó ở tầng 6, thì phiên phát sóng cũng kết thúc. Những vị thần lần, những vị quân chủ dõi theo. Có lẽ sẽ có thêm cái nhìn mới về dê hoan, một căn phòng được ánh sáng từ bên trên chiếu vào. Căn phòng đó rơi trong tĩnh lặng, chính giữa có một chiếc bàn tròn, ánh sáng từ chiếc cửa sổ bên trên được đặt ngay trên chính trung tâm đó. Đây là địa điểm họp mặt của 7 đại thần ở vực thẳm. Xanh thiêng một vị thần đang ngồi trên ghế ngắm nghía các tin tức lan tràn trên hệ thống trong ngày hôm nay sau trận đấu đặc biệt. Kia chuyển cục sốc BR trong số 6 thần Metaboss đã mất mạng. Những ứng cử viên mới cho vị trí 6 thần là AI thủ tô lõa, thế là AI. Vậy chỉ một mình một thức tỉnh giả mà gây ra cả một bi kịch. AI sẽ trở thành những kẻ thống trị khác của Metaboss đây, và cả trăm mặt báo khác nữa. Vị thần đó nhìn những tin tức xong cảm thấy khá hài lòng, thật hoàn hảo. Tôi biết đám phía dưới sẽ đánh một trận ra trò cho chúng ta xem, mà người đó có một mái tóc bằng ngọn lửa. Nhìn ngoại hình anh ta cũng đoán được anh ta là vị thần nào. Anh ta hỏi vị thần bên trong mình: có phải là vậy không ha? Ignis, trận đấu của cái đám kia ấy. Anh ta là hiện thân của ba hoa trong 7 đại thần chủ nhân của 3 cảnh đêm nhiệt đới. Hoa thần Ignis, đoàn lũ hành nóng bức vị thần Ignis. Ở bên trong hiện thân thích thú đáp lời anh ta thu tô lõa thế. Hắn ta thật sự làm ta cảm thấy hứng thú. Đầy sức mạnh của hắn ta không đùa được đâu nhỉ. Hiện thân của ba hoa ngồi một mình trên bàn học mãi, mà bây giờ chỉ có một mình anh ta. Đến anh ta thành vãn với thần Ignis à? Bọn sống tề kia lại đến trẻ nữa, rồi Ignis còn lạ gì với bọn họ. 7 đại thần chứ có phải bay đúng giờ đâu. Chưa tới là phải rồi. Hiện thân ba hoa hỏi Ignis: anh tò mò nhất tòa, chắc sẽ không đến đây đâu, đúng không? Thần Ignis phủi tay bảo: ta nói rồi, mà ta cũng chưa từng gặp tên đó bao giờ. Không chắc được đâu, không hẳn đâu. Có khi là hắn ta đã ở đây rồi đấy. Chỉ là chúng ta không thể thấy được hắn mà thôi. Hiện thân của Ignis liếc nhìn xung quanh. Đúng lúc ấy thì có một luồng sáng chiếu xuống thẳng một chiếc ghế chàng trai vừa xuất hiện đó, trông rất phong cách, với một mái tóc đen, và anh ta còn sỏ khuyên. Tai cậu ta nở nụ cười khoái chí. Đó chính là 2 tọa trong 7 đại thần chủ nhân của 2 cảnh tuyệt vọng. Long thần Royal, anh ta ngồi trên ghế gác chân, rồi mở lời với Ignis: chết, cha có vẻ như ta đến muộn rồi. Một con mèo đen choàng khăn choàng đỏ vừa đáp xuống. Long thần Royal bảo với nó: mèo Mimi à, ngươi đến trẻ thì nên xin lỗi người ta một tiếng. Đi chữ. Con mèo đen tổ đùng ấy nằm hẳn lên bàn, cúi đầu trước hoa thần Ignis. Theo lời chủ nhân của nó bảo tôi: xin lỗi tôi, xin lỗi tôi, xin lỗi, tôi cảm thấy xấu hổ lắm, vì lần nào cũng đến trẻ. Tôi thật sự sẽ kiểm điểm lại hành động của chính tôi. Nhưng sau lời xin lỗi ngỏ như chân thành kia, thì con mèo béo ngước mắt lên cười gian tà, đôi mắt nó phát sáng. Tôi xin lỗi như thế, nhưng mà không phải là các ngài cũng có lỗi sao khi chọn họp vào cái giờ này? Mặc dù biết là chúng tôi sẽ trẻ, chữ con mèo này là vật phẩm đặc biệt của Long thần Roy Ian. Mèo Mimi thư hàng không rõ. Hòa thần Ignis cảm thấy thật ngứa mặt bọn chúng quá đi. Hiện thân của ông ta hỏi: ông tôi là có nên giết bọn họ không luôn đây? Hòa thần Ignis ủng hộ cụ thắng Tây đi, ngại ngùng gì hai bên có vẻ đang xích mích chút. Thì lại có thêm một luồng sáng xuất hiện ở chiếc ghế canh bên, lại có thêm một vị thần đến buổi họp. Long thần Roy Ian hỏi Mimi: mèo Mimi à, có vẻ như chúng ta không phải là người đến cuối cùng. Đâu nhìn xem, AI đang đến, kìa, người vừa xuất hiện đó lại là một vị thần có dáng vẻ sầm uất. Cô ta cúi gằm mặt với mái tóc trắng rủ xuống, và bộ đồ trên người cô ta thì cũng trắng nốt. Đó chính là 7 tọa trong 7 đại thần chủ nhân của thời đại vị thần của sự điên loạn vô danh. Xem ra là cũng đến được 3 người, rồi hạo thân Ignis, khi này điều khiển ánh lửa bay lên nhấp nháy, rồi ông ta chuyển hóa vào người hiện thân của mình. Để dễ dàng trao đổi, ánh mắt của hiện thân Ba Hoa cũng thay đổi dần sang sắc đỏ tím. Ông ta hỏi 2 người. Kia thế thì lặn hộp này chỉ có 3 người thôi à? Hỏa thân Ignis thở dài chán nản nhìn xung quanh, thật là một buổi họp thảm hại. Mà ai cũng biết là nhất tòa và 6 tòa sẽ không bao giờ đến tham gia họp rồi, nên thôi kệ bọn họ đi. Hỏa thần Ignis lại quan sát mấy nhân vật đến họp xung quanh ông để đánh giá một chút. Trong số những kẻ đến họp thì có một tên luôn dẫn theo một con ruồi tầm thường mèo. Mimi nghe bảo mình là con ruồi tầm thường thì tức giận gầm gừ như Long thần Ran đã xoa dịu nó. Mèo Mimi, nhịn chút đi chứ. Nhân vật thứ hai cũng chẳng khá hơn là bao, một tên thì chẳng bao giờ mở mồm ra nói chuyện, như hắn ta cũng không biết là hộp để góp ý gì nữa. Hỏa thần Ignis cứ mặc kệ bầu không khí chán nản này, trước dù sao thì cũng phải họp đàng hoàng mà. Anh hỏi những tên kia tại sao từ tỏa và 5 tỏa lại không ở đây hôm nay, vậy mà thôi, bỏ qua chuyện đó qua một bên đi. Thì lý do ta gọi các ngươi đến đây là vì... Long thần Roy, Ian nhanh nhẹn góp ý, ngươi gọi bọn ta đến đây chắc là vì Metaboss của KFC ân đẩy ngươi, có nghĩ như vậy không hả? Mimi tất nhiên. Metaboss, cả chữ và tớ đều bày ra cái điều bộ cười thích thú y hệt nhau. Long thần lại hỏi con mèo bên cạnh mèo Mimi này, ta nghe nói mấy ngày nay Ba Hoa đang ủ mê thư to lõa thể không lối thoát luôn đẩy. Trận đấu nào cũng của vụ cơ Ba Hoa là một tên biến thái. Ba Hoa đúng là tên biến thái. Hắn được nước sẽ muốn lan tới để trêu chọc Hoa thần Ignis và cả hệ thân Ba Hoa mèo Mimi. Ngươi có thể nói cho mọi người biết hiếm lắm mới có thể thấy được. Ignis ủng hộ một thức tỉnh giả, giúp ta có được không mèo? Mimi hùa. Theo trái tim của Ignis đã thay đổi rồi. Trái tim của Ignis đã thay đổi rồi. Tội nghiệp đoàn lũ hành quá đi. Hỏa thần mặc kệ bọn họ làm trò mèo gì, đúng là mấy cái tên lắm chuyện, mà hiện thân Ba Hoa cũng lên tiếng bênh vực. Cho vị thần của mình ngươi nói, cứ như thế ngài ấy ủng hộ hắn ta thật vậy. Ngài ấy chỉ là đặc biệt quan sát hắn một chút thôi. Mèo Mimi bên này nghe thế thì thì thầm với Long thần, cả hai lại diễn tiểu phàm để nói ra ý muốn của mình. Mèo Mimi ngươi vừa nói cái gì? Vậy ta không nghe rõ ha ha. Ennis không ủng hộ hắn ta. Nếu thế thì ngươi hỏi bọn chúng xem là liệu chúng ta có thể lấy hắn được không? Hoa thần Ennis bày ra bộ dạng bình tĩnh đáp lời, cứ làm những gì mà các ngươi thích đi trong trường hợp. Nếu như ngươi muốn chết, thần quyền của Ignis nổi giận tràn ra ngoài bao bọc lấy hiện thân trong hình dạng của một con quái thú. Chưa rõ hình Long thần và mèo Mimi cũng đâu chịu thua kém trước sự đe dọa của Hoa thần Ignis. Bọn họ cũng đang chuẩn bị bộc phát sức mạnh lên mèo Mimi nói với bọn chúng là ta nghĩ đã đến lúc quyết định xem hắc hoa lòng hay xích hoa quỷ vượt trội hơn rồi đấy. Để xem AI vượt trội hơn nào. Thật mong cho thế là hai con quái vật của hai bên bắt đầu hăm hồ với nhau. Tưởng đâu lại có một trận chiến sắp diễn ra nữa. Vị thần vô danh im lặng ngồi đó nãy giờ vẫn chưa có ý kiến gì. Cho tới khi thấy tình hình không đến đâu thì cô ta dồn hết sức bình sinh mà hét lên một tiếng lớn để ngăn cản. Hoa thần Ignis và Long thần Roy Ian đều bị thần vô danh làm cho bất ngờ vô cùng. Hoa thần liếc nhìn cô ta, vô danh hôm nay ngươi? Roy Ian cũng liếc nhìn vô danh, lạ thật, đây là lần đầu tiên mà hắn ta chịu mở miệng nói chuyện trong 2 thế kỷ. Rồi đẩy cô cố gắng lấy hơi từng chút một, chuẩn bị tinh thần để có thể nói ra ha, cứ mở miệng phát ra tiếng rồi lại thôi. Đến mèo Mimi còn phải cổ vũ ngài làm được mà. Sau một lúc cố gắng vượt lên chính mình không ngừng nghỉ thì thần vô danh cũng đã mở được miệng để nói một loạt ta biết là các ngươi gọi ta đến đây không phải là để nói chuyện phím như này đâu. Thần vô danh cổ mãi mới nói được một câu, sau đó liền chui rút mặt vào trong chiếc áo choàng thở hổn hển, còn cổ giận dò được một câu với hỏa thần Ignis môn đồ. Ra chỗ nào khác giải quyết trận chiến ấu trĩ của các ngươi đi. Ignis nhìn thần vô danh cười chửi cổi bổ là hắn ta thật sự đã cố hết sức mình rồi. Vậy thì nên vào chủ đề chính thôi ạ. Hẻm lý do mà ta gọi các ngươi đến đây là vì một trong những bầy đại thần đã phá vỡ hiệp ước trung lập. Long thần lắng nghe anh ta không hề đáp lời phá vỡ hiệp ước trung lập. Sao hiệp ước trung lập được giải thích như sau. Bầy đại thần không can dự vào những vấn đề của những cảnh được chỉ định là khu vực trung lập. Lập địa điểm được nhắc đến trong hiệp ước là cảnh thủ tam. Thắc mắc hỏi thú cưng của mình mèo. Mimi kẻ nào mà có thể làm ra một chuyện như vậy? Thế là kẻ nào? Hoa thần Ignis biết là hắn ta đang hỏi mình, anh trầm mặc đi một lúc rồi đáp lời. Người đó chính là năm tỏa trong 7 đại thần vĩ thần của thời gian. Kronos Roy Ian nghe đến đây thì hỏi tiếp, mèo Mimi à? Nhưng mà bằng chứng đâu nhỉ? Đúng vậy. Bằng chứng cuối cùng. Hoa thần Ignis búng tay một cái để về ra viễn cảnh. Cho mấy tên này dễ hiểu ta. Chắc chắn các ngươi đã nghe nói đến liên minh của Capsian, có phải vậy không? Các ngươi chắc chắn biết liên minh đã kiểm soát Metaboss từ 6 thế kỷ trước. Và tên thủ lĩnh của liên minh đó là cánh tay phải của năm tọa Kronos. Điều đó chứng tỏ điều gì? Ignis nói tiếp. Mặc dù thực lực thì không sánh ngang với 7 đại thần, nhưng khi người ta nói về top 50 vị thần mạnh nhất trong vực thẳm, thì chắc chắn sẽ có nhắc đến tên của hắn ta. Tên thủ lĩnh đó đã dẫn dắt liên minh đẩy kiếm hơn được 100 tỷ đức tin trong Metaboss thần vô danh. Khi này cũng lên tiếng Metaboss đó. Đó là một tòa tháp đặc biệt mà ở đó ai cũng có thể thi đấu, và liên minh ấy chỉ là đội quân riêng của tên thủ lĩnh đó mà thôi. Và bấy nhiêu đó là không đủ để chứng minh bay đại thần đã can dự. Nhưng Hoa thần Ignis đã chen ngang lời của vô danh, cho dù là đức tin do liên minh kiếm được đó lột ra ngoài chỗ nào khác ư? Vô danh lập tức im bắt lột ra ngoài. Sao, đúng là như thế đấy. Gần đây bọn ta phát hiện ra đức tin của Meta bớt chạy sang 5 canh suốt một Metaboss là sân chơi của những kẻ bị đánh bại, là bãi rác chứa những vị thần. Lý do mà 7 đại thần không CA dự vào những vấn đề của Metaboss là vì từ trước đến nay, những vấn đề của Metaboss đều do nội bộ của Metaboss tự giải quyết. Tuy nhiên, nếu như Metaboss bắt đầu can thiệp vào thực tại, thì đó sẽ lại là một chuyện hoàn toàn khác. Thần vô danh lại hỏi Ignis thêm lần nữa. Ngươi có chắc không vậy? Gần như chắc chắn bọn ta cũng phát hiện ra một chuyện rất là kỳ lạ. Hỏa thần tiếp tục trình bày vài ngày trước đội chiến lược của Jonas Thor làm đồng hồ mù đã xâm nhập trái phép vào 8 cảnh cáp CN. Từ những gì bọn ta nghe được thì có vẻ bọn chúng đang đi đến Meta. Bọt mục tiêu của bọn chúng thì rất rõ ràng. Long thần lên tiếng, mèo Mimi à, có khi nào là bọn chúng đến đó để đánh bại một tên thức tỉnh giả tầm thường hay không hả? Mèo Mimi không biết, mèo Mimi không biết. Hỏa thần nói, hắn là kẻ đã đồn hạ 3 trong 6 thần chỉ trong một chiêu đầy, không tầm thường lắm đâu, ta cho là chắc chắn có khả năng. Mèo Mimi à, giờ ba tọa muốn chúng ta làm gì vậy? Ba tọa là một kẻ ngốc, ba tọa là một kẻ ngốc. Thần Ignis nghiêm túc nói, ta muốn đề nghị mở một cuộc bầu phiếu đơn giản. Thần vô danh nói lên ý kiến tên thủ lĩnh đó đã kéo liên minh và lực lượng tinh nhuệ của Jonas vào chuyện này, rồi đây là bằng chứng cho thấy liên minh không liên quan gì đến 5 cảnh thuộc sở hữu của Jonas nữa. Long thần nùng Mimi trên ghế, ta đoán là Jonas đã điều động lực lượng của riêng hắn để can thiệp vào những vấn đề tại khu vực trung lập. Hỏa thần Ignis thay đổi sắc thái, anh ta bảo nếu như tất cả những chuyện này là đúng, thì chưa kịp nói hết câu sức mạnh của anh ta đã lan đi theo cảm xúc của mình. Quả nhiên là Hỏa thần một người luôn hơi gấp gáp, vội vàng và dễ dàng bị chọc tức. Nếu như mọi chuyện thật sự là như vậy thì ba tọa của 7 đại thần Hoa thần Ignis sẽ đích thân nhúng tay vào biến cố của Metabot kể từ ngày hôm nay đây. Đây sẽ là lời cầu nguyện cuối cùng của ta rồi. Eden khi này đã chuyển hóa sang cơ thể của Johan. Thân xác của người mà Eden chuyển vào trước kia cuối cùng cũng đã ngã xuống. Johan vỗ cánh bay lên bầu trời. Cao nói, đúng hơn giây phút này chính là Eden đang làm điều đó. Anh muốn sống một lần nữa, và cũng như ý nguyện của Johan, anh cũng muốn thấy ngày thế giới kết thúc. Xin hãy tiếp tục sống sót đi. Vị thần không có hóa thân Eden ra sức bay đến cánh cổng dẫn đến tầng 7. Anh cố gắng bay hết tộc lực mà mình có đức tin và thần quyền trong cơ thể của Johan đã tiếp sức cho anh. Hệ thống hiển thị thế giới quan 500 năm trước kỷ nguyên của cuộc đại nổi dậy đã bị phá hủy, đang tìm kiếm người sống sót trong thế giới quan này. Không có người sống sót, tất cả nhiệm vụ ở tầng 6 của Metaboss đã kết thúc, mọi thứ ở tầng 6 chấm dứt tại đây. Khi này ở trạm xe bus ở tầng bay, lối vào ở tầng bay lại là một dãy hành lang dài chồng chơn. Nhóm của Jae-hoan khi này đang ở đây chuẩn bị đi thẳng vào tầng 7. Junat lơ lắng nhìn qua cánh cửa phía bên kia, câu hỏi, mọi người, chúng ta cứ đi như thế này, có ổn không? Đầy đời cũng được vài giờ rồi mà sao? Vẫn chưa thấy ngài Eden chưa tới nhỉ? Không biết là ổn không? Anh ấy không thôi. Lo lắng cứ nhìn về phía cánh cửa xem có AI đến nữa không. Anderson khi này đã trang bị sẵn giáp trên người kỹ càng để chuẩn bị cho trận chiến khốc liệt không lường trước được ở tầng bay. Cô nói, cậu ấy nhất định sẽ đến thôi. Cậu ấy là người luôn giữ lời hứa cơ. Mà Junat thấy bộ giáp trên người của thần nữ thần thì bức xúc, khoan đã, cô thật keo kiệt. Cô đã mua vật phẩm cho mình bằng phần thưởng của tầng 6 phải không đó? Anderson đáp lại lời chỉ trích của Junat, ngươi cũng đã ăn trộm đồ của liên minh đấy thôi, còn hay bắt bẻ ta. Cậu ấy tỏ vẻ ngây thơ. Ngài cũng thấy sao? Nhưng Anderson không thèm đôi cổ với thằng nhóc này. Thêm bố chuyện đó sang một bên đi, chúng ta phải biết lo lắng. Cho bản thân mình trước đã, đa số những kẻ xếp hạng của tòa tháp này đều sống ở tầng bay trở lên thôi. Và đẳng cấp của họ đều khác xa một trời một vực so với những đối thủ ta đã chậm trán trước đây. Junat thì không quá nghĩ nhiều như Anderson cậu vô tư nói. Nhưng mà chúng ta đã có anh Jae-hwan, anh ấy đã đánh bại 6 thần của Metabot luôn. Kia mà Anderson phản bán do là cậu ấy đã đánh bại 6 thần, nên chuyện này mới càng rắc rối thêm nữa đấy. Bây giờ, theo như cô biết thì bọn họ đều là kẻ thù của liên minh hết luôn rồi. Đứng đâu là đánh đó đây. Có 2 trong số 6 thần còn lại ở trong liên minh, và cả hai vốn đều mạnh hơn. JT còn tên thủ lĩnh thì sẽ đặc biệt mạnh, kể cả Jae-hwan cũng vậy chứ không riêng gì AI. Junat liền hỏi nữ thần, nhưng mà nghĩ mà xem vị thần nào sẽ là thủ lĩnh cơ chứ? Cô đã đề cập với mọi người rằng cuộc cách mạng 500 năm trước đã bay bại vì hắn ta cơ mà. Nữ thần Anderson nghiêm giọng căng thẳng, nếu nói về hắn, thì câu chuyện sẽ dài lắm, nhưng chỉ cần biết một điều là chúng ta không được phép đầu một chỗi một với hắn. Chừng nào ta còn ở trong Metaboss thì không. Ai có thể chiến đấu một chỗi một với hắn ta. Mà thôi không bàn tính nữa. Bọn họ phải chuẩn bị tinh thần để đi tiếp thôi. Chắc là Eden sẽ mất một thời gian nữa vậy. Nên cứ lên tầng bay trước để xem xét tình hình ở đó đã. Mà Jae-hwan này anh có ổn không vậy? Jae-hwan nghe Anderson hỏi mình thì liếc nhìn cô. Tôi có hơi mệt chút thôi, chúng ta đi thôi nào. Trông dáng vẻ của Jae-hwan rõ ràng là mệt mỏi mà nữ thần Anderson cảm thấy bó. Tay anh ta luôn nói có bao giờ nghe đâu sẽ còn bất thường hơn nếu như anh ta không cảm thấy mệt mỏi sau một trận chiến lớn như vậy đó. Trời, không cần vối đâu, mà Goan chúng ta vẫn có thể nghỉ ngơi thêm một lát rồi đi sau cũng được. Jae-hwan còn có chuyện phải làm ở tầng bay anh muốn đi tìm, nên đã đến đây rồi thì anh không thể cho được nữa. Anh tiến bước về phía cánh cửa rồi nói, tôi còn phải tìm Doanh Quang khi này đã đứng trước cánh cửa của tầng 7. Anh thẩm mỹ, mặc dù trước kia Jerry đã nói rằng không thể tìm thấy bất kỳ ghi chép nào về linh hồn tên Kim Jong Quang, nhưng chắc là cái tên đó đã bị bỏ sót trong lúc tìm kiếm hoặc là Jerry đã nói dối. Không thể chắc chắn được điều gì trừ khi phải chính anh tận mắt chứng kiến Junat và Anderson cũng chạy theo sau để đi cùng anh. Đến tầng 7 hệ thống xin thông báo, bạn đã vào tầng 7 của Metabot. Khi này chỉ có một mình Jae-hwan bước vào trong mà thôi. Đó là một căn phòng vô tận vẫn chưa hình thành, nên khung cảnh gì đặc biệt. Chỉ có hệ thống liên tiếp nhảy thông báo để người chơi nắm được mà thôi. Tầng bay của Metaboss chỉ cho phép tham gia từng người, nhiệm vụ của thế giới quan này sẽ được công bố sau khi bạn bước vào. Anh ta ngước nhìn lên cao như thể là anh đang ở trong một miếng giếng sâu vô tận. Vậy nhiệm vụ chỉ cho phép tham gia cá nhân sao? Anh cứ tưởng bọn họ có thể cùng nhau đi vào tầng bay. Đột nhiên phía trước mặt anh xuất hiện một điều gì đó khiến anh đặc biệt chú ý. Đó là một tin nhắn thông báo khá lớn như thế. Nó muốn hỏi rõ người chơi để người chơi suy nghĩ thật kỹ. Một câu hỏi được đưa ra vào lúc này. Sao hệ thống hỏi có điều gì mà bạn đang tìm kiếm trong Metabot không? Anh đọc câu hỏi xong thì cũng suy tư điều gì mà anh đang tìm kiếm. Sao trong tâm trí của anh có vẻ đã hình dung được điều gì đó thì... Đột nhiên khung cảnh lúc này trước mặt anh lại thay đổi bất ngờ. Mở tổ mắt nhìn gì đây thoáng chốc, thì khoảng không vô tận tối tăm ấy đã biến thành bầu trời xanh rộng lớn. Những chiếc lá xanh khẽ bay bay nơi ấy. Giờ đây đã biến thành một vùng đất tươi mới. Sau lưng là một cái cây cổ thụ lớn và cả bộ trang phục trên người của anh. Khi này cũng thay đổi, anh nhìn vào trang phục trên cơ thể mình. Đây là quần áo và thanh kiếm lúc anh còn ở trong tháp ở hỗn độn. Và cái cây cổ thụ to lớn đó là cái cây ở tầng 50. Đúng lúc đó thì có người xuất hiện phía sau lưng. Jae-hwan à, ấy đó, cất tiếng gọi tên anh. Jae-hwan à, cậu đang làm gì ở đó? Thế dáng vẻ đó, có vẻ là của một chàng trai và anh ta ăn mặc trang phục cũng giống như anh vậy. Anh giật mình quay đầu. Anh nhìn người kia một cách mơ hồ rồi hỏi vậy. Ra đây là nơi mà cậu đang ở sao ha? Ewan hoang mang nét mặt lo lắng nhìn anh cậu ta. Nói cái gì thế này anh thật sự không hiểu. Jae-hwan ngay lập tức lao đến nắm lấy vai của anh ta rồi hỏi thăm anh đủ thứ. Cậu vẫn đang lành lặn đúng chứ? Mà khoan đã, quan trọng hơn là làm sao mà cậu vẫn nhớ tôi đây? Anh thắc mắc lẽ ra là cậu phải quên hết ký ức ở trong tòa tháp ác mộng rồi. Cơ chứ, nhưng cậu ta chỉ cười cười khó xử. Anh nói với Jae-hwan cậu nói gì tôi không hiểu cậu nói gì. Rồi anh ta bảo với Jae-hwan được rồi lại đây. Mau tới giờ họp chiến lược rồi đấy. Ha, họp chiến lược, anh nhìn thấy những con người quen thuộc đang ở phía sau lưng. Anh kinh ngạc nhìn họ, những gương mặt ấy. Sao bọn họ cũng ở đây cơ chứ, không phải là bọn họ đã... Bỗng một người đàn ông hơi gầy gò mang kính trọng, giống như một nhà khoa học. Ông ta lên tiếng nói với anh này, tâm trí cậu để ở đâu thể xem. Ra con sắc đẹp Buzz hôm qua, tuyệt vời lắm nhỉ. Người đàn ông đó là giáo viên khoa học Sakamoto, người đã dạy về vũ trụ song song. Một bà lão khi này cũng xuất hiện rồi bảo với anh này, Jae-hwan, mọi người đang đợi cậu đấy. Đây là dược sư Higen, người pha chế thuốc tốt nhất. Bên này lại có thêm một người đàn ông dáng vẻ cường tráng nhìn anh cười sảng khoái. Đây là Jay lão thỏ rèn người mà luôn giúp đỡ anh từ sửa vũ khí của mình. Ông lên tiếng lại đây nào. Seo Yun cô ấy sẽ tới trẻ ở cô ấy đây rồi. Ngay lúc đó thì có một cô gái hù anh từ đằng sau, cô gái ấy ôm lấy cổ anh, khiến anh có chút. Cho đạo đó chính là người đồng đội khá thân thiết của anh ngoài Kim Jun Hoan ra. Cô ấy nhảy lên người anh rồi ôm lấy Juan, cô hỏi, vẫn còn đang mơ đấy. Sao con sắc đẹp bus hôm qua tuyệt thế à? Jae Hoan đã nghe đến giống loài này rồi. Nãy giờ họ cứ nhắc đến sắc à? Đúng rồi. Jae Hoan khi này đã nhớ ra được. Bọn họ đã cùng nhau vượt qua được tầng 66 và thoát ra được khỏi giấc mộng của Succubus. Mà tới đây Seon mở lời hỏi anh mơ thấy gì vậy? Tôi thấy cậu mê mặn. Một lúc rồi đấy, anh cúi gằm mặt, anh khẽ trả lời đó là một giấc mơ dài. Sao yêu nhìn trạng thái của anh là một giấc mơ dài. Sao Jae Hoan đã im lặng không nói gì nữa? Đúng như vậy. Anh đã có được một giấc mơ dài. Đó là về việc anh đã leo lên tháp ác mộng một mình mà không có những người bạn này đi đến cuối cùng. Một hành trình cô độc. Sakamoto thì quay lại, còn Ra và Higen rời đi. Seo Yun và John Kwang thì đã chết trong hành trình Leo. Anh là người cuối cùng đã leo lên đến tảng 100, phá hủy tòa tháp và xâm nhập vào hỗn loạn rẻ của huyện thủ. Ở nơi đó, anh đã gặp được Mino, ông già trung hệ Kato Siren và những người dân trong pháo đài Gogon. Anh đã chiến đấu với các quân chủ và đuổi theo dấu vết đen được nhánh của cây ao. Anh là vực thẳm. Khi anh leo tới được vực thẳm thì anh đã gặp mặt được Aiden, Junet Anderson đầu tiên và sau đó là đến Eden. Rồi bọn họ đã cùng chiến đấu với liên minh của các vị thần. Yuan đã thật bình tĩnh và kể lại toàn bộ những câu chuyện đó cho mọi người ở tòa tháp nghe. Đó là giấc mơ dài của anh thầy giáo. Sakamoto nghe anh kể xong thì cảm thán họ cậu có trí tưởng tượng phong phú thật đấy. Tôi chắc chắn là nó có xảy ra ở vũ trụ song song rồi, khoảng thời gian mà bọn họ tưởng rằng tầng 100 của tòa tháp là dấu chấm hết cho bị kịch của chúng tôi. Seoul cười vui vẻ với anh. Ha ha ha, ý của cậu là còn có những thế giới khác ở cuối tòa tháp này, hạ hỗn loạn rồi cả vực thẳm. Sao khoảng thời gian đó chỉ còn lại là sự tuyệt vọng và họ hầu như không thể thở được. Đó là khoảng thời gian mà bọn họ chỉ có thể nói về tương lai. Khi bước trên những nỗi tuyệt vọng đó, khoảng thời gian mà mọi thứ đều là cơn ác mộng. Với mọi người, Jae Hoan nhìn Seun cười dịu dàng với cô. Tất cả những điều đó là quá khứ ấm áp nhất mà anh có. Anh nói với Seun, thật sự mà nói thì nó chân thật đến mức khiến tôi xém chút nữa là tin đây. Seun cảm thấy Jae Hoan thật kỳ lạ. Cô liền thắc mắc, hùm sao đột nhiên cậu lại nói gì vậy? Tôi không hiểu. Cuối cùng thì tất cả chỉ có thể mà thôi. Jae Hoan rút thanh kiếm của mình ra, anh chuẩn bị vận dụng sức mạnh. Có lẽ đây chính là cảm giác mà những người đồng đội của anh bị hòn đá trở lại lừa gạt. Họ đã chọn khoảng thời gian ngọt ngào như vậy và quyết định sống hết mình ở thực tại đó. Nhưng xui thay là Jae Hoan, anh đây sẽ không bị thù ảo anh này đánh lừa đâu. Anh ngay lập tức vung kiếm bằng cả con người mình. Linh van thật hèn hạ khi chôn vùi con người ta trong những quá khứ tươi đẹp của họ và để họ sống mãi trong chiếc lồng giả dối ấy. Nhưng bởi vì bản năng thức tỉnh của anh là một lời nguyện thụ sẽ không cho phép anh đắm chìm vào điều đó. Sao Jun khi này vẫn đang không hiểu chuyện gì xảy ra. Cô cứ gọi tên anh Jae Hoan à. Jae Hoan nhắm chặt mắt lại, để rồi anh dứt khoát từng ra một đòn kiếm đâm toàn lực về phía trước. Chiêu thức đó của anh vẫn đang đi qua và quét sạch mọi thứ trên đường đi của nó. Luồng năng lượng đổ đốt cháy đi. Mọi người đang hiện diện ở đó, cả Seon và cả Kim Doanh Quan mà anh đang tìm kiếm. Cậu ấy cũng hứng toàn bộ chiêu thức dữ dội đó. Trên người đã loang lổ vết thương. Jae Hoan tĩnh lặng đứng ở đó, không để tâm đến những người đồng đội được tạo nên từ ảo ảnh của anh. Đùa đến đây thôi là được rồi. Đúng như Jae Hoan đoán, tất thây chỉ đều là ảo ảnh mà thôi. Nó chọn ra khoảng thời gian tươi đẹp nhất và muốn giam cầm anh ở đó mãi mãi. Đòn đâm toàn lực của anh đã thành công, đâm thủng giới hạn của vòng tròn ảo tưởng này. Ta đã phải đối mặt với mấy cái ảo ảnh này nhiều đến phát ngán luôn rồi đấy. Hệ thống khi này hiển thị dòng thông báo như thế khiêu khích anh. Những biểu hiện đó của cậu không giống như là chán ghét. Jae Hoa nổi điên với hệ thống và giờ bất cứ tên này xuất hiện ngoài kia thì anh cũng sẵn lòng kết liễu hắn. Mẫu cút đi, ta giết ngươi thật đây. Tàng bay khi này thật sự mới chỉ là bước khởi động mà thôi. Hệ thống vừa khiêu khích Jae Hoan đó khác với hệ thống bình thường hay được dùng để hiển thị thông báo. Nó lại bắt đầu hiển thông báo trước mặt anh ngoài khoảng không tối đen kia, coi như thì một con người như cậu sẽ thực sự tồn tại. Theo kết quả điều tra cho thấy rồi, đột nhiên lỗ hổng đã được Jae Hoan phá ra, đây được hệ thống vá liền lại và khôi phục bầu trời lại xanh thăm thẳm như chưa hề có chuyện gì. Hệ thống nói với anh, xin lỗi nhé, nhưng với sức mạnh của mình thì cậu sẽ không thể hủy diệt thế giới này đâu, và tất cả 5 giác quan của cậu sẽ nói với cậu rằng thế giới này là thật. Khi này những người đồng đội cũ của Joan cũng được khôi phục hò hiện ra trở lại và liên tục gọi tên anh không ngừng Joan. Cả thấy Sakamoto và bà Hèn đều đã trở lại cứ như một hình ảnh được mô phỏng sẵn hệ thống, luôn muốn thuyết phục từ bỏ nó, khẳng định thế giới này là thật. Tất cả những cảm xúc của cậu cảm nhận được và tất cả những điều cậu nghe thấy trên thế giới này đều là thật, cậu không tin vào chính mình. Dừng lại vẫn chưa muộn đâu mà. Làm sao mà dê hoan mặc kệ cái thứ hệ thống kia cũ là nhảy lung tung anh liên tục ra đòn để hạ gục những hình ảnh ảo giác đó trong thế giới chết tiệt này. Những người đồng đội của anh liên tục bị anh tiêu diệt hắn. Còn bảo ngươi có muốn dừng lại thì vẫn chưa trẻ đâu. Anh vẫn tiếp tục làm hắn thốt lên, làm sao mà cậu lại chắc chắn đến như vậy chứ? Dê hoan nhìn chằm chằm về trước anh nói. Ta biết rõ rằng mọi thứ ở đây đều không có thật. Hệ thống nhảy ra đối chất với anh cậu, phủ nhận tất cả những gì mà giác quan của ngươi đang mách bảo sao. Dê hoan quay đầu nhìn cái đốm sáng đang lơ lửng bên này, ngươi ở đây rồi. Ngay lập tức anh đâm thẳng thanh kiếm của mình vào trong lòng đất. Những chiêu thức của anh cũ thế được điều khiển, đâm từ phía từ dưới lòng đất lên để bắt và tấn công kẻ thù ở phạm vi rộng. Anh chồng thanh kiếm thỏ từng hơi, anh có đôi chút đuối sức, nhưng hệ thống có lẽ đã bỏ cuộc trước anh. Khung cảnh xung quanh bây giờ đã bắt đầu thay đổi, không còn là cảnh tượng của tòa tháp mà anh đã từng chiến đấu nữa. Hệ thống đưa anh sang một khu rừng toàn những cây xanh khổng lồ. Nó hiển thị lời khen ngợi cậu rất mạnh. Cậu đã hỏi rằng bạn bè của mình ở đâu phải không? Đó là điều mà ai cũng biết, còn cậu thì không. Bạn của cậu bây giờ chắc chắn đã chết rồi. Cho dù là cậu ấy đang ở Metabot hay nơi giam giữ đi chăng nữa, không thể nào một sinh vật không có môn đồ vẫn còn sống được. Dê Hoàng cắt ngang lời luyên thuyên dài dòng của hệ thống, anh chuẩn bị thêm một đòn tấn công nữa. Sức mạnh đã tụ lại thanh kiếm. Ta đoán là ngươi cũng không biết kim doanh quan ở đâu. Hệ thống biết mình không thể giam giữ anh lâu hơn nữa nên nó hiển thị ra lời nói cuối cùng. Cậu sẽ không thể thay đổi bất cứ thứ gì với sức mạnh chứa đầy nỗi cô đơn như vậy đâu. Và rồi thanh kiếm của Jay Hoan phát sáng một dòng nước vộ ra từ trong lồng kính nhỏ. Hệ thống bình thường đã quay trở lại. Nó thông báo với người chơi bạn đã vượt qua được nhiệm vụ đầu vào tầng 7 của Metaboss, là nhiệm vụ nhóm, và nhóm của bạn được quyết định dựa trên việc bạn đã vượt qua các nhiệm vụ như thế nào. Cho đến nay, Dệ Hoan vừa phá vỡ một cái buồng nhỏ, xem ra là anh đã đi tới bước tiếp theo của tầng 7 rồi. Hệ thống còn tặng Joan thêm một câu, bạn là kẻ khủng bố. Anh thắc mắc, kẻ khủng bố sao? Lúc này Anderson từ đâu bay đến bên cạnh anh Joan. Thấy anh tỉnh lại thì cô liền hỏi thăm, câu ổn đấy chứ? Joan hỏi, nữ thần cô không bị giam giữ sao đây? Anderson giải thích với anh ta, phụ thuộc vào thế giới quan của cậu nói đúng. Ra thì về cơ bản ta chia sẻ một phần cơ thể với cậu đấy. Nói chuyện gặp mặt Anderson xong thì anh bắt đầu quan sát xung quanh nơi đây, giống như thể một nhà máy hay là một phòng thí nghiệm vậy. Chỉ thấy có rất nhiều lồng kính. Cái thứ lồng kính mà Joan cũng đã bị nhốt vào đấy. Ở giữa phòng nó còn có cái bảng để tên phòng chứa kén. Jae-hoan mơ hồ hỏi Anderson, ta là đang ở đâu đây? Anderson muốn giải thích cho cậu sao nên cô nói bây giờ thì cậu cứ im lặng và đi. Theo ta đi, chúng ta cần phải tìm ra được Jonas trước đã. Jae-hoan đành nghe theo lời nữ thần, thế là hai người đi xung quanh phòng kén để tìm cho ra cậu nhóc Jonas. Anh nhìn xung quanh, anh nhìn thấy những cái kén có ở khắp nơi từ nãy đến giờ. Anh đã nhìn thấy ít nhất là 1000 cái kén rồi. Trong những cái kén này còn có người nằm bên trong. Mọi kén là mọi người, có phải họ đều là những hành khách đã lên được tầng 7? Tất cả đều nằm ngủ với một nụ cười trông rất hạnh phúc. Từ trên những cái kén này có một đường dẫn đang tích điện. Những dòng điện từ những cái kén sẽ được chuyển đến trừ năng lượng khổng lồ, và có lẽ là trừ năng lượng chính nằm ở giữa phòng đây. Anderson lên tiếng nói với anh. Đây là phòng sản sinh năng lượng của Metabot. Nơi này hoặc là tạo ra những lực đẩy được đưa ra dưới dạng sản phẩm, hoặc là khai thác sức mạnh thế giới cần thiết để duy trì các thế giới quan. Quan trọng hơn, Jae-hoan cũng hiểu nó là một hệ thống bòn rút thần quyền từ các hành khách để duy trì hoạt động của tòa tháp. Anh đã nghĩ rằng nơi này có tồn tại, nhưng không ngờ nó lại được vận hành trên một hệ thống như thế này. Anderson đáp lời anh, đây là cái giá phải trả cho việc leo lên đến tầng 7 mà không hề biết gì. Hệ thống thậm chí còn trở nên khắc nghiệt hơn trước đây nữa. Không phải là cách mọi thứ được thực hiện trong quá khứ. Ta muốn giải thoát cho họ. Jehoan và Anderson lại tiếp tục bước đi trong căn phòng đầy kén đó để tìm ra Junat. Anh để ý thấy có một cái tên khá quen thuộc, thần vô danh 32. Sao thần vô danh? Anh nghĩ là anh đã nghe nó ở đâu đó rồi. Lúc này thì Anderson đột nhiên reo lên, ô thằng nhóc đây rồi này. Chỉ thấy bên trong một cái kén Junat không mang cái vẻ mặt hạnh phúc như người khác. Chả biết thằng bé nhìn thấy gì mà mặt mày trông khiếp đảm lắm. Jae-hoan đưa tay tóm lấy bề mặt chiếc kén. Anh hỏi, tôi đưa thằng bé ra ngoài luôn được không? Anderson cũng không chắc, nhưng có lẽ là không nên với cô. Nói như bình thường thì không đâu. Nếu có sai sót gì thì nhóc đó sẽ bị thương khi liên kết bị ngắt kết nối, và linh hồn cũng có thể gặp vấn đề nữa. Thì vấn đề ở đây là Jae-hoan không thèm nghe cô nói đến hậu quả, nhưng đã mở mắt kén ra luôn rồi. Junat nhào thẳng ra ngoài miệng còn đang bần phun ra một đê nước đầy. Anderson nói tiếp nhưng mà cậu ấy không sao mở ra ngay cũng không sao do liên kết của nó không hoàn chỉnh. Anh đáp lại. Ra là vậy. Bên này Junat đã thành công được cứu ra khỏi lồng kén cầu còn đang bần phun thủ nước kia ra khỏi miệng vì nó đã ngập đến đâu trong người cậu rồi. Jae-hoan hỏi thăm cậu ổn đấy chứ. Cậu ta kinh hãi cố nhớ lại cảnh tượng mà mình đã mơ thấy khi bị đưa vào ảo ảnh. Tôi đã mơ thấy một cơn ác mộng rất khủng khiếp, mọi người ở đó đều lõa thế giống như anh Jae-hoan vậy đó. Còn dí em vào đường cùng rồi kêu tên tôi Junat. Junat Nua Nuthan Anderson nói vậy chuyện gì sẽ xảy ra nếu như mọi người đều lõa thế thì cũng có sao đâu. Tưởng đâu yên bình được đôi chút thì khi này coi báo động trong phòng kén đã kêu lên inh ỏi khiến cho bọn họ đều phải chú ý đề phòng. Jae-hoan ngay lập tức liếc nhìn. Khi anh phát hiện ta có thứ gì đó, từ trong cánh cửa dẫn xuống phòng có những tia sáng nhỏ màu tím bay ra, theo sau đó là một bầy ống lớn kéo đến, chúng có một cái ngòi độc ở đuôi. Ngay lập tức mấy con ống bắt đầu tấn công nhóm của Jae-hoan ở ngòi đuôi của bọn chúng phòng tả. Những tia năng lượng cũng có thể là tia độc. Bọn họ nhanh chân bỏ chạy. Anderson kêu gọi họ tìm thấy chúng ta rồi đẩy mau chạy thôi Junat. Khi này còn chưa kịp tinh tổ nên đã được Jae-hoan xách cổ áo lôi. Theo chết tiệt chúng ta sẽ thoát được chúng hay không chứ? Jae-hoan vừa chạy anh vừa nói với Anderson. Thần lực của anh vẫn chưa hồi phục hoàn toàn, nên có lẽ anh không thể chiến đấu tốt được lúc này. Anderson tìm ra một đường thoát ở phía trên cô chỉ đằng kia, trốn bằng đường đó đi mau lên. Anh nhảy phúc lên để trèo lên đường thoát đó. Mấy đám ống thầy họ chạy trốn. Hướng đó thì cũng nhanh đánh dấu. Rồi đuổi theo chạy vào trong đường kín lại càng dễ dàng. Cho chúng tấn công vào hơn nữa phẩm si, họ tránh đòn cũng không có đủ. Jae-hoan cảm thấy cứ như thế này thì rõ ràng là tình hình không ổn. Chúng sẽ bám đuôi chúng ta suốt như vậy. Sao cứ chạy như thế này trước sau gì cũng sẽ thiệt hại nhiều hơn thôi. Và anh không thể cứ chạy như thế với Junat được, với tốc độ này thì không ổn. Nghiến răng xem. Ra hết cách rồi anh đành dừng lại và rút kiếm ra chiến đấu thôi. Dù thần quyền không có đủ nhưng anh chỉ biết cố gắng hơn lúc này nếu như không còn cách nào khác. Junat và Anderson hét lên. Khi thấy Johan định dừng lại chiến đấu, anh Johan à, dừng lại đi, cơ thể cậu không chịu được đâu. Mấy con ống khi này đã tiếp cận vào đến nơi Johan đang đứng. Anh bắt đầu vung kiếm để tiêu diệt bọn chúng, cứ như những gì đã luôn xảy ra thôi, mình chỉ cần phải tìm cách vượt qua thôi. Mà lúc này một cô gái cất giọng nói từ phía sau bọn họ. Tôi biết là cậu sẽ đến sớm. Mà một sinh vật màu xanh nhỏ nhắn lao về trước và lao ngang qua Junat. Ngay sau đó có thêm rất nhiều sinh vật nhỏ đó xuất hiện kích cỡ, chúng cũng ngang bằng với những con ong. Kia chúng ban ra những tia năng lượng xanh và để lùi được đám ống trong chốc lát, cứu hộ thoát được một kiếp nạn trong gang tắc. Jae-hoan rõ ràng biết những sinh vật nhỏ này là của AI mà ra anh liếc nhìn rồi nói lâu rồi không gặp. John đứng ở phía sau bọn họ cô tung ra thêm rất nhiều những robot kia rồi trả lời. Anh chẳng phải tôi đã bảo là sẽ đưa anh lên tầng 7 rồi. À, tôi đã giữ lời hứa rồi đấy quý ngài. Lính mồi ra Jene xuất hiện kịp thời và trợ giúp anh như thế này. Còn gì cũng may là Jene đã đến để hỗ trợ kịp lúc, nên giờ họ mới có thể đứng đây nói chuyện với nhau. Jae-hoan bảo cô đến sớm hơn bọn tôi rồi, nhị đã nói rồi, tôi là một kỳ cựu kia mà. Khi này Jane đột nhiên lách người sang rồi cô lên tiếng giỏi. Thiêu à, mà tôi muốn giỏi. Thiệu người này với cậu này, Jae-hoan người ta còn là người hâm mộ của cậu đây ha. Người hâm mộ à, cậu chàng đó bước đến với mái tóc vàng được buộc lại ở đằng sau. Cậu ta còn mang một chiếc kính, rất vui, được gặp anh thú tổ lõa. Thế đây là lần đầu tiên chúng ta được gặp mặt nhau. Jae-hoan hồi thẳng thừng, người hâm mộ của mình. Cậu là AI đấy. Chàng có dáng vóc khá nhỏ nhắn, cả người cứ thế mà phát sáng hết cả lên hệ thống. Hiển thị trước thần Jay có vẻ hơi thất vọng sau câu trả lời đó của Jae-hoan. Đây chính là chớp thần Jay. Jay luôn. Theo dõi nhiều trận đấu của anh, cậu ấy nói có hơi thất vọng đó nha. Tôi đã ủng hộ anh rất nhiều luôn. Ở bên này cả Anderson và Junat đều đang bị chiếu đến lóa mắt bởi cái ánh sáng trên đầu của thiếm thần. Jay dẹp cái ánh sáng lóa mắt trên đầu anh ta đi mà John nói đỡ giúp. Cho Jay thông cảm nha, tại cậu ấy bị ngại nên vậy đó. Ngay cả Jae-hoan cũng bị cậu ta làm cho lóa hết cả mặt mẫu tất cái đó đi đã. Ra là vị thần với cái tên kỳ lạ đó. Sao hệ thống lại chạy thông báo sau phát ngôn của Jae-hoan chớp thần Jay? Jay sửng sốt tới mức ngồi xuống một cách lố bịch. Thiểm thần Jay đang rồi bởi cậu ta yếu ớt đáp trả. Lần đầu gặp thần tượng mà sao chịu nhiều cú sốc quá, cái tên của tôi, kỳ lạ sao? Dù sao, thì tôi cũng đã xem xuyên suốt hành trình của anh trong tòa tháp. Tôi không nghĩ là trong một lúc mà anh lại đánh bại. BA trong 6 thần những du hành giả khác đang mong chờ sự xuất hiện của anh ở tầng này. Đây Jae-hoan thắc mắc, ngoài hai người còn có thêm AI nữa. Sao? Thiếm thần dây dây nói có một vài người nữa, họ là những người muốn thoát khỏi tầng 7. Chào hỏi xong thì dây hoan đi. Theo bọn họ dây dây nói tất cả đều tập trung tại khu vực an toàn gọi là quán rượu Hạc Nguyệt. Quán rượu Hạc Nguyệt sao? Còn có tên mỹ miếu thế à? Junat phấn khích nói với tôi biết cái chỗ đó. Cái người đến từ vết nước đã cứu tôi. Có bao là nếu như tôi leo được tới tầng 7 thì hãy tới đó dây dây nói với họ rất vui vì mọi người đã đến được đây. Trên bầu trời khi này ánh trăng sáng có vẻ đang được bao bọc bởi mây đen. Cuồn cuộn tất cả mấy người bọn họ đều đồng loạt ngước nhìn. Dê Hoan khi này để ý thấy mặt phẳng dưới chân họ đang phát sáng. Và mắt phẳng ấy như một cánh cửa được ghép lại. Khi này nó đã được kích hoạt để mở ra. Dê Dê và John nhìn bọn họ rồi cười. Chúng tôi không biết khi nào máy bay không người lái sẽ xuất hiện trở lại, nên bây giờ hãy bắt đầu đi thôi, tiến vào khu vực an toàn của quán rượu Hạc Nguyệt. Khi này, tất cả bọn họ đã... Theo chân chớp thần dây dây và Dene tiến vào trong khu vực an toàn cánh cửa được mở ra, thì mấy người bên trong cũng chú ý quay đầu nhìn. Dene nói với mọi người đang ở đó tập trung nào mọi người rồi cô hướng tay về phía Dê. Hoan người mà tất cả đang chờ đã đến rồi nè. Mọi người có vẻ khá phấn khích, tất cả đều ở lên một tiếng rồi bàn tán. Đó là thứ tô lõa thể trong lời đồn sao. Lần này chúng ta sẽ thành công là cái chắc. Rồi Johnny quay sang nói với anh quý ngài lính mới. À mọi người ở đây tuy không nổi tiếng bằng cậu, nhưng họ vẫn khá nổi tiếng đấy. Chào hỏi một chút đi. Cô chỉ anh về một tên đô con để rồi. Thiệu trước cái tên bụ con. Kia là Jill, một vị thần trung cấp và khá giỏi chiến đấu đầy phòng bao thần anh ta lớn tiếng. Nói một ngày nào đó hãy đô sức với tôi đi. Tôi chỉ là một vị thần trung cấp, nhưng anh biết đấy. Thu hạng không quan trọng Dene cắt ngang lời của anh ta giỏi. Thiệu cho biết nhau thôi mà tốt nhất là không nên nói về thu hạng của mình. Còn kia là hóa thân của Drake Pure Green, hóa thân của Drake, Xích Long Thần đang nhìn anh chằm chằm. Anh ta có ngoại hình cũng khá là đặc biệt, kiếm của cậu tuyệt đấy. Thế đã từng giết rộng bao giờ chưa? Anh ta hỏi Dê Hoàn. Anh không nói gì nhiều, chỉ âm thầm nhìn bọn họ rồi cảm nhận năng lượng thần quyền mà họ tỏa ra khá là mãnh liệt. Đặc biệt là từ Pure Green, cậu ta thậm chí còn cách 6 thần một chút thôi. Ra Johnny vô tay một cái rồi chào hỏi, thế là kết thúc, mọi người đã chờ đợi khá lâu rồi đấy. Cô tuyên bố với mọi người nội dung nhiệm vụ sẽ được công bố sớm, AI chưa đọc thì hãy đọc đi nha. Cả thần Jill và Pure Cream khi này cũng mở bằng thông báo nhiệm vụ lên xem. Nhiệm vụ của tầng 7 đã xuất hiện, Metaboss, tầng 7 phiên bản BA, chậm 1-2 nhiệm vụ. Bạn có thể chọn tham gia trò chơi với tư cách là chính phủ hoặc khủng bố, dẫn dắt đội của bạn đến chiến thắng và giành được quyền thống trị tầng 7 giới hạn. Sẽ được thông báo sau phần thưởng là vé vào tầng 8 300.000 đức tin và vân vân. Phần thưởng bí mật có điều kiện hệ thống thông báo cho Dê Hoàn bạn đã trở thành một kẻ khủng bố. Phần sau đây sẽ giải thích cách một kẻ khủng bố có thể giành chiến thắng thế nào. Bước thứ nhất là chiếm các nhà máy và báo tên của bạn. Cho người dân tăng 7, càng chiếm được nhiều nhà máy, bạn sẽ càng nhận thêm nhiều danh tiếng hơn. Bước thứ hai là trả tự do cho những người bị giam giữ trong nhà máy đó và giành được sự ủng hộ của mọi người. Bước thứ ba là vào 24 giờ sau khi nhiệm vụ bắt đầu thì cuộc bầu cử sẽ diễn ra. Bước cuối cùng là bạn phải giành chiến thắng trong cuộc bầu cử và đội của bạn sẽ chiến thắng. Peterson đọc xong nhiệm vụ thì nhận xét tầng 7 gần như giống với 500 năm trước. Chả có lẽ là việc phục dụng tầng 7 trở lên sẽ rất khó khăn. Doan hỏi lần này cô có định giúp nữa không vậy? Anderson đáp, hạ không phải là quá nhẫn tâm. Sao tôi đã giúp anh rất nhiều rồi đấy chứ? Junat khi này bạn ôm đầu sau khi đọc nhiệm vụ nhà máy bầu cử sao? Có rất nhiều từ khó trong nhiệm vụ này quá đi. Anderson nhắc nhở bọn họ đừng có mà suy nghĩ quá phức tạp làm gì, cứ chiếm đóng nhà máy cứu được người dân rồi thắng được cuộc bầu cử thật dễ dàng thôi. Cô bảo bọn họ nhìn ra cửa sổ đi bên ngoài có rất nhiều nhà máy và mọi thứ nằm ở vị trí, trông có vẻ hơi rối mắt nữa. Anderson bảo với bọn họ đó là nhà máy cái phòng điện mà chúng ta vừa đi qua mỗi nãy. Đẩy người dân ở đây chính là những du hành khách bị mắc kẹt trong cái kén đơn giản mà hai nhóc cũng từng bị mắc kẹt trong đó. Đấy, Junat, chúng ta sẽ tấn công các nhà máy và giải phóng những người dân đang bị mắc kẹt trong đó. Junat thắc mắc còn cuộc bầu cử thì sao, nữ thần còn định trả lời thì đợi bọn họ đã bị réo tên ra rồi. Cái đó là mọi người trong đời của John vui lòng ra hành lang. Hệ thống thông báo 5 phút nữa cuộc chiến chiếm đóng sẽ được bắt đầu. Hãy mặc đồng phục chiến đấu đã được phân phát. Chờ đợi của bạn Anderson thôi, không giải thích nữa. Cô bảo với Junat, ngươi sẽ hiểu được nhanh hơn khi tự mình trải nghiệm thôi. Đội của Renae khi này đã lên đồ chuẩn bị sẵn sàng, trang phục của họ khá đơn giản và thuận tiện cho việc di chuyển để chiến đấu. Mục tiêu là nhà máy 56, vui lòng chiếm được mục tiêu trong vòng 30 phút. Và các điện thành viên trong nhóm bao gồm Jae Hoan, Junat, Jone, JJ và Pure Green. Cảm thấy rất phấn khích, cô lại mở màn hình lên. và bắt đầu công cuộc phát sóng trực tiếp thường nhật bây giờ thì xin chào tất cả mọi người. Buổi phát sóng trực tiếp bắt đầu rồi đây. Hôm nay chúng ta có một số vị khách đặc biệt đó nha. Junat thấy màn hình thì liền nhanh chóng tạo kiểu liền bình luận khi này lại chạy lên hệ thống hàng loạt. Khi biết phiên phát sóng này sẽ có sự góp mặt của Jae-hoan tiếp, mọi người đều hào hứng muốn được xem anh chiến đấu. Thần vô danh 158 đang hét tên Jae-hoan thần vô danh 654. Nói Jae-hoan mới là 6 thần thật sự của meta. Bột thần vô danh 158 hét lên đảo chính, tin nhắn xuất hiện trước họ lúc này nhiều không đem xuế. Tự thần Thanatos nói rằng mình đã biết Jae-hoan sẽ làm tốt ngay từ đầu. Hoa thần Ignis đang chỉ trích sự lật mặt của Thanatos rất nhiều. Vị thần đang Sia ngồi nhiều tin nhắn xuất hiện quá đi, Junat cảm thán. Khi này Jenny đang nhảy lên vui vẻ vì thấy có người quen vào xem qua Sirena, cô lại xem nữa này. Swan cũng có để ý đến Sirena. Có phải là người mà anh biết không? Đầy bình luận vẫn đang chạy lên màn hình yêu cầu bạn đưa Joan lên màn hình only/TV nói rằng sẽ ổn thôi. Ngay cả khi Jenny là người duy nhất trên màn hình, người thông hiểu luật đang niệm luật như thế đang cầu nguyện. Rene cầm chiếc mic trên tay để chính thức bắt đầu rồi. Thiệu phiên phát sóng hôm nay tất cả chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau thử thách tầng 7 của Metaboss. Các bạn đều biết là tầng 7 là tầng khách tiền. Có phải không? Hoa thần Ignis trả lời, ta biết thần vô danh 32 hồi, không dễ gì để có một đội tài năng, có đúng không? Từ thần Thanatos nói rằng họ chắc chắn thuộc đời nhà cầm quyền Dene đang lướt mắt trên màn hình để đọc bình luận. Rồi cô nàng lên tiếng trả lời. Mấy người bọn họ sao? Chúng tôi lại là đội nhà cầm quyền được. Cơ chứ đương nhiên rồi, chúng tôi chính là kẻ khủng bố. Tự thần Thanatos hỏi. Bạn có mặt trí không? Một số ít vị thần nói rằng Jenny hành động quá liều lĩnh chỉ vì cô ấy có được nhiều đức tin. John liền lên tiếng giải bày với bọn họ. Thôi nào, chúng tôi có trường hợp Raster lõa thể ở bên. Mà một số vị thần nói rằng lần này sẽ khó khăn ngay cả khi bạn có thủ tổ lõa thể. Mà Junat thấy thái độ của người xem như thế thì cậu nói. Sao mọi người lại hành động như vậy? Thế là một kẻ khủng bố bất lợi đến như thế hả? Anderson bảo với cậu không chỉ vậy mà còn khá rắc rối nữa, đầy rắc rối. Sao rắc rối chỗ nào? Cô ta trả lời ở tầng 7. Nếu như chọn đúng đời thì không cần làm nhiệm vụ, vừa là thủ lĩnh của đội nhà cầm quyền luôn có thể mở cánh cửa dần lên tầng 8 bất cứ lúc nào. Junat nghe thế thì nói gì cơ? Chẳng phải bây giờ chúng ta đời đời sẽ tốt hơn? Sao tốt ha? Người nghĩ AI sẽ là vua của tầng 7. Thì cũng đã đến giờ chiến đấu nên Jenny gọi tất cả bọn họ. Mọi người đây là lúc để dẫn đầu đó, cánh cửa lớn mở. Ra đời của bọn họ cũng bắt đầu xuất phát. Ra ngoài kia, cùng mọi người đen cười ẩn ý, cô nói chiến lược của đội cô thì rất đơn giản thôi. Chúng ta sẽ tiếp quản các nhà máy ở vành đai của đội Guild và các đội khác. Chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu từ nhà máy A56, nơi tôi dự đoán là những trận chiến khốc liệt sẽ diễn ra. Sau đó chúng ta sẽ tiếp quản khu vực trung tâm cùng với cậu người mới để chiếm lấy được một nhà máy. Chúng ta cần phải chiếm được 5 điểm và cắt đứt nguồn năng lượng. Một số người trong đội xung phong rời đi trước, đó chính là chớp thần dây dây và Bill Green. Hai người họ rời đi. Bill Green cũng nhanh chóng đáp đã hiểu chiến lược rồi. Rồi anh ta quay đầu nhìn Jae-hoan mà nói, thủ tô lõa thế à, tôi kỳ vọng khá cao ở cậu đấy nhé. Chúng tôi đi trước đây nói rồi. Cả hai người bọn họ liền tăng tốc lao ra bên ngoài. Jae-hoan khi này cũng cảm thấy sẵn sàng. Anh rút kiếm rồi bảo với đồng đội, tôi cũng đã phục hồi được một phần thần quyền rồi, ta cũng phải đi thôi chứ. Được thôi con đường. Bất quá những khu nhà với nhau là con đường nằm treo. Leo ngoài độ cao, bên dưới còn có rất nhiều nhà máy khác nằm 10 kẻ nhau. Dây dây và Pure Cream đi trước. Anh nói với cậu ta chúng ta sẽ vượt qua bằng một đợt càn quét nhé. Tôi cũng muốn làm thế, nhưng mà chẳng phải là họ tập trung trước nhà máy quá đông. Sao phải vượt qua được họ trước đã? Mấy người bên phe nhà cầm quyền đừng chặn. Trước nhà máy bọn họ nhìn thấy phe khủng bố đến thì mừng rỡ. Dây dây và Pure Cream đấy à, tôi xử Pure Cream. Cho tôi muốn kiểm tra xem Drake có mạnh như lời đồn hay không. Vậy thì tôi chọn dây dây vậy. Khi ấy bỗng nhiên hai tên đó ngừng nói, chúng kinh ngạc nhìn về phía trước. Làm sao thế, nhìn kìa đằng kia ở phía sau. Điều họ chú ý bấy giờ không phải là dây dây và Peel Green nữa, mà là những nhân vật. Theo ngay sau họ, mái tóc đen của Jae-hoan bay trong gió. Anh khi này đã lọt hết đổ cả. Ra anh trong trạng thái lõa thế, tức là sẵn sàng chiến đấu rồi. À, đó là thứ tô lõa thể đấy. Chết tiệt, hắn coi độ. Ra rồi sao? Hắn đang có ý định tàn sát tất cả chúng ta đấy. Tin đồn hắn coi đồ khi nghiêm túc là thật à? Thế là ngay sau khi nhìn thấy Jae-hoan thì bọn chúng đều bỏ chạy tán loạn hết mẫu chạy đi. Có AI nói thử tô lõa thế sẽ ở đây đâu chứ. Anh ta thì chúng ta không đối đầu nổi đâu. Junat bảo với Anderson tất cả bọn họ đều bỏ chạy. Sau khi nhìn thấy anh Jae-hoan khoa thân nhi, nhìn thấy sao không đâu. Tại người ta biết anh ta là AI nên mới bỏ chạy đấy. Dương Ê cũng tỏ vẻ hài lòng, cô nói chuyện thường thôi ấy, mà cậu người mới đã đánh bại được. Bia trong số các 6 thần cầu ta chính là biểu tượng của sự sợ hãi trong tòa tháp này. Thần vô danh 654 la hét thủ tố lõa. Thế thần vô danh 588 hét lên thú tố lõa thế. Danh tiếng của cậu người mới trong Metaboss giờ đã vượt qua 6 thần của Metaboss rồi. Tin nhắn ủng hộ anh hiện đấy trước mặt anh từ các vị thần. Cho đến những người bình thường đều đang chờ đợi và yêu quý anh rất nhiều. Thruster lõa thế. Thruster lõa thế, trường hợp thư tô lõa thế, tiếng hô hào tên của anh. Thật sự rất dữ dội, mọi người dõi. Theo anh như dõi theo một cầu thủ của nước nhà trên sân banh vậy. Dê Hoan bị chó ngược và bất ngờ. Anh không nghĩ là mọi người đã biết đến anh nhiều đến thế, và kẻ thù bây giờ cũng đã tháo chạy khỏi đó khi thấy anh.